Oh my god. On October 10th, in the 51st year of the Hidden Leaf Village, I, Yu Jun, opened my eyes and found my vision a blur. Looking around, to my bewilderment, I realized I had become a baby. What on earth is going on? In my mind, I anxiously questioned the system. System, are you sure there hasn't been a mistake? But sadly, all I could do was let out the cries of an infant, unable to form actual words. The helplessness and frustration were overwhelming. Then that cold and mechanical voice of the system echoed in my mind. Dear host, the system does not make mistakes. This is indeed the world of cultivation. I tried rolling my eyes, and though my gaze was cloudy, my soul's senses were incredibly clear. At that moment, I noticed beside me lay another baby, identical to myself, wailing loudly. On his face were 6 distinct markings resembling whiskers, and in the dim candlelight, they stood out strikingly. A doubt crept into my heart. Is this really a world of cultivation? I took in the scene. The nurses in white coats, the midwife assisting with the birth, and the blond man, his voice trembling with emotion and eyes glistening with tears. No matter how I looked at it, this scene resembled nothing more than a hospital delivery room. It had absolutely nothing to do with any immortal cultivation world. Just then, a pair of large hands lifted me up. The midwife, smiling, carried both me and the baby with the whisker marks over to the blond man and said, "Congratulations, Minato. You have a pair of healthy boys." The blond man choked up as he cried out, "Kushina, Naruto." What? Kushina? Was he calling me? My body froze instantly, and I quickly turned to look at the baby beside me. The iconic whisker markings were unmistakably clear through a soul's vision, like watching an image in perfect high definition. In that very instant, a bolt of realization struck me like lightning. I was dumbfounded. Wait a second. Naruto? System. Don't think I haven't seen Naruto. That's clearly Uzumaki Naruto. There was no mistaking that face with the whisker marks. Even if I hadn't seen the entire anime, everyone knows about Naruto. Yet the system's toneless voice calmly replied, "The system does not make mistakes." I nearly exploded inside my consciousness, shouting, "I want a refund. You promised a cultivation world full of immortality and the pursuit of eternal life, and now you've thrown me into the world of Naruto. Are you kidding me? Don't touch recklessly." The midwife slapped away the blond man's hand. Let them see their mother first. When I was brought to the side of the red-haired woman, all my complaints were suddenly stuck in my throat. Her face was pale as paper, yet her lips gave off a faint rosy tint. Her emerald green eyes were as clear and gentle as early spring lake water, filled with tenderness and affection. In a weak voice, she softly called out, "Minma, Naruto." A cool yet gentle finger, still warm from her touch, brushed lightly across my cheek like a weightless feather. That gentle caress struck something deep in my memory. My nose tingled, and a wave of immense sorrow rushed over me. In that moment, I finally understood. The woman lying before me, gasping for life, was my mother in this life. Instinctively, I tried with every bit of my newborn strength to grasp her slipping finger, but before I could reach, the midwife had picked me up again. Just then, an alarm resounded in my mind. A cold, metallic system announcement. Alert! Sect traitor detected. Ancient demon beast is about to rampage. The sect leader and his wife are in grave danger. Host, prepare yourself immediately. Hot on the heels of the warning came a mission prompt. Mission: repel the invading enemy. Reward: innate wins spiritual root. I couldn't help but curse inside. Seriously? Has this system lost its mind? Sect traitor. Never mind who's in danger. Heck, I can't even lift my neck right now. How am I supposed to fend off an enemy? Spit on them until they surrender. I barely had the chance to finish my silent tirade when a chill, sharp as knives, pierced through the room. A shadow masked by a tiger-striped face flashed by, and the nurse as well as the midwife collapsed onto the floor within seconds. The intruder's fingers clamped around my delicate newborn throat. The force in those fingertips made it clear. One squeeze, and my tiny life would flicker out. The masked figure's voice was icy. "Fourth Hokage, step away from the Jinchuriki, or these 2 infants have but a minute left to live." I couldn't help but scold him in my heart. What's this, taking newborn babies hostage? Have you no shame? This guy is truly an expert at bullying kids. Suddenly, my mother's scream pierced the air. Summoning my soul's vision, I saw her spiraling into madness with worry, the seal on her abdomen cracking open bit by bit. From her body, a terrifying red chakra erupted like a torrent of molten lava. My heart seized with dread. No. The ninetails. Before I could react, the world whisked away its weight. The masked man flung Naruto and me high into the air. Mother was crying out our names. "Minma, Naruto." Just as the kunai was about to strike me, a flash of golden light burst forth. I fell into a pair of warm, sturdy arms, and a familiar head of blonde hair swept before my eyes. It was Father. Relief surged through me. The gratitude of escaping death made my very soul tremble. Is this the power of the fourth Hokage? The sense of security he gave was overwhelming. He truly was my superhero. The masked man's voice was cold and sinister, the yellow flash. I'm not surprised. He formed a seal with one hand, and the next moment, I felt an unbearable heat searing into my back, as if someone was burning straight through me. Panic gripped my heart. I had a terrible premonition. Mother's anguish cries were sharp enough to pierce my eardrums. Then, Father, Minato, ripped open the swaddling shield me, but he was still a heartbeat too late. A tremendous blast thundered through the air, the force of the explosion flinging the three of us violently aside. My whole world spun upside down. But mercifully, Father shielded both Naruto and me with his body, keeping us unharmed. Inside my mind, I screamed out in despair, "System, do something, please." Right now, I was only a helpless infant, unable even to roll over on my own. The sense of powerlessness almost drove me mad. Yet the system remained silent, as unresponsive as a stone. Everything went blurry. When my senses returned, Minato was holding Naruto and me as he teleported us to another warm, safe room. Gently, he set us down, and the golden shadow vanished in an instant. I couldn't help but marvel. This teleportation ability is truly miraculous. No sooner had I finished my thought than the system notification exploded in my mind. Ding! The Ninetails is about to break free. The sect leader's wife is in grave danger. Host must render immediate assistance. I was so frustrated my teeth clenched. Seriously, what do you expect a baby who can't even hold a pacifier to do? Throw a diaper at the Ninetails? This is absurd. As if that wasn't enough, the system hit me with a new and even more shocking directive. Ding! Destiny Awakening. The host is both the chosen one and the sole candidate. Ultimate mission. Eliminate your foolish twin brother and ascend as the supreme existence. Mission rewards. Immaculate immortal body and the ancient divine beast, jade-faced flying dragon. I let out a helpless sigh. Just how deep does this grudge go? I stared at my sleeping brother, Naruto. His face was almost identical to mine, utterly peaceful in slumber. With a trace of exasperation, I asked the system, "Isn't there any other option?" The system fell silent. I gave a cold, bitter chuckle. If this is fate, then I want none of it. Suddenly, a new prompt appeared from the system. Detected unshakable resolve in host. Activating hidden options. Option 1. Achieve enlightenment by slaying kin. Reward unchanged. Option 2. Stay true to yourself. Gain the Shin Whirlpool immortal physique. I slapped my thigh in excitement. Now that's more like it. I choose the second one. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Bloodline ability. Shin Whirlpool immortal physique. Chi Si and Meridians enhanced 100-fold. Newly awakened divine powers. Vajra Seal and Resurrection. I couldn't help but grumble. System, aren't you even pretending anymore? As chakra surged wildly in my body, memories of these new abilities, Vajra Seal and Resurrection, surfaced in my mind. Yet before long, frustration took hold again. My stubby little legs were still soft and limp, unable even to straighten, let alone do anything helpful right now. Staring at my chubby little hands, I couldn't help but wonder, what should I do about the Ninetails problem now? Just then, golden light flashed once again as my father reappeared in the room, cradling my weakened mother in his arms. Kushina, stay here with the children for now. Minato's voice was gentle, like a spring breeze caressing the air. He carefully settled my mother beside him, then walked to the wardrobe and pulled out the cloak embroidered with the words "Fourth Hokage." Minato, thank you. Please come back soon. My mother spoke weakly, her voice scarcely more than a whisper. I'll be back before you know it. Minato smiled at her before he dissolved into a streak of golden light and vanished. My mother's fingertips trembled ever so slightly as she gently caressed my cheek. Minma, why aren't you crying like Naruto? She asked, a hint of worry in her tone. Minma desperately wished he could reassure her, but could only manage faint baby coos. He gazed at his mother's ashen face, feeling the warmth of her fingers, and a sudden resolve welled up inside him. No matter what happens, he must protect his family. He let out a few symbolic cries, wanting to ease her concern, but unexpectedly woke the sleeping Naruto. In an instant, the piercing wails of the baby nearly shattered the air. Kakarot, no, that's Naruto, Minma griped inwardly, but soon his attention shifted to the fact that his mother's breathing was growing ever weaker. In a panic, he cried out to the system in his mind, "System, how do I use resurrection?" Ding! Simply have the target bite the host once. With all his might, Minma stretched his tiny arm toward his mother's mouth, his pudgy fingers just inches from Kushina's pale lips, only to be caught tightly in her grasp. Minma, are you hungry? Kushina's voice was heavy with guilt and frailty. I'm sorry. Mommy, she just... No. Minma screamed inwardly in desperation, twisting with all his might to break free from his mother's grip. But the more he struggled, the louder his cries became, forcing Kushina to tighten her hold on his tiny hand to keep him from flailing. Suddenly, Kushina was seized by a violent fit of coughing. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, her life force ebbing away at an alarming rate. I have to save you. Deep within, Minma called out with every ounce of strength he had. Perhaps sensing the intensity of her son's feelings, Kushina finally loosened her grasp, staring in dazed bewilderment at this most unusual child. At last, Minma managed to bring his tiny hand to his mother's lips. On instinct, Kushina bit down gently on her son's soft fingertips, and, to her astonishment, a rush of warm, powerful life energy flooded into her fading body like a rising tide. What's happening? Kushina's emerald eyes flew wide open. She could feel her cells healing, her depleted chakra slowly returning. Even more startling was that this energy carried the unique life force of the Uzumaki clan. Minma, she let go, her voice trembling, staring at this infant who had already awakened the secret art of their bloodline. Awe and shock filled her heart. But her amazement quickly turned to alarm as she realized Minma's small face had gone pale, and a surge of pain twisted her heart. Mommy's all right now. Tears streaked down Kushina's face as she gathered Minma carefully into her arms, pressing her forehead gently to her child's delicate cheek. Warm droplets of her tears fell onto the baby's soft skin. Thank you, Minma. In that moment, she made a silent vow. No matter what, she would raise these children herself. She could never let Jiraiya near Minma. Just thinking of that oddball rider possibly leading her child astray made Kushina instinctively hug Minma even tighter. Naruto, beside them, was having none of it and burst out wailing in protest. All right. Mommy will hold Naruto, too. For the first time, Kushina smiled, sweeping both children into her embrace. Outside, the ninetails' roars still shook the world, but in this instant, her heart knew only happiness and unshakable resolve. Nestled in his mother's warm arms, Minma listened to her strong, steady heartbeat, finally letting his own tension ease. Before Minma could decide his next step, a sudden flash of golden light filled his vision. His father had brought the entire family in an instant to stand before the ninetails. Now, our whole family is together at last. Minma watched as the massive bulk of the ninetails loomed closer, the beast's blood-red eyes seething with unending fury. The chakra it radiated nearly stole the breath from his lungs. Naruto, close by, let out a piercing wail. There, don't be afraid. Kushina whispered softly to comfort Naruto. Minma glanced anxiously at his father. At this moment, Minato's golden hair was already drenched with sweat, his breath heavy, and he looked to be at the brink of exhaustion. His mother's condition was no better. I can hold on a bit longer. Gritting her teeth, Kushina insisted, suddenly raising her voice. Several chains of dark, golden light shot from her back like mighty dragons, entwining tightly around the ninetails' limbs. Yet each chain quivered violently, as if they might snap at any moment. No, please don't. Minma's desperate cry rang out. He could only watch as blood again trickled from the corner of his mother's mouth. But Kushina turned to him with a smile stained by blood. A smile at once gentle, unfaltering, and filled with love. A blaze of fury ignited within Minma's heart as he cursed at the masked man. You bastard! If I ever catch you, I'll never let you go. He looked to his father once more, and in Minato's eyes he saw a resolution to sacrifice anything for them. At last, Minma's emotions exploded. I won't live on alone. The wailing of an infant rose, powerful enough to eclipse even the furious roar of the ninetails. And then, at that very instant, dozens of brilliant golden chains burst forth from Minma's tiny body, pouring out like the radiant rays of dawn. These chains were thicker and sturdier than Kushina's. Mysterious spiral patterns shimmered along their length, and in an instant, they shackled the raging ninetails in place. For the first time, terror flickered in the crimson eyes of the beast. This familiar power was none other than the strength that once belonged to Mito Uzumaki. This! Kushina was momentarily stunned, forgetting even to wipe the blood from her lips. Minato, still holding his sealing hand sign, stared in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, came stumbling on the scene, nearly tumbling from the treetops, his staff clattering to the ground. I've lived this long. He pointed a trembling finger at the wailing child. his voice low, full of disbelief. Can that truly be an ordinary child? Kushina gazed at Minma's tear-streaked face, her heart aching so deeply that her voice shook. Minato, Minma is just a baby. He can't hold on for much longer. Only then did Minato snap back to his senses. Taking a deep breath, he quickly formed the sealing signs. 8 trigram seal modified. Under the power of the sealing jutsu, the ninetails' immense form began to twist and break apart, though those scarlet beast eyes remained fixed on Minma, burning with disbelief. These chains from the infant were even stronger than the legendary ones of Mito Uzumaki. Minato. Kushina watched as Minato prepared to split the ninetails and seal it into both of their children. Struggling, she clung to her husband's sleeve, tears glittering in the moonlight. You know all too well the pain of becoming a Jinchuriki. That's exactly why. Minato's voice was low and unwavering, a gentle sigh weighed down by sorrow. The masked man will never stop. Only one person can stand in his way. He turned toward Minma, his azure eyes filled with guilt and determination. Only this child is capable. Minma's eyes widened, outrage roaring in his heart. Is this really something a father should do? But all he could do was cry at the top of his lungs, the frustration boiling inside. Old man, one day you'll pay for this. Kushina dug her nails deep into her palm, her voice raw and broken. Just to protect the village and keep the tailed beasts in balance, do our children have to be sacrificed? To abandon the village is no different than abandoning our own child. Minato's voice rang out, unusually clear and resolute, every word unshakable. You know better than anyone the pain of losing a homeland, the grief of wandering. Kushina, you understand this more than anyone. His tone was gentle, yet laced with helplessness. Besides, we are shinobi. Outside the barrier, the third Hokage stood watching Minato's upright figure, eyes brimming with tears. This was the true will of fire. Hurry up already. Minma cursed furiously in his mind, his face growing red with strain. Minato's expression hardened as he activated the sealing technique. In an instant, a blinding light filled the barrier. Now's the time. With a thunderous roar, the ninetails was violently split in two, the surging, opposing chakras flooding toward the bellies of both infants. His hands moved in a flurry of signs, so fast they became a blur. The young half of the ninetails chakra, as if pulled by invisible threads, slowly streamed into Naruto's body. The 8 trigram seal, complete. As the final hand sign fell, swirling sealing marks appeared around Naruto's navel. Rivulets of sweat traced down Minato's forehead, but he didn't dare pause for a second, immediately turning to place the same seal upon Minma. But just as the Yin chakra of the ninetails was about to enter Minma, a sudden surge of blue light burst from Minma, repelling the ninetails chakra in a brilliant flash. Minato looked on in shock as his painstaking sealing technique twisted and unraveled under some unknown power. How could this be? Minato's brow furrowed in disbelief. At that very moment, in Minma's mind, a mechanical voice sounded. This guy thinks he can share the host space with this system? For once, you've come through when I needed you, system. Minma thought, deeply relieved. Kushina forced herself to stay upright despite her weakness, her face pale, but her gaze unwavering. Minato, seal the rest inside me. Her eyes, filled with tenderness and love, settled on Minma as she whispered, at the very least, let Minma grow up like an ordinary child. But your body... Minato's words trailed off, his fingers trembling slightly from the anxiety. It's thanks to Minma's power. Kushina gently caressed the little one's cheek and said softly, it was this child who saved me. When Minato looked at Minma, his expression was unimaginably complex. There was the pride of a father, but tangled within it lay deep worry. So young, and already awakened to such great power, the road ahead for Minma would inevitably be filled with trials. No matter what. Minato placed his hand gently on Minma's head, his tone resolute. I will protect you both. As the final moment of the sealing ritual concluded, the Yin chakra of the ninetails was drawn entirely back into Kushina's body. Minma finally let out a long breath, the tension gradually melting away from his tiny frame. System, can you explain now? He kept questioning inwardly. Just what kind of cultivation world is this supposed to be? Ding. Task complete. Repel the sect traitor. Reward. Innate wind spiritual root. Hidden task complete. Save the sect leader and his wife. Reward. Innate fire spiritual root. What wind spiritual root? Isn't that basically the same as wind chakra nature? Minma's round little face flushed red with frustration. The system remained absolutely silent, as if it had completely shut down. Fine, you win this round. Minma's baby body had finally reached its limit. His eyelids grew unbearably heavy. In the last moment before he slipped into darkness, he thought he heard his father's gentle voice. "Sleep now, Minma. Tomorrow will surely be a bright, sunny day." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, pale dawn light barely filtering in. The ember in his pipe had silently gone out during his long contemplation. Having lived through 3 great ninja wars, the old man knew better than anyone what a child with such formidable sealing power might mean. Perhaps the future pillar of Konoha, or perhaps a tempest that could tear everything apart. The third Hokage's gaze shifted to the young blonde man beside him, his voice low and grave. "Minato, these children need special protection. Konoha must keep a close hold on these brothers, especially Minma." "I understand." Namikaze Minato's answer was gentle, but carried an unshakable resolve. "Lord Third, I will protect them myself." These words are not only a pledge to the Hokage, but also a warning issued to all potential threats. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a long, deliberate draw from his now cool pipe. He placed unwavering faith in Minato to inherit the will of fire, but deep down his greatest concern was Danzo. Returning home, the third Hokage gazed out at the brightening sky beyond his window. By the garden, the hydrangeas, Buwako's favorite flowers when she was alive, were heavy with dewdrops, swaying gently in the morning breeze. The memory of his beloved wife's sacrifice pricked his heart once more, casting the aging shinobi's figure thinner and lonelier in the blush of dawn. "Sharingan, Uchiha." His parched lips struggled to form these words, as if he were chewing on some unswallowable bitterness. Based on the intelligence Minato had brought back, the masked man who attacked Kushina was most likely from the Uchiha clan. A sharp glint flashed through Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. So, they finally can't keep themselves in check. His voice gradually faded into the morning air, leaving behind a weight that could not be put into words, a hush like the silence before a storm. The morning light fell across Hiruzen's face, deepening the lines carved by fatigue and the passage of years. He stared wordlessly out the window until the steady tapping of a cane behind him broke the silence, the slow, deliberate rhythm sounding like a serpent gliding through the shadows. Danzo Shimura emerged from the gloom, the early light catching the scar under his chin, making it all the more striking. His gaze was deep and unreadable, his voice low and restrained. "As for the incident at Lake Biwa, I am sorry." Hiruzen did not reply, only letting his fingers, curled around his pipe, pause for a brief moment. Danzo was unfazed by his silence and pressed on. "Now, the leaf is not just one, but 2 Jinchuriki of the Ninetails. And there's a child with sealing skills that rival Mito Uzumaki's." A complex look flashed through his eyes, as if weighing the consequences. Such power cannot be left unchecked. Minato will personally look after both children. At last, Hiruzen responded, his tone calm, yet possessed of an unyielding authority. "This matter does not concern you. The fourth is it." Danzo's eyes narrowed imperceptibly, his words tinged with a trace of careful probing. "I have no doubts about his loyalty to the village." He paused, his cane striking the floor again with a sudden, colder note. "However, for the sake of Konoha's future, at least one of those children should be raised by root." "Danzo." Hiruzen whirled around, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Minato is Hokage now, not you or me. Don't force me to become your enemy." Danzo fell silent for a moment. He understood that as long as Minato Namikaze remained, those 2 children would be beyond his reach. Yet he did not feel frustration. He was well accustomed to waiting for his chance. This exchange was nothing more than a maneuver to gain himself some leverage. After a tense, short stalemate, Danzo's tone shifted as he spoke again. "And what are the Uchiha? What do you make of them now?" Hiruzen's gaze turned thoughtful. The events surrounding the Ninetails had indeed changed the way he viewed the Uchiha. The attack that night sent shockwaves through the entire ninja world, but fortunately, Minato Namikaze and his wife emerged unscathed. The villages of Cloud, Stone, and Mist, which had all been harboring restless ambitions, quickly retreated upon hearing the news. Mist and Stone chose to close their gates and keep to themselves, while only the Cloud Ninja remained unwilling, still trying to seize what advantage they could amid the chaos. Time slipped by, and several months had passed since the night of the Ninetails. A baby's loud cry echoed through the room again. Little fists clenched, Naruto bawled until his cheeks turned red. Minma's ears buzzed with the noise. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. "Here goes my little brother, starting up again." Kushina gently rocked Minma in her arms while soothing the crying Naruto with her other hand. Under his mother's playful coaxing, Naruto's tears gave way to bubbly laughter, while Minma responded with only a token coo, looking utterly resigned. It's clear Minma is the quieter, more sensible one compared to Naruto. Minato smiled warmly as he took off his Hokage cloak. Naruto seemed to take offense at that remark, his lips quivering before he broke out into tears again. Kushina quickly comforted him. Don't cry, don't cry. Our Naruto is a good boy too. Minma lay helplessly in his mother's embrace, silently praying, Time, please hurry up and pass. Let me grow up now. This helpless baby phase is far too much to bear. Minato. Kushina suddenly looked up, a crease forming between her brows. What is it? Minato, now wearing an apron, was about to start making dinner. Kakashi hasn't seemed himself lately. Please keep an eye on him. Kushina's tone was laced with concern. I'll make sure to... Minato nodded, eyes flickering with unease. He'd already noticed something off with his student. The death of Kakashi's father, plus the losses of Obito and Rin, had dealt the young ninja severe blows. At that thought, guilt filled Minato's heart. As a teacher, he hadn't managed to protect his own students. Kakashi. Minma latched onto the mention of the name with keen alertness. Though he knew only bits and pieces about the Hokage's tale, he was deeply impressed by that silver-haired, mask-wearing elite ninja. Could it be that the laid-back, mysterious ninja who always hides his face is Dad's student? Doesn't that mean he'll eventually become Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura's teacher, too? While Minma's thoughts spun off in all directions, Minato was already changed and heading for the door. You're going out again? Kushina asked, puzzled. I'm going to invite Kakashi to join us for dinner. Minato replied with a smile, then turned and walked out. Cradled in his mother's gentle sway and soft lullaby, Minma gradually let his eyelids fall, soon drifting into a peaceful sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed before he groggily opened his eyes, only to find himself staring at the youthful face of a boy masked in black. The silver-haired teenager was holding him with obvious reluctance, a fact he tried, mostly unsuccessfully, to conceal. The sight made Minma want to chuckle. So this is Kakashi in his early years. Minma's gaze lingered with curiosity on the future copy ninja. Noticing that the baby in his arms had woken up, Kakashi's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. He had absolutely no experience with caring for infants. Fortunately, Minma simply gazed at him quietly, without a hint of fussiness or tears, much to Kakashi's relief. Minma, he called softly, carrying Minma over to the crib. After carefully comparing him with the sleeping Naruto, Kakashi muttered under his breath, Minma doesn't have any whiskers, but Naruto does. It was at that moment the system notification echoed in Minma's mind. Genius of a noble clan detected. No one may hide their true identity before the future head of the sect. Mission: remove the mask from the clan genius. Reward: innate lightning spiritual root. Minma, who had been curiously sizing up the silver-haired boy, couldn't help twitching at the system's prompt. I already have wind and fire chakra natures. If I take off Kakashi's mask, I'll get lightning as well. Minma mused secretly, his gaze inevitably drawn to Kakashi's signature black mask. He glanced at his own tiny baby arms and legs and hesitated. It's impossible to just force it off, but surely Kakashi wouldn't be on guard against a baby all the time? Entertaining this thought, Minma suddenly broke into a series of soft, delighted giggles. That pure, innocent laughter completely disarmed the normally composed Kakashi, leaving him utterly at a loss. The silver-haired teenager gazed blankly at the baby in his arms, and seeing those plump little hands reach for him, was helplessly compelled to lean in closer. This is my chance. Jubilant, Minma's tiny hand accidentally brushed Kakashi's cheek, fingers deftly hooking onto the edge of the mask. I did it. As the mask came away, Minma grew so tense he almost forgot to breathe. But before he could catch a proper look at Kakashi's face, the mask was hastily pulled back on. Even though he didn't see the legendary face, the system notification sounded again. Mission complete. Reward: innate lightning spiritual root. There are now 3 spiritual roots. No, that's 3 chakra natures now. Minma was busy sensing the newly awakened lightning chakra within his body when a gentle voice called from the kitchen. Kakashi, come have dinner. Yes, ma'am. Kakashi immediately straightened his posture, carefully set Minma back into the crib, and then hurried to the table, sitting upright with perfect manners. Minma watched Kakashi's unusual behavior with curiosity. Strange, Mom is always so gentle. Why does he seem so afraid of her? Before he could puzzle out, he sensed the gaze beside him. Turning his head, he saw Naruto peering at him with those wide, clear blue eyes filled with curiosity. The little guy reached out with a plump, soft hand, making babbling baby sounds. What do you think you're up to? Minma could only sigh and gently grasp his younger brother's outstretched hand. Wah! Feeling the cold indifference from his older brother, little Naruto's lips began to tremble. In no time at all, he broke down and cried, his voice filled with grievance. The sudden burst of crying left Minma's head spinning. Quickly, he forced a radiant smile and did his best to comfort his little brother. Just as expected, Naruto's mood brightened almost instantly. Laughter reappeared on his face, ringing out clear and joyful. Taking care of a child is just so exhausting. Minma sighed inwardly, resigning himself once more to his role as the caring older brother. Time drifted quietly by, as imperceptible as grains of sand slipping through one's fingers. In the blink of an eye, the 54th year of the village hidden in the leaves had arrived. It had now been 3 full springs since the night of the ninetails attack. Over these 3 years, although the village occasionally clashed with the hidden cloud and hidden stone, the presence of the yellow flash Minato Namikaze and the ninetails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, served as a powerful deterrent. As a result, the situation remained peaceful, at least on the surface. Big brother, help me get revenge. With a tremendous crash, the front door was kicked open. Bruised and battered, little Naruto rushed into the house like a whirlwind, heading straight for his brother, who stood by the window reading. Take it easy. Without turning around, Minma cautioned him, flipping a page in his book with a practiced hand. If Mom finds out you kicked the door again, you're in for another scolding. Only after these 3 years did Minma fully understand the root of Kakashi's respect and fear towards their mother. The nickname Red Hot-Blooded Habanero was not given lightly. Whenever their mother's bright red hair fluttered in the breeze, even their father, the Hokage, would instinctively give her a wide berth. He clearly remembered the time he, his brother, and Kakashi had tried to sneak a peek at Make-Out Paradise. Kushina had caught them on the spot, and her punch had sent Kakashi straight to the hospital for half a month. Ever since that day, Kakashi never mentioned it without a nervous shiver. Setting his book aside, Minma finally turned his attention to inspecting his brother's injuries. Naruto's hair was a wild mess, and there were distinct bruises under his bright blue eyes. He looked every bit like a little animal that had just been roughed up. Who did you get into a fight with this time? With a resigned sigh, Minma let his book drop. That bastard Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto raised a tiny fist in protest, his voice thick with injustice. When he couldn't beat me on his own, he called for his brother. His brother got involved? Minma sounded doubtful. In his memory, Itachi Uchiha was always composed, never one to intervene lightly in children's squabbles. No. Naruto pouted. Brother Itachi completely ignored us. So how did you end up like this? Minma narrowed his eyes, suspicion flitting across his features. Given the strength of both Naruto and Sasuke, they should have been evenly matched. Neji Hyuga helped him too, Naruto added, his tone dripping with frustration. Minma nearly burst out laughing. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans have always been at odds, so it was unexpected to see them join forces because of Naruto. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of 2 small figures hiding by the door, and a knowing smile crept onto his lips. Choji, Shikamaru, you can stop hiding now. Minma called out toward the doorway. I can see you both. With no other choice, the 2 children shuffled in sheepishly from outside. Choji Akimichi's round face was swollen and puffy, but even so, he didn't forget to pop another chip into his mouth. Shikamaru Nara, on the other hand, had an unwilling look as he pressed a hand to his bruised left eye. It was obvious he'd been caught up in the battle just now as well. Minma pressed his lips together, fighting back the smile, threatening to break through, and did his best to put on a stern expression. The 3 of you together still couldn't beat those 2. At once, the 3 little ones drooped like eggplants struck by frost, hanging their heads even lower. To be fair, it was understandable. After all, Neji Hyuga was a year older than any of them, and vastly more skilled for his age. He could easily handle 2 opponents at once. So what started the fight this time? Imitating his mother when she scolded them, Minma crossed his arms over his chest and asked in a firm tone. Naruto lowered his head, eyes fixed intently on his toes, his fists clenched tight. Shikamaru and Choji, as if by silent agreement, took a subtle step back, leaving the culprit all too conspicuous. Shikamaru, you tell me. Minma called him out directly. How troublesome. Shikamaru scratched the back of his head, reluctant to explain. We were playing hide and seek, and Naruto and Sasuke started arguing. Sasuke said his brother graduated at 7, awakened his Sharingan at 8, and that he's the Uchiha clan's once-in-a-century genius. Shikamaru shot Minma a quick glance, gauging his reaction. Naruto argued that you mastered 3 chakra nature transformations at the age of 3 and could already use shadow clones and a Rasengan. At this point, a hint of genuine admiration appeared in Shikamaru's eyes. Choji nodded emphatically, even forgetting about the chips in his cheeks, crumbs tumbling from his stuffed mouth. Minma sighed and turned his gaze to his younger brother, whose face was swollen and bruised, yet still grinning foolishly. And what about Niji? What did he do? He cheated. Naruto suddenly burst out, bouncing to his feet. He used his Byakugan to play hide and seek. Mima was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the Hyuga prodigy to awaken even an early stage of the Byakugan at such a young age. This past year, he'd been reading the scrolls from his father's study, and had come to know many secrets of the shinobi world. The more he learned, the more he felt the overwhelming force of these bloodline abilities. Kids will be kids, just playing around. Mima shook his head inwardly. Losing even with 3 against 2, there really wasn't much else to say about that. Naruto. Mima abruptly changed the subject. Have you finished your ninjutsu theory homework? Ah, see you, big bro. Naruto sprang to his feet like a startled rabbit and dashed out of the room. Shikamaru and Choji exchanged a glance and quickly slipped away as well. These troublemakers. Mima smiled helplessly, completely forgetting that he himself was only a few minutes older than Naruto. From outside the window came the sound of Naruto's lively shouting. Mima stared blankly at the cheerful, bouncing figure of his golden-haired brother. That bright, beaming face was utterly different from the lonely, outcast demon fox of his past memories. For a moment, he felt a warm surge behind his eyes. In this life, his little brother would never be alone again. Menma, why are you home all by yourself? Kushina pushed open the door and walked in, her crimson hair glowing warmly in the sunlight. She saw her eldest son sitting alone on the couch, with a calmness on his face that seemed far beyond his years. She knelt gently beside him, stroking his cheek with tender hands as she asked, "Why aren't you outside playing?" "I wanted to read for a bit," Menma murmured softly, truly uninterested in joining the other children's childish games. Kushina frowned slightly, as if worrying about a sapling that stubbornly refused to bend toward the sun. Children should act like children. She took his small hand in hers, her palm radiating a reassuring warmth. "Go play with Naruto and the others. I want you to enjoy growing up and to be happy." Dragged gently toward the door, Mima looked back to see his mother leaning against the doorframe. "Remember to look after Naruto," she reminded him with a warm smile. "Don't let him get into any more trouble." "I know." Mima sighed quietly, unable to resist the gentle persuasion of his mother. He squinted his eyes as he stepped onto the sunlit street. "Master Minma." Vendors lining the road called out to him with friendly enthusiasm. Minma responded with polite, composed smiles, his demeanor far more mature than other children his age. "Look at Master Minma, so grown up already. He's nothing like his younger brother Naruto, always causing trouble. They say he can recite the entire academy textbook from memory. Even that genius from the Uchiha clan can't compete with him, I hear." Such whispers fluttered around him, but Minma was long accustomed to them. As he rounded the corner, a wave of floral fragrance embraced him. "Minma!" A bright, youthful voice rang out. Ino came running from the flower shop, her ponytail swaying joyfully behind her. She looked up at him, emerald eyes sparkling with delight. "Did you not go flower picking today?" Minma stopped in his tracks. "I'm waiting for Sakura," Ino said, clasping her hands to her chest as she glanced down the street once again. "We agreed to go together." Her gaze returned to Minma. "Are you heading to the training ground?" "No." Minma shook his head and waved goodbye. "I'll get going now." "All right, goodbye." Ino remained where she was, watching as Minma gradually disappeared from view. Sunlight seemed to catch in her golden ponytail, making it glow until he turned the corner and slipped out of sight. Wandering aimlessly, Minma found himself in a quiet, secluded park, when suddenly sharp laughter rang out ahead of him. 3 boys, each taller than him, had surrounded a little girl. "Aren't you the Hyuga clan heiress? Why don't you show us your Byakugan?" The ringleader taunted, his words thick with mockery. "Always staring at people, it's so creepy." Another boy pretended to retch, making a show of disgust. "White-eyed freak." The smallest of the trio echoed in a stuttering voice, yet his laughter was the loudest and most unrestrained. Hinata stood trapped in the middle, hands twisted tightly in the fabric of her sleeves, her eyes brimming with tears like pearls. Her snow-white kimono was already soiled by mud, like a gardenia blossom knocked down by a sudden storm. "What's Hinata doing here?" Mima frowned. He knew these boys well. Last year, when they'd bullied Naruto, he had put them in their place with his newly learned shadow clone jutsu. "Do you want another lesson?" Minma's voice cut through the scene, making the 3 boys freeze. They turned stiffly, and when they saw his striking blonde hair, the color drained from their faces. It's Minma Uzumaki." The leader's voice trembled. The trio bolted as if they'd seen a cat chasing mice, one even tripping on his pant leg and tumbling clumsily into the bushes, vanishing from sight. Minma walked over to Hinata and crouched down, catching her as she tried to dab her eyes with her sleeve, her small face tinged red. "It's all right now." He comforted her gently, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket and offering it to her. Thank you. Hinata took the handkerchief, her fingertips quivering. Her usually clear, bright eyes shimmered with fresh tears. You're too gentle. Taking her cold little hand in his, Minma offered, let me walk you home. Hinata obediently followed, her gaze lingering on their interlaced fingers. Sunlight filtering through Minma's blonde hair turned into flecks of gold in her eyes. They used to pick on Naruto just like this. Minma slowed his pace, but now those same kids cross to the other side of the road when they see him coming. Is it because of Minma? Hinata's voice was soft, as light as a feather settling on the ground. She remembered that at the last clan meeting, Niji had mentioned this blonde boy standing before her. Minma shook his head, a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Afterwards, Naruto and Sasuke tracked those guys down by the riverbank, and they ended up bawling their eyes out. He turned to Hinata and said, if you become stronger, no one will ever bully you again. Hinata lowered her head, her ears tinged with a shy blush. At this moment, Minma had no idea what kind of impact this casually spoken sentence would have in the days to come. Looking back, he would always regret the words he said to Hinata today. Right now, Minma and Hinata were walking along the stone path that led to the Hyuga estate. Suddenly, a burst of familiar, lively noise came from up ahead. Ha ha ha, Sasuke, you're too slow. Don't run away, you idiot. Up ahead, Naruto dashed around with a wooden shuriken raised high, Sasuke and a group of children hot on his heels. Bang! At the corner, Naruto ran headlong into a wall. Ow, that really hurt. He clutched his swelling forehead and plopped down onto the ground, the wooden shuriken falling from his hand with a soft clatter. Sorry, mister. Naruto rubbed his head and looked up, his voice suddenly catching in his throat. A giant of a man, at least 2 meters tall, had grabbed him easily as if picking up a chick. The man's skin was a deep bronze, gleaming with a metallic sheen in the setting sun. The forehead protector he wore was emblazoned with the symbol of the hidden cloud village, stark and unmistakable. Kid. The man's voice was deep and rough, like sound echoing from inside a steel barrel. That hurt when you ran into me. Minma's eyes narrowed abruptly. There was no mistaking those uniforms. The men were hidden cloud ninja, but what were they doing on the streets of Konoha? Ding! Enemy clan provocation detected. Foil their plot and receive a reward. Body flicker technique mastered. The system prompt gave Minma immediate clarity. Knowing the system style, this body flicker was likely none other than the legendary flying thunder god technique that had made his father a household name. Let go of Naruto. Sasuke had already stepped forward, poised in a defensive stance, the wooden kunai in his hand trembling slightly. Despite their usual bickering, now Sasuke's obsidian eyes burned with fury. What a drag! Shikamaru scratched the back of his head, but still walked up to stand beside Sasuke. Half-lidded, his sharp gaze began to assess the situation with quick, quiet calculation. Choji, too, puffed out his cheeks and stood firmly at Shikamaru's other side. This chubby boy, who was usually a little self-conscious, now wore an expression of utter resolve. He'd even forgotten the potato chips lingering at the corner of his mouth. But what surprised everyone most was Niji. Pale veins bulged around his eyes as he silently joined the defensive line. Toroi, the burly jonin from the hidden cloud, bared his white teeth and sneered coldly. A bunch of brats. His muscular arms tensed, ready to slam Naruto hard against the ground. If that blow landed, Naruto would surely be severely injured. Hidden in the shadows, the Umbu had already prepared to act, fingers tightly wrapped around their kunai. But someone was faster than all of them. Rasengan, a brilliant sphere of blue chakra, tore through the dusk. Mima's figure flashed like a wraith. With his left hand, he caught Naruto with perfect precision, while his right hand drove the Rasengan straight into Toroi's chest. A powerful roar followed, scattering fallen leaves along the roadside. Toroi's 2-meter-tall figure was hurled away like a ragdoll, crashing through a wall 10 meters off. Blood gushed from the shattered armor, blossoming into a splash of vivid red against the dust. Brother. Naruto raised a small face, his blue eyes wide in shock. Though he'd always known about his older brother's talent, witnessing this sudden, thunderous display of strength shook his young heart to its core. The world seemed to freeze. Sasuke's knuckles went white from gripping his kunai. Choji's chips fell to the ground without a sound, and even the ever-calm Shikamaru could only stare in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. In the shadows, the Umbu guard's forehead started to break out in cold sweat, lips trembling beneath the mask. To instantly use the Rasengan at age 3, his young master Mima, even human. The hidden cloud delegation looked ashen, color drained from every face. They could only stare helplessly as Toroi, the fearsome jonin of the battlefield, now lay sprawled among the rubble like a shredded, battered puppet, scarlet spreading quickly across his chest. Lord Kumo-ai. Someone in the delegation called to their leader in a trembling voice. Kumo-ai swallowed hard. When he met the cold eyes of that golden-haired child, he involuntarily took half a step back. His face flushed crimson in the next instant. How could he, a grown man, be cowed by a stare from a 3-year-old? The shame burned inside him. From all around, several figures swiftly appeared. Leaf Village shinobi surrounded the hidden cloud group. Among them, a few animal-masked umbu stood out in particular. Mima, Kakashi's silver hair, stood on end as he immediately stepped in front of the children. What happened? Kakashi, big brother. Mima gently set Naruto down and carefully brushed the dust from his younger brother's clothes. They tried to hurt Naruto. Kakashi's exposed eye narrowed, his killing intent sharp and palpable, directed straight at the cloud ninjas. Under that gaze, Komoi froze in place, cold sweat running down his back. It was the brat who ran into me first. Komoi struggled to compose himself, but his voice trembled despite his efforts. We represent the hidden cloud. If you act like this, you'll destroy the peace between our villages. Some of the leaf ninja couldn't help but chuckle, their faces full of disbelief and open mockery. Kakashi let out a cold, derisive laugh, his kunai gleaming with icy reflection. You try to kill a 3-year-old and talk to me about peace? A heavy tension settled over the square. At that moment, Kakashi's gaze snapped to attention. A wild, violent chakra was charging towards them. A thunderous explosion burst at the center of the crowd, filling the air with smoke and rubble. As the dust began to clear, a flash of brilliant red hair appeared, flickering in the wind. Kushina's eyes blazed with a crimson light, and a cloak of chakra, deep red and tangible, flared around her. Who dares lay a finger on my son? Her furious roar made the very earth tremble. The hidden cloud delegation's faces turned ashen. Instinctively, they staggered back. Some even collapsed where they stood. The ninetails Jinchuriki. All the steadiness had vanished from Komoi's voice. His forehead was drenched with sweat. Kakashi's own face went pale. He was all too aware of how terrifying his sensei's wife could be when enraged. He whispered at once to the ANBU beside him. Quickly, fetch the Hokage at once. Mom, we're fine. Mima pulled Naruto over, hurrying to reassure her. Seeing both children unharmed, the crimson chakra around Kushina began to fade. She swept them into a tight embrace, her voice softening instantly. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. The dramatic shift left everyone, Leaf and Cloud alike, standing in stunned surprise. What happened here? In a sudden flare of chakra, Minato Namikaze appeared on the scene, his Hokage cloak snapping in the wind as he took in the chaos. His wife hugging their sons, the Cloud ninjas pale with fear, Toroi gravely wounded and unconscious, half buried in the rubble, the wound from a Rasengan plainly visible. Minma's groan, even stronger. A glint of satisfaction crossed Minato's eyes. He remembered showing Minma that move only once. Are you all right, Kushina? Without delay, he hurried to his wife and child, gently placing a reassuring hand on Kushina's shoulder. Kushina shook her head, faint sparks of chakra still flickering between strands of her red hair. Fixing the hidden cloud group with a frigid stare, she said, they tried to lay a hand on Naruto, but Minma stepped in just in time to stop them. Minato's gaze sharpened as he looked toward Komoi, eyes now cold and piercing. Is this the sincerity with which Hidden Cloud wishes to negotiate? Lord Hokage, this must be a misunderstanding. Komoi's voice trembled, only now grasping the gravity of Taloi's offense, daring to cross the fourth Hokage's child. As he glanced at Taloi's motionless form amid the rubble, he realized they'd be eating this loss with no chance to argue and forced out a smile, so strained it looked more like a grimace. We never intended any harm to your son. Let's move this discussion to the Hokage's office. Minato's tone remained gentle, but his words held an unyielding authority, cutting off Komoi's attempt at a vague explanation. Turning to Kushina, his eyes softened, and his voice grew tender. Take the children home first. All right, and be sure to come back early for dinner. At last, the last vestiges of chakra light faded from Kushina's hair. Taking a child by each hand, she cast a final, warning glance over her shoulder at the hidden cloud, shinobi before setting off. Once his wife and children vanished around the corner, Minato's figure dissolved into a streak of golden light, vanishing in an instant. Komoi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Under the wary gaze of Kakashi and the others, he gave hurried and clumsy orders to his subordinates, directing them to pull the unconscious Taloi from the rubble. Regret gnawed at his heart for not curbing Taloi's impulsiveness earlier. This young fourth Hokage was proving to be far tougher than the third. Cloud's delegation would pay dearly for this negotiation, he feared. That's enough, everyone. Time to go home. Kakashi's single uncovered eye flashed with a hint of relief as he glanced at the children still lingering nearby beneath a shock of silver hair. The day's almost done. As he disappeared, only a handful of small, bewildered figures remained on the street. Sasuke stared, mesmerized, at the massive crater nearly 5 meters wide, the handiwork of the Rasengan. His young heart was reeling. Minma, who was not only a few months younger and always buried in books, possessed such extraordinary strength. My brother is just as strong. Sasuke suddenly clenched his fists, a vision of Itachi practicing with shuriken flashing through his mind. He resolved that tonight he would pester his brother to teach him a new jutsu. He had to surpass Naruto, the rival he'd set his sights on. Not far away, Hinata trailed quietly after Neji. Every so often, she glanced back over her shoulder, still caught up in the aura of the golden-haired boy who had shone so brightly in the twilight. Inside the Sarutobi residence, shadows flickered beneath the warm, dim glow of the lamps. His gaunt fingers brushed lightly over the crystal ball's smooth surface, and within, reflections of the recent battle appeared once more, the enormous cavity left by the Rasengan. To think such a level of ninjutsu has been taught to a 3-year-old child. Wisps of smoke spiraled up from the pipe, shrouding the old man's complicated expression. Inside the crystal ball, the image of the blonde child replayed again and again, expertly wielding the Rasengan, precisely controlling the 3 chakra natures, wind, fire, and lightning, combined with the innate sealing talents of the Uzumaki clan. It's almost as if Hiruzen's brows knit together, deep in thought. It's as if we were seeing Minato all over again. No, this child's future achievements may far surpass Minato's. The light inside his pipe glimmered briefly, then faded. Such genius ought to be a great blessing for Konoha, but those overly calm eyes always reminded him of the look Orochimaru had as a child. Eyes unbefitting of any child. Danzo, Hiruzen suddenly murmured into the stillness, his voice hoarse. There are some lines. I hope you still remember where they are. In the corner of the room, shadows twisted quietly as an ANBU shinobi emerged, kneeling silently on one knee. How are the fourth's negotiations with the hidden cloud progressing? Reporting to the third, sir. The ANBU's tone was full of respect. The fourth lord did not yield an inch. Hidden Cloud has already agreed to concessions regarding military personnel. Moof. Hiruzen gave a soft chuckle, the tension in his wrinkles easing. He gazed out at the brightly lit Hokage tower, where now a young, blonde Hokage was steadfastly arguing Konoha's case. For a fleeting moment, he glimpsed his own youthful self. Young people, they truly are bolder. With the last ember in his pipe gently flickering out, a glimmer of contentment shone in the old man's clouded eyes as gray ashes settled. Tension hung heavy in the temporary quarters of the Hidden Cloud delegation. Kamui stared darkly at the scroll laid out before him. The dim firelight cast a heavy shadow across his furrowed brow, and the intelligent scroll in his hand was already bent and creased from his grip. Lord Kangi, about the mission entrusted by Lord Raikage. A special jonin at his side finally spoke, his voice pressed low, laden with hesitation. Just let it go. Kamui suddenly slapped the scroll down hard on the table, making the candlelight tremble violently. Namake's Minato's stance is even tougher than we expected. His gaze drifted unconsciously toward the inner chamber, where Toroi remained unconscious. The memory of that day, a mere 3-year-old child felling a jonin with a single blow, still played vividly in his mind. A yellow flash, the ninetails Jinchuriki, sure sway of instantaneous body flicker, and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Each time Kamui named someone, his finger taps the tabletop almost involuntarily. But what's even more terrifying is that child. Not yet 4, yet capable of defeating elite jonin instantly. The outpost is plunged into silence, broken only by the faint sound of a candle's wick quietly burning. Suddenly, Kamui stands up. The sweep of his cloak sends a gust strong enough to nearly snuff out the flame. Send an urgent message back to the village, now. He orders his trusted aide in a low but resolute voice. This must be reported to the Raikage in person. Konoha is nothing like before. We must request immediate termination of this mission. Yes, sir. As a dark figure slips out of the room, Kamui collapses heavily back into his chair. His gaze falls to his own trembling hands, finally comprehending why the fourth Raikage was so wary of this new generation of Hokage. Konoha's strength is even more fearsome than any intelligence report suggested. Night has fallen deep and silent. Meanwhile, Minma is being pestered by Naruto's playful antics when suddenly, the system alert chimes in his mind. Ding. You have successfully foiled the hostile factions plot. Reward, body flicker mastery. Minma's heart skips a beat. He gently pushes Naruto aside. Naruto, that's enough for tonight. Big bro. Naruto looks up at him, eyes bright with confusion, head tilted. Normally, this is when they roughhouse a bit before bed. With a fond smile, Minma ruffles his little brother's unruly blonde hair. Special training starts tomorrow. Ah, come on. Naruto's face drops. He flops into bed with an exaggerated huff, dramatically imitating loud snores. Good night, big bro. Don't you want to beat Sasuke? Minma teases with a hint of laughter in his voice. Ido. Naruto bolts upright, determination lighting up his gaze. Sasuke's recent taunts seem to echo in his ears. He's itching for a rematch with his Uchiha rival. Then get some sleep, bright, and early we start training. Got it. Naruto waves a little fist in excitement, then drops onto his pillow and is out in seconds, a contented smile still on his lips. Minma moves over to the window. Moonlight, silver and silent, pours over the kunai resting in his palm. How should I mark my flying thunder god seal? Father's sword of loving shinobi is far too conspicuous. Channeling chakra through his fingertip, he carves a bold, simple character, into the kunai's handle. Clean lines, direct, matching his own style. The formidable sensory skills of the Uzumaki bloodline assure him that all the hidden guardians and watchers have truly departed. With a flick of his wrist, the kunai cuts through the night towards the courtyard, just as the metal is about to touch the ground. Whoosh! The figure of the blonde-haired boy suddenly appeared in the path where the kunai was about to fall. With slender fingers, he caught the falling kunai with precision. Then in a smooth, practiced motion, spun it around and drove it into the trunk of a tree. His movements were so fluid and natural, as though he had done this countless times before. So this is the flying thunder god? Minma gazed at the kunai, quivering ever so slightly in the moonlight, and finally grasped the meaning behind his father's moniker, Yellow Flash. This was not just a lethal technique. It was the power to command space and time itself. Tobarama Senju. He softly murmured the name of the second Hokage, his eyes reflecting genuine reverence. The ingenuity to fuse space-time ninjutsu with a marker, such creativity was truly beyond imagination. Suddenly, a faint furrow formed between his brows. Bathed in moonlight, the child's fair fingers traced the engraved mark on the kunai. If an enemy were to use the mark to set a trap, wouldn't that be as good as walking right into it? Even the mightiest jutsu harbors its own weakness. But for now, this is enough. With a subtle twist of his wrist, the kunai sliced through the silence of the night once more, flying back into the room. Almost at that exact instant, his figure appeared soundlessly indoors. As his toes touched the floor, the hairs on the back of his neck prickled. Someone was in the room. A sudden rush cut through the air, and the kunai carved a cold, sharp arc under the moonlight, only to be caught firmly midway by a large, warm hand. Minma, a familiar voice, trembling with excitement and disbelief. Minma looked up and met his father's stunned blue eyes. Dad! With a metallic clatter, the kunai fell to the floor. Moonlight filtered through the lattice window, casting a pattern of shifting shadows across Minato's face, outlining the complex emotions etched there. You actually... Minato's voice was so low, as if afraid to disturb a beautiful dream. He slowly crouched down, his fingertips gently brushing through his son's golden hair, the touch so unmistakably real. No matter how gifted a genius may be, beside you, they seem to fade into obscurity. I'm sorry. Minma lowered his head. Why apologize? Minato cradled his son's small face in both hands, his thumbs quietly wiping away the flush from his cheeks. I'm proud of you. Now, you'll be able to protect your mother, your brother, the village. Minma looked up abruptly, catching the glimmer of tears in his father's eyes. He nodded vigorously. I will protect everyone. But Minato's expression shifted. Seriousness clouded his features. He gently tapped his son's chest. Power is always a double-edged sword. If you ever lose yourself in it, you might forget why you first sought it out. In Minato's deep blue gaze, the moonlight seemed to reflect the hard-learned lessons of 1,000 yesterdays. You must have heard the story of Uchiha Madara. He gently held his son's small hand. He was once a ninja, full of ideals, but in his endless pursuit of power, he lost his way. In the end, he even severed his most precious bonds with his own hands. I'll remember that. Minma stood upright, his expression earnest. He seemed to see that solitary figure at the pinnacle of the ninja world, a man with the strength to change the world, yet no one could ever truly reach his heart again. Power is meant to be a shield to protect, not a weapon to harm others. Minato's voice was gentle and low. The moment you begin to think you don't need anyone is the moment I worry for you most. I understand, Dad. Minma's tone was still childish, but firm. Just like chakra needs balance between the mind and the body, strength and wisdom must also be in harmony. Otherwise, he paused, searching for the words a father would understand. It's like trying to use a ninjutsu you can't control yet. It only ends up hurting yourself. When the mind and strength are out of sync, the only outcome is harm to oneself. A flicker of surprise shimmered in Minato's eyes, quickly softening into a smile of relief. He ruffled his son's blonde hair. It seems I've worried too much. You understand this better than I thought. Now it's time for sleep. With gentle hands, he tucked his son in. As he turned, he saw Minma carefully covering Naruto, who had kicked off his blanket. Without meaning to, a smile tugged at his lips. Time slipped by quickly. 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Morning, the Konoha training grounds found dewdrops, sparkling like tiny gems in the sunlight. 6-year-old Naruto was suddenly enveloped in a thick mist, gold hair damp with sweat and clinging to his forehead. In the vivid blue of his eyes, a fierce gleam flashed, and his small hands moved swiftly through the signs. Wind-style, gale palm. A powerful gust roared from his palm, slicing through the fog like an invisible blade. As the mist parted, a figure emerged, bearing features much like his own, but with a steadier presence. You're using that technique again. Naruto grinned, his eyes dancing with excitement, and moved his hands through another sequence, quick as lightning. Shadow clone jutsu. With a few crisp pops, 3 clones materialized beside him. In the palm of his true body, a sphere of rapidly spinning chakra took shape, the rush of wind kicking up dust at his feet. He leapt, momentum carrying him forward, and charged with a swirling Rasengan aimed straight for his target. A loud splash echoed, water spraying in all directions. As the Minma, he struck burst apart into a pool of clear water. Water clone. Naruto's blonde hair stood on end with surprise, and a chill raced down his spine. A flash of cold light. The ninja blade cleaved down, barely grazing Naruto's back. In the nick of time, the Naruto struck simply vanished into a puff of white smoke in midair. When did he? Minma's brow creased, and as he looked up, he saw the real Naruto crashing down from above. In his hand, the Rasengan roared with powerful chakra, the air itself wrenched and swirling with its force. With a loud crash, mud and sand burst apart as yet another Earth clone was destroyed. So annoying. Naruto almost stumbled as he landed, his pupils contracting in alarm. Surrounding him now, 12 Minma clones advanced, each gripping a chillingly cold ninja blade, their steel glinting ominously. Inner world, the sealed cage. Crimson chakra, molten as magma, surged and writhed inside the cage. Kurama, the ninetails, lazily opened one eye, the reflection of Naruto's anxious face glimmering in his scarlet gaze. Kurama, please help me. Oomph. Kurama sneered, his sharp claws tapping the ground. Do you really think you could defeat that one as you are now? A memory flickered by. 3 years ago, Naruto had once fainted from exhaustion, and that golden-haired boy had stormed straight into the spiritual world. The adamantine sealing chains, cold and serpentine, had wrapped around him. Kurama still shuddered at the memory of those chilling eyes. The nerve of that brat, daring to threaten me. Kurama bared his teeth in a low growl, but recalled as well how, over the years, this child would frequently press himself against the bars, awkwardly pestering for friendship. Oomph. Abruptly, a savage yet oddly conflicted smile curled on Kurama's face. Stop bothering me. Scarlet chakra surged along Naruto's meridians, crashing through his body. Flooded with this overwhelming power, he shouted in excitement. Thanks a lot, Kurama. Forming seals at lightning speed, Naruto summoned his chakra. Multi-shadow, clone jutsu. With a blast, one after another, hundreds of Naruto clones erupted, flooding the entire training ground like a golden tide, surging towards those dozen Minmas. But within just a few minutes, the clones were dissolving, each one vanishing in a swirl of white smoke, fading from the battle. By the time the final clone shattered, Naruto's real body was already sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat, his orange training suit soaked through. Big bro, don't you think that's a bit much? Panting heavily, he reached out, fingers trembling. Minma emerged from the drifting smoke, pulling his brother to his feet. You did really well already. He brushed the fallen leaves from Naruto's shoulder and spoke softly. You've already surpassed the rank of Special Jonin. Even as the words left his lips, this Minma, too, vanished in a swirl of white smoke. What? Another shadow clone? Naruto brushed the dust from his clothes in frustration and shouted into the empty training ground. This is too much. Far off, Mima sat casually on the treetop, leaning against the trunk and flipping through his picture book as if nothing could disturb him. A gentle breeze rustled the pages. Suddenly, he looked up, sensing something. A small smile played at his lips. As he lightly jumped down from the branch, he found himself face to face with a pair of indifferent eyes. "Hey, give me back my book." Kakashi reached out lazily. "If Sensei's wife catches me again, I'll be stuck in bed for a month this time." Mima deftly dodged his hand, his gaze still fixed on the pages. "Just a little longer, big brother Kakashi. Let me finish this part." He turned another page with obvious reluctance and sighed from the heart. Grandmaster's drawings are just so lifelike. If you want to see more, go buy your own copy. Kakashi snatched back the Make Out Paradise novel and stuffed it into his ninja pouch with a defeated sigh. He remembered the nervous look on the bookstore owner's face, that "I'd rather close-up shop than sell to a kid" expression, and could only massage his temples in resignation. A thin wisp of smoke curled up from a distant street. Mima dusted off his sleeve and spotted Naruto in the distance. Cheeks puffed out in protest as he ran their way. "Big brother, you're too sneaky." Naruto's blonde hair seemed to stand on end from indignation, arms crossed as he complained, "You tricked me with a shadow clone again." He deliberately turned his head aside, but kept sneaking glances at his brother from the corner of his eye. Mima couldn't help but laugh. He reached out to ruffle his little brother's wild blonde hair. "All right, let's go. Mom must be waiting." Seeing Naruto's ears twitch with anticipation, Mima leaned closer and lowered his voice. "In a few days, I'll take you out for the special ramen." "Really? I want the biggest bowl." Naruto's face lit up instantly, all his previous grumbling forgotten. Kakashi strolled along behind them, a faint smile hidden beneath his mask. 4 years now, he'd ended up at their house for supper almost every evening. The three continued down the stone path, blanketed with fallen cherry blossoms, and turned a corner. There they ran into the Uchiha brothers. Itachi was holding Sasuke's hand. "Sasuke!" Naruto darted over, flashing a brilliant smile at Itachi. "Big brother Itachi, are you training Sasuke today too?" "My brother's been training me." As he spoke, he shot Sasuke a conspiratorial wink. Sasuke huffed softly, but couldn't quite hide the envy in his eyes. Ever since his brother joined the Umbu, moments like this had become painfully rare. Today, he'd finished his clan studies early on purpose, just to earn a precious afternoon with Itachi. "Yes, Naruto." Itachi straightened up ever so slightly, and the weariness in his eyes softened, giving way to a gentle, warm smile. "Kakashi-senpai Minma." "Itachi ni." Minma nodded in greeting, but found himself unable to resist stealing another glance at Itachi. In Itachi's eyes, Minma caught a sorrow that seemed far too deep for someone his age, a melancholy that stirred a faint, shapeless memory. Hadn't the Uchiha clan once been destroyed? Minma shook his head, trying hard to banish that unreasonable thought. After all, with his father's new policies, the Uchiha had long since moved back to the heart of the village, and Uncle Fugaku had even become a member of the Jonin Corps. Yet despite these changes, the occasional shadow flickering in Itachi's eyes left Minma with a lingering sense of unease. After exchanging a few polite words with Kakashi, the Uchiha brothers took their leave. Minma watched their figures grow small in the distance, his brow furrowing slightly, lost in thought. On the way back, Kakashi walked with a heaviness to his step. He too had heard the rumors, how the village leadership's feelings toward the Uchiha clan were growing ever more complicated, and how discontent within the clan itself was steadily rising. Almost unconsciously, his hand drifted up to the headband covering his left eye. A name, carved forever into the memorial stone, surfaced in his mind, stirring a tangle of emotions he could never quite put into words. "Kakashi ni." Minma's voice suddenly broke the silence. Kakashi snapped out of his reverie and turned to look at the boy beside him. "Has something happened with the Uchiha clan?" Minma's tone was cautious, voicing the doubt in his heart. Kakashi shook his head, then looked up at the sky. At some point, heavy clouds had gathered above, blotting out the clear blue and pressing down on the village, as if heralding a coming storm. Minma felt the oppressive weight in the air, and couldn't help but wonder to himself, is the fate of the Uchiha truly unchangeable? Even with Dad as Hokage, can he not prevent the higher-ups from making their decisions? No. He argued fiercely with himself. If I could change Mom and Dad's fate, then surely there's a way for the Uchiha clan to have a different ending too. At that thought, he couldn't help but inwardly complain to the system. "Hey system, haven't you been slacking off lately?" Other than handing out a few trivial missions and helping him acquire the chakra nature transformations for water and earth, the system had gone suspiciously quiet. Ding! The path to immortality lies in perseverance. The host should avoid arrogance and impatience, and advance steadily. Minma dismissed the system's perfunctory reply. Quietly, he made a firm promise to himself. No matter what, he would change the course of these tragedies, whether to keep Naruto from sorrow or make sure the power of the Uchiha remained a part of Konoha. As they neared the doorstep, Kakashi suddenly came to a halt. "Oh, that's right," he said, ruffling his hair. "You both are reporting to the Ninja Academy tomorrow, aren't you?" Immediately, Minma's expression turned bitter. He couldn't help but let his mouth droop in dismay. Naruto, on the other hand, was brimming with anticipation. He grabbed Kakashi's sleeve, peppering him with questions. "Big brother Kakashi, is school fun? Do we get to do real combat training?" "It's incredibly boring." Kakashi narrowed his lifeless eyes. Seeing Naruto's excitement wilt in an instant, he turned to Minma and added, "With your abilities, you honestly don't even need to go to a place like that." He truly couldn't understand it. Why would a kid like Minma, who already surpassed even him, still have to attend the Ninja Academy? Minma could only sigh in resignation. Mom insists, ego. She always says, a kid who doesn't go to school isn't a good kid. He mimicked Kushina's tone perfectly, even imitating the authoritative sway of her long, crimson hair. Kakashi couldn't help but smile, giving Minma's shoulder a gentle pat. "In your case, you could easily apply for early graduation if you wanted." He pointed to himself. "That's what I did back then, as well as Itachi Uchiha." "If only," Minma murmured. He gazed at the warm light shining from the window, as if he could already picture his mother's silhouette bustling in the kitchen. Kushina had always insisted he grow up like any other normal child, even though he had already mastered most of the jutsu in the sealing scroll. The breeze carried the inviting aroma of dinner from the kitchen, along with the faint melody of Kushina humming to herself. Minma and Naruto exchanged a knowing glance. Instinctively, they quickened their steps. "We're home." Naruto burst through the entryway like a gust of wind, racing straight to Kushina as she set the table. The scent of miso soup and grilled fish mingled warmly in the air. "Welcome home." Kushina gave Naruto's dusty cheek a playful squeeze, then turned to Kakashi and Minma, her voice gentle. "Dinner's ready. We're just waiting for Minato to come home so we can eat together." "Ah." Naruto flopped onto the sofa, his stomach growling in protest. "But Dad's always going to be late." "We wait for Dad. The whole family eats together." Kushina put her hands on her hips, her tone earnest as she gave Naruto a motherly lesson. Naruto glanced helplessly at Kakashi and his brother, hoping for some support. Ahem! Kakashi suddenly became engrossed in the cracks on the ceiling, feigning intense interest. Minma, meanwhile, eyed Kakashi's silver hair and, as if lost in thought, said, "Big brother Kakashi, your hair really is something else." The night deepened. At last, familiar footsteps echoed at the door. "I'm home." Minato's voice carried a trace of weariness, but was as gentle as ever. "Dad!" In an instant, Naruto perked up, bouncing over to the dining table and shouting eagerly, "I'm ready to eat." Without another word, he started digging in, taking big bites of his food. "Slow down." Minato smiled as he ruffled Naruto's blonde hair, his eyes brimming with affection. Kushina, while gently reminding Naruto of his table manners, served a bowl of rice to her husband. Minma sat quietly beside his father, watching the grains of rice clinging to Naruto's mouth, and couldn't help but giggle softly. Beneath the gentle glow of the lamp, Kakashi observed the warm, lively family scene in silence, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly beneath his mask. A quiet sense of longing flickered in his heart. After dinner, Kakashi stood up to take his leave. From the kitchen came the sound of running water and the clinking of dishes as Kushina tidied up. Naruto, still restless, wanted to go play with Minma. He had just taken his first step when his mother called out to him. "Naruto, go get everything ready for school tomorrow." Kushina's voice echoed from the kitchen. "Okay." Naruto dragged out his reply, clearly reluctant, but began trudging up the stairs anyway, his footsteps echoing loudly on the wooden steps. Minma slipped quietly into his father's study. Under the warm glow of the desk lamp, Minato was absorbed in reading over some documents, but looked up as soon as he heard movement. "Minma, do you need something?" Minato laid down the scroll he was holding. "Dad." Minma approached the desk, his blue eyes shining bright beneath the lamplight. "Has something happened with the Uchiha clan lately?" The smile on Minato's face froze for a moment, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of his paper. "There have indeed been some issues." His gaze drifted past Minma, out into the darkness beyond the window. "The rift between the Leaf and the Uchiha has existed since the village was founded. It's not something easily resolved. There's really no way to fix things?" Minma frowned, struggling to understand why, after all these years, the wound remained unhealed. "Minma, Minato placed his hand gently on his son's shoulder, the warmth in his touch softening his expression. Leave these matters to me. He gave Minma's still slightly slender shoulders a gentle squeeze. All you and Naruto need to do is grow up safe and happy. Okay. Minma nodded and quietly left the study, closing the door behind him. Once Minma was gone, the smile gradually faded from Minato's face. He stared at the documents spread across his desk. The mediation proposal Shikakanara had just drafted. Outside the window, a falling leaf brushed against the glass, as if echoing the tangle of thoughts churning within him. Aside from a handful of people like Roku and a few others, the higher-ups of the Hidden Leaf Village are, in truth, deeply wary of the Uchiha clan. Even the third Hokage, whenever the subject of the Uchiha came up, would always grow reserved, hesitating to speak openly. This unbroken suspicion, festering over the years, had become like an invisible wall, one that gradually pushed the Uchiha clan towards the periphery of the village. As he passed by Naruto's room, Minma caught sight of chaos inside. Clothes were strewn carelessly across the floor, shuriken from a pouch littered everywhere, while the blond boy frantically stuffed textbooks into his backpack. Minma let out a faint sigh and returned to his own room. With a soft click, the door lock turned. Minma reached into the system space and retrieved a stack of scrolls. His fingers flew through several discrete hand signs, and lines of ink-dark writing slowly began to surface on the once blank scroll under his touch. Shimura Danzo, advisor to the Hokage, adept in wind style, and the leader of the root division of the NBU. Once a member of the second Hokage's personal guard, a contemporary of Hiruzen Sarutobi, has long maintained a grip on the darker currents beneath the Leaf Village, and is suspected of having command of several forbidden jutsu. The fresh ink glimmered under the lamplight, mirroring the grave look on Minma's face. Obtaining this information had been no small feat. Not only had he disguised himself as his father to slip into restricted areas, but he had, at times, borrowed the authority of the third Hokage to access archives. Occasionally, he'd even had to use Kakashi's rare Make-Out Paradise novels as bargaining chips to secure certain intelligence. Mito Kato Hamura, senior village advisor, a master of space-time ninja tools and techniques, responsible for financial matters, and, like the third Hokage, a ninja of the same generation. He turned and saw Hinata, standing there timidly, half hidden behind her maid from the Hyuga clan, who stood respectfully a step behind. "You're going to school too?" Minma asked casually, his gaze catching on the tips of her ears turning pink. Hinata lowered her head, her fingers twisting together nervously. Just as she fumbled for a reply, the quiet was broken by the lively sound of approaching footsteps. Minma. Ino bounded over with the energy of a playful fawn, her golden ponytail bouncing in the sunlight. "We're in the same class." Without waiting for an answer, she enthusiastically grabbed Minma's wrist, urging him forward. "Come on, let's go. We'll be late." Hinata stood there, watching them disappear into the distance. Her small fists clenched a little without her noticing. "Big brother, wait for me." Naruto looked around in distress until his eyes lit up. Sakura was heading his way. He straightened up in a flash, waving his arms. "Sakura, over here." The girl with pink hair flashed a brilliant smile and quickened her pace, then walked right past Naruto, hurrying straight to Sasuke. "Good morning, Sasuke." The corners of Sasuke's mouth lifted ever so slightly as he deliberately strode past Naruto, leaving the blond boy stamping his feet in frustration. "Darn you, Sasuke." Naruto punched at the air in exasperation. "Time for class." Shikamaru drawled, lounging along, while Choji munched on chips at his side. "Oh no." Naruto's face fell as he imagined his mother furious at him. Like a whirlwind, he tore through the school gates, accidentally knocking aside two teachers deep in conversation. "Whose child is that?" "I think that's Lord Fourth's son." "Naruto." "Ha, young Master Naruto certainly has energy to spare." In the principal's office, the principal dabbed sweat from his forehead and solemnly handed a stack of student files to the young teacher in front of him. "Irika, this class. I'm counting on you." His voice trembled a little, fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of his teacup. "Please rest assured, I won't let you down." Irika replied, standing straighter as he accepted the dossier with both hands. By the time he looked up, the principal's seat was already empty, with only a steaming half-cup of tea left behind to show anyone had been there. He scratched his head in confusion. Where did the principal go? Down the hallway. Irika flipped through the files as he walked, beads of sweat gathering on his forehead. Shikamaru, Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka, all from distinguished clans. He shook his head with a rueful smile and kept going. Hinata, eldest daughter of the Hyuga main family. Sasuke, second son of the Uchiha clan. And then, his fingers stilled, On the file, a bright-eyed blonde boy grinned back at him. Naruto Uzumaki, son of Lord Fourth. As he reached the last file, Iruka nearly dropped the whole bundle in shock. Uzumaki Menma. That prodigy, who could defeat a hidden cloud jonin at the age of 3? Am I supposed to be teaching him, or is he here to teach me? Iruka braced himself against the wall, suddenly understanding why the principal had made a run for it. Standing in front of the classroom door, Iruka had to take 3 deep breaths before mustering the courage to push it open. The sight that greeted him left him utterly speechless. In the back row, Sasuke and Naruto were tangled together, wrestling across their desks. Sakura was nearby, energetically cheering Sasuke on. Choji's desk was buried under a mountain of snack wrappers. Shikamaru sprawled across his own desk, fast asleep and drooling in a peaceful slumber. Kiba's dog, Akamaru, chased after Shino's bugs up and down the aisle, creating chaos. Meanwhile, by the window, the Hyuga clan's heiress was stealing shy glances toward the last row, with a legendary child prodigy sat, looking bored out of his mind as he drew strange symbols in his textbook. Next to him, the Yamanaka heiress was chattering away nonstop, like a cheerful little bird fluttering by his ear. With a soft thud, Iruka's lesson plan slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. In that moment, he felt as if he could see the bleak future of his teaching career stretching out before him. Taking a deliberate breath, Iruka steeled himself and shouted, "Quiet!" Gradually, the classroom noise subsided, except for Shikamaru, who continued napping and drooling until Choji nudged him awake with an elbow dusted in potato chip crumbs. Menma straightened in his seat slightly, his gaze falling on Iruka's nervous face. In Menma's memory, this ordinary yet warm-hearted teacher had once been the very first light to shine into Naruto's darkness in another, predetermined fate. "My name is Iruka Umino. Starting today, I'll be your homeroom teacher." Iruka leaned both hands on the podium, his knuckles turning pale from his grip. He bowed deeply. "Please take care of me." "TCH, he looks pretty weak," Naruto muttered under his breath, his lips twisting. In his mind, a teacher should at least be as strong as Big Brother Kakashi. "Naruto!" Menma called his name quietly, so softly only those nearby heard. Instantly, Naruto shrank his neck, settling down like a kitten caught by the scruff. Iruka pretended not to notice the brief exchange. He glanced around the classroom, letting his gaze finally settle on Naruto. "Well then, would you please introduce yourself first?" "Me?" Naruto's blue eyes widened. Once he was sure the teacher meant him, he leapt onto the podium in a single nimble motion. Sunlight streamed through the window, catching the golden tips of his hair. He planted one hand on his waist, pointed proudly to himself with the other, and flashed a dazzling grin. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the future 6th Hokage." For a heartbeat, the classroom fell perfectly silent, then erupted into a raucous din. Shikamaru propped his chin on his hand with a look that screamed, "Such a drag." Sasuke rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, "Idiot Naruto." Menma quietly covered his face with his hand. "Why the 6th Hokage, though?" Iruka struggled to suppress his laughter as he asked the question. "Because the 5th Hokage is definitely my big brother," Naruto replied, full of confidence, as he pointed down at Menma in the crowd. His blonde hair gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. "He's a super genius." Menma's toes curled involuntarily inside his shoes. He wished he could just vanish in a thin air. With a quick cough, Iruka hurriedly called on the next student. "Woof!" Akamaru barked out before anyone else could speak. Standing tall and proud, Kiba Inuzuka strode boldly onto the platform. "My name is Kiba Inuzuka. I love Akamaru the most, and I can't stand cats." He shot Naruto a defiant look. "My goal is to become the 6th Hokage. I'm going to be the 6th Hokage. Just you wait." Naruto leapt out of his seat on the spot. A figure bundled in a windbreaker quietly got to his feet. Shino Aburame adjusted his goggles, his voice calm and steady. "Shino Aburame. My hobby is observing insects. My dream is to create a paradise for them." No one paid him any attention. All eyes were fixed on Menma. This is just too much. Shino felt utterly overlooked once again. He stepped off the platform in silence. "My name is Menma Uzumaki." Menma's voice was cool yet gentle. "I like Ichiraka ramen and manga. I can't stand people who don't cherish their companions." He paused for a brief second, then added, "My dream is to protect my family. As for immortality, or cultivating the way to eternal life." He sighed inwardly. It was all thanks to that unreliable system that trapped him. "All right, let's begin class." Iruka let out a small sigh of relief. Apparently, the legendary genius was far easier to get along with than he'd imagined. The lazy afternoon sun streamed through the classroom windows, spilling golden light over the desks. During the break, Minma's figure faded quietly from the room, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared on top of the Hokage rock, high above the village. He stretched out on the stone head of his father's sculpture, staring up at the sky as a flock of wild geese drifted by in AV formation. If Mom catches me skipping class. Minma shivered at the thought of Kushina's flaming red hair whenever she got angry. Before the class bell could ring again, he teleported back to his seat. Mainly, he just couldn't stand Ino pestering him with her endless chatter. He liked beautiful women, but bratty little girls? Not interested in the least. Across the room, Shikamaru poked listlessly at his eraser with a pencil. He glanced over at Naruto, who looked just as bored and half asleep. Suddenly, Shikamaru leaned closer and whispered, "Hey, wanna ditch class? It's suffocating in here. Skip class?" Naruto sat up straight, suddenly alert. Even his spiky blonde hair seemed to leap up. But a moment later, he slouched again, deflated. "If Mom finds out, I'm dead meat. Unless..." He stuck a glance at Minma, pretending to nap in the back row. "Get my big brother to come along." "Skip class? Count me in." Kiba suddenly popped up between them, and Akamaru barked twice from atop his head, eager to join the adventure. Three little heads huddled together, casting a conspiratorial shadow in the sunlight. Choji just stared at them blankly. "Hey, Naruto, if you could get Minma to skip class with us, would you come?" Shikamaru asked. Naruto's bright blue eyes lit up instantly, like a cat spotting a fish snack. "You got away." A sly grin tugged at the corner of Shikamaru's lips as he strolled lazily over to Minma's desk. He curled his fingers and gave the desktop 2 light taps. Minma languidly lifted his eyelids, a rebellious lock of golden hair springing up on his forehead. "Shikamaru, what do you want?" "We're thinking about ditching class to have some fun," Shikamaru murmured, dropping his voice. "Care to join us?" Minma glanced at the sunshine streaming through the window, then at the eager faces of Naruto, Choji, and Kiba, who had gathered round. He swatted aside their invitation with a disinterested wave. "You guys go ahead." With that, he was about to sprawl back across his desk. Naruto's little face fell at once, his golden lashes fluttering in disappointment. If Mom found out, at least with Big Brother tagging along, he could share some of the fallout. Unhurried, Shikamaru leaned down and whispered in Minma's ear, "I know where to get the latest volume of Make-Out Paradise." Minma shot up straight, a glint of excitement flashing through his eyes. "Seriously?" "Absolutely." Shikamaru nodded with quiet confidence. The next instant, Minma was already perched on the windowsill. He swung himself nimbly out, then beckoned to the group with a crooked finger. The rest exchanged quick glances, then scrambled eagerly after him, tumbling out the window. Choji made sure to cram a last handful of chips in his mouth, while Akamaru barked in Kiba's arms, unable to contain his excitement. The curtains by the window swayed softly. Only Ino's frustrated stomping echoed in the empty classroom. Minma ran off again. "Minma-kun." Hinata nervously rubbed her fingers together, worry clouding her gentle features. Just as the little troop tiptoed to the hallway's corner, a familiar figure blocked their escape. "Naruto!" Shikamaru. Iruka stood in the center of the corridor, arms akimbo and gaze stern, sweeping across the group before coming to rest on Minma. "Minma, not you too." Every child froze in place. Sweat beaded at Shikamaru's temple, and Naruto swallowed hard. All eyes landed squarely on Minma. "Leave it to me." Minma strode forward calmly, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Iruka instinctively took a half-step back, his shoulders pressing against the wall. Could he be about to? Rumors about this genius boy flitted through Iruka's mind, and cold sweat broke out on his palms. Shikamaru swallowed nervously, and Akamaru whimpered uneasily in Kiba's arms. Naruto, meanwhile, held his breath. If Big Brother actually hit the teacher, Mom would hand him his head for sure. Ninja a séduction technique. With a soft pop, a swirl of pink smoke spread through the air. When the smoke cleared, a stunning beauty with golden hair and sapphire eyes was standing before Iruka, flaunting her charm with every gesture. This. Iruka's face turned a deep shade of red, and in the next instant, twin streams of blood shot from his nose. Staggering back a few steps, he finally collapsed to the floor with a heavy thud. Shikamaru clutched his head in sheer agony, while Choji calmly stuffed another chip into his mouth. Kiba's jaw had dropped wide open, as though his entire understanding of the world had just been upended. That was incredible. Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration. He jumped up and down, waving his arms, shouting, "Big bro, you have to teach me that move. Let's get out of here first." Minma grabbed his brother by the collar, and, in a flash, a few figures disappeared down the end of the hallway, leaving behind an unconscious Iruka and a pile of scattered lesson plans. The group escaped from the school, with Shikamaru leading everyone to hide behind a fruit stand, craning his neck to keep an eye on the bookstore across the street. The fruit vendor was just about to lose his temper, but as soon as he recognized the group of kids, his expression turned to one of warm enthusiasm. He even slipped them a few oranges with a friendly grin. "Shikamaru, that shop owner always dodges me," Mima commented wryly as he peeled an orange. "Last time, he nearly chased me out with a broom." Shikamaru just smiled mysteriously and gave Kiba a meaningful look. Catching on instantly, Kiba patted Akamaru's head. "You're up, Akamaru." With a joyful bark, Akamaru bounded toward the bookstore entrance. The shop owner watched with puzzlement, but then, all of a sudden, Akamaru lifted his hind leg. "You little rascal." Furious, the owner grabbed a feather duster and took off after him. Akamaru darted into a nearby alleyway, and his white tail vanished around the corner. "Your turn." Shikamaru nudged Naruto and Choji forward. "Huh, what are we supposed to do?" Naruto blinked his blue eyes in confusion. Shikamaru sighed, pressing a hand to his forehead. "To start a fight, really make a scene. Should have said so sooner." With a sudden punch to Choji's stomach, Naruto got things started. The bag of chips tumbled from Choji's hands, scattering everywhere. "My chips!" Bellowing in outrage, Choji lunged at Naruto. The two quickly tumbled into a wrestling match, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Look, isn't that the fourth Hokage's second son getting into a brawl? Isn't that kid over there from the Akimichi clan?" Passers-by stopped to watch, soon forming a tight circle around the commotion. Taking advantage of the uproar, Shikamaru and Minma ducked low and slipped into the bookstore. Just to be safe, Minma formed a hand sign, and his body blurred. He now looked exactly like Sasuke. "Sasuke!" Shikamaru stumbled back in shock, nearly knocking over a bookshelf. "Shoo, it's me." Minma clapped a hand over Shikamaru's mouth and spoke in a hushed voice. Seeing Shikamaru's look of dawning realization, he added, "You should transform too." Shikamaru rolled his eyes, but quickly formed a hand sign, and a heartbeat later, he appeared as Niji Hyuga. Sharing a conspiratorial smile, the two crept quietly toward the forbidden section. Myanmar's gaze locked onto the gilded cover of Heaven of Intimacy, perched at the very top of the bookshelf. With a nimble leap, he caught the book securely in his arms. Before leaving, he discreetly placed a few bills from his wallet beneath the vase on the counter. Just as the two prepared to slip away, a shadow suddenly fell across the doorway. The bookstore owner stood there, wooden stick in hand, his glasses gleaming with a dangerous white glare. "You little punks, stealing books from my shop?" Shikamaru jolted in fright, his transformation jutsu dissolving in an instant. Out of the corner of his eye, Myanmar caught a familiar flash of red hair outside the building. Wasting no time, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, not out of disloyalty, but because nothing was scarier than his mother's fists. How strange. The shopkeeper rubbed his eyes. "I could have sworn I just saw that brat from the Uchiha clan." He turned for another look, but even the pineapple-haired kid had vanished without a trace. At that moment, a furious voice echoed through the street. "Naruto, are you cutting class again?" "Mom, I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong." Naruto's cries rang out, startling the sparrows from the eaves. The proprietor adjusted his glasses and, seeing the blond boy dangling from Kushina's grip, wisely decided to step back inside the shop. High atop the Hokage rock, Myanmar leaned against the sculpted bun of his father's statue, patting his chest in relief. He sighed with gratitude. "Thank goodness I run fast. If Mom had caught me skipping class, I'd be in for another good beating." Poor Naruto, though, thinking of his brother getting scolded below, Myanmar couldn't help but smirk. My foolish little brother. He was just about to leap down from the rocky ledge when suddenly, ding, a crisp, mechanical chime exploded in his mind. Detected, sect elder conspiracy. Mission, rescue the genius of the sect. Reward, heavenly level technique, mirror flower, water moon, negates all illusions. Myanmar froze in place. Sect elders. Could that be? But before he could finish the thought, a dark figure interrupted his musings. In the fading light, a teenager in a deep blue high-collared uniform slipped quietly into the trees below the cliff, the Uchiha clan's iconic fan crest standing out vividly on his back. Uchiha Shursui. Myanmar's eyes narrowed. There was no one in the village who didn't know the name of Shursui of the Body Flicker. But what caught his attention even more was the unmistakable direction Shursui was heading, straight for the secret entrance to the Foundation. Something's not right. Myanmar's gaze grew sharp and focused. Transformation Jutsu. With a soft command, a puff of white smoke cleared away, revealing an Umbu operative with a cat-faced mask standing at the spot. Myanmar carefully suppressed his chakra, allowing his clan's unique sensory ability to snake out invisibly and follow Shursui's trail. The entrance to the Foundation base was cold and damp, with torches along the walls casting flickering shadows that danced in the darkness. With every step Mima took, light as a feather, he could still hear his own quickening heartbeat thundering in his ears. He slipped past several alternating sentries, making his way to the headquarters of Root. So this is the headquarters of Root. He felt a chill run down his spine. Not even his father, he suspected, knew the full extent of this organization. His lips tightened into a thin, determined line beneath the mask. Even with the system's enhancements, he was still unsure of his true standing in this world. Until he truly became invincible, caution would be his surest means of survival. In the darkened main hall of Root, a grotesque statue with 3 heads and 6 arms cast twisted, ominous shadows. Keeping his back pressed against the cold stone wall, Mima could clearly sense the chilling chakra radiating from Danzo, a malice cold and sharp, slithering like a viper and making his skin crawl. Even if you stopped the Uchiha uprising, Danzo's voice, low and steady, echoed throughout the empty hall. But if Konoha never changes its attitude towards the Uchiha clan, what then will you do? Shursui straightened his posture, the 3 tomo of his Sharingan reflecting glimmers of light in the gloom. The 4th and 3rd Hokage have both promised me. Naive, Danzo suddenly bellowed, his exposed single eye blazing with a terrifying light. The villagers' view of the Uchiha clan will never change, and neither will mine. Never. He jerked his hand up, thrusting a finger accusingly at Shursui. And when the time comes, will you use Kotoemit's Tsukimi on me as well? Kotoemit's Tsukimi. Mima's breath caught in his throat. He didn't know the specifics, but anything Danzo feared so much must be a power capable of altering the entire situation. In that flash of tension, Danzo's withered fingers darted forward like a serpent striking, aiming straight for Shursui's right eye. Mima's muscles tensed instantly, but saw Shursui's Sharingan spin rapidly, freezing Danzo's body in place. Jinjutsu? Relief washed through Mima, only for another Danzo to materialize like a phantom from the shadows. Shursui, caught off guard, was struck and sent flying, tracing a desperate arc through the air. Danzo lunged forward with a savage grin, his fingertips inches from the priceless eye. Such power should only ever belong to me. With a sharp whistle, a kunai sliced through the air, blocking Danzo's next move with uncanny precision. The cold gleam of the weapon lit Danzo's face, caught between shock and fury. He was forced to retreat, his predatory gaze locking onto the newcomer, a masked umbu with a cat's face. Who are you? Danzo's voice trembled with anger. Mima could sense he was being sized up. Was he one of the fourths? Or perhaps an umbu sent by the 3rd Hokage? Without a word, Mima shifted into a defensive stance. Behind him, he could hear Shursui's ragged breathing, and his own heartbeat pounding like a drum. The hall was plunged into deathly silence, broken only by the crackle of burning torches, a harsh reminder that time was still slipping by. Dozens of Root ninjas emerged from the shadows like specters. They wore identical masks, and the kunai in their hands gleamed coldly in the firelight as they closed in on the 2 men. Uchiha Shursui dropped to one knee, pressing his right hand tightly against his agonizing chest. Black-haired, his brow was soaked with cold sweat as he gazed at the ANBU operative standing protectively in front of him. Tumultuous emotions churned within his heart. The Hokage actually sent people to protect me, in secret. We need to retreat. The hoarse voice of the ANBU jolted Shursui back to his senses. Fighting through the pain, he swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. A scorching ball of fire roared forth, only to be intercepted midway by 3 crashing water dragons. A hiss filled the air as billowing white steam instantly enveloped the whole hall. Shursui felt someone yank his arm, and the pair dashed out of the Root base, hidden beneath the cover of the mist. As they sped through the darkness, Minma's fingertips brushed unnoticed against a stone pillar, leaving behind a barely perceptible flying thunder god marking. Behind them, Danzo's chilling voice rang out. Pursue. Deep within the dense forest, moonlight was splintered into shards by the thick canopy overhead. Shursui's breathing grew heavier. When they burst free from the trees, a sheer cliff loomed suddenly before them. Suddenly, the sound of swift footsteps, 12 Root ninjas fanned out, weapons gleaming under the moon to form a net of silver blades. Beneath his mask, Minma's brows knitted slightly. At least Danzo isn't with them. If we accidentally took out Danzo, never mind how furious the higher-ups would be. Even my father would be hard to handle. Without any sign of emotion, he glanced briefly at the rushing river down below the cliffs. Still panting, Shursui straightened up, the triple tomo of his Sharingan spinning slowly in his eyes. You are. Minma raised a hand, cutting off the question, and lowered his voice. Get ready to break through. His gaze swept over the enemy as they drew ever closer. Slowly, he straightened to his full height. Lightning style, false darkness. Minma's hands moved in a blur, so fast that afterimages seemed to appear. A blinding bolt of lightning shot from his mouth. A blue-white spear of energy, like a divine judgment, piercing right through the chests of 3 root ninjas. They fell blackened to the ground, dead before they could even cry out. Uchiha Shirsue's pupils shrank. This mastery of lightning style. He thought of the prodigy Kakashi with his silver hair, but the lightning unleashed by this stranger seemed even more formidable. No time to ponder. Shirsue's form suddenly fragmented into a dozen afterimages, each one striking precisely at a different root ninja. His blade spun a web of death, but the dull thud of its flat revealed that he was still holding back. So the rumors of Shirsue the teleporter are true. Minma shook his head slightly. Still too many hesitations? He moved like a shadow, ghosting beside one of the fallen root ninja. The barely audible whisper of the kunai, slashing across a throat, melted into the shadows. Yet bright blood had already seeped quietly through the black uniform. He lifted his eyes to look at Shirsue, only to find the other's gaze locked on him in stunned disbelief. Senpai, why did you kill them? Shirsue's voice trembled faintly. Minma didn't answer. Instead, his eyes suddenly fixed on a root ninja retreating in the distance. With a light flick of his forefinger, a bolt of lightning shot out like an arrow loose from a bow. In a flash, the thunder arrow pierced cleanly through the ninja's back. The body pitched forward, falling to the ground, still frozen in a running posture. Senpai. Shirsue's fingers twitched involuntarily. He saw blood spatter onto the ANBU mask, trickling down the cold surface in slow rivulets. Is this the Hokage's will? A flicker of complicated emotion crossed Shirsue's Sharingan eyes. Suddenly, he realized the 4th Hokage might have long grown intolerant of Danzo's growing influence. He had underestimated Danzo's ruthlessness and strength, and no longer harbored any illusions. If the 4th Hokage was truly determined to eradicate Root, then the Uchiha clan must stand with the Hokage. Minma had no idea what was racing through Shirsue's mind. He left behind just a single sentence before vanishing. Please go back and tell clan leader Fugaku to keep our clan members in check. Shirsue stared, dazed, at the empty space where Minma had stood, his pupils unfocused. Is this a warning from the 4th Hokage? Unconsciously, his hand clenched his sleeve. It's true. Some of our clan members have gone too far. But it seems even clan leader Fugaku cannot restrain them. Shirsue. The hurried sound of Itachi Uchiha's voice shattered the silence. When Itachi saw the carnage, bodies of root ninja strewn all around, he froze mid-step. His usually calm eyes widened in shock. He could hardly believe Shirsue was responsible for this. It wasn't me. Shirsue grew uncomfortable under Itachi's gaze, since the truth was he hadn't killed them. Then who did? Itachi knew Shirsue's nature. There was no way he would do such a thing, but doubt churned within his heart. "Ambu did it." Shirsue hesitated before replying. "Umbu." Itachi was taken aback. He worked in the ANBU, yet knew nothing about this incident. Perhaps, it's hard to say if it was by the 4th or the 3rd Hokage's order. Most likely the 4th. Shirsue speculated. Let's talk when we get home. Itachi supported Shirsue, and the two headed toward the clan's quarters. Minma used the flying thunder god jutsu to teleport close to his home. He wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a quiet breath. Glad I wasn't discovered. If even the famed Shirsue of the body flicker was fooled by his transformation jutsu, perhaps he could afford to act even more boldly in the future. Ding. Task complete. Reward. Celestial level technique, mirror of water and moon. Immune to all illusions. A sudden clarity swept through Minma's mind, as if he could see through every falsehood in the world. He knew well just how formidable the Uchiha clan's illusions were, and that there were others skilled in these arts too. He'd always worried whether he could withstand such powers. But now, from this moment on, every illusion in the world will be nothing but an empty shadow to my eyes. Yet a more pressing question now loomed before him. Did Mom find out that he'd skipped class? Naruto probably wouldn't rat me out, right? His heart thudded with anxiety, and his footsteps unconsciously slowed. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Minma leapt nimbly onto his own rooftop, hanging upside down outside Naruto's window like a bat. Peering through the glass, he saw Naruto furiously wrestling with his homework, gnawing his pencil almost to bits. Big bro. Spotting him, Naruto bounced up in delight, but quickly dropped his voice to a whispering accusation. You just ditched me and ran. I got smacked by Mom because of you. Ahem, ahem. Minma gave an awkward grin and couldn't wait to lower his voice. Mom hasn't found out I skipped, has she? Of course not, Naruto huffed, scowling a little. Do I look like the type to snitch on my own brother? Saying this, he shot Minma a look full of meaning, making Minma's ears burn. With a flick, Minma slipped into the room, threw an arm around Naruto's shoulders, and shoved 2 Ichiraka ramen coupons into his hand. I really did have an urgent errand just now. Didn't mean to abandon you. Seeing the instant shine in his brother's blue eyes, he hastily added, but don't even think about making me write your homework. Before the words had finished, he was already darting back out the window. Standing at the front door, Minma took a deep breath and deliberately announced in a loud voice, I'm home. Minma's back? Kushina poked her head out of the kitchen, flour dusting her apron, her red hair a warm, fiery halo. Take a little break. We'll have dinner when your father's back. Okay. Noticing his mother's relaxed expression, Minma finally let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude for Naruto. My dearest little brother. Before long, the delicious scents wafting from the kitchen lured Naruto downstairs. He burst into the living room like a whirlwind and flopped onto the table with a groan. I'm starving. When's dinner? I'm dying here. Wait for your father a bit longer, Kushina called back without turning. Oh, come on. It's pitch dark and Dad's still not home. Naruto clutched his stomach theatrically and flopped his tongue out, pretending to pass out. Drop the act, Kushina said sternly, spinning around with her hands on her hips and nearly splattering Naruto with oil drops from her spatula. You had a bowl of tonkatsu ramen only half an hour ago. Naruto stuck out his tongue, and while Kushina's back was turned, he sneakily squeezed in beside Minma. Leaning in, he whispered with conspiratorial excitement, Bro, where do you really go this afternoon? Ahem. Minma shot a nervous glance toward the kitchen, making sure Kushina was still humming as she cooked, before leaning in and whispering, I just went to the riverside for a bit of fishing. You have to take me next time, or else. Before Naruto could make his threat, Minma quickly clapped a hand over his mouth. I get it. Minma's eyes went wide as he mouthed a silent warning. As night deepened, Minato finally pushed open the door to their home. Though the tiredness showed in his brow, that gentle, trademark smile lingered on his face, the kind that seemed to chase away any shadow. Why are you so late today? Kushina set down her ladle and asked. There was a last-minute situation. Minato replied lightly, settling at the table. Minma kept his head down, quietly munching his rice. He sensed something different in his father's silence, and pondered to himself. Looks like Dad already knows. I wonder what he'll do about it. Minato chewed his food mechanically, but his thoughts drifted back to that urgent report. The news from Umbu and Uchiha Itachi hit like thunder. Danzo had actually made a move against Shursui. Even more shocking, not only had Umbu rescued Shursui, they had killed over 10 rude operatives in the process. It all happened so quickly, even he, the Hokage, was caught off guard. Could they have been sent by the third? Minato stole a discreet glance at the moon outside the window. Does that mean he's turning against Root too? Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen's study was thick with smoke. He slowly exhaled a ring of smoke, deep lines etched in his furrowed brow. Is Minato really preparing to move against Root? The embers in his pipe glowed, throwing shadows across his conflicted face. Danzo's methods were extreme, but many of those shady deeds had indeed shielded Konoha from disaster. But to go after Shursui, Danzo, you've gone too far this time. Suddenly, the third Hokage erupted in a fit of coughing, his pipe clattering heavily against the desk as his thoughts grew even more tangled. Should power like Kodowa Mitsukami really exist in this world? Yet none suffered more than Danzo himself. Fury smoldered in his single eye, fingers clenched so tightly on his cane that deep grooves pressed into the wood. Hiruzen, or Minato? His raspy voice echoed through the empty basement. Do you really dare let such a dojutsu as Kodowa Mitsukami remain in Uchiha hands? And as the storm brewed, Uzumaki Minma, the cause of it all, was fast asleep, clutching his blanket, blissfully unaware. He had no idea that under this peaceful night, hidden currents in Konoha were swirling ever more violently. The sun was bright over the playground of the Ninja Academy. Irika clapped his hands together, his voice ringing out. Next up, the clone technique demonstration. His gaze swept over the eager faces of the students, finally coming to rest on the blonde-haired boy. Minma, you'll go first. Myanmar strode calmly to the center of the training field, his fingers weaving signs with swift precision, his movements as fluid as drifting clouds and flowing water. Shadow, clone jutsu. With a clear, commanding call, a cloud of white smoke dissipated, revealing 2 identical figures standing shoulder to shoulder. Absolutely flawless. Admiration flashed in Irika's eyes as he was the first to applaud. The surrounding students erupted in excited exclamations, and even the birds perched on the treetops seemed startled by the superb ninjutsu, fluttering away in a flurry. The girls chattered excitedly among themselves, while Ino waved her arms in delight. Myanmar-kun is amazing. Hinata, half hidden amid the crowd, blushed deeply, her fingers nervously twisting together. All she could do was whisper that name in her heart. Naruto pursed his lips. He knew better than anyone that his big brother could summon far more clones than that. My turn. Unable to contain himself, Naruto dashed forward, forming hand signs before Irika could even announce his name. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Suddenly, a chorus of explosive pops echoed through the field like a volley of firecrackers, and in the blink of an eye, the entire playground was crawling with golden-haired Narutos. Hundreds of Narutos jostled and crowded. Some clambered up the treetops, others piled into wobbly human towers. The scene plunged instantly into joyful chaos. Irika's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, and the attendance book slipped from his hand with a loud thud. Naruto! Irika's bellow rang through the grounds as he snapped out of his stupor. Naruto, startled, and in an instant, all his clones vanished in a soft puff. He scratched the back of his head, flashing his signature, radiant grin. So Irika-sensei, how did I do? Perfect. Irika ground out each word, a vein twitching at his temple. This student always managed to finish his assignments in the most spectacular fashion, while sending Irika's blood pressure soaring. Next up, Nara Shikamaru. What a pain. Shikamaru shuffled reluctantly to the front, his face betraying his lack of enthusiasm as he began to form the necessary signs. Meanwhile, in the middle of the crowd, Sasuke's fists were clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, nails digging into his palms. He stared at Naruto with burning intensity, the flames of frustration crackling in his dark eyes. Unbelievable. The difference is this great. The realization sent a painful stab through his pride, sharp as a kunai. I need my brother to train with me even more. Sasuke swore silently, only to recall how recently Itachi always left in a rush. That soft "forgive me, Sasuke," and a gentle tap on his forehead left his heart twisted with longing. Uchiha Sasuke. Irika's call snapped him back to the present. Here. Sasuke jerked his head up, stubborn determination instantly chasing away any shadow in his gaze. Myanmar watched Sasuke's departing figure, a thoughtful glimmer in his eyes. I need to find a way to slip into the Uchiha district and investigate. Moments before the school bell rang, Myanmar quietly tugged at Naruto's sleeve. Big brother? Naruto turned around, his ocean blue eyes bubbling with curiosity. Myanmar lowered his voice. In a moment, do what you can to keep Sasuke from heading home so early. You can even invite him over to our place if you want. What? Naruto blinked, utterly confused. There are some things I need to check. Minma's hand squeezed Naruto's shoulder, his voice a conspiratorial whisper. This is a secret mission for ninja. Instantly, Naruto straightened his back, excitement flaring in his eyes. Understood. I promise I'll get it done. He nodded energetically, his heart pounding with anticipation. The moment the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Minma was just about to leave when a tiny, almost inaudible voice called from behind him. Menmakon. He turned to see Hinata with her head bowed, nervously twiddling her index fingers together, her pale face tinged with a faint blush. What's wrong? Minma paused in his step and looked at her, curiosity in his eyes. Hinata's lips trembled, but just as she tried to speak, her words dissolved into anxious confusion. Right then, Ino came barreling down the hallway like a golden whirlwind, grabbing Minma firmly by the wrist. Minma, they're the most beautiful new flowers blooming in my garden. You have to come see them. Without waiting for a reply, she tugged Minma away, her golden ponytail bouncing along in her wake. Hinata stood frozen in place, her white eyes trembling as she watched them go, an unfamiliar ache blooming in her chest. She took him away again. The thought startled her so much that her hands shot up to cover her suddenly burning cheeks. Turning around the corner, Minma spotted Naruto dragging a very reluctant Sasuke toward the school gate. Seizing the opportunity, Minma deftly slipped his hand free from Ino's grasp. Next time for sure. Before the words were even out of his mouth, his figure flickered and vanished from the end of the hallway. Minma. Ino stomped her foot in frustration, her little shoes tapping sharply against the floor. It's always next time with you. She puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, golden hair drifting softly in the glow of the setting sun. As dusk fell, Minma darted into a quiet, secluded alley. Quickly forming a string of hand signs, he was soon enveloped in a swirl of white smoke. When it cleared, he had taken on Sasuke's appearance. Black hair, dark eyes, and even that signature hint of arrogance between his brows were flawlessly mimicked. Approaching the Uchiha compound, Minma deliberately slowed his steps. The setting sun painted the stone-paved road a warm orange, and clan members passing by greeted him with friendly nods. "Little Sasuke, back home so early today?" A kindly woman with a basket of vegetables called out with a smile. "Ahem," Minma responded curtly, inwardly surprised by the peaceful atmosphere, which was nothing like the somber image of the Uchiha clan he'd heard from the villagers. It seems most of the Uchiha are just ordinary people. He had visited Sasuke's house before, tagging along with his parents. Now, relying on his memory, he made his way towards Sasuke's home. Suddenly, a gentle figure appeared around the corner. "Sasuke." Mikoto Uchiha's words abruptly stopped. She keenly sensed that her son was unusually distant today. The pair of black eyes that always sparkled with unrestrained joy now held a sliver of wariness. "I'm going to find my brother." With that, Minma hurried out, leaving Mikoto behind, who murmured in confusion, "This child." Hiding behind the corner of a wall, Minma let out a long breath. His palm was already slick with cold sweat. His transformation jutsu could flawlessly mimic chakra patterns, but family members, after years of close company, would always notice the tiniest differences, like how Sasuke, every time he saw his mother, would throw himself in her arms like a playful kitten. "Hey, Sasuke." A sudden greeting made Minma freeze in his tracks. Three Uchiha ninja, their clan crests gleaming, were approaching him. The young man at the front looked him up and down, frowning. "Why are you just standing around here?" "I'm looking for my brother." Minma answered quickly, thinking fast. The young man's eyes flickered for a brief instant, the smile at his lips stiffening. "Itachi, huh?" That subtle change didn't escape Minma's notice. "Haruki, the clan meeting is about to start." A companion's voice urged from a distance. "Coming." The young man, called Haruki, shot Minma one last glance before turning to leave. Minma held his breath, shrinking his chakra presence to its thinnest thread. He moved like a shadow, drifting silently after them, his senses hooking into the gathering dusk like a web spun across the night. Hidden in the courtyard shadows, Minma watched the brightly lit house ahead. Guards crisscrossed the space, both in plain sight and lurking in the darkness, Sharingan eyes glinting faintly in the gloom. He hesitated, weighing whether to risk it, when suddenly the sharp sound of hurried footsteps broke the night. A ninja from the Uchiha, clutching his stomach and sweating with pain, stumbled his way toward the house. Minma's eyes flashed with purpose. He drifted behind the man with almost ghost-like silence. "Sasuke." The ninja turned around, pupils constricting with shock. Minma's hand traced a swift, nearly invisible sign. Within an instant, his Genjutsu had slipped into the man's mind. The ninja's eyes glazed over, his body going limp, toppling gently forward. Minma caught him by the shoulders, dragging the unconscious man quietly into a thicket. Moments later, Uchiha Tetsuya emerged from the shadows, hunched over, right hand pressed hard to his stomach, face twisted in pain. "Tetsuya, you're late." A guard's eyes narrowed, his Sharingan flickering over Minma's face. "Sorry, ate something bad," Minma mumbled, trembling with studied weakness, mimicking the man's voice as best he could. The guard waved him away, impatience obvious. "Go on, get inside. The meeting started half an hour ago." As Minma pushed open the heavy wooden doors, the air inside crackled with tension. Candlelight flickered throughout the room. Around the table sat over 20 of the Uchiha's most formidable members. Minma kept his head down and slipped quickly into a corner, quietly taking in the situation. Silence. Fugaku's deep, resounding voice rolled through the room. Every pair of eyes settled on Uchiha Fugaku, seated at the place of honor. He slowly lifted his gaze. The relocation has already been canceled thanks to the 4th Hokage's efforts. There's no need to bring it up again. If it truly came to war with the village, it would spell disaster for both our clan and Konoha. But clan head, a short-haired Uchiha, abruptly stood up. "The villagers look at us as if we're monsters. The upper council leaves you out of meetings. If we keep enduring this." "That's right." Another man slammed his hand on the table, his Sharingan igniting without conscious thought. Those looks of loathing from civilians. I'll never forget them as long as I live. Fury seemed to ripple like wildfire across the room. Minma watched as several Uchiha ninja activated their Sharingan at once, the crimson glow of their eyes piercing through the dim chamber. The 4th concessions only prove they fear Uchiha's might. A scar-faced shinobi roared. "Konoha was founded with our ancestor Madara Uchiha. Why should we be cast out? We must seize back our place at the center of power." "He's right. We can't endure this any longer." Agreeing voices rose and fell, and Minma felt his heart sink with each word. He quietly swept his gaze over their impassioned faces, memorizing each and every one. So naive, he laughed coldly to himself. These people didn't understand at all. Once war began, what awaited the Uchiha was utter annihilation. No matter who triumphed, be it the Uchiha or Konoha, the other 4 great shinobi villages would seize this opportunity. Another great war would be inevitable. The 4th Shinobi World War set ablaze. A chill raced down Minma's spine at the thought. He could almost see rivers of blood, his parents and little brother clad in armor, marching to battle. Minma's pupils contracted sharply. No, I absolutely won't let that happen. He turned his gaze to Fugaku, seated at the head. The man's brow was deeply furrowed, knuckles gone white from gripping the chair, his mind clearly torn by inner conflict. Uncle Fugaku, I hope we never become enemies. Whether for his father's position as Hokage or for the sake of his friendship with Sasuke's family, Minma sincerely wished for peace between both sides. But now, that hope seemed all but impossible. Suddenly, an icy mechanical voice echoed in Minma's mind. Ding! Rebellion detected in the Chiyu Demon Eye clan. Mission 1. Suppress the rebellion. Description: in the name of your sect, lead elite disciples to annihilate the Chiyu Demon Eye clan. Take no prisoners. Reward: Demon Eye of Chiyu, upgradable. Consequence: sect strength severely damaged. May trigger an all-out cultivation world war. Mission 2. Lead the uprising. Description: betray your sect. Lead the Chiyu Demon Eye clan in open revolt. Reward: Eye of Oblivion, advanced form of Demon Eye of Chiyu. Consequence: you will come to arms against your parents. Mission 3. Subvert in secret. Mission: persuade the prodigy of the Scarlet Nether Demonic Eye clan to your side, pacify the rebellion with their help, and minimize losses. Reward: Heavenly Fiend Reincarnation Eye, an advanced form of the Extinguishing Demon Eye. Consequence: the prodigy will be branded a traitor, their fate worse than death. Are you out of your mind? Minma nearly bit his own tongue. Has this system lost it? He didn't know the precise power of these ocular techniques, but just from the descriptions, he could tell they had everything to do with the Sharingan. What a load of crap. Not a single one of these options is worth it. To him, every mission sounded utterly miserable. At that moment, an Uchiha's battle cry ripped through his thoughts. With Shursui and Itachi here, we can't fail. Only then did Minma realize the two were nowhere to be seen in the hall. Where did Shursui and Itachi go? Someone voiced their doubts, and all eyes turned to Fugaku. They are on a mission. Fugaku's voice sounded parched, and unprecedented exhaustion lined his face. He already knew that Danzo had made his move against Shursui. If the clan discovered this, rage would consume the Uchiha grounds in an instant. Minato. He silently called out the 4th Hokage's name in his heart, as if some guidance might come. But all that answered him were the overlapping shouts from within the conference room. The clan, blinded by hatred, clamoring for all-out war with the village. Fugaku slowly closed his eyes. He'd already lost hope in Danzo and the other higher-ups. What pained him more was that now, even Minato couldn't be trusted completely. As clan head, he understood better than anyone how perilous the Uchiha's position was. And as a father, he knew too well what fate awaited Itachi and Sasuke should war erupt. In the Hokage's office, Minato gazed at the 2 Uchiha prodigies half kneeling before him, equally lost. What brings you here? His voice, as ever, was gentle. Uchiha Itachi slowly raised his head, dark eyes surging with complex emotions. Lord Fourth, please forgive us. His voice was lower than usual. I withheld much about my clan from you. As a double agent, living between village and family, Itachi had long since mastered the art of balancing on lies. But the moment Danzo targeted Shursui, Itachi knew his carefully spun illusion of peace was about to shatter. Minato's bright blue eyes narrowed. The temperature in the room seemed to dip noticeably. Tell me everything, the true state of the Uchiha clan. For the next half hour, Shursui and Itachi took turns laying bare the entire scheme brewing within their clan. Listening, Minato felt cold sweat trickle down his back. He'd known about the tension between the Uchiha and the village, but had never imagined things had deteriorated this far. Do the 3rd Hokage and Danzo know about any of this? Minato's voice held a strained tension. The 2 young Uchiha exchanged a glance. This was a question even they couldn't answer with certainty. Root's tendrils had long since reached into every corner of Konoha. Who could say what lurked within those shadows? Let's head back first. Minato stood up, his Hokage robe shimmering with gold and crimson under the setting sun. Delay the clan's actions as much as possible. As the 2 turned to leave, Minato suddenly bowed deeply. I swear by the Hokage's name, I'll do everything in my power to protect the Uchiha clan. Please believe me. Shursui and Itachi froze in place. In the gathering dusk, The young Hokage's upright figure seemed to give off a gentle warmth. The oppressive clouds that had weighed on their hearts for so long were, at that moment, split by a sliver of light. Minma walked the narrow paths of the Uchiha compound, weighed down by worries. He had just transformed back into Sasuke's appearance, ready to sneak away, when he rounded a corner and bumped into the returning Shursui and Itachi. Sasuke? Shursui raised his eyebrows slightly, his smile gentle. Where are you off to at this hour? I'm gonna play with Naruto. Caught off guard, Minma instinctively stepped back, preparing to make a run for it. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed through the air. Itachi's kunai was already pressed against his throat, the three tomo in his black eyes slowly rotating. You're not Sasuke. His voice was cold as ice. What? In an instant, Shursui drew his short sword, his Sharingan glinting blood-red in the darkness. Minma let out a resigned sigh and released his transformation jutsu, returning to his true form. Itachi, how did you know it was me? Minma? Both of them exclaimed in unison, lowering their weapons at once. A hint of helplessness flickered in Itachi's eyes. Whenever Sasuke sees me, his first reaction is to rush up and beg for training. His voice softened unconsciously whenever he mentioned his little brother. Shursui stared at Minma in astonishment. A transformation jutsu, even a Sharingan, can't penetrate. Then he lowered his voice abruptly. That day, the Umbu who saved me. Was that you? Umbu? What Umbu? Minma blinked innocently, his gaze drifting away. He wasn't sure of their intentions, so he pretended not to understand. Shursui and Itachi shared another glance. Finally, Shursui stepped forward, his voice barely above a whisper. Minma, we just seen the fourth Hokage. Both Itachi and I truly hope for peace between our clan and the village. The night wind swept by, and the moonlight cast their shadows upon the ground. Minma's eyes darted between Shursui and Itachi, and after a long, steady breath, he spoke. Shursui, Itachi, how do you really feel about the village and the clan? Shursui stared at the boy who so resembled the fourth Hokage, falling silent for a long time before replying. We've always been searching for a balance. We want the clan and village to live in harmony. Minma listened carefully, slowly coming to understand where their hearts lay. Shursui was once an idealist, until Danzo's attack shattered those dreams. Though Itachi, too, cherished peace, his resolve seemed even more absolute. As the Hokage's son, Minma's position naturally aligned with his father's. He felt a sense of respect for the choices these two had made. If it were him, he would have chosen his clan without the slightest hesitation. I have a thought, though it may be a bit naive. Suddenly, Minma turned and walked deeper into the woods. Shursui and Itachi exchanged a glance and followed seamlessly. They understood. Minma was one of their kind, a genius among geniuses. They often saw things from a perspective few others did. Once he had ensured their surroundings were safe, Minma activated a sensory barrier and began, I know the rift between the village and the Uchiha is now impossible to reconcile. Beyond old grudges, the root of it all is the police force. Years of enforcing the law have inevitably bred resentment among the villagers. He paused for a moment before continuing. From the documents and archives I've studied, Second Hokage's policies toward the clans, especially the Uchiha, were oppressive. With the third and Danzo carrying them on, these prejudices have become deeply entrenched. Only the gentle rustle of leaves filled the silence between the trees. Looking at the solemn faces of the other two, Minma knew they understood. Shursui. Minma's voice dropped low and serious. Shursui turned toward him. Kodoame Tsukumi. What exactly is it? Shursui's fingers gave an involuntary tremble. After a brief silence, he answered softly, It's the power of my Mangekyo Sharingan. It allows me to alter someone's will without them ever realizing it. Minma's pupils narrowed sharply. The answer was even more terrifying than he'd imagined. Controlling another's mind in absolute secrecy, such a power was. Suddenly, he understood Danzo's madness. Anyone, upon learning such a technique existed beyond their own control, would find it impossible to sleep in peace. Even he wouldn't tolerate that kind of power resting in anyone else's hands. Not that it mattered. At least he was immune to Jinjutsu. Otherwise, Minma narrowed his eyes. A power like that. His tone was calm. Unless you become Hokage yourself, no leader would ever allow it to exist. Do you understand? The more people who know, the more danger you're in. Shursui's face went instantly pale. Cold sweat trickled down his temple. He realized how naive he had been. Telling others about Kodoame Tsukumi so casually was utter folly. Then, what should I do now? Unease edged Shursui's voice. I even thought of using it to sway the clan leader. It won't work. Minma shook his head. Even if you changed Fugaku-uncle's mind, you couldn't sway the radicals. At this point, they're beyond listening to anyone. The three of them fell into silence. In the eyes of Shui and Itachi, the light of hope was fading bit by bit. The peace they had fought so hard to protect now felt as ephemeral as sand slipping through their fingers. No matter how tightly they tried to hold on, it inevitably slipped away. There are three options now. Minma raised 3 fingers, his voice low and clear. Uchiha Shui and Uchiha Itachi both held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the boy before them, so reminiscent of the 4th Hokage. First, you can help the Uchiha clan launch a rebellion. Minma's tone suddenly sharpened, but that would mean becoming enemies of the village, enemies of my father, and enemies of me. A cold gleam flashed in his blue eyes. His chakra erupted, fierce and overwhelming, like a volcano bursting forth. Violent energy whipped stones from the ground, and the surrounding trees rattled and swayed beneath the turbulent winds. Shui had to raise an arm to shield himself from the onslaught, the patterns of his Sharingan reflecting the deep, swirling black Rasengan now floating in Minma's palm. The sheer destructive force contained within it made every hair on his body stand on end. Such chakra. Shui's throat tightened. Even Susanoo might not be able to withstand that. Second, suddenly, Minma calmed his aura, a gentle smile curving at his lips, though the words he spoke sent a shiver through both men. For the sake of peace within the village, you can make a secret pact with the higher-ups. Dispose of the Uchiha clan quietly, leave as rogue ninja, and thereby protect the honor of your clan. Shui's face turned deathly pale in an instant. This choice felt like a dull blade, slow and cruel as it cut into his heart. To safeguard the village from war, but also to be the one. This. Shui's voice trembled. Isn't there any other way? Minma didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to look at Itachi, who had remained silent all along. In the dusky dim light, he noticed a subtle change in Itachi's gaze. Rather than doubt or anguish, there was an almost cold and ruthless resolve, so different from Shui. Third, Minma began to raise a 3rd finger, but before he could finish, Itachi interrupted him. There's no need to go on. Itachi's tone was chillingly calm. I'll take the second option. Itachi. Shui jerked his head around, shock filling the crimson glow of his Sharingan. Itachi met Minma's gaze directly. But you must promise me 3 things. First, ensure Sasuke's safety. Second, Uchiha's honor must remain intact. Third, his voice finally quivered just a little. Let me do it alone. The night wind fell suddenly still, leaving only their heavy breathing in the woods. Minma gazed deeply at this young man barely older than himself, and for the first time truly understood what it meant to be ruthless. Let me finish, Minma said quietly. The third option? Shui Uchiha's voice trembled. He was genuinely frightened now. He hadn't expected Itachi to be even more extreme than he'd imagined, and he desperately hoped for a different answer. A dangerous smile curled at Minma's lips. Eliminate the root organization. What? Shui and Itachi gasped in unison, their Sharingan eyes, triple tomo ablaze, flaring open in shock. Isn't this basically going against the entire Hidden Leaf? Shui's throat felt painfully dry. Minma gave a slight shake of the head, his golden hair glinting coldly in the moonlight. Root doesn't represent the leaf. Though his words were softly spoken, they held an unquestionable authority. But would the 3rd Hokage ever agree to something like this? Shui's Sharingan bore into Minma, desperately trying to discern if this was truly the boy's own idea, or a command from the 4th Hokage. Grandpa Hiruzen. Suddenly, Minma's face softened into an innocent smile. He's the most gentle and compassionate man there is, the one who best embodies the will of fire. For some reason, that smile sent an involuntary chill creeping down Itachi's neck. Aside from eliminating Root, I'll need a list of Uchiha clan radicals as well. Minma turned to go, but suddenly glanced back. By the way, I've noticed that most of the Uchiha are just ordinary folk, pretty decent, really. That sentence felt like a dull blade, slow and deliberate, pressing right into their hearts. A flash of golden light, and the boy's figure vanished. Flying Thunder God technique? Shui's pupil shrank. He's just a kid. Itachi stood in silence, and for the first time, he felt the title of genius attached to his name was nothing but a joke. Shui, what are we? Itachi's voice was oddly calm. Shui gave a weary, bitter smile, the image of that pitch-black Rasengan lingering in his mind. We really have no choice, Itachi. His voice was heavy with exhaustion. With that kind of power, and the 4th, the ninetails Jinchuriki, and the 3rd Hokage, the clan's rebellion is doomed to fail. The night wind swept in, rustling a few dead leaves along the forest floor. For the first time, the two young Uchiha stood amid the trees, realizing with painful clarity, peace, the thing they struggled so hard to protect, required a price higher than they'd ever imagined. But for them, this was already the best possible outcome. I'm home. Minma pushed open the front door, and warm golden light instantly enveloped him. The aroma of miso soup drifted from the kitchen. Naruto was curled up on the sofa reading, and the whole living room radiated a cozy warmth. Why so late today? Kushina popped her head out from the kitchen, her red hair dusted with flour. She frowned slightly. You're never this late. You always come home before dark. Minma's eyes darted away, his fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his shirt. I went to Ino's place to see her flowers, so... Oh, visited little Ino's house, did you? Kushina's face broke into a brilliant smile, but in the next instant, a red chakra seemed to ignite the air, her crimson hair rising around her as though alive. Naruto, curled up on the sofa, frantically shot glances at his big brother, mouthing, Ino's been here, in exaggerated lip movements. Mom, let me explain. Minma felt a chill run down his spine and quickly covered his head, desperate to awaken any shred of his mother's mercy. So you've learned to lie now? With lightning speed, Kushina snatched Minma up, so fast her motion left an afterimage. A child who tells lies has to be punished. She sat down on the sofa, lifting her hand as if ready to spank him. I am Sora. Minma wailed in protest, squirming to escape, when suddenly, I'm home. Minato stepped in, drops of night dew still clinging to his golden hair. Blinking in surprise, he wondered. Usually it's Naruto getting scolded, so why is it Minma this time? Taking in this rare scene, he asked what happened here. Seeing his father as a savior, Minma dove behind him, peeking out from under Minato's arm, pleading with his big blue eyes. Minma's learned how to lie. Kushina narrowed her eyes. Did he pick that up from you? How could I? Minato let out a nervous laugh, his Adam's apple bobbing awkwardly. I'd never lie. But even as he said it, he quickly shifted aside, gently nudging Minma forward. Dad! Minma stared in disbelief. He hadn't imagined his father would betray him so readily. Kushina already had her arms open. Minma, I was wrong. Minma immediately admitted defeat, but instead of the pain he expected, he felt his mother's gentle hand ruffle his hair. As long as you know it's wrong. Kushina tousled his golden locks. Children should always be honest. At the dinner table, Minma shoveled rice into his mouth while glaring at Naruto, silently demanding, Why didn't you warn me? Naruto blinked his blue eyes innocently, cheeks stuffed with grilled meat, mumbling, You never asked. Minma's lips twitched. That's on me. After dinner, Minma snuck quietly into his father's study. Beneath the warm glow of the desk lamp, Minato was reviewing paperwork, and looked up when he heard the door, his golden hair shining softly in the light. Dad, can I ask you something? Minma closed the door behind him. Minato set his pen down, a gentle curiosity in his deep blue eyes. What's on your mind? What do you think of the Uchiha clan? Minma walked up to the desk, his voice noticeably lower than usual. Minato raised his eyebrows slightly. Why do you ask all of a sudden? I heard from big brother Kakashi. Minma's eyes flickered, and inwardly he apologized to Kakashi for dragging him into this. The Uchihas have been acting a bit strangely lately. Minato looked even more puzzled and set his papers aside. Kakashi told you that? He trailed off midway, then gave Minma his usual calming smile. Don't worry about these things. Dad will handle it all. Dad! Minma suddenly raised his voice, placing his hands firmly on the desk. I'm not a little kid anymore. Under the warm light, his blue eyes shone even brighter. Please treat me as someone you can talk things over with. Minato was taken aback. There, in the glow of the lamp, he suddenly realized that his eldest son's features had become sharper than he remembered. The once round cheeks were now beginning to show the hints of adulthood. A rush of complicated emotions welled up inside him. Pride mingled with a touch of bittersweet reluctance. Minma has really grown up. Minato sighed softly. He paused for a moment, then finally spoke. I've only just received word myself. The Uchiha clan may be planning a rebellion. He noticed that Minma's expression remained perfectly calm, which left him quietly astonished. So what does Dad plan to do? Minma pressed him further. The study fell silent for a while. The only sound was the steady ticking of the wall clock. Minato leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. He hadn't wanted his son to be exposed to these burdens so soon, but seeing that unwavering resolve in those blue eyes, so like his own, he found himself unable to hold back any longer. At last, he shared his worries and plans with quiet candor. But that's just treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Minma's voice carried a composure far beyond his years. The longer we force a superficial peace, the deeper the grudges will grow. When it finally explodes, everything will break loose. Minato let out a quiet sigh, his gaze complicated as he looked at his son. For the first time, he regarded this growing boy as a true equal. Do you have any ideas, Minma? My solution may not be perfect, but it could break the current deadlock. Minma leaned forward, the blue of his eyes flickering with determination. Dad, if someone threatens the safety of the village, what would you do? Minato suddenly sat rigid, his pupils constricting. You're not suggesting doing something to the Uchiha. His voice trembled just a bit. Dad, what are you thinking? Minma frowned, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Seeing his father's awkward smile, he straightened and said solemnly, I'm going to be the 5th Hokage someday. Why would I do anything to harm the village? Silently, he added in his heart, the position of Hokage should be passed down through our family. This world, where wars break out with a single spark, needs a true revolution. Minato looked at the unwavering resolve in his son's eyes, and an involuntary smile of pride appeared at the corner of his lips. For a moment, he seemed to see his younger self in Minma, the pure will of fire burning brightly in the next generation. Dad, you still haven't answered my question. Minma's voice broke the hush. Minato raised his head, a sharp glint flashing in his blue eyes. Anyone who threatens the village is my enemy. No exceptions. His voice was quiet, but carried an unquestionable authority. Then I can rest easy. Minma's lips curled in a slight smile, then he grew serious. There's already such an enemy hiding inside the village. Who is it? Minato asked at once. Danzo. With a loud bang, the ink bottle on the table toppled over as Minato's elbow knocked into it, and he nearly fell from his chair. He lurched to his feet, watching in alarm as dark ink bloomed across the papers. Minma, lowering his voice, he spoke with a sternness that had never appeared before. Do you even understand what you're saying? Unhurried, Minma righted the ink bottle and reached into the drawer for a cloth, calmly wiping the desk. His composure was a striking contrast to his father's shaken expression. Dad, if I used your name and authority. Wiping as he spoke, Minma continued, to create an organization even more secretive than the Umbu, and used for the sake of the village as a justification to eliminate dissidents and pursue personal gain. What would you do? Minato's pupils contracted ever so slightly. Slowly, he settled back down into his chair, gazing with conflicted eyes at the son before him, who had suddenly become a stranger. The lines of Minma's profile had shed any trace of childishness, revealing a composure far beyond his years. How did you know? Minato's voice was rough and dry. Of course, he knew all about Danzo's underhanded dealings, but out of respect for Hiruzen, as well as his own shaky position, he had always chosen to endure in silence. Gradually, Minato crouched down until his gaze met that of his 6-year-old son. He drew a deep breath, placing gentle hands on Minma's small shoulders. All the things you've said, Dad understands. His voice was soft, tinged with weariness. But the real world is so much more complicated than you might imagine. You're the one overthinking it, Dad. Minma shook his head, his young voice completely matter-of-fact. Sometimes, solving a problem is simple. If you want to protect your family, keep the village safe, and pursue your ideals, you have to make a choice. He lifted his tiny hands, making a gesture to emphasize his words. Whether it's the root or the Uchiha, they should serve the village and answer to the Hokage. Minato's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the child who barely reached his waist. Bathed in the glow of the desk lamp, Minma's golden hair shimmered with a gentle light, but in his blue eyes there was a keen, unsettling sharpness. Rotten roots must be pulled out, Minma demonstrated with a little tugging motion, otherwise the whole tree will wither. He paused, then flashed an innocent, cheerful smile. And besides, third grandpa's will of fire isn't any weaker than yours, Dad. Minato's voice trembled slightly. It struck him that perhaps he had never truly understood his son before this moment. A few minutes of conversation had shaken him more profoundly than the sum of his last 30 years. How did these thoughts even cross your mind? He whispered. Minma tilted his head, smiling with the simple purity of a 6-year-old. Reading books. Minato ruffled his son's golden hair, managing a strained smile. Let me think for a while. You should get some rest. You have school tomorrow. Okay. Minma nodded obediently, and as he turned around, the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. He knew his father had already been swayed. After all, how could someone destined to be the 4th Hokage truly be as gentle and harmless as he appeared on the surface? The title Yellow Flash was earned on the battlefield. The study door closed softly. Minato gazed at the shifting lamplight on his desk, his eyes gradually growing deep and contemplative. Outside the window, the lights of Konoha glowed warmly as always, But who could have guessed that beneath this peaceful facade, a storm was brewing? One powerful enough to reshape the very structure of the village? And the one to set this storm in motion was, unbelievably, a 6-year-old child. Sunlight streamed into the classroom of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Myanmar lay sprawled over his desk, poking at eraser shavings with his pencil. He envied how Kakashi and Itachi Uchiha could graduate early, but just the thought of his mom's temper was enough to keep him from even bringing up the idea of skipping grades. Myanmar. Ino's voice called to him. Without lifting his head, he muttered, "What is it?" Ino leaned in closer, her blonde hair dangling in front of his eyes. "Will you teach me the clone jutsu again, after class?" Myanmar straightened up and looked at her in surprise. "Didn't you already learn it?" He just helped her practice on the training grounds 3 days ago, and, at the time, her 3 shadow clones were already impressively lifelike. Ino tugged at his sleeve, giving it a gentle shake. "I'm still not good at it. Can't you teach me a bit more?" Myanmar gave a resigned nod. "I'll teach you if I have time." "Really?" Ino's eyes lit up, her ponytail bouncing with excitement. "Yeah." A sudden smile flickered across Myanmar's face. "But if my mom asks, just tell her I went over to your place to look at flowers." "What?" Ino tilted her head, puzzled. "Just do as I say." Myanmar fixed her with a steady gaze. Ino's ears turned red as she lowered her head. "Okay." The bell rang, signaling the start of class, and Myanmar immediately slumped back onto his desk. Nearby, Hinata watched the two of them longingly. How she wished she could be as bold as Ino, able to talk to Myanmar so easily instead of just secretly admiring him from afar. During recess, Naruto burst into the classroom like a whirlwind, sidling up to Myanmar with a conspiratorial air and whispering, "Hey, big bro, do you want me to help stall Sasuke again today?" Just thinking of yesterday's scene, dragging Sasuke off into the woods with Shikamaru and the others, sent a thrill down his spine. "No need." Myanmar waved him off, though his eyes couldn't help drifting toward the front row. Since morning, Sasuke had worn that stormy expression, as if he'd been through 100 ordeals. "What on earth did you guys do to him yesterday?" "Nothing, really." Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly, his blonde hair swaying with emotion. Myanmar narrowed his eyes, skeptical. "Then why hasn't he said a word to any of you all day?" He'd caught the look on Sasuke's face that morning, like he'd just survived an oral exam disaster. Even Naruto's attempts at conversation had been flatly ignored, definitely suspicious. "We really didn't do anything." Naruto raised both hands, but his eyes nervously drifted toward the window. "Well, I just helped him with some training." "Training?" Myanmar arched an eyebrow. "Be more specific." He was genuinely curious. What kind of training could possibly leave someone in that state? Naruto started to squeeze between Myanmar and Ino, but Ino's sharp glare pinned him in place, forcing him to sheepishly circle around to the other side instead. From his ninja pouch, he pulled out a bundle of fluorescent green fabric. "Yesterday at the training grounds, we ran into Big Brother Kakashi and Big Brother Guy. Guy-sensei gave each of us a set of special training uniforms. The tight-fitting suit, unfurled under the sunlight, was such a vivid green it was nearly blinding. Sasuke absolutely refused to wear it, so we helped him put it on ourselves." Naruto shot a glance at Sasuke, who sat in the front row, radiating a murderous aura, still looking utterly baffled. "I really think it looks good, though, and it's super convenient for training." "Naruto." Minma stared at that almost self-illuminating jumpsuit, and his scalp tingled. He could already picture Might Guy's trademark dazzling smile, and then imagine Naruto and the others lined up, striking that youth pose in those outfits. A shiver ran down his spine. "Never let me catch you wearing that again." Minma clamped a hand firmly on Naruto's shoulder, "and definitely don't let Mom see it." "But why?" Naruto asked, pouting, giving the suit a dejected little shake. "It's actually really comfortable." "No, why?" Minma cut him off, firm and unyielding. "Just don't." "Okay." Naruto sulkily stuffed the outfit back into his bag. Head hanging, he started walking away. As he passed Sasuke's desk, he opened his mouth to say something, but shrank away in fear. Sasuke's glare brimmed with barely restrained fury. When the school bell rang, the school gate was soon packed with parents waiting to pick up their children. Minma's mother had picked him up a few times when school first started, but now she never showed. Not to mention his father, the Hokage, who was even less likely to come. The moment Minma stepped out the school gates, he caught sight of Sure and Itachi Uchiha peeking around the corner. He was just about to head over when Sasuke dashed ahead of him, all his earlier gloom replaced by excitement as he shouted, "Big brother!" and launched himself at Itachi. Itachi caught Sasuke with a gentle touch to the forehead, stopping his momentum. Smiling, he said, "Forgive me, Sasuke. I have something to take care of. We'll talk next time." Without another word, ignoring Sasuke's disappointed expression, he and Sure turned and walked toward Minma. "Come with us." Minma said, knowing they were looking for him. He was about to leave when something occurred to him. He rushed over to Naruto and reminded him, head straight home. If Mom asks, just say I went to Ino's house. Huh? Where are you going? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. I've got a secret mission to carry out. Minma answered mysteriously, then suddenly raised his voice. Naruto Uzumaki. Sir, Naruto snapped to attention. This is your ninja assignment from me. Do you accept the challenge? Mission accomplished, guaranteed. Naruto replied with barely contained excitement. All right then, when I get back, I'll give you 2 ramen coupons. 5. Naruto shot out 5 fingers, bargaining without hesitation. 3. Has to be 5. If Mom finds out and gets mad. Naruto feigned a troubled look. You rascal. Who taught you to be so sneaky? Minma was taken aback. You did. Naruto grinned from ear to ear. Get lost. Minma shoved 2 ramen coupons into Naruto's hand. Hey, that's only 2. Naruto counted them with a pout. Finish the mission first, and I'll make up for it. With that, Minma turned and disappeared into the small grove. Shursui and Itachi exchanged a glance and swiftly slipped after him. I really envy you two for having brothers, Shursui said, a gentle smile flickering at the corners of his lips, but a fleeting trace of loneliness clouded his eyes. Being someone who had always been alone, he understood more than anyone just how precious this bond of blood truly was. Precisely because of that, he was all the more determined to protect this hard-won peace. Shursui, Itachi hesitated, swallowing hard, before finally squeezing out, we're brothers too. A tightness gripped Shursui's throat, his eyes pricked with heat. This sense of brotherhood was like a bonfire in the dead of winter, so warm it almost brought tears to his eyes. Minma rubbed at his arms, shivering as chills ran all over him. This intense, quintessentially Uchiha brand of brotherly affection was more than a little overwhelming. Save your brotherly outpourings for later. Let's get back on topic. He interrupted their meaningful eye contact, suddenly all business. So, have you decided what to do about the Uchiha clan? Shursui and Itachi traded a look, then spoke in unison. We're ready for whatever comes. Shursui produced a scroll from inside his coat, thumbs stroking its edges, his expression conflicted. This contains the names of all the Uchiha hardliners. Minma took the scroll and broke the seal. An entire list of names stared back at him. More than 40 Uchiha, almost all of them clan militants. Without betraying any emotion, he tucked the scroll into his system's inventory, his voice low and grave. I'm glad you both have come to this resolve. I hope not a single name is missing. Once the seeds of hatred have taken root, they're all but impossible to pull out. I understand. Shursui nodded solemnly. And what about Uncle Fugaku's position? Minma pressed. As the Uchiha clan's chief, Fugaku's stance would determine the fate of the entire family. Shursui's face blanched in an instant. Itachi dropped his gaze as a heavy silence fell. Minma's heart gave an uneasy thud, and he probed gently. Did you use Kodoemit's Tsukumi on him? Yes. Shursui let out a breath, voice emerging from somewhere deep in his chest. He knew all too well the power of Kodoemit's Tsukumi. Unless it was the last resort, no one would willingly draw such a double-edged sword. A single misstep, and the user may find themselves hopelessly lost within, unable to return to who they once were. A sense of alarm rang sharply in Minma's mind. Shursui may be in control of himself now, but there's no guarantee he won't lose it someday. Nothing is quite as unpredictable as the heart. If one day he were to turn his hand against his father, the Hokage, Minma's pupils contracted, his tone turning colder. What price does Kodoemit's Tsukumi exact? Sensing the deadly intent in Minma's words, Itachi instinctively stepped forward, only to be stopped by Shursui's upraised hand. Taking a deep breath, Shursui spoke with composure. My right eye's Kodoemit's Tsukumi can instantly change someone's mind, but works less effectively on those with strong willpower or superior Sharingan. The left eye can permanently alter a person's will, but its cooldown is years, over a decade. As his voice faded, the forest fell into utter silence, disturbed only by the whisper of wind through leaves. Suddenly, the wind died away. Withered leaves hung, suspended in the still air. Minma fixed his gaze on Uchiha Shursui. Shursui, how am I supposed to trust you? Shursui would never do something like that. Minma. Itachi's voice rose sharply, his knuckles white as his hand clenched, the pouch at his belt rising and falling with tense, rapid breaths. Itachi. Shursui cut off his friend's defense, his deep brown eyes reflecting Minma's guarded expression. He fell silent for a moment, then, with sudden decisiveness, reached into his ninja pouch. There was a flicker of cold steel, a kunai slashing toward his own left eye. Shursui, Itachi cried out. He lunged forward, sending a gust of air swirling up fallen leaves. But Myanmar moved even faster, catching Shursue's blade-wielding wrist with unwavering precision. I trust you, Shursue. As Myanmar released his grip, sunlight broke through the cloud cover, illuminating the faint smile at the corner of his eye. Kunai trembling in his grip, Shursue froze, Adam's apple bobbing as he finally croaked out hoarse, "Thank you for your trust, Myanmar." Myanmar brushed phantom dust from his palm, his expression shifting quickly to grave seriousness. "Now, let me explain my plan." His gaze swept over the two tense shoulders before him as he continued. "We'll have Uncle Fugako lead the Uchiha hardliners in a strike against Root, under the banner of seizing power from the village elders. Once both sides are battered and spent, you two will handle the aftermath, wiping out Root." He slowed his words for emphasis, each syllable weighty. "Make sure Danzo is finished. Otherwise the consequences will be unending. But the ANBU and the rest." Shursue's brows knit together, loose hair swaying with emotion. "The ANBU will mobilize 2 hours after the attack begins. Some of the Shimura clan's shinobi are leaving on missions tomorrow morning." Myanmar replied calmly, "And the other clans have long held grudges against Danzo and Root. Removing them serves everyone's interests." A mischievous smile suddenly flashed across his face, sunlight glinting on his canine tooth. "As for Grandpa Suratobi, Naruto, and I will go visit him with gifts tomorrow morning." Suddenly, the birds in the forest broke into piercing, urgent cries. Minma's gaze swept over Shursue and Itachi's tense faces with the sharpness of a hawk. "The most crucial thing from here on out is that you must fully control the Uchiha clan. There cannot be so much as a single voice of dissent." "Understood." Shursue sheathed his kunai, the metallic click ringing out crisp and clear in the silent woods. He looked at Minma, speaking with such assurance, feeling just a bit absent-minded. Minma seemed born to lead. "Make your preparations early. We move tomorrow night." Minma's eyes were resolute as he spoke in a low, steady voice. Uchiha Shursue and Itachi straightened, replying in unison, "Yes." Just as the two of them turned to leave, Minma called after them, "Shursue, Itachi, wait up a second." Both immediately turned, their eyes fixed on Minma. He scratched at his head, all traces of severity suddenly gone, revealing a shy, boyish grin. "I just wanted to ask, how did you guys manage to skip class without ever getting caught?" Shursue and Itachi were both taken aback, the tension in their bodies dissolving in an instant. Looking at Minma's slightly hopeful gaze, it suddenly struck them. This brilliant young tactician standing before them was, at heart, just a 6-year-old child. "Shadow clone jutsu," Itachi replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. "What?" Minma's eyes grew wide, and, smacking his palm to his forehead in chagrin, he cried, "Of course! Why didn't I think of that?" He wrinkled his nose, muttering under his breath, blaming himself for being so slow on the uptake. "Was there anything else, Minma?" Shursue asked gently. "That's all, Shursue, Itachi." Minma waved his hand with a smile, watching as they disappeared into the trees. Once their silhouettes melted into the forest, Minma drew a deep breath, the sharpness returning to his gaze. There was a tangled web of things that needed doing, and convincing his father, the Hokage, was only a small piece. The true challenge would be keeping a close eye on the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. No one in Konoha commanded greater respect. If he showed up in the middle of their operation, the plan could spiral into chaos. "When it's all over, even the third will have no choice but to accept reality," Minma murmured, a steely glint flashing through his sapphire eyes. On the way home, the familiar sounds of lively commotion drifted from up ahead. Looking up, Minma saw Might Guy, face alight with fighting spirit, relentlessly challenging Kakashi to a contest, while Kakashi, dead fish eyes and all, carried the unmistakable air of one simply enduring existence. Noticing Minma's approach, Kakashi's eyes flashed with a hint of mischief. Minma's heart dropped. Sensing trouble, he spun on his heel, ready to vanish before anyone could stop him. "Minma!" Kakashi called, quick as ever, stepping nimbly to block Minma's path. "Kakashi!" Minma froze in place, forcing a friendly smile onto his face. "Oh, Minma, it's been ages." Might Guy bounded over with unstoppable energy, his trademark-wide grin shining bright, filling the air with a passion impossible to ignore. "Brother Guy." A chill crept over Minma's scalp as he recalled that, in his reckless youth, he'd once sought out Kakashi for a friendly spar. But that cunning fellow had instead foisted him off on Might Guy as a training partner, dooming him to a nightmare ruled by youth. No matter how many times he managed to knock Guy down, his opponent would always leap up with a triumphant shout. Youth knows no defeat. back at full strength and ready to go another round. Minma, I can feel the surge of youth radiating from you. My guy flashed a blazing thumbs up and fixed him with a fiery gaze. The most gifted prodigy in the village. Let's have a clash worthy of our youthful spirits. Brother Guy. Minma's face blanched, his voice jumping an octave in panic. My mom's waiting for me to come home for dinner. Next time, okay. Before the words had even died away, he shot off like a startled rabbit, vanishing around the corner in a heartbeat. My guy stood frozen in place, staring after Minma's retreating figure. He turned to look back, only to find Kakashi had long since disappeared without a trace. With tears brimming in his eyes, Guy clenched his fist and declared to the empty air, to slip away unnoticed. You truly are my worthy rival, Kakashi. His shout, brimming with the spirit of youth, echoed along the deserted street. Night fell, and lights gradually illuminated the Hidden Leaf village. Standing outside the study door, Minma tapped his knuckles gently on the wooden panel. Komein, came Minato's voice from within. Minma entered, and saw his father hunched over a stack of paperwork. The Hokage cloak rested to one side, its gentle folds bathed in candlelight, casting a weary glow across Minato's face. Dad, have you made your decision? Minma asked directly. Minato set down his pen and lifted his gaze to meet his son's, his eyes clouded with complex, unreadable emotion. Minma, if anything goes wrong with this plan, it could bring irreparable harm to the village. Nothing is ever guaranteed to succeed. Minma refused to back down. If things go awry, I'll take full responsibility. He deliberately strengthened his tone, his eyes locked determinedly on his father's, a battle neither could afford to lose. Minato frowned slightly. Minma, Dad. Minma cut him off, his voice ironclad. True change demands not compromise, but the courage to bleed and sacrifice. He stepped forward to the desk. If the village is sick, it must be healed. No matter how painful the process, we must cut out the root of the disease. If we don't rid ourselves of the rot, new growth will never find the sun. Minato laid down his brush and pressed his interlaced fingers beneath his chin. Outside, the incessant chorus of cicadas suddenly swelled, their shrill drone a torment to the nerves. It's been only decades since the village was founded, and already we've suffered through 3 shinobi wars. The average ninja barely lives to 30. How many children are sent to the battlefield the moment they graduate? No one understands this better than you, father. Minma met his father's eyes head-on. No matter the choice you make in the end, I will always be your son. Minato was silent for a moment, then let out a faint, self-deprecating laugh. Who would have thought in the end that I'm still less decisive than my own child? He rose slowly to his feet, walked over to Minma, and placed a hand on his shoulder. At last, determination shone clearly in his eyes. You're right. Change demands sacrifice, but this burden isn't yours to bear. His voice was gentle yet unyielding. No matter what happens, I trust you to protect Mom and Naruto. Leave the rest to me. I will keep them safe, no matter what. Minma nodded solemnly. Then, from inside his robe, he drew out a scroll and handed it to Minato. This is the list of the Uchiha radicals. As soon as Minato took the scroll and unfurled one corner, his pupils contracted in shock. Seeing his reaction, Minma allowed himself a faint smile and laid out the entirety of his plan, to consider every faction, the Uchiha clan, Danzo, the third Hokage, and all the major families. Nothing was left to chance. When the explanation ended, Minato drew a deep, steadying breath. A flicker of awe appeared in his gaze. He hadn't realized just how far Minma had planned ahead. I see now. Minato tucked the scroll away, hesitation gone. I'll begin the preparations right away. Giving his son's shoulder one last reassuring pat, he then turned and strode toward the door. His Hokage cloak billowed behind him, his silhouette radiating a resolve fiercer than ever before. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the curtains, spilling softly across the room. Minma gently pushed open Naruto's door and found his little brother sprawled out on the bed, tangled in blankets and wild tufts of golden hair. Naruto, time to get up. He gave Naruto's shoulder a gentle shake. We're going to Grandpa Sarutobi's house in a while. Naruto turned over groggily, nightcap askew and a stubborn little cowlick poking out. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, his voice still thick with drowsiness, he mumbled, Big bro, why are we going to Grandpa Sarutobi's anyway? To have some fun. Minma pulled 2 neatly pressed outfits from the wardrobe, tossing one onto Naruto's head. Naruto, peeking out from under the clothes, sat up and gave a mighty yawn. What's so great about Grandpa Sarutobi's? I was supposed to go hiking with Shikamaru and the others today. Another day, Minma said, moving to the window to survey the street outside, his eyes sharp with caution. Then, lowering his voice, he leaned close to Naruto. Listen up. Today, I have an important mission for you. A mission. Naruto snapped, fully awake, his blue eyes instantly shining with excitement. In a flash, he threw on his clothes, shoes on the wrong feet, and dashed out of the room. Give me 5 minutes. Watching his brother tear off down the hallway, Minma couldn't help but curve his lips in a small, amused smile. Downstairs, the aroma of fried eggs drifted up from the kitchen. Kushina, wearing an apron, bustled about as she set a hearty breakfast on the table. Come eat, boys. I made your favorite tamagoyaki. During the meal, Naruto's excitement nearly sent his bowl of miso soup tumbling, earning a gentle tap on the back of his hand from Minma. Kushina eyed her unusually excited younger son and her overly composed elder son with suspicion. What's gotten into you two today? Nothing at all. Naruto answered, his mouth stuffed full of food, making his words barely intelligible. After the meal, Kushina helped both children straighten their clothes. She knelt down, carefully smoothing out the folds in Naruto's collar, her long red hair cascading over her shoulder. Remember to be polite at Grandpa Hiruzen's house. No mischief, understand? We understand. The twins answered in perfect unison. As she watched the two boys head out the door, Kushina leaned against the doorframe, the morning breeze playing with the tips of her hair. Be sure to come back early. We will. Minma waved back at her, sunlight dancing through his blonde hair. Naruto was already dashing far ahead, but he doubled back to shout, "Bye, Mom." Once they turned the corner, Minma's lively expression instantly became serious. When the brothers reached the Sarutobi residence, they arrived just as Asuma was stepping out the door. His face was clouded, and the cigarette pressed between his fingers had burned right down to the filter. Uncle Asuma. Both Minma and Naruto called out, brimming with energy. Asuma looked up at the sound of their voices, and the gloom on his face instantly faded. Snuffing out his cigarette, he gave them a gentle smile. Oh, it's Minma and Naruto. Minma's sharp eyes caught the rumpled sleeves of Asuma's clothes. Clearly, he'd just been through a heated argument. Are you heading out, Uncle? Minma asked politely. Yeah, something came up. Asuma reached out to ruffle Naruto's hair, his gaze drifting to the gift box in their hands. Coming to see the old man? He might not be in the best mood today, but he cut himself off. Wave them on. Enjoy yourselves. Watching Asuma's figure retreat, Minma seemed lost in thought. Pushing open the courtyard gate, they saw the third Hokage sitting alone on a stone bench, pipe smoke curling around the deeply lined features of his face. Hearing footsteps, the old man looked up, and the shadows in his eyes were immediately replaced by kindness. Grandpa Hiruzen. Naruto bounded over with a hop. Yes, come here. Hiruzen smiled as he patted both children on their heads. When he saw the carefully wrapped tea leaves in Minma's hands, his eyes grew slightly moist. You even remember Grandpa likes this. In the living room, Minma sat upright, exchanging thoughts about ninjutsu with the third Hokage. Before long, Naruto got restless. He wriggled and squirmed in his seat, feeling unbearably itchy with impatience. For the umpteenth time, his eyes darted furtively toward the door, only to suddenly meet a pair of wide, curious eyes peeking in through the crack. It was a chubby-cheeked little kid, clutching the doorframe and peering in. Naruto recognized him at once. It was Konohamaru, the same baby who'd been wrapped in swaddling clothes 3 years ago. Back when his father died, this child had only just turned 1 month old. Naruto tilted his head, curious. Naruto suddenly stuck out his tongue and made a funny face. Konohamaru recoiled in fright, then glared right back, his little fists clenched tightly in defiance. Beneath the table, Minma gave Naruto a swift, subtle kick, but Naruto was already in high spirits. Seizing the moment while their attention wavered, he began waggling his eyebrows at Konohamaru, determined to keep up his playful antics. Hiruzen took in the whole scene with a bittersweet, yet affectionate smile tugging at his lips. He cleared his throat gently. Minma, have you been adjusting well at school lately? Yes, everyone's been very friendly. Minma's hands rested on his knees, fingertips unconsciously tracing the creases in his trousers. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed as wisps of blue smoke from his pipe blurred the lines of his face. With your abilities, you could apply to graduate early, couldn't you? He recalled the reports from the Umbu, how the boy before him could now wield jutsu across all 5 chakra natures. His strength already far surpassed most elite jonin. Minma's mouth twitched slightly. Mom doesn't agree. There was a faint tone of resignation in his voice. Hiruzen burst out laughing, hearty and warm, ash from his pipe scattering with the force of it. That Kushina girl. His laughter carried both fond memory and an undercurrent of apprehension. Minma gazed out the window as the sun slowly dipped below the horizon. Naruto had long since grown restless and run off to play with Konohamaru. He clenched his fists, his knuckles paling. And I really cherish my friends here. His voice was barely more than a whisper. I want to protect these bonds. Hiruzen's smile froze, lingering on his face. Through the swirling smoke, he seemed to see a vision from years past. Minato standing atop Hokage Rock, vowing to protect the village. The setting sun bathed the old man's white hair in orange, smoothing the creases of his weathered face. "Good child," he murmured. "You are the true future of the leaf." Hiruzen's tone grew suddenly solemn. "The will of fire, our village's will, needs to be carried on by your generation." Minma straightened, his posture reverent and unwavering. Outside, the evening clouds faded, and the last beam of sunlight brushed trembling lashes. From the old man's blind spot, Minma's gaze clung to the sun as it dipped behind the mountains. Night fell, cloaking Konoha's streets in a strange quiet. The familiar sight of ninja bustling about had vanished. Only a few civilians hurried through the dusk. Within the Uchiha compound, young Sasuke clung tightly to his mother's clothes. The heavy footsteps of clan members in full armor echoed off the stone paths, while his father, Fugaku Uchiha, stood outlined by the torchlight, a somber, forbidding figure. Mikoto's fingers absent-mindedly stroked her son's dark hair, her gaze clouded with a worry that would not dissolve. "Mom," Sasuke's voice was barely audible, tinged with a tremor, a nameless fear pressing him deeper into his mother's warm embrace. Mikoto did not answer. She only held her child even tighter. Outside, beneath the grand eaves of the clan head's residence, the wind chimes tinkled softly in the night breeze. Atop the Hokage tower, the wind lifted the hem of Minato's sacred cloak. He stood alone beneath the starlit sky, the city's myriad lights reflecting in his deep blue eyes. Not far behind him, Shikake Nara whispered with the leader of the ANBU, while dozens of operatives stood as motionless as statues in the shadows, their masked breaths nearly imperceptible. Meanwhile, deep within the Foundation's hidden base, Danzo's cane suddenly struck the stone floor with a thunderous thud. "Someone come." His cold voice echoed through the stone corridors. "Go fetch the third Hokage at once." But before his words had even faded, a deafening explosion ripped through the night. Danzo sprang to his feet, his cane carving a deep crack in the stone tiles. "What's happening?" he barked. "It's the Uchiha. They've rebelled." A Foundation ninja staggered in, his mask smudged with soot. "They're attacking us right now." A vicious glint flashed in Danzo's solitary eye, but his lips curled into a savage smile. So, the Uchiha really have chosen their own downfall. He turned to his subordinates and waved sharply. "Relay my orders. Everyone, mobilize." And he pointed his cane at two elite operatives. "You two, deliver the message to both the third and fourth Hokage personally." Once the last of his men had hurried off, Danzo strode slowly toward the window. He gazed at the fires raging in the distance, absently rubbing his bandaged Sharingan and murmuring to himself, "They've certainly spared me a lot of trouble." Foundation operatives shot out like arrows loosed from a bow, darting among the dense forest. Suddenly, their captain froze. Black clouds of crows descended from above, blotting out the moon. His pupils contracted. Before he could cry a warning, 3 scarlet tomo blazed into his vision. Uchiha Itachi melted out of the tree's shadow like a specter, the kunai at his fingertips gleaming chillingly in the moonlight. A few ANBU still held running postures, but their bodies had turned rigid as marionettes, all light gone from their eyes. At the same time, another squad's path was blocked by a surge of mesmerizing green. Shursui flickered through the woods, his afterimages weaving and dashing. Following the shrill cry of kunai slicing the air, only the lifeless bodies of Foundation ninjas remained. With a last fluid motion, Shursui sheathed his blade, the blood-red Mangekyo fading into darkness as he vanished amid the trees. Danzo's cane plunged deep into the soil as he faced Uchiha Fugaku from across the fiery battlefield. Explosions lit the night, casting the two warriors' shadows long and flickering. The metallic clash of kunai never ceased, yet at the heart of the chaos, the mood remained cold and deadly. "So you finally show your fangs, Fugaku." An icy gleam danced in Danzo's solitary eye. He calculated the time. Reinforcements should have arrived by now. Yet all around he saw only the Uchiha clan crest, flickering in and out among the flames. A root ninja was suddenly sent flying, and the blood gushing from his throat splattered onto Danzo's robes. He glanced down at the rapidly cooling corpse, his brow creasing tighter and tighter. The fact that there was still no sign of Uchiha Shursui or Uchiha Itachi was far too abnormal. "Your reinforcements will not arrive." At last, Fugaku spoke. The 3 tomo in his eyes swirled slowly, and in the distance, explosions erupted one after another, their flames painting Danzo's face a ghostly hue. His hand clenched the cane, veins bulging. That long-lost chill, the sense of having been outmaneuvered, was crawling up his spine. Danzo! Fugaku's voice thundered like a storm, his Sharingan blazing with an eerie crimson glow in the firelight. For all you've done to the village and to the Uchiha clan, your reckoning has come. He moved like lightning, the kunai in his grip slicing the air with a sharp, whistling shriek aimed directly at Danzo's throat. Sparks burst from clashing metal. Danzo raised his own kunai to block, a twisted snarl on his face. You think the Uchiha alone can best me? Suddenly, he sprang back half a step, his withered chest swelling as he roared. Wind style, vacuum sphere. A compressed blast of wind howled forth. Fugaku's Sharingan spun faster, and at the last instant before the projectile struck his face, he twisted aside. Somersaulting through the air, his hands flashed through a complex sequence of seals. Fire style. Grand Fireball Jutsu. A blazing ball of flame lit up half the night sky. Danzo's single eye narrowed, his body darting away, even as he bit his thumb and smeared the ground with a bloody streak. Summoning Jutsu. With a deafening crash, the monstrous taper, the Baku, stomped the earth to pieces. Fugaku's pupils shrank in shock. 8 shuriken had already whistled from his hand, his seal-weaving hands moving quickly enough to leave echoes in the dark. Fire style. Phoenix Flower Jutsu. The burning shurikens scattered like petals in a storm, but were all sucked in and quenched by the Baku's hurricane force trunk. Danzo's figure flickered behind Fugaku like a wraith, his withered fingers flashing into the tiger's seal. Wind style. Vacuum wave. Damn! Fugaku found himself trapped by the Baku's wild vortex, the blade of wind about to slice him clean in two. Crack! White smoke burst from the shattered shadow clone, and the real Fugaku lunged from the darkness. His kunai flashed cold and bright. Danzo's bandages tore open, revealing sharp branches underneath. Sharpened wood sprang out, grazing Fugaku's cheek and leaving a trail of blood beads. What style? Fugaku staggered back, a look of real horror flickering across his Sharingan for the first time. Danzo wiped at his right arm with a wicked grin, the newly grown branches twisting like venomous snakes. The Uchiha Sharingan was always meant to nourish the root. A hail of wind bullets came screaming in. Fugaku dodged desperately, but one ripped a bloody gash across his left arm. He gritted his teeth, steadying himself, his Sharingan locked onto his enemy. Now all he could do was buy time for Shui and Itachi to arrive. From afar, through bursts of fire and explosions, came the faint, harrowing screams of his clansmen locked in mortal combat. Fugaku's kunai plunged deep into Danzo's chest, blood streaming down the blade and dripping to the ground. He gasped for air, sweat and blood mingling as they slid from his chin. At last, just as he allowed himself a breath of relief, the Danzo before his eyes dissolved like a vanishing mirage. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. A sharp, slicing wind roared from behind, sending chills racing up Fugaku's spine. At that critical moment, a shadow flashed beside him. Steel met wind with a blinding shower of sparks. Father. Itachi's voice was eerily calm, the 3 tomo in his Sharingan whirling at speed. Only then did Fugaku realize Danzo was standing intact just a short distance away, a sinister chakra flickering beneath the bandage over his right eye. Izanagi. Fugaku's pupils narrowed sharply as the truth struck him. The missing clansmen, the bodies stolen from the battlefield. Fury welled up, making his Sharingan throb as if they might bleed. Danzo, how dare you? The Uchiha's Sharingan should belong to the leaf. Danzo sneered, retreating a step. His single eye flicked warily in every direction. When a green glow flared in the night, Susanoo's his fingers twitched involuntarily. Shursui Uchiha strode forward across burning rubble, his emerald Susanoo's skeleton radiating an overwhelming presence. The game ends here, Lord Danzo. Shursui's words were soft, yet an icy sweat burst down Danzo's back. He swallowed hard, his gaze darting to the distant, silent Hokage rock. Hiruzen and Minato had yet to appear. That realization filled him with a dread he'd never known. White-knuckled on his cane, he forced his anger through gritted teeth. Do you really think this will? But just as Shursui's Susanoo blade swung down to claim Danzo's head, the air itself warped, rippling into a swirling vortex. Looks like you could use some help, Danzo. A low, emotionless voice echoed out as a mysterious figure emerged from nowhere, face concealed behind a tiger-striped mask. One exposed, blood-red Sharingan rotated steadily, lingering briefly on Shursui's Susanoo. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Shursui Uchiha. You. Itachi's eyes tightened with sudden fury, his ninja blade barely trembling in his grip. The image of a massacre overlaid itself on the masked stranger, making Itachi's mounting bloodlust nearly uncontrollable. Fugaku stared, shaken, at the Sharingan burning behind the mask, his voice quivering. "Who are you? Don't tell me." A wildly impossible suspicion flashed through his mind, causing his fingers to clench white around his kunai. The masked man didn't answer. He only swept an impassive gaze across the field, taking in the scattered Uchiha corpses. His purpose was clear, the Sharingan eyes of the Uchiha. But he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Someone had outmaneuvered Danzo. Just as he was deep in thought, a sudden chill crept up behind him. Out of nowhere, the luminous seals of the Flying Thunder God technique burst to life at his back. Minato's figure appeared, swift as golden lightning. A sphere of brilliant blue chakra shot toward the masked man's back. In that split second of crisis, the masked man's body turned ethereal, almost ghost-like. The spiraling Rasengan passed harmlessly through him and exploded into the ground, leaving behind a massive crater. "Lord Fourth," Shursui cried out. Minato landed by Shursui's side, the Flying Thunder God kunai in his hand gleaming coldly. "So it really is you?" His eyes were fixed on the masked man, his voice icy. "The one who attacked Kushina and unleashed the Ninetails upon the village. The mastermind behind all this chaos." Behind the mask, Obito's heart pounded wildly. He had narrowly avoided another Rasengan. He thought to himself, "As expected of my teacher, he sensed me the moment I appeared." Gazing at Minato's familiar face, a surge of complex emotion welled up within him. "Yet you can't recognize me anymore." "Shursui, Itachi, Fugaku." Minato intoned, his voice grave. "Let me be clear. His phasing ability makes him completely immune to physical attacks, but during an attack, he must become tangible." Fugaku and the others paled at his words and instantly shifted into battle stances. A taut, uncanny standoff gripped the battlefield. The masked man and Danzo on one side, facing the yellow flash, the swift Shursui, and the Uchiha father and son. The night wind rustled their cloaks. The Sharingan eyes and gleaming kunai reflected a chilling light. Meanwhile, Mimas sat in the tea room, his brows knitting suddenly. His keen senses picked up an unfamiliar chakra signature. And then his father's chakra appeared in the same direction. He paused, the teacup in his hand trembling just enough to send small ripples across the tea surface. "Grandpa Hiruzen." Mimas set his cup down, a polite smile on his face. "Excuse me for a moment, please." "Go ahead." The third Hokage nodded with a jovial smile, curls of smoke rising from his pipe. Although a trace of unease lingered in his heart, knowing Minato was guarding the village put him at ease. Minma quietly slipped out of the tea room. At the hallway corner, he quickly grabbed Naruto, who was playing with Konohamaru. "Naruto, urgent mission." Minma's voice was low, his expression more serious than ever. Naruto stiffened instantly, his blue eyes gleaming with excitement. "Don't worry, big bro. What's a mission?" "No matter what it takes." Minma locked eyes with his little brother. "Keep Grandpa Sarutobi occupied. Under no circumstances can he leave the house." Naruto's jaw dropped in comic disbelief, but under Minma's grave stare, he quickly regained his composure, pounding his chest with determination. "Leave it to me." Though questions filled his mind, Naruto nodded emphatically, sensing a rare urgency in his brother's eyes. As he turned around, a wicked grin flashed across his face. A dozen ideas for holding up the third Hokage instantly sprang to mind in the head of this king of mischief. This time, he was carrying out his orders. Whatever scolding his mother might deliver, Big Brother would take the blame. Danzo fixed his gaze on Namake's Minato, who was standing side by side with the Uchiha clan. A cold and sinister understanding flickered in his solitary eye. His aged fingers tightened slowly, the knuckles turning white with tension. So that's it. No wonder the reinforcements still haven't arrived. Behind it all, the fourth Hokage is manipulating everything from the shadows. His voice squeezed through clenched teeth. "Namake's Minato, how dare you collude with the Uchiha and incite rebellion?" His cane crashed down against the floor, scattering a shower of sparks. "The village has poured its heart and soul into raising you. Is this how you repay them?" A ripple crossed Minato's clear blue eyes, and the flying Raijin kunai at his fingertips trembled ever so slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a surge of familiar chakra, energy, suddenly resonated through the air. A thunderous explosion split the silence. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted, and a wild surge of chakra blew every shard of rubble into the sky. In the center of the battlefield, Minma appeared like a deity descending from the heavens, golden chakra swirling around him in a visible aura. the ground beneath his feet cracking and spiderwebbing outward. When his eyes fell upon the tiger-masked figure, his pupils shrank to pinpoints. Danzo! The young man's voice was cold enough to freeze. You dare to conspire with the mastermind behind the ninetails attack, plotting to destroy the village? His entire family had nearly perished at this man's hands. How could he not hate him? Absurd. Danzo swept his cane in a wide arc, sending a blade of wind slicing through the air. My entire life, I have protected Konoha. Protected? Minma's right hand clenched, and in a blink, jet-black chakra coalesced into a spiraling sphere, Raisin Renyu. The terrifying gravitational field lifted all debris within 10 meters into the air, remnants of the Foundation's base being sucked and torn into the swirling core of energy. Fugaku's Sharingan spun wildly, disbelief written across his face as he stared at this boy even younger than Sasuke. The destructive force within that black energy sphere sent chills down his very spine. Father has long since gathered all the evidence of your crimes. Step by step, Minma advanced, the hum of the Raisin Renyu whispering like death itself. Secretly collecting Sharingan, conducting inhuman experiments, colluding with foreign enemies. With every accusation, the sphere in his hand swelled larger, and even plotting to assassinate the current Hokage. Beneath the mask, Obito's crimson Sharingan spun furiously, his gaze darting between Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Minma. Suddenly, a hoarse and chilling laugh escaped him. Well now, things have certainly gotten lively. Even before the last word fell, his body began to fade and ripple, space itself distorting into whirlpools like the surface of a disturbed pond. Trying to escape? A chilling gleam exploded in Minma's eyes. He hadn't expected this masked, ever-shadowed figure to show himself so brazenly. In his hand, the spiraling Raisin Shuriken erupted with a blinding black light, surging with destructive force straight toward Obito's masked face. At the same moment, Minato's figure flickered behind Obito, moving like a wraith, the azure Rasengan in his palm, creating a perfect pincer with Minma's assault. Damn! Obito's pupils shrank sharply beneath the mask. He never intended to take such a risk and reveal himself, but regret had come far too late. In that split second, as disaster loomed, his body became intangible, and both deadly attacks swept right through him. A thunderous explosion shattered the night. The instant Rasengan and Raisin Shuriken collided, father and son simultaneously activated the flying Raijin technique, vanishing in a heartbeat. The detonation roared to the heavens, lighting up the nightscape for hundreds of meters as if it were midday. A savage shockwave tore outward, and the ruins nearby vaporized instantly in the searing heat. Shursui and the others raised their arms, shielding themselves from the furnace-hot blast. Through parted fingers, they witnessed something miraculous. Even space itself warped at the epicenter of the blast, leaving them too stunned for words. This is the true power of Minato and Minma. Cold sweat soaked Fugaku's back as he forced down a hard swallow. Thank goodness we never started that coup, or the Uchiha would have faced total annihilation. Through the swirling smoke, Obito's figure staggered into view. Although he'd escaped certain death using intangibility, the blast had shredded his right sleeve, exposing a mangled, scar-laced arm. A single bead of blood trickled from his fingertip, sizzling as it struck the scorched earth. A muffled, pained grunt issued from behind the mask. Obito fixed his gaze on the distant golden figure. Uzumaki Minma, he's grown this powerful. Now, even the most oblivious couldn't help but sense Minato's flying Raijin mark behind him. His predicament was no longer about a failed plan. It was a matter of life and death, teetering on the edge. A deadly resolve flickered in his eyes. I have no choice but to use that move. Shursui, stop Danzo. Minma's voice rang out as he spotted Danzo, trying to withdraw, quietly under cover of the lingering smoke and dust. Instantly, Shursui sprang into action, his form blurred, splitting into 7 spectral afterimages. These were no ordinary clones, but the pinnacle of instantaneous movement, phantom body flicker. Each afterimage could inflict real, tangible harm. Danzo, your escape ends here. Shursui's voice echoed from every direction as all 7 apparitions formed hand seals, encircling Danzo in an inescapable ring. At the same time, Itachi and Fugaku closed in, 3 pairs of scarlet Sharingan eyes flickering with peril in the swirling haze. A glint of menace flickered through Danzo's single eye as the veins bulged on the back of his hand, gripping the cane tighter. I never imagined I'd be forced into such a corner by you youngsters. The brutal clash between the Root organization and the Uchiha was drawing to a close, with heavy casualties on both sides. Danzo realized that now, no one remained who could come to his aid. With Danzo fully pinned down, Minma turned all his attention back to the masked man. He drew a deep breath and exchanged a wordless, knowing glance with his father. He can't phase through attacks while attacking, Minato whispered, never ceasing to hurl his specially crafted kunai. Those blades, engraved with the flying thunder god formula, shot out like scattered stars, laying down an invisible web across the battlefield. Catching on instantly, Minma nodded, throwing a volley of his own kunai to reinforce the formation. Father and son advanced in tandem, hemming Obito in at the heart of the flying thunder god domain. Beneath the mask, Obito's Sharingan spun at a furious pace. Suddenly, he threw out his hand. The air before him twisted into a spiraling vortex, and a storm of shuriken rained down like a sudden squall. With a flash, gold light flickered, and, in that instant, both Minato and Minma vanished. A heartbeat later, Minato reappeared right behind Obito, kunai poised for the throat. In the razor-thin gap between moments. Got him! Triumph flashed in Obito's eye as his left hand snaked out, reaching silently for Minato's shoulder. But in that split second, Minma's figure darted forth from the symbol inscribed on his father's kunai, a Rasengan whirring straight for Obito's face. What? Obito's eyes widened in shock, and he was forced to abandon his grab, slipping into intangible form once more to evade the blow. Their attacks passed harmlessly through his body again. Minma landed lightly, quickly readjusting his stance, brow furrowed. He could feel it clearly, the troublesome nature of their opponent's power. Father, his ability. Minma spoke in a low voice. Looks like using it repeatedly is starting to take a toll on his body. A sharp gleam flashed in Minato's clear blue eyes. Keep up the pressure. Obito rematerialized several meters away, breathing rougher beneath the mask. He fixed a heated stare on the golden-haired duo, his Sharingan Tomo spinning chaotically. A twinge of pain from the wound in his right arm reminded him just how dire the situation had become. I have to break through this deadlock fast. Grinding his teeth, he stealthily shaped a hand sign with his left hand. Should I call this move Flying Thunder God, Twin Instant Mirror Flash Dance? Or maybe Flying Thunder God, Parent and Child Mirrored Triple Form? Abruptly, Minato halted in the midst of the battle, holding his chin deep in thought. Beneath the heat-hazed golden fringe, he looked genuinely troubled. That expression made it seem, for all the world, as if this was not a fight for their lives, but simply an inconvenient moment to name a newly invented jutsu. Dad, is this really the time for that? Minma nearly stumbled, Rasengan wobbling precariously. He rolled his eyes and muttered, plus, both those names are pretty lame, you know. A burst of rough laughter spilled out. Minato scratched the back of his head bashfully, a boyish smile lingering on his lips. Choosing a name is a pretty important thing, you know. But in the midst of this seemingly relaxed conversation, father and son's pupils suddenly shrank in unison. The masked man's figure flickered in and out of sight, obviously preparing to retreat. Minato's form instantly became a streak of golden light. Rasengan aimed unerringly at the opponent's back. Almost simultaneously, Minma moved as well. The moment his father peered straight through the afterimage, 3 shadow clones had already completed their hand signs. Fire style, Flaming Head Strike. Wind style, Gale Destruction. Lightning style, False Darkness. The 3 jutsu intertwined into a devastating storm. Scorching flames, whipped up by gale force winds, collided with wild streaks of lightning, completely engulfing the spot where Obito stood. The ground liquefied under the extreme heat, churning into molten red lava. A circle 100 meters across transformed into an instant inferno. Let's see how long you can keep up that phasing trick. Minma's gaze was ice cold as he fixed on the distorted figure writhing in the firestorm, his hands weaving signs at blinding speed. Chakra surged through him, seemingly limitless, leaving phantom trails as his hands moved in the glow of the inferno. Rat, ox, dog, horse, monkey, boar, tiger. Fire style, Majestic Destroyer Flame. An even fiercer sea of fire erupted forth, demolishing what was left of Root's underground base. The air shimmered with intense heat, forcing even the distant Uchiha onlookers to fall back. At the heart of the fire, the Mangekyo Sharingan in Obito's eye narrowed faintly. For the first time, a cold sweat slid down beneath the mask. He could feel the tremendous strain phasing was putting on his eye. This kid, his chakra reserves are like a tailed beast's. A stabbing pain in his right eye warned him he was nearing his limit. Under normal circumstances, he could only maintain intangibility for 5 minutes at most. No choice, then. Beneath the mask, the crimson Sharingan in Obito's left eye slowly closed. A scream pierced through the firestorm, a heart-rending, agonized cry. Minma's heart skipped a beat. A glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. Did I get him? He instantly stopped his jutsu and looked. Within the raging blaze, the masked figure had been horribly charred, beginning to distort with the heat. Minma didn't hesitate for an instant. He plunged straight into the sea of flames. He'd said he'd scatter this bastard's ashes, and he meant to see it through. Just as his fingers were about to touch the scorched mask. What? The corpse before him slowly dissolved like a mirage. Minma's pupils contracted sharply, his senses exploding outward. At the edge of his vision, the masked man, completely unscathed, was slipping into a swirling portal of space. No wonder he's the heir of the Yellow Flash and Uzumaki Kushina. A raspy voice sounded from the void. I'm looking forward to our next encounter. Minato's golden figure appeared at the spot an instant later, but he was still a fraction too late. The Rasengan grazed only the enemy's robe, ripping off a strip of black cloth. He got away again. Minato's brow was knitted in deep concern, his sapphire eyes clouded with gravity. That mysterious masked man was like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Until he was eliminated, there would be no peace. Minma appeared beside his father in a flash, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. I am sorry. It was my carelessness. This isn't your fault. Minato shook his head, his warm hand gently ruffling his son's golden hair. The enemy's abilities are extremely troublesome. Even I was powerless to stop him from escaping. Minma, where's the masked man? Shursui Uchiha descended from the sky, riding his brilliant green Susanoo, the giant skeletal hand clutching a barely breathing Danzo. He got away. Minma let out a frustrated sigh. It was Izanagi. Fugaku Uchiha, leaning on Itachi for support, approached. As everyone turned to him in confusion, he offered a grave explanation. This is a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. For a brief moment, it can transform unfavorable reality into a dream, retaining only the outcomes beneficial to the user. But the price is the Sharingan used will be lost forever. A technique like that. Minma's gaze narrowed thoughtfully. He'd long known of the Sharingan's power, but hadn't expected it could contain such a near-divine ability to rewrite reality itself. This realization gave him a new understanding of the Uchiha's formidable strength. Though the masked man had escaped, Danzo was finally cornered with nowhere left to run. Minma walked steadily toward Danzo, held captive by Susanoo, his palms swirling with the azure light of the Rasengan, casting a reflection on Danzo's disheveled visage. Danzo, your era is over. The shining Rasengan carved intricate patterns in Minato's eyes as he watched his son's resolute back, making no move to intervene. A low, maniacal laugh erupted from Danzo. His withered fingers suddenly tore open his robes, exposing a chest covered in tightly woven, sealing jutsu. Under the moonlight, the jet-black curse marks writhed like living things. If that's the case, then join me in hell. Reverse 4, symbols sealing. The inky curse marks surged outward like a tidal wave, swallowing even the light itself. Stone crumbled, trees shattered, and it was as if the whole world was being erased by some unseen hand. Flying Thunder God, Guiding Flash. Minma's hands had already completed the last seals. In an instant, a golden chakra barrier enveloped them all. The next heartbeat, space warped, and everyone was whisked away, reappearing on a rocky outcrop 100 meters away. A deafening explosion tore through the night. Where Danzo had been, a pitch-black sphere with a diameter of more than 50 meters devoured everything. When the void finally vanished, it left behind a perfectly spherical crater, its edges polished smooth as glass, reflecting their stunned faces. The night wind ruffled Minma's golden hair as he turned to the others. The cancer in Konoha has been cut out. Minato gazed at his eldest son's young yet resolute profile. At just 6 years old, the boy displayed a maturity and strength far beyond his age, filling Minato with both pride and gentle sorrow. He placed a warm hand lightly on his son's shoulder, silently conveying a father's pride. Shursui Uchiha let out a long sigh of relief, the emerald Susanoo gradually fading away. Lord Fourth, what should we do next? Suddenly, ANBU shinobi appeared from the shadows, descending like autumn leaves. Seal off all information immediately. Minato's voice shifted in an instant, assuming the commanding tone of the Hokage. ANBU, take full control of the root base. All documents are to be secured. He turned his gaze toward Fugaku. Clan leader Fugaku, please help maintain order. Fugaku nodded gravely, relief flickering in his eyes. This decades-long political struggle had at last come to an end on this very night. Minma's lips started to form a smile, but the thought of the masked man wiped it away in an instant. Father, that masked man. Understand, Minato said, his gaze growing deep. His space-time ninjutsu and Sharingan. This must be investigated thoroughly. Turning back to his son, his clear blue eyes brimmed with concern. Your actions tonight were dazzling, too dazzling. I'm afraid you've drawn his attention. It doesn't matter, Minma replied, clenching his fist. The dark spiral of his mangekyo flickered faintly in his palm. The night wind tossed his golden hair, but nothing could shake the fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. The next time we meet, I'll make sure he never leaves again. Tonight, not only was the darkness lurking within the village finally swept clean, but the very course of Konoha's history was utterly rewritten. Just as Minma was about to leave, a crisp notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Hidden quest completed. Purge the corrupt elders of the sect. Reward: innate wood element root. Ding! Hidden quest completed. Prevent the sect's rebellion and protect the Akeu demonide clan. Reward: Yin-yang Tration I, 30% unlocked. Minma halted mid-step as a gentle, yet surging power welled up within him. To his amazement, this force was purer than ordinary chakra, brimming with ceaseless vitality. Is this the power of wood style? He quietly curled his fist, sensing the vibrant green energy flowing to his fingertips. The sensation called to mind legends of the first Hokage, yet this felt even more mysterious. System, what exactly is the Yin-yang creation eye? He asked silently. The Yin-yang creation eye belongs to the clan of gods, the power to create and annihilate. On the day of full awakening, you shall ascend to godhood. Minma raised an eyebrow. Does it grant immortality? To seek immortality is like grasping the moon's reflection in water, forever elusive. Then what's the point of this damn eye? Minma couldn't help but curse inwardly. If combined with the true spirit immortal body, you could live as long as the heavens and earth. Minma's eyes flashed. How do I obtain the true spirit immortal body? The system fell silent. Show attributes. He sighed helplessly. A glowing screen appeared before his eyes. Uzumaki Minma. Constitution, mysterious vortex longevity body. Spiritual roots, innate water, fire, wind, thunder, earth, and wood roots. Divine abilities, adamantine lockdown, resurrection, shifting shadows, earth fiend 72, transformations, primal world-breaking wheel, profound spirit netherworld art. What a mess. Lines of frustration appeared on Minma's forehead as he muttered. Let me switch this to something I can actually understand. He began to make his own edits. The glowing screen flickered a few times. Uzumaki Minma. Constitution, awakened bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Attributes, nature transformation of wind, water, fire, thunder, and earth chakra. Wood affinity. Ninjutsu. Hashtag name. 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 Special abilities. Mirror flower, water moon. Immunity to illusions. Yin-yang Genesis eyes, 30% unlocked. Now that looked right. Minma nodded in satisfaction and casually closed the panel. Lord 4th Hokage. An AMBU ninja appeared in front of Minato in a flash, dropping to one knee. There was still a trace of lingering smoke and dust on his mask, and his voice carried a hint of uncertainty. We discovered a few surviving children in the hidden chamber, and one member of Root who can use would release. Would release. Minato's blue eyes narrowed sharply. Of course, he knew the significance of this. That legendary power wielded by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the same forbidden jutsu that Danzo and Orochimaru had once obsessed over in their experiments. Back then, far too many were sacrificed, forcing the third Hokage to put an end to it. He never would have thought Danzo had continued such research in secret, and even succeeded. Bring him here. Minato's tone turned unconsciously solemn. Minma pricked up his ears. As someone well-versed in Konoha's history, he was keenly aware of the value of wood release. The legendary jutsu of the god of shinobi, who single-handedly subdued the ninetails and founded the Hidden Leaf Village. Was that power about to appear again in this world? Soon enough, the AMBU led in a young man with short hair. His eyes were strikingly clear, and his hand were bound with rope. What is your name? Minato personally untied the ropes, his voice gentle as he spoke. Cool. The young man answered quietly, his voice hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. Minato studied this former member of Root. Normally, Root's shinobi were loyal unto death to Danzo, but in the eyes of this youth, this Minato saw not fanatic devotion, but confusion. Cool. Minato's words were as warm as a spring breeze. Root no longer exists. You have always been a part of the Leaf. In the name of the 4th Hokage, I invite you to join the ENBU. Will you accept? Ko looked up, momentarily dazzled by the brilliant smile of the fourth Hokage. From childhood until now, he had known only how to obey Danzo's orders. Now, the man who held his entire life in his hands had suddenly vanished, and he was like a kite with its string cut. But in this moment, someone reached out to him. I'm willing. Ka's voice was soft, yet it carried unwavering resolve. From now on, your name will be Tenzu, Minato said reassuringly. Off to the side, Minma watched and marveled to himself. No wonder Dad's reputation is unbeatable. His charisma is truly something else. He started running through plans for building his own team. Shursui and Itachi were already firmly by his side, and there was no losing pals like Shikamaru and Choji. Not to mention, the Yamanaka and Hyuga clans were pretty much in his corner as well. As for that kid Sasuke, he'd better leave him for Naruto. Minma's gaze fell on a group of children being led out by the ANBU. Two of them stood out, one a blue-haired boy standing quietly, and beside him, a black-haired boy nervously clinging to his sleeve. Their eyes held none of the innocence children should have, only confusion and helplessness. Another creation of Danzo's. Imitating his father, Minma stepped forward, his blonde hair shining brilliantly in the sunlight. He reached out his hand, flashing his brightest smile. My name's Uzumaki Minma. Would you two like to be friends with me? The blue-haired boy hesitated, then answered, my name's Shin. The black-haired boy paused for a moment before whispering, Sai. Minma's hand remained outstretched, and his tone was unwavering. I see the deepest will of fire in both of you. Will you join me in protecting our village? He blinked, adding, I promise I'll keep you safe. I like that. Shin didn't hesitate as he placed his hand in Minma's. Sai looked from Shin to Minma's warm smile. Then finally, he too, laid his hand atop theirs. I would like that too. From this moment on, you're leaving your dark past behind and stepping into a future full of light, Minma declared with conviction. Nearby, Uchiha Shursui and Itachi exchanged a glance. Lord Fourth and Minma. Shursui let out a soft sigh. They're both born leaders. Fugako watched the scene, his expression complex. For the Uchiha clan these days, there was no choice but to follow the fourth Hokage closely. Satisfied, Minma arranged living quarters for his two new companions. On the way home, he couldn't shake the feeling he was forgetting something important. Where's Naruto? Minato suddenly asked. Oh, Minma smacked his forehead. He's still at Grandpa Hiruzen's place. Minato rubbed his temples. Well, I suppose I do owe the third Hokage an explanation. I'll come with you. Minma nodded. Father and son exchanged a look of perfect mutual understanding. At some point, Minato had grown used to treating Minma not just as a son, but as a true partner in discussing important matters. There were things he never told Kushina, but somehow, he could always share them with this son of his. They arrived at the courtyard of the Sarutobi clan, where the third Hokage stood quietly in the middle of the yard, wisps of smoke rising gently from his pipe. His back seemed even more hunched than before, making him appear far older and frilier. Minma glanced around, not seeing any sign of Naruto. His throat tightened as he asked, Grandpa Sarutobi, where is Naruto? Kushina has already taken him home. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was calm, even tinged with exhaustion. Both Minato and Minma froze in place, looking at the once mighty old man before them, who now seemed so utterly forlorn. Lord Third, Minato parted his lips, but found he didn't know what words to use. There's no need to say anything, Minato. Hiruzen exhaled a slow breath of smoke, his gaze drifting to the distant sky. In truth, all of this is my fault. His voice was low and hoarse, burdened with countless unspoken regrets. I knew full well that Danzo had done many terrible things, and yet I always chose to let them slide. The night breeze brushed by, the glow of the pipe flickering and casting light and shadow across his deeply lined face. Minma stood silently to one side, watching this man, once hailed as the greatest hero of the shinobi world, reduced now to a wistful old man, lost in memories of bygone regrets. When Minato decided to strike against the Root organization, Hiruzen had already sensed that something was amiss. Had he intervened, his old comrade might have survived. But he hadn't stopped it. He hadn't even shown himself. Because, more than anyone, he understood his old friend's character. If Danzo had survived, he would never have let the matter drop. The hidden threat to the village would have remained, forever, unresolved. Minato. The third Hokage slowly turned his head, and even through his clouded eyes, a glimmer of comfort appeared. You need not blame yourself. All of this, everything you did, was for the sake of the village. You've done well. His voice was gentle but unwavering, its certainty impossible to doubt. In your hands, Konoha will go farther than any of us ever could. Minato's blue eyes trembled slightly. He swallowed and bowed his head deeply. Thank you. Minma watched them in silence, overwhelmed by a flood of emotions. Minma. Hiruzen's gaze now moved to the golden-haired boy, and the lines on his face softened into a kindly smile. Minma straightened up at once. Grandpa Saratobi, you and Minato were so alike when you were young. The third grinned and tapped the ash from his pipe, sending a gentle puff of smoke into the air. Both prodigies, both carrying the blazing will of fire, able to think deeper than most adults even at such a young age. He squinted, eyes following the thread of smoke out into the night. Entrusting the future of the village to young people like you puts me at ease. Minma gazed at the old man, a storm of feelings swirling inside him. Perhaps the third had wavered in the past, perhaps he'd made serious mistakes, but his love for Konoha ran deeper than anyone's. Grandpa Saratobi, I'll come visit you often. A brilliant smile lit up Minma's face. Let's take that little rascal Naruto along. Thinking of the mischievous, blonde troublemaker and his infamous sexy jutsu, the third Hokage couldn't help but shake his head and laugh wryly. A trickle of nosebleed threatened to surface again. All right, off you go now. He waved them away. Kushina must be waiting anxiously. The night was growing darker. On the way home, father and son walked in shared silence, wordless but united. The moment they pushed open the door, both of them froze. Kushina stood in the center of the living room, arms crossed. Her crimson hair billowed as if stirred by an invisible wind, her whole presence radiating danger. On the sofa, Naruto, his face battered and bruised, blinked his blue eyes pitifully, wordlessly pleading to his father and brother for rescue. Kushina, what happened? Minato swallowed nervously. Did Naruto get himself into trouble again? Minma instinctively edged back half a step. Every fiber in his being warned him. Something major was about to go down. Just who had taught Naruto that scandalous ninja technique. Kushina's voice dropped the temperature of the living room in an instant. Both Minato and Minma were paralyzed, staring at the black and blue Naruto. Their eyes spoke in unison. What on earth have you done now? Cold sweat broke out on Minma's forehead. This was bad. Terrible even. Did Mom discover that trick? No one's willing to talk, huh? Kushina let out a cold, mirthless chuckle. Her red hair whipped around her, seemingly without wind. Naruto, you'd better explain yourself. The mention of his name made Naruto shudder. Instinctively, his blue eyes sought his older brother for help. It wasn't me. I didn't. He's setting me up. Minma bristled in an instant, retreating rapidly. Desperate to escape blame, he accidentally glanced meaningfully at his beloved father. Goosebumps rose on Minato's arms at once. He had no idea what this so-called scandalous ninja technique even was, but the look in his eldest son's eyes was clearly an attempt to shift the blame. Kushina. Minato raised his hands in surrender, hurrying to protest. I have absolutely no idea what you're all talking about. No one knows a husband like his wife. Kushina fixed him with a 3-second death stare, enough to confirm. This man would never teach such a thing. She pivoted her deadly glare back to Minma. You know what happens to little boys who lie. It was Big Brother Kakashi. The words leapt from Minma's mouth before he could stop them. So it was that kid after all. Kushina's hair flared like living fire, her fists clenching so tight the knuckles cracked. Always holed up with Jiraiya's dirty books. And now he's corrupting the children too. Elsewhere in the Hidden Leaf Village, just as Kakashi returned home after a mission, he suddenly sneezed. How odd. He rubbed his itchy nose, eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Why does it feel like disaster is closing in on me? A gust of night wind swept by, making him shiver for no reason. Without school today, Minma sat cross-legged on the living room sofa, watching his mother bustle about. Kushina was bent over, mopping the floor, her red hair swaying softly with each movement. Mom, Minma suddenly spoke up. Are you the only Uzumaki left now? The streaks of water left by the mop came to an abrupt stop. Kushina froze, slowly straightening up. A flicker of sorrow brushed across her eyes, like ripples on a suddenly disturbed lake. Long-buried memories surged back in waves. The village hidden in the whirling tides drowned in war, cries of her dying clansmen, and the leaf shinobi who arrived too late. From that moment, her fate as the ninetails Jinchuriki had already been sealed. We were brought here to be vessels for the tailed beasts. Grandmother Mito's gentle words seemed to echo softly at her ear, but before that, you must find love to fill the emptiness inside. Almost without thinking, Kushina's fingertips grazed her abdomen, where the fiercest of the tailed beasts was sealed. Yet right now, all she felt was a deep warmth within her. Meeting Minato, having Minma and Naruto, her life was already more complete than she'd ever imagined. I'm sorry. Minma's voice pulled her back to the present. The boy looked down, guilt sketched across his face. Kushina set the mop aside and walked over to her son. She knelt before him, her warm palm gently stroking Minma's soft blonde hair. You don't have to apologize, Minma. Her voice was gentle, flowing like water. Having you all with me is everything I could ever want. I honestly don't know if any more clan members remain. Kushina's tone shifted, seriousness coloring her words as her fingers absently twisted a lock of her red hair. But what I do remember is that when the land of whirlpools fell, a few survivors fled and scattered throughout the world. Her gaze drifted past Minma, out the window toward the expanse of blue sky, as if she could see her clansmen wandering somewhere far away. It's just that I have no idea where they might be now. Minma's blue eyes flashed subtly, like a young beast lying in wait in the forest. His ambition stretched far beyond the hidden leaf. He needed more allies to conquer the ninja world. So why did the land of whirlpools fall? Minma suddenly looked up at Kushina. Weren't they allied with the leaf? Kushina leaned the mop against the wall. It was during the Second Great Ninja War. All the nations feared our sealing techniques and joined forces to attack the land of whirlpools. Her tone was calm. As for the leaf, at that time, the second Hokage had just fallen on the battlefield. The village was beset by crises inside and out. There was no way they could spare forces to support us in Uchiha. Minma nodded thoughtfully. Hearing that his clansmen had dispersed across the world, a spark of an idea formed in his heart. He would seek out any survivors. After all, they were easy to spot. The telltale mark of Uzumaki was their brilliant red hair. As he pondered this, Minma reached up to touch his own blonde hair and couldn't help glancing at the photo of his father on the wall. He couldn't help but marvel at how dominant his father's genes were, completely erasing the clan's trademark red hair from himself. Just as he was thinking, a thud echoed from the entrance. Naruto, wearing his goggles and shouldering a fishing net taller than himself, shone like a tiny sun. Come on, big bro. It's getting late. Got it. Minma leapt lightly from the sofa, and as he walked toward the door, called back over his shoulder, Mom, we're off to go fishing. Be careful, and come back early. Kushina called after them from her spot by the window, her tone filled with concern. Outside, Shikamaru lounged lazily against the wall. When he saw them coming out, he clicked his tongue impatiently. Took you long enough? Minma, Naruto. Choji stood quietly beside him, his chubby little hands pulling 2 bags of potato chips from his pocket, which he silently offered to Minma and Naruto. Minma accepted the chips with a smile. Anyone Choji was willing to share snacks with must hold a special place in his heart. Let's go. Minma tucked the chips into his pocket, his golden hair fluttering softly in the breeze. Warm sunlight poured over the street as they walked. Passing by the Yamanaka family's flower shop, Minma immediately spotted Ino moving anxiously near the doorway, a wide sun hat perched on her head. She clutched a flower basket in her hand and kept rising on her tiptoes to peer around, her hair swaying with every move. As soon as she caught sight of Minma, Ino's anxious eyes brightened instantly. She waved her arms excitedly, calling out, Minma, over here. With that, her skirt twirled as she ran to greet them, her face all aglow with barely concealed joy. Sorry to keep you waiting, Minma said, giving her a gentle, welcoming smile. Ino caught her breath, cheeks flushed pink. She dropped her gaze, trailing shyly by his side, but her eyes kept darting towards Minma, unable to look away. Seeing that Ino was joining them, Shikamaru couldn't help but mutter, Girls just make everything more troublesome. He said it softly, but Ino's sharp ears caught every word. She whirled around, her almond-shaped eyes flashing as she glared at Shikamaru. What did you say? Shikamaru stiffened under her gaze and quickly waved his hands. And nothing at all. Then the group made their way to the Hyuga clan's estate. Putting his hands around his mouth, Naruto called out in a booming voice, Niji, come on out, it's time to go fishing. His shout echoed through the wide courtyard. After a moment, Niji emerged from the house, carrying a fishing rod with an easy confidence. He walked with a straight-backed grace, a quiet nobility following him. His father, Hayashi Hyuga, smiled warmly as he followed behind, his gaze brimming with affection. Uncle Hayashi, Minma greeted, bowing politely with a well-mannered smile. Ah, Minma, Hayashi replied with a gentle nod, the lines at the corners of his eyes deepening in a crescent smile. He turned to Niji and said kindly, You all have fun. Niji replied, deliberately screwing his face into a grumpy scowl as he joined the group, though his hidden smile flickered brightly in his eyes. As they were about to leave, Minma caught sight of a small figure moving behind the door out of the corner of his eye. He turned for a better look and saw little Hinata in her training clothes, nervously hiding there. Her hands clutched the hem of her shirt, and her big, expressive eyes peeked over, filled with disappointment. How could I forget about her? Mima thought to himself. He turned and strode toward Hinata, holding out his hand with a gentle smile. Would you like to come with us? He asked kindly. Hinata's face turned scarlet in an instant, even her earlobes tinged with red. She was so flustered she didn't know what to do with her hands and feet. She cast a panicked glance at her uncle beside her. Seeing that he remained silent, she stole a quick look at her father, who was now walking over. Her heart pounded furiously in her chest. She wanted nothing more than to join her friends, but dreaded going against her father's wishes and making him angry. The struggle was plain in her eyes. Mima noticed the battle raging within Hinata. It was no secret she was timid and gentle by nature. So he took the initiative, squared his shoulders, and flashed a bright, confident smile as he addressed Hayashi Hyuga, who was approaching. Uncle Hayashi, I'd like to invite Hinata to go fishing with us. Hayashi's expression was as calm and still as a silent lake. First, he took note of the anxious and careful look his daughter sent his way, then glanced down at Minma, taking in the boy's sincere and spirited smile. In the next moment, when Hinata was so nervous she almost forgot to breathe, Hayashi finally broke into a rare, faint smile. His voice softened as he said, "Go ahead, but remember to come home early." Hinata's pale eyes grew impossibly wide, her lashes trembling with disbelief. She never could have imagined that her usually strict and demanding father would actually let her go out and play. As she stood there, still in a daze, a familiar presence drew close. Minma had somehow come to stand right by her side, so near they could hear each other's breath. Hinata's heart felt as if it might burst from her chest. Her cheeks burned with heat. Her mind went utterly blank. She felt faint, as if she couldn't stand another moment. "Go get changed. We'll wait for you." Minma's gentle voice drifted into her ears. Only then did Hinata snap back to her senses. She glanced down at her training clothes, realizing at last, and her cheeks flushed anew. Darting away in tiny, hurried steps, she rushed back to change. Rounding the corner, she ran headlong into her little sister Hanabi, who came bouncing over, full of energy. Hinata instinctively spread her arms, catching her sister in a warm embrace. Hanabi hugged her tightly around the neck, pleading, "Big sister, play with me." Seeing the eager light in her sister's eyes, Hinata couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt, but then she remembered Minma and her friends still waiting for her outside. She bit her lip, her voice tinged with apology. "Hanabi, I'll play with you next time. I have to go out now. Minma's waiting for me." With that, she gently let go of her little sister's hand and turned to hurry off toward her room. Hanabi stood rooted to the spot, staring in a daze at her sister's departing figure, confusion clouding her eyes. She couldn't understand why her gentle sister, who had always indulged her every wish, would suddenly refuse her. "Minma." Hanabi murmured the unfamiliar name to herself, curiosity stirring restlessly in her heart. Just then, she saw her sister emerge, now dressed in a soft pink outfit. Her hair was casually tied up, her face still flushed with a fading blush, and she dashed outside in a flurry of nervous excitement. Compelled by some mysterious urge, Hanabi crept quietly after her, hiding in a corner to watch in secret. There, she saw her sister standing next to a tall blonde boy. Hinata's gaze radiated with shyness and joy, her entire attention focused solely on him, as if nothing else in the world could break through. A strange emotion began to well up in Hanabi's heart, and for the first time, a hint of jealousy and a trace of resentment toward this blonde boy who had stolen her sister away took root in her small soul. Hayashi Hyuga stood beneath the eaves, watching his daughter's retreating back, her lively stride and unbridled smile. He felt a brightness he had never seen in her before. And those eyes, always fixed on the blonde boy, Minma, held the bashful longing that only youth could bring. This sight stirred a peculiar unease in the heart of the usually stern clan leader, as if something precious was silently slipping through his fingers. "Brother." Hisashi Hyuga walked to his elder sibling's side, his gaze falling on the same scene. Hinata's never smiled like that before. Hayashi's brows knitted slightly. He shot his brother a dissatisfied look, but said nothing. He brushed his sleeve with a quiet gesture, turning to leave, complicated emotions rising within him. Though displeased that the blonde boy seemed to be whisking his daughter away, he could hardly object. After all, Minma's father was the fourth Hokage, and Minma himself was already renowned as the strongest prodigy Konoha had ever known. With such status and brilliance on their side, Hayashi had no choice but to swallow his misgivings, for the Hyuga clan had survived through prudence, always aligning themselves with the victor. Back in his study, Hayashi sat alone before his desk, absently running his fingers along a scroll. he muttered to himself. I never expected the fourth Hokage to be so decisive. He actually managed to eliminate Root entirely. He heaved a heavy sigh, a look of gravity flashing in his eyes. Now, with the Uchiha clan firmly allied with the fourth, we Hyuga cannot afford to be left behind. It seems the fourth's authority has truly reached its peak in the village. As he thought of the yellow flash, so much younger than himself, yet so resolute, Hayashi felt a tangled rush of emotions. Thinking of his eldest daughter, Hinata, and the entranced expression she wore while gazing at Minma, he couldn't help but shake his head. It seems Hinata's heart was swept away by that boy long ago. As he was reflecting on this, he caught a glimpse of his younger daughter, Hanabi, quietly peering around the doorway. Hayashi Hyuga fixed his gaze on his youngest, the decision already forming in his heart. It looks like the future of the clan will rest on the younger daughter's shoulders. At this moment, Hinata herself was entirely unaware that the weight of her clan's inheritance had subtly shifted away from her. She trailed along in the group, her dreamy gaze glued to Minma at the front. All her girlish thoughts centered on that dazzling boy. The soft summer breeze brushed her flushed cheeks as she murmured to herself, as long as I can watch Minma-kun like this, I'm happy enough. This pure affection made her forget about everything else, filling her whole world with nothing but the boy before her eyes. Outside, the chorus of cicadas sang on, yet Minma felt a chill run down his back. He stole a glance out of the corner of his eye. Hinata's gaze was gentle and burning, like a tiny, flickering flame. Ino, lips pursed and cheeks puffed in indignation, watched him with eyes full of jealousy. And Tintin, her hair in twin buns, beamed at him with such open-eyed admiration she made no attempt to hide it. Minma could still grin and bear the adulation from these little fans, but it was Niji's stare that truly unnerved him. The Hyuga prodigy stood with his arms crossed, the branch family's curse seal showing faintly on his brow as he frowned, his resentment nearly visible, boring straight into Minma. I haven't even done anything to you. Is this really necessary? Minma grumbled to himself, casting a quick, wary look at Niji. Niji scowled, sharply turning his head away, his ponytail whipping around with emotion, a perfect picture of prideful disdain. Minma chose not to bother with him. He simply flashed a wide grin, revealing those signature pointed canines. Just then, a burst of lively voices rang out. Naruto came striding in, practically dragging Sasuke along. Sasuke frowned, exuding impatience as he tried to wrench his hand free, the other stuffed stubbornly in his pocket, chin held high. Sakura followed right behind, cheeks puffed in frustration, tiny fists clenched as she glared daggers at Naruto's back now and then. When the whole group had made their way down to the riverbank behind the hill, Minma realized something. Wow! Almost the entire Konoha 12 had gathered. Suddenly the riverside meadow exploded with the sound of excited chatter, mixing with the rush and burble of flowing water. Standing by the river, Minma scooped up a handful of homemade bait and tossed it into the current, sending ripples spreading out. Fishing's got its own patterns. You look for fish by watching the bubbles. Different fish blow different bubbles. Big bubbles, big fish. Small bubbles, small fish. As he spoke, he drew demonstration sketches in the dirt with a twig. Seeing the awestruck faces of his friends, Minma grew even more animated. He grabbed a fishing pole and grinned, casting and reeling. Those have their secrets too. Minma, you're amazing. You know so much. Ino leaned in close, her eyes sparkling like stars, gazing at him with undisguised admiration. Myanmakon. Hinata's voice was barely more than a whisper, her fingers fidgeting nervously. Her snowy white eyes shimmered with affection and longing. Myanmar is just too awesome. He understands everything. Tintin hopped over, her twin buns bouncing, all plain in her voice as she stared at him with pure respect. Let the fishing master show you how it's done. A confident smile played at the corners of Myanmar's mouth. As his friends looked on eagerly, he unleashed a graceful arc with his fishing rod, casting the line into the river center. The line zipped out, piercing the water and sending ripples dancing over the surface. But as the moments ticked by, the bobber stayed eerily still, as if anchored to the riverbed by magic. Beads of sweat gathered at Myanmar's temple. He forced a calm demeanor, tugging at his collar, but his heartbeat was pounding in his chest. Then, all of a sudden, hey, I caught another big one. Naruto's excited shout erupted on the riverbank, scattering a few startled sparrows into the sky. There he was, face flushed red, gripping his fishing rod with both hands. His body arched back in exaggerated curve, the rod bending nearly into a bow. Shikamaru deftly grabbed the landing net by his side, crouching low with eyes locked on the water surface, completely focused and ready to help. Myanmar craned his neck for a look and couldn't help but pout in disappointment. Cradled in Naruto's arms, the giant fish gleamed silver in the sunlight, its tail still thrashing and splashing water onto Naruto's clothes. "It's not a big deal, it's just luck, that's all," he muttered under his breath, absently nudging a pebble with his foot, though a wave of jealousy stung his heart. "You can do it, Myanmar-kun." Hinata's timid voice drifted up from his side. Turning to look, Myanmar saw the girl clutching the hem of her shirt, her cheeks tinged with pink, her clear eyes brimming with encouragement. At some point, everyone else had been drawn over by Naruto's catch, clustering around and exclaiming in awe. Even Ino had pulled Sakura over to pick flowers by the riverbank, leaving only Hinata quietly standing by his side. "You're the best," Myanmar said, smiling gratefully at Hinata. But then, when he caught sight of the tiny fishes swimming in Hinata's little bucket, his smile froze awkwardly on his face. Along the wide riverbank, his own bucket was embarrassingly empty. The so-called fishing master had no catch to boast about. Hinata, quick to notice his shift in mood, blushed deep red and hurriedly dropped her gaze. She quietly slid her bucket behind her and, while Myanmar was distracted, gently released her little fish back into the river. With a flick of its tail, the fish vanished into the weeds. After that, she twisted her fingers nervously, standing beside him, not sure where to rest her gaze. Watching the scene unfold, Myanmar couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth in amusement and exasperation. "This is outrageous," he sighed with a mixture of laughter and disbelief. The setting sun gradually sank toward the west, painting half the sky a vivid red. Myanmar brushed the bits of grass from his clothes, regaining his usual confident expression. His luck at fishing hadn't been great, but his skills in the kitchen were another matter entirely. With practiced hands, he deftly cleaned the catch. The knife glided swiftly across the fish, and in the blink of an eye, neat, decorative cuts adorned its body. As the fish hit the sizzling oil, a delicious aroma blossomed and spread through the air. Seasoning, water, reduction, the movements of his hands were as natural and fluid as flowing water. Finally, a freshly made plate of braised fish, rich in color, aroma, and taste, was ready to be served. "Wow, that smells amazing." Naruto drew in a long breath, his nose twitching like a puppy detecting a treat, and he was the first to dart out from the crowd. Everyone else abandoned their fishing rods and followed the irresistible scent, gathering eagerly around. Naruto, mouth-watering, stared wide-eyed at the steaming, shimmering braised fish on the plate and exclaimed in shock, "Big bro, when did you become such a great cook?" "I learned it from a book," Myanmar replied, folding his arms proudly, an eyebrow arched in satisfaction. Seeing the spark of admiration rekindled in his friend's eyes, the frustration from not catching any fish was instantly forgotten, and he couldn't help but break into a wide grin. "Well, am I the man or what?" Sasuke, spent and breathless, slumped weakly onto the ground, beads of sweat still clinging to his pale face. To help cook the fish with his fire release, he'd almost drained his chakra entirely, and even speaking now took real effort. Myanmar laughed and clapped him on the shoulder, then gestured to the hungry crowd waiting impatiently for food. "One fish isn't enough for everyone. Looks like you'll have to tough it out a little longer." Sasuke groaned, his face etched with misery. "This is a kind of training, too," Myanmar said with mock seriousness. "It's great for honing your chakra control. Fire style, fireball jutsu." Sasuke rallied, teeth gritted and determination flaring in his eyes as his hands flashed through the seals. An even hotter blaze burst from his mouth, sending the oil at the base of the pan into a furious sizzle. "Oh, this counts as training too." Out of nowhere appeared Rock Lee, his bowl cut bobbing with every movement. He waved his arms with excitement, declaring, "I can't slack off either. Starting now, 500 push-ups." Before the words had barely left his mouth, there was a resounding thud as he dropped to the ground and started pumping out push-ups at lightning speed, chanting a spirited cadence to keep himself going. "Lee, is now really the time for this?" Tenten sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead in helpless complaint. By the time the last fish was plated, Myanmar clapped his hands together in satisfaction. But when he looked back, he saw Sasuke's eyes rolling back, and with a thump, he collapsed flat on the ground, completely exhausted. "Sasuke!" Sakura shrieked, rushing over to catch him. Naruto reacted even faster than expected, grabbing the bucket beside him and, with a great splash, threw the entire contents of water out. Sasuke shivered from the shock of the cold water, but Sakura got drenched too, her pink hair dripping steadily and streaming water everywhere. "Naruto!" Sakura was trembling with anger, her hair practically standing on end from sheer fury. Naruto! Naruto, thoroughly frightened, stumbled backwards, waving his hands wildly in front of him to explain, "I didn't see you there." "You idiot, Naruto!" Sakura roared, grabbing Naruto by the collar and raising her fist, ready to bring it down on his head. "Stop!" Sasuke, now fully awake, staggered to his feet, pointed at Naruto, and yelled, "That guy can only be defeated by me." At that moment, Minma, who had just taken a sip of water, sprayed it all out in a fit of coughing. He choked and hacked, wide-eyed, glancing back and forth between Sasuke and Naruto, looking at both of them, one scowling fiercely, the other pouting in defiance. He couldn't help but wonder, there's definitely something off about these two. "Minma-kun." A soft, sweet voice floated past Minma's ear like a feather's gentle brush. Turning his head, he saw Hinata standing with her gaze lowered, her hair falling over the blush that colored her cheeks, while her fingers twisted her sleeve anxiously. "What's wrong?" Minma asked gently. Hinata suddenly looked up, her big, dewy eyes meeting his for a split second before darting away, and in a voice so small it was barely audible, she said, I'd like to have a little more." Minma's gaze dropped to Hinata's now empty lunchbox, and he paused in surprise. Earlier, he had given her a portion of the braised fish, enough to fill up even a fully grown shinobi. Yet now her box looked spotless, not even a trace of sauce left. For a moment, he gaped in astonishment, and then wordlessly split his own portion of fish in half and handed some to her, thinking to himself, "Don't let her gentle appearance fool you. Her appetite is nothing to sneeze at." "Thank you." Hinata's eyes were glued to the fish, still marked by Minma's chopsticks, her earlobes so red they looked ready to drip blood, her head dipping lower and lower. This is the piece you ate from." Even as she spoke, she began to take small, delicate bites. Though her movements were graceful, in just a few minutes, half the fish had vanished without a trace. Hinata, still unsatisfied, poked out her tiny pink tongue to dab the remaining bit of sauce from the corner of her lips, her bright eyes fixed longingly on the now empty lunchbox. The sight was unbearably adorable. Minma's eyes grew wide in disbelief. His chopsticks nearly slipped from his hand, and he was left speechless. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that this shy, bashful girl before him would possess such a formidable appetite. He stood there in a daze for several seconds before cautiously asking, "Would you like some more?" "MHM." Hinata's reply was barely a whisper, her hands gripping her clothes tight, her head sinking lower, just like a child caught doing something wrong. Unable to decide whether to laugh or cry, Minma got up and cooked another braised fish for Hinata. Watching her devour the fish with breathtaking speed yet again, leaving even the bones spotless, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, his gaze drifting to Hinata's flat little belly. Not a trace of being too full. This was beyond belief. Clearing his throat, his mind was in utter turmoil. What kind of alternate dimension stomach is this? She looks so small and fragile, yet she eats even more than Naruto. Sensing Minma's astonished stare, Hinata's face flushed bright red, as if wishing she could disappear into thin air. She lowered her head, anxiously wringing her hands, not daring to ask for more food, though the taste of braised fish still lingered dreamily in her mind. Minma lounged lazily against a thick tree branch. He gazed off into the distance at his friends, who were having the time of their lives. Naruto and Sasuke were locked in friendly rivalry, racing each other up a nearby tree, neither willing to give in. Naruto's cheeks were flushed as he scrambled up the trunk with all fours, nimble as a monkey, while Sasuke, expression cool as ever, moved with a graceful yet swift agility. Sakura stood at the base of the tree, her hands clenched into fists, shouting encouragement with excitement. Neji was busy helping Lee with his training, though his gaze kept wandering in Minma's direction. Whenever Minma caught him looking, Neji would instantly turn away with feigned indifference, even giving a classic huff. Chuji sat under a tree, munching on potato chips, his cheeks puffing with each bite. Every now and then, he'd offer one to a half-asleep Shikamaru, who would miss it completely. Tenten was helping Ino arrange freshly picked flowers, while Ino carefully placed them in her basket. The two would giggle and debate which blossom looked the prettiest. Kiba chased Akamaru across the field, only to lose his footing and, splash, fall right into the river. Soaked from head to toe, water dripping from his hair, he looked every bit the picture of misfortune, yet his grin remained just as bright as always. Hinata, meanwhile, stayed quietly by Minma's side, hands resting on her knees. From time to time, she'd sneak a glance at Minma, and whenever their eyes met, she'd shyly look away, the faintest of smiles tugging at her lips. Minma gazed out at this vibrant, lively scene, a look of contentment spreading across his face. The darkness that once loomed over the hidden leaf has been dispelled, and now, sunlight bathes the village. What he wanted wasn't just to keep the children of Konoha off the battlefield, but for children everywhere to grow up healthy and happy, basking in the sun. Suddenly, Minma frowned, feeling like he'd forgotten someone important. Kakashi? No, that's not right. Sure Sway? Still not right. He muttered softly, searching his memory. Shin and Sai. Minma shook his head decisively. Those two are still with Yamato. He scratched his head in frustration. Then who could it be? Unable to find an answer, Minma decided not to dwell on it any longer. He stood up and called out to his friends, "It's getting late. Time to go home." Meanwhile, at the fork in the road, Shino Aburame stood quietly, a fishing rod slung over his shoulder and a small bucket in hand. A flock of birds fluttered overhead, and behind his dark sunglasses, his eyes were filled with silent resentment. Ignored again. The next morning, Minma arrived at the newly revitalized Uchiha district. After the purge, the radical faction had entirely disappeared, and the remaining clan members began reaching out to mingle with the villagers. Thanks to the combined efforts of Fugaku, Shursui, and Itachi, the once isolated and proud Uchiha clan slowly began to show a renewed spirit. "Oh, it's little Minma. Are you here to play with Sasuke?" When Minma arrived at the clan leader's residence, he found Mikoto Uchiha busy in the courtyard. Noticing the young visitor, this gentle woman curved her eyes in a warm, welcoming smile. "Aunt Mikoto, I'm here to see big brother Itachi," Minma replied, gazing respectfully at the kind woman before giving her a polite bow. "You're looking for Itachi? He just got back not long ago." Mikoto called out to the house a few times, but when there was no response, she mused thoughtfully. "That child, he's probably gone to the training grounds again. I'll go find Itachi myself then. Goodbye, Aunt Mikoto." Waving farewell, Minma headed toward the Uchiha's training field. Beneath the cherry trees along the way, a group of Uchiha children laughed and played. Inside the training ground, Fugaku Uchiha was instructing Sasuke in ninjutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. With practiced hand seals, Sasuke summoned a blazing sphere of fire that burst forth. Though he clearly had the basics down, Fugaku still shook his head slightly. Turning to leave, he happened upon Minma, and a rare smile appeared on his otherwise stern face. "Minma, here to see Itachi?" "Yes, Uncle Fugaku." Minma returned the greeting with a slight bow, catching out of the corner of his eye the disappointment flickering in Sasuke's gaze. Not far off, Itachi gently ruffled his little brother's hair, offering him quiet comfort. "Big brother, Itachi." Hearing Minma's call, Itachi withdrew his hand from Sasuke's head and turned around, the warmth in his eyes lingering. "Minma, is there something you need? I heard you're heading out on a mission." Minma got straight to the point. He'd long been planning to search for their scattered clan members, but he knew his mother would never consent to him traveling alone. He considered asking Kakashi for help, but Kakashi had avoided him as though he carried the plague. So Minma pinned his hopes on Itachi instead. Itachi's gaze hardened for a moment, and he sent Sasuke away. When he turned back to Minma, his expression was serious. "Is there some special task?" "Well, not exactly a special mission." Minma scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "I just wanted to ask you for a favor. If you have the chance, could you help me look for news about members of the Uzumaki clan?" "So that's what it is." Itachi smiled in understanding. "Leave it to me." "Thank you, brother Itachi." Minma nodded, handing a kunai engraved with the flying thunder god seal to Itachi. He was about to turn and leave when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of someone peeking around the door. It was Sasuke, secretly watching from behind the frame. Pausing mid-step, Minma hesitated briefly before speaking to Itachi. "Brother Itachi, Sasuke actually has a stronger talent for lightning release than for fire. Maybe if you nurture him in a different direction, you'll see even better results." Itachi was slightly taken aback. His gaze shifted, drifting from Minma's departing silhouette to his younger brother hiding behind the door. With a thoughtful murmur, he said, "Lightning release, HM. Training ground, behind the Hokage's residence in the Hidden Leaf Village." For once, Minato was enjoying some rare free time, intent on teaching his sons a brand new ninjutsu. "Dad, teach me something awesome." Naruto clenched his fists and bounced in place, practically sparking with excitement. Watching his youngest son so full of energy, Minato couldn't help but laugh, his golden hair glittering in the sunlight. "Ha! You both have already mastered the Rasengan. When it comes to the basics, Minma is even better at them than I am." "What?" Naruto instantly wilted, all enthusiasm draining away as he pouted and looked over at his older brother. Sensing his brother's gaze, Minma flashed a slight smile. "Don't worry. If Dad brought us here specially, you know he's got something amazing up his sleeve." "Really?" Immediately, Naruto perked up again, eyes shining as he looked eagerly at their father. Minato nodded, biting his thumb and racing through hand signs. "Today, I'm teaching you this." Before he could finish the sentence, he slammed his palm hard onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. With a thunderous burst, a colossal cloud of smoke exploded outward, forcing both Menma and Naruto to instinctively shield their eyes. When the haze cleared, the imposing form of a giant toad took shape before them. Minato stood confidently atop its head, while the toad itself puffed leisurely on a pipe, a wicked scar slashing across its left eye, and a deadly blade strapped to its waist. Is that the legendary Gamabunta? Menma's eyes sparkled with awe. The toad radiated an effortless authority, commanding fear and respect without so much as a frown. He looked every inch the kingpin of the frog world. That's incredible. Naruto danced around, pumping his fists, his golden hair bouncing with every movement. Dad, I want to learn this one. Teach me, please. Hey, Minato. Gamabunta exhaled a ring of smoke, his deep, gravelly voice tinged with a hint of laziness. It's been a while since you last summoned me. What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into this time? Sorry to trouble you. Minato offered a sheepish smile. I just wanted to show the kids how the summoning jutsu works. Ah, I see. With drooping eyelids, Gamabunta took a slow look at the two children at his feet. One was calm and collected, the spitting image of Minato as a child. The other, lively and irrepressible, just like Kushina in her youth. With a faint curl to his lips, the toad grumbled. I'm a busy toad, you know. Don't summon me unless it's important. With a soft thud, the enormous toad vanished from sight, leaving behind only drifting wisps of smoke. Saw the... Minato scratched his head sheepishly, then landed lightly from midair, standing steadily before his two sons. Dad, I want to learn it. Naruto dashed forward in a burst of excitement, throwing himself at Minato, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. This is the summoning jutsu. Minato gently held back the eager Naruto, explaining patiently. To use it, you must first sign a blood contract with a summoning beast. After that, you can call on them for help anytime in battle. As he spoke, he took a scroll from his ninja tools pouch and carefully unrolled it on a tree stump. Alongside Minato's own signature, there were also the bold, sweeping characters of Jiraiya. Menma paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on the scroll. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Master Jiraiya is always out traveling. Maybe he has a better idea of where our scattered clan members might be. This idea stirred him. Perhaps getting Jiraiya's help would make things much easier. As for the summoning technique itself, he wasn't particularly concerned. With his current strength, a summoning beast would be little more than an extra flourish. Still, since it was a rare chance to learn directly from his father, he didn't want to spoil the mood. Naruto, meanwhile, wasted no time. He bit his finger eagerly and, with great seriousness, wrote his name on the scroll. No sooner had he finished the blood contract than he hurriedly formed the hand seals. Summoning jutsu. A puff of smoke burst forth. When the haze cleared, a palm-sized little toad sat blinking in confusion on the ground, a half-eaten bug still clutched in its mouth. Naruto's eyes went wide, and his whole face fell in disappointment. Minato couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling his son's blonde hair. Just being able to summon something the first time is impressive. Keep practicing, and one day you'll be able to call much bigger toads. Okay, Naruto replied dejectedly, kneeling down to poke at the tiny toad. Hey, what's your name? Gamaki. The little toad answered in a grumpy tone, its cheeks puffing out. I was in the middle of lunch, you know. Then you suddenly yanked me over here. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the man who's going to be Hokage one day. Naruto's enthusiasm returned in an instant, his trademark brilliant smile lighting up his face. Gamaki rolled his eyes dramatically. Whatever you're planning to become, if there's nothing else, I'm heading back. Before he finished speaking, with a faint pop, the little toad vanished, leaving Naruto staring in bewilderment at the empty ground. Watching Gamaki disappear, Naruto's eyes twinkled with mischief. Suddenly, he nudged Menma with a sly grin. Big bro, your turn. Me? Menma was taken aback for a moment and looked up to meet his father's expectant gaze. He promptly bit his thumb, pressed his blood onto the contract, then formed the hand seals in rapid succession. Summoning jutsu. A puff of smoke, this time not as thick, erupted. Minato raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself, it seems Menma isn't all that familiar with the summoning jutsu yet. Given his eldest son's natural talent, he had originally thought the boy could at least summon a creature on the same level as Gamabunta. At the sight before him, Naruto couldn't hold back his laughter. He clutched his stomach and doubled over, convulsing with amusement. Ha ha, big brother, you're not much better than me. Out of the cloud of smoke came an elderly, gravelly voice. Minato's pupils shrank in shock. Why did this voice sound so familiar? When the smoke cleared completely, The always composed fourth Hokage nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. His eyes widened. A fine sheen of sweat broke out instantly across his forehead. Great Toad Sage. Before them stood an enormous, ancient toad, its wrinkled skin sagging as it slowly surveyed its unfamiliar surroundings. Around its neck hung a necklace inscribed with the word oil and a string of prayer beads. Its clouded eyes brimmed with bewilderment. "Who are you?" The great toad sage squinted its failing old eyes, studying the blond young man standing before it for a long while. He had an odd sense of déjà vu, though after 1,000 years of memories crowding his mind, it was hard to place the face instantly. What puzzled him even more was this. One moment he had been dozing comfortably in his seat atop Mount Myaboku, and in the blink of an eye he'd woken up in this strange place. Looking up at the old toad, trembling with every step, Minma couldn't help but voice his thoughts inwardly. This venerable old guy can barely walk. Am I supposed to protect him? Or is he protecting me? What on earth is that? Naruto's jaw dropped in disbelief as he pointed to the great toad sage, who struggled even to keep himself upright. Even Gamakichi, the toad he could summon, was at least lively and full of energy. But Big Brother had managed to summon a toad grandpa who needed help just to stand. "Show some respect, Naruto." Minato quickly chastised his younger son, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he bowed deeply to the sage. "Great sage, I am Minato Namikaze, a disciple of Jiraiya-sensei." Inside, Minato was reeling with shock. Minma had managed to summon the great toad sage, who had lived for over 1,000 years atop Mount Myaboku. This was a being whom even Jiraiya-sensei would revere with the utmost respect. "Oh, so you're little Jiraiya's boy?" The great toad sage squinted groggily, his gaze slowly drifting over Minato. When his eyes landed on Naruto, he suddenly hesitated. This child seems strangely familiar, almost like someone I've met in my dreams. He gave his head a weary shake, starting to wonder if he was still dreaming even now. But then, as his gaze finally settled on Minma, the sage's dull eyes flew open wide. His breathing grew rapid with astonishment. Who are you?" The great toad sage's voice trembled slightly as great waves of emotion surged inside him. He stared unblinkingly at Minma, as if witnessing something truly unbelievable. "My name is Minma Uzumaki." From his father's attitude and words, Minma realized that this sage in front of him was anything but ordinary, so he politely bowed in greeting. After all, anyone who could be called a sage was definitely no simple figure. Uzumaki Minma. The toad, Gamamaru, this sage who had lived for over 1,000 years, gradually regained his composure, though his gaze remained complex as he fixed his eyes on the blonde youth before him. "No wonder all my prophetic dreams have failed. So it's because of this child." His stare lingered on Minma, so long that the boy felt completely uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Unable to bear it, Minma lowered his voice, asking, "Great sage toad, is something wrong?" "No, nothing." Gamamaru slowly shook his head, the shock in his eyes gradually giving way to profound contemplation. "This child possesses the power to change the world, just like Hagoromo. No, perhaps even more so. At least with Hagoromo, I could still see fragments of his future." After a long silence, Gamamaru suddenly turned to Minato. Minato immediately straightened, looking like a student about to be scolded. "And you are?" Gamamaru asked out of the blue. "I'm Minato Namikaze." Minato smiled awkwardly, tiny beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Naruto, looking utterly confused, quietly edged over to Minma and whispered into his ear, "Big bro, the old toad you summoned seems a bit forgetful." "Shush, he can hear you." Minma quickly tugged on his brother's sleeve. Hearing his son's whispering, Minato could only laugh in resignation. "And who are you?" Gamamaru turned his ancient gaze to Naruto, his voice riddled with curiosity. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage." Naruto thrust out his chest and declared in a booming voice. Gamamaru pondered for a moment, then turned back to Minma. "Uzumaki Minma, was it you who summoned me here?" I think so," Minma answered, sounding unsure of himself. Gamamaru's deep gaze lingered on Minma, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. At last, in a voice ancient and slow, he proclaimed, "Uzumaki Minma, this world will flourish or fall because of you. It all rests on your heart." Minma listened in sheer confusion, inwardly grumbling, "Why does this old toad have to speak in riddles?" Ding! Detected the presence of a silver-tongued, egg-born trickster. Mission 1. Put an end to this wayward evil by brewing a toad soup. Reward: the Eternal Dream Technique, Future Prophecy Capability. Mission 2. Suppress the Demon Sage, eradicate the demon's lair. Reward. Innate immortal spirit body. Don't start, system. Minma rolled his eyes in his heart. This system suddenly leaping out with such ridiculous tasks. He hasn't even done anything to me. Beside him, Minato heard the great sage Toad's words, and his heart gave a sudden jolt. As Jiraiya's disciple, he understood well the weight of the great Toad sage's prophecies. He was about to press for more details, but was cut off by Gamamaru. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back now. Uzumaki Naruto. As soon as Gamamaru finished speaking, his form gradually faded into transparency. The trio of Minato and his sons exchanged glances, each thinking the same thing. That old Toad even got his name wrong before leaving. Dad, what did the great Toad sage mean by those things he said? Naruto scratched the back of his head, bewildered, and asked. Well, I'm not so sure myself. Minato looked up at the darkening sky and said gently, It's getting late. I still have work to finish. You two should head home early as well. Don't make your mother worry. Got it, Dad. See you. The brothers replied in unison. As soon as Minato left, Naruto immediately grabbed Minma's sleeve, his eyes sparkling. Big bro, teach me a few more wind release jutsu, please. Fine. Minma nodded and quickly formed a hand seal. Shadow clone jutsu. With a soft puff, an identical Minma appeared at his side. Naruto stared at the clone, wide-eyed, and grumbled. This trick again. Oh, my silly little brother. Minma's shadow clone grinned mischievously, reaching out to ruffle Naruto's blonde hair. Meanwhile, the real Minma had already slipped away, heading for Tenzo and the others' residence. Tenzo, Sai, and Shin were sitting around a table, eating ramen when Minma suddenly appeared. They immediately set down their chopsticks and stood up. Carry on, don't mind me, Minma said casually, giving the modest yet cozy room a quick glance. Are you all settling in well here? Yes, the three replied in unison. Ever since learning Minma's true identity and strength, Tenzo no longer saw the blonde youth as an ordinary child. Brother Tenzo, I'm here to ask you about wood release techniques. Minma stated his purpose straightforwardly. Tenzo was momentarily surprised, then respectfully answered, Of course, Master Minma. They went to a secluded training ground, once a secret base of the Root organization. Wood style, birth of the dense woodland. As Tenzo finished his hand signs, the ground began to tremble, and, in an instant, a lush forest erupted, swiftly covering the entire field. So this is wood release, ninjutsu. Minma narrowed his eyes slightly. Somehow, it didn't seem as powerful as the legends of the first Hokage. He turned to see Tenzo, panting from the effort, and said with concern, Take a breather, brother Tenzo. Yes, Master Minma. Tenzo wiped the sweat from his brow, his chest still heaving. Just call me Minma. The young man flashed a sunlit smile, his warmth casting a momentary image of the fourth Hokage in Tenzo's mind. All right, Minma, you have my respect. A hint of genuine warmth flickered across Yamato's face as he pulled out an ancient scroll from his robes. Danzo entrusted this to me. It contains all the wood release techniques left behind by the first Hokage. He paused, a note of regret threading through his words. Unfortunately, my abilities are limited. I can't unleash the true power of the wood release. Moreover, to wield it, one must fuse the cells of the first Hokage himself. Thank you for your hard work, brother Yamato. Minma accepted the scroll, giving it only a quick glance before putting it away. He pressed his hands together, and in that instant, a surge of vibrant wood energy roared through his body. Wood release, nativity of a world of trees. Before Yamato and his companions' astonished eyes, the ground began to shudder and quake. Countless towering trees erupted from the earth, their colossal roots swirling like living dragons, and lush canopies blocked out the sun. In merely the space of a few breaths, the training field was transformed into a primeval forest. What was even more shocking was that Minma could feel every tree, every leaf, as if they were extensions of his own body. He could control them at will, calling forth the sturdiest shield or the sharpest spear in an instant. This time, a glint of icy resolve flashed in Minma's eyes. You won't get away so easily again. A soft breeze whispered through the newborn forest, the leaves rustling as if echoing their master's will. The three stared in stunned silence, rooted to the spot, as they took in the miracle wrought by the boy before them. How is this possible? Yamato's eyes flew wide open, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. As the only ninja in the village capable of wood release, no one understood better than he what this scene truly meant. An endless sea of trees, an overwhelming surge of life, as if the first Hokage himself had returned to the living. Yamato murmured, his voice trembling so much it was barely a whisper. Hidden in the shadows, the elite Umbu on guard duty were equally shaken to their core. Normally the picture of discipline, each one was now frozen, disbelief written all over the faces behind their masks. I must be dreaming. One Ambu pinched his own leg. Is this really the first Hokages would release? The newcomer, Yugao Yuzuki, was utterly transfixed as well. The purple-haired Kunoichi gripped her fists so tightly her knuckles turned pale. Barely half an hour ago, she'd been inwardly complaining that this guard detail was beneath her. She'd heard of Minma's reputation as a prodigy, but Konoha was never short on so-called geniuses. But now, gazing at the forest that had sprung from nothingness, Yugao finally understood the hushed reverence her comrades held when they spoke of Master Minma. Sister? A clear, youthful voice suddenly rang out beside her ear. Yin jolted, only then realizing that the blonde-haired boy had somehow appeared right in front of her, his deep blue eyes watching her with an amused glint. Were you spying just now? Minma tilted his head, a sly smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yin's face flushed crimson at once. The cat-faced mask may have concealed most of her expression, but the heat blazing on her ears betrayed her embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, she dropped to one knee and gave a formal salute. I am a member of the Ambu, sent to protect you on orders. Protect me? Minma repeated the word with a half-smile, his gaze sweeping meaningfully over the towering trees surrounding them. Yin felt her cheeks burn even hotter. Protecting a monster like him? The very idea was so absurd it was laughable. Why yes, she forced herself to answer. That's the Hokage's command. Minma nodded knowingly, then waved to the still-dazed Tenzo and the others, flashing Yin a dazzling, carefree smile as he turned to go. No need to be so stiff, sis. Even after that small figure had vanished into the distance, Yin stood rooted to the spot, stunned. It was only when a teammate patted her on the shoulder that she snapped out of her trance. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Time to move. Hiked. Yin hurried after them, but as she stepped forward, she stumbled awkwardly. Biting her lip, she touched her burning cheek, silently cursing herself for being so useless. How could a mere child throw her into such confusion? Inside the Sarutobi residence, the thin wisp of smoke from Hiruzen's pipe rose slowly into the air. He stared at the intelligence report on the desk, his wrinkled face contorted with conflicting emotions. Even Mokutan, the old man's calloused fingers gently traced the words on the report, as if confirming the reality of each character. The power and scale far exceed Tenzo's. The embers in his pipe gradually faded, unnoticed by the third Hokage. He gazed out the window, his eyes seeming to pierce through the rooftops of the Leaf Village, as though glimpsing that towering figure from decades past. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, standing proud atop a sea of trees. If he is allowed to grow further, Hiruzen's aged fingers unconsciously drummed a heavy rhythm on the desk. Suddenly, the weight on his face melted away like morning frost, replaced by a gentle, relieved smile. Who would have thought, in my lifetime, I would witness the next generation surpass the legends? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked toward the direction of the training grounds, the golden dawn reflected in his clouded eyes. The future of the Leaf will be even more brilliant than we ever imagined. Meanwhile, in the office of the fourth Hokage, the scroll in Minato's hand slipped from his grasp and landed on the desk with a dull thud. For once, the always composed Namikaze Minato found his fingers trembling uncontrollably, tears glimmering in his deep blue eyes. Seal off all information immediately. He suddenly stood up, voice tinged with urgency. Yes, sir. The ANBU ninja took the order and vanished, leaving the office wrapped in silence once again. Minato slowly picked up the scroll, the feel beneath his fingertips so real, yet it all felt strangely dreamlike. In that moment of daze, the great toad, Sage's prophecy, echoed by his ears. Uzumaki Minma, whether you bring prosperity or calamity to this world depends on a single thought of yours. Now, Minato finally understood the weight behind those words. Minma, his voice was gentle yet unwavering, as if vowing an oath that would last for eternity. I promise I will protect you, and let you become the one who brings light to the ninja world. The evening breeze brushed across the Hokage rock. In the twilight, the stone visage of the first Hokage stood silent and watchful, as though witnessing the dawn of a new era destined to surpass legends. The sunset's glow spilled down the path from school. Hands in his pockets, Minma strolled home at an easy pace, Naruto's chatter about ramen flavors filling his ears. He patted the bills in his pocket, brow furrowing. He was almost out of allowance again this month. Looks like I'll need to find a way to make some extra cash. As he mulled over ideas, a pitch-black crow landed silently on his shoulder. In its scarlet eyes, 3 Tomo slowly revolved. A message from Itachi? Minma's gaze sharpened. He called to his animated younger brother, Naruto. Huh? What's up, big bro? Naruto turned his head, his lips still holding the anticipation of miso ramen. Something just came up. Minma fished 2 Ichiraka ramen coupons from his pocket. You go ahead and eat. Remember to cover for me with mom, okay? Before Naruto could object, a burst of white smoke, like a soft pop, and Minma was gone. In a secluded alleyway, Minma unfurled the scroll. 3 bold characters, Land of Grass, caught his eye. A spark of chakra flame danced on his fingertip, consuming the message. The ashes spiraled away on the wind. The Land of Grass, huh? Still locked in combat with a hidden stone. His hands flew through hand signs, and beside him appeared a wood-style clone. So lifelike, even his chakra signature was identical, enough to fool his mother's sharp senses. As the symbols on the flying thunder god Kanai began to glow faintly, Itachi knew the blonde youth was coming. But when Minma truly appeared before his eyes out of thin air, even behind the mask, a flicker of surprise flashed through the Sharingan. Thanks for your help, Itachi. Minma landed lightly on a tree branch, night wind ruffling his golden hair. Think nothing of it. Itachi's voice came muffled through the mask, still calm and warm as ever. The border of the Land of Grass has been restless lately. Watch out for the stone patrols. Understood. Minma grinned and winked. Once this is done, let me treat you to a hot spring in the Land of Steam. Before his words had faded, his figure disappeared into the dusk as quietly as a passing breeze. In the dense forests at the border of the grass country, Myanmar reached into his ninja tool pouch and retrieved a Cloud Village forehead protector, a sly smile curling at his lips. A flash of lightning split the air. His once radiant blonde hair deepened into a dark chestnut, and his clear blue eyes faded to a muted gray-black, transforming him into the spitting image of a defected Cloud ninja. Now, even if things got loud, Cloud would be the one blamed for any trouble that followed. He vaulted up to the treetops and sped away in the direction pointed out by his intel. In the distance, the watchtower of grass-hidden village stretched a long shadow beneath the setting sun, and farther north, wisps of smoke rose along the border of the Land of Earth. Karen still felt the lingering warmth of her mother's sleeve at her fingertips when a rough-handed grass ninja dragged her out the door. She stumbled, glancing back just in time to see her mother's arm, marked with rows of bite scars, slip and hang limp. For as long as she could remember, mother and daughter had drifted like duckweed, never finding a place to settle. They finally made it to this grass ninja village, only to discover they'd traded one cage for another, even crueler one, her mother reduced to a living medicine kit, and Karen doomed to the same fate. What hurt most was seeing her mother return day after day, body frail, yet forcing a smile, as if nothing were wrong. Karen had buried her face in her bedding and wept countless times, never daring to let her cries out loud. And now, even these hellish days had come to an end. The flames of war devoured the last of her mother's strength. Before grief could even take hold, she was shoved into the stifling, blood-scented medical room. The ravenous stares of wounded men made her whole body tremble. Those grotesque wounds gaped like open maws, red and hungry. Hey, little girl, bring your hand over here. A scar-faced ninja seized her arm roughly. Despair closed in. Karen squeezed her eyes shut as tears traced down her cheeks. There was no escape from this twisted fate, after all. And as the fangs were about to sink into her skin, lightning style, thunder phantom lightning pillar, a deep voice exploded like a thunderclap. In an instant, blinding white light swallowed the world. Every grass ninja froze in place, trapped like puppets on a string. Karen only felt a sudden tightness at her wrist. Then, in a heartbeat, she was swept into a warm embrace. Don't be afraid. The stranger's voice sounded by her ear. Wind roared around them. She felt like a leaf whisked away by a storm, her eyes wide and helpless as the grass ninja village shrank rapidly into the gathering night. When she blinked again, the scent of damp grass and earth filled her senses. The unknown ninja released her, and she staggered back, thudding hard against a tree trunk, the rough bark grazing her back painfully. Moonlight filtered through the branches, weaving a dappled net across the ground. The stranger took a step forward. Instinctively, Karen curled into herself, small and shivering like a kitten caught in the rain. She bit her lip hard. Behind thick glasses, her eyes brimmed with tears she stubbornly refused to let fall. Suddenly, the silhouette before her began to shift and change. Golden strands of hair shimmered softly under the moonlight, and his deep blue eyes were as tranquil as a still lake. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. He spoke gently, his voice tender as though soothing a wounded bird. You're free now. Kaori stared blankly at the boy before her, who seemed to be about her age. His smile was as warm as sunlight on a winter morning. The hand he offered was clean and slender, without a trace of the gruesome scent that clung to other ninjas. My name is Minma Uzumaki. He bent down slightly, so their eyes met. I'm from your clan. He spoke as he reached his hand out to her. Kaori hesitated for a moment, her trembling fingertips finally touching his palm. His touch was warm, like holding a tiny sun in her hands. With the gentlest of pulls, Minma helped her up from the ground, treating her as though she were a fragile treasure. What's your name? Kaori. She heard her own voice, faint and trembling like a whisper in the wind. When the boy's gentle fingers wiped the tears from her face, Kaori froze. That touch, so soft, was unlike any roughness she remembered from before. Come with me, Kaori. His voice seemed to hold a quiet magic. I'll take you home. Home? That unfamiliar word rippled through Kaori's heart. She stared at their interlaced hands, his warm, dry palm enclosing her frozen fingers completely, the heat in his grasp chasing away the chill of the night. She didn't know where this boy, this Minma Uzumaki, would lead her, nor what the future would hold. But in that moment, having her hand held by his felt like gripping a beam of light that pierced the darkness. At last, the tears behind her thick glasses slid down, not born of despair, but of a strange and gentle stirring she had never known before. Step by step, Kaori followed, her heart thundering wildly in her chest. She couldn't quite understand the new sensation, but many years later, remembering this night beneath the cherry blossoms of Konoha, she would finally realize. This was what it meant to be touched by the first light of her life. Since he'd snuck out this far, Minma saw no need to hurry back. He leaned lazily against a tree, watching the sleeping Kaori curled up by the campfire. Dancing flames cast light across her young face, and her bright red hair blazed vividly against the night. The tailed beasts. With his hands folded behind his head, Minma gazed up at the stars and quietly tallied. Shikaku in the sand village, Matatabi and Gyuki in the cloud, Isabu and Saiken in the mist, Son Goku and Kokuo in the stone. As for Komiai, probably in the hidden waterfall village. Thinking of the power the tailed beasts held, enough to shake the world, Minma's eyes grew dark and contemplative. Such power, it had to be kept firmly under his own control. But he gently stroked his chin, his brows knitting together. Though he had confidence in his abilities, he had never actually faced off against the top fighters from the other 4 great ninja villages. If he acted rashly, it might not be the safest course of action. Moreover, tailed beasts were the most powerful weapons each village possessed, and their security was bound to be impenetrable. Minma muttered to himself, and suddenly his eyes lit up as if struck by a new thought. Come to think of it, when the first Hokage distributed the tailed beast back then, did the second Hokage perhaps? Given the second Hokage's far-reaching foresight, it was entirely possible he might have left a flying thunder god mark on the tailed beasts. As he pondered whether he should first tag the tailed beasts in each village, Karen at his side suddenly gave a startled cry and lunged into his arms. The girl's slender frame trembled violently. Clearly, she had just awakened from a nightmare. Minma instinctively considered pushing her away, but then he felt the warmth and dampness on his shoulder. His throat bobbed as he swallowed. Then he simply let out a soft sigh and, somewhat awkwardly, patted her gently on the back. It's all right now. It was only a bad dream. Gazing down at the crying girl nestled against him, Minma's eyes softened. He could scheme about the tailed beasts in due time, but for now, his priority was to take this kin of his home. If Mom found out that another member of their clan still existed in the world, she'd surely be overjoyed. Early the next morning, on the streets of Konoha village, Minma brought Karen back to the village with the flying thunder god technique. Karen clung tightly to his sleeve, her ruby-red eyes darting uneasily around her unfamiliar surroundings. Though Konoha was 100 times more bustling than the grass ninja village, to her, it felt unsettlingly foreign. Don't be afraid. Minma gently took her cold hand in his. This is my home, and from now on, it will be your home too. Karen looked up at him. Behind her thick glasses, her crimson eyes shimmered with uncertainty and dependence. She pressed her lips together without saying a word, only tightening her grip on Minma's hand. Minma-kun. A voice as soft as cotton candy suddenly floated over. Karen turned to see a girl in a pale lavender kimono standing not too far away. The girl's eyes were pearly white, and she looked down shyly, a delicate blush coloring her cheeks. Karen instantly sensed that the strange girl was looking at Minma with the same tender longing that she herself felt. Hinata? Minma paused in his tracks. Are you on your way home? Why, yes. I was just about to head back. Hinata's voice grew barely audible. Every time she saw Minma, her heart fluttered wildly, beyond her control. Just as she fumbled for words, she suddenly noticed the red-haired girl clinging to Minma's side. Seeing the two holding hands made Hinata's heart tighten with that all-too-familiar pang of jealousy. Hinata? Minma looked at the absent-minded girl in confusion and waved his hand in front of her face. I'll be off then. See you another day. Hinata stood still in a daze, watching Minma's figure disappear around the corner of the street. A gentle reminder came from the Hyuga family's guard. Miss, it's time to go home. Only then did she awaken, as if from a dream, turning away in silence, a flicker of loneliness crossing her pale eyes. Karen glanced back at the figure moving further away, then looked at the blonde boy by her side. Without realizing it, she edged a little closer to him. Sensing her movement, Minma squeezed her hand reassuringly. We're almost there. My mom is going to like you. When Minma pushed open the front door, he was greeted by the rich, mouth-watering aroma of food. He poked his head around and saw his mother standing by the stove, simmering a pot of soup, her long red hair tied carelessly behind her head. Mom, where's Naruto? Minma asked, glancing around deliberately. Minma, the ladle in Kushina's hand paused. She turned around, puzzled. Wasn't he with you? Minma's heart skipped a beat as his mother's eyes narrowed in suspicion. He had almost forgotten about his wood clone. He forced a shaky laugh. I thought maybe he'd gotten home before me. Mom, take a guess what kind of surprise I brought you. He quickly changed the subject. Surprise. Kushina blinked, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of her lips. What kind of surprise? Close your eyes first. Obediently, Kushina closed her eyes, and Minma gently pulled Karen, who was hiding outside the door, into the house. Karen stood awkwardly at the entrance, but the moment she saw Kushina, an overwhelming sense of familial warmth rose within her, making her eyes instantly well up. When Kushina opened her eyes, she froze in place as if struck by lightning. Her lips trembled, her gaze fixed firmly on Karen's vivid red hair. Kushina slowly knelt down, her hand trembling as she gently stroked Karen's hair. Are you a child of the Uzumaki clan? Tears streamed down Karen's cheeks. She still didn't fully understand what was happening, but the gentle woman before her reminded her so much of her mother. She nodded fiercely, her tears soaking into her collar. Wonderful! Kushina swept Karen up in a warm embrace, joyous tears coursing down her face. In this moment, it felt as if her long-wandering heart had finally found its way home. My name is Kushina, she said, cupping Karen's face in her hands, her voice trembling with emotion. Uzumaki Kushina. Karen. Uzumaki Karen. Karen choked out through her sobs. Kushina turned to Minma, her eyes sparkling with delight. Minma, how did you find her? It's all thanks to Big Brother Itachi's help. Minma grinned widely. We'll have to thank Itachi properly, Kushina said, wiping the corners of her eyes. She led Karen to the sofa, eager to speak her heart, yet in the end, she only reached over and gently patted Karen's hand. You two sit here for a bit. The soup will be ready soon. Mama looked at the still somewhat reserved Xianglin and spoke softly. From today on, this is your home. Besides Mom and Dad, I also have a younger brother. He's easy to get along with. I'll go get your room ready. Okay. Xianglin nodded obediently, her small hand unconsciously stroking the soft cushion of the sofa. From the kitchen came the rhythmic clatter of a spatula against the wok, and the sight of Kushina busily humming a tune. Everything felt so real that Xianglin feared it was nothing more than a beautiful dream. Night fell, and Minato returned home. The moment he pushed open the door, a warm fragrance of home-cooked food rushed to greet him. He took off his ceremonial Hokage cloak, hanging in the entryway, but his eyes were drawn to the unfamiliar red-haired little girl sitting at the table. Who is this? Minato glanced in confusion at his wife. With joy radiating from her face, Kushina hurried to his side. Minato, I have something important to tell you. Lowering her voice, she gently explained where Xianglin came from. After listening, Minato gave Mima, who was helping Xianglin with her food, a thoughtful look. He then sat down and turned to the nervous girl. Xianglin, welcome to our family. His clear blue eyes glowed with warmth. From now on, this is your home. Thank you, uncle. Xianglin blushed and lowered her head, but couldn't help glancing at Mima from the corner of her eye. Gazing at the boy with hair as golden as his father's, she suddenly wondered what Mima would look like when he grew up. Would he be as handsome as Uncle Minato? When night had settled and the house was quiet, Minato tapped gently at Mima's bedroom door. Mima, can we talk for a moment? Minato sat on the edge of the bed, carefully choosing his words. About the wood style. Mima felt his heart skip a beat. He scratched his head, thinking quickly. Maybe it's a bloodline awakening. After all, the Uzumaki and Senju clans are distant relatives. He stole a glance at his father's expression and hurried to add, plus, I was able to combine water style and earth style chakra natures, so I could learn wood style ninjutsu. Minato's eyes widened a little. For a moment, the explanation caught him off guard, but it did seem to make sense. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, reaching over to tousle his son's soft golden hair. No matter what, seeing you grow so strong makes me truly proud. Moonlight poured in through the crack in the curtains, casting a gentle silver glow across Minato's profile. Only then did Mima notice the faint lines that had appeared at the corners of his father's eyes. I'll protect everyone, Mima promised, his tone solemn. Minato smiled, full of pride, and drew his son into a gentle embrace. I believe in you. After watching his father leave, Mima let out a long breath, then took out the scroll on wood style that Tenso had given him. Under the night's faint light, the words describing the powerful techniques of the first Hokage shimmered faintly on the paper. Deep Forest Emergence, with Dragon Jutsu, he had already mastered these. His fingertips gently brushed over the two characters for sage art on the scroll, his brow furrowed slightly. But the true thousand hands and the gate of the enlightened god can only be used in conjunction with sage techniques. Mima leaned back against the headboard, gazing blankly at the ceiling above. The sage techniques of the first Hokage had long since been lost, and now the only one who might still know them, Lady Tsunade, was nowhere to be found. At that thought, he couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle. Of Grandpa Sarutobi's 3 disciples, Orotoru turned renegade, Master Jiraiya wanders the world, and Lady Tsunade drifts in exile. Not a single one of Konoha's top-tier fighters remained in the village. With such thoughts tumbling through his mind, sleep soon claimed him. Morning sunlight spilled down the corridors of the Ninja Academy. Menma and Naruto walked on either side of Karen, shielding her as they made their way toward the classroom under the curious gazes of their classmates. Thanks to the Hokage's special privileges, Karen's admission paperwork had been handled with exceptional speed. Quiet. Irika's commanding shout snapped instantly through the bustling classroom, bringing it to utter silence. Even Naruto and Shikamaru, the usual troublemakers, sat up straight without protest. In the eyes of the students, this teacher commanded a special kind of authority. Today we welcome a new student to our class, Karen Uzumaki. As applause echoed through the room, Shikamaru nudged Naruto with his elbow. Hey, she's got the same family name as you. Is she a relative of yours? I guess so. Naruto scratched his head. He didn't really know all the details, but since she'd been brought by Big Brother and they shared the same clan, they were family in his eyes. Up front, Irika gave Karen an encouraging smile. Go ahead and sit wherever you like. Yes, sir. Pushing her glasses up her nose, Karen's gaze swept swiftly through the classroom. The moment she spotted Menma, she strode straight toward him without hesitation. This move made Ino, who was seated on Menma's left, tense up in an instant. The blonde girl narrowed her eyes, keenly picking up on a peculiar warmth in Karen's gaze. She must be some kind of older sister, Ino muttered under her breath, fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her shirt. After all, they do share the same surname. Yet when Karen sat down next to Menma, with casual ease, red hair and blonde hair catching the sunlight in bright contrast, a wave of inexplicable unease welled up in Ino's chest. Menma-kun. Hinata lowered her head in silence, a fleeting trace of sorrow glinting in her pale eyes. Meanwhile, Menma was oblivious to the subtle stirrings among the girls. His mind was elsewhere, focused on a matter far more pressing: how to restore Konoha's lost elite strength. Out on the schoolyard, sunshine beat down on the sandy field, sending tiny motes of dust swirling through the air. Irika gathered the students in the center of the training ground, his gaze flicking between Naruto and Sasuke. The competitive tension between those two boys was so thick it nearly crackled in the air, as if the space around them were humming with anticipation. Begin! At Irika's command, flashes of gold and black darted across the field, colliding in an instant. Menma stood at the sidelines, eyes narrowed, watching intently. Ever since he taught Naruto ninjutsu, Sasuke had never managed to gain the upper hand in a real fight. But today, a muffled thud echoed through the air as fists and feet collided again and again. Sasuke's movements were sharper than ever before. Each spin, every punch, carried a sense of precise anticipation, as if he could predict Naruto's every move. Clearly, ever since the Uchiha incident, Itachi had poured considerable effort into training his younger brother. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Seizing an opening, Sasuke quickly formed the necessary hand seals. A searing fireball roared to life, instantly engulfing several of Naruto's shadow clones. The training ground erupted in a sea of flames, the acrid scent of scorched earth hanging heavy in the air. Rasengan. Naruto's tactics were as straightforward as ever. A shadow clone grabbed the real Naruto by the ankle and hurled him forward with all its might. The blue sphere of chakra in his palm whirled violently as he sped straight towards Sasuke. Irika's face went pale in an instant. Those two were seriously going all out. He instinctively glanced at Minma, only to find him still standing calmly where he was, with no intention of stepping in. Sasuke's eyes widened in alarm. With the Rasengan coming at him like a freight train, he realized he had nowhere to run. Sasuke! Sakura's scream split the sky. A powerful explosion sent Sasuke flying, slamming him to the ground with enough force to rip the skin across his chest. Naruto stood frozen in shock, clearly not expecting the attack to injure Sasuke so badly. Just as everyone thought the match was decided, the Sasuke on the ground abruptly transformed into a charred wooden log. The real Sasuke had somehow circled around to appear behind Naruto. Substitution jutsu. When did he? Ino held Sakura back from running onto the field, urging her. Irika-sensei and Minma haven't moved an inch. Stay calm, don't go. Lion barrage. Sasuke's silhouette shot into the air like a bolt of black lightning. His legs cut through the air in a blur of afterimages. Naruto barely had time to react before he was struck by a relentless flurry of kicks, sending him crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn, you didn't have to go that hard. Naruto spat out a mouthful of dirt as he struggled to his feet, defiance burning in his clear blue eyes. Clapping his hands together, he shouted, "Wind style, gale palm." A wild surge of wind swept across the field, forcing Sasuke to shield his face. In that split second, Shadow, Shuriken, Jutsu. Dozens of shuriken whistled through the air, and Sasuke frantically swung his kunai, deflecting what he could, but some slipped through and sliced open his sleeve, blood trailing down his arm. But that wasn't what shocked him most. One of the shuriken morphed right before his eyes into another Naruto. With a solid thump, a heavy punch slammed into Sasuke's cheek, sending him tumbling across the sand, rolling to a stop at the edge of the practice field. Enough! Wiping cold sweat from his brow, Irika finally let out a sigh of relief and announced, "Naruto Uzumaki is the winner. Now form the reconciliation seal." Still panting, Naruto walked over to Sasuke and reached out his hand. "Hey, are you okay?" Sasuke pushed himself up, his black hair messy and plastered to his sweat-soaked forehead. When he caught sight of his classmates gazing at him with surprise or sympathy, a wave of humiliation surged over him. With a sharp slap, he knocked Naruto's hand away, striding off without a backward glance. His retreat a mix of disheveled defeat and stubborn pride. Sasuke. Naruto stood frozen, looking helplessly toward his big brother for guidance. Minma only shrugged, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Young people these days, they really don't handle pressure as well as they used to. Irika watched Sasuke's departing figure and let out a sigh filled with resignation. This was the third time this month already. Every time Sasuke lost to Naruto, he would storm off in this same angry fashion. Next pairing, Irika called, shifting his gaze back to the list. Minma versus Hinata. The entire training ground fell silent in an instant. Minma blinked, wondering if he'd misheard. "Irika-sensei, can I skip this one?" "No," Irika replied sternly, his face taking on a strict expression. "This is a required class. Everyone must participate." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Just take it easy. Hinata's temperament is very gentle." A small, knowing smile curved at Minma's mouth. Understood. Picking on delicate girls, that was honestly his favorite pastime. With a slight cough, Minma walked to the center of the field and bowed with perfect seriousness. "Hinata, let's have a good match." Hinata trembled all over, her pale cheeks instantly turning a deep, rosy red. Under the stares of the whole class, she stood there like a startled little rabbit, completely at a loss. "Hinata, you can do it," Irika called out encouragingly. "Believe in yourself." Hinata took a deep breath, her steps shaky as she walked forward. She brought up her slender fingers into a soft fist stance, the veins at the corners of her eyes standing out. "Minma-kun, please go easy on me." Her voice was barely a whisper, faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet in her pure white eyes, a flicker of hidden determination flashed by. Minma raised an intrigued eyebrow. So this timid little rabbit did have fangs after all. He remained rooted to the spot, simply watching Hinata in silence. The delicate arch of the girl's arms trembled, and even her gentle fighting pose looked so cautious and small. "It's all right, Hinata," he said, softening his tone, a bright, encouraging smile curving his mouth. "You can do it." "Yes." Hinata inhaled deeply and finally mustered the courage to rush forward. Her movement was as light as a butterfly's, but nerves made her easy prey. Minma dodged her attack with almost no effort. When Hinata's wrist was captured by the warmth of his hand, she froze entirely, her face blushing a deep apple red, looking as if she might faint on the spot. Startled, Mima quickly released her. Not strong enough, Hinata. Put a little more force into it. He gave her a thumbs up. You're the best. Yes. Encouraged, Hinata launched another attack, her moves now noticeably sharper and more forceful. Yet, whenever she was on the verge of landing a critical blow, she would unconsciously hold back, her gentle palm strikes brushing lightly against Myanmar's sleeve. Myanmar frowned slightly. Where was the Hyuga clan's famed gentle fist in this? When Niji sparred with him, every move aimed straight for the vital points. This girl is simply too kind-hearted. He sighed inwardly. It seemed she was in need of some proper training. On the sidelines, Naruto boredly dug at his nose. Big bro sure doesn't fight me like that. Sigh. Shikamaru, crouching on the ground with his chin in his hands, muttered, just watching this kind of hassle makes me tired. But Ino's eyes sparkled with excitement. This gentle sparring style, she wanted to try it too. Irika put a hand to his forehead and heaved a weary sigh. Just moments ago, Naruto and Sasuke had fought like mortal enemies, and now these two looked more like they were ballroom dancing than dueling. Today's students are growing harder to figure out by the minute. The atmosphere on the field grew increasingly awkward. This wasn't much of a ninja duel at all, more like a partner dance. At last, Myanmar let out a helpless sigh. Suddenly, he reached out to gently grasp Hinata's slender wrist and gave a light pull. A startled gasp. Caught off guard, Hinata lost her balance and tumbled straight into Myanmar's arms. Their bodies pressed close together, and Hinata could even catch a faint warmth of sunlight from his scent. Huh. The whole crowd erupted in an instant. All Hinata could feel was the world spinning around her. Her cheeks flushed so hot it was as if they might burst into flames. Weak in the knees and melting into his support, she barely managed not to collapse right there. That's so unfair. Hinata. Ino stamped her foot in frustration, veins bulging on her forehead like an angry little lioness. If Sakura weren't holding her back with all her might, she would have charged in and split the two apart. Karen stood rooted to the spot, unconsciously biting her lower lip, her fingernails digging deep into her palm. Oh no! Myanmar was about to say something when he suddenly felt the lightness in his arms. Wham! Hinata, with a swift headbutt, landed squarely on his nose. While he was recoiling from the pain, she slipped from his grasp and bolted away like a startled rabbit, leaving behind only the frantic flutter of her retreat. A vein throbbed relentlessly on Irika's forehead. He made a note in his lesson plan, silent but firm. Never, absolutely never, let these kids spar together again. Myanmar was rubbing his reddened nose, but a smile played unconsciously at his lips as he watched Hinata's fleeing silhouette. For such a shy girl, she certainly can pack a punch when she wants to. On the way back to the classroom, Myanmar caught in the corner of his Mizuki-sensei, heading toward Sasuke, who sat sulking by himself. He paused and frowned. In his memory, Mizuki was never a trustworthy character. Naruto, come here. Naruto, who was busy romping with Shikamaru and the others, immediately rushed over when he heard Myanmar's voice, still carrying a few blades of grass tangled in his blonde hair. What's up, big bro? After school, follow Sasuke. Mima lowered his voice. Huh? What? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. I suspect someone's up to something. Mima narrowed his eyes. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him do anything foolish. Naruto's gaze grew instantly sharp. Understood. Sure enough, Sasuke didn't go straight home. Instead, he slipped out of the school gates, glancing around furtively. Mima shot Naruto a meaningful look. Naruto quietly followed after Sasuke without a sound. Karen, you go home first. Minma turned to the red-haired girl and instructed her gently, then headed off in the direction of the secret training grounds. Yamato was coaching Shin and Sai in basic ninjutsu practice, while Shursui Uchiha, on the far side, was perfecting his shuriken throws. Each kunai sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, striking the bullseye on distant targets 100 meters away. Shursui. Minma approached him. Would you train with me for a bit? With a soft swish, the last shuriken traced a graceful arc through the air. Shursui turned, a wry smile on his face. Minma, your skill has already surpassed mine. There's little point in us sparring anymore, is there? Please. Minma gave a slight bow. I want to test my own limits. Shursui paused, surprised. Those words sounded so familiar, almost like a certain little brother's catchphrase. All right. He spread his hands in resignation. I've got nothing else to do anyway. Just go easy on me. Shursui slowly drew his ninja blade. Instantly, his aura shifted. He became like a drawn sword himself, radiating an unmistakable, razor-sharp edge. Minma took a deep breath, settling into a fighting stance. All the others on the training field had already retreated to a safe distance, breathless with anticipation as they watched the upcoming clash of titans unfold. Watch out! Even as he spoke, Shirsue's form split in an instant. Multiple phantoms sprang into existence, completely surrounding Minma. Elusive yet dangerous. Any one of them could be the real Shirsue. Without hesitation, Minma flung several flying thunder god kunai, each one whistling through the air. He knew Shirsue's body flicker technique was akin to the art of the flying thunder god. Shirsue could move his true self between the illusions in a flash. Just as the kunai were about to hit the ground, Minma vanished in a blink. A metallic clash erupted, sparks flew. Minma's kunai aimed with deadly precision for Shirsue's throat, but only cut through an afterimage. The real Shirsue had already darted to another phantom's position, hands weaving signs with lightning speed. Fire style, Phoenix, Sage, Flower, Nail, Crimson. A dozen shuriken wreathed in blazing flames shrieked through the air, not only sealing off Minma's escape, but also engulfing every flying thunder god kunai on the field. What ingenious tactics! Minma's pupils shrank as his hands moved faster than lightning. Water style, Water formation wall. Seemingly out of nowhere, a swirling wall of water rose up, blocking the scorching onslaught completely. He can conjure such a massive water-style jutsu without any nearby water. Yamato's eyes widened in astonishment. The assault was relentless. 3 water clone illusions broke through the wall of water, attacking Minma from different angles. Shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, Minma split into 3 clones, forming hand seals. Wind style, Great breakthrough. Fire style, Dragon flame jutsu. Lightning style, False darkness. Howling winds fed the flames. Roaring fire wrapped round with lightning. These combined jutsu swept across the battlefield with overwhelming power, demolishing everything in their path. Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan spun furiously, and a verdant green Susanoo erupted from ground. Bone armor swiftly encased his chakra network, the colossal warrior absorbing that world-shattering blow head-on. As the smoke and dust cleared, the ground for dozens of meters around had been scorched black. Shirsue stood protected within his Susanoo, his expression grave. He just couldn't understand. How was it that his Jinjutsu had no effect whatsoever on this young opponent? Should he go on? Minma wiped sweat from his brow, eyes burning with even fiercer fighting spirit. Shirsue allowed himself a faint smile, as Susanoo's enormous sword rose. Nothing would please me more. In the distance, every spectator swallowed hard in unison. This battle had long since surpassed anything they could comprehend. Be careful, Shirsue. Minma brought his hands together in a sharp clap, and the ground trembled violently. Thick tree trunks burst from the earth, twisting and curling like living things, transforming in an instant into a massive wooden dragon, lifelike and coiling. Its silent roar seemed to shake the very air as it lunged straight for Susanoo. That's the first Hokage's wood dragon jutsu. Shirsue's pupils contracted sharply. Susanoo swung its gigantic spiral blade with all its might, shearing the dragon's vines. Yet every cut was instantly healed. Worse still, he could feel his chakra being ravenously drained away by the dragon's grip. Crack! The green Susanoo started to fracture, forced back from the majestic Tengu form to its second stage. Rasengan Typhoon. Minma seized the chance, leaping skyward, a sphere of black energy in his palm, radiating a sense of annihilation. As the Rasengan Typhoon struck Susanoo's chest, the entire defense shattered like so much brittle glass. Stop! I give up. Shirsue called out urgently, a thin trail of blood streaming from his right eye. At his words, Minma instantly withdrew, and the wooden dragon dissipated into countless motes of green light. Thank you, Shirsue. Minma smiled and extended his hand. Shirsue accepted the help, shaking his head with a rueful smile. You're on a whole other level. The first Hokage's with style, in your hands, is just. He wiped the blood from his eye, unable to finish. Minma gave an awkward laugh, but inside he felt a surge of respect for Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage. To think with style alone, he'd subdued all 9-tailed beasts. Truly, he was a god among shinobi. On the sidelines, Sai and Shin stared open-mouthed at Yamato. Yamato, can you use style on that level too? Yamato's mouth twitched, his gaze saying plainly, Are you kidding me? If I could, do you really think I'd be here teaching you guys? As Myanmar left the training ground, a sudden realization struck him. Naruto was still tailing Sasuke. He needed to check on the situation. Forming hand seals at lightning speed, his sensory technique flared to life, and he could just barely sense Naruto and Sasuke's chakra moving in a certain direction within the village. Myanmar's brows knitted with worry as he unleashed his body flicker technique at full strength, his form darting through the rooftops like a phantom. Night had fallen. Sasuke knelt alone on the rear training grounds behind the mountain. Sweat dripped from his chin, each drop splattering onto the dry earth, pitting it with tiny dark marks. His arms trembled so badly he could hardly grip his kunai, but in his mind, the scene of his defeat at the hands of Naruto played on loop. The idiot's triumphant grin, the classmates whispering in shock, and his father's disappointed sigh as he turned away. Training extra again, are you, Sasuke? A gentle voice drifted from behind a tree. Mizuki walked into the moonlight, his expression just the right mix of warmth and concern. Sasuke didn't look up. With a dull thud, his kunai embedded in the wooden target, half an inch off the center. It must sting. Losing to the Hokage's son, huh? Mizuki settled onto a nearby stone. I heard his older brother sneaks him into the Forbidden Jutsu archive for extra training sometimes. What did you say? Sasuke whipped his head around, fire flaring in his pitch-black eyes. Mizuki looked up at the moon, just like his father used to. You know how the fourth Hokage became Hokage, right? Wasn't Forbidden Jutsu a part of it? The night wind played through the leaves, its constant rustle masking the sudden harshness of Sasuke's breathing. If you get your hands on the scroll of seals, you could surpass those brothers. Mizuki's voice was thick with temptation, lingering in his ears. Staring at the lock on the archive door, Sasuke swallowed nervously. He reached for the scroll. Suddenly, a flash of gold burst through the window. Stop! Naruto threw out his arms, blocking the entrance. Sasuke, don't listen to Mizuki-sensei, he's lying. My brother would never. Get out of my way. Sasuke's kunai whistled past Naruto's ear, slicing off a lock of blonde hair. You don't get to lecture me. Naruto's blue eyes constricted in shock. He lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Sasuke's waist in a grip of desperation. The two went crashing through the wooden window, rolling into the courtyard, littered with splintered debris. You don't understand anything. Naruto shouted, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. My big brother trains with me every morning before sunrise. His hands are covered in calluses from doing hand signs. Sasuke's fist froze in midair. The moonlight revealed his pale face, sweat-soaked bangs clinging to his forehead. From afar, the sound of frantic footsteps approached. Mizuki's form appeared, looming atop the courtyard wall. What touching friendship! The smile on Mizuki's face fractured, all civility slipping away. With a sweep of his arm, he drew a Fuma shuriken, its blade gleaming with a bitter coldness. Such a shame you'll both have to die here tonight. The massive shuriken tore through the air, shrieking as it spun with deadly intent. Almost instinctively, Naruto threw himself over Sasuke, shielding him from harm. Thud! The muffled sound of a blade sinking into flesh made Sasuke's pupils contract. Warm blood dripped from the edge of Naruto's jacket, blooming into crimson flowers upon his forehead. Why? Sasuke's voice trembled beyond control. Naruto clenched his teeth in pain, but still managed a dazzling grin. Be because we're friends, aren't we? You idiot! Suddenly, Sasuke felt a burning heat behind his eyes, distorting his vision with a tide of red. When his focus returned, he could see everything. Mizuki's twisted, ferocious face, the blood channel gleaming along the shuriken, even the distant trembling of leaves. In Sasuke's scarlet eye, a single tomo began to turn, like a curse awakened by spilled blood. Mizuki hurled his second shuriken. Whoosh! The razor-sharp edge tearing through flesh sent a chill down everyone's spine. But Mizuki's triumphant grin froze on his face. The Naruto he struck split in two, transforming into nothing more than a wooden log. Substitution jutsu. Before he could even react, Sasuke's boot smashed upward into his chin. Lion barrage. The boy's silhouette spun through the air, every kick fueled by long frustrated fury. As Mizuki crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, a dozen or so shadow clones of Naruto launched themselves like a pack of wolves, raining down blows in a wild, relentless torrent. Huff, huff. Bracing his hands against his knees, Sasuke glared at the perfectly unharmed Naruto. You total moron. You almost fooled me too. Heh. Naruto scratched his head and grinned goofily, but then his tone turned earnest. But I really did want to protect you. TCH. Sasuke turned away, the tips of his ears betraying a flush of red. With hands stuffed in his pockets, he strode off, while Naruto's loud, chaotic footsteps echoed in pursuit. Watching from the rooftop, Menma shivered, finding even his apple had lost its flavor. The friendship in Konoha is downright terrifying. Silent as specters, ANBU operatives appeared, dragging Mizuki, now barely human, away. Menma glanced at the overmatched fool, letting his presence fade into the night. Compared to small fry like that, he was far more worried that his own younger brother would be led astray by Sasuke. The way those two had looked at each other just now, there was something decidedly off about it. Just then, Minma received the latest report, delivered by Itachi's messenger crow. Jiraiya's whereabouts seemed to have surfaced near the borders of the land of water. Perfect. A flicker of chakra fire danced at his fingertips, burning the message to ashes. As the gray remnants scattered, his figure had already transformed into that of a merchant, blending seamlessly among the traders bound for the land of water. The salty, damp sea breeze whipped through thin rain, and the archipelago loomed amidst the mist, vague and ghostly in the distance. Standing on deck, Minma gazed at those hazy outlines. This country, surrounded by islands, was shrouded in the darkest days of the Bloody Mist Village era. He lowered his hat, letting a sly smile creep across his lips. The more chaotic things became, the easier it was to disappear into the shadows. Walking along the road, Minma was still pondering how to infiltrate the village hidden in the mist, when suddenly a figure in white blocked his path. "Are you from the hidden mist?" A silver-haired child pointed a bone, spiked straight at Minma. Two bright red dots adorned his brow, vivid as fresh blood. He radiated danger from head to toe, like a small, bristling wild beast. "No," Minma answered calmly, his gaze flicking to the bone spike in the boy's hand. It appeared to be the signature ability of the Kagaya clan's bloodline limit. "Saw the..." The boy sheathed his weapon, his manners so impeccable it was as if that earlier killing intent had been nothing but an illusion. Without another word, he raced into the thickening fog. Minma narrowed his eyes and followed silently. He was heading to the hidden mist village anyway, and this child would make for the perfect guide. Within the damp mist, Kimimaro suddenly came to a halt. Ahead, two figures gradually materialized. A tall ninja, his body tightly wrapped in bandages, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes exposed. An oversized sword glinted coldly on his back, its blade exaggerated even in the fog. Beside him stood a young boy carrying a bamboo basket, gentle smile gracing his delicate features. More pursuers from the mist. The tall one, Zabuza, rested his hand on the hilt of his executioner's blade, his tone icy cold. From his hiding place, Minma's pupils contracted. All at once, he recognized Zabuza, the demon and Haku of the Yuki clan. His gaze drifted back and forth between the three figures, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Interesting. So this child must be Kimimaro. Kimimaro repeated his earlier question, and when he received another denial, he bolted into the depths of the fog without looking back. Minma quickly formed a hand seal. His wooden clone silently trailed Zabuza and Haku, while he continued following Kimimaro himself. Beside the stone marker at the village entrance, a tall, slender figure made Minma catch his breath. A flash of yellow kimono, black hair cascading in a silken waterfall. Orochimaru stood surveying the village, snake-like golden pupils flickering with curiosity, tongue unconsciously brushing across his lips. Well, Minma nearly laughed aloud. He lightly turned the flying thunder god kunai in his grasp. You search high and low, only to find it when you least expect. I haven't found my master Jiraiya, but ran into the S-class rogue ninja Orochimaru instead. Just then, Kimimaro suddenly lunged at Orochimaru, bone spike flashing. There was a dull thud. Orochimaru didn't even turn around. He simply kicked out behind him, sending the youth tumbling several meters away. Kimimaro rolled across the ground before coming to a stop. "Are you from the hidden mist?" The boy persisted, struggling to his feet, lifting his bone spike at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's golden pupils narrowed slightly, his gaze lingering on Kimimaro's arm for a moment. Then a sly, meaningful smile crossed his face. The village hidden in the mist is that way. His slender fingers pointed into the depths of the swirling fog. Minma watched from the shadows, eyes tracing the paths of Orochimaru and Kimimaro as they departed in different directions. His fingers unconsciously stroked the flying thunder god kunai. The information about the three tails and six tails could slip away at any moment, but this slippery snake was even harder to capture. Staring after Orochimaru, he thought, I absolutely cannot let him get away. Seeing Orochimaru turn to leave, a sharp glint flickered in Minma's eyes. With a swift hand sign from his left hand, a new clone slipped silently after Kimimaro, while his real body, disguised as an umbu, shot forward like an arrow loose from a bow. A piercing whoosh sliced through the air as a kunai flew, startling the birds in the forest. Orochimaru's lips curled into a strange, sinister smile as he twisted his neck at an inhuman angle, effortlessly dodging the deadly strike. But when his gaze caught the sealing mark inscribed on the kunai's handle, his golden, slit-pupiled eyes narrowed to razor-thin slits. A flash of deadly steel. In the blink of an eye, Minma appeared beside the kunai, the flick of his wrist bringing the blade to rest against Orochimaru's throat. The sharp edge sliced open pale skin, and a splash of blood stained his yellow kimono like ink spilled across paper. Cough, cough, cough. Orochimaru crumpled to his knees, dark blood welling and dripping through his fingers, his pupils fluttering and beginning to dim. Minma stood coldly above him, kunai spinning between his fingers. Drop the axe. A chill laughter rattled from the corpse's throat, sending a shiver down the spine. Suddenly, the dying Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, and a new, mucus-covered body slowly slithered out of the shell like a serpent molting its skin. The reborn Orochimaru licked the remaining slime from his cheek with his long tongue, his cold, venomous stare coiling around Minma like a snake. Flying Raijin Jutsu, Namake's Minato. But before his words finished, he shook his head in denial. This ninja wielded Minato's signature technique, but he knew Minato well. This was not that man. Orochimaru's pupils trembled violently as countless possibilities flashed through his calculating mind. His voice, hoarse, distorted by shock, croaked out, "Who are you, really?" "Stop guessing, Orochimaru." Minma toyed with the flying Raijin kunai, its cold gleam dancing across his fingers. Lowering his voice to mimic the chilling monotone of the Umbu, he intoned, "I am a member of the Fire Will Pursuit Unit dedicated to hunting rogue shinobi." Orochimaru's expression twisted, a look in his golden slit eyes that practically screamed, "Do you take me for an idiot?" He rasped back with a sneer, "I've spent decades in Konoha, and I've never heard of a Fire Will Pursuit Unit." Oof. Minma abruptly stilled the kunai in his hand, aiming the blade directly at Orochimaru. "Someone of your rank isn't privy to the second Hokage's secret operatives." He let his voice drop, every word laced with icy authority. "Even the third Hokage doesn't know of our existence." Orochimaru inhaled sharply, tongue darting nervously over his lips. He knew this had to be nonsense, but that flying Raijin Jutsu, hidden shadow, snake hands. Without warning, Orochimaru's right arm split into a swarm of venomous serpents, their fangs snapping from Minma's throat. In a golden flash, Minma instantly appeared 10 meters away by another kunai. With a single fluid motion, he severed the snake's heads. At the same moment, his left hand unleashed a Rasengan straight at Orochimaru's chest. A thunderous impact erupted, wood shavings scattered through the air. The wooden substitution exploded into fragments, while the real Orochimaru was now standing atop a tree, the pale face for the first time marked by a look of solemnity. "Surrender quietly." Minma stood amid the rain of wood chips, a smile of assured victory playing at the corner of his mouth. Orochimaru's vertical pupils contracted sharply. Mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, the ideal form of the Rasengan. This was almost Minato Namake's. He muttered under his breath, but quickly shook his head, denying the thought. The bearing, the tone, even the methods, all were utterly different. "Who are you, really?" Orochimaru's voice trembled, charged with excitement. The scientist's curiosity, for a moment, overwhelmed even fear. He stared hard at the mysterious ninja before him, as though determined to dissect every inch of this enigma. "I told you, I'm the one here to capture you." With a flick of the wrist, Minma sent a flying thunder god kunai whistling through the air. Orochimaru's pupils narrowed again. In a flash, he spat the Kusanagi sword from his mouth, thrusting it with deadly precision along the kunai's path. He was predicting Minma's teleportation. Yet Minma didn't move at all. A sly curve touched his lips. Capitalizing on Orochimaru's moment of vulnerability after missing his attack, Minma threw a dozen kunai in an elegant arc, falling like scattering petals to encircle Orochimaru completely. A flash of golden light, and in an instant Minma appeared behind Orochimaru, the cold kunai blade pressed against his throat. Cold sweat traced down Orochimaru's pale face, while fury burned in his golden eyes. He had been toyed with. "Save your tricks. Jinjutsu won't work on me." With a single hand seal, Minma summoned a strange phenomenon. The trees around them suddenly sprang to life. Thick branches surged like titanic serpents, coiling around and binding Orochimaru tighter than any prisoner's ropes. Even his fingers immobilized. Would release. Orochimaru's voice was laced with shock. He stared again at this mysterious ninja, a rush of experimental data flashing through his mind. This was nothing like the unfinished and flawed would-release jutsu he and Danzo had studied. This was perfect. "Pledge your loyalty to me, and I'll give you the truth you seek." Minma's eyes met Orochimaru's slitted gaze unflinchingly. "Ha ha ha." Orochimaru let out a hoarse, cold laugh, his tongue flicking unconsciously over his lips. "Swear loyalty? Ludicrous, a laughable fantasy." Unless this person could help fulfill his dream of immortality. The next instant, Orochimaru's mocking laughter froze on his face. Minma released his transformation jutsu. His body shrank. Bit by bit, his true form emerged, a boy with blonde hair and blue eyes. Orochimaru's pupils dilated violently, his mind, for once, blanking out in confusion. Minato namikaze so? His voice trembled with unrestrained excitement. No, this can't be. Moonlight bathed the boy's smiling face. The golden flash of the Leaf Village had found a new air. The awe and shock struck Orochimaru harder than any experiment he had ever conducted in decades. Here, in front of him, was a 7-year-old child who embodied a legacy made entirely new. Golden hair shimmered, and those sapphire eyes held a depth far beyond his years. Uzumaki, Minma. Orochimaru rasped the name, his long tongue unconsciously licking his lips. Being the son of Minato Namikaze explained the Flying Thunder God technique. But that flawless wood release, the secret of wood release. Orochimaru's voice trembled with longing. Minma shook his head slightly, fingers brushing the branches coiled around Orochimaru. That depends on your choice. The vivid green twigs tightened ever so softly at his touch. Suddenly, Orochimaru let out a low laugh, a sound brimming with madness and excitement. A 7-year-old child, bargaining with me? No. Minma's eyes turned sharp as a blade. With the future 5th Hokage, that's who you're bargaining with. The words exploded in the air like thunder. For the first time, true shock flickered in Orochimaru's serpentine eyes. Not awe for power, but pure astonishment at the boy's ambition. Your research on immortality, your forbidden jutsu. Minma's voice dropped to a near whisper, barely audible. I can offer you help with all of it. But the price. He leaned in, his lips close to Orochimaru's ear. His absolute loyalty. The forest fell suddenly still. Orochimaru felt the branches entwined around him begin to drain his chakra. Was this a deal? His voice was hoarse, slow. Yes. Minma answered curtly, a flick of his fingers loosening the entwining branches. Orochimaru flexed his wrists, a sly, meaningful smile curling his lips. I have no desire to return to the leaf. Not yet. Fine. Minma tossed him a specially marked Flying Thunder God kunai. I won't restrain your freedom. But when I summon you, you must appear. Orochimaru caught the kunai, his tongue darting across his lips again. It will be my pleasure to serve. Minma was perfectly aware Orochimaru's obedience was only on the surface. This slippery snake would not truly submit to anyone, at least not for now. We both have something the other wants. He turned toward the direction of the hidden mist village. Remember, the price of betrayal is more than you could bear. Orochimaru's cold laugh echoed, tucking the kunai into his sleeve. Watching Minma leap toward the mist village, his eyes shimmered with a dangerous light. What a perfect vessel. If not for the vast difference in strength, this boy, master of both Flying Thunder God and Wood Release, would be his dream reincarnation body. What an intriguing partnership this promises to be. Orochimaru's figure melted into the mist, vanishing like a serpent slipping into the grass. Meanwhile, within the confines of the mist village, Minma had already slipped silently into a shadowy corner of the city of Blood Mist. The Kaguya clan's rebellion swept through the mist like a tempest, only to burst and dissolve like bubbles, gone as swiftly as it came. Kimamuro's slight figure stood out amidst the chaos of battle. He swung his bone spikes mechanically, while his clansmen fell one after another around him, their blood staining his white robes crimson. Minma darted through the disordered battlefield, his powerful chakra-sensing prowess expanding outward like a living radar. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Near a distant building, an immense, savage surge of chakra blazed in the darkness, dazzling like a torch in the night. There it is. He swept across the battlefield like a phantom, mind racing. Was it the 3 tails or perhaps the 6 tails? But just as he was about to reach his target, an unfamiliar, overwhelming chakra force suddenly closed in from nearby. Minma halted sharply, sharp eyes snapping upward. Standing on the rooftop opposite was a woman with russet curls. The blue bandeau dress hugged her curves, and though her hand sat confidently at her hips and her smile was dazzling as a flower in full bloom, her emerald eyes brimmed with danger. I noticed you earlier, little boy. Mei Terumi landed lightly in front of Minma, her generous chest gently rising and falling with each breath. Minma took half a step back without betraying his composure, flashes of indecent scenes from certain websites flickering through his mind. He knew exactly who the 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, was. I'm here to hunt down the S-rank rogue ninja, Orochimaru. Minma forced an innocent smile. I hope you won't misunderstand, ma'am. Orochimaru. Mei's pupils instantly tightened, her full red lips parting just a touch. Of course she'd heard that name, but she hadn't expected him to appear in the hidden mist village. She let her gaze roam over the blonde youth before her. Little boy. Suddenly, she leaned down, her enticing neckline revealing a teasing glimpse. Lying children have to be punished. Minma's ears burned faintly, but his eyes remained clear. Now that he'd been spotted, it was clearly not the time to approach a tailed beast. He was about to leave when a faint, sweet fragrance wafted over him. Instinctively, he shifted aside, only to find Madarumi had silently closed the distance. The chilling glint of a kunai pressed against his throat. Chasing a rogue ninja all the way to the Mizukage Tower? Mei's lips curled in a subtle smile, her green eyes glinting with dangerous amusement. Minma retreated half a step calmly, keeping his innocent smile. I really am after Orochimaru. He's nearby. Oh. Mei advanced, her elegant fingers tracing along his cheek. Has Konoha run out of people, sending someone as young as you? A flash of steel. Her kunai slashed toward his throat, but just as it brushed his skin, she struck nothing but air. My, such a ruthless big sister. A voice, edged with laughter, spoke from behind her. Now was she who felt the icy chill of a kunai pressed against her waist. Madarumi's emerald eyes narrowed in shock. What kind of speed was this? Words alone aren't enough. She tried her best to remain calm as she turned around, her long legs sweeping out like a whip. How am I supposed to trust you, little brother? Thud. Minma blocked her attack with one hand and retreated, using her momentum. Madarumi's pursuit clung to him relentlessly, her whip-like leg cutting through the air with a sharp force. Just as she was about to land her strike, a flash of golden light. The kunai pressed once more against her pale neck. Minma's voice was still gentle, but it now carried an unmistakable authority. Don't move. Mei's breath caught for a moment. She could feel the adolescent behind her withdrawing his killing intent. A child who appeared harmless, yet possessed a power terrifying beyond belief. Who are you really? Her tone remained seductive, but now there was a layer of gravity to it. Minma leaned in, his warm breath grazing her ear. I told you. I'm here to hunt down Orochimaru. Is that so? Mei suddenly spun around, her crimson lips parting in a silky murmur. Then I suppose big sister will trust you. With a playful smack of her lips, she blew a kiss. Yet this was no ordinary kiss. A venomous acid mist shot toward him. Minma dodged in an instant, and the ground where he had just stood sizzled and blackened, foul-smelling fumes rising in curls. What a dangerous beauty! A cold glint flickered in Minma's eyes as he thrust his hands together in a decisive seal. Wood style, silent strangle technique. Thick vines erupted from the ground, writhing like living things to ensnare Madarumi's limbs. Shocked, she found herself suspended midair in a cross-shaped hold, her lithe waist tightly bound by wooden bands. This would style. Mei stared at the blonde youth before her in disbelief. The legendary technique of the first Hokage, revived by a mere child? Can we talk calmly now? Minma withdrew his kunai, his innocent smile almost enough to fool the eye. Yet Mei clearly saw the sharp glimmer buried deep within those sky-blue eyes. Wisdom and danger far beyond his years. What do you want? Mei narrowed her eyes, her voice edged with warning. This is the hidden mist village. Even if you killed me, you'd never escape. A sly grin spread across Minma's face as he leaned in close to her ear. How could I bear to kill you? His warm breath made the tips of Mei's ears turn slightly red. It's only proper to enjoy a little playtime with big sister first. You? Forcing herself to appear calm, Mei cast a contemptuous glance down his body. You're just a little boy, still wet behind the ears. Minma's expression darkened instantly. With a swift motion, he pressed the kunai against her delicate cheek. Playing with you doesn't necessarily mean what you think. You. Every muscle in Mei's body tensed, her toes curling involuntarily, yet still she held her head high, proud and unyielding. Snap! A marker pen suddenly appeared in Minma's hand. With a wicked grin, he twisted off the cap. Let me leave you a little memento. Don't you dare. A hint of panic finally crept into Mei's voice. The gentle touch of the pen's tip grazing her skin filled her with equal parts shame and fury. As Minma took 2 steps back to admire her masterpiece, a plump, lovable turtle had miraculously appeared on Terumi, Mei's fair cheek. Perfect. Satisfied, Minma pinched her face and let out a long breath. Now I feel much better. Terumi, Mei's emerald eyes seemed to blaze with fury. If looks could kill, Minma would have met 1,000 deaths by now. Next time we meet. The boy grinned and waved, his figure gradually fading from sight. I won't let you off that easily next time, sister. The night breeze carried away his final words, leaving only Terumi, Mei still bound by vines. She gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at the empty alley, The ink-drawn turtle on her face looked especially ridiculous in the moonlight. When Ao and Chojuro finally arrived, what greeted them was Terumi, made trapped against the wall by vines, her cheek boldly decorated with a ludicrous turtle. The two of them froze in their tracks, even their breath caught in their throats. This, Ao's single eye went as wide as it could, and he swallowed hard, Adam's apple bobbing. Terumi May slowly raised her head, murderous intent swirling in her sapphire gaze. Ao hurried forward to release her, only to be seized by the collar. If you dare breathe a word of this. Her icy voice seemed to chill the very air. I'll kill you. Yes. Understood. Ao's back was instantly drenched with cold sweat. Terumi May shifted her glare to Chojuro. The young man was so terrified he stumbled and fell backward. Isued? I won't say a thing. She released him and looked in the direction where Myanmar had vanished, her fingertips digging deeply into her palm. This grudge she would not forget. Who would have imagined that Myanmar-kun had such peculiar hobbies? From the shadows, Orochimaru emerged, his long tongue sliding across his lips. Myanmar shot him a cold glance. Go find that child for the Kagaya clan. They passed through a battlefield awash with blood. Dried stains still clung to broken walls and scattered debris. Myanmar paused briefly, sweeping his gaze across the corpses the hidden mist Black Ops had already begun to clear away. Without another glance, he slipped into the dense forest. Orochimaru gave a sinister chuckle and followed unhurriedly behind. Meanwhile, Kimimaro wandered alone through a vast expanse of snow. His thin garments fluttered in the biting wind. Back when he was locked away in that dungeon, at least someone would occasionally bring him food. Now, though he had regained his freedom, he no longer knew where he belonged. He stopped by a small river, staring at his blurred reflection in the water. The pale young man gazing back was a stranger, as if he were looking at someone else. On the riverbank, a tiny white flower shivered from the cold, its lonely appearance sending a pang through him. Why should it bloom in a place where no one would ever see it? Kimimaro slowly crouched down, a bone spike extending from his palm. No one needs you. No one will ever notice you. Just as the sharp blade was about to destroy the delicate blossom, a clear, gentle voice called from behind. That flower is beautiful. Why would you want to destroy it? Kimimaro rose to his feet and turned around, catching sight of a blond, blue-eyed boy standing quietly in the snow. The boy was a little shorter than Kimimaro and regarded him with a gentle, earnest gaze. Perhaps life truly holds no meaning. The blond boy stepped closer, his boots crunching softly on the snow, and spoke. But if you keep living, you'll find beautiful things waiting for you. Just like you found that flower, just like I found you. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the boy's outstretched hand. Come with me. I need you. Kimimaro stood frozen in place, but the emptiness in his eyes began to brighten with a faint spark. To be needed. It was a warmth that seemed to fill the icy hollow in his chest all at once. Not far away, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Why do those words sound so familiar? Minma caught sight of Orochimaru's puzzled look and allowed himself a small smile. Lines like that, whoever says them first owns them. It's time for us to go. Minma took Kimimaro's hand, turning to step into the swirling curtain of snow. His wooden clone was still tracking Zabuza and Haku. Now they needed to hurry and save another lost soul. Snow drifted down in thick, silent waves, slowly erasing the footprints left behind by the three of them. On the riverbank, a tiny white flower still stood tall, swaying lightly in the cold wind. With one hand resting on Orochimaru's shoulder and the other holding Kimimaro's, Minma wove a flying thunder god seal. In a flash of shimmering light, the three of them appeared by the side of his wooden clone. Far off across the snow, Zabuza and Haku hurried toward the harbor, packs slung over their shoulders. So they really are leaving the land of water. Minma murmured softly to himself. After all, for rogue ninjas from the hidden mist, staying here was simply too dangerous. Orochimaru's golden, slit-pupiled gaze was locked on Haku's figure. His long tongue darted over his lips unconsciously. Your judgment really is exceptional, Minma-kun. That boy hides something fascinating within him, too. The ones I set my sights on, you'd best leave alone. Minma shot him a cold look, ice-blue eyes flashing. I don't pretend to be a good person, but there are some lines I won't cross. He looked Orochimaru squarely in the eye, such as human experimentation. Let it end here. Orochimaru's shoulders shook with a rasping, guttural chuckle. On the road to immortality, sacrifices are inevitable, Minma-kun. Minma dispelled his wooden clone, spinning a flying thunder god kunai in his fingers. He strode after Zabuza and Haku, his feet leaving not a single trace in the snow. Those who stop at nothing to achieve their goals are nothing but puppets of power in the end. The night wind sent the snow swirling, carrying Minma's voice clearly through the cold air. With your intelligence, I'm certain you'll find a new path. I've heard that a researcher named Amato has made great strides in this field. Suddenly, he turned, his smile radiant beneath the sunlight. I choose to trust you, Orochimaru, no matter what your past holds, just as you trust me. A golden flash, and Minma and Kimimaro had already vanished without a trace. Trust, really? Orochimaru stood rooted to the spot, dazed, as if he glimpsed the silhouette of that white-haired man, turning away. Years ago, when they were surrounded by a Wagakure and facing certain death, Jiraiya had said the same thing. But how can you be sure that I trust you? He muttered softly to himself, but, nonetheless, took a step forward and followed. The very moment Minma's toes touched the wooden deck, a piercing sound tore through the air. Zabuza's massive executioner blade descended in a sweeping arc, its icy gleam splitting the ship's rail with a resounding crash, sending splinters flying like a sudden flurry of snow. Effortlessly, Minma leapt back with Kimimaro in tow, landing steadily on the far end of the deck. He twirled the kunai around his fingertip with practiced ease, his gaze sweeping over Haku, who now stood guard before Zabuza. Leave this one to me. A faint smile played at the corners of Minma's mouth as he tipped his chin toward Haku. You go meet that kid. Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Kimimaro charged forward, his bone spikes glinting cold and sharp. His movements were clean, decisive, with nothing in his eyes but absolute focus on the mission. Elegant brat. Zabuza roared, swinging the executioner's blade in a deadly crescent aimed straight for Kimimaro's throat. And, just as the blade was about to strike, clang! The crisp ring of metal meeting metal echoed above the sea. No one knew when Minma had moved to stand in front of Kimimaro, but he now effortlessly blocked the mighty blow with just one hand gripping his kunai. What? Zabuza's pupils constricted with shock, unable to believe what he saw, the blond youth holding back his massive blade. Before he could compose himself, he caught, with the corner of his eye, a swirling blue sphere of chakra forming in the boy's other hand. The Rasengan roared to life and rushed forward. Zabuza hurriedly raised his sword in defense. Boom! The executioner's blade snapped in two with a thunderous crack, and the immense force hurled Zabuza across the deck. He twisted in midair, hastily forming hand signs as his hoarse voice sliced through the salt-tinged wind. Ninja art. Hidden mist jutsu. A thick, living fog surged up from the sea, engulfing the entire vessel in moments. Within the swirling whiteness, even the mast just steps away faded into a ghostly blur. But to Minma's keen senses, the dense mist was no obstacle at all. He could clearly see Zabuza lurking nearby, muttering under his breath about throat, heart, and other such lethal targets. Demon Zabuza. Minma's voice rang out with a teasing lilt. That little trick won't work on me. No need for your silent monologues. Before his words had faded, his figure vanished from sight. What? Zabuza's eyes widened as the blond youth materialized at his side in an instant. He had no time to react. Crash! A powerful kick sent him flying. Zabuza skipped across the water's surface, trying to regain his balance, when he felt a sudden surge of chakra behind him. Water-style, water prison jutsu. With one swift motion, Minma clenched his hand, and water instantly enveloped Zabuza, trapping him where he floated. How's he this fast? In the span of just a few seconds, Zabuza found himself shocked for the third time. What kind of monster is this kid, really? Who exactly are you? Zabuza gritted his teeth as he spoke. Minma didn't answer. Instead, his gaze shifted back to the battle taking place on the boat. Every strike from Kimimaro was lethal, while Haku, not wanting to hurt anyone, continued to avoid the vital points. As the tide shifted, Haku quickly began to lose ground. Just as Kimimaro's bone spike was about to pierce Haku's pupil, Minma called out, "Stop!" Kimimaro froze where he was, his bone spike slowly withdrawing as he retreated in silence to the side. With his wood-style technique, Minma tightly bound Zabuza, then flashed back up onto the boat and dropped the captive next to Haku. I'm sorry, Mr. Zabuza. Haku lowered his head in shame. I failed to protect you. Zabuza turned his face away, refusing to admit the shameful fact that he'd been so easily subdued by a mere child. You're not from the hidden mist. What's your purpose? Zabuza's voice carried an icy chill. He searched his memories rapidly, but couldn't find a single scrap of information about this person. Minma slowly raised his hand, spinning a kunai deftly between his fingers. My goal is simple, your lives. Both of you. His tone was calm and steady. Zabuza's breath caught. Out of the corner of his eye, his gaze automatically flicked to Haku, standing beside him. That subtle movement did not escape Minma's notice. For the bounty? Zabuza forced his unease down, his tone edged with a hint of probing doubt. No, Mima shook his head. Please, spare Mr. Zabuza. Suddenly, Haku stood up, his slender figure resolutely blocking Zabuza from harm. His wide eyes brimmed with determination. If someone must die, let be me. Zabuza's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed with difficulty. He noticed the faint tremble in Haku's shoulders, but deliberately lashed out in a harsh tone. I don't need a useless tool. You're nothing but a means to an end. The words had barely left his mouth before regret struck him, but pride kept him from taking them back. For a moment, the light faded from Haku's eyes, but in the next, resolve returned. He knew what gave him value, protecting Zabuza. That was the very reason for his existence. Minma watched the entire exchange with keen interest. Orochimaru stood off to the side, a look of amusement dancing in his golden serpent eyes, as if he were watching a meticulously staged play. All this talk of being useless, yet you're the one still trying to protect him. Minma let out a soft chuckle, his gaze sharp as a blade as he looked at Zabuza. Touching, isn't it, Zabuza? Zabuza's chest heaved with heavy breaths. He stared fiercely at Minma, anger blazing in his eyes. But beneath that anger, hidden even from himself, lay a fear he refused to admit. The fear of losing Haku. Yet for those without strength, tragedy is inevitable. Minma's gaze turned cold in an instant. As the kunai sliced through the air, Haku's body gave a slight shudder, and a vivid crimson line blossomed across his neck. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Zabuza's pupils widened abruptly. The only sound remaining was the drip of blood echoing in his ears. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. It was as if his throat had been blocked by some invisible force. You bastard! At last, a furious roar tore through the silence. Zabuza's eyes were laced with veins of red, his twisted face contorted with rage. He thrashed desperately, the binds of wood release digging deeply into his flesh, blood dripping steadily from the entwined vines. That frenzied, hysterical despair even moved Kimimaro, though all he needed to do was obey Minma's command. Minma watched in silence, giving a gentle shake of his head. If Zabuza had the Uchiha bloodline at this very moment, his eyes would surely be at least 3 tomo. Orochimaru observed coldly from the sidelines, the scene failing to stir his long numb heart. A flicker of boredom passed through his slit-like pupils. What a tiresome little act. Zabuza! Haku trembled as he struggled to his feet, fingers unconsciously tracing his enscathed neck, eyes full of bewilderment. He glanced down at his clean hands, then looked up at Zabuza, lips quivering with uncertainty. Haku! Zabuza's voice caught in his throat as he stared resolutely at Haku's form, the shock in his eyes slowly melting into anger. Suddenly, he whipped his gaze toward Minma, veins throbbing on his forehead. You bastard! His voice was laced with both the humiliation of being toyed with and the faintest, barely perceptible hint of relief. Minma regarded them calmly, fingers tapping softly against the blade of the kunai. There's no future for him if he follows you, Zabuza. His voice was soft, but each word struck deep. Your strength is far too feeble. He'll only come to a tragic end because of it. Zabuza's breath grew rough. He lowered his head, shadows concealing his expression. The strength he had been so proud of now seemed utterly worthless before this boy. Slowly, his clenched fist loosened, producing a faint, cracking sound from his knuckles. To me, he was nothing more than a tool. Zabuza lifted his head suddenly, tone deliberately cold. If you have taken a liking to him, then I suppose he's fortunate. As he spoke, his eyes carefully avoided Haku. Zabuza! Haku's voice trembled, choked with tears. He staggered a step forward, then halted where he stood. Enough! Zabuza's sharp rebuke left no room for argument, his voice filled with an irrevocable finality. You are no longer worthy of standing by my side. As he finished, his Adam's apple moved with a forced swallow. Haku stood motionless, eyes brimming with tears, his vision blurring. He slowly turned to Haku, his voice so soft it was almost inaudible. Please let Mr. Zabuza go. I'll go with you, as you wish. Myanmar rubbed his temples in exasperation. This scene looked just like a villain forcing a powerless husband to give up his wife. Come on, we're all men here. Let's all calm down. With a sigh, Myanmar spoke up. What I value is your ability, Haku. As for Zabuza, I have no intention of killing him. What I require from both of you is loyalty. He turned to Zabuza and added, Besides, I can offer my support to you as well, Mr. Zabuza. Suddenly, the wind in the forest fell silent. Zabuza remained quiet, his expression in the shadows unreadable. He was the sort who had long since cast aside fear of death. His sole purpose for living was to take down the fourth Mizukage. But now, that goal seemed almost hopeless. After a long pause, he slowly raised his head. The sharp glint in his eyes had faded, leaving only deep exhaustion and a faint glimmer of hope. I ought to know whom I'm pledging loyalty to, he asked in a low, cautious tone, probing for answers. Uzumaki Myanmar. With a casual flick of his hand, Myanmar released the wooden vines wrapped around Zabuza. They withdrew in an instant. He stepped forward, extended his hand, and a confident smile played at the corners of his mouth. The future 5th Hokage. Uzumaki clan? Hokage? Zabuza's brows knitted together as his mind flashed through intelligence reports on the Uzumaki, a clan renowned for their powerful sealing jutsu. Recalling the terrifying power this boy had just displayed, he had no doubt the other could become Hokage. He looked down at the hand Myanmar offered. This youth looked even younger than Haku, yet he had so effortlessly subdued Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist. After a moment's silence, Zabuza slowly reached out with his scarred, calloused hand, clasping Myanmar's palm. Using the grip for support, he stood, then gave a slight bow, his voice low and solemn. I will pledge my loyalty to you, future Lord Hokage. As he raised his head, the corner of his eye caught sight of Orochimaru standing in the shadows. Those golden, serpent-like eyes radiated danger, making Zabuza tense up on instinct, his muscles coiled. Orochimaru. His voice trembled with undisguised astonishment. Don't worry, Myanmar said coolly, his gaze sweeping calmly over Orochimaru. He's one of us. Zabuza's solitary eye flickered between the two, tumult raging in his heart. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, a notorious S-rank renegade from the Leaf. And now, he had submitted to a mere boy? You managed to tame him? Zabuza muttered under his breath, then let out a wry laugh. Looks like I've made the right choice after all. Ha! Orochimaru let out a chilling smile, his gaze sliding between Kimimaro and Haku before finally settling on Minma. In the depths of his golden eyes, a flicker of greed and madness danced. Compared to the Hayatan of the Yuki clan and the Shikatsumiyaku of the Kagaya clan, it was this young man's body that truly enticed him, an unparalleled treasure he longed to unravel in his research. Minma, of course, noticed Orochimaru's probing stare, but he only lifted the corner of his mouth in the faintest of smirks, completely unfazed. He needed Orochimaru's talents, his skills, and his vast knowledge. The foes lying ahead were nothing like the enemies the shinobi world was accustomed to. Overcoming them would be no easy feat. The ocean breeze caressed them, and the rhythmic beat of waves drummed against the hull of the boat. Minma stood at the bow, his clothes snapping and fluttering in the salty wind. He gazed toward the distant, gradually fading outline of the land of water's coastline, the shimmering waves mirrored in the depths of his contemplative eyes. Minma, where are we going? Kimamaro's voice drifted from behind. He stood quietly beside Minma, his pale hair dancing with the wind, his eyes shining with unwavering loyalty, yet touched by a hint of uncertainty. Turning around, Minma's face softened in the sunlight's gentle halo. Meeting Kimamaro's eyes, he smiled and replied, We're going back to my village. Your village, too. My village. Kimamaro's eyes widened for a moment, the unfamiliar word stirring confusion within him. But soon, his expression calmed once more. For Kimamaro, as long as he could remain by Minma's side, that was enough. As the boat finally docked, Orochimaru's golden, snake-like pupils glimmered in the shadows. He approached slowly, his raspy voice thick with amusement. So, Mimikin, what would you have me do? Nothing for the time being. Although, Minma's gaze swept past Zabuza and Haku, who stood to the side. I suggest you find some nondescript small nation and found a hidden village there. Found a hidden village? Orochimaru's lips curled in a dangerous arc, the suggestion kindling a spark of interest. He studied Minma with deep meaning. It seems your ambitions go far beyond Konoha, Minmakin. Minma neither confirmed nor denied the remark. Instead, he looked to Zabuza. You'll work with Orochimaru. Catching the tighten line of Zabuza's jaw, Minma added, Don't worry. Your freedom won't be restricted by him. With that, he handed a flying thunder god kunai to Zabuza. Zabuza took the blade, his rough fingers tracing the etched symbols. He cast a sidelong glance at the silent Haku, then finally nodded. Understood. As the three departed into the distance, Minma softly called Kimamaro. Yes. The boy immediately stepped forward, anticipation lighting up his eyes. Let's go. Minma looked toward the land of fire, his voice gentle yet resolute. Come home with me. The setting sun stretched their shadows far behind them, blending slowly into the path that led toward Konoha. Kimamaro followed behind Minma, as if he truly harbored a genuine hope for the meaning of the word home. At the edge of the village, atop the branches of a tree, Yuzuki Yugao sat idly swinging her legs in boredom. Her long, Purple hair flowed gracefully over her shoulders, and the cat-faced umbu mask hung carelessly from her waist. It was the 7th time she'd lost track of her target. She chewed on a blade of grass and grumbled incoherently. Suddenly, the sound of a familiar laugh carried over from afar, making her sit bolt upright. Here we go again. In a panic, she quickly put on her mask, and peering through the leaves, she saw the golden-haired boy leading a white-haired stranger toward the village gate. The white-haired boy's eyes were wide with curiosity, taking in everything around him. Brought home yet another one. Narrowing her eyes, Yugao leapt lithely to another tree, her nimble movements uncannily cat-like. At the village gate, Kotetsu Hagane kneaded his temples in exasperation. Master Minma, my name is Kotetsu Hagane, not Hagane Kotetsu. Yeah, I know. Minma waved him off with a cheerful grin, then turned to Kimimaro, giving him a playful wink. These two are Konoha's finest gatekeepers. From now on, remember to greet them politely when you see them. Kimimaro bowed, a touch stiffly, though an odd light sparkled in his eyes. Let's go. Minma suddenly called out toward the empty air. Sis, if you space out any longer, you'll lose track again. With a sharp snap, a branch on the nearby tree was broken clean off. Yugao fumed, her cheeks burning with embarrassment, nearly tumbling out of the tree. Gritting her teeth, she set off after the two, swearing to herself that someday she'd make that infuriating brat pay. In the 63rd year of Konoha, early summer sunlight streamed through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the corridors of the ninja academy. Minma leaned against a window, his long fingers gently tapping on the frame. He stood tall and straight, his short blonde hair glimmering in the sunlight. He gazed with resignation at the boy in front of him, his younger brother, Naruto, whose face was smeared with vibrant paint, bright orange, even staining the tips of his golden hair. Naruto, are you on your way to the festival or something? Minma sighed and reached out to wipe the paint from his brother's face, but Naruto ducked away, quick as ever. You just don't get it, big bro. Naruto spun around with pride, the paint sparkling under the sun. This is a look I designed myself. Irika-sensei said we should showcase our individuality. Minma pressed a hand to his forehead. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a few girls at the classroom door, giggling and whispering as they pointed at Naruto. He lowered his voice. Are you sure Dad won't make you retake the picture when he sees this? Don't worry, big bro. That won't happen. Naruto waved it off, oblivious to the new paint smears on his sleeve. You're always so serious, you know? Sometimes you've got to loosen up a little. Have it your way. Minma shook his head and turned to leave, pausing at the door to add. Make sure you clean up before Mom sees it. Stepping out of the photo studio, Minma narrowed his eyes, adjusting to the blinding sunlight. Karen immediately came up to greet him, her long red hair fluttering lightly in the breeze, her eyes sparkling brightly behind her glasses. Master Minma. Kimimaro offered a slight bow, his silvery hair cascading over his shoulder. This once frail boy now stood half a head taller than Minma, yet the respect in his eyes remained undiminished. How many times must I say it? Just call me by my name. Minma smiled helplessly, reaching out to pat Kimimaro's shoulder, but stopped short when Kimimaro instinctively moved to bow again. He could only give up. Taking the opportunity, Karen linked her arm through Minma's, her cheeks flushing pink. So, where are we off to next? Suddenly, Minma caught sight of a familiar pale violet figure at the corner. He quietly pulled his arm out, pretending to adjust his forehead protector. Time to head back to class. Irika-sensei is probably getting anxious. Karen puffed out her cheeks and pushed her glasses up, just as she caught sight of Hinata hurrying past, her head lowered. With a small huff, she nonetheless quickened her pace to keep up with Minma. Kimimaro watched their retreating backs, a slight smile lifting his lips as he followed silently behind. Minma-kun. Seeing Minma approaching, Hinata's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively pressed a hand to her chest, feeling the frantic thumping inside. A delicate blush bloomed across her fair cheeks, like the evening glow painting snow. Even though she could now meet his gaze, that familiar flutter always returned at each encounter. Sorry to keep you waiting, Hinata. Minma offered her a gentle smile, deliberately slowing his steps so Hinata could easily match his pace. Hinata replied softly, her fingers unconsciously smoothing out the hem of her clothes. She quietly adjusted her breathing, trying to appear less anxious. A gentle breeze drifted by, carrying with it the faint, fresh scent clinging to the boy's clothes. Glancing at the shy girl beside him, Minma's eyes flickered with a glimmer of admiration. He couldn't help but wonder how this girl had grown so capable at such a young age, her strength already vastly outstripping her peers. Catching Karen in the corner of his eye, Minma couldn't help but mentally compare the two. Karen had her own strengths, of course, but compared to Hinata, it was like a small hill standing beside a towering mountain. This meaningful exchange of glances did not escape Karen's notice. She pushed her red-rimmed glasses up, a competitive spark igniting behind the lenses. We're all about the same age, so why is Hinata so far ahead? She bit her lip, thinking to herself, next time, I gotta find a chance to ask if she has any secrets. Years of close company had led Karen to a realization. Minma seemed to be especially fond of mature, older sister types. Just like the way he treats Yuzuki Yugao, with a certain teasing affection. Yet when it comes to herself, he's as gentle and caring as an elder brother toward his little sister. This difference gnaws at Xianglin's heart, making her feel uneasy. One day, I'll make you fall in love with me, Mima. Clenching her fists, Xianglin makes a silent vow. Her gaze so resolute it seems to pierce right through the two figures ahead. Xianglin, if you don't hurry, Master Mima is going to leave you behind. Kimamaro's warm, mellow voice sounds right beside her ear. You're so annoying. Xianglin glares at him, cheeks puffed in frustration, only to realize that Mima and Hinata have already walked quite a distance ahead. Panicking, she hurriedly runs to catch up. Wait for me. Xianglin, why are you running? Mima stops in his tracks with a resigned sigh, and reaches out just in time to steady the red-haired girl before she stumbles. I. Adjusting her crooked glasses, Xianglin suddenly finds herself at a loss for words. She glances sideways at Hinata, quietly standing by, and her resentment only deepens. If we don't hurry, we'll be late. Mima checks the time against the sky and takes the lead. He can't help but note Xianglin's slight moodiness, but she's still young. There's so much she doesn't yet understand. Back in the classroom, Mima returns to his seat. Propping his chin up with one hand, he taps his fingers absent-mindedly on the desk, his thoughts gradually drifting far away. Everything's going smoothly with Orochimaru. Otoge-cure in the land of fields is beginning to take shape, and a ninja modified by Orochimaru's curse seals are proving to be formidable assets. Zabuza and Haku have also stabilized a network of funding channels from the shadows. Whenever tricky issues arise, Orochimaru himself steps in to resolve them. As for trouble that even Orochimaru can't handle, a confident smile curls at the corner of Mima's lips. That's the kind of challenge worth getting involved in personally. Whereas Master Jiraiya gone wandering off to this time. A faint crease appears on Mima's brow. Information on Lady Tsunade surfaces from time to time, but it seems she still isn't ready to return to the village. Then there's Uchiha Itachi, quietly weaving a sprawling web of intelligence on Mima's behalf from the shadows. But no matter how hard he searches, he cannot find a mysterious young man called Amato. Amato. Mima narrows his eyes, his fingers unconsciously tapping the desk at a quicker tempo. The name itself is like a ghost. No matter how much manpower or resources he expends, not a trace of evidence turns up. It's as if the person doesn't exist in this world at all. A thunderous bang suddenly shatters his train of thought. At the classroom door, Ino and Sakura push and shove their way inside, both girls flushed bright red from exertion. I win, Sakura. Ino lifts her chin with pride, her golden ponytail bobbing merrily with every movement. Are you blind? Sakura retorts, refusing to back down, her pink hair all but bristling in indignation. My toes are the first to touch the classroom floor, a full centimeter ahead of you. Huh, you're imagining things. You're the one who's dreaming. The two girls started arguing, neither willing to back down, and their voices grew louder and louder. Just as Ino and Sakura's quarrel reached fever pitch, Ino caught a glimpse of Minma out of the corner of her eye. Her expression changed in an instant. The fierce look in her eyes softened immediately, and a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Minma. Ino's voice suddenly turned sugary sweet, as if a switch had been flipped. She bounded over to Minma, smoothed her clothes primly, and sat down like a proper lady. When did you get here? You didn't even wait for me. Her golden ponytail swayed playfully with each movement, glimmering in the light. Minma felt an inexplicable urge to reach out and give that ponytail a little tug. I just got here, he replied with a smile, unable to help but be drawn in by the bright sparkle of her eyes. Ino leaned in closer all of a sudden, batting her big eyes with anticipation. Did you notice anything different about me today? Minma pretended to consider, drawing out his words on purpose. Did you get a new outfit? No. Ino pouted, her lips pink and soft, shaking her head in mild frustration. She gathered her courage and suddenly puffed out her cheeks at him. Minma froze, his heart skipping a beat. Did Ino get up on the wrong side of the bed today? Was she always this bold? Isn't this a bit much for broad daylight? He mumbled awkwardly, leaning back a little. What are you talking about? Ino looked genuinely confused. Didn't you notice I put on light makeup today? Oh, So that's what it was. Minma scratched his head awkwardly, feeling the tips of his ears go warm. I thought that. Thought what? Ino tilted her head, pressing for an answer. It's nothing. Minma let out an awkward chuckle, silently cursing himself. Girls in this world grow up way too fast. He'd almost gotten the wrong idea. Just as Ino was about to press him further, she suddenly felt a sharp gaze focused on them. She didn't need to look to know it was that bespectacled redhead. Instantly, she straightened her back and glared right back, refusing to be outdone. What are you staring at, Four Eyes? What about it, Ino Pig? Karen pushed her glasses up, her eyes sparking with challenge behind the lenses. The two girls locked eyes across Minma, their silent battle crackling in the air like an electric current. Stuck right between them, Minma could only sigh and slip away quietly. When he made his way over to Hinata, the classmate sitting beside her instantly took the hint, vacating the seat and scurrying off to sit with Kimimaro instead. Minma, Hinata's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. She kept her head down, cheeks flushed red as ripened apples, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her shirt. Minma sprawled lazily over the desk. Even though neither of them spoke, Hinata's heart felt as sweet as honey. Being able to sit quietly by his side like this was more than enough for her. Sakura. Naruto burst into the classroom in a whirlwind, his face scrubbed clean of paint, golden hair still dripping with water. Excitedly, he darted over to Sakura's side, his blue eyes sparkling with anticipation. Minma glanced at his younger brother's hopeless enthusiasm and curled his lip in scorn. If this kid had even half the skill Dad used to chase after Mom back in the day. He sighed inwardly, but his attention was suddenly caught by Naruto's next move. With one swift leap, his little brother landed atop a desk, squinting down at Sasuke from above in a show of dominance. Sasuke, not one to back down, raised his head, his jet-black eyes meeting Naruto's coldly, unflinching. What riled Naruto up even more was the gaggle of chattering girls clustered around Sasuke's seat. It was bad enough that his big brother got all the attention from girls, but for this obnoxious Sasuke to have a fan club too. The more Naruto thought about it, the angrier he got. Before he knew it, he was edging even closer to Sasuke. Minma watched, completely absorbed, as sparks seemed to fly between their locked gazes. He absent-mindedly took the cup Hinata handed him, twisted off the lid, and took a sip, entirely missing how the simple gesture turned Hinata's ears crimson. They're about to go at it. Go for it, Naruto. Come on, Sasuke-kun. The classroom immediately erupted as their classmates gleefully egged them on. But in that instant, a student behind Naruto stood up, accidentally bumping into him with their elbow. Suddenly, the room fell so silent, you could hear a pin drop. And then, with a burst of spray, Minma choked on his water, coughing violently as he looked at the accidental kiss between Naruto and Sasuke. Hinata hurried to pat his back, her little hands trembling with nerves. Iya! Sakura's shriek threatened to bring down the roof as she yanked at her pink hair in utter despair, face contorted in disbelief. Ugh! The two caught in the incident shot apart as if electrocuted, both doubled over in fits of dry heaving. There's murderous intent in the air. Naruto suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he turned, and met the deadly glares of Sakura and her circle of friends. Wait, it's not what it looks like. Sweat beaded on Naruto's forehead as he desperately tried to explain, stumbling over his words. He looked to his older brother for help, only to see Minma turn away, feigning ignorance with an expertly indifferent expression. Naruto! Sakura's fist came flying through the air, slicing so fast it whistled as it passed. Minma calmly batted away a flying shoe, resuming his meticulous nail trimming, utterly unfazed by the classroom chaos. After all, he was used to this madness, and his foolish little brother could take a beating. Irika pushed open the classroom door, his gaze instantly drawn to Naruto, who was already sporting fresh bruises and a swollen cheek. His mouth twitched at the sight, but he quickly recovered. Years of teaching had made him numb to Naruto, showing up battered and bruised on a regular basis. Ahem. Irika cleared his throat, tapping the podium with his fingers. Gradually, the noise faded as every eye in the room turned to him. From today onward, you are all ninjas capable of standing on your own. Irika's voice echoed through the classroom as his gaze swept over the young, hopeful faces before him. However, you are still only novice genin. When his eyes fell on Minma and Kimimaro, he paused ever so slightly, silently adding in his heart, except for those two prodigies. Next, you will be divided into teams of 3, each guided by a jonin instructor who will lead you on your missions. He continued, his tone steady and reassuring. For a moment, the classroom erupted into a flurry of excited chatter. Almost everyone's eyes widened in anticipation, except for Minma, who absent-mindedly spun his pen with calm indifference. He already knew how the grouping would work. The academy prided itself on carefully pairing students based on their abilities. Of course, being in a team with Kimimaro and Karen was something he had personally asked his father to arrange. Awesome! Ino was the first to leap from her seat, her golden ponytail bouncing with joy. She pressed her palms together, her eyes shining as she turned to Minma. I can finally be on the same team as Minma. Keep dreaming, Karen retorted instantly, pushing up her red-framed glasses. Behind the lenses, her eyes sparkled with self-assurance. Obviously, the one teaming up with Minma will be me. Hinata stole a shy glance at Minma's profile, and whatever thought crossed her mind painted her cheeks a deep, rosy red. Quickly, she lowered her head and began to nervously fiddle with her fingers. Naruto scratched his head, shifting his gaze left and right, utterly torn. Should I be on the same team as Big Brother? Or with Sakura? Even Sasuke couldn't help but glance at Minma, then at Kimimaro, who sat as quietly and pale as snow. He thought to himself, if I'm to have teammates, only these two are worthy of standing by my side. Minma suddenly noticed every pair of eyes in the room had turned toward him. His pen paused mid-spin. He raised his brow with a hint of amusement, chuckling silently to himself. Seems I've become quite the popular pick for a teammate. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow across his striking features. He brushed aside a stray lock of hair, a barely-there smile playing at his lips. After all, finding someone both handsome and talented as a teammate isn't exactly easy. To ensure a balance of strength in every group, your teams will be assigned by your teachers. Irika surveyed the room, a mysterious smile tugging at his mouth. Every student held their breath, tense with anticipation as they watched his every move. Team 1. Irika drew out the moment, voice lingering on the names, Uzumaki Minma. The classroom fell so silent, you could almost hear a pin drop. Ino clutched the edge of her desk without realizing it. Hinata's pale eyes grew a fraction wider, and even Sasuke sat up a little straighter. Kagaya Kimimaro and Uzumaki Karen, Irika announced. Yes. Karen shot to her feet so fast her glasses slid askew. Her cheeks burned with excitement as she turned to Minma, flashing a victorious gesture. Kimimaro's lips curved into a faint smile. What? Ino slammed her hand on the desk. Irika-sensei, why does Karen get to be on Minma's team? Her blonde ponytail swayed with agitation. Minma. Hinata lowered her head in disappointment, unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers. Naruto let out a long sigh. Looks like Sakura is my only option then. He scratched his head. As long as the other teammate isn't Sasuke, I'm fine with anyone. Balance, huh? Easy for him to say. Sasuke gave a dismissive snort, dark eyes brimming with disdain. If the two strongest students end up on the same team, how are the other groups supposed to compete? Team 7. Irika continued announcing, Naruto, Uzumaki. Sakura Haruno. Yes. Naruto leapt to his feet, nearly knocking over his desk in excitement. Sakura's expression instantly fell. On a team with Naruto, she slumped onto her desk, radiating misery. Sasuke Uchiha. Yes. Sakura was instantly revived, bouncing up with excitement. To be on Sasuke's team. Naruto, suddenly deflated, collapsed heavily back into his seat like a punctured balloon. Team 8. Irika's voice continued. Hinata Hyuga. Hinata, who'd been sneaking a glance at Minma, snapped back to attention and answered softly, Here. Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame. Akamaru, nestled in Kiba's arms, let out a cheerful bark, while Shino pushed up his sunglasses, a glint of light flashing across the lenses. Hinata stole another glance toward Minma, quickly ducked her head again, and a faint blush spread across her cheeks. How did things end up like this? Ino was slumped over her desk, fuming, the ends of her golden ponytail drooping in defeat. And when she caught Karen shooting her a smug, victorious look, she was so angry she started stomping her feet. I just don't get you all. Shikamaru propped his chin in his hand with a lazy air, watching Ino's theatrics with barely concealed annoyance. Team 10. Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi. What? Ino wailed, clutching her head in despair. Not only do I have to team up with that lazy Shikamaru, but with that chubby kid who does nothing but eat? No way. We'll introduce the Jonin instructors to you all this afternoon. For now, class is dismissed. No sooner had Irika finished his announcement than he hurried out of the classroom, desperate to escape before the students swarmed him. Ino immediately rushed to Minma's side, clasping her hands together in a pleading gesture. Minma, can't you talk to Irika-sensei for me? Let me be on your team, pretty please. She blinked her big, pleading eyes, her sweet voice syrupy enough to melt stone. What are you thinking, Ino Pig? Karen instantly stepped between them, adjusting her glasses with a cold smirk. Back off, Four Eyes. I don't want to talk to you right now. A bold jing mark seemed to pop right out on Ino's forehead as she shouted furiously at Karen. Karen sniffed disdainfully. She was the victor now and couldn't care less about Ino's outburst. She turned to gaze dreamily at Minma's profile, her heart swelling with honeyed sweetness. You have to remember, she was his childhood friend, the one who ate with him, trained with him, and even slept under the same roof. Well, to be precise, he slept in his own room, and she in hers. As she thought of this, Xianglin's cheeks suddenly flushed. She had already started daydreaming about what names their children would have in the future. Facing Ino's pitiful gaze, Minma could only sigh in resignation. He leaned forward slightly, gazing tenderly into Ino's eyes, his voice soft and genuine. It's all right, Ino. Even if we're not in the same team, I'll always be watching over you and protecting you. Minma. Ino's eyes widened in surprise, a blush spreading across her cheeks. She stared blankly at the golden-haired boy before her, her heart beating wildly in her chest. For a moment, she could already picture herself hand in hand with Minma in the days to come, even beginning to seriously consider names for their children. Minma-kun. Hinata stood silently at the side, a faint sadness flickering in her snowy white eyes. She lowered her head, delicate fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Minma was quick to notice Hinata's feelings, and under the desk, he gently slipped his hand into hers. You too, Hinata, he whispered, his thumb gently stroking her palm. Minma-kun. Hinata's eyes trembled softly, his gentle smile reflected in their pure, pale depths. Her heart pounded so hard it felt as if it would leap from her chest, the warmth of his touch sending a dizzying wave through her. Seriously, what kind of shameless lines are these? Shikamaru stared in shock, the pencil in his hand clattering onto the desk. Propping his head up with one hand, he glanced at the three girls utterly smitten by just a few words from Minma, muttering helplessly. And if you count Tintin, who graduated last year, I just don't get it. What makes this guy so irresistible to the girls? Sunlight poured warmly into the classroom, with Minma standing at the center of the three girls, his golden hair shining brilliantly in the light. A faint, elusive smile hovered on his lips, and his gaze was so gentle it could melt into liquid. Shikamaru gave his head a shake, suddenly feeling that his intelligence was completely useless in such ridiculous situations. The afternoon sun slanted across the classroom. Minma lounged comfortably in his chair, legs casually stretched out in front of the desk. Twiddling a pencil absent-mindedly in his hand, he secretly wondered who his father would assign as his Jonin instructor. Surely it couldn't be Lord Jiraiya himself. He shook his head with a slight chuckle. No way. That old man's too used to his freedom. He'd never agree to be a teacher. Thinking about Kakashi being assigned to lead Naruto's team made the corners of Minma's lips curl up. There was something thrilling about the unknown, like opening a mysterious box, and he couldn't help but spin his pencil even faster. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame. A gentle, graceful female voice drifted through the classroom as Yuhi Kurenai entered, her steps elegant and composed. Her crimson eyes swept over the list of names, and her long black hair swayed softly with the motion of her turn. Minma looked up and met her gaze just as she glanced his way. Immediately, he flashed his trademark sunny smile, his eyes curving into crescents. Uzumaki Minma. Kurenai silently repeated the name in her mind, a flicker of complicated emotion passing through her eyes. This boy, said to be the Leaf's greatest prodigy, even the Hokage himself reportedly often marveled at his talent. She returned his smile politely, then departed the classroom with her three students in tow. The mistress of Genjutsu, elegant and commanding. Minma watched her retreating figure, suddenly recalling the scene from the original story where she tried her illusions on Itachi, only to be instantly countered. The memory made him chuckle softly, but his smile froze on his face. After all, Itachi hadn't awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan yet. Shursui was still alive and well, the Uchiha clan thriving. Itachi simply hadn't gone through those ordeals. Maybe I should help him open his eyes a little. Minma absently rubbed his chin, eyes drifting mischievously towards Sasuke on the other side of the room. After all, without Mangekyo, Itachi's true strength is sorely limited. Sasuke was lounging by the window, when, suddenly, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. He sat up at once, dark eyes sweeping the room in suspicion, but found nothing out of the ordinary. What's going on? Sasuke frowned and rubbed the back of his neck. The sense of being targeted by some unseen malice made his skin crawl. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling about this? Meanwhile, Minma had already withdrawn his gaze and was twirling his pencil with leisurely indifference, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Just after Asuma led Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji out, the classroom door swung open once more. Someone entirely unexpected strode in with a lively step. Mom! Minma's eyes went wide, and he toppled from his chair with a heavy thud. At the same moment, Naruto gave a startled yelp and slid right out of his seat. The brothers mirrored each other's stunned expression, their bright blue eyes wide as saucers. Kushina stood at the front, her brilliant red hair tied up high, the green jonin vest accentuating her upright, commanding posture. Arms akimbo, a dangerous smile tugged at her lips. What's this? Not happy to see your mom. No way. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged a glance, both nervously swallowing at the same time. In their eyes, no matter which team Kushina was assigned to, those brothers were doomed. Having their mom as their jonin leader. Sakura shivered, her voice trembling. This is just too terrifying. Even Kimimaro, usually so calm and composed, unconsciously straightened his back. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed nervously. We're doomed. We're doomed. Minma howled inwardly in despair. He'd finally made it to graduation, the moment he could act freely, only to have his mother personally keeping an eye on him. He clutched at his hair in frustration, as if already foreseeing the gloomy days ahead. Kushina's vibrant red hair suddenly stirred as if caught by an invisible breeze, and a dangerous glint flickered in her eyes. Judging from your looks, am I not welcome here? No, that's not it. Minma and Naruto cried out in unison, snapping to attention and shaking their heads wildly in denial. Naruto's eyes darted from side to side, a sudden flash of inspiration lighting them up. If Mom is going to be Big Brother's supervising Jonin, doesn't that mean I'll finally have my freedom? He broke into a sycophantic grin. Mom, you're here to guide my big brother, right? Minma whipped his head around, his gaze as sharp as a blade slicing toward Naruto. You traitor, selling me out. Kushina smiled sweetly at her younger son. Oh, Naruto, you don't want Mom as your teacher? No, not at all. Naruto waved his hands frantically, forcing a brittle laugh. I'd love nothing more than for you to teach me, Mom. He shot Minma an apologetic look out of the corner of his eye. Sorry, big bro. That's how it is with sibling rivalry. After all, you taught me this. But deep down, he let out a relieved sigh. He knew his mother far too well. If she showed up in person, she was definitely here for Big Brother. After all, in the entire village of Konoha, probably only Mom could keep Minma in check. Uzumaki Minma, Kimimaro, Karen, follow me. Kushina couldn't be bothered to argue with her younger son. She cast a cool glance in Naruto's direction, then turned to the trio, offering a gentle smile. Though, no matter how you looked at it, that smile carried more than a hint of danger. Yes, ma'am. Kimimaro and Karen responded immediately, their tone full of respect. Karen nudged her glasses up, secretly delighted. To her, Aunt Kushina felt as warm and close as a mother. But she shot a sidelong glance at Minma, thinking to herself with some regret. Looks like it just got even harder to go after Minma now. Mom. Minma forced down a swallow, his voice shaky. Now you should call me Sensei, you know. Kushina kindly corrected him, flashing another smile. Yes, Sensei. Minma slumped in defeat, feeling as if all the life had drained out of him. He finally understood the cryptic smile his dad had given him earlier. This had been a carefully laid trap all along. Minma was on the verge of tears, utterly beside himself. Dragging his feet, he got to his feet and trudged after Kushina, misery written all over him. Thank goodness. Watching his mom escort his big brother out of the classroom, Naruto let out a long, relieved sigh and slumped bonelessly into his chair. Right now, he couldn't care less about who his mentor would be. After all, no matter how unlucky he got, it couldn't possibly be worse than his big brother. Sasuke and Sakura watched Minma's dejected figure fade into the distance, both shivering involuntarily. Even Kimimaro, usually the picture of composure, unconsciously lightened his footsteps, not daring to draw the attention of that infamous Crimson Pepper. Outside the classroom, Kushina glanced back at her droopy-faced son, a sly smile flickering in her eyes. Minma, from today on, your teacher will be taking extra good care of you to... At those words, Minma froze, stiff as a board. What nightmare. Inside the Hokage's office, sunlight streamed across the broad desk through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Minato furrowed his brow, his eyes scanning the mission scroll in hand. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood beside him, thin curls of smoke rising from his pipe as he watched the scene unfold, eyes crinkled in a genial smile. Having stepped down as Hokage, he was now perfectly content serving as Minato's advisor. Noticing the resentful glare Minma shot his way, Hiruzen's smile grew even brighter. Leisurely enjoying his pipe every swirl of smoke on his face spelled out, "Well, look who's finally getting his turn." Damn that grin. Minma seethed inwardly. Just you wait. I'll have Naruto bring Konohamaru to your place every day and treat you to an endless sexy jutsu show. Ahem. Minato, feeling uneasy under his eldest son's wounded gaze, masked his awkwardness by shuffling through paperwork. Of course, he knew this arrangement wouldn't thrill Minma, but apart from Kushina, no one else could truly keep this talented troublemaker in check. Minato glanced up at his discouraged son, then caught the glimmer of excitement in his wife's eyes. Clearing his throat, he said, "We'll start with a C-rank mission." "Yes, sir." Kushina snapped to attention, though she couldn't hide the delighted curve of her lips. Her hand ruffled her son's golden hair with open glee. She couldn't be happier. Not only would she have a legitimate reason to keep a close eye on this rascal, but she'd finally get a chance to get out and stretch her wings. Ever since she'd become the ninetails Jinchuriki, she'd been like a caged bird, trapped within the village. At last, she could soar again. "Mom, my hair's a mess." Minma wriggled desperately, trying to escape his mother's clutches, only for Kushina to seize him firmly by the collar. "All right, time to head out for the mission," Kushina declared with infectious energy, dragging Minma along as if he were a kitten by the scruff. Her crimson ponytail bounced merrily behind her, a clear sign of her exuberant mood. Kimimaro couldn't help but smile at the sight, bowing respectfully to Minato and the third before taking his leave. Karen gave her glasses a quick push and hurried after Kushina. As the office door closed behind them, Minato couldn't stifle his laughter any longer. The third, stroking his beard, chuckled warmly. Good thing there's someone who can keep that little rascal in check. He took a deep drag from his pipe and squinted in the direction of the doorway. "That child, he's from the Kagaya clan, isn't he?" "Yes." Minato nodded. Minma brought him back from outside. Such a pitiful child, too. Hiruzen Sarutobi had heard about this as well. He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, the rings slowly drifting through the sunlight. Does Kirigakure know about this? Minato pondered for a moment. They might. According to the information Itachi brought back, the fourth Mizukage seems to have met with some mishap. Now a woman named Mei Terumi is serving as the fifth Mizukage. The fifth Mizukage. Hiruzen murmured to himself. It seems the world outside is still far from peaceful. In silence, Minato gazed out the window, his eyes distant and thoughtful. In recent years, a mercenary group called Akatsuki had been moving with growing frequency throughout the ninja world, a faint but persistent source of unease. Meanwhile, out in the corridor, Minma was being dragged along by Kushina, as if he were a cat held by the scruff of its neck, his face the very picture of resignation. Rounding a corner, they almost collided with Kakashi, who was walking toward them with Team 7 in tow. "Mom." Kakashi lifted his hand in a lazy greeting, the exposed eye curving in a good-natured smile. "Kakashi." Kushina beamed brightly, but when her gaze landed on Naruto, her tone sharpened with a stern edge. "Naruto, make sure you listen to Kakashi." But she raised a warning finger. "Don't let him show you any of those inappropriate books." "Got it." Naruto straightened up, sneaking a glance at his brother's gloomy expression, unable to stop a mischievous grin from spreading across his face. With a helpless mutter, Kakashi said, "Ma'am, you really didn't have to add that last part." He caught Sakura and Sasuke's look of disdain and could only sigh to himself. Taking advantage of the distraction, Minma wriggled free from his mother's clutches and smoothed down his tousled blonde hair. He shot a glare at Naruto, who seemed to be enjoying the spectacle far too much, and mouthed silently. "Just you wait." Naruto replied with a dazzling grin that nearly begged for trouble. The sunlight was perfect. Minma lounged carelessly on a sturdy tree branch, chewing on a blade of grass, staring up at the sky, lost in his own boredom. Beside him, Kimimaro stood quietly. His silvery white hair drifted in the light breeze as he swept a vigilant gaze across their surroundings. A sudden, thunderous crash echoed from deep within the woods, startling a flock of birds into flight. Almost at the same moment, Kushina's energetic voice burst through Minma's earpiece. "Minma, stop it." "All right," Minma replied lazily, spitting out the stem of grass as he rose to his feet. A massive, panicked bear came charging toward them, kicking up a cloud of dust in its wake. Before Minma could react, Kimimaro stepped forward in a flash. With a perfectly executed spinning kick, he sent the terrified bear crashing to the ground. "Well done, Kimimaro." Kushina and Karen came running out of the forest. When they saw the bear collapsed on the ground, they clapped their hands in delight, showering praise. Kushina looked up and spotted Minma still perched in the tree. Instantly, she planted her hands on her hips and frowned. "Minma, come down and drag it back home." "Understood." Minma let out a soft sigh, then in a blink appeared by the bear's side. From his palm, vibrant green vines sprang forth, binding the unconscious bear tight and secure. "Lady Kushina, let me help with that." Kimimaro stepped forward, eager to lend a hand. "No way." Kushina shook her head resolutely, her red ponytail swaying with emotion. "Teamwork means finishing missions together. The purpose is to test your cooperative spirit." She turned back to Minma, her eyes suddenly tender. Reaching out, she ruffled her son's hair. "Minma, remember, even the mightiest ninja can't get far without the support of comrades." "Got it, Mom." Minma nodded, then began dragging the bear, now bundled up as tightly as a rice dumpling. Mission complete. Seeing the big bear safely return to its habitat, Kushina clapped her hands together with joy. "To celebrate, ramen is on me later." "Yes," Karen shouted excitedly, leaping into the air, her glasses shining as her eyes sparkled. At some point, she'd come to love the taste of ramen. Maybe it was simply because it was Minma's favorite food. As Minma walked down the forest path, he crossed paths with Guy and his team returning from their own mission. "Oh, Minma." In a flash, Guy dashed up to him, his trademark bushy eyebrows lifted in excitement and his dazzling white teeth gleaming in the sunlight. The collar of his green jumpsuit was damp with sweat, a clear sign he'd just completed a grueling workout. "Guy-senpai." Minma halted and greeted him with a dazzling smile. Guy raised a triumphant thumb, his voice booming. "Even Konoha's top young genius throws himself into every mission. This is what youth is all about." He spun around to address his students, his tone suddenly stern. "Niji, Lee, Tenten, did you see that? Never complain about the scale of your mission. For youthful growth, there are no shortcuts." "Understood." Lee's spirit blazed with determination. His thick eyebrows furrowed, eyes burning with newfound resolve. Clenching his fists, he shouted at Minma. "If even a genius like Minma pushes himself so hard, then I'll need to work 100 times harder just to catch up." "Lee." Guy was moved to tears, throwing his arms around his beloved student. "Sensei." Lee, too, was streaming tears, and the pair shared a fierce hug. "Here they go again." Tenten sighed and rubbed her temple. Niji stood silently to the side, pale eyes narrowed just a little. As a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, he had once been obsessed with surpassing Minma. But now, that obsession had faded. After all, he was only human, while Minma was practically a force of nature. Though when he thought of his little sister, Hinata, Niji's hands tightened unconsciously, his knuckles turning white. If only Minma could focus solely on Hinata, that would be fine, but this bastard. He glared fiercely at Minma, only to find his irritation deepening the moment their eyes met. "It's not like it's that outrageous." Minma, caught uncomfortably between the boisterous enthusiasm of Guy and his student, noticed Niji's deadly glare. Instead of backing down, he flashed a deliberately provocative grin. The veins bulged around Niji's Byakugan, if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't win against this bastard. He drew a deep breath, fighting down the impulse to charge at Minma. Just then, light, lively footsteps echoed along the woodland path. Guy. Kushina approached, with Karen and Kimimaro trailing behind. "Lady Kushina." Mike Guy snapped instantly to attention, his posture ramrod straight, hands at his sides, his booming voice almost rattling the leaves from their branches. "Yes, we're just about to depart for our mission." "Who asked you?" Tenten silently grumbled in her heart, but still bowed respectfully to Kushina. "Lady Kushina." She sneaked a glance upward, her eyes brimmed with admiration. To her, aside from Lady Tsunade, Kushina was the most outstanding kunoichi worthy of respect. But before long, her gaze drifted again toward Minma, her cheeks faintly tinged with pink. "See you, big brother Guy, Niji Lee Tenten." Minma waved goodbye with a cheerful smile. "Minma," Tenten suddenly called after him in a quiet voice. "What is it?" Minma turned around, puzzled. Tenten shot a quick look at Kushina, who was now chatting with Guy, then pointedly ignored the fierce Karen hovering nearby. "Would you, be able to show me the shuriken throwing technique again later?" The tips of her ears turned pink. Minma hesitated a moment, blue eyes blinking beneath his blonde hair. "If I have time, I will." He couldn't be sure he'd have any free time later on. "Okay, it's a promise." Tintin's eyes lit up, and she nodded happily, skipping away to catch up with Team Guy. Behind them, Karen stamped her foot in fury, her eyes blazing behind her glasses. Kimimaro could only shake his head in resignation, though a barely there smile hovered at the corners of his mouth. Kushina took in every detail, her feelings a tangle of emotion. Compared to the mischievous Naruto, Minma seemed to attract far too much attention from girls. Hinata from a Hyuga clan, Ino from the Yamanaka clan, and then there was Karen. She couldn't help rubbing her temples, fretful and worried. This is all Kakashi's fault. Minma. Kushina came to a sudden stop. Let's go see how Naruto and the others are doing with their training. When they're done, we can all go have some ramen together. Sounds great. Minma agreed cheerfully, an impish grin curling at his lips. If Kakashi still insists on using that bell-snatching routine, with Naruto and Sasuke's skills now, he'll be breaking out in a sweat for sure. With that thought, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Beads of sweat formed at Kakashi's temple as he caught his breath, his visible eye fixed intently on the two students before him. He'd already anticipated Naruto's abilities, but Sasuke's growth had far surpassed his expectations. Even more troublesome, the pair moved with uncanny synchronicity. If not for his own depth of experience, he might have found himself defeated already. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. Sasuke's searing fireball and Naruto's surging wind melded perfectly. The flames swelled to several times their size, igniting a sea of fire that swept toward Kakashi in a roaring blaze. The heat rolled over him, and Kakashi's pupils narrowed. His fingers flew through the signs. Earth style, earth wall. A stone barrier, marked with the head of a dog, erupted from the ground with a thunderous boom, barely holding back the furious wall of fire. The earthen shield blackened and cracked under the onslaught, bits of scorched rock crumbling away. But Kakashi didn't have a moment to catch his breath. A golden streak flashed at his side. Rasengan, a sphere of chakra word in Naruto's hand, driving straight for Kakashi's midsection. All Kakashi had time to do was widen his eye in surprise before the Rasengan struck him hard. There was a loud pop. The Kakashi that was hit dissolved in a puff of white smoke. The real Kakashi burst from the ground, seizing Naruto's ankle and slamming him forcefully toward the earth. With a boom, dust shot up as Naruto crashed into the ground, arms and legs spread wide, toes still twitching from the blow. Suddenly, a flurry of whistling sounds cut through the air. Multiple shuriken came spinning in from tricky angles. Kakashi swayed aside, dodging them easily. However, a cold smirk played on Sasuke's lips. Tugging at his fingers, he sent a trail of chakra threads snapping taut, pulling the shuriken into an abrupt reversal. What? Kakashi's eyes flared. He barely managed to evade, but his sleeve was sliced open, leaving a thin line of blood across his forearm. Sasuke wasted no time, flashing forward, fingers just brushing against the bells. He had them. But pop. Once again, it was just a substitution log. Sasuke's expression shifted sharply as a hand clamped tightly around his ankle from below. Earth style, headhunter jutsu. The ground softened and turned to sludge beneath him. Sasuke felt the world spin as he was yanked down until only his head remained above the earth, hair matted with mud, his appearance utterly bedraggled. Too naive, Sasuke. Kakashi crouched in front of Sasuke. I curved like a crescent as he spoke with an easy air. Oomph. Sasuke turned his face away, defiance burning in his jet-black eyes. That feeling only deepened when he caught sight of Kakashi's Sharingan, blazing crimson, his teeth clenched in anger. No, it's you who's naive, Kakashi-sensei. Unnoticed, Naruto had crawled out of the crater. With a swift, sharp kick, he whipped his leg towards the small of Kakashi's back. Kakashi was already prepared. With a flicker, his figure vanished from sight, and in the next instant, he appeared behind Naruto. His hands moved in a blur as he formed a series of seals, finally settling into the tiger seal stance. Get out of the way, Naruto! Sasuke's eyes flew wide open, an uncharacteristic panic seeping into his usually steady voice. Leaf Village Secret Taijutsu. 8,000 years of death. A heart-rending scream tore through the air. Naruto's anguished cry echoed across the sky as his entire body rocketed away like a cannonball. He clutched his backside and tumbled along the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face in a miserable mess. Sasuke stared, momentarily dumbfounded, then turned to Kakashi with a look brimming with contempt. Kakashi stood up as if nothing had happened, leisurely pulling out Make-Out Paradise from his ninja pouch. He was just about to open it when he noticed both Sasuke and Sakura fixed him with an odd stare, the kind of look that positively reeked of schadenfreude. There's killing intent. A chill surged down Kakashi's spine. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He turned his head stiffly, locking eyes with Kushina. Her gaze was ablaze with fury. Oh no! Kakashi's eyes went wide as saucers. Minma opened his mouth, but in the end, could only pinch his brow in resignation. Why did Kakashi have to use that move again? And, of all times, get caught red-handed by my mom? He averted his face, unable to bear witnessing the impending tragedy. Let's go, Minma said in a hushed tone to the two beside him. Things are about to get a little graphic. Yeah. Karen nodded, her mouth twitching awkwardly. Even Kimimaro, usually the very picture of composure, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Kakashi. As the trio turned and walked away, Kakashi's miserable wail echoed from behind. Lady Kushina, have mercy, I was wrong. Minma shook his head. That piercing scream lingered for a long while, reverberating through the trees. He could almost picture it. Tomorrow, there would surely be another seriously injured patient added to Konoha Hospital. On the streets of Konoha, Sai appeared before Minma, his usually calm face marked by rare agitation. What's going on? Minma's brows knitted in concern, blue eyes glinting with anxiety beneath his blonde hair. Sai's fingertips fidgeted with his sleeve, unconsciously. Minma, Shin's condition has worsened. His voice was tight, strained. I understand. Minma's expression sharpened instantly. He turned to Kimimaro and Karen and gave terse instructions. You two head back first. I'm going to check it out. Even before he finished speaking, he had already gripped Sai's shoulder, and the two of them vanished on the spot. In the corridors of Konoha Hospital, the sharp scent of disinfectant hung heavily in the air. Minma strode into the ward at a brisk pace. Under the harsh white lights, Shin's pallid face seemed even more gaunt. How is Shin? Minma asked the attending physician. Master Minma. The doctor bowed respectfully, pushing his glasses up. His voice was heavy. We've done all we can to contain it, but the disease is progressing far faster than we anticipated. He hesitated, wanting to speak, but in the end could only bow deeply. I'm truly sorry. This isn't your fault. Minma waved his hand, signaling the medical staff to leave first. Once the door closed behind them, he stepped up to the bedside. Master Minma. Shin struggled to sit up, but Minma gently pressed him back onto the pillow. A bout of fierce coughing shook his frail body. Just rest. Minma's smile was warm, and sunlight filtered through the curtains, dancing on his golden lashes. Leave everything to me. Shin blinked weakly. For a moment, it felt like he was back in those sunlit days. Fishing by the riverside with Minma, Sai, and Yamato-sensei, training together with everyone. Ever since he escaped the darkness of Root, these simple moments of happiness had become all the more precious to him. But now, Shin's vision blurred. How he longed to keep standing beside these important people, to keep doing his part for the young man before him, the one who had given him a new beginning. With trembling hands, Shin reached up, his gaze settling gently on his younger brother, Sai, his one and only family, the one he could never let go of. Master Minma. A few weak coughs colored Shin's pallid cheeks with a flush of red. I have a favor to ask you. Go ahead. Minma leaned in a little. Shin grasped Sai's hand, voice trembling. When I'm gone, please take care of Sai for me. Shin. Sai hurriedly wiped the tears from his eyes, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Sai is already my comrade. Minma nodded solemnly, his tone resolute and unwavering. You don't even need to say it. I will look after him, no matter what. A look of comfort washed over Shin's face as he turned to his brother. Sai, promise me you'll protect Master Minma. Do as he asks. Shin. Sai gripped his brother's hand tightly, his eyes set with a resolve stronger than ever. I promise I'll protect Minma, even if it costs me my life. Don't say it like you're leaving your last words. Minma cut in abruptly, frowning. I won't let you die, Shin. Trust me. He rose to his feet, gazing down at Shin lying on the bed. I still need you both to help me fulfill my dream. Hang in there, Shin. Wait for me to come back. Master Minma. Tears welled up in Shin's eyes. He would never forget that it was this golden-haired boy who had pulled him from the darkness of Root and given him a chance at life. If I can survive, he secretly vowed to dedicate the rest of his days to following Minma's dream. Get some rest. Minma turned to Sai, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Take care, Shin. I'll find a way. As he stepped out of the room, Minma drew a deep breath. The sharp scent of antiseptic still lingered in the hallway. He turned to the doctor, who had been waiting for some time, and spoke in a low, resolute voice. You must ensure his safety for the next 10 days. With that, he bowed deeply to the doctor. I'm counting on you. The doctor was momentarily taken aback, then straightened his posture and replied, Rest assured, Lord Minma. Within 10 days, I will make sure everything goes as planned. Thank you for your hard work. Minma straightened up, turned to leave for the hospital entrance, then paused as a thought struck him. He turned back and said to the doctor, By the way, reserve a bed for Kakashi Hitaki as well. The doctor blinked in confusion, clearly puzzled. Standing at the hospital doors, Minma's golden hair fluttered softly in the wind. He narrowed his eyes, gazing at the sinking sun on the horizon. It looks like I'll have to bring Lady Tsunade back sooner than planned. When a friend's life hangs in the balance, there's no room to consider anyone's personal wishes, not even hers. And there's Kimimaro. Even though the symptoms of his inherited illness haven't surfaced in recent years, the risk still lurks beneath the surface. Minma's brow furrowed even deeper, almost unconsciously. Even with the Uzumaki clan's exceptional healing power, just like Karen, these stubborn ailments remain beyond our grasp. I just hope Tsunade will have a solution. With a quiet sigh, Minma turned and headed home. After preparing for the journey, Minma made his way to the Hokage's office. He gently pushed the door open to find his father, Minato, bent over his desk, reviewing paperwork, while Hiruzen Sarutobi sat nearby, wreathed in the smoke of his pipe. "Dad, I need to find Lady Tsunade." He stated his intention without preamble. There was a subtle pause in Minato's hand as he stopped writing and looked up. A trace of concern flickered in his vivid blue eyes, soon replaced by resolve. "You're going to find Lady Tsunade?" He put down his pen, interlaced his fingers under his chin, and after a moment of quiet contemplation, nodded. "Very well. I'll let Kushina know. Please take care of yourself." "All right," Minma replied simply, turning to leave. "Wait, Minma." Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke up. Minma paused, turning, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Grandpa Sarutobi, is there something else?" The third Hokage exhaled a slow puff of smoke, the creases in his brow deepening. "I have every confidence in your abilities, but the world outside the village is dangerous." He hesitated, then continued. "Why not let Shursui accompany you?" "That won't be necessary, Grandpa Sarutobi. Shursui has his own mission." Minma shook his head gently. "If I'm to become a ninja who can bear responsibility on his own, there are some things I need to face alone." A faint smile appeared on his lips. "For the sake of saving my friends, I will bring Lady Tsunade back." Hiruzen gazed long and thoughtfully at the spirited young man before him, the embers in his pipe glowing and fading. At last, he smiled with quiet satisfaction. "I understand." His voice, thick with warmth and swirling through the haze of smoke, was extra gentle. "Then please, do be careful." Minma nodded. Before the words had even faded, Minma's figure transformed into a streak of golden light, and, in an instant, vanished from the office. Outside the gates of Konoha village, the last rays of sunset spilled over the slate stones. Minma approached, and from a distance, could see Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane leaning idly against the gatepost. "Izumo, big brother. Kotetsu, big brother." Minma greeted them with a cheerful smile. "That's not my name. I'm Kotetsu Hagane." Kotetsu corrected him with a face full of resignation, his tone helpless. "Got it, Kotetsu, big brother." Minma blinked, sounding so sincere that there was no room for complaint. Kotetsu let out a long sigh, finally giving up his struggle. He could never understand why young Master Minma always managed to get his name wrong. Izumo fought to hold back a laugh, pretending not to notice his companion's look of utter defeat. "Heading out again, Minma?" "Yeah, just have a few things to take care of." Minma nodded and, waving goodbye, strode through the village gate. He hadn't walked far when, all of a sudden, a figure dressed in purple darted out from behind a tree and blocked his path. Yugao Yuzuki's violet hair shimmered softly in the twilight. Her ANBU mask clipped at her waist, revealing her elegant features. "What brings you here?" Minma raised his brows in surprise. "My mission is to protect you, remember?" Yugao winked, a sly smile curled at her lips. "I'm not just going out for fun, you know. And I'm not here for fun, either." Yugao turned aside, a pale blush tinting her cheeks. "I'm just doing my job, that's all. Fine, suit yourself." Minma shook his head and continued forward. Yugao quickly fell in step beside him. After a moment's hesitation, she asked softly, "Do you not like having me around?" "Why would I think that?" Minma angled his head to flash a wide grin. "With a beautiful woman like you following me, I'm happy as can be. Don't get the wrong idea." Yugao's voice grew faint as she looked down at the path in front of her. "It's just because of the mission. Besides, I'm several years older than you." Minma glanced at the ANBU Kunoichi at his side, usually so poised but now blushing like a shy girl, and couldn't help but smile. He deliberately blinked, feigning innocence. "I'm not taking it the wrong way at all." Yugao bit her lip lightly at his words and, with a toss of her purple hair, hurried forward. The night wind danced, making her long hair flutter like silk ribbons. Minma grinned, trailing after her in easy pace. But before he knew it, Yugao, almost in a huff, quickened her steps once more, turning their walk into a playful chase, like two children racing through the night. As dusk deepened, Minma finally stopped at a flat spot by the riverbank. From a ceiling scroll, he produced a spacious tent, then a set of pots, bowls, and utensils, and, incredibly, a plush Simmons mattress. "Why are you bringing all this useless stuff?" Yugao stared wide-eyed, hands on her hips. In her mind, True ninja always traveled light, just the bare essentials, nothing more. This guy acts like he's here on vacation. Who says he's useless? Myanmar arched an eyebrow and, as if performing a magic trick, produced a fishing rod. With practiced ease, he baited the hook and cast the line, then sprawled out comfortably on the mattress, hands tucked behind his head. Now this is what I call enjoying life, got it? Humph. Xian rolled her eyes, leaning against a tree trunk with her arms crossed. Watching him so at ease, she couldn't help but tease, "You're not going to catch anything anyway. Bringing that rod is just for show." Says who? Myanmar shot upright, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He didn't mind when his other skills were questioned, but his fishing prowess was beyond reproach. He muttered under his breath, "It's just that, sometimes my luck isn't great, that's all." "Oh, please." Xian stifled a laugh behind her hand, her eyes glinting with mischief. "Stop just standing there." Myanmar patted the soft mattress beside him. "Come over and sit. It's nice here." A flush spread over Xian's cheeks, her heartbeat drumming wildly. She bit her lip. I still have work to do." Work, forget it." Barely holding back a chuckle, Myanmar said, "I'm not going to eat you. What are you so nervous about? What nonsense." Xian's ears turned crimson, but she tried to compose herself as she sat down, though her heart felt like it might burst out of her chest. She shot Myanmar a fierce glare, but the blush on her face had already betrayed what she was feeling. The river's surface shimmered with moonlit ripples, the fishing line glinting faintly in the low light. Myanmar stretched out, closing his eyes in lazy contentment. "I've set up traps all around. You can relax." He glanced at Xian, sitting stiffly beside him, a teasing smile on his lips. "I'll take a nap. Keep an eye on the fishing rod for me, will you? This kind of expert technique isn't for an amateur like you." Xian gave a little huff, but didn't argue. She stole a glance at him in the moonlight as he lay quietly, his lashes casting gentle shadows and his ever-smiling lips finally at rest. For some reason, her heart skipped a beat again. "What? Is there something on my face?" Suddenly, Myanmar opened his eyes. Xian jolted, whipping her head away and pretending to focus on the fishing rod. The red on the tips of her ears stood out starkly. "I know I'm handsome." Myanmar gave her a wicked wink. "Look all you want, it's free." "Oh, get a rest." Ashamed and flustered, Xian glared at him, raising her hand as if to strike, but Myanmar easily caught her wrist. "You?" Xian stared at him in surprise, her breaths growing rapid, eyes wide and luminous like crystal. She could feel the warmth of his breath brushing her cheek. Her mind went totally blank, her body leaning in as if moved by some invisible force. Myanmar gazed back at Xian's lovely face as she drew closer, feeling his own heartbeat quicken. The faint, alluring scent that clung to her hovered at the tip of his nose, leaving his throat dry with anticipation. When he saw Yugugo trembling lightly as she closed her eyes, her red lips gently parted in an alluring way, he felt as if every drop of blood in his body was beginning to boil. At that very moment, a time that should have been intimate and tender, a mechanical voice suddenly exploded in his mind. To win a loyal heart, to grow old together, kiss her, win the purple-haired fairy's affection, and never leave her side, be utterly devoted, or receive a machete as a penalty. To wander through a garden of beauties, yet remain untouched, kiss her, pluck a beautiful blossom. This path comes with a machete bound as a reward. Is this supposed to be a serious system? Minma almost choked at those options coming out of nowhere, grumbling in frustration in his mind. "System, you've got the wrong guy." He argued righteously in his thoughts. When it comes to liking beautiful girls, he'd always been unwavering and genuinely devoted. In matters of the heart, he was always earnest and responsible. He'd never treat someone's feelings lightly or abandon them. Looking at Yugugo, eyes closed and quietly waiting, Minma took a deep breath. His fingertips gently caressed her silken violet hair. Just as Yugugo opened her eyes in surprise, he leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss to her smooth forehead. Yugugo let out a soft, restrained sound, her cheeks instantly ablaze. The kiss, unexpected, filled her with a sweet ache. Her heart thudded furiously, as if about to burst from her chest. Minma forced down the turmoil inside, keeping up a facade of calm as he said quietly, "You should rest now. It's already late." Without waiting for Yugugo's response, he quickly lay down, turned his back to her, squeezed his eyes shut, and pretended to sleep, leaving behind only a stiff silhouette. Yugugo remained seated, absent-mindedly reaching up to touch the spot on her forehead where he had kissed her. Moonlight, pale and gentle, washed over her delicate features. She stared blankly at Minma's sleeping profile, a trace of melancholy flickering in her eyes. So in the end, he really only sees me as an older sister. The thought rose inside her, bringing with it a bittersweet ache she couldn't name. Suddenly, Yugugo felt her eyes sting, and she hurriedly turned away, afraid her feelings would show. Meanwhile, Minma, far from actually asleep, peeked through half-closed eyes at her forlorn back, sighing inwardly. It's not that I don't want to, it's just not the time yet. He thought quietly, to himself, shifting a bit farther away from her. Definitely, absolutely not, because of any fear of that machete. By the time the pale light of dawn crept in, they were once again on the road. Minma pretended to study the map with focus, though his gaze kept drifting to Yugugo at his side. The usually lively ninja with the violet hair seemed uncharacteristically distant today. Even her footsteps were heavier than usual. Thirsty? Here, have some water. Minma handed her a canteen, his tone as casual as if nothing had happened. I'm not thirsty. Yugugo didn't even glance at him, her voice cold as ice. She briskly pulled on her mask, her whole demeanor transformed by the chilling aura of an Umbu operative. By midday, the two had reached a small town. Myanmar asked again, Are you hungry? How about we get something to eat? I'm not hungry. The voice under the mask was still cold and indifferent. Myanmar scratched his head helplessly. Well, I'm hungry. Wait here for me, and don't wander off. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already vanished from sight. Chien stood frozen where she was, her lips under the mask biting down so hard they turned white. This idiot. Can't he say something a little sweeter for once? She stomped her foot in frustration, wanting nothing more than to storm off right then and there. But in the end, she only crossed her arms and stood her ground, muttering to herself, Humph, it's all for the mission anyway. Hey, pretty girl over there, come keep me company for a bit. A playful voice suddenly called from behind her. Just as Chien was stewing for a target to vent her irritation on, she spun around sharply at those words, chakra already gathering in her palm, only to freeze in place when she saw who it was. Myanmar was leaning against the wall, his golden hair gleaming under the sunlight. He waved the lunchbox in his hand, a box packed with all her favorite dishes. Excuse me, beautiful lady, would you do me the honor of sharing lunch with me? Chien's face instantly flushed scarlet beneath the mask, a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance coloring her features, but she couldn't hide the faint upward curve of her lips. The tips of her ears turned pink, and, after a moment's hesitation, she walked toward Myanmar. She snatched the lunchbox from his hand, all the while studiously avoiding his gaze. Instead, she stared at the lid, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge, fidgeting with it. Why do you have to say such shameless things in that tone? Her voice was barely more than a whisper, her eyes flitting toward a distant street stall. Myanmar blinked and then put on a mask of earnestness. I just stepped out of the shop, and suddenly I saw a beautiful lady standing there. I couldn't help myself, the words just slipped out. He ran a hand through his striking golden hair, his smile as innocent as ever. Who would have thought it was our Chien beneath the mask? Sweet talker. Chien shot him a playful glare, though her eyes were already bright with laughter. She turned and strode ahead, her steps light and airy like a butterfly in flight. Whatever gloom lingered from before was swept clean away. Myanmar watched her skipping happily ahead, a knowing smile tugging at his lips. So, she's still a young girl at heart. Not so hard to win over after all. He chuckled inwardly and hurried after her. A gentle breeze drifted by, carrying the faint scent of Chien's hair. Myanmar understood. When someone truly likes you, even the clumsiest attempt at affection becomes a beautiful confession in her ears. But if she doesn't care for you, no matter how much you give, all you'll ever get is a polite brush-off. Wait for me, he called out, drawing out the words as he dashed to catch up to Chien, taking long strides to close the gap. Under the crimson glow of sunset, Myanmar sat perched on a smooth rock, brow furrowed as he pored over the map again and again. His fingers traced each marked spot, every possible location. He had already searched them all. Taverns and gambling dens, yet there was still no sign of Lady Tsunade. It seemed only Tanzuku town and the hidden village of bathhouses remained. He muttered softly to himself, rolling up the map and tucking it away. Just then, a fair hand reached out before him, offering a delicately crafted water flask. Mima paused for a moment, startled, then met Yugao's shimmering gaze. A faint trace of lipstick lingered on the rim of the flask, standing out especially, while she had already turned her face away. Only the blush spreading to the tips of her ears and her trembling fingertips betrayed her nerves. His throat was indeed parched, so without another thought, Minma took the flask and drank deeply, tilting his head back. Cool water ran smoothly down his throat. He made a deliberately satisfied sound, and out of the corner of his eye, caught Yugao's ears coloring a deep, brilliant red. Here you go, he said, passing the flask back with a smile. His fingers brushed lightly against hers, as if by accident. Yugao pulled the flask away, almost as if she'd been shocked by a jolt of lightning. then feigned a cough or two to cover her fluster. Where shall we go next? Let's try our luck at Tanzaku Street first, Mima replied, rising to his feet, dusting off his clothes though no dust clung to them. The setting sun cast his blonde hair in a blaze of orange fire, throwing a long, striking shadow across the ground. All right, Yugao nodded softly, her eyes reflecting the glow of dusk's last light. For her, the destination had never mattered. So long as she could walk beside him, even the world's farthest edges would feel like coming home. A night breeze swept by, carrying the sweet scent of wildflowers from somewhere unseen. Their silhouettes, one following nearly at the other's heels, gradually faded into the deepening twilight. Softly, Yugao picked up her pace, closing the distance between them, so she could catch the faint, clean fragrance that lingered on him. In front of the casino at Tanzaku Street, neon lights flickered into life as evening took hold. No sooner had Minma and Yugao stepped onto the stairs than two burly men blocked their way. Kids, this isn't a place for you, the lead guard said, arms crossed, looking down with a touch of menace. Minma met his gaze with a sunny, radiant smile. Big brother, we're just looking for someone. The guard, whose name was Kuji, faltered. Something about the blonde boy's smile put him unexpectedly at ease. His tone relaxed just a touch. Who are you looking for? I know every regular in this place. Tsunade, Minma said directly. Kuji's mind instantly conjured up the image of that blonde-haired, twin-tailed woman with her legendary figure, the casino's luckless, most extravagant gambler. He shook his head. She left 2 days ago. You're a bit late. Minma frowned slightly, quietly releasing his sensory abilities. No trace of strong chakra inside the casino. He nodded, polite and composed. Thank you. With that, he turned and led Yugao away. Kuji, why waste words on a couple of kids? Another guard scoffed, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Gyoji gazed thoughtfully at Mion, Ma's departing figure. I don't know why, but from the very first glance, I had a feeling this boy was no ordinary person. Perhaps, someday, he'll make a name for himself. You've had too much to drink, haven't you? His companion scoffed in disbelief. You don't understand. Gyoji stroked his chin. My intuitions never led me astray. For instance, the first time I saw Old Fat Sheep, I just knew she'd lose everything she had. Isn't that obvious? His companion rolled his eyes. Who in this whole street doesn't know Fat Sheep never wins a single bet? Their laughter was soon drowned out by the raucous noise of the gambling hall. At the end of the street, Myanmar came to a halt. Looks like my only chance is to try my luck in Tangin Village. He glanced back at Shien, whose golden hair glimmered softly in the evening breeze. But before that, how about we get some ramen? All right. The corners of Shien's lips curled in a faint smile. Night was falling, and the lanterns of Duan's street shone brightly across the dusk. Myanmar pushed open the door to an inn, a small bell above tinkling with a crisp, cheerful note. 2 rooms, please, he said, rapping his knuckles on the counter. The bald proprietor adjusted his glasses, an apologetic look on his face. Ah, what a shame. Only 1 room left tonight. He sneaked a glance at Shien, who was pretending to study the pattern on a vase behind Myanmar, and added, Tourist season's been busy lately. 1 room. Myanmar's eyes went wide. He hesitated, glancing over at Shien, only to find her intently counting the petals painted on the vase. Ahem, I suppose we'll take it. Myanmar braced himself and put down a stack of bills. The innkeeper beamed as he accepted the payment, sending Shien a meaningful look as he handed over the room key. Once the pair disappeared around the stairwell, the innkeeper murmured quietly to himself, Little Shien, Uncle has helped as much as he can. Then, running an anxious hand over his shiny scalp, he wondered aloud. But isn't that boy a little too young? Meanwhile, upstairs at the end of the corridor, Myanmar and Shien stood side by side at the edge of the bed, an inexplicable silence hanging between them. From a window drifted the strains of samisen, rendering the quiet of the room almost palpable. Awkwardly, Myanmar sat on the bed, fingers twisting the bedsheet, aware of the warmth creeping up to his ears. For a moment, he was at a complete loss for words. I'll just keep watch outside. Before she could finish, Shien spun on her heels, her purple hair tracing a graceful arc through the air. Wait! Myanmar instinctively caught her wrist. Her skin was soft and unexpectedly cool. Don't worry. I won't do anything inappropriate. Shien recoiled as if stung, her gaze hastily flitting toward the bathroom. I'll shower first. No sooner had the words left her lips than she darted for the door, her escape so abrupt that the slam sent a painting on the wall wobbling. Listening to the sound of the shower running, Myanmar flopped onto the bed, using his arm to shield his burning eyes. But Shien's tall, slender figure lingered in his mind, impossible to banish. That tall, slender figure, standing at about 1 meter 70, with those perfectly proportioned, long legs and alluring curve that couldn't be concealed even by the dark uniform. If it were just a young girl like Ino, he wouldn't think twice. His throat bobbed as he secretly compared in his mind. But Yugugo is different. Just imagining that mature, tantalizing body now shrouded in steam, just a wall away, made him suddenly sit up, his blonde hair almost standing on end. The sound of running water lingered on and on. Minma's eyes were fixed on the hazy silhouette against the frosted glass of the bathroom door. A graceful outline, gently brushing out her long hair. Every time she bent over, those curves were revealed in all their glory. He pinched his own thigh hard. What's there to be afraid of now? All that training in the shadow clone technique, was it for nothing? He had spent quite a bit to bribe Choji for this opportunity. The soft creak of the bathroom door sent a jolt through his entire body. Amid the swirling steam, Yugugo stepped out, wrapped in a snowy white bathrobe, walking with graceful poise. Her still damp purple hair draped over round shoulders, the ends glistening with tiny drops of water. Her cheeks were tinted with a rosy flush, her eyes moist and shining softly through the lingering mist. The hem of her bathrobe, fluttering with each tentative step, revealed elegant calves beneath. Her dainty toes curled nervously, delicate lavender polish catching the light with a pearly sheen. Minma's gaze moved upward without his consent, trailing over slender ankles, up the long lines of her legs, and finally resting on the glimpse of bare thigh that vanished beneath the bathrobe. Her skin was so fair and radiant, it made him instinctively hold his breath, his lashes trembling uncontrollably. Yugugo paused at the edge of the bed, the neckline of her robe rising and falling slightly with each quickened breath. There was barely half a step between them, and yet neither dared to speak first. The night breeze fluttered the curtains, carrying the gentle fragrance of a recent bath to Minma's nose, intoxicatingly sweet, enough to make his head spin. "Don't you dare regret this now." Minma's voice was low and husky, his golden lashes shivering in the lamplight. His burning gaze was locked onto her, and the delicate sensation at his fingertips made his heart thunder in his chest. Yugugo shook her head softly. Determination shimmered in her watery eyes. "I won't regret it." Her words were quiet, but in Minma's heart, they struck like a peal of thunder. In the next instant, a strong arm slipped around her slender waist. With a gentle tug, Minma drew her into his embrace. Their noses brushed, breath mingling, warmth from each exhale caressing the other's cheek. Yugugo's lashes fluttered, her eyes brimming with anticipation and shy delight. Minma hesitated no longer. He lowered his head and covered her inviting lips with his own. The moment their lips met, Yugugo trembled all over. Instinctively, her soft arms wound around his neck, responding to the kiss, shy, but aflame with yearning. Minma's kiss was possessive and unyielding, almost smothering in its depth. Her response was clumsy, yet passionate, and it swept him away in a tide from which there was no escape. When emotions reached their peak, Shien's trembling fingertips reached for the sash at her waist, only for Minma to firmly seize her wrist. He grazed his teeth gently along her flushed earlobe, his voice husky. "Don't take it off. I like it just like this." A soft, breathless moan slipped from her lips as Shien melted into his arms, nudging him down onto the bed with her. For Minma, it was the first time he experienced such intoxicating intimacy, and the strange, exquisite sensation utterly captivated him. He activated the partial multiplication jutsu. The spar began in earnest, his ninjutsu fierce and commanding, pushing Shien to retreat step by step. Yet Shien was no easy match. Her mastery of Konoha swordsmanship was impeccable, and her water-release techniques flowed with a grace that bordered on the sublime. A cool surge of water enveloped him, and in an instant, Minma was sent flying. Moonlight slipped through the curtains, casting the entwined forms on the wall in shifting silhouette. The night wind drifted past, carrying away the last ragged breath of reason. With morning, a single raven alighted quietly on the windowsill, awaiting the moment the window would open. The first blush of dawn crept in as Minma carefully extricated his hand from Shien's satiny embrace. She burrowed her face deeper into the pillow, her violet hair spilling chaotically across the sheets. "What is it? Something's come up. Go back to sleep for a while." Minma bent to brush a gentle kiss in her hair, then dressed swiftly and silently. The raven perched on a lattice fluttered its wings, the blood-red gaze in the morning light coalescing into 3 tomo. It coughed up a small, delicate scroll, which landed obediently on Minma's shoulder. Lady Tsunade has been confirmed in Yugikure, Land of Rivers. Also discovered in Akatsuki base, request orders. Itachi, A flicker of chakra flame burned the scroll to ash at Menma's fingertips, his brows knitting slightly. The Akatsuki's hunt for the tailed beast was moving even faster than he had anticipated. A morning breeze stirred his golden hair. Someone else gathering the tailed beast for him. That would certainly save him much trouble. A sly, cold smile touched his lips. Once Akatsuki collected the first 8 tailed beasts, wouldn't it be perfect for him to swoop in and reap the prize? It would cost him little effort, keep his hands clean, and his reputation intact. Power was important, but reputation and public image were critical as well. Besides, Orochimaru's planted chess pieces had already infiltrated the Akatsuki from within. Menma took out a fresh scroll and wrote his orders swiftly. Do not alert them. Focus on tracking the whereabouts of Amato. At that, memories surfaced, his old roommate's incessant chatter about a scientist named Amato, someone who, in certain fields, even surpassed Orochimaru. All for the hope that, one day, the ninja world could have cell phones. Menma shook his head, tucking the scroll back into the raven's beak. He was putting in no small effort for this goal. With a rush of wings, the raven vanished into the morning light. On the bed, Shien turned over, a swath of snow-white skin catching the dawn. Menma stood by the window, glancing back, a gentle gold outlining the serenity of her sleeping face. He softly drew the curtains, shutting out both the room's lingering tenderness and the coming storm. Tangnein Village, the distinct scent of sulfur from the hot springs mingled with the fresh fragrance of grass and trees, weaving through the air. Menma and Yugao strolled along the stone-paved street, flanked on either side by hot spring inns adorned with red lanterns. Visitors in yukata wandered leisurely, enjoying the tranquil atmosphere. That's the place. Menma suddenly halted, his gaze locking onto a figure at the entrance of the hot spring house ahead. Tsunade was striding inside with powerful steps, her long green coat swaying with her proud, ample chest as she walked, twin ponytails bouncing vivaciously behind her. Shizen hurried along behind, clutching a pink piglet, Tauntaun, in her arms. A small smile tugged at Menma's lips. He took a deep breath and called out, "Granny Tsunade." The air seemed to freeze in an instant. Tsunade stopped dead in her tracks, her posture visibly stiffening. She turned slowly, an unmistakable vein throbbing on her forehead, her fist clenched so tightly it seemed to crackle. Who's the little brat with a death wish? But when she realized the voice belonged to a blonde-haired youth, her angry expression faltered for a moment. Her brown eyes narrowed as a look of realization dawned. You're Minato and Kushina's child, aren't you? Yes, Granny Tsunade. Menma bowed politely, sunlight gilding his brilliant blonde hair. I'm Menma Uzumaki. You little brat. Tsunade's lips twitched with a chilling smile that could raise the hairs on one's neck. Tauntaun squirmed anxiously in Shizun's arms. The next second, Menma's collar was snatched in a swift motion. Tsunade hoisted him up to eye level, her voice thunderous with rage. You disrespectful little rascal. Today, let me teach you some manners on Kushina's behalf. Her fist, as large as a melon, cut the air with terrifying force and came crashing down. Tsunade-sama. Shizen let out a startled cry. Yugao's eyes flashed. Her hand instinctively reached for her sword hilt, but relaxed almost immediately. She knew far too well what Menma was capable of. Crash! Splinters burst everywhere as Tsunade's punch shattered a wooden log used as a body double. Menma's real self appeared 5 meters away, eyeing the scattered wood with lingering alarm and a flash of annoyance. You're not holding back, are you? Oomph. Tsunade let out a sharp snort, brushing imaginary dust from her hands. Crossing her arms, her impressive figure looked even more formidable, the deep curve of her chest impossible to ignore. Not bad. Your reflexes aren't half bad, kid. Seeing Menma's sour expression, she suddenly lunged forward and squished his cheeks between her hands, kneading them back and forth. Don't be so stingy. She sounded exactly like someone placating a toddler. That old man talked you up so much, calling you the strongest genius Konoha's ever seen. I had to see for myself. Menma found his entire face smothered between that formidable pair of snowy peaks, nearly suffocating. He struggled to free himself from the weapons, ears burning red. Men and women should keep a respectful distance. Tsunade-sama, please behave yourself. TCH. Tsunade curled her lip in disdain. You're just a little brat who hasn't even grown up yet. Quit pretending to be an adult. By seniority, you ought to call me auntie, you know. At these words, Yugao flushed scarlet, her blush creeping all the way to her ears, and she looked awkwardly away. Of everyone here, she was most qualified to speak on whether Menma had truly grown up. Ahem. Menma straightened his expression. Granny Tsunade. Say it, Andy. Tsunade pressed his head down with a firm hand, her knuckles digging forcefully into his blonde hair. Aren't you skipping a generation here? Minma, thoroughly tousled, wobbled from side to side, a look of utter confusion on his face. Tsunade grinned. Kushina and I are as close as sisters. You calling me Annie hits the mark. She leaned forward, coming so close that her ageless, beautiful face filled Minma's vision, her crimson lips curving in a dangerous smile. Is that for real? Minma mumbled under his breath, thinking to himself that this auntie, well past 50, probably had a mindset even more childish than Ino's. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, her knuckles cracking ominously. Nothing. Minma instantly admitted defeat. You're the elder, you're the boss. He drew a deep breath, his manner suddenly turning grave. Annie Tsunade, I have something important to ask for your help. Oh. Tsunade arched an eyebrow. My companion is seriously ill. A flicker of worry flashed through Minma's eyes. I hope you'll return to Konoha and save their life. Someone's sick? Tsunade's brows knitted together, her fingers unconsciously rubbing against each other. Not even Konoha's medical corps can help. There was reluctance in her voice. That village held too many painful memories. She had no wish to return. Minma nodded solemnly. No one but you can save them. Tsunade's fingers froze mid-motion. She lowered her gaze, long lashes casting shadows across her cheeks. Tsunade-sama. Shizune hesitated, wanting to speak, but unable to do so as she watched Tsunade's trembling hands, those same hands that could now barely hold a scalpel steady. Please, Annie Tsunade. Minma gave a deep bow, more earnest than ever before. He knew of Tsunade's affliction, but Shin's condition could not wait. It's not that I don't want to help. Tsunade suddenly turned away, her green cloak billowing in the wind. Her gaze drifted toward the distant mist of the hot springs, as though she could see something terrifying hiding within the haze. Her arms hugged herself tight, nails digging into her own skin. Shizune rushed over. Young Master Minma. Lady Tsunade, she... But words stuck in her throat. All she could do was look helplessly at Tsunade's trembling back. The bustle of the hot spring street seemed to fade away, replaced only by the sound of water dripping from the eaves. Minma straightened, eyes fixed on Tsunade's rigid back, and softly spoke. Forgive me, but when a friend's life is at stake, I can only offend you, Auntie Tsunade. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at Minma's words, the corner of her mouth curling into a dangerous smile. What? Are you thinking of challenging me? She crossed her arms, her proud figure half concealed beneath the green cloak, making it clear she had no intention of taking the blonde youth before her seriously. Stop underestimating me. Suddenly, Tsunade struck out, the sweep of her long, shapely leg cutting through the air with a fierce whoosh as she brought it down toward Minma. Wood-style, bramble-killing technique. Minma stood his ground, unmoving. He raised his right arm slightly, and thick vines burst from the ground, instantly binding Tsunade tightly, suspending her midair. What? Tsunade's eyes widened with shock. Grandfather's wood style. How could this kid? Meanwhile, Minma's wood clone flickered to Shizune's side, gently laying a hand on her shoulder. Yugugo, let's go. Catching his meaning, purple hair flowing, Yugugo was instantly at his side. Flying thunder god, guiding thunder. Space twisted and blurred for a split second. Then, in a flash, they all reappeared on the bustling streets of the Hidden Leaf Village. The familiar visage of the Hokage rock came into view, and Tsunade snapped back to her senses, her gaze complex as she regarded Minma. A boy who had inherited both the first Hokage's wood style and Tobarama's flying thunder god technique. Could he really be only in his teens? Sorry, Aunt Tsunade. Minma released the bindings and bowed apologetically. Tsunade flexed her wrists, letting out a cold snort. No matter how you tie me up and drag me back, it won't change anything. She turned her face away, her voice dropping without her realizing. Minma fell silent, lost in thought. Tsunade's hemophobia was no small matter. The moment she saw blood, she froze in terror. How could she perform surgery like that? He couldn't help but miss his younger brother Naruto's way with words. How he could talk sense into just about anyone. Should he ask Orochimaru for help? The thought had barely surfaced before he dismissed it. Never mind whether that guy would even agree to come to the Leaf. Knowing his style, he'd probably just resurrect Tsunade's brother and love her outright. And then what? Tsunade would go berserk for sure. No one could accept their dead loved ones being violated like that. The image of a furious Tsunade sent a chill down Minma's spine. Ugh. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Minma was suddenly snapped alert by a familiar voice in the distance. Big brother. Naruto came bounding over with infectious energy, his orange figure especially radiant beneath the sun. Kakashi and Sakura followed behind, while Sasuke trailed at the rear, looking as surly as ever. Huh? Naruto skidded to a stop, eyeing Tsunade and Shizune with curiosity. Why has Big Brother brought back two beautiful ladies again? He stole a peek at Tsunade's striking figure, glanced at the little piglet in Shizune's arms, and his face was full of questions. Tsunade, too, was sizing up this golden-haired youth who looked nearly identical to Minma, a faint smile playing on her crimson lips. Kushin has two sons. Now, this is interesting. One is steady and deep as still water, the other as uncontainable as a blaze. Who is that lady? Naruto leaned in close to Minma's ear, thinking he was whispering. She's Granny Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, on par with Master Jiraiya. Minma replied in the same hushed tone. The Sannin? Granny Tsunade? Naruto's blue eyes widened as he suddenly blurted out. But Granny Tsunade looks so young. Hey, you little brats. A vein throbbed on Tsunade's forehead as her fist clenched, making a threatening, cracking sound. You think I'm deaf or something talking that loud? Yikes. Startled by her outburst, Naruto jumped back 3 steps and nearly bumped into Sakura, who had just arrived. Kakashi's eye widened slightly. He quickly stepped forward and bowed. Lady Tsunade, you're back. He hadn't expected Tsunade to return so soon. Sakura sized up the legendary Sannin with curiosity. But when she caught sight of Tsunade's stunning figure, she couldn't help but look down at herself and instantly deflated a little. Sasuke, meanwhile, stood at a distance, arms crossed and looking as cool as ever, though it was clear he was intrigued by this legendary kunoichi as well. Minma sighed quietly, his blonde hair stirring gently in the breeze. His gaze suddenly grew deep. As he watched Tsunade, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Perhaps, to heal from fear, one must first face the very root of that fear. Kakashi, where are you all headed? He turned abruptly and asked, deliberately, keeping his voice calm. Kakashi scratched his silver hair. We're off to the Hokage's office for a mission. With that, he grabbed Naruto by the back of his collar. Lady Tsunade, if you'll excuse us. Tsunade nodded, though not without effort. But just as she turned, Minma suddenly dashed forward. Young Master Minma? Shizune gasped in alarm. Minma's kunai flashed coldly in his hand as he cut a thin line along his own index finger. Scarlet beads of blood welled up, slowly dripping from his fingertip. You! Tsunade jerked her head up, her pupils contracting in shock. Suddenly, her breathing quickened, her face turning deathly pale. Her long, slender legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Lady Tsunade! Shizune instinctively tried to rush over, but Yugogo held her back with a gentle shake of her head, her violet hair swaying. Trust Minma. With every step Minma took, it was as if he walked right across Tsunade's taut nerves, drawing ever closer. She shrank back on instinct, until her back pressed up against the cold, unyielding wall. She could retreat no further. Don't come any closer. One of the legendary Sannin, so feared across the battlefield, now sounded as fragile as a frightened child. Her nails dug deep into her own arm, yet she seemed entirely numb to the pain. Minma gazed at the legendary kunoichi curled up before him, feeling a pang of sympathy. But he knew that a bit of cruelty now was the path to deeper salvation. Look at me, Aunt Tsunade. His voice softened suddenly, gentle as a whisper. Under normal circumstances, with Tsunade's strength, she would never fall prey to such a simple jinjutsu. But now, swallowed by fear, she dropped her guard completely and tumbled helplessly into Minma's carefully woven illusion. Tsunade's gaze gradually turned vacant, her body ceasing to tremble. Shizune, standing anxiously to the side, suddenly noticed an unusual flush creeping up Tsunade's cheeks. To her utter embarrassment, Tsunade let out a soft, involuntary moan. What? Shizune whipped her head around to glare at Minma, her eyes brimming with accusation. This has nothing to do with me. Minma frantically waved his hands, his blonde hair practically bristling. It's just an ordinary Naraku insight technique. He himself looked utterly bewildered. This jinjutsu was only meant to force someone to confront their deepest fears. How in the world had things turned out like this? Watching Tsunade begin to squirm unconsciously, Shizune's gaze grew even more dangerous. You call this ordinary jinjutsu? A cold sweat broke out across Minma's brow. This was getting out of hand. If Tsunade lost face here, there was no doubt she'd chase him to the ends of the earth. Just as Minma was about to form the hand seals to lift the illusion, he saw a thin trail of blood suddenly spill from the corner of Tsunade's lips. She had bitten down fiercely on her own tongue, relying on sheer, indomitable will to forcibly tear herself free from the jinjutsu. When those brown eyes opened again, they burned with a fury that threatened to consume everything. Lady Tsunade! Shizune rushed forward, only to be blasted back by a violent surge of chakra. Cold dread spread down Minma's spine as Tsunade rose to her feet, her killing intent so thick it was nearly tangible. Wiping the blood from her lips, she flashed a feral, chilling smile. "You little brat, how dare you do something like that to me?" Her knuckles cracked as she tightened her fists, and the stone beneath her feet began to splinter. "I'm going to kill you." A storm of wild chakra exploded, kicking up a shockwave that sent Shizune and Yugugo tumbling back several meters. Minma crossed his arms in front of his face, golden hair flying in the tempest of chakra. As his eyes caught sight of the strength of 100 seal blossoming on Tsunade's forehead, his pupils shrank in horror. "Oh crap, she's not holding back!" A flash of golden light erupted, and in the space where he'd just stood, only a giant crater 10 meters wide remained. Minma reappeared atop a distant treetop, hundreds of meters away, still shaken, casting anxious glances back. Standing in the swirl of dust, Tsunade's fists clenched and trembling with rage, she roared, "You little brat, don't you dare let me catch you." "Lady Tsunade!" Shizune, clutching a trembling tauntaun in her arms, suddenly froze. She realized that Tsunade, as she wiped the blood from her mouth, showed not the slightest hint of hesitation or weakness in her movements. Yugugo quietly retreated even farther, a knowing look flickering in her eyes. Despite how bizarre the process had been, Minma really had worked a miracle. "You too." Tsunade's sudden turn and chilling glare made the very air go still. "About what just happened?" "We didn't see anything." Shizune and Yugugo chimed in perfect unison, sweat already soaking through their backs. Tsunade let out a cold snort, her long legs instinctively pressed tightly together beneath the hem of her green robe. "The most pressing matter now is to hurry home and change into a clean pair of pants." Up in the treetops, Minma let out a long sigh of relief. He scratched his head in confusion. How can normal transparency jutsu possibly do that? With a sudden flash of inspiration, he blurted, "System, is this your doing?" "Host, please do not make baseless accusations. The system always adheres to principles of honesty and integrity." The mechanical voice sounded righteously indignant. "Yeah, right. Like I'd ever believe you." Minma rolled his eyes. "Your concept of integrity is about as reliable as Jiraiya claiming he's a model citizen." He leapt down from the tree, his robes fluttering in the breeze as he descended. Hinata was walking with her head down when the sudden commotion startled her. She stumbled back a step, wide-eyed. Once she saw who it was, a blush bloomed on her pale cheeks. Her fingers tangled together anxiously, making her look like a little steam engine about to burst. "Minma-kun." Hinata's voice was so soft it almost faded away in the wind. Her gaze dropped, not daring to look at him directly, but her eyes couldn't help sneaking glances through her eyelashes. "Hinata?" Minma raised an eyebrow, about to ask why she was alone here, when he caught sight out of the corner of his eye. Someone else was approaching. It was Kurenai Yuhi, tall and composed, followed by Kiba with his hands over his head, and the ever-silent Shino. Akamaru's furry little head poked out from Kiba's hood and barked twice, cheerfully announcing their arrival. "Minma, what are you doing up in that tree?" Kiba grinned, flashing a sharp canine tooth. Minma gave a nervous laugh, casually brushing a few leaves from his sleeve. "Just admiring the view, that's all. You guys heading out for training?" He changed the subject with practiced ease, though his eyes kept darting over his shoulder. Hinata nodded softly. She mustered her courage to look up, but all she saw was Minma's back as he hurried away, disappearing around the corner in a flash. Kurenai's group reached the huge crater Tsunade had left behind, and, as if by silent agreement, they all came to a halt. Ruby eyes widened a fraction, red lips parted in wonder. "This is..." There in the ground yawned a massive crater, web-like cracks radiating outward. The nearby wall had half collapsed, rubble and debris scattered everywhere. Kiba drew in a sharp breath, Akamaru's fur standing on end. What the heck happened here? Shino adjusted his sunglasses and crouched down, carefully inspecting the cracks. Judging by the destruction, this happened within the last half hour. And also, he pinched a bit of soil and sniffed it. There's lingering chakra here. But when he looked up, he noticed Kurenai had already led the others away, leaving him behind. Shino's shoulders slumped as a cold glint flashed across his lenses. Ignored again, as always. Meanwhile, Minma walked along Konoha streets, frowning, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his chin. Better go consult Grandpa Hiruzen first. He let out a sigh, turned on his heel, and slipped into a pastry shop by the street. You can never go wrong with a little gift. A short while later, he emerged carrying a beautifully wrapped box of wagashi, quickening his pace as he headed toward the Sarutobi residence. As he pushed open the garden gate, he caught sight of Hiruzen Sarutobi bent at the waist, calmly trimming a bonsai tree. The old man's pipe perched at his lips, sending up quiet tendrils of white smoke. Grandpa, Saratobi. Minma brightened, his voice lively as he approached, gift in hand. How have you been lately? Feeling well? Hiruzen straightened up, squinting at him for a moment before a knowing smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Well, Minma, what brings you here with such good manners today? He took the gift. All right, out with it. What trouble have you gotten into this time? Minma gave a sheepish laugh, scratching the back of his head. Nothing like that. I just came by to see how you're doing. He hesitated, his eyes darting away. And, there's a tiny little favor I hoped I could ask. Hiruzen took a slow pull on his pipe, smiling silently, as if to say, I knew it. With no way out, Minma braced himself and briefly explained how he'd angered Tsunade. At this, Hiruzen almost dropped his pipe, his shoulders shaking as he burst out laughing. You got guts, boy, even daring to mess with her. Don't just laugh. Minma pleaded, stepping closer. If she really holds a grudge, I'm doomed. Hiruzen shook his head gently. Tsunade, as stubborn as they come. This old man can't talk her down. He blew out a smoke ring, thinking for a moment. Maybe you should try Kushina? At that, all the color drained from Minma's face. On second thought, maybe not. He stood with slumped shoulders, sounding completely deflated. If Mom ever finds out what happened, she'll probably beat me up first. Leaving the Saratobi residence, Minma looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. Nowhere left to turn. I'm really out of options this time. Hands shoved in his pockets, he wandered down the street, dragging his steps. Suddenly, he sensed a suspicious rustling behind him. His brow creased in suspicion. He spun around sharply. There, blending into his path, was a suspiciously cubic stone creeping along behind him. It rocked forward, nearly toppling over, unable to break in time. A twitch tugged at the corner of Minma's mouth. This disguise was half-hearted at best. He could see the hem of Konohamaru's pant leg sticking out from under the stone. Konohamaru, come on out. He pressed a hand to his forehead and sighed. Laughter, bold and unmistakable, burst from inside the stone. With a dramatic flourish, the camouflage cloth flipped open, and Konohamaru popped out, proudly shooting him a thumbs up. You really are the legendary big brother among big brothers. Saw through my perfect disguise instantly. Minma. No, perfect is the farthest thing from what that was. Big bro Minma. Konohamaru waved excitedly, and in the next instant, Udon and Moegi wriggled out to join him. The three of them struck the signature Konohamaru core pose and shouted in unison. Behold the results of our special training. Sexy technique. Poof. When the smoke cleared, standing in their place were three flirtatious, beautiful women. Konohamaru and Udon twisted their waists and fluttered their eyes, while Moegi, her cheeks bright red, tugged awkwardly at the hem of her too-short skirt. Big brother Minma. Their voices dripped with syrupy sweetness as they called out together. Aya! A scream echoed from behind them. Minma turned to see Ebisu clutching his nose as blood gushed out, and he toppled stiffly to the ground, his sunglasses flying off. A vein throbbed on Minma's forehead. It was one thing for Konohamaru and Udon to fool around, but how did Moegi get roped into this as well? When this girl grows up and remembers this black mark from her past, she'll probably die of embarrassment, maybe even wish she could travel back in time to erase all witnesses. Seriously? With his arms crossed and one eyebrow raised, Minma commented that was pretty weak. As the three kids gaped at him in shock, Minma's hands blurred through a series of signs. Let me show you the true, sexy technique. Poof! Out of the swirling smoke stepped a sword maiden with a frosty, otherworldly aura. Her white, gauzy robe fluttered in the breeze, and just the suggestion of those snow-white curves left the three kids gaping, eyes popping, mouths agape as if they could swallow an egg. Whoa, whoa, whoa. They erupted into wild applause. That's our big brother Minma. Ebisu, just staggering to his feet, caught a glimpse and immediately fainted backwards again, nosebleed in full flow. Even young Master Minma. High up on a nearby treetop, Yugao nearly lost her footing in surprise. Blushing, she quickly turned her head away and muttered under her breath. In no way. I didn't know Minma was into that sort of thing. Minma released the jutsu, hands on his hips, looking down sternly at the three little troublemakers. You all need a lot more practice. So cool. Konohamaru's eyes shone with adoration as he nearly knelt in worship. Please, you must take us as your disciples. Minma. No, he absolutely did not want to be that type of teacher. Shaking off the three kids, Minma figured he'd better head home. I'm home. The moment he pushed the door open, his smile froze. Tsunade was lounging on the living room sofa, her long fingers tapping lightly on the table, watching him with an amused glint in her brown eyes. Shizen sat quietly beside her, hugging little Tun-Tun in her arms, sympathy evident in her gaze. Oh! Minma's heart clenched, his foot hovering awkwardly in midair. Instinctively, he took a half step back. Just as he was about to turn and bolt, Kushina's voice called from the kitchen. "Minma, what are you doing standing in the doorway?" Kushina, apron tied around her waist and a bit of flour dusting her red hair, stuck her head out of the kitchen. She glanced quizzically at her eldest son, frozen at the entrance, then turned to Tsunade with a smile. "Just a minute, the food is almost ready." "No hiri Tsunade play." Tsunade lifted her teacup with elegant poise, but her eyes never left Minma, and a subtle, knowing smile played on her lips, as if to say, "Let's see where you run this time." Minma swallowed hard, an anxious bead of sweat breaking out at his temple. He shuffled into the living room at a snail's pace, feeling as though his legs were weighed down with lead. "Tsunade, Auntie." He managed a smile that looked more like he was about to cry. This is all just a misunderstanding, really. It's nothing." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, the teacup making a crisp, clear sound as she placed it back on the table. "Why would I ever put a child on trial?" Her smile curled her eyes into graceful crescents, but Minma was certain the smile never reached her gaze. "Really?" he asked cautiously, uneasy as if he sensed that things were far from settled. "Of course." Tsunade raised her teacup and took a delicate sip, her tone light and casual. Nervous chuckle. Minma forced a laugh, hastening to shower her with praise. "Aunt Tsunade, your generosity knows no bounds. My respect for you is like snow on the mountain peaks, never melting, and as constant as a river's endless flow." Tsunade arched a brow, clearly delighted by the boy's fervent compliments. "I forgive you," she waved her hand airily. The golden glow of the sunset gradually faded, leaving the lights inside the house extra warm and inviting. Minma sat at the dining table, his fingers drumming absently on the surface. All afternoon, Tsunade had been uncharacteristically quiet, which only made Minma's nerves grow more taut. "We're back." A bright voice rang out from the doorway. Karen burst inside like a gust of wind, her red hair swirling in her wake. Her eyes landed instantly on the table laden with food, lighting up with excitement. Her small nose twitched, and it almost looked as though she was about to drool. "Wow, braised pork tonight," she called out in delight, clumsily kicking off her ninja shoes, too impatient to even put on her slippers properly, before eagerly flopping down on the chair beside Minma. But just as she was about to take her seat, the corner of her eye caught sight of Tsunade on the sofa. Karen froze mid-action, the smile vanishing from her face as if someone had pressed pause. She quickly fixed her posture, smoothing out her clothes, and then sat primly on a chair a little further away, hands folded neatly on her knees, hardly daring breathe above a whisper. "So Karen and Kimimaro are back." Kushina poked her head out from the kitchen, spatula in hand and a warm, gentle smile on her face. "Once Minato comes home, we can all eat." Kimimaro followed quietly behind Karen, changing into his slippers and bowing politely to Tsunade before settling down wordlessly at the table. His eyes lingered briefly between Minma and Tsunade, as though picking up on some subtle tension, but he said nothing. Time inched by, minute after minute, until Minato finally came through the door, yet there was still no sign of Naruto. Minma furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously rolling the chopsticks between them. "Dad, why isn't Naruto back yet?" He couldn't hold back his question, a hint of puzzlement threading through his voice. Minato slipped off his jacket and explained with a gentle smile, "Naruto and Kakashi are out on a mission, escorting Mr. Tazuna back to the Land of Waves." "The Land of Waves?" Minma's gaze sharpened, his fingers paused in their movement. His thoughts began to race. A mission in the Land of Waves? But Zabuza and Haku are already on our side, and there's absolutely no way they could be working with Gato. By all accounts, there shouldn't be any danger. The realization brought him a measure of relief. But when he glanced at Tsunade out of the corner of his eye, he found her still leisurely sipping her tea, that faint elusive smile on her lips, none of her usual impatience in sight. This unusual calmness set Minma even more on edge, as a vague, uneasy feeling crept over him. Something's not right. Minma grumbled inwardly. What scheme is she cooking up now? He couldn't shake the sense that Tsunade's serenity was like the quiet before storm, and she was absolutely hiding some game-changing play up her sleeve. After dinner, an odd tension gradually settled over the living room. Tsunade still lounged comfortably on the couch, idly turning an empty sake cup in her hand, with no intention of leaving anytime soon. Minma drummed his fingertips softly on the table, glancing toward the door every so often, feeling as restless as if he were sitting on pins and needles. "Aunt Tsunade!" He finally couldn't hold it in, lowering his voice as he looked at the quietly seated Kimimaro. "Could I trouble you to check Kimimaro for his bloodline illness?" Kimimaro furrowed his brows a little at the suggestion, his cool voice holding a touch of helplessness. Young Master Minma, I'm not ill. No, you are. Minma cut him off, his tone firm and unyielding. Tsunade's gaze flickered between the two of them, her elegant fingers gently stroking her chin. She noticed that both Minato and Kushina were watching with concern. Setting down her sake cup, she replied sternly, nothing obvious now, but let's do a full checkup at Konoha Hospital tomorrow morning. I'll count on you then. Minato smiled warmly, the light glinting softly off his golden hair. Kimimaro isn't just Minma's companion. He's family to us as well. Tsunade gave a hearty wave. Don't worry. As long as it's not something incurable, I can handle it. A confident smile tugged at her lips as she cast Minma a meaningful look. Minma rolled his eyes inwardly. That's as reassuring as saying nothing at all. But then again, with Tsunade's medical skills, there probably wasn't anything to worry about. Just then, Kushina set down her dishcloth, her expression growing serious. There's something I need to let you all know. She glanced at Minma with gentle eyes. I might not have as much time to take you along on missions anymore. For her, cooking for the family was what mattered most. From now on, Lady Tsunade will be the one leading you on most of your missions instead of me. Kushina added. What? Karen and Kimimaro seemed unfazed, only mildly surprised. But Minma, he nearly slid off his chair, grabbing onto the table just in time to steady himself. His gaze darted incredulously between his parents and Tsunade, finally landing on Tsunade's face, which wore a fox-like grin. So this was their plan all along. Minma wailed inwardly, a cold shiver running down his spine. He looked to his father for rescue, only to find Minato smiling affably and nodding. Clearly he'd known all along. Tsunade, Auntie's so busy. Does she really have time to be our leader? Minma forced a smile. He mused to himself. At least when Mom was in charge, I could make an excuse to sneak away. She has to come home and cook after all. If it's Tsunade instead, of course I have time. Tsunade poured herself another drink with practiced grace, flashing a mischievous smile. I've got lots of free time these days. She took a delicate sip, eyes twinkling as she watched Minma's face fall. And I'm quite confident I'll make an excellent mentor for you all. Minma stared at the there's no escape, look plastered all over Tsunade's face, and a wave of despair washed over him. The days ahead looked bleak. Meanwhile, Tsunade swirled her cup, positively delighted by the boy's defeated expression. Tonight's sake seemed especially mellow and sweet. After the stunt he pulled making her look so foolish, there was no way she'd let him off easy. Revenge was in her nature. Maybe this is still up for discussion? Minma protested, clinging desperately to a shred of hope, his fingers unconsciously twisting the edge of the tablecloth. Besides, Brother Shursui would make a great Jonin instructor too. Bam! Tsunade suddenly set her cup down with a heavy thud, making the dishes on the table rattle and jump. Even Minato was startled by the loud noise. What's this? Tsunade narrowed her eyes, her voice rising with feigned menace. Are you saying you don't welcome me as your instructor? Minma vigorously shook his head. No, that's not it at all. He looked pleadingly at his father, blue eyes spelling out a silent cry for help. Minato just shrugged, giving him a rueful, you're on your own smile, though he couldn't quite hide the amusement tugging at his lips. He knew all too well that when Kushina and Tsunade made a decision together, even the Hokage's authority couldn't overturn it. Mom. Minma turned his watery eyes on Kushina, a hint of a whine creeping into his voice. Honestly, I think your mentoring is already world-class. He sneaked a glance at Tsunade, hastening to add, of course Aunt Tsunade is amazing too. Kushina glowed at the praise, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Don't worry, Minma. I'll still join you on missions whenever I can. She gently ran her fingers through her eldest son's golden hair, completely oblivious to the flash of despair in his eyes. All right then. Tsunade suddenly stood up, her long green robe swaying softly with her movement. Her expression turned stern as her sharp gaze swept over the three children one by one. Tomorrow morning at 7, meet at Training Ground 3. Her eyes lingered 2 extra seconds on Minma. I want to see your abilities, and give Kimimaro a checkup while I'm at it. As she reached the doorway, Tsunade suddenly turned back. A knowing smile played on her lips. Don't be late, any of you. That trailing note sent a chill down Minma's spine. With the sound of the main door closing, Minma collapsed heavily into his chair. It's over. He let out an inward cry of despair. Great. Now he not only had to deal with his mother's surprise inspections, but also stay under Tsunade's hawk-like gaze to get by. Karen blinked in confusion, not really understanding, while Kimimaro simply stared at his own hand, lost in thought, and murmured softly, the Kekiai Jinkai disease, is it? In the early morning, The training ground was blanketed in a light mist, and the cool air carried the fresh scent of grass and trees. Kimimaro was already standing ramrod straight at the edge of the field, tiny dewdrops glistening in his gray-white hair, his whole being poised like a drawn sword, utterly motionless. Karen sat cross-legged on the grass, holding a carton of milk in both hands and taking careful, slow sips. From time to time, she glanced furtively at Minma dozing against her shoulder. Whenever she brought the milk closer to his lips, a faint blush would rise on her cheeks. Don't want any more. Minma, half asleep, shook his head and let out a soft, weary burp. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, his voice thick with drowsiness. We've been waiting for half an hour. Could she have stood us up? At that very moment, Tsunade was sprawled out in bed, limbs tossed in every direction, her blanket kicked down to the foot of the mattress. Shizen stood by the bedside with an alarm clock in her hand, her face filled with helplessness. Lady Tsunade, if you don't get up now, you'll be late. 5 minutes. Just 5 more minutes. Tsunade mumbled sleepily, grabbing her pillow and pulling it over her face. Shizen sighed, then suddenly had an idea. If you're late on the very first day, you'll lose all authority in front of those kids. What? Tsunade shot upright in bed, her tangled blonde hair erupting around her like a dandelion. She squinted at the alarm clock and gasped. It's almost 7. What followed could only be described as utter chaos. Barefoot, Tsunade dashed to the bathroom, gave her teeth a hasty and half-hearted brush, spat, grabbed an outer robe, and raced out the door. Breakfast! Lady Tsunade, you haven't eaten yet. Shizune's shout was abruptly cut off by the slam of the door. Back at the training ground, Minma, bored out of his mind, was counting the ants on the ground. Suddenly, in the distance, came the sound of hurried footsteps. Tsunade came running at full speed, hastily fastening her coat as she went, droplets of water still clinging to the ends of her hair. Phew, just in time for 7 o'clock. She secretly let out a sigh of relief, forced herself to appear composed, and tidied her collar with deliberate care. Putting on a stern face, she spoke with exaggerated seriousness. Very good. Everyone's here on time. Minma raised an eyebrow, his gaze drifting over Tsunade's crooked collar and the wild tufts of golden hair. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth in amusement. He was just about to crack a joke when he caught a sharp, warning look from Tsunade. Sensing the message loud and clear, he immediately clamped his mouth shut. All right then, let's begin with introductions. Tsunade crossed her arms, her sharp gaze sweeping over the 3 of them. She paused, letting her eyes rest a few seconds longer on Minma. Let me get a sense of who you are. The morning mist on the training ground was slowly lifting. Meeting Tsunade's gaze, Minma straightened up, the tips of his blonde hair glowing softly in the sunlight. My name is Minma Uzumaki. His voice rang out clear and steady. There are many foods I like and plenty I dislike as well. At that, a faint smile tugged at his lips. My hobbies include fishing, and my dream is... He paused, expression shifting to sudden seriousness. To become Hokage, and to let sunlight shine across the whole shinobi world. To become Hokage? Tsunade's pupils narrowed, her voice dropping unconsciously. For a fleeting moment, it was as if the figures of Nawaki and Dan overlapped with the blonde youth before her. That familiar vow, the dreams that never came true. Her fingertips began to tremble. She clenched her fists hard to steady herself. All right, next. Drawing a deep breath, Tsunade forced herself to break away from her memories. She turned to Karen, striving to keep her tone calm and even. Karen immediately straightened, glasses gleaming with excitement beneath her scarlet hair. My name is Karen Uzumaki. Her voice quivered with emotion. I like all the foods Minma likes. I dislike everything Minma dislikes, too. With every word, her eyes drifted involuntarily toward Minma, a charming blush blooming across her cheeks. As for my dream, Karen suddenly drifted off into her own fantasies, cupping her cheeks in both hands, little hearts almost sparkling on her lenses. She fidgeted adorably with the hem of her shirt, completely immersed in her rose-colored daydreams. Tsunade watched all this unfold, a few stress lines darkening her forehead. This girl is practically a female Jiraiya. Resigned, she shook her head and decided to spare the clearly love-struck girl, turning instead to the last member. Kimimaro Kagaya. The boy in white inclined his head politely. His voice was as cool and clear as moonlight. He paused, seeming to choose his words carefully. There isn't anything I particularly like or dislike. Suddenly, he turned to Minma, an unusual warmth flickering in his eyes, the corner of his mouth curving into a gentle smile. Minma's dream is the very reason I exist. Tsunade nearly stumbled. She pressed a hand to her forehead, silently grumbling to herself. I thought he'd be different from Orochimaru when he was a kid, But it turns out he's exactly the same. This team's dynamics just keep getting weirder and weirder. As she watched the boys and girls all hovering around Minma, Tsunade felt a faint sense of impending doom about her future as their team leader. All right then, let me see what you're capable of. Tsunade reached into her ninja pouch and pulled out 2 bells, their metal surfaces sparkling brilliantly in the morning light. She let them ring clearly on purpose, a sly smile playing on her lips. The rules are simple, if you can snatch these bells for me. Before she could finish, Minma's figure vanished from where he stood. A flash of cold steel sliced through the air. The flying thunder god Kunai shot straight for Tsunade's face. What? Tsunade's pupils contracted, her body acting before her mind could catch up. Her long right leg swept out with a fierce whoosh, intercepting the Kunai's path with perfect precision. Crash! The moment the impact sounded, Minma appeared right next to the Kunai. Crossing his arms to block, he still couldn't help but feel his arms go numb from Tsunade's terrifying, superhuman strength. No wonder she's one of the Sannin. Minma inwardly clicked his tongue in admiration, the kunai tumbling from his fingers. Just as the blade was about to hit the ground, his silhouette flickered again. Tsunade suddenly felt a weight lift from her waist. The 2 bells had vanished. And Minma was already back in his original spot, casually tossing his prizes up and down, blue eyes beneath golden bangs glittering with pride. Minma, you're amazing. Karen jumped up with excitement, waving her hands like a rabbit unable to hide its joy. Tsunade's expression darkened instantly, her face as black as the bottom of a pot. She shot Karen a fierce glare, making her immediately retract her neck and hide behind Kimimaro. Ahem! Tsunade cleared her throat awkwardly, a vein throbbing at her temple. The jutsu Tobarama grandpa invented is just way too broken. With fists on her hips and righteous indignation in her voice, she suddenly declared, that round doesn't count. The real test is teamwork. Pointing at the dumbfounded Minma, she added, you, no using flying thunder god, or would release, either. What? Minma's jaw almost hit the ground. How is that fair? Watching Tsunade act like a spoiled little girl, Minma rolled his eyes. He pursed his lips and casually tossed the bells back. Have it your way. Even without those tricks up his sleeve, he had plenty of ways to make this legendary Sannin acknowledge him. Minma flexed his wrists, fighting spirit sparkling in his eyes. As Tsunade caught the bells, the faintest blush colored her cheeks. She knew full well that her argument was a stretch, but when facing a monstrous genius like Minma, ordinary methods simply wouldn't work. Ready? Tsunade shifted into a fighting stance, her golden twin ponytails streaming in the morning breeze. A dangerous curve played at the corner of her lips. Begin. Watch me. Are you all set? Minma flashed a confident grin and shot a quick glance at Karen and Kimimaro. The 2 immediately understood, scattering at lightning speed to form a triangular encirclement. Tsunade kept her eyes fixed on Minma's hand seals, her palms growing damp with a sheen of nervous sweat. What tricks is this brat still hiding? She was on high alert, muscles coiled like springs, ready for an ambush at any moment. Oomph! With a sudden, icy chuckle, Minma finished weaving his seals. Reverse séduction technique. Bang! As the smoke exploded outward, a tall, slender figure appeared suspended in midair. Golden hair billowed behind, white robes flaring in the wind. A strikingly handsome young man lounged with a long sword slung across his shoulder, his robe hanging open to reveal sculpted abs, glimmering droplets of water tracing the ridges of muscle. What is this? Tsunade's pupils contracted sharply, her lips parting in disbelief. She felt as though her blood was set alight, a flush racing to her cheeks, and didn't even notice the hot trickle of blood running from her nose. Karen's eyes went wide, the kunai clattering from her grasp to the ground. Her cheeks turned instantly scarlet, and her nose erupted in a full-blown nosebleed. She toppled backward, stiff as a puppet with its strings cut. Lady Tsunade, your breakfast. Shizun, just arriving at the training grounds, froze where she stood. The box in her hands slipped from her grasp. Mechanically, she reached to wipe her nose, only to find fresh, red blood on her fingertips. Thud! A muffled crash came from the shadows. Yugao, who'd been concealed in the treetops, lost her balance and tumbled down, 2 suspiciously pink spots blooming through her mask. But the most surprising was Kimimaro. Usually icy and aloof, the boy's ears burned crimson, his gaze darted wildly, clearly tempted but too embarrassed to look. Minma's brow twitched in disbelief. Why on earth are you blushing like a tea kettle? Minma shot him an irritated glare. You little brat. Tsunade's furious roar shook the training field. She hammered her fist into Minma's head, instantly dispelling his transformation and returning him to normal. So childish. Feigning composure, Tsunade dabbed at her nosebleed, striving for an air of nonchalance. But the pink at her ears and the barely disguised tremble in her fingers utterly betrayed her true feelings. That's enough training for today. Worried about any further surprises, she quickly declared the session over. Down the hallway of Konoha Hospital, the scent of disinfectant mingled with the lazy warmth of the afternoon sun. Miyama sat on the bench. On his right was Xianglin, who, looking as wilted as a kitten, leaned softly against his shoulder. Behind her glasses, her eyes still had a dazed look. Sai sat on the other side, his expression taut with nerves. The door to the operating room finally swung open. Tsunade stepped out, her white coat spattered with flecks of blood, golden hair damp with sweat plastered to her cheek. In a heartbeat, Myanmar rushed forward. "And Tsunade, how is Shin?" "He's stable now." Tsunade pulled off her mask, her voice weary. "With a month of good rest, he'll make a full recovery." The tension in Myanmar's shoulders melted away. He bowed deeply. Thank you so much. Our deepest gratitude, Lady Tsunade." Sai's voice trembled, an unusual show of emotion. With Tsunade's permission, Sai hurried into the ward, nearly staggering as he forgot to close the door behind him. Myanmar noticed how drained Tsunade looked. Hesitating, he said, "Would you like to rest for a bit?" "Don't fuss," Tsunade waved him off, though a fleeting smile played in her eyes. "I'm just waiting to go have some fun." She ran her tongue over her lips, as if already hearing the clatter of dice in her ears. The corner of Myanmar's mouth twitched. Tsunade was remarkable in every way, except for her unbroken streak of bad luck wherever she gambled. Inside the hospital room, Shin's face, once deathly pale, finally had some color. Seeing Myanmar enter, he struggled to sit up. "Master Myanmar, don't move." Myanmar gently pressed his shoulder back down. "Focus on resting." He paused, then offered a dazzling smile. "When you're well again, fight by my side." Tears welled up in Shin's eyes and spilled freely. As he nodded hard, the droplets splashed onto the crisp white sheets, leaving dark stains behind. Knowing Shin was fresh out of surgery, Myanmar didn't linger. He called Sai and quietly left the room. They waited a while longer outside before Tsunade pushed open the door to join them. Her steps were noticeably heavy. Myanmar hurried over, but saw Tsunade's brow slightly furrowed. The spark that usually animated her eyes was dimmed, her lips tightly pressed. His heart plummeted, clammy sweat gathering on his palm. He spoke hoarsely, "Kimimaro." He remembered when he'd thought of Kimimaro as nothing more than a chess piece. But over the years, the silent youth had always watched over him from the shadows. Somehow, Kimimaro had become like a brother to him. He swallowed hard, nails digging into his palm. Tsunade shook her head gently, golden hair falling to hide half her face. She drew in a long breath, her voice low. "Kimimaro's bloodline illness. I'm sorry." "No, how could this be?" Myanmar felt as though a heavy hammer struck his chest, a dull ache spreading outward. Instinctively, he clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Suddenly, the corridor lights became blinding. Before his eyes flickered an image of Kimimaro, pale yet steadfast. Karen's crimson eyes shimmered with tears. "Lady Tsunade, is there really nothing more we can do?" Her voice trembled as memories of Kimimaro's gentle care flooded back. Always looking after her like an older brother, shaking his head helplessly at her mischief, but never once blaming her. Tsunade shut her eyes, her long fingers digging into her own shoulders, knuckles pale. She leaned against the icy wall, her forehead pressed against it. In a daze, she saw once more the faces of her brother Nawaki and the lover she had lost. That overwhelming sense of helplessness crashed over her again. Gritting her teeth, her chest heaved with the force of emotion. "Lady Tsunade." Shizun's eyes glistened red with unshed tears. She wanted to rush forward and offer support, but the words faltered on her tongue. All she could do was stand uncertainly in place. A heavy silence hung in the corridor, stifling and tense, broken only occasionally by nurses and doctors tiptoeing past. Sai leaned by the window, his paintbrush skittering distracted lines across his sketchpad almost unconsciously. He gazed at the falling leaves outside, his usual faint smile nowhere to be found. Tsunade lifted her eyes to Myanmar. The young man hung his head, his face hidden by the shadow of tousled hair. But the taut line of his jaw revealed the storm within. Her voice was soft. "As long as Kimimaro doesn't use his Kekkei Genkai, he may still have a few more years." A stifling hush fell as her words trailed off. It meant not only that Kimimaro could never be a ninja, but before long, his life would fade away. "I won't give up." With sudden force, Myanmar slammed his fist into the wall, his knuckles reddening as the impact echoed dully. He drew a deep breath, his voice unwavering and full of conviction. Every eye turned toward the golden-haired boy. I will heal him. I promise. He raised his head, blue eyes blazing with a defiant fire. Trust me, I'll never abandon a single comrade. A familiar, radiant smile slowly blossomed on his lips, so warm it seemed to chase away every shadow. Miema. Karen stared at him in awe, tears blurring her vision. For a moment, it was as if she could see again the same boy who once reached down and pulled her from the abyss. Sai's eyes widened slightly, his throat tightened. Once, that very smile had been the first to show him the power of true bonds, to drag him from the darkness and grant him the family he'd never known. You little brat. Tsunade let out a gentle laugh, though tears glimmered at the corners of her eyes. Looking at Myanmar's stubborn resolve, she could almost see all those familiar faces again. Even her grandfather Hashirama Senju, the very embodiment of the will of fire that never surrenders. And I won't give up either. She suddenly clenched her fist, her voice ringing out loud and resolute. Let's not forget, Kimimaro was my student. In that instant, the legendary Sannin had returned. A fighting spirit blazed in her eyes once more. This time, she would never let those dear to her slip through her fingers again. Lady Tsunade. Shizen wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, a small, involuntary smile rising at her lips. More than anyone, she hoped Lady Tsunade could finally step out from the shadows of her past. After leaving the hospital, Mima massaged his throbbing temples. He'd spoken with conviction, but when it came to concrete steps, he was honestly at a loss. A gentle breeze stirred, tossing the golden hair across his forehead. Hereditary disease was proving to be a daunting challenge. He muttered to himself, absent-mindedly rubbing his chin. I wonder how far Orochimaru's research has come. With that thought, he tentatively asked in his mind, System, do you know how to cure a hereditary bloodline disease? In response, the system's voice echoed, cryptic and archaic. All of creation bends before the primeval Tao, where balance births clarity from chaos. The great division still lies within my grasp. A twitch flickered across Minma's brow, and he sighed in exasperation. Could you maybe say something I can actually understand? The system lapsed into silence, playing the part of a mysterious sage speaking in riddles. Forget it. There's no relying on you. Mima shook his head, then turned to Karen beside him. You head home first. I have something to take care of. He'd barely finished the words before a flash of golden light zipped by, and his figure vanished completely. Deep within the Sound Village's underground lab, Orochimaru paused in the middle of mixing a reagent. He sensed the spatial surge of the flying thunder god technique, and a sly amusement flashed across his serpentine golden eyes. It's been a while, Minma. Orochimaru turned around, his gravelly voice laced with an uncanny rhythm. What a rare visitor. No sooner had Minma arrived than he froze. The Orochimaru standing before him moved with a strange grace. Long hair tumbling over shoulders, a pale complexion now glowing with an eerie, androgynous allure. What's with this? Minma's brow couldn't help but twitch. Just as you see, Orochimaru spread his arms with elegant flair, wide sleeves rippling fluidly like water. I have transcended mortal bonds and reached a new realm. Minma's mouth twitched slightly. Did transcending your realm really mean you had to become ambiguous? He honestly could not follow the logic of this scientific madman. Orochimaru let out a low, velvety chuckle, dangerous light glinting in his golden snake eyes. Truth be told, my interest in your body, Minma-kun, has long surpassed any so-called sage's eye. Sage's eye? Minma furrowed his brow, his vigilance spiking as he sized up this ever more uncanny figure before him. The leader of Akatsuki was rumored to possess the legendary sage's eye. Orochimaru let a slender tongue slide slowly over his lips. He once invited me to join Akatsuki, but I refused. His gaze lingered on Minma, because, when it comes down to it, Minma-kun is far more fascinating to me. Minma glanced around the lab, noticing that indeed, there were no more signs of live experiments. He felt a slight sense of relief. But then the next thing Orochimaru said struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving his whole body frozen in shock. So, I desire your body, Minma-kun. Orochimaru stated it plainly, a twisted smile curling at the corner of his lips. Of course, I don't have the strength to forcefully take it. He deliberately paused, then added, his tone thick with implications. But I've noticed, Minma-kun, you seem to have a particular interest in women, don't you? Wah. Minma's pupils shrank sharply. Orochimaru spun gracefully, the elegant kimono flowing around him, and beneath its folds was the faint suggestion of a strikingly feminine silhouette. So, I've decided to approach it from this angle. All to claim your body, Minma-kun. That blood-red tongue slithered over his pale lips once more. What the hell? Minma's hair practically stood on end. He stumbled back several steps, slamming hard into the laboratory bench. Every inch of him was bristling with alarm. His stomach turned with revulsion. You pervert. Don't even think about it. But Orochimaru, utterly undeterred, smiled as if victory was already his. Don't be so quick to refuse, Minma-kun. My transformation isn't complete just yet. His hand stroked his own cheek in a disturbingly gentle way. Once it's finished, I'm sure you'll have a change of heart. Gagging noises escaped Minma, despite himself. His face looked sickly green. You're disgusting. Orochimaru, you really must have a death wish. His fists tightened at his sides. If it weren't for the fact that he'd invested so much in this lab, he would have already summoned a wooden dragon to send this stuck-up creep flying. Orochimaru let out a low, throaty chuckle. Those golden, snake-like eyes gleamed with unshakable ambition. Long fingers absently caressed his chin, as if he could already see himself in his perfect new body. Minma forced down his rising fury, veins throbbing at his temples. He drew a steadying breath, willing himself not to clock this bastard right then and there. Trying to stay calm, he forced out, I came to talk business. Kimimura's inherited bloodline disease. Do you have a cure or not? Oh. Orochimaru arched an eyebrow, surprised. Has that child's disease resurfaced? What a pity. He shook his head with feigned regret. Cut the crap. Minma snapped, losing patience. Just tell me, can you cure it? Yes or no? Suddenly, Orochimaru's eyes glinted with excitement. Like a serpent sizing up its prey, he scanned Minma head to toe, his overt interest making Minma's skin crawl and a chill run down his spine. His fist clenched even tighter. There's no need to be nervous, Minma-kun. Sensing the hostility, Orochimaru wisely took a small step back and gave an awkward little chuckle. All I need is a sample of your cells. That's all. You could have said that in the first place. Minma shot him a glare full of irritation, then grabbed a test tube from the lab bench and, without hesitation, sliced open his palm with practiced ease. Blood trickled from his fingertips, dripping into the test tube and painting vivid crimson trails along the glass. When Orochimaru took the test tube, his hands trembled ever so slightly, and a feverish light burned in his eyes. Minma fixed him with an icy stare, his voice cold as steel. If I find out you've done anything bizarre with my cells. Suddenly, a surge of fierce chakra burst from him, making the laboratory glassware vibrate with a faint, ominous rattle. I will end you myself. A cold chuckle answered him. Orochimaru carefully tucked the test tube away in his sleeve, swearing with all the conviction he could muster. I have complete faith in your strength. I promise I won't do anything out of line. He paused, his tone layered with meaning. Unless, of course, I have your approval. Minma rejected him outright. Not in this lifetime. He stopped in his tracks, brows knitted in worry. How long will it take? Kimimaro can't wait much longer. Orochimaru was already impatient, summoning his assistants and spitting out a rapid stream of orders for the experiments. Without even looking up, he replied, if everything goes well, a month will be enough. His words came out at a lightning pace, his golden, serpentine eyes flickering with obsession. Kira's not a bad kid either. I wonder if she suits Minma's tastes. Orochimaru suddenly looked up, his words full of implication. Orochimaru. Veins bulged at Minma's temple as he watched the bewildered, purple-haired girl standing awkwardly in the doorway, the hem of her green robe fidgeting with uncertainty. He simply couldn't take Orochimaru anymore. With a flash of golden light, he vanished on the spot. Orochimaru just shrugged indifferently and casually waved Giran away. His trembling fingers stroked the blood-filled test tube, a sickly blush coloring his pale cheeks. Perfect, absolutely perfect. In a laboratory, the monitors poured out a rapid string of urgent beeps. Orochimaru stared at the data pulsing across the screen, his pupils narrowing to slits. This vitality, it surpasses that of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. He flicked his tongue over his parched lips, rasping with excitement. And this chakra nature, there's something here I've never seen before. The glassware reflected his twisted, gleeful grin. Like a madman stumbling on hidden treasure, Orochimaru flung his arms wide at the laboratory bench. If I can crack this secret, immortality is within reach. Minma had been so disgusted by Orochimaru that even his dreams were unsettled. In his dream, he was sharing an intimate moment with Yugugo, until the lovely face in his arms suddenly transformed into Orochimaru's and gazed up at him with an eerie smile. What the? Minma shot upright in bed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Damn you, Orochimaru, you bastard. He clenched his teeth and pounded the bed frame in frustration, but then reminded himself that those who achieve great things don't fuss over trifles. Forcing himself to calm down, he took a steadying breath. Orochimaru, That mad scientist could never truly threaten him. At most, he was just a source of annoyance. As his thoughts drifted, he suddenly recalled once asking his roommate who the leader of the Akatsuki was. At that time, his roommate had just replied, nonchalantly, "Oh, just a rice merchant." Later blew up the Hidden Leaf village. Blowing up the leaf, huh? That wouldn't be too hard for him either. Still, the ninja world was full of hidden dangers. Caution was always wise. After being jolted awake by a nightmare, all sleep left him. Gazing at the moonlight outside his window, he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to see Yugao. He wondered if she was asleep already. Once that thought surfaced, he simply couldn't suppress it, acting as soon as he thought of it. That was his way of a ninja. With a flash of golden light, he slipped silently into Yugao's bedroom. Though sound asleep, Yugao at once sensed something was off. She woke instantly, her right hand instinctively reaching for the ninja sword by her bed. "Yugao, it's me," he whispered, lowering his voice. "Minma." Yugao peered in the moonlight to see who it was, then glanced at the dark night beyond the window, frowning in confusion. "It's so late. What are you doing here?" "I want to." Minma nodded, firm and unyielding. Yugao hadn't yet registered his meaning before Minma slipped under her covers, startling her. "Wait, don't." By now, Minma was no stranger to the art of intimacy, and before long, he took Yugao on a journey to the clouds. When morning came, Minma and his companions were wearily working on their assigned weed-pulling task. After Tsunade had brought them to this desolate patch of land, she disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Lady Tsunade really is too much," Karen grumbled, spitting out the weed in her mouth and swinging her sickle carelessly. "She goes off to have fun while we're left here to toil away as laborers." Kimimaro merely smiled gently, his hands moving with flawless precision. His fingertips brushed the weeds with such elegance that it didn't even seem like farm work. "She's probably run off to the casino again," Minma said lazily, leaning against a tree trunk, eyes nearly closed like a cat basking in sunlight. Among the whole team, Kimimaro was probably the only one truly putting in the work. "Who knows when my idiotic brother will come back?" Minma muttered to himself, arms pillowed behind his head, as he drifted off to sleep without realizing it. "Master Minma, I finally found you all." Shizen came running over, panting, with Taunton tucked under her arm, a few blades of grass stuck to her pink kimono. "Shizen, just call me by my name," Minma said as he opened his eyes and leapt lightly down from the tree. "What's going on?" Shizen hesitated, her cheeks flushing just a bit pink. "Lady Tsunade said she wasn't feeling well, so she asked me to lead the team for now." Her voice got softer and softer until, in the end, it was barely more than the hum of a mosquito. That clumsy lie made her ears flush bright red. Unable to help herself, Minma pressed a hand to her forehead and sighed in resignation. Tsunade. Honestly, she couldn't even be bothered to come up with a halfway believable excuse. "Understand," he said, resigned to his fate. "Then I'll have to trouble you to weed with us, Shizen." "Okay." Shizen, dejected, put down Taunton, hunkered down, and started pulling weeds. She grumbled inwardly. "Lady Tsunade is too much. It's my precious day off." Just then, Minma's eyes landed on the chubby Taunton. All at once, the thought of roast suckling pig sprang to mind. He involuntarily swallowed, causing Taunton to shiver from nose to tail before darting straight into Shizen's arms for safety. Meanwhile, Team 7, led by Kakashi, had successfully escorted Tsunade all the way to the Land of Waves. The henchmen sent by Gato to cause trouble had been no match for them, utterly swept aside. The escort mission is done. Time to head home. Kakashi slung his pack over his shoulder, waving carelessly to Tsunade. Suddenly, Tsunade hunched over, his voice trembling. "As soon as you leave, Gato will have me killed for sure." He kept muttering to himself, "Go on. Don't worry about this useless old man. Even if I die, only little Inari would mourn me so much he'd cry his heart out." He dabbed at imaginary tears. "My daughter will probably come to resent the leaf shinobi and live out her days alone. But I brought this on myself. It has nothing to do with you." Kakashi ran a weary hand through his silver hair, fatigue clear and eye barely visible beneath his headband. Sakura and Sasuke both looked exasperated. This old man had already repeated the same speech at least 100 times. "Grandpa!" Right on cue, Inari hurled himself into Tsunade's arms, his eyes brimming with tears. Grandfather and grandson both raised their puppy dog eyes to Naruto, silently pleading. It was enough to make anyone squirm. Naruto felt unbearably awkward under their gaze, his fists clenching without him realizing. He'd never been able to stand seeing the strong bully the weak. It set his blood boiling instantly. "Kakashi-sensei!" He spun around, shouting. All right. Kakashi sighed, giving in. He'd seen this coming. Thank you so much. Tsunade instantly straightened up, the frown lines on his face smoothing out as if by magic. Thank you, big brother Naruto. Inari's tears turned to smiles, eyes shining with admiration, like he was seeing a real hero. The last rays of sunset spilled across the rippling water, as Naruto bit into one of the rice balls that Inari's mother had made, sitting shoulder to shoulder with Inari on the dock. The salty sea breeze played through their hair. Big brother Naruto, what kind of person do you think can be called a hero? Inari lifted his young face, eyes filled with hope. A hero. Naruto blinked his bright blue eyes, gazing up at the dusky sky. In my mind, I picture my father's resolute back and my big brother's uninhibited grin. To me, my father and my brother are the very definition of heroes. He spoke softly, pride seeping through every word. Does big brother Naruto have a big brother too? Inari tilted his head with curiosity. Yeah. Naruto nodded enthusiastically, his blonde hair shimmering under the glow of the setting sun. He remembered how, as a child, whenever he was bullied, it was always his big brother who charged in first to stand up for him. Remembered how every time he got into trouble, it was his brother who shielded him from their mother's scolding. Even though this brother, older by less than an hour, loved selling him out in front of their mom. What do you think a hero should be like? Naruto turned to ask. Suddenly, the light faded from Inari's face. He bowed his head, and tears streamed down like broken pearls, falling one after another onto the wooden floor. Startled, Naruto fumbled for words, asking in a whisper, "What's wrong?" Inari's thoughts drifted to his stepfather, Kaiza, the man who toiled day and night to repair the dam, revered by the villagers as a hero. The man who led the defense force against Gado's tyranny, who inspired rebellion only to be betrayed and framed. He remembered his stepfather on the execution platform, standing tall and proud, shouting above the crowd, "Evil will be repaid in kind." Before his execution, Kaiza had told Inari to always look up to the stars. A real man chooses the path he'll never regret. He could almost hear his stepfather's voice still ringing in his ears. No matter how painful or sorrowful, you must give everything you have to protect what truly matters, even if it means your life. Wiping his tears, Inari spoke of these memories, recounting each one in earnest. Naruto listened in silence, then clapped Inari firmly on the shoulder. "Your father was a true hero. I may not have the words to comfort you." He scratched his head, a warm smile spreading across his face. "But I know his spirit will guide you to become a man of unshakable resolve." Big brother Naruto. Inari lifted his tear-streaked face. He gazed at the boy who once mocked him, now opening up his heart. Under the sunset, Naruto's smile seemed brighter than ever. Suddenly, the clear, melodious sound of wind chimes broke the silence within Gado's headquarters. Two mysterious figures dressed in black cloaks patterned with red clouds appeared without a trace. Their broad hats shaded their features. The taller man wore a ring marked with the kanji for North on his left pinky, the silver glimmering coldly beneath the dim lights. Beside him, his slightly shorter companion rested a savage, blood-spattered scythe shaped like a crescent moon on his shoulder, and a ring engraved with the character 3 could just be glimpsed. "As long as the price is right, I'll take out any target." The tall figure slowly removed his hat, revealing cold, green eyes utterly devoid of warmth. His voice seemed to drift from the depths of an icy cavern, chilling the air in the room to the bone. "I can't stand you, Kakuzu. What on earth do you need so much money for?" His scythe-wielding companion scratched his head in irritation, his eyes brimming with frustration. "Haiden." Kakuzu slowly turned his head, a sudden murderous glint flashing in his eyes. "Say another word, and I'll kill you right here." "Huh? What's with that attitude?" Haiden threw out his hands in an exaggerated gesture. When Kakuzu ignored him, he muttered under his breath, disgruntled, cold-blooded old geezer. Suddenly, Haiden spun toward Gado, pulling out the pendant of his Jashin faith with frenzied fervor. Why not join the cult of Jashin? Devotion and prayer to the divine. That's the true purpose of life. "Enough, Haiden!" A vein bulged on Kakuzu's temple. If only this lunatic could be killed for good. TCH. Haiden clicked his tongue, boredom clear as he toyed with his gleaming scythe. Gado leaned on his cane, a greedy glint flickering behind his glasses. "Money won't be an issue. As long as you deal with Tsunade and those rebels, you can have as much as you want." He broke into a wide, toothy grin. "Get the payment ready." Kakuzu tossed the words behind him, icy and sharp as he turned away, his cloak fluttering with a chill wind. Not to be outdone, Haiden called over his shoulder to Gado before leaving, "Don't forget to think about my offer." Their figures vanished down the corridor as if swallowed by shadows, leaving only the distant jingle of a wind chime echoing in their wake. When Kakuzu unfolded the mission dossier, his deep green eyes narrowed to slits. Stamped across the front page was the ninja file of Kakashi Hatake. The copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. He snorted softly, a cold, mocking smile twisting beneath his mask. Finally, a worthy opponent. Though the name Kakashi resounded through the shinobi world like rolling thunder, Kakuzu paid little heed. In his long life, he'd slain countless so-called geniuses. His fingers rifled further through the dossier. Upon seeing information on Sasuke Uchiha, he raised his eyebrow with a dismissive scoff. Uchiha brat. His tone was as if he were sizing up a child's discarded toy. Yet when the name Naruto Uzumaki jumped out at him, Kakuzu's hand suddenly froze midair. For the first time, a grave look crept over his perpetually stony face. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Haiden craned his neck over, puzzled. He had never seen his partner, who claimed to have assassinated the first Hokage, wear such an expression, save for the moments he faced the leader, Pain. But Kakuzu ignored Haiden's ceaseless chatter, his eyes fixed on the photo of the boy with the radiant smile. From deep within his memory, a warning from Toby, the masked man, rang in his ears. If you encounter the blonde brat from Konoha, withdraw at once. Yet Gado's promise of a sky-high reward coiled around his mind like a venomous snake. Kakuzu's fingers absently caressed the folder, as if weighing the stakes in his palms. The pride forged by more than 90 years of life roared through his veins. He was a living legend, a man who once attempted to assassinate Hashirama Senju. Could he really back down now, in front of some inexperienced youngster? A Jinchuriki of the ninetails. A raspy voice forced its way out between clenched teeth as Kakuzu suddenly slammed the document shut, his eyes flaring with a terrifying, murderous light. Let's see if this brat is truly worthy of the wariness he inspires in guys like Toby. On the great bridge of the land of waves, the sea breeze, salty and damp, rushed up to greet them. Tsunade stood on the scaffolding, waving a blueprint and loudly directing the workers below. This almost complete bridge carried the hopes of the entire nation to break free from Gado's grip. "Sakura, look, isn't this shell beautiful?" Naruto darted around Sakura like an eager golden retriever, holding up a rainbow-colored seashell, his bright blue eyes full of anticipation. "Sasuke, are you tired? Would you like some water?" Sakura completely ignored Naruto, nestling up to Sasuke with a water bottle she had carefully prepared, her cheeks flushed with nervous hope. Sasuke kept his hands in his pockets, his dark, tousled hair fluttered softly in the breeze. With a cool indifference, he turned away, leaving only the perfect outline of his face for the two of them to see. "Stupid Sasuke." Naruto clenched his fists, teeth gritted, as in his mind the scene replayed for the 100th time. Sasuke, defeated and helpless before their enemies, when suddenly Naruto charges in heroically and turns the tide. In the end, Sakura, eyes sparkling with adoration, rushes into his waiting arms. He couldn't help but snicker at the thought, a dreamy grin spreading across his face as drool slipped from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto the bridge. "What a moron," Sasuke muttered under his breath, glancing sidelong at Naruto's ridiculous antics. Strangely, though, Sasuke found his eyes drawn to that foolish blonde again and again, like a magnet drawn inexorably to iron. Sakura, quick and observant, caught the direction of Sasuke's gaze and felt a sudden jab of pain in her chest. Staring down at her carefully prepared water bottle, she was struck, for the first time, by a deep insecurity in her own charm as a girl. Off to the side by the railing, Kakashi lounged casually, one hand in his pocket, the other cradling a worn copy of Make Out Paradise. Beneath his silver hair, his single visible eye glanced over his 3 students, and he shook his head with fond exasperation. Scenes like this had long become routine for him. At some point, a thick mist enveloped the bridge, and the sudden, clear jingle of wind chimes rang out, sharp and unexpected. Sensing something, Kakashi looked up, when his gaze landed on the 2 figures striding slowly toward them, cloaked in black with sinister red clouds. His expression turned instantly grave. Without making a fuss, he slipped Make Out Paradise into his ninja pouch, his right hand already settling on the kunai at his hip. There was something about the aura those 2 gave off that set every instinct in him to alert. "Hey, mister, what do you want with us?" Naruto watched as the 2 figures suddenly stopped in front of him, swallowing hard without realizing it. The oppressive aura radiating from them sent a chill running down his spine. Sasuke's fingers instinctively reached for the kunai at his waist. Sakura, on the other hand, glanced anxiously back and forth, still unaware that danger was closing in. The ninetails Jinchuriki. Kakuzu's voice was low and cold, freezing Naruto in place as though a viper had set its sights on him. A gasp escaped Naruto, His eyes widened, caught utterly off guard. Having his secret identity exposed so abruptly left his mind utterly blank. Naruto. Kakashi's figure flickered forward, placing himself before the three students. His forehead protector was lifted, revealing the crimson Sharingan that locked onto their adversaries. Sweat broke out in tiny beads across his brow, and his voice was sharper and graver than Naruto had ever heard. Fall back. That's an order. Sensei. Naruto instinctively stepped back, confusion written plainly across his face. He knew things had taken a turn for the worse, but the thought of abandoning his friends had never crossed his mind. These two were no ordinary shinobi. Kakashi fought to maintain his composure, yet his words carried unyielding force. You go first, I'll catch up in a moment. His gaze was fixed unflinchingly on Kakuzu and Haiden. Silently, he had already made peace with the worst possible outcome. No matter what, he was determined to protect his three students. Sasuke, get Naruto and Sakura out of here now. Kakashi's voice was low, urgent, his eyes never leaving Kaku. Seeing Naruto hesitate, he suppressed his own anxiety and barked at Sasuke in a commanding tone. Understood. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his single Tomo Sharingan spinning to life. He seized Naruto and called to Sakura. Come on, move. Trying to escape? Wouldn't you rather offer your faith to Lord Jashin? Haiden sneered and drew his triple-bladed scythe, gliding forward like Spectre. The blade carved a wicked, crimson arc through the mist. No. Kakashi barely had time to react before Kakuzu's arm twisted and deformed, unleashing a storm of black threads that shot out like a torrential downpour. Earth Grudge Fear, Tentacle Fist. A thunderous impact. Kakuzu's fist punched straight through Kakashi's chest, blood scattering across the mist-shrouded bridge. Sensei. Naruto's desperate scream tore through the air. Idiot. Eyes front. Sasuke's kunai barely caught Haiden's scythe, metal scraping violently, sparks bursting between them. But Haiden only grinned wider, then lashed out with a powerful kick, sending Sasuke flying several meters. Sasuke. Sakura's legs buckled, horror rooting her in place as Haiden turned his madness-filled gaze upon her. Little girl, want to join the cult of Jashin? Haiden licked his blade, his eyes wild with anticipation. Sakura was paralyzed, nailed to the spot by his frenzied bloodlust, unable to even twitch a finger. Don't want to answer? Then I'll offer you up to Lord Jashin instead. Haiden swung his scythe high, its edge glinting with the promise of death. Rasengan, a brilliant blue sphere of light, exploded thunderously against Haiden's chest, slamming him down onto the bridge with tremendous force. Shards of masonry flew everywhere as Naruto held his punching stance, then turned toward Sakura with his signature bright smile. Are you all right? He was eagerly awaiting Sakura's embrace, but instead heard. That really hurt, you little brat. Haiden twisted himself free from the pile of rubble, his chest mangled and bloody, yet still laughing maniacally. I'll offer all of you as sacrifices. Impossible. Naruto's pupils contracted sharply. Sasuke's Sharingan spun furiously, staring in disbelief as Haiden, completely unfazed, hefted his scythe and charged again. That body seemed not made of flesh and blood, but was instead somehow truly immortal. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke darted to Naruto's side, his hands forming seals with lightning speed. A blazing sphere of fire gushed from his mouth, illuminating the entire bridge. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Naruto, perfectly attuned, summoned a howling gale to fuel the fireball. Wind and fire merged, becoming a raging inferno that swallowed Haiden in an instant. A shriek of agony echoed through the wall of flames. Oh! Kakuzu, locked in a fierce clash with Kakashi, glanced over with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. These two brats are more capable than I thought. Their strength was beyond expectations, but still a long way from the threat level that Toby had warned about. But as he was distracted, a stabbing pain suddenly shot through his chest. Kakuzu looked down in disbelief, only to see an arm crackling with electricity thrusting cleanly through his body from behind, lightning sizzling at the wound. Losing focus in battle could cost you your life. Kakashi's Sharingan glowed blood red in the lightning's reflection, his breath ragged but resolute. You bastard! Blood dribbled from Kakuzu's lips, his voice was hoarse. It's over. Kakashi yanked his arm free with a sharp motion, about to rush over to aid Naruto and the others, when suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Kakuzu's body writhed peculiarly, and a bizarre mask, writhing with countless black tendrils, burst out from within him and shattered in midair. What? Kakashi's pupils contracted as he pushed his body flicker technique to the limit, leaving behind only a fleeting afterimage. A moment later, several sharp earthen spears erupted from the ground exactly where he'd been standing. He barely had time to catch his breath before Kakuzu, now upright again, had already finished weaving hand seals, fire style, searing migraine. At the same time, a second monstrous mask tore itself free, wind style, pressure damage. Wind and fire interwove, sweeping out a scorching tidal wave that blotted out the sky. The inferno seared the bridge until cracks appeared. The sea itself boiled and vaporized by the heat, and the entire structure seemed to writhe and distort. Water style, water formation wall. Kakashi, fighting back his exhaustion and chakra drain, formed seals almost faster than the eye could see. A towering wall of water burst forth, crashing against the oncoming flames with a deafening roar. A sizzling sound filled the air as a thick fog instantly swallowed the battlefield, reducing visibility to near zero. No wonder they call him the copy ninja, master of 1,000 jutsu. Kakuzu's voice echoed through the thick mist, icy yet admiring. So then, how many more moves do you think you could take? A third masked creature burst out of the fog as Kakuzu finished his hand signs. Lightning style, false darkness. Blinding lightning tore through the haze, a wild serpent of pure electricity twisting viciously as it lunged straight at Kakashi. With a fierce shout, Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly. His hands crackled with lightning. Twin bolts of Chidori erupted before him, weaving an electric web that collided head-on with the oncoming storm. Amid that dazzling light, his silhouette wavered, battered but unyielding, never giving so much as an inch. He half-knelt on the shattered bridge, arms trembling uncontrollably from chakra overuse. Sweat fell from his forehead protector, darkening charred planks as it soaked in. A dizzying sense of exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him, yet his mind remained fixed on the battle raging beyond. Naruto and Sasuke stood side by side, both breathing raggedly. Sasuke's Sharingan spun at a frenzied pace, tracking Haiden's every crazed motion. Naruto's shadow clones were shredded over and over by the scythe, each bursting into a puff of white smoke. Already? Haiden howled with mad laughter, catching Sasuke's shuriken full force and letting the blades sink into his back. Blood sprayed, but this only seemed to make him wilder. His triple-bladed scythe swung in a deadly arc for Sasuke's throat. Sasuke twisted back in the nick of time. The scythe skimmed his nose. A dozen Naruto clones seized the chance, swarming in from every direction, each one wielding a radiant Rasengan in his hand. Pointless. Haiden spun his scythe, whipping up a storm of blood and steel. The shadow clones exploded one after another, chakra shockwaves rattling the bridge. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as his fingers twitched ever so slightly. Suddenly, the scattered shuriken on the ground jerked, caught by subtle chakra threads. They spun a web that ensnared Haiden layer by layer. What? Haiden struggled, the chakra lines biting into his flesh, blood dripping along their silvery paths. It's over. Naruto himself charged, Rasengan blazing toward Haiden's twisted grin, blue chakra lighting up the fanatic's face. In that split second, Haiden contorted his body with inhuman force, his black spear lashing out like a viper. With a razor hiss, the spear's tip grazed Naruto's cheek, drawing a trail of blood. Haiden greedily licked the blood from the spear point, his pupils dilated to their limit. Sinister black markings crawled across his skin like a nest of spiders. Laughing maniacally, he dipped his toes in the blood and began to sketch a gruesome circle on the ground. Ha ha! Now behold the divine gift of my Lord Jashin. Sasuke sensed the change with chilling clarity, a cold dread creeping up his spine. Naruto! Stop him now! But it was already too late. Haiden stood at the center of the blood-red ritual circle, raising his pitch-black spear high overhead, a look of utter mania twisting his features. Let the ritual begin. A wave of foreboding coiled itself tightly around Sasuke's heart, as if a venomous snake had wound its way inside him. Fixing a sharp gaze on Haiden's bizarre actions, Sasuke caught a glimpse of Naruto, stunned and unmoving, out of the corner of his eye. His voice rose instinctively, taut with worry. Hey Naruto, are you all right? I'm fine, Naruto replied, swallowing hard, his movements stiff with fear as beads of cold sweat gathered at his brow. He stared in bewilderment at Haiden, rampaging with frenzy at the center of the array, every instinct in his body screaming that danger was closing in. Looks like things are wrapping up over there. Kakuzu brushed aside Kakashi's kunai with his arm, now hardened by his jutsu, and spared a glance at his partner, who'd successfully drawn blood. A contemptuous sneer curled his lips. So much for the ninetails Jinchuriki. That idiot Deidara always overcomplicates things. Naruto, panic. raw and unprecedented, colored Kakashi's shout. In that instant, his attention wavered, and Kakuzu's whip-like leg hammered into Kakashi's side. He was launched backward like a broken kite, colliding violently with the bridge's pillar. Unhurried, Kakuzu strode closer, the stitches threading his body, writhing in the darkness. A bounty worth hundreds of millions. I'll happily take it, Hatake Kakashi. Elsewhere, Haiden slowly lifted his fevered gaze. He licked his lips, the spear catching the light with a sinister gleam. Kome, feel the ultimate agony with me. No sooner had the words left his lips than Haiden drove the dark spear viciously into his own abdomen. A strangled cry wrenched itself from Naruto as his body doubled over. Both hands clutched desperately at his stomach. Blood gushed through his trembling fingers, staining his orange training suit a deep, ominous crimson. His wide blue eyes brimmed with disbelief, and his lips quivered, struggling to form words. None came out. Naruto! In a heartbeat, Sasuke lunged forward, his hands shaking as he caught Naruto before he crumpled to the ground. When his Sharingan took in the wound, tearing through Naruto's abdomen, its tomo began spinning wildly. No, this is impossible. How? He jerked his head up to glare at Haiden, voice hoarse with outrage. What did you do? Naruto. Sakura stumbled over, tears blurring her vision. She pressed her hands in vain against Naruto's gushing wound. In that moment, hatred for her own helplessness overwhelmed her. She loathed that she could do nothing but watch as her friend suffered. By the bridge pillar, Kakuzu's grip clamped mercilessly around Kakashi's throat. Naruto. Through a haze, Kakashi's fading gaze lingered on Naruto's collapsed form in the distance. His heart clenched painfully, squeezed by invisible hands. Obito's dying words echoed again in his mind, Rin's bloodied shape overlapping with the carnage before his eyes. Once again, he had failed to protect someone precious. Laughter, mad and triumphant, rippled across the bridge. Haiden reveled in the despair on their faces, brandishing his spear with savage joy. Sasuke could do nothing but watch as the black spear rose into the air once again. This amount of pain is nowhere near enough yet. Haiden licked his lips, watching the expressions of people on the brink of death, the process of turning agony into pleasure. That's the best feeling of all. His fingers lightly caressed the tip of his spear, as though selecting the ripest, sweetest fruit. Now, then, where should I taste the next flavor of pain? Slowly, the spear moved toward his own heart. Stop! Sasuke's furious roar tore through the air, his Sharingan evolving in a flash from single to double tomo. He charged at Haiden with reckless desperation, but hopelessly realized the distance was too great. At the same time, deep within Naruto's sealed space, the ninth fox's vertical pupils snapped open. Brat! Wake up! It hurled itself against the seal, crimson chakra gushing out like molten lava, rushing to knit together Naruto's torn abdomen. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, the spoon in Kushina's hand clattered to the floor. She suddenly clutched her chest, seized by an unprecedented sense of dread, as though someone had ripped a piece of her heart away by force. Naruto! A mother's instinct told her everything in that instant, and tears began streaming down her face. Minma! She dashed into the room, voice trembling uncontrollably. Quick, go check on your brother. A flash of golden light, and Minma appeared on the battlefield. He arrived at Naruto's side in an instant. The sight that greeted him was his brother lying in a pool of blood, and Sasuke launching himself forward in desperate pursuit, while the madman cloaked in black markings pressed his spear unflinchingly to his own chest. Minma's pupils narrowed to pinpricks, and for a split second, time itself seemed to freeze. Without hesitation, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared right in front of Sasuke. His special kunai sliced through the air, and even before the blade reached Haiden, Minma's figure had already blinked to stand right before him. Wah! Haiden's manic grin froze. An iron grip clamped around his throat, wrenched him bodily out of the ritual circle with overwhelming force. Sealing markings crawled like living creatures along Minma's arm. In the blink of an eye, every ounce of chakra in Haiden's body was utterly suppressed. How do you want to die? Minma's voice was as cold as ice, his eyes radiating murderous intent. Haiden's whole body was rigid, a choking croak rising from his throat. For the first time, his perpetually deranged eyes flickered with genuine terror. Is this reinforcements? A short distance away, Kakuzu hadn't even recovered from his shock before a violent gust hit him head-on. Minma's form flashed forward like a wraith, and though Kakuzu instinctively raised his arms to block, he was still sent flying for dozens of meters, slamming hard into a bridge pier. What style? What dragon jutsu? Minma pressed his hands together in a seal, and the bridge's surface trembled violently. Mighty trees burst forth from the ground, and, in an instant, wound together into a fearsome wooden dragon that clamped on Kakuzu and held him fast. The wooden dragon greedily drained his chakra, leaving Kakuzu limp and powerless. He finally understood what Tobi's warning meant. Mask! Look at Naruto, quick! Sasuke was kneeling in a pool of blood, his voice carrying a panic he'd never felt before. Mask teleported instantly to his younger brother's side and gently gathered the unconscious Naruto into his arms. He looked toward the battered Kakashi. Kakashi, I'll leave things here to you for now. With a flash of golden light, Mask and Naruto appeared directly before Tsunade. Inside the casino, Tsunade was just about to reveal her cards when she was startled by their sudden arrival. You little! Her outburst was cut short as her gaze landed on Naruto's blood-stained clothes. What happened? There's no time to explain. Come with me. At the hospital, Tsunade carefully examined Naruto from head to toe. After a short while, she let out a relieved sigh. Luckily, you made it in time. Mask's heart clenched. What if I'd been any later? If you'd been late, the wounds would have healed on their own. Tsunade folded her arms, the corners of her mouth lifting in a faint, knowing smile. Mask blinked, momentarily at a loss, then looked at his brother's face, now steadily regaining its color. It's the ninetails, isn't it? In the sealed space within Naruto, the great fox was sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. You little brat, I finally managed to save you in time. In the gleam of the fox's golden eyes, there was still a trace of relief. Aunt Tsunade, I'll leave Naruto in your care, Mask said, pausing at the door to the hospital room. Then, after a moment's consideration, for now, please don't tell my mother about this. With that, his form dissolved once again in golden light. Back on the battlefield, Haiden lay trussed up like a fish out of water, while Sasuke was slapping ceiling tags over his ceaselessly yammering mouth. Inside the wooden dragon's maw, Kakuzu dangled like a tattered rag, eyes brimming with regret. He bitterly lamented not having listened to Tobi's advice. If you see a blonde kid from Konoha, retreat immediately. He'd assumed Tobi meant the ninetails Jinchuriki, never imagining it would be this golden-haired youth who could wield the first Hokages would release. Kakashi, are you all right? Mask knelt down beside him. Kakashi, leaning against a shattered pier, his headband askew and eyes weary, managed a strained smile. I'm fine. He gripped Mask's outstretched hand, and, as he was helped up, couldn't help drawing in a sharp breath. Sakura rushed forward to steady his wavering frame, fingers tightening unconsciously on the sleeve of Kakashi's jacket. Are you big brother Naruto's brother? Piped up a small voice, thick with tears. Inari broke away from his grandfather's grasp and ran up to Mask, his cheeks streaked with tears. Naruto's going to be okay, right? Mask paused, catching a glimpse of Sasuke's rigid posture from the corner of his eye. He squatted down to meet the boy's gaze, ruffling the boy's wild hair. He's just fine. Right now, he's dreaming of wonderful things in a safe place. That's a relief. Ina sprang up, both laughing and crying at once. I knew big brother Naruto wouldn't die so easily. Sasuke turned his face away, but the corners of his mouth lifted in a subtle smile. Sakura's shoulders trembled softly as she quietly wiped away her tears. Seeing that his companions were all safe, the warmth in Minma's eyes suddenly vanished, replaced by a frosty chill. He raised his hand in a swift gesture. The wooden dragon dissolved into shimmering green lights and disappeared, while Kakuzu crashed heavily to the ground like a discarded burlap sack. Kakashi, who are these two people? Minma planted his foot on Kakuzu, who was still struggling, his voice cutting through the air with an icy sharpness. Do you know what their aim is? Holding his injured side, Kakashi shook his head. I'm not sure of the details. He paused, a flash of alertness crossing his gaze. But it seems they came here specifically for Naruto. Minma's golden eyes narrowed slightly, his knuckles turning pale from the force of his grip. I think I get it now. He bent down, just about to seize Kakuzu, when suddenly his entire body stiffened. A strange chakra fluctuation rippled through the air. Who's there? In a flash, a kunai flew from his hand and embedded itself in a tree stump dozens of meters away. The bark writhed unnaturally, and out from slowly floated a strange half-black, half-white pitcher plant creature. Oops, we've been found out, said the white half in a flippant tone. We need to get out, the black half replied in a low, sinister voice. But Minma was already gone from his place in an instant. The next moment, he appeared, gripping white Zetsu by the throat with one hand and hoisting him up, only to see the black part of Zetsu seep into the ground like melting tar. You're quick to escape, aren't you? Minma scowled at the struggling white Zetsu in his grasp, while his other hand rapidly formed a sealing sign. A flash of golden light. Then dragging his captive along, Minma returned to his companions. White Zetsu's shrill cries were unusually grating to the ear. With a careless motion, Minma tossed the sealed white Zetsu to the ground, where he landed with a resounding thud. He planted one foot on a stone by Kakuzu's head, braced a hand on his knee, and leaned in slightly, golden hair falling forward. The Polaris star of Akatsuki. Minma's eyes fixed on the ring on Kakuzu's finger, a dangerous curve playing at his lips. So it really is you, Kaku? Kakuzu's pupils constricted sharply, the muscles beneath his stitches tensing involuntarily. How could you possibly know? His voice was hoarse and edged with disbelief. The organization always guarded its secrets closely. How could this kid? Let me guess. Minma straightened up, lifting Kakuzu with deliberate slowness like a hunter hefting his next kill. That guy over there. Isn't he Akatsuki's hide-in, the triple-side wielder? Minma tilted his head, giving a smile that held no warmth at all. The so-called immortal duo. Are you two just tired of living that you'd risk coming after us? A bead of cold sweat slid slowly down Kakuzu's neck as his Adam's apple bobbed. Even though the blonde youth before him was smiling, the pressure radiating from him was more terrifying than death itself. Even more unsettling to him was the realization that the other side seemed to have mastered all of Akatsuki's secrets. Could there be a traitor within their organization? Kakuzu, Haiden, and White Zetsu were escorted by masked men into the hidden base that once belonged to the Root organization, deep within the Leaf Village. Sure, Sway, I'll be counting on you. With a thud, the three prisoners were thrown heavily onto the floor. Turning to Shursui Uchiha, who had been waiting there for some time, the masked man said, "Make sure you get something useful out of them." Shursui gave a slight nod, his expression tranquil beneath his cropped dark hair. "Leave it to me." Before the words had fully faded, his eyes shifted, bright crimson, spinning with the intricate patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan, mesmerizing and ominous. Haiden broke out with a taunting laugh. "Give it up, like any of you could ever make me." Suddenly, his jibe stopped short. Beneath the Mangekyo's gaze, his pupils went slack, and his face went utterly blank. In the next instant, he spilled every secret he knew, including the gruesome details of the dark ritual that had granted him immortality. Body flicker, sure sway. Seeing this, Kakuzu's face drained of color. He remembered seeing this man's face on the bingo book's most wanted list, and now understood why his bounty was so high. But before he could react, those spinning eyes locked onto him as well. Moments later, blood welled up at the corner of Shursue's eye. His vision blurred. He wiped the blood away, but stubbornly insisted on pushing on with the interrogation, turning to White Zetsu. "Shursue, your eyes." Worried, the masked man stepped forward, his brow creased. He knew that overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan could lead to blindness. "I'm all right." Shursue waved him off, steeling himself to complete the final round of questioning. By the end, his complexion was deathly pale. This organization, called Akatsuki, Shursue's voice was hoarse. Their headquarters is in the Hidden Rain Village. Their goal is to collect all of the tailed beasts. He paused, then added with a touch of resignation. Kakuzu joined for the bounties, Haiden for his twisted faith in the cult of Jashin. As for the core members, aside from these two, they include Sasori of the Red Sand, the Rogue Ninja from the Sand, Deidara from the Rock, Kisame Hashigaki from the Mist. At this point, Shursue's expression grew conflicted. And a renegade from the Leaf. Orochimaru. Orochimaru. The masked man's eyes narrowed in shock. He vaguely recalled having heard that name before. And in the original timeline, he remembered this spot was meant for Uchiha Itachi. As he gently stroked his chin with his long fingers, a look of contemplation flickered in his gaze. "Go on." Shursue nodded and shifted his attention to the limp form of White Zetsu sprawled on the ground, brow furrowing instinctively. This creature doesn't seem to possess a coherent consciousness. The information we can obtain is very limited. He paused for a moment, his voice growing noticeably somber. "All I know is that there are two other mysterious members in the organization. One goes by the name Ju, and the other is called Afe." Afe? A cold, calculating smile flickered across Minma's lips. "The leader of the Akatsuki is known as Pain." Shursue continued, unconsciously pressing a finger to the corner of his eye where a dull ache lingered. "It's said he possesses the legendary sage's eyes, and there's always a woman named Konin at his side." At this point, his tone became especially grave. "Minma, these people are extremely dangerous. Since their target is the tailed beasts, shouldn't we start preparing?" "I understand." Minma narrowed his eyes. These bits of intelligence differed little from the information he'd received from Kabuto. If anything, they were even more detailed in some respects. Suddenly, he changed the subject. "They attacked Naruto. Was it for the ninetails?" "No. That wasn't the reason." Shursue shook his head, explaining, This operation was carried out by Kakuzu on his own, taking a bounty contract behind the organization's back. Their true targets were Kakashi-senpai's bounty and Tezuna's life. So that's how it is. A barely perceptible tension left Minma's shoulders. If the Akatsuki had truly set their sights on the ninetails already, he wouldn't have minded acting preemptively. With himself, his father, Old Man Sarutobi, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Shursui, they already had more than enough strength. But for now, it appeared this was nothing but Kakuzu chasing after wealth on his own. Shursui, a knowing, almost playful smile appeared on Minma's face. Let's not mention this to anyone else for now. I have my own plans. But Shursui hesitated, but in the end, he nodded beneath Minma's unwavering gaze. More than anyone, he knew that when the Akatsuki's targets touched upon Lady Kushina and Naruto, this seemingly gentle blonde boy standing before him could unleash a truly terrifying wrath. Minma watched Shursui's tightly furrowed brows, understanding that although he was not as extreme as Itachi, there was still an idealist fire at his core. With a long, soft sigh, Minma decided to lay all his cards on the table. Shursui, there's a plan I want to share with you. His voice dropped lower than usual. He spoke carefully and slowly, watching Shursui's every reaction. Go on. Shursui cocked his head slightly, that trademark, gentle smile still lingering on his lips. Shursui, it's true, I am collecting the tailed beasts. Minma stared straight into Shursui's eyes, his voice unwavering. What did you say? Shursui's smile froze in place. For the cause of true peace. For a world where every child of the ninja realm can grow up in the sunlight. He lifted a hand, letting the sunset's glow fall through his fingers, dappling his face in gold and shadow. The first Hokage's policy of balance was a failure. Minma's voice trembled with a restrained excitement. How long has it even been since his death to the first great ninja war? The blood from 3 wars hasn't yet dried. Do we really have to continue this ridiculous cycle? Shursui's lips quivered, and he instinctively stepped back half a pace, his fists clenching tighter and tighter. Minma noticed his nails digging deep into his palms, but Shursui seemed utterly unaware of the pain. In that moment, a shadow clouded those eyes, as if old wounds and bitter memories had come rushing back. No one understands that kind of pain better than you. Softening his tone, Minma asked quietly, in that moment when you awakened the Mangekyo, what did you lose? Shursui's body gave a visible jolt. He squeezed his eyes shut, with thick lashes casting 2 dark shadows across his face. Minma could hear his breath coming rough and ragged, could see the way his chest heaved with the effort. A long silence passed before Shursui slowly opened his eyes. Minma, he rasped, his voice hoarse and broken, do you really believe unifying the ninja world will bring about everlasting peace? His body trembled with the weight of the question. Minma shook his head, uttering a sigh so soft it was almost lost on the wind. He turned away, facing the sinking sun on the western horizon. I'm not that naive, he admitted. A bitter smile tugged at his lips as he cast his gaze upon the blood-like remains of the day. People will argue without end, over beliefs, faiths, even over whether tofu should be sweet or savory. His voice suddenly took on a weary, time-worn note. Since the beginning of history, no one has broken this curse. And I don't fool myself into thinking I could do it either. Shursui's eyes dimmed in an instant, as if every last hope was being drained away. So, is peace truly impossible? Seeing the light in Shursui's eyes begin to fade, Minma felt a sudden jolt of unease in his heart. He blinked, thinking privately, did I just shatter this guy's resolve? Wouldn't be surprising. After all, the Uchiha clan never were the thick skin type. At that thought, the corner of Minma's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. He remembered how quickly Itachi had been convinced in the past. That kid, in truth, was even easier to sway than Shursui. Itachi's mind had long since strayed from any sense of normalcy. Like a crooked tree, all it took was a gentle push, and he'd fall in whatever direction you pleased. Shursui, on the other hand, was different. His idealism had roots in the soil of reality. It made him all the harder to shake. Ahem. Minma cleared his throat deliberately, softening his tone again. Eternal peace may be an illusion, but at the very least, I can guarantee a few generations of tranquility. He paused, choosing his words with care. And whatever happens, it'll last longer than the order the first Hokage built. Silently, he added to himself, as long as my heart still beats, as long as my blade remains sharp. This thought made his right hand unconsciously move to the kunai at his waist. The cool touch of the metal gave him a bit of reassurance. Really? Shursui jerked his head up, and the gloom in his eyes vanished, scattered like morning mist pierced by sunlight. Minma could even see the light returning to Shursui's gaze, a spark of hope desperate as a drowning man clutching driftwood. Yes. Minma offered a perfectly measured smile, sunlight casting a warm halo over his face. He made this smile appear especially sincere, every curve at the corner of his mouth carefully calculated. Slowly, he extended his right hand, palm upward, a gesture full of symbolic invitation. But I need your strength. I need you to stand by my side. His voice was low and steady, each word sounding as if it had been forged in fire. As he spoke, his fingertips trembled ever so slightly, not from nerves, but as a deliberate show of vulnerability. This trick always worked wonders on idealists. Shursue's response was even more passionate than expected. He almost lunged forward to grasp Minma's hand, gripping so tightly that their knuckles gave a faint crack. For the sake of finding the answer, I'll stand by your side, no matter what. His voice quivered with excitement, eyes brimming with emotion, as if he was pouring his entire life's conviction into this promise. At that moment, the setting sun grew impossibly bright, gilding them both in a sacred, golden glow. Their joined hands cast a long shadow across the grass, reaching toward the far edge of the horizon. From afar, the calls of homeward birds added a sense of ceremony to the scene. After leaving the secret base, Minma let out a deep breath, lifting a hand to wipe non-existent sweat from his brow. Man, one exhausting day. He muttered under his breath, but a satisfied smile crept up on his lips. This time, what he gained wasn't just Shursui Uchiha's loyalty, but a blade sharp enough to cut through any obstacle. Minma looked down at the 3 unconscious members of Kakuzu's team lying at his feet. Before handing them over to Orochimaru, he still had one more problem to deal with. Kato, Sumanin technique. With a slap of his palm onto the ground, a ripple of pale blue chakra spread outward. When the swirling smoke cleared, a small jade-green toad sat at the center of the ruins, its throat swelling and shrinking with each breath. Take this intel to Zabuza. Minma crouched down, carefully tucking a scroll into the toad's mouth. The little creature blinked its amber eyes and answered with a soft, guttural croak. With a sharp bang, the smoke rose again, and silence returned to the scene. In a hidden stronghold, the flickering candlelight threw Zabuza's tall shadow across the stone wall. His fingers paused abruptly as he wiped the blade of his executioner's sword, his ears pricking up at the sudden shift. A toad appeared out of thin air next to him. Zabuza didn't so much as furrow his brow. He simply reached out and caught the scroll that the toad spat out. His fingertip brushed over the seal at the end of the scroll. Chakra pulsed in a precise rhythm, unlocking the intricate runes with a soft shimmer. Kato, huh? Understood. A glint of icy resolve flashed in Zabuza's eyes. He hefted the executioner's blade onto his shoulder, as the curse seal of heaven crept up his cheek like a living thing, casting an ominous violet glow beneath the candlelight. Vaku, there's a mission. Yes, Zabuza-sama. From the corner, the boy who was carefully sorting a handful of senbon needles looked up. Ice crystals formed at his fingertips, delicate and perfectly hexagonal. Haku's movements were graceful, as if he were preparing for a tea ceremony, not the tools of an assassin. On the road to the land of waves. Why would Lord Minma want to deal with Kato? Haku's voice was soft, gentle as a snowfall. His fingers unconsciously traced the slender senbon, their metallic surface reflecting his clear-eyed gaze. Just focus on finishing the mission. Zabuza turned slightly. The blade of his sword scraped a shallow line across the ground. When he noticed the faint way Haku's head lowered, his voice softened, despite himself. Kato, that wretched man. Zabuza's lone visible eye narrowed. He's vile through and through, smuggling, trafficking, murder, arson. There's nothing he won't do. His hand clenched. There's no place in Lord Minma's new order for worms like him. The sun must always blaze brilliantly. Zabuza's hand fell to Haku's shoulder. And we are the torches that will burn the shadows away. Haku's eyes widened just a little, catching the fierce fire in Zabuza's gaze. I understand. Between Haku's fingers blossomed a crystalline lotus, its petals sharp as blades. With these hands, I'll clear Lord Minma's path. At the top floor of Kato's corporation, a crystal chandelier lit the office as bright as midday. Kato's squat, bloated frame was sunk into a leather chair, the gold watch on his wrist flashing painfully in the light. Useless. All of you useless. He snatched a gilded ashtray from the desk and hurled it to the floor, the costly carpet instantly burned by a blackened hole. Several bodyguards stood with heads bowed, sweat tracing lines down their temples. All this money wasted. Kato's roar rattled the glass windows. And for what? A bunch of trash who can't even handle a few leaf genin. Suddenly, a layer of frost began to bloom on the floor-to-ceiling windows. Kato's tirade was cut short as he stared in horror. His breath had become visible, hanging in the air as white mist. What the hell? Did the air conditioning break? A thick fog slid in under the door like a living creature, flooding the room within moments. The bodyguards fumbled for their blades in panic, but the next instant, they froze. Ice crystals already clung to their eyelashes. Ninja art. Hidden mist jutsu. The night in the village hidden in the rain was always cloaked beneath a cold, unending curtain of rain, with a pitch-black sky that seemed as though it would never clear. Black Zetsu slowly emerged from beneath the earth. Clinging to him were smears of slick, wet soil, sliding down as he rejoined his form with white Zetsu's body once more. He lifted his head, gazing up towards the rooftop, where a solitary figure sat. Uchiha Obito was perched high above with a casual air, rain flowing down the surface of his mask and dripping soundlessly onto his long, black robe. Kakuzu and Haiden had been captured. Black Zetsu spoke in a low, raspy voice, like a demon whispering from the depths of an abyss. It was Uzumaki Menma from the Leaf who did it. Obito did not turn around. He merely angled his head slightly, the Sharingan beneath his mask glowing with a chilling red gleam against the rainy night. His voice was indifferent, as though he spoke of something utterly trivial. I warned them long ago. Black Zetsu could sense Obito's dismissiveness. But things weren't so simple. He crept forward, slow and deliberate. Obito, the enemy's strength has far exceeded our expectations. Black Zetsu's tone darkened, hissing like a venomous serpent beside one's ear. When it comes time to capture the tailed beasts, especially the ninetails Jinchuriki, he will surely intervene. What are you trying to say? Obito finally turned his gaze, the Sharingan beneath the mask slowly rotating. His manner remained calm, but Black Zetsu could detect a hidden vigilance within. Uzumaki Menma has mastered Hashirama Senju's would release. Black Zetsu enunciated each word with grave clarity. This will affect Lord Madara's entire plan. We must make preparations in advance. Their scheme could not afford failure after 1,000 years of waiting. There could be no collapse at the final moment. It's time to reclaim your other eye. There was a barely perceptible pause in Obito's posture. Of course, he knew exactly what Black Zetsu referred to. The Sharingan that resided in Kakashi's eye socket. You needn't concern yourself with that, Black Zetsu. Obito's voice turned low, his breath slightly ragged, a thin nerve clearly struck. This world has already lost all its value. His tone was cold and detached. Black Zetsu stared at him for a long while in silence. At last, he sank slowly back into the ground, leaving only a parting murmur. It was merely a suggestion. His presence slipped away, swallowed entirely by the earth, leaving nothing but the ceaseless sound of the rain. Events were spiraling out of control. Uzumaki Menma was growing at an astonishing rate, and Obito's attitude was becoming unpredictable. Black Zetsu knew he had to act. Deep within a dimly lit cave stood the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Upon its 10 colossal fingers, there should have been 10 figures standing vigil, but now, 2 spaces stood conspicuously empty. The places of Kakuzu and Haiden, deserted and silent. Pain's Rinnegan shimmered with a cold light in the shadows as he spoke, his voice void of emotion. Kakuzu and Haiden encountered an unexpected setback. They've been captured by Konoha's shinobi. According to Zetsu's report, the enemy's strength is not to be underestimated. A brief stillness fell over the room, the air tightening for a fleeting moment. The reactions among those present varied. Kisame's lips curled back, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Deidara toyed idly with the clay in his hands, his attention wandering everywhere and nowhere. Hidden within his scarlet puppet shell, Sasori's raspy voice emerged slowly. So that's all it took. Haiden remained silent, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Half of Zetsu's face surfaced from the ground, with Black Zetsu watching the others intently, while White Zetsu chimed in with a mischievous lilt. My, looks like we'll be missing out on some fun this time. An exaggerated sigh sliced through the heavy silence. In a flamboyant gesture, Toby, still disguised as the bumbling Madara, scratched his head and lamented in a theatrical tone. What a shame. I did warn our esteemed elders. Konoha is hardly a safe playground. Now we won't get to witness Haiden's wicked rituals, or listen to Kakuzu's endless grumbling. Feigning sorrow, he dabbed at imaginary tears, then shifted his tone, adding playfully, Still, if our enemies are this strong, shouldn't we keep a lower profile? Maybe lay low for a while. Through the holes in his mask, his gaze flickered subtly toward Pain, a silent suggestion that now was not the time for confrontation. But Pain simply dismissed him, cold and unmoved. The plan proceeds as scheduled. His next words resounded with the authority of a god's decree, absolutely final, resolute. The power of a god is insurmountable. To challenge, it is utter folly. Beneath the mask, Toby's brow furrowed ever so slightly. This man's arrogance really knows no bounds. Though inwardly sighing, he kept up his a-fay charade, shrugging and putting on an airhead grin. Well then, if the boss says so, who am I to argue? Ha ha ha. Unmoved by Toby's banter, Pain continued issuing orders. With Kakuzu captured, Conan will handle all financial matters for the time being. Conan gave a subtle nod, delicate sheets of paper fluttering between her fingers like silent wings. The second phase of our operation will proceed. Meanwhile, preparations for Phase 3 will begin. Pain's Rinnegan swept deliberately across the room, finally settling on Toby as he added, "As for the ninetails, I'll be handling that personally." Toby narrowed his eyes. Nagato's delusions have gone so far that he's blind to reality. Maybe Black Zetsu's advice wasn't entirely off the mark. Elsewhere, in a shadowed laboratory, the pale glow of fluorescent green filtered through rows of test tubes, painting Orochimaru's face with even more eerie hues. Without a second thought, Minma tossed Kakuzu and Haiden's limp bodies to the ground, and White Zetsu's form tumbled aside like a discarded rag doll, landing with a dull thud. "These three are yours to deal with." Minma's voice echoed through the empty laboratory. Orochimaru slowly raised his head from the microscope, his golden, serpentine eyes sweeping over the three unconscious figures on the floor. His brow furrowed ever so slightly, and his long, slender fingers unconsciously traced the rim of the test tube. In the past, he might have found these three worthy of interest. But now, all his attention was absorbed by his research into Minma's cells. If Minma hadn't come in person, he would have simply ordered someone to dispose of them as they pleased. Sensing Orochimaru's indifference, Minma raised an eyebrow. "Members of the Akatsuki aren't worth your study." He nudged Kakuzu with the tip of his shoe. "This old relic has lived over 90 years, bearing the secret arts of Earth Grudge Fear." He then pointed at Haiden. "This one's even more unusual, claims to be immortal." Finally, he gestured at Zetsu, his tone tinged with disdain. "This creature might be rather dim-witted, but at least it's got would-release cells." The sound of liquid dripping echoed through the lab, breaking the silence. Suddenly, Orochimaru let out a low, raspy laugh, a sound that sent chills down the spine. "Menmakon." He slid out his tongue, licking his lips. "You're mistaken. Of the three, Zetsu's research value is actually the highest." Minma looked puzzled. "Kabuto has already brought back a few samples." Orochimaru moved toward the workstation, his long hair flowing over his shoulders. "As for these so-called undying ones..." Abruptly, he spun around, golden pupils gleaming with dangerous light. "Earth Grudge Fear? It's little more than a mockery of immortality. Prolonging life by stealing others' hearts. Such survival is always bound by the limits of its victims." Even as he spoke, a kunai pierced Haiden's skull. Leaning in to observe, Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed. "Fascinating. The cells have lost all vitality, yet some unknown force preserves their form. Can you crack the mystery?" Minma stepped closer, curiosity lighting his eyes. His obsession with immortality flared all the more brightly. Orochimaru shook his head slowly, withdrawing the kunai. "For now, no. There's no real research value. After all, he can still die." Minma looked disappointed and was about to leave when suddenly a voice rang in his mind. "How can cunning trickery compare to the true path? Remain humble and steadfast, and with this system as your aid, you will surely ascend in status and live as long as heaven and earth." Minma stopped in his tracks, black lines appearing on his forehead. "What kind of so-called orthodox path are you, anyway?" he grumbled inwardly. The system continued. "In primordial chaos, the way is set. Yin and yang steady the myriad realms. If you seek the source of immortality, pay homage beyond Jade Void's gates, where true immortals dwell. Whatever, suit yourself." Minma covered his forehead with a sigh, utterly at a loss before this cryptic, utterly offbeat system. At that moment, Orochimaru's raspy laughter echoed through the room. "If you compare the two, Minma, the energy within you is simply unrivaled." "What does that mean?" Minma turned around and found himself facing Orochimaru's eyes, glimmering with a crazed, serpentine intensity. Orochimaru stepped forward, visibly excited. "Minma, haven't you noticed? Your cellular activity far exceeds that of an ordinary person, and even your chakra is of a wholly unique nature." His voice quivered with anticipation. "What's even more fascinating is every time I try to delve deeper into my research, I encounter a certain indescribable barrier." Minma raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration?" Orochimaru's grin took on a sinister edge as he suddenly held out a kunai. "If you don't believe me, why not see for yourself? Try scratching yourself with this. the way your wound heals in the blink of an eye would be truly beautiful. What am I, crazy? Why would I hurt myself for no reason? Minma shot him an exasperated glare and turned to leave. Wait. Orochimaru's tone suddenly turned serious. Minma, perhaps you should give Sage Jutsu a try. Who knows? It might bring you unexpected results. As he spoke, he handed Minma the contract scroll of Ryuchi Cave. Sage Jutsu? Minma accepted the scroll, and thoughts of his father's majestic figure performing Sage Jutsu surfaced in his mind. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and perception all enhanced to another level. He remembered his father shyly scratching his head, admitting his Sage Jutsu was still a work in progress. Maybe I should visit Mount Myaboku when I get the chance. Or perhaps I could ask Lady Tsunade about the origins of her grandfather's sage powers. With that thought, Minma vanished in a flash of golden light, using the Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru gazed at the spot where Minma had disappeared, the golden glint in his snake-like eyes swirling with unfathomable complexity. He then turned to look at the 3 gifts on the lab table. With a wave of his hand, he had them taken away. He chose not to eliminate them. For now, perhaps they would be useful in the future. Minma returned to the hospital. As he pushed open the door to the ward, he found Naruto sitting cross-legged on the bed, arms folded, locked in a fierce stare-down with Tsunade. Big bro. The moment Naruto spotted him, his eyes sparkled. He leapt nimbly from the bed in a move far too lively for any patient. With a flourish, he pulled back the hospital gown, revealing a wound that had all but disappeared. Look, I am Toutedifude. Granny Tsunade insists on keeping me stuck here. Won't even let me out for Ichiraku ramen. Brat, call me auntie, not granny. Tsunade's forehead throbbed with veins as she cracked her knuckles, the sound sharp in the air. Minma reached out an arm, stopping his exuberant little brother mid-glomp. He carefully examined Naruto's abdomen, noting that the once vicious wound was now barely visible. The healing power of the ninetails truly was astonishing. Aunt Tsunade just wants what's best for you. Minma ruffled his little brother's messy blonde hair. Come home with me later, and don't let Mom know about this just yet. She'd only worry. We can finally get out of this place. Naruto cheered, bouncing happily in place 3 times. Turning to Tsunade, Minma offered a sincere thanks. Thank you for taking care of Naruto. Tsunade looked away. I only did it for Kushina's sake. Since you're back, I'll be going now. She stretched with deliberate nonchalance, and with her movement, her impressive figure drew the brothers' eyes, leaving them both frozen in awkward embarrassment. Kids will be kids. Tsunade let out a soft, dismissive grunt and strode out the door. Once her footsteps faded, Naruto slapped his forehead suddenly. All right, big bro. What about Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei? Are they all right? They're fine. Minma pushed open the window, letting the early summer breeze, rich with Konoha's distinctive scent of trees, pour into the hospital room. They'll be back in a few days. When the 2 brothers got home, the moment the lock clicked in the door, Kushina, who'd been sitting anxiously, sprang up and dashed to greet them. You too. Her voice trembled, and her red hair quivered slightly on her shoulders. But seeing both her sons standing safe and sound before her, the tension drained from her shoulders at last. Before Naruto could say a word, Kushina had seized his arm, her fingers tightening instinctively. Her anxious eyes roamed over his face, chest, and arms. Only when she found not a single scratch did she finally let out a long, relieved breath. I'm really all right. Naruto laughed sheepishly, scratching his head. He wanted to tell her he was going to be Hokage one day, but before he could say a word, he was swept up in his mother's fierce embrace. Kushina's hug was warm and strong. Naruto could feel her body trembling ever so slightly. He paused for a moment, catching a glimpse of tears shimmering in his mother's eyes, and in that instant, his heart was overcome with an indescribable swell of emotion. Mom, he called out softly, his voice unconsciously gentle. Do you know how worried I was? Kushina's voice was muffled, thick with emotion. She raised her head, and without warning, pulled Minma into the hug as well. Minma was caught completely off guard, and as his mother held him close, he could smell the familiar, delicate fragrance of her hair. Minma, thank you for bringing Naruto home. Kushina's voice softened, her hands gently tracing the backs of her 2 sons, as if reassuring herself they were real. She didn't know exactly what had happened, but a mother's instinct had sent waves of dread crashing over her earlier. Only now, seeing her 2 children safe, did that deep unease truly begin to fade away. After releasing her embrace, Kushina wiped the corners of her eyes with her sleeve, and a gentle smile blossomed once more on her face. You must be hungry, right? Sit down and rest for a bit. Mom will go make something delicious for you. Her fingers lingered fondly on the cheeks of her two sons before she finally turned and walked toward the kitchen. Minma nodded quietly and settled down on the sofa. That's great. My stomach's been empty for ages. Naruto cheered as he bounced onto the sofa, squirming with excitement. I want an extra-large bowl of miso chashu ramen. Kushina's reply floated from the kitchen, laughter in her voice. All right, I'll make everything for you. The clatter of pots and pans mingled with the savory aroma of food, gradually filling the home once again with warmth and life. Minma watched his brother's excitement, then glanced toward their mother's busy figure in the kitchen. Without realizing it, a faint smile curved his lips. This peaceful moment, perhaps this was what he had always wanted to protect. From the kitchen, waves of mouth-watering scents drifted out. Just as Kushina set the last dish onto the table, the sound of a turning lock came right on cue. Minato stepped inside. When he saw his family gathered around the dining table, a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. When did Naruto get home? He took off his Hokage cloak and hung it by the door, his gaze lingering on Naruto for a moment. Kakashi still hadn't come by to report on the mission, so he had no idea that his son had been injured. There was a bit of an accident. Setting his chopsticks down, Minma explained in a calm voice. Kakashi and his team ran into a group of rogue ninja. Naruto got a little hurt, so I brought him straight home. Minato's brow furrowed slightly. He walked quickly over to Naruto and sat down beside him, gently taking his son's wrist to check him over carefully. Only after he was certain that there was no problem did he turn to Minma. Do you know who they were? Rogues from the village hidden by the waterfall and the village hidden in the hot springs, Minma replied evenly. They were hired by a merchant named Gato. The target was to assassinate the person Kakashi's team was protecting, and while they were at it, he paused to claim Kakashi's black market bounty. I took care of them. Minato was silent for a moment, considering. Then he asked, were Kakashi and the others unharmed? They're fine. They'll be back in a couple of days. As long as you handled it. Minato's shoulders eased, a look of approval appearing in his eyes. Just then, Kushina emerged from the kitchen carrying a steaming bowl of miso soup. Naruto leapt up to help, but the moment his fingers brushed the edge of the bowl, he yelped and drew his hand back, shaking it with exaggerated urgency. Hot, hot, hot. Kushina shot him a look that was half exasperated, half amused, but she still gently pulled his fingers over and blew softly on them. At that exact moment, the doorbell rang. Xianglin and Kimimaro entered, weary from their journey. Xianglin's long red hair was a bit rumpled, and exhaustion filled her eyes behind her glasses. Kimimaro, on the other hand, still stood tall and straight, his posture undiminished, though his clothes were dusted with travel. One amazing smell. Xianglin sniffed the air, suddenly revived as if all her energy had returned at once. She rushed for the dining table, only for Kushina to gently tap her hand just as she reached out. Go wash your hands. Got it. Xianglin stuck out her tongue and darted off toward the bathroom. She returned soon after, hands still damp, squeezing herself in close beside Minma, barely able to wait before reaching for a piece of crispy shrimp tempura. Kimimaro quietly washed his hands, politely greeting everyone before sitting down. Though his movements remained slightly reserved, his eyes were far softer than when he first arrived. Minato watched this scene, his lips unconsciously lifting in a smile. Xianglin's arrival truly brought a new spark of life to their home. Sometimes he even thought, wouldn't it be nice to have a daughter? But then he remembered Kushina's words, that they should wait until their two sons were a little older before thinking about more children. And he couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. At the table, Naruto was excitedly recounting his heroic adventures, complete with wild gestures. Xianglin interjected every now and then with playful jabs. Minma ate quietly, occasionally chiming in. Kushina bustled about, making sure everyone had enough to eat, while Minato watched affectionately as the moment unfolded. The light cast their shadows on the wall, binding them into the warmth of a family portrait. Outside, Konohagakure's night was calm and peaceful, save for the occasional chorus of insects. The evening was tranquil and full of life. After dinner, Kushina tugged Minato's sleeve, pulling him into a quiet corner of the hallway. Moonlight streamed through the window, falling across her red hair and giving it a silvery glow. Hands on her hips, her eyes betrayed both her worry and her reproach. From now on, don't let Naruto take on such dangerous missions. Though she spoke in a hushed voice, it quivered with emotion. You have no idea how scared I was today. If something had really happened to Naruto. She waved her hands without realizing it, emotion welling in her eyes. Her gaze reddened, the mere thought of that possibility too heavy to bear. Heavens, I can hardly imagine it. In any case, we absolutely can't let them face danger like that again. I understand. Minato wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow, his voice edged with helplessness. He knew, of course, that what happened tonight was just a fluke. It was supposed to be a simple C-rank escort mission. Who could have foreseen a rogue ninja attack? But seeing the tears gathering in his wife's eyes, all explanations died in his throat. Minma and Naruto will one day grow into shinobi far greater than I ever was. Minato sighed silently in his heart. He understood Kushina's worries as a mother, but he was even more aware of the harshness of this world. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse would never bloom beneath the storms of the ninja world. Besides, with the personalities of his two sons, how could they ever be content to hide beneath anyone's wings? I'll keep an eye on things. He soothed her gently, softly taking Kushina's trembling hands in his own. He noticed the shimmer of tears in his wife's eyes, and his heart softened. Yet, he couldn't help but recall the unwavering gaze of his two sons, especially the way Naruto's eyes sparkled whenever he spoke about becoming Hokage. If you want to become Hokage, can you really avoid all hardship? Minma leaned against the doorframe, watching from afar as his mom gave his dad a lecture, unable to keep from grinning. When I grow up, I definitely won't let my wife boss me around the way Dad does. Hey, what are you grinning about, big brother? Naruto popped his head out from the side, curiosity shining in his bright blue eyes. Just thinking of something funny, Minma said casually, turning to head back to his room. To his surprise, Naruto followed him in, shutting the door behind them. Something up. Minma raised an eyebrow, watching his brother fidget as if searching for the right words. Clenching his fists, Naruto lifted his head, a fiery resolve burning in his eyes. Big brother, help me with special training. I want to get stronger. You're already strong. Minma patted his brother on the shoulder, feeling the tension in Naruto's muscles. But this time, the enemy isn't just any ninja. I have to be even stronger. Naruto suddenly threw his arms out, his voice ringing through the room. Only then can I protect everyone. Minma stood stunned. Moonlight streamed through the window, bathing Naruto's face, and for a moment, those ever-smiling eyes sparkled with resolve he'd never seen before. This ordeal had made his little brother grow up in so many ways. Perhaps the best protection really was helping him to become strong. All right, Minma finally nodded. Starting tomorrow, whenever we have time, I'll help you train. You're the best, big brother. Naruto pounced on Minma like a whirlwind, nearly knocking them both to the floor with his enthusiasm. In a flash, he dashed out into the corridor, cheers barely contained as his footsteps thundered away. Minma stared at the still swaying door, his smile slowly fading away. He walked to the window, fingers unconsciously tracing the windowsill. Tonight's moon was especially bright, yet it couldn't chase away the shadows in his heart. If Mom hadn't realized in time, I can't imagine what would have happened. Just the thought made his chest tighten. He couldn't stay by his brother's side forever, not even as he had today. The only way to keep him truly safe was to help him become strong enough. Dawn broke softly, with dew purling on the blades of grass in the training ground. A gentle breeze rustled by, spinning a few fallen leaves into lazy spirals through the air. Standing at the center of the field, Minma's golden hair swayed lightly in the wind. He crossed his arms over his chest and watched Naruto with calm, unwavering eyes. In a moment, just attack with all your might. Show me what you're truly capable of. Naruto blinked, tilting his head in confusion. Don't hold back. Get your all. Minma inhaled deeply, the scent of fresh grass mingling with the morning breeze as it filled his lungs. Slowly, he assumed a defensive stance, sending a faint swirl of dust rising under his feet. Oh! Naruto was instantly energized, clapping his hands together in front of his chest with a crisp, eager smack. Lowering his center of gravity, his blue eyes under the forehead protector gleamed with fighting spirit. Big bro, here I come. He moved through the familiar hand signs, the same ones he'd used 1,000 times to summon the Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 Narutos leapt forward in perfect unison. 2 of them rapidly formed another series of hand seals. Wind-style, gale palm. A wild gust of wind surged forth, sweeping up sand and stones in its wake. Meanwhile, the 3rd clone whipped out a handful of shuriken, fingers flying through another set of seals. Shuriken Shadow, Clone Jutsu. A shower of shimmering steel rained down like a sudden storm. A faint smile ghosted across Minma's lips. His fingers flashed in front of his chest, so fast the motions blurred almost to invisibility. Earth-style wall. The ground erupted in a thunderous quake, and a thick wall of earth shot up, shielding him completely. The hail of shuriken thudded and rang harmlessly against solid stone. Then, at that very instant, Rasengan! Naruto leapt from the top of the wall, holding aloft a swirling orb of blue chakra. The spinning energy tore at the air, emitting a sharp, pulsing whine. Minma neither dodged nor flinched. He clenched his right hand, and an orb of jet-black chakra coalesced with incredible density. Let me see your limits. Rasengan, Wheel of Calamity. Oh no! Naruto's face changed dramatically. He knew all too well what that technique could do. The last time he'd witnessed it, the whole training ground had been razed to the ground. Blue and black orbs collided with a thunderous crash. A searing white flash swallowed both figures in an instant. The terrifying shockwave rippled outward in concentric rings. Grass was torn from the earth, trees snapped cleanly in two, and a towering cloud of dust billowed skyward, sending startled birds wheeling from distant treetops. A scream echoed. Naruto's pained cry faded as that figure burst apart and vanished in a puff of smoke. Before the dust had even settled, dozens of Narutos surged in from all directions. In every clone's hand spun a brilliantly glowing Rasengan, the blue chakra tinting the morning mist in a dreamlike hue. Minma slowly drew his ninjato, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. His senses rippled outward in silent waves. The instant the first shadow clone lunged within reach. Slash! The flash of steel sliced clean through the clone, dispersing it effortlessly. Minma's form danced amid the swirling clones. Each stroke of his blade was precise and graceful. Through his hand, the leaf-style swordsmanship flowed like a seamless dance, slashing, hacking, stabbing, flicking, with every movement smooth as running water carrying a deadly rhythm. The piercing whistle of blades cutting through the air blended with the sharp bursts as clones shattered, weaving a unique symphony. In the distance, Yin leaned against a ginkgo tree, her purple hair fluttering gently in the breeze. Her gaze was fixed intently on that golden figure, and without noticing, a flush crept onto her cheeks. She had only given him a single lesson. Quietly, she murmured to herself, her fingertips absently caressing the hilt of her blade. The final clone vanished under the sweep of the blade, and Minma slid his weapon smoothly back into its sheath. Again, Minma's voice echoed across the training ground. Naruto was gasping for breath, sweat trickling down from his golden hair. He refused to believe that his brother's chakra could be limitless. Gritting his teeth, fierce defiance burned in his bright blue eyes. Shadow clone jutsu. Mass multiplication. With a rush and a boom, hundreds of clones surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly filling the entire training ground. Each clone charged forward in unison, their pounding footsteps sending tremors through the earth. Amused, Minma let out a soft laugh. His fingers flew through a flurry of hand signs so fast they seemed to blur together. Water release. Giant waterfall technique. A thunderous crash erupted. The once calm training ground was suddenly consumed by a surging, towering wave. Chakra-formed floodwaters roared forth, carrying debris and splintered wood, bearing down on the army of shadow clones like the wrath of a furious sea god. Wherever the giant wave spread, clones vanished one after another in bursts of white mist, sending sprays of water dozens of meters high. From afar, Yin instinctively took a half-step back, her purple hair whipped wildly by the swirling air. Bracing herself against the trunk of a toppled tree, she muttered under her breath, "Are these two brothers even human?" For an ordinary ninja, creating even a handful of shadow clones was pushing the limit, yet Naruto conjured them by the hundreds without a second thought. More terrifying was Minma, whose scale of water jutsu rivaled even the legendary second Hokage himself. When the final wave subsided, the entire training ground had transformed into a rippling lake. Naruto stood alone at its center, soaked to the skin, his chest heaving as crystalline drops clung to his golden lashes. Wiping his face, he begrudgingly began to form the hand signs once more. Damn it! But the hollowness of depleted chakra left his legs weak, his fingers trembling as he tried to focus. Looks like I'll need some help. Inside his mind, the cold darkness of a prison glowed with a sinister red light. Naruto gripped the iron bars, shouting into the void, "Kurama, lend me some chakra." The massive fox didn't so much as open an eye, merely snorting a hot breath from its nose. Please, Kurama." Naruto pressed his hands together in a pleading gesture, his eyes gleaming with hope. "If we team up, maybe, just maybe, I could take down my brother." The ninetails flicked an ear, slowly turning its enormous head. Its crimson pupils shone with mocking amusement. It almost wanted to tell this naive kid, even if it gave everything it had, he still wouldn't be a match for his brother. That one truly was his natural nemesis. Seeing the ninetails turn its head away again, Naruto stomped his foot in frustration. Stingy fox. But he refused to give up. He formed a hand seal in front of his chest. Oh! The ninetails cracked open one blood-red, slit pupil eye, studying this stubborn kid with a spark of curiosity. Let's see what tricks you've got up your sleeve, little brat. You forced my hand, Kurama. A mischievous grin flickered across Naruto's lips. With a sudden whoosh, a cloud of smoke erupted and filled the area. When the mist cleared, an elegant, snow-white nine-tailed fox appeared before the iron bars. It swished its fluffy tails with grace, fluttered those long lashes, and even pawed delicately at its neck with feigned bashfulness. The ninetail's pupils narrowed to razor lines. For a heartbeat, time itself seemed to freeze. A deafening crash shattered the stillness. In a blind fury, the ninetails slammed against the iron bars, sending tremors through the very fabric of the mindscape. Idiot! Did you really think that trick would work on me? A storm of chakra-laced rage burst forth, instantly shattering Naruto's transformation. Naruto clutched his buzzing head, retreating to the side, gazing pitifully at the enraged ninetails. You little! The ninetails drew a long, steadying breath, reigning in its boiling anger. It aimed its slit-pupil gaze at Naruto, and its voice rumbled low and menacing, like distant thunder from the depths of the earth. Even if I let you use my chakra, with your abilities now, you couldn't possibly control my power. Naruto blinked, suddenly catching onto something hidden within those words. In a flash, he threw himself to the bars, gripping their cold surface, eyes shining with determination. How would I know if I don't try? Don't worry, I can do this. I'll control it, I promise. The ninetails narrowed its eyes, staring at the unwavering faith and hope in the boy's gaze. After a long pause, it slowly backed away, sprawling out on the ground with lazy nonchalance. If things go wrong, don't blame me. With that, it closed its eyes, though the tip of its tail twitched ever so slightly. A thread of crimson chakra, gentle as a meandering stream, began to seep through the cracks between the bars. In the real world, Naruto's body suddenly convulsed. Scarlet chakra, as hot and wild as molten lava, burst from every pore in his body. The savage, violent energy coalesced in the air, gradually forming a cloak of living, rippling chakra. Bubbles swelled and burst across its surface, emitting an eerie, liquid gurgle. As the first fiery tail took shape behind him, Naruto's face began to contort. His bright blue eyes narrowed into feral, slit pupils. His canines grew long and sharp, twisting his once sunny features into something ferocious and wild. His fingers spasmed uncontrollably, nails sharpening into razor claws. This is bad. Naruto forced a pained groan through clenched teeth. It feels like I can't control it anymore. Large beads of sweat welled up on his skin, only to be instantly vaporized into white mist by the searing heat of the chakra. Within his mindscape, he roared into the abyss where the giant beast lurked. Kurama, this isn't enough chakra! At the far end of the training ground, Minma stood quietly atop the water, his eyes narrowed slightly. As the second crimson tail unfurled behind Naruto, Minma's fingertips trembled almost imperceptibly, yet, in the end, he did nothing. So the tailed beast is emerging. Maybe this should be the limit? The thought flickered through his mind, then dissipated with a resigned sigh. His little brother would have to face this power himself one day. Besides, he was here, ready to suppress the rampaging ninetails at any moment. Not enough. Far too weak. Suddenly, Minma's sharp voice cracked out, like a whip lashing across Naruto's muddled consciousness. Damn it! Naruto let out a roar that barely sounded human as a third tail exploded into existence. The violent chakra began to sear his skin, wisps of white, smoke rising from every festering wound. Years of sealed hatred, the urge to slaughter, all surged forth, battering his reason like a tidal wave breaking through a dam. Kill you! A raw, guttural snarl forced its way from his throat, the tailed beast chakra having utterly consumed him. Now on all fours, Naruto crouched, poised like a true wild beast about to spring. Minma's fist curled ever so tightly. Watching his brother's skin crack and split, racked with pain, twisted his own heart with sympathy. But in the end, he drew a deep breath, shoving all hesitation to the bottom of his heart. As long as there's a breath left in you, I'll pull you back. Come on, Naruto! Minma flung his arms wide. Give it everything you've got. A deafening roar shook the air. As the fourth crimson tail unfurled in its entirety behind Naruto, the entire atmosphere of the training ground seemed to freeze. The berserk chakra twisted space itself, and the earth beneath their feet cracked apart under the rolling tide of energy. Towering ancient trees were torn from the ground, only to be shredded to splinters as they spun through the air. That brutal aura, raw and wild, swept through the hidden leaf like a hurricane, catching countless ninja off guard. The yellow flash was the first to appear at the battlefield's edge. Minato's flying thunder god kunai still gleamed coldly in his hand, but as he took in the scene before him, his pupils shrank in alarm. "Dad, it's all right, I've got this." Minma's voice rang out, slicing through the howling chakra storm. He stood at the heart of the maelstrom, unmoving, his clothes snapping in the violent wind as he faced the oncoming torrent of tailed beast power. Minato's brow knit with concern, but he only nodded slightly, stepping back to a safer distance. Yet that special kunai never ceased its subtle motion between his fingers, ready at any moment to unleash Flying Thunder God if disaster struck. A heavy rumble rolled through the air. Another streak of crimson crashed through countless trees, racing forward with fierce urgency. Kushina's long, red hair lashed wildly beneath her chakra cloak, her eyes wide with an undisguisable panic. Naruto. At the sight of her son's terrifying tailed beast transformation, a mother's instinct drove her to rush ahead, heedless of danger. Kushina. A flash of golden light. Minato appeared just in time, blocking his wife's path. Kushina seized her husband's collar, her grip desperate. "Minato, save Naruto. He's going to be consumed by the ninetails." "Calm down." Minato gently stroked her trembling back, signaling for her to look at the scene ahead. "Minma has the situation under control." Following her husband's gaze, Kushina saw her eldest son standing composed, not far from Naruto, his posture unwavering. "But you of all people know how terrifying the ninetails rampage can be." Kushina's voice broke, edged with tears, and seeing the scorched wounds on Naruto's body twisted her heart in anguish. Minato drew her into his arms, whispering softly into her ear, "Trust our children." Yet his eyes never left the battlefield for even a second. Kushina clenched Minato's sleeve, her nails digging deep into the fabric. As a mother, she longed to rush forward that instant, to rescue her son from torment. As a shinobi, however, she understood better than anyone. Some growth demands the pain that cuts to the bone. In the depths of Kushina's spirit, the ninetails crouched within its damp, shadowy cage. Suddenly, tremors shook the cage, and Kushina's furious roar thundered from without. "Is this your doing again?" "Oomph." The ninetail's ears pricked up sharply, its crimson vertical pupils flashing with irritation. It flicked its tail, feeling completely baffled by the accusation. Compared to the sunlit and spacious quarters of its young counterpart, this dank, gloomy space was already suffocating enough. While it was no longer bound by chains, the treatment was hardly much better. "Whatever trouble my other half is causing, what's it got to do with me?" Yet faced with Kushina's wrathful expression, even the ninetails faltered a little. After a moment's hesitation, it reached out through the mental link, questioning its other half. "What on earth are you up to?" In the young ninetail's domain, sunlight glistened on its plush fur. It stretched lazily, ninetails unfurling in quiet contentment. "Oomph. Talking to myself. How peculiar." It narrowed its eyes. "That kid's the one yearning for more power. Nothing to do with me. But you're getting me dragged in too." The ninetails slammed a claw against the iron bars in outrage. "It took ages for that crazy woman to let me off the chains, and now you're trying to get me killed. Is that it?" The young ninetails simply shut its eyes. "Not my concern." The ninetails was so infuriated it could have bitten itself. Back in the real world, the training ground was already surrounded by Konoha's elite forces. And then, swoosh. Sarutobi Hiruzen descended from the sky, clad in battle armor and wielding the adamantine staff transformed by Enma, landing steadily beside Minato. His age yet piercing gaze swept over the tail beast transformed Naruto, brows knitting tightly. "Minato, what happened here?" "It's nothing, Lord Third." Minato shook his head, casting an apologetic glance at the people arriving one after another. His eyes finally settled on Minma, who stood silent at the center of the field, and he explained, "Minma is helping Naruto control the power of the tailed beast." "Now," Hiruzen's surprise flashed, swiftly replaced by a complexity of emotions as he looked at Minma. Indeed, with this boy here, the ninetails could not stir up much havoc. Whether through would release or the adamantine sealing chains, both could easily subdue a rampaging tailed beast. Yet, seeing the agony twisted on Naruto's face, the worry in Hiruzen's heart could not be stilled. "Aren't we rushing this? Naruto is still just a child." Tsunade stood to the side, arms crossed and her brow furrowed tightly. Forcing control over the tailed beast's power is too great a risk. A trace of compassion flickered in her brown eyes. That child might not be able to endure it. Minato shook his head softly, his gaze firm as he looked toward the heart of the storm, his youngest son. "I believe in Naruto." In his heart, he silently cheered for his son. You can do it, Naruto. Your will and abilities are every bit the equal of Minma's. Uchiha Fugaku stood a short distance away, his Sharingan with 3 Tomo silently observing the situation unfold. Shursui stood by his side, the same worry written in his eyes. Minma gazed at his brother, who howled skyward, brow faintly creased. Under the crimson shroud of 4 aligned tails, Naruto's skin was badly burned, yet within those blood-red beastly eyes, there remained a glimmer of struggle. Is it still too much for him? He murmured softly to himself, but being able to stay rational in the two-tailed state is already a breakthrough. He released a sigh. Minma pressed his hands together, forming a special hand sign. Koan Yusen, hands falling with gentle precision. An ancient symbol for seat blossomed in the center of his right palm. At the same moment, several dazzling golden chains shot forth from his body. These chains, infused with the pure bloodline power of the Uzumaki clan, wrapped themselves around Naruto's berserk form as if alive, locking down the rampaging tailed beast chakra. In a flash, Minma closed the distance, his right hand glowing with a soft healing light as he placed it gently on Naruto's forehead. The scarlet chakra receded like a retreating tide, exposing the youth's badly burned body beneath. When the last trace of tailed beast power was quelled, Naruto's eyes fluttered closed, and he collapsed forward. Minma caught his brother firmly, the burning heat of Naruto's skin alarming even to the touch. Give him to me. Tsunade appeared in an instant, her palm shimmering with healing chakra as she pressed her hands to Naruto's chest, frowning ever deeper. You are all far too reckless. It hurts. Naruto's lashes trembled as he awakened in a world of pain. His sapphire-blue eyes were veiled with a mist of tears, and every inch of his skin felt as if it had been scorched by flames. Minma brought his wrist to his brother's lips, his voice gentle. Just take one bite, that's all. Naruto instinctively bit down. Vibrant life force surged through him, sweeping his body like a spring breeze. The terrible burns began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Naruto! Kushina darted over like a whirlwind, sweeping her younger son into a fierce embrace. Her crimson hair tumbled down, casting a warm shadow across Naruto's face. When she saw those familiar blue eyes blinking in confusion, her anxious heart finally settled. Suddenly, Kushina stood up, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. Moving with astonishing speed, she delivered a firm, resounding knock to each of their heads. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound echoed across the training field. You two are far too reckless. She stood with hands on her hips, her red hair bristling as if charged by her anger. It was my fault. Minma, clutching his reddened forehead, for once let his composure slip and wore a rare look of grievance. I just wanted to see how much my little brother could handle. On the side, Fugaku Uchiha raised his eyebrows at this, surprise flickering in his eyes. That tone and expression, why does it remind him so much of his own eldest son, who is ever fond of testing others? This has nothing to do with my brother. Naruto, also nursing his head, stubbornly lifted his chin. It was my idea. Seeing the identical stubbornness in both her son's expressions, Kushina felt her anger suddenly melt away. She opened her arms and pulled them both into an embrace, her hands gently stroking their golden hair. Next time, don't be so reckless, okay? A tremor in her voice revealed the depth of her earlier worry. Got it. The two brothers replied in unison. A soft chuckle. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh out loud. Folding her arms, she watched the heartwarming scene, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. Honestly, you're just a bunch of troublemakers. With exaggerated exasperation, she waved her hand. Since everyone's all right, I'll be heading back. I was just about to win back my losses, too. And you say that without a shred of guilt? Minma's lips twitched, barely holding back his retort. Laughter rang out. Hiruzen Sarutobi squinted his eyes as he burst into laughter, the embers in his pipe dancing with each chuckle. He cast a glance at Tsunade, thinking to himself, you're just as good at stirring up trouble as any of them. And for the record, this old man won't be lending you more money. Minato, standing off to the side, scratched his head awkwardly and let out a soft laugh as well. In a mountain forest under the night sky, distant torches flickered in the darkness. Tsunade stood at the front, the moonlight silvering the ends of her golden hair. Her strong brows were tightly knit, her expression remarkably tense. Is all this really necessary? They're just a bunch of mountain bandits. Minma grumbled inwardly, though he couldn't help but be captivated by Tsunade's unusual focus. He crept closer, tried to eavesdrop, curious what sort of ingenious tactic a legendary Sannin might be planning. It would have been great if I'd gone all in just now. This useless hand of mine is to blame. Tsunade muttered in frustration, absent-mindedly rubbing her left wrist with her right hand. A dark shadow instantly fell across Minma's forehead. So that's it. She's replaying the gambling round in her head. And Tsunade. He took a deep breath, doing his best to keep a smile on his face. Don't we have any sort of battle plan? A plan. Tsunade blinked her amber eyes, looking completely at a loss. Why would we need a plan? You're more than capable of handling this alone. She waved her hand nonchalantly, her wide sleeve fluttering in the air with a faint fragrance. Minma was left speechless. All those lessons about teamwork and trusting your comrades that his parents drilled into him, none of it seemed to make sense to Tsunade. Was this her absolute trust in him, or was she just plain lazy? What's wrong? Not up for it. Suddenly, Tsunade leaned in, a teasing smile playing at her crimson lips. As she bent closer, the moonlight shimmered across the faint hint of ivory at her neckline, dazzling and hard to ignore. Do you still want to take part in the Chunin exams? Minma's eyes were irresistibly drawn to that fleeting glimpse of beauty, so much so that he didn't hear a single word Tsunade said after that. It wasn't until a warm, firm palm landed with a thump on his head that he snapped back to reality. You little rascal, what are you looking at? Tsunade chuckled wickedly as she ruffled his blonde hair, so hard that he couldn't help but wince. Ahem, didn't Confucius say that food and desire are only human? Ears turning red, Minma tried to act nonchalant as he stammered. It's just something a scholar would do. Perfectly normal. Tsunade burst out laughing. And which classic did Confucius say that in? She teased. Master Ma said so. Minma hurriedly glanced at his pocket watch to change the subject. Xianglin and the others must have finished laying the explosive tags. Let's get this over with and head home early. He turned and strode toward the bandit camp, twirling his kunai nimbly between his fingers. Still, he couldn't help but think. Just now, he'd truly experienced what it meant to be utterly captivated by fleeting beauty. Just a cheeky brat. Tsunade snorted softly, folding her arms and following at a lazy pace. Moonlight flowed over her statuesque figure, painting her expression with a casual yet confident glow. She wasn't worried about Minma. There were only a handful of people in this world who could threaten him. After all, her gaze lingered instead on Xianglin and Kimimaro lurking in the distance. At the camp's entrance, several bandit guards were lounging against the wooden palisade, drifting in and out of sleep. The torches cast wavering halos across their faces, illuminating their drowsy expressions. Suddenly, one keen-eyed guard snapped awake, eyes wide. Someone's coming. The shout was like ice water thrown onto a frying pan. The guards scrambled in confusion, grabbing their weapons. The scar-faced leader barked harshly. Stop right there. State your business. Minma kept his pace unhurried, the kunai spinning in his fingers like a dancing butterfly. I'm here to send you all on your way. He squinted his eyes and smiled, a chilling expression that sent shivers down the bandits' spines. A ninja. The scar-faced man's pupils contracted sharply, and a cold sweat broke out down his back. In this world, the terror of a ninja was never measured by age. He made his decision in an instant. Seize him, and someone, go warn the others. A dozen bandits howled as they charged, yet in the next moment, every one of them froze in place. Would release. Birth of the tree realm. The instant Minma pressed his palms together, the earth began to tremble. Countless thick roots burst through the ground, twisting and writhing like awakened pythons. Towering trees shot up with startling speed, their massive branches filling the entire mountain stronghold in a heartbeat. The snapping of splintering wood mingled with the bandits' shrieks in one chaotic wave. Groggy bandits, roused from their sleep, found themselves snatched by branches and dangled high above the ground, a haze of green meeting their sleepy, bewildered eyes. Even the guard dogs were wrapped up tightly by vines, reduced to whimpering helplessly. In the blink of an eye, the stronghold was consumed by a primordial forest, the treetops hanging heavy with struggling human fruit. Efficient enough, that's for sure. Tsunade arched an eyebrow as she took in the scene. But isn't this a bit much? She pursed her lips, suddenly feeling that taking this kid along on missions was just plain dull. She barely even had a chance to show her presence as the squad leader. Karen poked her head out of the undergrowth, moonlight flashing on her glasses. Is it over already? She still held an unused explosive tag, clutched tight in her hand. Kimimaro silently withdrew the bone blade he'd extended, his face impassive as he turned his gaze to the figure bathed in gold light. Tsunade and the others landed lightly at Minma's side. Gazing at this patch of sudden, unnatural forest, her expression tightened, and she pressed her hand to her forehead with a sigh. Good grief. Karen couldn't care less about anything else. In a single stride, she darted to Minma, her red hair streaming behind her in the night breeze. Without another word, She ran her hands over him from head to toe, delicate fingers checking every inch, her eyes filled with worry. Minma, are you hurt anywhere? Before Minma could answer, she had already thrust her snowy white wrist in front of him, averting her gaze and biting her lip, the shyness and urgency mingling in her voice. Hurry, just bite me. It'll make you better. Minma gently but firmly pushed her hand away, a bit exasperated. I'm Fine. On the side, Tsunade rolled her eyes so hard she nearly saw stars. She turned to look at Kimimaro, intending to at least compliment this apprentice for being relatively normal, only to notice the white-haired youth staring intently at Minma, a flicker of concern lurking in his usually cool gaze. She felt suddenly exhausted, letting out another long, weary sigh. Why in the world did I ever take this gig as field instructor? Under the forest night canopy, Minma suddenly stopped and glanced back at Tsunade. And Tsunade, when exactly is the Chunin exam you mentioned earlier? Oh, you're interested in joining? Tsunade turned, a sly and meaningful smile curling on her lips. The look on her face alone was enough to tell Minma nothing good ever came from her suggestions. But if you want to become Hokage through the official process, you must first pass the Chunin exams, and then later be promoted to Jonin. The trouble is, you can only enter the Chunin exams if your team's Jonin instructor recommends you. If you have any conditions, just state them plainly. Miyama didn't waste any time, laying his cards on the table. Tsunade blinked, clearly not expecting such directness from him. Her lips curled into a smile. I like your style. As she spoke, she slowly raised a slender finger. First, from now on, you're not allowed to talk back to your teacher. She lifted a second finger. Second, if I hit you, you're not allowed to run or fight back. That's outrageous. Lady Tsunade. Karen jumped forward like an angry kitten, putting herself between Myanmar and Tsunade, hands on her hips. Who makes rules like that? Tsunade simply glanced at her, a look calm as water. Instantly, Karen wilted like a deflated balloon and retreated behind Myanmar. If I can't get through to this brat, I can still handle you, can't I? Tsunade smirked to herself, then turned back to Myanmar, rattling off over a dozen more unequal conditions. By the end, Myanmar's temples were throbbing. He couldn't take it anymore. Fine, I'll just stay a genin forever. Who says a genin can't become Hokage? Tsunade paused in surprise, then laughed even more brightly. She reached out to ruffle Myanmar's blonde hair, surprised at how soft it felt. Don't get worked up. There's a second option. What option? Myanmar instinctively took a half step back, wary. Lend me some money to win back my losses. Tsunade batted her eyes, her gaze full of eagerness. A night breeze slipped through the trees, and a fallen leaf spun down to land between them. Myanmar considered for a long moment, then nodded solemnly. Actually, the first option suddenly seems pretty reasonable. From aside, Karen was hopping with frustration. Myanmar, how can you agree to something so? Tsunade puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, her golden hair swaying with the movement. All she truly wanted was to borrow some money. After all, if she actually hurt this kid, Kushina would never forgive her. It's not like I wouldn't pay you back. Suddenly, she switched to a coaxing smile and casually draped an arm across Myanmar's shoulders. The softness of her touch made the boy freeze up instantly, every muscle tense. If I lose, it's on me. If I win, you get half the winnings. How about it? She even accidentally brushed his arm with her impressive chest as she spoke. Myanmar felt a surge of heat rush to his head, the tips of his ears turning red. Doesn't this woman understand the meaning of boundaries between men and women? Outrageous. On the sidelines, Karen stomped her feet in silent fury, but could only scream in her heart. This old woman, she's decades older, and still tries to seduce Myanmar. Yet seeing her beloved Myanmar wrapped up in Tsunade's embrace, she was suddenly hit by a strange excitement, her cheeks growing inexplicably warm. Wait, what am I even thinking? She frantically shook her head, trying to banish this dangerous idea from her mind. In the end, Face Spread simply couldn't withstand Tsunade's relentless cajoling. Moving unhurriedly, he pulled out his wallet. Fine, you can try to win it back, but your luck's terrible. Next time, you'd better bring me along. Just as Tsunade reached for the wallet, he yanked his hand back in a flash and added another remark. You know how to gamble? Tsunade snatched the wallet with lightning speed, her eyebrows shooting up as if she'd stumbled upon a new world. Face Spread let out a soft chuckle, suddenly sitting up straight. He pointed a proud thumb at his chest. Haven't you heard? Besides being Konoha's #1 prodigy, I have another illustrious title. What title is that? Tsunade asked distractedly, counting the bills in the wallet as she spoke. The god of gambling in the shinobi world. You? Tsunade jerked her head up, every line of her face etched with disbelief. Want to see for yourself? Face spread, raised an eyebrow in challenge. Bring it on. Tsunade, as if conjuring it out of thin air, slapped a die down onto the smooth rock with a decisive thud. Let's see what you're made of. Loser does the winner's laundry for a whole month. Tsunade's lips curled in a sly, not quite smiling arc. Then you'd better be ready to do my laundry for a month. Face spread crossed his arms confidently, his blonde hair shimmering in the night breeze. To think he'd be gambling with the legendary big fat sheep? He could win with his eyes closed. The rules are simple, Tsunade said, rolling up her sleeves and planting one foot on the stone slab. Her red nail polish dazzled in the moonlight, and her rounded toes gleamed like pearls. Whoever rolls the higher number wins. Let's do this. Face spread, tore his gaze away, and locked onto the die, fully focused. Karen and Kimimaro, curiosity piqued, crowded in two, for pairs of eyes fixed intently on the tiny die. After a few rounds, Face spread sat frozen in disbelief, staring at the die on the stone. Once again, a glaring one. Tsunade threw her head back and laughed, hands on her hips, her ample chest quaking with the force of her glee. For the first time in ages, she'd never felt so triumphant. A streak of total victories had her glowing. Well, how about it? Oh mighty god of gambling. This can't be. Face spread muttered to himself, unable to accept reality. He hadn't won a single round against the infamous big fat sheep. You must be cheating. He shot her a look, blue eyes wide with shock. Tsunade only laughed harder at that. She leaned down, sweet breath feathering against his face, and teased. A real gambler owns their losses. You can ask around the shinobi world. When have I ever stooped to cheating? Watching Face spread's bruised ego, Tsunade felt all her years of frustration dissolve. She let out a long, contented sigh and ruffled Face spread's blonde hair with a satisfied grin. Remember, for the next 3 years, all the laundry's yours to wash. Myanmar sat on the ground, utterly defeated, feeling as if he could weep but had no tears left. A silent cry of despair welled up inside him. Gambling ruins lives. Never, ever get involved with it. Morning light streamed through the gaps in the leaves, bathing the village of Konoha in a tranquil, peaceful atmosphere. Myanmar lounged leisurely against the trunk of a tall tree, his arms folded behind his head, eyes closed as he rested. A gentle breeze passed by, causing his golden hair to sway lightly. Beneath the tree, Karen's small head bobbed up and down as she nodded off, her red hair swaying slightly with each movement. Her glasses had unknowingly slipped down to the tip of her nose, but she didn't notice at all, still lost in the haze of sleep. Kimimaro stood quietly to the side, as still and silent as a statue, his indifferent gaze never leaving Myanmar, as if the rest of the world simply didn't exist for him. Suddenly, a brisk set of footsteps broke the quiet calm. Myanmar slowly opened his eyes to see Itachi Uchiha approaching with Sasuke in tow. Itachi's expression remained as calm and composed as ever, while Sasuke trailed after his brother with a hint of nervousness. With a graceful leap, Myanmar dropped down from the tree, barely making a sound as he landed. The movement startled Karen awake. Flustered, she quickly straightened her glasses, her cheeks turning pink as she stole a glance at Myanmar's profile. Itachi, is there something you need? Myanmar asked, a gentle smile on his face. Yes. Itachi nodded, his warm gaze lingering on his little brother for a heartbeat. I was hoping you could guide Sasuke in learning lightning release techniques. His voice was calm and sincere. Among the Konoha shinobi, your mastery of lightning release is second to none. Me? Myanmar blinked in surprise, glancing at Sasuke. Noticing how Sasuke stubbornly turned his face away, only to steal glances every so often, Myanmar couldn't help but find it amusing. In fact, lightning release is actually my weakest area, Myanmar admitted with a shrug. When he caught the flicker of disappointment in Sasuke's eyes, he added meaningfully, but I do know of someone who'd be the perfect teacher for you. Who is it? Sasuke blurted out before he could stop himself. Then, realizing how eager he sounded, a gentle flush tinted his pale cheeks. He edged closer to Itachi, hoping to hide his embarrassment. Seeing his brother's adorable reaction, Itachi's eyes softened with brotherly affection. He asked gently, "You mean Kakashi, don't you?" "That's right." Myanmar nodded. "Kakashi's skill with lightning release rivals my own, and his teaching style would suit you even better." Turning to Sasuke, he spoke with genuine encouragement. "With your talent and potential, I have no doubt you'll master lightning release in no time. Maybe you'll even create a new technique all your own." Hearing these words, Sasuke instantly raised his chin with pride, a triumphant smile spreading across his face that he struggled to hide. After all, he had just been acknowledged by the strongest prodigy in Konoha's history. "Thank you, Myanmar." Itachi gave a slight bow, then turned and left, bringing his younger brother with him. Watching Sasuke's unmistakably smug back as he walked away, Minma couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Sasuke's still as cocky as ever. But rumor had it that ever since they returned from the mission in the Land of Waves, Sasuke seemed like a changed person, training like mad every day and even going out of his way to ask Itachi back to the village for guidance. Is it because of Naruto? Minma murmured thoughtfully to himself, then broke into a resigned smile. I'll never understand those two and their friendship. If Naruto gets himself hurt a few more times, Sasuke might just unlock his Mangekyo Sharingan on the spot. Heading down the familiar road home. From a distance, Minma spotted Naruto, leading Konohamaru and the others, with Sakura hot on their heels, chasing them all over the street. Even as they ran for their lives, Konohamaru couldn't resist sticking his tongue out and making faces back at Sakura. Ugly witch. Violent girl. Nye nye nye. Kono, maru. Sakura's shout was so fierce that birds scattered from the trees. She clenched her fists and charged after Konohamaru, radiating an intimidating fighting spirit. Aya! Konohamaru ran with every ounce of strength he had, only to crash, bam, straight into someone turning the corner. Konohamaru clutched his head and toppled to the ground, still dazed, before suddenly being hoisted up by his collar. Ow, you little brat. Minma narrowed his eyes in recognition. The stranger wore a Sand Village forehead protector and had peculiar markings painted on his face. That must be Kankuro, he thought, eyes shifting to the blonde girl with a massive fan on her back. And that would make her Temari. Don't lose your temper. Temari glanced warily around, warning her younger brother. Careful, or you'll get a beating in a moment. Sakura caught up, panting for breath, and immediately bowed apologetically. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. But Naruto instantly bristled, pointing at Kankuro and shouting, Hey, let go of Konohamaru. Kankuro ignored Naruto's blustering, paying no heed to Temari's warning either. A menacing grin stretched across his face as he shook Konohamaru in the air. Might as well have a bit of fun with you lot before the troublesome one show up. Dangling in midair, Konohamaru struggled with all his might, his face turning beet red. Naruto was already shifting into a fighting stance, while Sakura anxiously scanned their surroundings. She couldn't shake the ominous feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Above the chaos, Minma's gaze swept past the commotion and locked onto a figure hidden in the trees. A faint smile touched his lips as he murmured, Karen. Kimimaro. Came the unspoken reply. The two understood instantly. Keep an eye on Naruto. A sly glimmer appeared in Minma's eyes. We can't have him injuring our own allies by accident. No sooner had he finished speaking than his form vanished without a trace. High up in the branches, Gaara watched the commotion below with frosty indifference, when suddenly, a gentle voice sounded at his ear. Young man, what do you see down there? Gaara's whole body trembled. He nearly tumbled right out of the tree. Sand burst uncontrollably from his gourd, swirling around him in a protective shield. Who are you? He glared with burning eyes at the golden-haired youth who had appeared out of nowhere, rage threatening to erupt. Easy now. Minma waved his hand with a lazy smile, then suddenly leaned in close to Gaara's ear and whispered, just loud enough for only the two of them to hear, Seems like your little tanuki is getting restless. Want me to help you handle it? Gaara's pupils contracted sharply, a wave of icy dread shooting from his feet to the top of his head. He jerked backward, and the sand carried him swiftly down to land beside Temari and Kankuro. Below, Kimimaro was pinning Naruto's arms, his legs still kicking furiously in midair. Let me go. I need to teach that guy who bullied Konohamaru a lesson. Karen had Konohamaru by the scruff of his collar, dangling him like a kitten. Gaara, sweat beaded on Kankuro's forehead, tension clear in his voice. Temari, too, frowned at Gaara. It was rare to see her little brother so shaken. When a golden-haired teen touched down lightly, Temari froze in surprise. She glanced from Minma to Naruto, lips parting slightly. These two, big bro. Naruto took advantage of the chaos to wriggle free of Kimimaro and darted to Minma's side, waving a finger at the three sand shinobi. Who are they? How come I've never seen them before? You should have listened when you were told to read more books. Minma sighed with a helpless smile. You can't even recognize the symbol of the Sand Village on their headbands. Then, turning to address Gaara and his siblings, his tone softened, yet carried an unyielding edge. Guests are always welcome. But if you're here looking for trouble... His eyes narrowed. You'll find Konoha isn't such an easy place to mess with. What are Sand Shinobi doing in our village anyway? Naruto muttered under his breath, scratching his head. We're here for the Chunin exams, obviously. Karen rolled her eyes, exasperated by her clueless cousin. Chunin exams? Naruto blinked in confusion. Then his eyes suddenly widened, like someone lit a fire under him. He grabbed Minma's arm and shook him in excitement. Big bro, can I join the Chunin exams? Jolted and dizzy from the shaking, Minma steadied his brother with a firm hand. You can, but he drew out the last word, teasing. You'll need a recommendation from Kakashi first. As he spoke, his gaze drifted thoughtfully over Gaara and his siblings. Let's go. Gaara's voice was cold as frost. He forced down the swell of unease churning in his chest. The sand slithered silently back into his gourd. That golden-haired youth's presence weighed heavily on him, deeply unsettling. Temari and Kankuro exchanged a glance, then hurried to follow Gaara's brisk retreat. I'm off to find Kakashi-sensei. Like a gust of wind, Naruto tore out of sight. Naruto! Sakura stood rooted to the spot, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. She watched Naruto's figure disappear into the distance, then stole a glance at Minma beside her, a wave of bitterness rising in her heart. The Chunin exams, but I can't match up to them at all. Minma. Sakura forced a smile and bowed slightly. I'll be heading home first. Be careful on your way, Minma replied, his tone gentle. Minma's gaze shifted to the Konohamaru trio, and his expression turned a shade more serious. You three, don't wander around outside. Head home early. Got it, Konohamaru called out as he dashed off with Moegi and Udon, the three vanishing around the corner like a gust of wind. Karen adjusted her glasses. That red-hair brat is dangerous. Kimimaro nodded in silent agreement. Minma, on the other hand, seemed entirely unconcerned. The lazy afternoon sunlight spilled across the streets of Konoha. Minma wandered alone toward the training grounds. Though he'd promised to help Tenten with her training, his steps unconsciously slowed as a familiar figure up ahead caught his attention. Tsunade trudged along, her usual golden hair, once lively and radiant, now dull and lifeless. Her eyes were vacant, her steps unsteady, as if she were a lifeless puppet drifting down the street. Strangely enough, Shizen was right behind her, struggling under the weight of two massive suitcases. Despite the sweat streaming down her face, she wore a broad, beaming smile. What's going on here? Minma arched an eyebrow, puzzled. Tsunade looked as if she'd just lost billions at the gambling table. Yet Shizen seemed honestly delighted. He strode quickly to catch up. And Tsunade, what happened? Lost it all again. It's you. Tsunade lifted her gaze. A fleeting glimmer lit her eyes, only to fade just as quickly. Her voice was drained of energy. Minma grew even more confused. By all accounts, when Tsunade lost money, she'd be raging, swearing to win it back. Not like this. Minma. Shizen put down the suitcases, wiped her brow, and grinned so wide her eyes nearly disappeared. Lady Tsunade actually won today. She didn't lose a single round. What? Minma stared wide-eyed at the two heavy suitcases. All this is her winnings? He found himself glancing up at the sun. Had it really risen in the west today? So why do you look like that after winning? He couldn't keep from asking. Isn't this a good thing? Tsunade let out a long, weary sigh, her gaze filled with mixed emotions as she stared at the boxes overflowing with cash. Ever since she'd beaten Minma in a bet that fateful day, her luck at gambling had soared to impossible heights. Every wager, every game, she'd come out on top. Not a single loss. At first, she'd been uneasy, certain that her luck would bring disaster, as it always had before. But the days passed by uneventfully, and to her shock, she kept winning. The money just kept piling up. Could it be that everything changed because of that single bet with this kid? She suddenly turned to Minma, a brooding look clouding her face. What's the fun in winning all the time? She deliberately mimicked Minma, tilting her head up at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the sky, letting out an exaggerated sigh. That lonely feeling of being a true master. You just wouldn't understand. Hey, why are you copying me? Minma slitted his eyes in annoyance, showing just how displeased he was with her clumsy imitation. Huh! All of a sudden, Tsunade's expression shifted. She seized Minma's cheeks and pulled them from side to side. This is all your fault. Because of you, I don't even enjoy gambling anymore. As she toyed with his cheeks, she grinned mischievously. Well, how are you going to make it up to me? Let go. Minma fought her off, swatting away her hands. Are you out of your mind? You're upset about winning money, and now you're blaming me? Lady Tsunade. Shizen couldn't stand by any longer. She thought back on the tough days, always on the run with Tsunade, sometimes having food, sometimes going hungry, and couldn't help but protest, we finally. All right, Tsunade interrupted, curling her lip, and out of nowhere tossed one of the heavy boxes to Minma. Didn't we agree to split the winnings, 50-50? Huh. Minma awkwardly fumbled with the box, but when he felt the hefty weight, his eyes lit up. There had to be at least a few million Rio in it. A huge grin spread across his face as he hugged the box close. I gotta hide this right away. If Mom finds out, she'll definitely confiscate it again. Look at you, like you've never seen money before. Tsunade shot a disapproving glance at the boy clutching the cash, but then an idea took hold. Throwing an arm around his shoulder, she exclaimed, "Well, since gambling has lost its thrill, you'll have to come drink with me." Lady Tsunade! Shizen immediately tried to intervene, her cheeks flushed with alarm. "Minma's still a kid. What's the problem?" Tsunade tapped Minma's forehead with her finger, a teasing glint in her eyes. "This little guy's way more mature in his mind than you'd think." Lowering her voice, she spoke with deliberate meaning. "If I'm not mistaken, you and that girl called Yugao are dating, aren't you? Do you not just make things up about people?" Minma's ears turned crimson, his eyes darting every which way. "We're just ordinary friends." "Oh sure." Tsunade's grin grew, even more suggestive. "And Karen? What about that Ino girl?" "I told you, we're just friends." Minma turned away, his voice growing softer with each word. "You little scoundrel." Tsunade burst out laughing and, not taking no for an answer, dragged him along toward the tavern. "Come on, you can keep me company for a drink or two." "Lady Tsunade!" Shizun huffed, stomping her feet and trailing after them, clutching the money box as she hurried to catch up. "Wait." Suddenly Minma remembered something, digging in his heels. "I promised a friend I'd help with their training today." "Oh." Tsunade raised her eyebrows, her curiosity reignited. "Another little girlfriend?" "Jay, just a regular friend." Minma gave a nervous laugh, shuffling back a few steps. Fine, go on then." Tsunade suddenly let go and waved her hand dismissively, her interest waning. "I'd rather not get into trouble with Kushina," she said. She muttered this under her breath. Shizen let out a long, relieved sigh. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and then, summoning her courage, turned to the discouraged Tsunade and offered, "How about I have a drink with you?" "You?" Tsunade shot her a look of disdain. "3 drinks, and you're out cold. When you're drunk, you start babbling nonsense to Tonton." "No, I do not." Shizun's face turned crimson in an instant. Nervously, she stole a glance at Minma. Seeing he pretended not to hear and quickly walked away, she finally let out a breath of relief. Minma made his way to the training ground, where he spotted Tintin crouched on the ground, resting her chin in her hands, idly tracing circles on the dirt with a kunai out of sheer boredom. When she caught the sound of those familiar footsteps, she looked up sharply. "Minma!" Tintin leaped up in excitement, but in her eagerness, her vision suddenly went dark, and she pitched forward, stiff as a board. "Careful!" came a gentle warning, as a pair of warm hands caught her shoulders just in time. As Tintin looked up, she met those blue eyes, filled with a hint of laughter. Instantly, her cheeks went hot. Thank you. Why didn't Minma catch me with his body?" The fleeting thought passed, leaving her feeling inexplicably disappointed. "Are you feeling unwell?" Minma noticed the flush on her cheeks and the weariness in her eyes, and asked with concern. "And no, not at all." Tintin shook her head hurriedly, but her gaze was soon drawn to the large box Minma was carrying. "What's that?" "Oh, this," Minma said, giving the box an exuberant pat, a brilliant smile curling on his lips. "Spending money I made from investing. Several million Rio, actually." "Wow, that's amazing." Tintin's eyes sparkled as she started counting on her fingers. "That's almost a monthly earnings of my family's shop." Minma's grin froze. "A month?" He took a deep breath, once again taken aback by this seemingly ordinary girl. No wonder she could casually throw hundreds of shuriken at once. She really was a little heiress. Cough, let's not talk about that." Minma cleared his throat and casually tossed the box into his system space. "Let's begin training. Host, please refrain from attempting to bribe the system. Our system is committed to strict ethical business practices." The mechanical voice sounded in his mind out of nowhere. "You're giving yourself too much credit," Minma muttered through gritted teeth. "It wasn't for you." Tintin tilted her head, looking at Minma, who seemed suddenly distracted. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. Let's start your training." Regaining his composure, Minma turned to her and asked, "What jutsu would you like to learn?" "I think I'm still not good enough with shuriken throwing," Tintin said softly, her cheeks turning a faint shade of pink, her voice barely above a whisper. "Could we do it like before, hand in hand?" "Of course." Minma agreed without hesitation, and casually drew a shuriken from his pouch. With a subtle flick of his wrist, a flash of cold steel sliced through the air. His shuriken landed squarely in the distant bullseye, emitting a crisp, ringing sound upon impact. "Incredible." Tintin clutched her hands to her heart, eyes shining with admiration. Though he felt a twinge of helplessness at her overly enthusiastic applause, a faint sense of pleasure welled up inside Minma. After all, who wouldn't enjoy having such an adorable little fan? Imitating his movements, Tintin threw her own shuriken, but it struck the wooden post at a crooked angle, far from the center. Why is she getting worse? Minma frowned, puzzled. Ten's fundamentals were solid. Could it be that my teaching is somehow at fault? He didn't notice Ten stealing covert glances at him from the corner of her eye. As he stepped closer, preparing to guide her hand in hand, a sly smile crept onto the young girl's lips. Her little scheme had succeeded. Like this. Keep your eyes fixed on the target. Standing behind her, Minma's warm palms wrapped gently around Ten's slender wrists. His breath brushed lightly against her neck, sending a tingle through her body and making her heart thud so wildly she felt it might leap from her chest. Not a single word of his instruction registered in her mind. That's much better. Just a little steadier, and it'll be perfect. Watching Ten's shuriken draw ever nearer to the bullseye, Minma nodded in approval. Looks like my teaching isn't so bad after all. Just a few pointers, and already Ten's progress is obvious. I think I still need a bit more practice. Ten mumbled quietly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. No rush. We've got plenty of time today. Minma offered in a gentle, encouraging tone. Okay. Ten nodded vigorously, sweetness blooming in her heart. For this moment, he belonged to her alone. Hidden behind a shrubbery, a pair of snowy white eyes gazed blankly at the scene before her. Hinata unconsciously clenched her fists so tightly her nails dug in her palms, yet she didn't even notice the pain. Men-makun, she whispered softly, a wave of inexplicable aching spreading through her chest. The closeness between those two in the distance was like a thorn lodged in her heart. Hinata? What's wrong? Kurenai's voice called out from afar. But Hinata didn't hear her at all, eyes fixed firmly on the pair in the training grounds. You are mine. This faint murmur was carried away by the breeze, but took root as a stubborn seed deep within her heart. Night fell, and when Minma pushed open the door to his home, warm lights flooded from within. Minato was home unusually early, currently besieged by Naruto's persistent pleas for the Chunin exam application form. Dad, just give me the application already. Naruto tugged impatiently at Minato's sleeve, rocking him back and forth. Naruto! Kushina stood with her hands on her hips. Don't bother your father. If you want that, you should ask Kakashi. Minato smiled gently, the golden tips of his hair glowing softly in the lamplight. He ruffled Naruto's messy blonde hair. Your mother's right. You need your Jonin instructor's recommendation to participate in the exam. Ah, man. Naruto hung his head like a deflated balloon, but the moment he spotted Minma entering, he sprang back to life. Big bro, where did you go adventuring? Soaking up some sun, Minma replied offhandedly as he walked over and sat down beside Minato. Dad, which villages are participating in this year's Chunin exams? Minato thought for a moment. Among the major nations, only Tsunade has confirmed. Also, we're expecting Grass Village, Amage Cure. He paused, then added, and the recently established Village of Sound. The Village of Sound? Minma's eyelid twitched almost imperceptibly. Is Orochimaru coming? He decided he'd go ask Orochimaru himself, and while he was at it, check on the progress of Kimimura's bloodline disease research. Naruto, oblivious to his brother's odd reaction, was still fretting about the exams. Where in the world did Kakashi-sensei go? I've been looking for him all day. Kushina brought in a steaming hot meal, the aroma instantly filling the room. Time to eat. She shot Naruto a pointed look. You can go search for him tomorrow, no rush. After dinner, Minma excused himself, saying he needed some rest. The moment his door closed, he triggered the Flying Thunder God jutsu. In the blink of an eye, he appeared inside Orochimaru's underground laboratory. To his surprise, the researcher, usually absorbed in experiments, was now sprawled lazily in a chair, eyes closed in repose. Golden earrings swayed gently in the candlelight, lending Orochimaru's pale skin an even more uncanny allure. Rare to see you not elbow-deep in an experiment, Minma observed, raising a brow. Even research demands a sensible break. Minma-kun, Orochimaru murmured, eyelids lifting to reveal slitted pupils sparkling with mischief. The deliberately softened voice sent a shiver down Minma's spine. Any progress on treating Kimimura's bloodline disease? Minma pulled a chair closer, his gaze sweeping across the rows of densely packed vials on the workbench. It's nearly finished, Orochimaru replied, crossing long legs with unusual grace. The voice was mellower than ever, almost pleasing to the ear. It should be done within the next few days. You've really changed, Minma said, giving the now distinctly feminine Orochimaru a once-over before teasing. So should I call you Orochimaru, or Orochiheim now? Whichever Minma-kun prefers, Orochimaru replied, licking their lips, a gesture that once sent chills down spines, but now carried a hint of allure. Oh, enough already, Minma waved a hand in defeat, then asked seriously, "You're sending Nin to the Chunin exams. What for?" The candlelight flickered and popped, and for once, Orochimaru fell into a rare silence. At length, Orochimaru spoke softly. "After all, that's the place I spent decades of my life. I want to go back just for a while." A hint of complexity flashed through those golden, reptilian eyes. And to see the old man. Minma was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected this cold-blooded scientist to still cling to such longings. "Your identity is still far too sensitive." Minma spoke with a solemn air. "When I become Hokage, I'll make sure you can go back." "Well then, thank you." Came the polite reply. Orochimaru suddenly shifted topics, his voice silken. "Would you like me to take care of the fourth Kazekage for you? After all, he's an obstacle on your path, Minma-kun." "No need. He's a trivial character, hardly worth worrying about." Minma narrowed his eyes, tapping his fingers lightly against the back of the chair. "Raza may be a fool, but we can't be the ones to deal with him." A low, knowing chuckle escaped Orochimaru. He stood slowly, his lab coat sweeping out in a graceful arc. "Well then, I'll return to my experiments." Minma watched that departing figure heading for the lab bench, lost in thought. "I'll head out first. Don't waste too much time," he called, turning to leave. His robe traced a curve through the air. "Kimimaro still needs to take part in the Chunin exams." "Minma-kun." Orochimaru's voice echoed through the vast, empty laboratory, suddenly stopping him. "Something else." Minma glanced over his shoulder. "I have a student in the village." Orochimaru leaned on the lab bench, idly running his fingers along a test tube. "I hope you'll keep an eye on them." At that, Minma arched an eyebrow, the corners of his lips curling with playful intrigue. "You've changed quite a bit, Orochimaru." In the flickering candlelight, a rare gentleness surfaced on Orochimaru's pale face. "Well, things change," he murmured, lifting his gaze. In those slit-pupiled eyes, a storm of fervor roiled. "I've seen a new wind rising. I'm curious where it might push the world of shinobi." That burning gaze made even Minma look away, uncharacteristically unsettled. "As long as it makes you happy." Before the words had fully faded, Minma's figure vanished without a trace. Morning sunlight spilled over the streets of Konoha. Naruto waved the Chunin exam application, fresh from Kakashi, with infectious excitement, his grin outshining the daylight. "You're so happy now, but you'll be embarrassed if you don't pass the exams." Karen teased, adjusting her glasses with a smile. "Oomph, I'll at least get second place." Naruto shot back, pouting in protest. "You can't even beat Kimimaro, you know," Karen teased, drawing out her words and glancing at the quietly observing white-haired boy. Kimimaro merely smiled gently, his calm eyes fanning Naruto's stubbornness. "That may not be true anymore." Naruto snapped. Suddenly, Naruto realized someone was missing. "Huh? Where's Big Bro? Why isn't he here yet?" "He went to get the application from Lady Tsunade." Karen sighed, propping her chin on her hand, instantly deflated. "She's probably the most irresponsible jonin in all of Konoha." Tsunade. The mention of Tsunade made Naruto suddenly appreciate what a model teacher Kakashi was. Well, apart from the constant tardiness, terrible sense of direction, addiction to make-out paradise, and the habit of slacking off during training. At this thought, Naruto scratched his head and muttered under his breath, "I guess she's not that much better than Aunt Tsunade, after all." Minma scoured every casino and tavern in town, looking for Tsunade, but she was nowhere to be found. With no other choice, he made his way to the old Senju clan manor. The manor, once the epitome of prestige, still exuded a sense of grandeur. Its sprawling courtyards and opulent buildings were a silent testament to its former glory, though now the place felt astonishingly deserted. As soon as Minma stepped into the main hall, he spotted Taunton crouched all alone in a corner, looking thoroughly glum. The moment the little pig saw Minma approaching, it trembled with fear and, with a startled squeal, bolted away instantly. It hadn't forgotten. This boy always seemed to have the terrifying idea of roasting it for dinner. Quite the sprinter, that one. Minma shook his head and let out a soft chuckle, then glanced around. Shizen isn't here either? Where could they have gone? Just as he was about to leave, the door opened and Shizen walked in, carrying a basket of groceries on her arm. "Shizen, you actually cook yourself?" Minma asked, genuinely surprised. Shizen raised an eyebrow. "Who else if not me? You'd expect Lady Tsunade to step into the kitchen." "Fair point." Minma laughed sheepishly. "Getting Tsunade to cook? Absolute fantasy." "Oh, right." He changed the subject quickly. "Where's Aunt Tsunade?" "She should still be sleeping, I think." Shizen set down the basket and wiped her hands. "I'll go wake her up for you." "Thank you, Shizen." Minma sat down on the sofa in the living room to wait. Minutes ticked by, but upstairs, all remained quietly still. Glancing at his pocket watch, a deep frown formed on his face. The submission deadline was fast approaching. At last, Shizun descended the stairs, looking defeated. I couldn't wake her. Lady Tsunade drank too much last night. What? Mima was dumbfounded. How could his unreliable teacher forget something this important? Is it urgent? Shizun asked, catching sight of his troubled expression. It's our Chunin exam application form. Mima replied helplessly. She still hasn't handed it to us. Oh no, Shizun gasped, quickly following with a frustrated sigh. Unbelievable. She could forget something so important. After a brief pause, she suggested, why don't you try waking her yourself? I'll look for where she put the application forms. Minma let out a long sigh and resigned himself to fate as he trudged upstairs. This sensei was the very definition of irresponsibility. He strode to Tsunade's bedroom door and knocked gently. Aunt Tsunade? With no answer, he hesitated a moment, then pushed the door open. I'm coming in. But before he could finish his sentence, the sight in front of him made him freeze in place. Tsunade was already awake, clutching her temples in pain as if fighting off a splitting headache. With her other hand, she was busy changing clothes. A large swath of pale, flawless skin dazzled his eyes, and the sight of her ample curves sent a rush of blood straight to his head. He'd never seen anything quite so impressive. Bang! A pillow whizzed through the air and struck him with such force that he stumbled backward. What are you doing? Holding his nose where he'd been hit, Mima protested. What are you looking at? Tsunade, now fully dressed in a flash, strode over with a stormy expression. Her hands were planted on her hips, accentuating her ample curves, which left Minma dizzy and utterly dazed. It's just human nature, Minma muttered under his breath. I didn't mean to. I knocked, but you didn't answer. I thought it was Shizun. Tsunade grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out to the living room like a scruffy kitten. How was I supposed to know it was you? You little pervert. Tossed on a couch, Minma tidied his collar, grumbling, I'm just here to get the application form. Application form? Tsunade blinked, then smacked her forehead, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. A rare moment of awkwardness for her. I almost forgot. You. Minma glanced at his pocket watch, hopping with anxiety. Hurry up. I'll be late. All right. Tsunade dashed into her study. The sound of drawers rummaging and bottles clattering echoed in the background. Moments later, she came rushing back, slapping the crumpled application form against Minma's chest. Here, take it. Suddenly, she softened, her smile turning warm as she ruffled his blonde hair. Want your teacher to come with you? No need. Without another word, Minma vanished in a flash, desperate to escape before anything else went wrong. Watching the now empty living room, Tsunade chuckled and shook her head. That kid. Sunlight spilled through the window, casting an unusually gentle glow across her face. Minma sprinted all the way to the Chunin exam building. From a distance, he could see both Kimimaro and Karen anxiously waiting at the entrance. Minma. Karen's eyes lit up with relief as she dashed over and threw herself into his arms. Catching her deftly, Minma quickly handed out the applications. Go. Hurry in, we're almost late. Because of Tsunade's carelessness, the three hurriedly submitted their forms, making their way at once to the venue for the first exam. The doors swung open, and suddenly, the view widened to reveal a spacious hall packed with throngs of examinees, already in position. Minma. Before he could take in the scene, a soft, fragrant body pounced on him from behind. Ino, nimble as ever, hopped on his back, her golden hair cascading in a waterfall over his shoulders, tickling his neck. I haven't seen you for days. I missed you so much. Ino pig, get off Minma now. Karen instantly bristled, her hand at her glasses trembling in rage. Neener. Ino stuck out her tongue provocatively. Jealous, Four Eyes? The two girls immediately squared off, launching into a heated quarrel. Women's such a pain. Leaning against the wall, Shikamaru wore the look of a man resigned to his fate. Choji, meanwhile, kept shoveling chips into his mouth and enthusiastically offered a bag. Minma, if you want to learn the expansion jutsu, just treat me to some barbecue. Next time, I promise. Minma hurriedly cut him off, afraid Choji might blurt out something strange right on the spot. Minma-kun. Hinata, mustering her courage, walked lightly toward Minma. Though her cheeks were still tinged with pink, she could now approach him in front of everyone with a calm composure. Her pure white eyes seemed a bit different than usual. Hinata, has the training been hard these past few days? Minma asked gently, his gaze sweeping the exam hall with quiet attentiveness. Aside from a few Chunin examiners disguised as candidates, the only ones worth noticing were Gaara from the sand and the one-tailed Shikaku inside him. And no, it hasn't been hard. Hinata's voice was soft and sweet, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. As long as I think about you, Minma, can no matter how tough the training, I can endure it. Minma was about to reply when a sudden sharp gaze made itself felt. He didn't even need to look to know. It was definitely Niji Hyuga, the notorious Big Brother protector. Choosing to ignore Niji, Minma instead turned and flashed a smile at Tenten. Tenten instantly lifted her hands to her cheeks, beaming with happiness in response. Big bro, what took you so long? Naruto, copying Sasuke, stuck his hands in his pockets and tried to look as cool as possible. Ran into a minor hiccup. Minma answered simply, his eyes glancing over Sasuke, who stood in the same pose by Naruto's side. He noticed Sasuke's entire attention was locked on Niji and Rock Lee, battle spirit burning in his eyes. Meanwhile, Sakura was frantically trying to break up a heated quarrel between Ino and Karen, both faces flushed with argument. Kiba, with Akamaru atop his head, watched the spectacle with amusement, while Shino leaned silently against the wall, his sunglasses reflecting a chilly gleam. All this commotion drew the attention of every candidate in the hall. Most out-of-town shinobi cast wary or unfriendly glances, while the Konoha genin all flashed friendly smiles. Regardless of Minma's identity as the Hokage's son, his title as Konoha's greatest genius in history had already left a deep impression. Gaara stood quietly in a corner, his gourd of sand rustling ever so slightly. He fixed Minma with an unwavering stare, instinctively sensing the pressure radiating from this blonde youth. My name's Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto suddenly burst to the front, one hand on his hip, the other pointing to every candidate in the hall. His golden hair gleamed, and his sky-blue eyes burned with fighting spirit. I won't lose to any of you. Listen up, he declared boldly. Second place in this exam is mine. In an instant, the whole exam hall fell silent. Minma put a hand to his forehead. Is this what they call social confidence? Ah, my foolish little brother. Shikamaru watched helplessly. Sure, he sounds passionate and all, but somehow, something just feels off. Shino adjusted his sunglasses and calmly analyzed the situation. It's only natural to feel something's off, because what he's emphasizing is the second. Why the second? A candidate from the Hidden Rain village couldn't help but interrupt. And you say that so confidently? Of course, that's because Naruto's grin was dazzling as he threw an arm around Minma's shoulders. Because first place obviously goes to my big brother. The entire room fell into another strange silence. Here we go again. Sakura immediately yanked Naruto down, so embarrassed her toes curled against the floor. Can't you just not do this every time? Her second-hand embarrassment was flaring up again. Minma also felt awkward, subtly taking a half-step back. Suddenly, a sharp, murderous aura hurtled straight towards Naruto. His gaze sharpened, and in that moment, Dosu from the Sound Village moved like a wraith, closing in fast. One side of his face was wrapped in bandages, and the solitary eye that showed gleamed with ruthless intent. From beneath his sleeve, the many-holed arm guard shot out, aiming directly for Naruto's face. Just as the arm guard was a mere 3 inches away, Minma's figure flickered and appeared in a burst of speed. With a single hand, he caught Dosu's wrist, the force so precise and measured that Dosu's attack was halted in an instant. What? Dosu's pupils contracted, cold sweat breaking out across his brow. His whole arm trembled beyond his control. How did you? I suggest you follow the rules here. Minma's voice was calm as his fingers tightened just slightly. Crack! The steel arm guard, said to be forged from tempered metal, was crushed as effortlessly as a biscuit. The crowd erupted in shock. Unbelievable! That's one of Sound Village's special issue guards. So this is the strength of Konoha's prodigy? Dosu staggered backwards, staring in disbelief at his ruined weapon, lips trembling as if he couldn't utter a sound. His teammates Zaku and Kin were even more stunned. Is this a joke? He crushed Dosu's arm guard with his bare hand. We're done for. How are we supposed to explain this to Lord Orochimaru? Minma gave him a cool, dismissive glance. He wasn't even interested in scolding them. If you're not even worth being called pawns, you're really not worth his attention. Silence. A deep, stern voice rang out, and Ibiki Marino entered at last, flanked by his team of proctors. Beads of sweat were gathering on the chief proctor's forehead. With the Hokage's 2 sons present and so spirited, the pressure was immense. His piercing gaze swept across the room, his tone cold as ice. I'll now announce the exam rules. Instantly, the examination room went dead silent. No fighting is permitted without explicit permission, and even if allowed, no lethal force will be tolerated. Under the lights, the scar on Ibiki's face looked even fiercer. Anyone who breaks the rules will be disqualified immediately. Do you all understand? Seeing the candidates fall into nervous silence, he nodded in approval. Now, the first round of the Chunin selection exams begins. Take your seats according to your exam numbers. The written papers will be distributed shortly. Written exam. Naruto was instantly petrified, turning mechanically toward Minma, his eyes brimming with despair. That's perfectly normal. Minma raised an inquisitive eyebrow. Didn't Brother Kakashi tell you? Oh no, this is a disaster. Naruto grabbed his head and let out a wail that echoed throughout the exam hall. As the perpetual underachiever in the Ninja Academy's written exams, the written test felt like a death sentence to him. Dead last. Sasuke's lips curled in contempt. He'd finally found a field where he could crush Naruto without effort. Naruto! Sakura looked at him with concern. As a top student in theory, she knew all too well how little hope Naruto had. Come on, you can do it. Minma could only pat his brother's shoulder with a helpless sigh. After all, he'd inherited their mother's academic talent. He sighed inwardly. The whole family had nearly exhausted themselves trying to help Naruto with his schoolwork. Their genius father was far too busy with his duties as Hokage, and their mother's own academic abilities were nothing to shout about. As for his own attempts at teaching, he shook his head. Some people just weren't born for studying. With quiet confidence, Minma took his seat, completely unconcerned about Naruto's performance in the written exam. If worst came to worst, he'd let his brother hand in an essay titled My Father, the Hokage, that would almost certainly get him through. Just as he sat down, he noticed Ino on his right, making a playful V sign at him. Up ahead, Karen lay sprawled on her desk like a wilted eggplant, while Hinata in the row behind watched him in silence, her gaze gentle and calm. As for the left side, wait, Iron Bro, you're a proctor too? Minma grinned widely. My name is Tetsu, the examiner said, exasperated. And while I'm proctoring, please refrain from chatting with me. Understood. Minma straightened and sat up properly. At that moment, Ibiki picked up a stick of chalk and, with a thunderous voice, began to lay out the rules on the blackboard. There are several important regulations for this exam, and no questions will be accepted. First, each person begins with 10 points. There are 10 questions, each worth 1 point. You lose 1 point for every incorrect answer. The chalk screeched across the blackboard. Second, the scores will be calculated as the sum of each three-person team's points. What? An instant uproar erupted in the room. Sakura shot up from her seat. Why are scores counted as a group? Enough questions. Ibiki barked, his voice cutting sharply through the commotion, though inwardly he thought, Girl, you should be glad you're grouped with the Hokage's son. And the most crucial rule. He rapped the blackboard with heavy emphasis. If a proctor determines that you're cheating, or even suspects you of cheating, you will lose 2 points from your 10 for each infraction. In other words, some of you may be eliminated before the exam is over. Stay calm. Sakura told herself, struggling to keep her composure. As long as Sasuke and I do well, even if Naruto scores 0, we'll still be fine. Before she could finish, Ibiki's cold chuckle shattered her illusion. One more rule. If anyone in a team scores 0, the entire group fails. What? Sakura froze on the spot, her pencil slipping from her fingers and clattering onto the desk. Sasuke's eyes narrowed sharply, and both he and Sakura turned to glare daggers at Naruto with barely concealed hostility. Yikes! Naruto shrank into his seat, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Teach, those eyes are terrifying. Ibiki swept his gaze across the room. The final question will be announced in 45 minutes. You have a total of 1 hour for the test. He slammed his palm onto the lectern. Now begin. As test papers rustled from hand to hand, Naruto stared at the dense sea of questions, his vision swimming with anxiety. TCH. Minma glanced at his younger brother, who was scratching his head in frustration, and curled his lip in disdain. He flipped through the exam booklet with hardly a glance before tossing it aside, sprawling out across his desk. Time for a nap. A question read. A ninja stands atop a 7-meter-tall tree and throws a shuriken. Calculate the maximum distance for parabola B. Analyze the likely traits of an enemy ninja encountered, give supporting reasons, and finally, come up with a cool name for this move. Did the person who made these questions lose their mind? Either way, he knew without a doubt he'd pass, so he simply closed his eyes and rested. Minma? Ino had no idea how to tackle the exam either. She was all set to copy answers, only to see Minma boldly napping. She blinked her big eyes, and while the proctor was distracted, she furtively poked Minma's arm with her fingertip. Hey, why are you sleeping? If you don't know the answers, I can let you copy mine. She muttered in a hushed voice. Not that I know everything either, but I'm really good at cheating without getting caught. Thanks, Ino. Minma lazily cracked one eye open and shot her a smile. I'm just going to close my eyes for a bit. Wake me up when it's almost time to hand in the papers. But Ino bit back her concern. Relax, I'll definitely pass. Minma winked at her. Well, all right. Ino gave up, shoving her own paper aside and slumping down on her desk to imitate Minma. Of course, she couldn't actually fall asleep. Instead, her mind ran wild with fantastical daydreams of going on a date with Minma, an involuntary smile curling at her lips as she got lost in her own sweet world. Minma-kun. Behind her, Hinata watched Minma anxiously, then glanced at the proctor massaging his temples beside her. A blush crept over her cheeks, and she actually put down her pen. If Minma-kun spends his whole life as a genin, then I'll stay by his side too. Just thinking about it sent a wave of heat to her ears. It did feel a little unfair to Shino and Kiba, though. This is just too much. Metal Lee stared at the trio with a mixture of outrage and heartbreak, but he didn't dare say a word. After all, even Chief Examiner Ibiki was pretending not to notice. Inside the exam hall, the sharp-minded candidates soon realized the true nature of this written test, a competition in intelligence gathering and information analysis. Scholarly types like Sakura and Kimimaro were already scribbling furiously, the rapid scratching of their pens echoing through the silence. Niji's Byakugan, Sasuke's Sharingan, and Gaara's sand-shrouded eyes each began to work their unique magic. And Naruto, his mind had utterly short-circuited, leaving him with nothing but the soundless wail of despair. Whenever the proctor picked up his pen to make notes, the tense candidates would shudder, terrified that their own attempts at cheating were about to be discovered. Meanwhile, in his half-awake, half-dreaming state, Minma observed the situation in the examination room. He noticed that Kiba was the boldest of them all, managing to exchange answers with Akamaru through a series of barks and whispers. Shino's insects weren't too shabby either when it came to covert assistance. As for Tenten, who was manipulating a tiny mirror with her threads to help Lee cheat, well, it was clear Ibiki was turning a blind eye as a favorite guy. Minma glanced at the relaxed Shikamaru and Shuji, both nonchalantly finishing their answers, and couldn't help but smile to himself. As expected, everything in this world boiled down to social connections. No, please, give me another chance. As one disqualified candidate after another was dragged out of the room, their wailing shrieks made Naruto shudder with fright. Desperate, he turned to his brother for help, only to be stunned by the sight before him. His brother was sleeping. Naruto was gobsmacked. Wasn't his brother supposed to be a top student? If he scored 0 on this test, Mom would surely flatten them both. Imagining Kushina's fury, he couldn't help but worry for their behinds. Forget it. Naruto, surrendering to hopelessness, mimicked Minma by slumping down onto his desk. The brothers' alternating snores made the corners of Ibiki's mouth twitch uncontrollably, but he could only pretend not to notice. Minma, as 45 minutes slipped by, Ino gently nudged the boy beside her. Minma slowly opened his drowsy eyes, absent-mindedly rubbing at the corners, his fingertips lingering for a moment before he finally noticed the worry etched across her face. Is time up? It is, Ino nodded, stealthily sliding her completely filled answer sheet towards Minma. Copy for mine, she whispered. No need. Minma shook his head, smiling warmly. He turned to look at the platform. Chief Examiner Ibiki was tapping the desk with his rough fingers, that scar running down his cheek casting an even more menacing shadow than before. Now, I will announce a rule designed to drive you to utter despair. A rule of utter despair. The examination room was immediately filled with a chorus of sharp intakes of breath. Sakura's pen slipped from her fingers and clattered onto the desk. Shikamaru's hand froze beneath his chin, and even Sasuke, usually the picture of composure, unconsciously tensed up. Minma caught Naruto in the corner of his eye, groggily rubbing the back of his head, clearly just awoken by the commotion. Just as I thought. He mused silently. Ibiki, as the head of the ANBU interrogation unit, always strikes directly at the mind. You may now choose whether or not to attempt the 10th question. Ibiki's voice rang out with chilling clarity in the deathly silent hall. He swept his gaze across the candidates, letting his eyes linger on each face as though peeling away their every pretense of calm. What happens if we choose not to take the 10th question? Temari's voice rang out sharply. If you choose not to... Ibiki's mouth curled into a cold grin. You'll walk away with a score 0. He deliberately paused for a moment, satisfied as he watched the faces of several genin turn deathly pale in an instant. It simply means you lose your right to take the exam, and the rest of your team is eliminated alongside you. And he suddenly raised his voice. If you choose to answer but can't determine the correct answer, that candidate will be permanently disqualified from taking the Chunin exams. You've got to be kidding. Kiba slammed the table and shot to his feet. The exam hall instantly erupted into chaos. Minma, you should just write something down. Ino, growing anxious, clutched at Minma's sleeve. She stared at that blank test paper, deep worry clouding her eyes. If you fail, Aunt Kushina will give you a real beating. Her voice trembled ever so slightly. Minma's expression stiffened. With a soft sigh, he finally picked up his pen and began to scribble aimlessly on the paper. Kids still don't understand anything at all. His bold, sweeping strokes quickly fill the empty space. This test, it's never really been about the questions. Naruto was especially flustered at this moment. Unease flickered in his bright blue eyes as he looked over to Minma for help. Minma understood at once, knowing full well that his little brother had lost all confidence. Looking around, he saw that most of the genin in the room had been beaten down by Ibiki's psychological tactics. One after another, they slumped in defeat, abandoning their seats. Chief Examiner, it's time to reveal the 10th question. Minma stood up calmly, his golden hair swaying ever so slightly with his movement. Ibiki paused in contemplation. He scanned the exam hall, noting that the number of eliminations had met his expectations. Then, in a deep, steady voice, he announced, "The 10th question is this. If you choose to remain, congratulations. You've passed the first round of the exam." Naruto's eyes grew wide, his mouth falling open in disbelief. He glanced down at his nearly blank sheet, then looked back at the examiner, unable to believe that he could pass like this. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if maybe this exam wasn't as impossible as it had seemed. Minma paid no attention to Ibiki's lengthy explanation that followed, resting his chin in his hand as his thoughts drifted away. What should I eat later? The first Chunin exam had ended. Congratulations on making it through. Ibiki finally wrapped up his speech. Just as Minma was about to rise, a dark shadow, moving as swift as lightning, crashed through the window. Glass shattered with a dramatic crash, and the intruder unfurled a huge black cloth emblazoned with Second Examiner, tossing it over Ibiki and covering him completely. Seriously, this guy is a handful. Ibiki shook his head in resignation, yet there was a hint of relief in his eyes. Anko Mitarashi made her entrance with a spectacular flourish. She wore her iconic fishnet bodysuit under a gray-brown trench coat, paired with a sandy-yellow miniskirt. Every move radiated wild, untamed energy. Frankly, she looked downright fierce. Myanmar watched the examiner, who seemed like a female version of Naruto, and couldn't help but cover his forehead and mutter under his breath. Just what did Orochimaru teach her? Kids, now is definitely not the time to be celebrating. Anko thrust one hand into the pocket of her trench coat, while sweeping her other arm out with bold confidence, and announced in a sonorous voice, "I'm the chief examiner for this second round, Anko Mitarashi." She raised her fist high with a spark of excitement in her eyes. "The next test is about to begin. Everyone, follow me." The examination room fell dead silent. The candidates stared at each other in bewilderment, their faces written with astonishment. Sakura's lips twitched as she couldn't help but mutter quietly, "Why does this examiner act just like Naruto?" Anko's soaring enthusiasm was instantly doused. She pursed her lips in displeasure, her gaze sweeping over the sea of bewildered faces below. "This isn't like the you I remember at all." Turning to Ibiki, she complained with a glint of mischief in her eye, "But in this second round, I'm going to eliminate at least half of you." As her eyes inadvertently swept past Myanmar, her pupils suddenly contracted. "The eldest son of the Hokage's household is here to take the exam, too?" She was shocked by the realization, a flicker of surprise flashing across her face. Anko stared in disbelief at the blonde-haired youth, secretly wondering, they call him Konoha's greatest prodigy. Does he really need to take this kind of exam? An intangible pressure suddenly pressed down on her heart as realization set in. So that explains the look of relief Ibiki gave her earlier. Why did nobody give me a heads up about this? Irritated, Anko shot a sharp look at Ibiki, who pretended not to notice and merely cleared his throat. "From here, I leave it to you." Left with no choice, Anko braced herself and pressed on. "When you arrive at the site tomorrow, I'll explain the exam rules in detail. As for the exact location and time..." She paused for a beat. "Go ask your Jonin instructors. For now, you're dismissed." No sooner had she finished speaking than Myanmar swiftly stood up and left his seat. Ino and Karen sprang up almost simultaneously, neither willing to give way as they squeezed toward the door. In the cramped doorway, both of them got stuck, neither willing to back down an inch. This unexpected traffic jam left the other candidates trapped inside the classroom. What a hassle. Shikamaru lounged lazily against his chair, watching the commotion unfold in front of him. Suddenly, a sly glint flashed in his eyes. Raising his voice on purpose, he called out, "Hey, look, Hinata and Myanmar have already run off together." "What?" Karen and Ino screamed in unison, instantly abandoning their tussle for the door and dashing out in hot pursuit. Both of them cursed inwardly. Who'd have thought that seemingly timid Hinata would turn out to be so cunning? Well played, Shikamaru. Kiba grinned, hands shoved in his pockets. He had no intention of missing mealtime because of this farce, so he strode easily through the door, which had finally cleared. Minma was on his way to check on Orochimaru's preparations when he suddenly sensed light footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw Hinata following closely, her pale fingers fidgeting restlessly, a gentle blush tinting her cheeks. "Hinata?" He paused and asked in a gentle voice. "Is there something you need?" Hinata took a deep breath, summoning her courage to lift her head. Determination shone in her snow-white eyes. She spoke softly. "I'd like to invite you to eat ramen with me, Minma." But the moment their eyes met, she shrank back like a startled rabbit, bowing her head again as her voice dwindled into a whisper. If that's all right." Minma was mildly taken aback, surprised by Hinata's sudden invitation. He glanced up at the sky, where the sunset was deepening, took a moment to consider, then replied warmly, "I have a few things to take care of right now. If it's not urgent, would you mind waiting for me a little while?" "Yes." Hinata nodded with bright enthusiasm, her voice barely containing her excitement. "I'll wait for you no matter how long it takes, Minma." Minma reassured her with a gentle smile before activating the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, he appeared inside an inconspicuous inn, Orochimaru's current hideout. Minma-kun. Orochimaru's disguise was flawless. Anyone not paying close attention could have been fooled. Minma glanced at the four-sound nin standing nearby. Orochimaru, catching his meaning at once, waved a hand to dismiss them. Habitually licking his lips, Orochimaru ventured, "Did you come about Kimimaro?" "Yes." "Are you ready?" Minma picked up an apple from the table and toyed with it absent-mindedly. "All preparations are complete." Orochimaru passed him a fruit knife. With practiced ease, Minma peeled the apple. The silver blade gleamed as it drew graceful arcs through the air. Taking a crisp bite, he asked, "How long will the treatment take?" "Around a week," Orochimaru replied, narrowing his golden, serpentine eyes with a sly, meaningful smile. "Will this get in the way of your exams?" "I'll finish the second exam as quickly as I can." Minma finished the apple in a few bites, tossing the core into a distant trash bin with pinpoint accuracy. When the time comes, just send him directly to the base for treatment. Remembering Hinata was still waiting, Minma didn't linger. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly asked, "Have you seen Grandpa, Sarutobi?" "It's not time yet." Orochimaru's gaze grew distant, golden slit eyes stirring with memories from the past. His long fingers unconsciously stroked the window frame, and his voice softened, as if afraid even a whisper might disturb something fragile. Suddenly, he turned around and locked eyes with Minma, asking in an uncharacteristically direct manner, "Minma, what do you think determines a ninja's worth?" It was a simple question, yet coming from him, it carried an indescribable weight. Minma's eyelashes flickered ever so slightly, a flash of wariness passing through his eyes. He immediately sensed the deeper meaning in Orochimaru's words, and his tone turned cold. "Orochimaru, since when did you become so bored?" "It's just a casual question. I want to have a discussion with you." Orochimaru habitually licked his lips, but today, the usual cunning was replaced by a genuine trace of confusion in his smile. "If this is what you want to talk about, you should go to Jiraiya instead." Minma drew a long, steady breath, his expression solemn as he delivered a stern warning. "Not a single thing must happen to Grandpa Sarutobi, especially while my father sits in power." "I understand." Orochimaru closed his eyes slowly, a faint, unreadable smile playing at his lips. "I'm not foolish enough to try something like that." His voice became distant, almost ethereal. "Jiraiya will be back soon, and Tsunade as well." Those were such memorable days. In that moment, Minma realized that the once sinister and brooding man before him now carried an air of detachment, as if something had lifted. Golden rays from the setting sun poured through the lattice of the window, casting mottled shadows on Orochimaru's pale profile, giving him an almost holy glow. "Did something get to you?" For once, Minma found himself genuinely concerned about his subordinate's state of mind. "No." Orochimaru shook his head. As he turned, a sudden fire flared up in his eyes. He stepped forward, excitement trembling in his voice. "Ever since I discovered what's special about you, Minma, I feel as if I've finally found the meaning of life." "What are you up to?" Startled by Orochimaru's frantic intensity, Minma instinctively took a half step back. A flash of suspicion flickered through his gaze. "Don't be nervous, Minma." Orochimaru laughed softly at the reaction, waving his hand dismissively. "I'm not interested in anything like that." He glanced with subtle implication at Minma's cautious posture and explained with deliberate slowness, "It's your cells, Minma. They harbor secrets that are endlessly fascinating." 5 chakra natures? No, that's not ordinary chakra. I can sense something completely different. As he spoke, Orochimaru reverted to that all-too-familiar guise of a mad scientist. A feverish flush colored his pale cheeks, and his hands traced inscrutable shapes in the air, his voice trembling in anticipation. Calm down first. Minma pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation, doing his best to rein in the scientist lost in his own mania. Just what is it that you've discovered? It's a kind of power I still can't fully comprehend right now. Orochimaru took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, though the fervor in his eyes showed no sign of waning. But what I am certain of, he said, is that it contains endless possibilities. As for that would-release attribute, it's even more vital than the cells of the first Hokage, and far less likely to provoke rejection. At this point, the perpetually proud scientist revealed a rare hint of embarrassment. There's something I must apologize for. I transplanted Minmakuin's cells without permission. He gently touched his own arm, and his voice settled, quiet and steady. Though it's a far cry from the original, I can feel it. The gate to eternity is almost within reach. As for the cure for Kimimaro, a proud gleam flashed in Orochimaru's golden, serpentine eyes. It's to use Minmakuin's cells to completely transform his constitution. Minma was at a loss for words. All he could do was blink in confusion. At that moment, Orochimaru radiated a strange aura, a kind of loneliness born from towering above all others, the same chill that now clung to Tsunade, who never lost a single bet. Am I really that extraordinary? Even after leaving Orochimaru's lair, Minma couldn't help but doubt himself. He called out silently in his heart, "System, are you truly a cultivation system? This system is founded on integrity and reliability. Host, guard against arrogance, and remain grounded. With the system's assistance, you will live as long as the heavens and shine alongside the sun and moon." Your program must have updated. With a helpless sigh, Minma found himself thoroughly unable to lose his patience with the system. Minma arrived at the meeting spot. Under the dim yellow streetlight, Hinata was still standing there quietly, waiting. The night breeze gently lifted her violet hair. He approached unhurriedly, golden hair gleaming warmly beneath the light. "Hinata, let's go," he said softly, his blue eyes incredibly gentle. Okay." Hinata seemed lost in thought, and it wasn't until Minma's voice reached her that she snapped back to reality. A soft blush bloomed across her pale cheeks. She hurriedly lowered her head, fingers twisting together with nervous energy. Side by side, they headed toward Ichiraku Ramen. Hinata's gaze kept darting to Minma's hand tucked in his pocket. Caught up in her own musings, she gave her head a sudden shake, and her face turned as red as a ripe apple. "What's wrong?" Minma asked, turning his head in concern. He reached out naturally, his palm gently pressing to Hinata's forehead, brows knitting in worry. "No fever." Hinata squeaked like a startled bunny, so sudden that Minma quickly pulled his hand back. She looked about ready to steam, and Minma gave an awkward little laugh. "Sorry, I thought you weren't feeling well. It's really all right." Hinata turned her face away, her voice barely audible, like the faintest whisper of a mosquito. "If it's you, Minma, then it's all right." Minma swallowed unconsciously, feeling as if there was some special meaning hidden in her words. The warm glow of Ichiraku Ramen quickly dispelled the delicate tension that had just formed between them. Minma skillfully ordered 2 bowls of their signature ramen, then, after a brief thought, added a third to the order. "Is that last one for Naruto?" I, jotting down their order, looked up with a smile and asked. "No." Minma scratched his head a bit awkwardly. "It's for Hinata." "What?" I glanced in surprise at the petite Hinata, unable to imagine how she could possibly eat so much. She regained her cheerful composure and replied, "Just a moment, please." "Minma." Hinata puffed up her cheeks, looking for all the world like a tiny, indignant hamster. Having it pointed out in front of everyone that she could eat that much made her both embarrassed and a little annoyed, but underneath it all, she felt a sweet warmth of being cared for. Minma stared at her, transfixed by this animated side of Hinata. Her adorableness sent a ripple of delight through his chest, and he almost couldn't resist the urge to reach out and pinch those puffed-out cheeks. "How have your missions been lately?" Sitting beside Hinata, Minma found himself at a loss for conversation and grasped for a safer topic. Hinata cradled her bowl with both hands, her fingertips turning pale from how tightly she was holding it. "They're okay," she said softly, her voice nearly drowned out by the clatter and chatter in the shop. "Kurenai-sensei and my teammates have been taking good care of me." "I see." Minma nodded, and suddenly an awkward silence settled between them. Just as he was racking his brain for something else to say, I arrived with 3 steaming bowls of ramen, their fragrance curling into the air. Enjoy. Her smile shone even brighter under the restaurant lights. Thank you. Minma expressed his gratitude, and only then noticed that the familiar presence behind the counter was missing. Where's Uncle Tucci? Haven't seen him at all today. Dad went out to stock up on supplies. I replied, slinging a cloth casually over her shoulder and rubbing her aching lower back. Running the shop solo really keeps me on my toes. With business this good, have you ever thought about hiring someone to help? Minma grinned, nudging a seasoning bottle towards Hinata's side of the counter. I pulled a face. We're just a humble family shop. Where would we find the money to hire help? Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with an idea. Leaning across the counter, she drew closer to Minma and said, "But if you'd ever like to try, Minma." She stretched the last syllable playfully. Please don't tease me." Minma laughed, waving his hands. "If I came to help, I'd probably turn the whole place upside down." He didn't notice that beside him, Hinata's fingers had begun to tremble ever so slightly on her chopsticks. The girl's eyelashes cast soft shadows beneath the lights. Her eyes lowered as a storm of complex feelings swirled inside. She felt the sting of being overlooked by Minma, and even more so, a sudden twinge of resentment toward her own gentle, timid nature. Minma deliberately slowed down his pace as he ate the noodles. He thought Hinata would need some time to finish 2 bowls, but when he was only halfway through his own, he looked up and found both bowls in front of Hinata were already empty. That fast. A flicker of surprise flashed through Minma's eyes. He noticed Hinata quietly extending her rosy little tongue to softly lick the corner of her lips, savoring the lingering taste. That unconscious gesture made his heart inexplicably skip a beat. "Would you like another bowl?" Minma asked softly, unable to hide the amusement in his voice. "And no, that's all right." Hinata shook her head in a fluster, a blush blooming on her pale cheeks as her fingers fidgeted nervously. Minma put down his chopsticks, his expression turning earnest. "Don't worry about what other people think." He looked directly into Hinata's snowy white eyes. "As a ninja, you need to eat well in order to perform your duties and keep up with training. Besides," he softened his tone, "eating is the most basic need for survival. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Hinata lowered her head, her small hands clenching into tight fists. After a moment, she finally mustered her courage. I like another bowl, please." "Is one more enough?" Minma asked carefully, worried he might startle this shy girl again. "Well, maybe 2. Hinata timidly held up 2 slender fingers, her voice barely more than a whisper drifting on the breeze. Minma couldn't help but chuckle. "Then let's make it 3 bowls." He turned and called toward the kitchen. 3 more bowls of ramen, please." "For takeout?" Poked her head out, already starting to prepare the ingredients. "No need. We'll eat here." Minma waved a hand. When watched Hinata polish off 3 more bowls of ramen with elegance and speed, her eyes widened in astonishment. Her gaze drifted to Hinata's flat little belly. She simply couldn't imagine where all that food could possibly go. Satisfied that Hinata had finally had her fill, Minma was about to take out his wallet to settle the bill, only to see Hinata had already produced her adorable purse embroidered with wisteria blossoms. He smiled faintly and let it go. Next time, he'd make sure to treat her. When they left the ramen shop, night had fully fallen. Streetlights cast a warm glow across the cobblestone path. Minma looked at Hinata, her purple hair fluttering in the night breeze, and said gently, "Let me walk you home." "All right." Hinata's voice carried an irrepressible joy, her snowy eyes gleaming with delight beneath the moonlight. She quietly drew a little closer to Minma, and their shadows on the stone path would sometimes overlap, sometimes drift apart. All along the way, Hinata spoke little, but the sweet smile on her lips never faded. Her gaze would flit from time to time toward Minma's hand at his side, and each time she stole a glance, she'd blush and lower her head. That mixture of anticipation and disappointment in her eyes left Minma utterly perplexed. Standing before the grand gates of the Hyogo estate, Minma was just about to say goodbye when Hinata suddenly called out to him, "Minma-kun." "What is it?" Minma turned around to see Hinata clasping her hands tightly against her chest, her cheeks flushed a rosy pink. Could you come in and stay for a while?" Her voice was so soft it was barely audible, yet the glimmer of hope in her eyes spoke louder than words. Seeing how nervous yet eager she looked, Minma couldn't bear to refuse this shy girl who had finally gathered the courage to ask. A gentle smile broke on his lips as he nodded. "All right." A bright light instantly filled Hinata's eyes, joy welling up in her heart. She became more certain than ever. Only by being a bit more forward could she catch Minma-kun's attention. As they crossed the stately Hyogo porch, the guards caught sight of their young lady bringing home a blonde-haired guest. Their eyes widened in surprise. But when they recognized him as the eldest son of the Hokage's family, their faces quickly broke into friendly smiles, and they bowed respectfully. Looks like the Hyuga aren't as standoffish as the rumors say, Minma mused. While pondering how amicable the Hyuga clan seemed, Minma caught sight of a small head peeking out from behind a front pillar. Little Hanabi, her pure white eyes flashing with indignation, glared at Minma as if she might pounce at any moment, cheeks puffed out in a kittenish display of anger. This little sprout. Minma chuckled inwardly, offering her a warm, friendly smile. He couldn't fathom why Hinata's younger sister always greeted him with such a look, icy hostility, as if he were her sworn enemy. He had certainly never offended her. The whole situation was bizarre. The moment Hinata turned away, Minma quickly pulled a silly face at Hanabi. Eyes rolled theatrically, tongue lolling out, and his blonde hair deliberately mussed up in wild disarray. Startled, Hanabi stumbled back, teetering on the edge of falling. Suppressing a laugh, Minma hurriedly returned to his usual bearing, though the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch upwards. Catching sight of Hanabi's red and furious cheeks, he raised his brows in triumph. He's just unbearable. Hanabi's tiny fists clenched with frustration, veins visibly tensing around her pale eyes. If her sister weren't here, she would have loved to try out her newly learned 8 trigrams palm on that annoying blonde troublemaker. Hanabi, that's no way to behave. Hinata gently took her sister's wrist, her voice soft but carrying a rare note of sternness. Turning back to Minma, her pale face tinted with embarrassment, she said, Minma-kun, Hanabi's still a child, please don't mind her. I understand, Minma responded, waving a hand dismissively and smiling. Little Hanabi's just playing around. How could I take a child's teasing to heart? It's not teasing, Hanabi objected, her voice trembling, almost on the verge of tears. Her sister had always been the gentlest toward her. No matter how exhausting training was, she would always make time to play. But now, for the sake of this outsider, her sister was scolding her. Glittering tears welled in her eyes, but she stubbornly tilted her little face upward, refusing to let them fall in front of this annoying troublemaker. Hinata, pained by the sight, crouched down with concern, only to be shoved aside by Hanabi. The young girl turned and dashed off, her hair streaming behind her in the night breeze. After only a few steps, she stopped abruptly, spun around, and shot a fierce glare at Minma with her pale pupil eyes, making it abundantly clear. Just you wait. Minma simply smiled, unconcerned. She's just a little girl. What could she possibly do to get back at him? Stepping into the elegant and antique-styled living room, Minma found Hayashi Hyuga seated in the place of honor. He offered a polite bow, his golden hair swaying slightly with the movement, a perfect measure of respect shining in his clear blue eyes. Uncle Hayashi. Minma, is it? Hayashi's usually stern face broke into an unusually rare smile, the lines at the corners of his eyes smoothing out. He gestured for Minma to sit, his every motion radiating the gravitas and dignity of a clan leader. As a seasoned political veteran, Hayashi knew better than anyone just how important this young man in front of him was. Hayashi gave Minma a discreet and thorough once-over. In terms of strength, this youth possessed chakra reserves rivaling a tailed beast, mastery over all 5 elemental jutsu, and had command over both the Flying Thunder God technique and the wood-released bloodline of the first Hokage. He was, without a doubt, one of Konoha's top forces. As for his background, he was not only the son of the 4th Hokage and the grandson of the 3rd, but also disciple to both the princess of the Land of Fire and Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. The future Hokage position practically lay within his grasp. To have such a prodigy courting Hinata is, if anything, an honor for the Hyuga clan. Hayashi mused inwardly, his smile softening further. And those rumors about Minma's close ties with the Yamanaka heiress? The Hyuga clan was hardly so inflexible. Still, it was clear that this normally stern clan leader wasn't used to smiling. The result was a bit stiff, prompting Minma to instinctively straighten his posture. Hiding behind a pillar in the hallway, Hanabi stared wide-eyed, thunderstruck by her father's uncharacteristically warm manner. Her small face scrunched up in confusion. No matter how she tried, she simply could not fathom why this irritating blonde boy had won her father's favor. He must have tricked father with some sort of gimmick. Tiny Hanabi bit her lip in frustration, her little hands balled into white-knuckled fists. Just wait, I'll expose your true colors. Hinata knelt quietly to the side, her pale fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her sleeve. Seeing her father's rare smile directed at Minma sent ripples of joy through her snowy white eyes. Her father's recognition of Minma-kun brought her more happiness than she could have imagined. As for her sister's little tantrum, Hinata glanced gently at the fuming Hanabi, deciding she would comfort her later. As night deepened, Minma rose to take his leave. Hayashi made to see him off personally, but the boy politely declined. "Please, Uncle Hayashi, there's no need to see me out. I'm just one of the younger generation." His voice was clear and poised, every gesture revealing the air of someone born to greatness. After stepping out of the Hugo estate, Minma almost ran straight into Niji, who had just finished his training. Under the moonlight, Niji's white training clothes were soaked through with sweat, and the forehead protector on his brow glinted coldly in the night. "Training this late?" Minma paused in his tracks, his golden hair fluttering in the night breeze. "I call you a genius who works harder than anyone. What are you doing here?" Niji's brows furrowed, a flicker of annoyance glinting in his pale Byakugan eyes. Somehow, coming from Minma, even a compliment sounded like an insult. He had always harbored reservations about this notorious flirt. "I'm just escorting Hinata home." Minma winked and drew out his words deliberately. He watched Niji with open amusement, savoring Niji's barely contained irritation, all the while running his fingers thoughtfully along his chin, a playful smile tugging at his lips. "You." Niji took a deep breath, his knuckles whitening from the force of his clenched fist. But good manners prevailed, and he forced down his anger. "Wonderful." Niji and Ai-san doesn't like him either. From behind the door, little Hanabi's eyes shone as she peeked out, her face bubbling with excitement. At last, she had found a kindred comrade in her secret campaign. "Not worth my time." Niji huffed coldly and turned to leave. "Wait." As the two passed each other, Minma suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned back just as the moonlight fell across his face, making his blue eyes seem even deeper than before. "The branch house and main house system is just a relic of ages past." His voice was soft, but each word rang clearly. "When I become Hokage, I'll help you change it." "You?" It was as if lightning had struck Niji. He stood frozen, eyes quivering with emotion. He watched Minma's retreating figure, a storm of unspoken feelings surging in his chest. A long moment passed before he let out a slow breath, an involuntary smile tugging at the corner of his lips. That guy always thinks he knows best. Yet, as he turned away, his footsteps felt lighter than ever. Niji and Isen. Hanabi stood rooted in place, unable to believe the scene she'd just witnessed. She tilted her little head in confusion, her eyes brimming with bewilderment. "That blonde boy, what kind of magic does he have?" At the end of the corridor, Hayashi, the Hyuga patriarch, had watched everything unfold. He gazed at his son's rare, unburdened silhouette, and Minma's words echoed in his mind. Deep in his time-worn eyes, a ripple stirred. "Brother?" His voice was scratchy with emotion. "No need to say more, Hizashi." Hayashi closed his eyes with a weary sigh. The moonlight cast mottled shadows across his stern face. The distinction between main and branch houses, even as clan leader, I cannot shake its foundations. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing thoughtfully in the direction Minma had gone. But if it's that child, perhaps he truly could bring change. Nichiji nodded gravely, as if he could almost see the chains that had bound the Hyuga clan for generations beginning to crack, right in the direction that golden-haired boy had left. Morning sunlight streamed through the door into the Hyuga family dining room. Hayashi sat composedly at the head of the table, his hand pausing midair with a teacup. His eyes widened as he witnessed an unbelievable scene before him. His usually gentle eldest daughter, Hinata, was holding a rice bowl bigger than her own head, eating gracefully yet swiftly, making the food disappear as if by magic. Hayashi's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Never had he imagined that the daughter who always seemed timid and demure before him, who barely dared to speak above a whisper, could possess such a staggering appetite. What stunned him even more was the look of focused determination in Hinata's eyes as she ate. Her intensity made it feel more like a battle than a meal. Could it be? A sudden possibility occurred to Hayashi, causing him to grip his teacup a little tighter. Had Hinata's mediocre strength in the past been because she never ate enough? The thought tightened his chest, leaving him both regretful and pained. Watching his daughter devouring her breakfast with such gusto, he found himself wondering, could Hinata be a hidden prodigy all along? Across the table, little Hanabi gazed in utter shock, her chopsticks suspended in midair, momentarily forgotten. Her pale eyes widened into perfect circles, and her lips parted as she stared at her sister's graceful yet rapid eating. Suddenly, Hanabi felt full already. Hiccup. Hinata gently set down her now empty bowl, only then noticing the astonished gazes of her father and sister. A rosy blush bloomed on her fair cheeks as her fingers twisted nervously together. But in the next moment, she remembered Naruto's gentle yet resolute words. Naruto had told her. Summoning her courage, Hinata lifted her head, her eyes shining with newfound determination. A ninja needs to eat well to be strong. Her voice was soft, yet carried a quiet, unshakable resolve. Hayashi took a deep breath, struggling to maintain his dignity as the head of the family. He set the teacup down, forcing a rather stiff smile to his lips. No, it's fine. A good appetite is a blessing. Yet inwardly, he was already calculating whether he should take on a few extra missions. At this rate, even the salary of the proud head of the Hyuga clan might soon not be enough to feed his eldest daughter. Hanabi, watching her father's forced composure and her sister's satisfied expression, suddenly felt like the world had become a little unfamiliar. Morning sunlight filtered through the dense canopy at the edge of the forest of death, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Yawning, Naruto made his way to testing ground 44, only to find that most of the examinees had already gathered. Groups of his peers stood clustered together in twos and threes, a mix of tension and anticipation thickening the air. Naruto, a familiar, cheerful voice rang out from behind. Before Minma could even turn his head, a warm, soft body pressed up against his back. Ino, as lively as an excited fawn, wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. Her rosy cheeks nuzzled affectionately against his ear, while her golden ponytail swayed gently with her movements. Ino pig. Karen bristled in an instant, her eyes blazing with fury behind her glasses. She grabbed Ino by the collar and forcefully yanked the intruder off Minma's back. The two girls faced off immediately, tension crackling in the air as if invisible sparks were flying. Minma could only rub his temples in resignation. Sometimes having too many adoring fans was, admittedly, a sweet sort of burden. Honestly, we were only apart for one night. Shikamaru muttered lazily from the sidelines, half-lidded eyes watching the scene unfold, convinced it was more trouble than watching clouds. On the other side, Naruto charged towards Sakura with excitement. Sakura. Yet the rosy-haired girl's gaze was glued to Sasuke, not sparing Naruto so much as a glance. Naruto's enthusiasm deflated instantly. He shot Sasuke a grumpy glare. Stuck-up Sasuke, one absolute idiot. With a cold snort, Sasuke glared right back. Sakura, bushy-browed, Lee materialized out of nowhere, striking a pose identical to Guy's, his dazzling white teeth gleaming in the sunlight. Eddie? Sakura instinctively stepped back, forcing a strained smile. Sorry, I just can't handle eyebrows that thick. Watching Lee freeze on the spot, Shikamaru's mouth twitched despite himself. They're all such oddballs. He muttered under his breath, but then his gaze swept across the crowd and suddenly paused. Not only Hinata and Tenten, but even the usually aloof Niji Hyuga was staring blankly at the golden-haired boy. Shikamaru held his forehead and sighed, looking at Minma, who was surrounded by everyone and still smiling without a care in the world. He couldn't help but comment sincerely, "You're the strangest of them all. Before the second exam begins, make sure everyone gets one of these." Anko's crisp voice echoed along the forest's edge. Her eyes swept over the examinees gathered around Minma, a knowing smile curling at the corner of her lips. She held up a stack of forms and gave them a wave. All exam participants must sign these first. Minma knew exactly what it was, the written waiver of life and death. The Chunin exams were notoriously dangerous. This form was simply to avoid trouble down the line. As he took the form from Anko, he noticed her fingers trembling ever so slightly. So even for her, standing before the blonde boy was a little nerve-wracking. But why? Naruto suddenly raised his hand and asked, big blue eyes filled with confusion. Hongo's smile instantly turned dangerous, because someone might just lose their life next. She deliberately drew out the last word. If you don't sign this, it'll really be a problem for me. Her words made more than a few Genin gasp. Some even went noticeably pale. Listening to Hongo's explanation, the rules of the exam were quite simple. Within 5 days, teams had to collect both Heaven and Earth scrolls and reach the Central Tower. This meant that at least half the teams would be eliminated. For the average Genin, it was a life-or-death trial. For Minma, though, it was nothing more than a simple procedure. When receiving the scrolls, Kimimaro quietly accepted the Earth scroll and respectfully handed it to Minma. Under the gaze of everyone present, Minma casually stuffed the scroll into his pouch, making no attempt to hide it at all. Hongo's eye twitched. He's really the only one bold enough to act like this. She muttered inwardly, with power well beyond a Jonin's. Why would he even bother showing up for the Chunin exams? The Konoha candidates were used to this by now, and silently prayed they wouldn't run into that team. Candidates from other villages, though unaware of the backstory, quickly picked up on the reactions. It was clear, this squad was not to be trifled with. So, when the signal to begin the exam sounded, at the entry point of Minma's squad, only their 3 silhouettes could be seen. The trio strolled leisurely into the dense forest, looking more like they were on a pleasant outing than participating in the Chunin exams. This is ridiculous. Not a single soul in sight. Karen complained with a pout, her red hair swaying lightly as she walked. But soon, her gaze was once again glued to Minma, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Unbidden, sweet visions of being alone with Minma floated through her mind. Unable to help herself, she cradled her heated face in her hands and twisted bashfully. "What's wrong with you?" Kimimaro frowned at her, a hint of concern on his face. "Mind your own business." Karen snapped back to her senses, shooting him an exasperated glare before quickly catching up to Minma, who was walking ahead. She hastily fumbled for her canteen, then offered it to him as if presenting a treasure. "Minma, would you like some water?" "No, thank you," Minma replied warmly, a gentle smile on his lips. "Then would you like a snack?" Karen pressed on, undeterred. They walked nearly all day without seeing so much as a shadow of an opponent. Minma absently rubbed the earth scroll in his hand, a faint furrow appearing between his brows. "This won't do. We need to finish this mission as soon as possible." He glanced at the still silent Kimimaro, and at last, his gaze settled on Karen. "Karen, scan for any teams nearby." Karen immediately straightened, puffing her chest with pride. She was certainly no ornamental flower. Closing her eyes, her long red hair lifted slightly as if stirred by an unseen breeze, and her sensory ability rippled outwards in waves. After a brief moment, she suddenly snapped her eyes open and pointed southeast. The closest group is Shikamaru's team. As she remembered that Ino was also in that group, a sly glint appeared in her eyes. If she could snatch their scroll and make that girl fail the exam. Minma glanced at her suspiciously, as if seeing straight through her thoughts. "Are you sure you're not just holding a grudge?" "Oh, of course not." Xianglin hurriedly looked away, blushing from her cheeks all the way to her ears. "Forget it. Let's pick another team." Minma shook his head helplessly. "All right." Xianglin pouted, but deep down she made a secret vow. She was going to defeat Ino fair and square, so Minma could see who truly deserved to stand by his side. Taking a deep breath, Xianglin closed her eyes to sense the area, then suddenly opened them. Her long red hair fluttered on the breeze. 1 kilometer at 9 o'clock, 3 from Tsunade. 2 kilometers at 10 o'clock, 3 from the Sound Village. "That's the one." Minma made a quick decision. "Xianglin, Kimimaro, you two intercept the sound group. I'll handle Tsunade. Once we've got the scrolls we need, meet up at the tower." His words had barely faded before 3 figures shot into the depths of the forest like arrows loosed from a bow. Tosu's trio moved swiftly from branch to branch when suddenly, a pale figure appeared before them, silent as a specter. Kimimaro stood calmly atop a branch, his alabaster skin cold and severe against the dappled sunlight. "Hand over your scroll." His voice was as calm as a still lake, without a hint of emotion. "Don't look down on us." Zaku roared and, without a shred of hesitation, unleashed his sonic slicing wave. The fierce blade of air sliced through the air, aimed straight at Kimimaro's face. "Zaku!" Tosu tried to intervene, but it was too late. Kimimaro simply lifted his hand. In an instant, gleaming white bones erupted from his palm, weaving into a shield before him. With a metallic ring, the attack was deflected effortlessly. The next instant, Kimimaro flickered forward like a ghost, his bone spike piercing cleanly through Zaku's hand and pinning him to the trunk of a tree. A cry of agony escaped Zaku. Before Kin could react, Xianglin swept in from the side in ambush. Thud! Her heavy punch drove straight into Kin's stomach, hurling her from the tree to crash hard onto the ground. "Stop!" Cold sweat streaming down his face, Tosu trembled as he pulled out his scroll and set on the ground. Please, don't hurt them. The scroll is yours." Xianglin shrugged and flipped down to snatch up the scroll. When she saw the word heaven written across it, her eyes lit up. "Looks like luck's on our side." She waved at Tosu. "You can go now." Thank you." Tosu struggled to hoist the unconscious Kin, and glanced back at Zaku, who was still pinned to the tree, worry etched across his face. Without a word, Kimimaro wrenched the bone spike free and tossed Zaku toward Tosu as casually as if he were picking up a kitten. Tosu staggered away, carrying his 2 companions, his heart a tangled mess of emotions. He knew Lord Orochimaru would likely erupt in fury over this, but as he glanced at his injured comrades slung across his shoulders, he quietly resolved he would bear this responsibility alone. Gaara walked alone at the very front of the group. Temari and Kinkaro kept a measured distance behind him, exchanging a worried glance. "Come out," Gaara suddenly declared, halting in his tracks. Instantly, Temari gripped her triple-bladed fan tightly, while Kankaro's fingers poised over his puppet crow's trigger. Yet, Up in the canopy, Minma remained motionless, merely observing the scene below with keen interest. Moments later, three ranged shinobi emerged slowly from the depths of the forest. The tall, thin man in the lead sneered, "Little Sam brats, do you really have the nerve to provoke us first?" "Fools with no sense of self-preservation," the shorter-ranged ninja added darkly. "Choose your opponents wisely, or you won't live to regret it," warned the tallest of the three, already unfastening a special umbrella strapped to his back. Gaara stood unfazed, arms crossed, not even sparing them glance. "You Rain Village geezers sure love to talk," he remarked coldly. The Rain shinobi's faces darkened at those words. Kankuro leaned in, speaking softly. "Gaara, let's check their scrolls first. If they're the same type, there's no point." "It doesn't matter," Gaara cut him off, his eyes suddenly flaring with lethal intent. "Anyone I see." He lifted his gaze slowly, his voice icy. "Must die." "You're asking for it," snapped the tall Rain ninja. In a burst of anger, he hurled 3 umbrellas high into the air, his hands weaving through a flurry of seals. Ninja art, 1,000 needles of drizzling rain. Countless steel needles shot forth from the spinning umbrellas. Yet just as they neared Gaara, a wall of sand rose automatically to shield him, blocking every last projectile. To the clattering sound of needles striking sand, the sharp pins cascaded uselessly to the ground. Temari and Kankuro instinctively took a step back. They understood all too well that when Gaara's sand began to defend him on its own, his killing intent had reached its limit. Meanwhile, Minma watched the battlefield intently, when he suddenly detected another squad approaching at speed. His brow furrowed, and extending his senses he recognized the chakra. It was Hinata's team. "Trouble." Minma stroked his chin thoughtfully and muttered, "I was hoping to force Shikaku out now, so I could mark him with Flying Thunder God. Looks like that plan will have to wait. If Shikaku goes on a rampage here, it'll almost certainly drag Hinata's team into the chaos." As he pondered his next move, a blood-curdling scream abruptly tore through the stillness of the forest. Looking up, he saw Gaara's sand burial technique had already crushed the 3 Rain ninjas into pulp, their blood mingling with the sand as it streamed down in a gritty red rain. "That a bit excessive." Minma narrowed his clear blue eyes, shaking his head slightly as he watched the crimson sands trickle to the earth. Kankuro fought back a wave of nausea as he picked up the scroll, forcing a strained smile onto his face. "We're in luck. It's the heaven scroll we need." He turned to Gaara. "Let's head for the tower now." "Be quiet." Gaara cut him off coldly, his gaze snapping to the thicket where Hinata and her teammates were hidden, eyes suddenly brimming with murderous intent. "I'm not finished. Enjoy myself yet." Behind the bushes, Kiba's team instantly froze, their breathing growing shallow and cautious. Akamaru curled up tightly in Kiba's arms, shivering uncontrollably. Minma's eyes darkened as he watched the bloodthirsty bottle-gourd boy. A sense of responsibility welled up in him. Perhaps it was time to show Gaara he wasn't invincible. "That's enough, Gaara." Kankuro rushed to intervene. "Are you scared? Coward." Gaara shot back mercilessly. "Gaara." Kankuro struggled to hold onto his temper. His voice shook as he pleaded, "Maybe it means nothing to you, but it's too dangerous for the rest of us. 1 scroll is enough. Trash like you has no right to order me." Gaara remained unmoved, his right hand already outstretched in Kiba's direction, grains of sand gathering in his palm. At last, Kankuro snapped. He grabbed Gaara by the collar and yelled, "That's enough. Can't you listen to your brother for once?" Gaara slowly raised his glacial eyes, sand swirling and restless around him. "I've never considered you my family," he said, his voice terrible in its calmness. "Get in my way again, and I'll kill you." With a sharp slap, Gaara knocked Kankuro's hand away, sending a veil of sand billowing between them. "Gaara, please, don't be like this." Temari hurried toward him, her hands trembling as she tried to placate him. Her voice softened, gentle and helpless as if coaxing a child. "Don't be so heartless, please. Your sister is begging you to." To everyone's surprise, the murderous air around Gaara began to subside. There was a long silence before he murmured, "I understand." Though his back remained lonely as he turned away, at least the threat of violence was gone. On the treetop, Minma quietly stowed the Flying Thunder God Kanai between his fingers, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Good thing you've got a sister to keep you in line. Otherwise, he'd have no choice today but to collect the 1 tail ahead of schedule." But Minma's gaze lingered thoughtfully on Gaara's departing silhouette, a spark of intrigue in his eyes. He was truly curious to see whether this wild bottle-gourd boy could become a valuable piece in his plan. After one last glance toward Hinata's hiding place, Minma's figure vanished from sight, leaving only a few drifting leaves behind. He slipped after Gaara, his presence as silent as the wind. On the riverbank, Gaara and his siblings rested, the gentle rush of water sounding unusually clear in the quiet forest. Temari was bent over, gathering water, when suddenly the river's surface reflected a flash of gold. "It's you." She jerked up, her pupils contracting in shock. At some point, a blonde-haired boy had appeared before her, sunlight casting a soft, golden glow around him. Temari instantly tensed, her fingers already gripping the mechanism of her 3-star fan. "Don't be nervous. I'm only here to confirm a few things." The boy gave her a gentle smile, but in the next instant, he vanished in a golden blur, launching straight at Gaara. "Gaara!" Temari's face changed, her cry sharp with alarm. Gaara didn't even have time to react before the sand around him sprang up to form a protective barrier. Yet, faced with Minma's spiraling Rasengan, the so-called absolute defense of the sand wall crumbled like it was nothing more than a child's toy. With a deafening crash, Minma pulled back at the last second, holding back his lethal blow, but still slammed Gaara hard into the rock wall with only his fist, sending shards of stone flying everywhere. Impossible. Kankaro's eyes looked like they would pop out of their sockets, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. His little brother, with his unbeatable defense, had just been knocked aside like a sandbag by this boy. Temari had already unfurled her 3-star fan, unleashing her full strength. Wind style. Sickle Weasel. A wild gale roared forth, filled with a torrent of razor-sharp blades of wind. But Minma didn't even bother to glance up, placing a single hand flat on the ground. Earth style, Earth flow wall. A massive wall of earth shot up from the ground, blocking every deadly wind blade. With a sharp crack, Crow, the puppet controlled by Kankaro, had barely entered the fray when Minma nonchalantly kicked it to pieces. "My puppet." Kankaro stared at the heap of fragments, stomping his feet in frustration. "Idiot. Save Gaara first." Temari was so angry, she stamped her foot hard. Only then did Kankaro snap out of his daze, scrambling toward the crater. Temari watched as Kankaro lifted the unconscious Gaara onto his back, her tense heart releasing ever so slightly. She gasped for breath, fingers clamped rigidly around the handle of her fan, eyes wary and fixed on the blonde boy before her. "Get Gaara out of here. I'll cover our retreat." Her command rang out, sharp and resolute, without turning back. But Kankaro still wanted to argue. "Go now." Temari spun around, resolve burning in her gaze. She gave her little brother a gentle, yet unwavering smile. "After all, I'm your big sister." Kankaro's eyes filled with tears. He shot a fierce glare at Minma, then bolted away, carrying Gaara on his back. Such touching family bonds. A faint smirk played on Minma's lips. But in the face of overwhelming strength, none of that matters at all. Before the words had even faded, he darted past Temari in a blur. "Don't even think about it." Temari gritted her teeth, swinging her fan with all her might. "Sikel Weasel technique." Once again, a ferocious wind blade surged forth. Minma didn't even glance back. With a swift weave of his hands, he called out, "Wind style, great breakthrough." A tempest even fiercer than before swallowed her jutsu and hurled it back at her. Temari was swept up like a kite with its string cut loose, tumbling hard onto the riverbank as her 3-star fan flew from her grasp. Cough! She spat out a mouthful of blood, every bone in her body aching as if they'd shattered. Yet, remembering the danger her 2 younger brothers might face, she forced herself upright, trembling arms barely supporting her weight. "Don't hurt them." Temari staggered to her feet, golden hair streaked with dirt and sand, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth standing out harshly against her pale face. She stumbled forward, managing a heartbreakingly stubborn smile. "Unless you plan on stepping over my dead body." Mima stopped in his tracks, a flicker of something complex passing through his piercing blue eyes. This girl, bruised and battered, yet still fighting desperately to protect her brothers, unexpectedly stirred something within him. Temari steeled herself, body wavering on the brink of collapse, her gaze locked onto Mima. "What exactly is it that you want?" She knew full well he wasn't here for the scroll. The scroll that Kankaro had dropped was lying not far away, but he hadn't even spared a glance. Could it be? A sudden, dreadful thought struck her, turning her face deathly pale. Is Konoha planning to harm Gaara? But then she shook her head, dismissing that as absurd. They were allied, at least in name, after all. "I'm just here to confirm something." Mima didn't want to drag this out any longer. In a flash, he closed the distance between them. In Temari's astonished gaze, he formed a single hand sign. Technique of the abyssal mirror. A startled gasp escaped her lips. Temari's eyes flew wide, a blush rapidly overtaking her cheeks. She let out a choked sound of shame and, legs buckling, nearly collapsed. Mima caught her just in time, confusion written all over his face. Why is it always this reaction? It reminded him of the time he'd used Jinjutsu on Tsunade. She'd responded the same baffling way. Is there something wrong with my Jinjutsu? He muttered this under his breath, carefully laying the unconscious Temari down on a bed of soft grass. This is the host's own issue. Please don't blame the system. A mechanical voice chimed in his mind, somehow sounding a bit exasperated. Oh, come on, don't pretend you're not involved. Mima twitched at the corners of his mouth. If he didn't know the system's shifty nature by now, he almost would have believed it. Looking down at Temari's flushed cheeks and lightly trembling lashes, Mima sighed, pressing a hand to his forehead. Seems I'd better use Jinjutsu less in the future. There was no way to describe this effect as anything proper. He quickly formed another hand sign, leaving a shadow clone behind to stand guard. His true body transformed into a golden flash, darting after Kankuro's trail. Kankuro was racing through the dense forest, carrying Gaara on his back in desperate retreat, when suddenly, the weight on his shoulder lessened. Terrified, he looked over, only to see his younger brother's face half-twisted into a fierce, beastly mask, foul saliva dripping from his maw. Startled out of his wits, Kankuro threw Gaara off instantly. I'll kill you! The half-transformed Gaara let out a guttural roar, more beast than human, his deadly eyes locked with murderous intent on Kankuro. The killing aura felt almost tangible, leaving Kankuro paralyzed. He couldn't even move a finger. Far away, deep inside Naruto, the ninetails suddenly perked up his ears, lazily opening one eye. Shikaku, that troublesome creature. But then, with a yawn, he flopped back onto the grassy ground and continued his nap. Gaara! Kankuro called out in desperation, trying to reach whatever was left of his brother's reason. For a brief moment, a flicker of struggle flashed in Gaara's eyes, but it was quickly drowned out by madness, and his claws rushed toward Kankuro, ready to tear him apart. Kankuro, overwhelmed by despair, squeezed his eyes shut. A thunderous explosion shattered the stillness. But the pain he braced for never came. Instead, a deafening blast filled his ears. Trembling, Kankuro dared to open his eyes. To his shock, the blonde-haired boy who had attacked them now stood protectively in front of him, while Gaara was sent flying, crashing through a dozen towering trees. Gaara! Kankuro instinctively moved to run toward his brother. Go find your sister. The blonde boy, Minma, didn't even glance back, his eyes trained on the figure slowly rising from the swirling dust. What is it you want? Kankuro's voice trembled with a mixture of fear and anger, unable to fathom Minma's intentions. Minma tilted his head ever so slightly, his tone unflinching. If you don't go now, your sister's life may be at risk. Kankuro's clenched fists opened, then tightened again, before he finally stomped the ground in frustration. Damn it! Casting one last look at his berserk brother, he turned and sprinted back the way he came. Now, no one's here to interrupt us, Shikaku. Minma stood at the heart of the raging sandstorm, his golden hair whipping in the gale. His gaze fixed on Gaara, who was nearing full transformation, Shikaku's form already looming beneath the surface. A faint, knowing smile tugged at Minma's lips. That's enough. If you let loose any further, you'll bring trouble none of us want. In a flash, he appeared before Gaara, right hand glowing with a sealing mark, a single, brilliant character shining with chakra. He pressed his palm gently against Gaara's forehead, marked with deep, dark circles. Seal. As the sealing technique activated, Gaara's beastly transformation gradually receded. Minma's consciousness slipped into Gaara's inner world. There, he saw a young Gaara curled up in a shadowy corner, hugging his knees and quietly crying, while the sand spirit Shikaku growled in the distance. A Jinchuriki! Minma glanced around at the drifting fragments of memory, his voice heavy with sorrow. Such cruel things should never have existed. He stepped toward the red-haired boy, lowering himself so their eyes met. Your mother was gone before you even opened your eyes to the world, and the villagers treated you as a monster. Each word struck deep at the wounds of memory. As for your father, arrogant to a fault. Not only did he send assassins after you in the name of testing, but he also stole away the only light of your childhood. Little Gaara lifted his tear-filled eyes, staring in disbelief at the intruder. How did you know? I saw it. Minma's face broke into a sunny smile as he reached out, gently stroking the child's cheek. The tenderness of this gesture made Gaara tremble all over. In the depths of his memories, someone had once touched him with the same gentle kindness. Memories whirled around him like a spinning lantern. Yashimaru's gentle whisper at the end, let's name this child. Gaara. Villagers, pointing and whispering in fear. That monster is back again. His father, Raza, turning away with cold indifference. It's only a test of the weapon's capabilities. Yashiru's hand raising a kunai, the steel flashing coldly. The truth is I hate you. Temari and Kankuro staring at him with frightened eyes. You never wanted to hurt anyone, did you? Minma's voice cut through the fog of memory, calm and clear. It was the world that hurt you first. Big, heavy tears began to roll down Gaara's cheeks. This was the first time someone had seen through his violent facade to the lonely soul underneath, desperate simply to be loved. Now, Minma was like a sunrise tearing through the darkness, breaking into Gaara's long-closed world with unstoppable warmth. If you want, I'll be your friend. Minma knelt down on one knee to meet Gaara's gaze. His golden lashes shimmered softly in the gentle light of this spiritual realm. My name is Minma Uzumaki. He gently took Gaara's small hand, his thumb wiping away the icy streaks of tears. Your sister and brother care about you, you know. Just now, Temari could barely stand, and still she tried to shield you with her own body. His voice was as soothing as a story told at bedtime. His palm ruffled Gaara's red hair, and the boy, unused to any warmth, froze at the unfamiliar, comforting touch. I have a younger brother named Naruto. He has a tailed beast inside him too. Minma spoke gently. It's an even trickier one, the nine-tailed fox. As he spoke, he led Gaara straight toward Shikaku, chained by the seals. The moment they drew closer, Gaara let out a frightened cry and hid behind Minma, gripping his sleeve with all his strength. Ah, you little brat. Shikaku's eyes gleamed fiercely in the darkness, his rasping voice making the whole mental world shudder. Almost had it. Just a little more in. Quiet, you stupid raccoon. Minma silenced him with a fierce look, then turned to Gaara with a playful wink. You could try making friends with him. Or, a glimmer of golden chain slipped beneath his sleeve. I can help you seal him away, forever. Friend? Gaara peered out from behind Minma's shoulder, half his face visible, staring at the snarling beast, his voice as faint as a whisper. Is that really possible? He couldn't imagine coexisting peacefully with a monster that haunted his nightmares each night. It's just as pitiful as you. Golden points of light formed at Minma's fingertips, coalescing into countless shimmering fragments of memory. I once roamed the desert in freedom, but was captured by humans and turned into a weapon. Suddenly, he reached out and poked Shikaku on the nose. See? You actually look pretty cute when you're all bristled up. How dare you? Shikaku's furious roar was cut short. Countless golden chains shot from the void, binding him tightly in an instant, wrapping him up like a dumpling. When the light faded, only a wildly flailing, miniature tanuki remained. What have you done to me, you wretched brat? The pint-sized Shikaku trembled all over in a fit of rage, kicking his tiny legs in the air, resembling nothing so much as a kitten picked up by the scruff. The sight was so ridiculous that Gaara actually let out a rare, involuntary chuckle, quickly pressing a hand to his mouth, surprise and wonder sparkling in his eyes. Pinching the scruff of Shikaku's neck, Minma lifted him with ease, exactly the way one would carry a kitten, and presented him before Gaara. Seeing Gaara's hesitant expression, Minma offered a gentle word of encouragement. Don't be afraid. He's really quite harmless now. Trembling, Gaara slowly reached out, his fingers cautiously brushing Shikaku's round head. You dare. Shikaku shrieked for standing on end, but his voice faltered the instant Gaara touched his soft, pudgy belly. He rounded his single eye in astonishment, tail perking up uncontrollably. It's not like I find this pleasant or anything. Quiet. Minma shot him a glare sharp as a blade, and Shikaku instantly wilted, ears drooping, the picture of a tamed little tanuki. Even Kurama knows better than to act up in front of me. Minma sneered, tapping Shikaku's forehead with a fingertip, leaving there a flickering mark of the flying thunder god. Who do you think you are? With that, he pulled Gaara along and began to lead him out of the mental realm. Behind them, Shikaku's indignant wailing echoed. Cursed brat! Back in the waking world, Gaara's armor of sand crumbled away. Now human-shaped again, Gaara sat dazed on the ground, staring at the golden-haired boy who had just altered the course of his entire life. His cracked lips trembled, but no words came. He'll be quiet for a good while now. Minma gave Gaara a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Sunlight filtered through the leaves above, patterning Gaara's face with dappled warmth. You can finally get a good night's sleep. Farewell. As he turned to leave, Minma raised his thumb. By the way, tell your sister I'm sorry. The gesture made sunlight dance across his fingertips, as if he'd left a trace of that warmth behind. Not until the golden figure had vanished completely did Gaara notice the corners of his mouth were tilted upward. Looking down at his palm, he found the memory of Shikaku's fur and, faint, unfamiliar, but unmistakable, the warmth of hope. Gaara remained rooted to the spot, his gaze lingering long in the direction Minma had gone. It wasn't until the hurried sound of footsteps reached him that he snapped back to himself. Gaara, supported by Kankuro, Temari's face was pale, but it lit up with a radiant smile the moment she saw her younger brother, safe and sound. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and her voice trembled. That's wonderful. You're okay. Kankuro, also anxious, looked Gaara up and down, his Adam's apple bobbing a few times before he finally managed to squeeze out, "Are you all right?" "You too." Gaara gazed at their disheveled, yet deeply concerned faces, and suddenly felt a strange warmth bloom in his chest. He hesitated, then took a step forward and reached out to steady Temari, who was on the verge of collapsing. Such a simple gesture, yet it made both Temari and Kankuro freeze in surprise. For all these years, it was the first time Gaara had ever reached out to them of his own accord. "I am sorry, Temari." "Kankuro." Gaara lowered his head, his voice so soft it was barely above a whisper. He wanted to say sister, brother, but the words felt foreign and simply wouldn't come out, the tips of his ears quietly turning pink. Temari's tears broke free at once. Ignoring her own pain, she suddenly threw her arms around Gaara, her golden hair spilling over her little brother's shoulder. "You dummy." She choked out the reproach, yet only held him tighter. Kankuro turned away, covertly wiping his eyes with his sleeve, his rough voice giving him away. "You little." As the three of them slowly made their way back, Gaara suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Uzumaki Minma asked me to apologize to you on his behalf." Perplexed, he glanced at Temari, not understanding why Minma wanted to apologize. Temari suddenly stopped in her tracks, her pale cheeks flaring scarlet. Flooded by those shameful memories conjured by the illusion technique, she clenched her fist in frustration. "That bastard." Kankuro, quick to notice the shift in atmosphere, was about to ask when Temari shot him a scorching glare that made him swallow the words. Gaara tilted his head, silently studying his sister's uncharacteristic reaction. He was discovering, perhaps for the first time, that beyond fear and anger, there were so many more complex and gentle feelings between people. When Minma entered the tower, Karen and Kimimaro were already waiting in the lounge. The moment Karen saw him, she hurried to meet him, barely containing her impatience. "Once you hand the scroll to the examiner, you should just go home." Minma handed Karen the Earth Scroll. "No need to waste all 5 days here." Karen's fingers tightened unconsciously around the scroll. "Where are you planning to go?" A hint of unease flickered behind her glasses. "I'm taking Kimimaro to get treatment. We'll be back soon." Minma offered a reassuring smile and glanced at the silent, white-haired youth. Karen pressed her lips together and finally nodded. "All right then, let's go." Minma placed a hand on Kimimaro's shoulder. In a flash of golden light, the two of them instantly appeared by Orochimaru's side. It seems Minma-kun has arranged everything perfectly. Orochimaru turned around slowly, giving Kimimaro a meaningful look. "It's been a long time, Kimimaro." When Kimimaro caught sight of Orochimaru's new, androgynous form, a rare flicker of surprise crossed his normally indifferent face. Yet, he regained his composure almost instantly, offering only a slight nod. "Let's head straight to the base." Without waiting for further explanation, Minma placed his hand firmly on Orochimaru's shoulder. In a flash of golden light, the three of them appeared in the underground base of the Hidden Sound Village. "Can we begin?" Minma cut straight to the point. Orochimaru licked his lips. "Anytime you're ready." He glanced at Kimimaro. Of course, it depends on Kimimaro's willingness. Kimimaro turned his gaze to Minma, a soldier awaiting orders. "Go." Minma patted him on the shoulder. "Only by curing your inherited disease can you help me realize my ambitions." Those words sparked a burning light in Kimimaro's eyes. He nodded earnestly. "Yes." Just as the two were about to enter the operating room, Orochimaru suddenly paused. "This procedure might take several days. Minma, if you get bored." His lips curled into a sly smile. "Perhaps Girin can show you around the village. She's quite something." "No need." Minma's lips twitched with annoyance, and in a shimmer of golden light, he vanished on the spot. He could still hear Orochimaru's low chuckle as he left. Back in the streets of Konoha, Minma managed an exasperated smile. Who would have thought that one of the legendary Sannin now acts more like a scheming matchmaker? He shook his head, his golden hair glinting brilliantly in the evening sun. How did he end up like this? "Minma, weren't you supposed to be at the exams?" Lost in his thoughts, Minma was startled by a slightly surprised voice. "Kakashi, big brother?" Looking up, he saw Kakashi and asked, "Where are you headed?" Kakashi strolled over unhurriedly, his lazy gaze giving nothing away. "To buy a book." He gave Minma a once-over. "Sneaking out again, are you?" "What do you mean, sneaking out?" Minma pursed his lips in protest, golden hair shining in the sunlight. "You really think an exam at this level is a challenge for me?" "Well, you've got a point." Kakashi's eyes crinkled with a smile, and he waved as if to leave. Wait! Minma called out suddenly, his expression turning serious. I heard Master Jiraiya is coming back. Do you know about it? What? Kakashi froze, but a heartbeat later sprang into motion, excitement lighting up his entire face. In an instant, he dashed up to Minma, gripping his shoulders, almost trembling. Are you serious? His mind was already spinning with thoughts of how to snag a signed copy of the latest volume of Ica Paradise. My dad mentioned it. Minma nodded, and then, as if sharing a secret, leaned in closer. Glancing around, he lowered his voice. Kakashi, big brother, I wanted to ask you something. At once, Kakashi instinctively stepped back half a pace. Whenever Minma wore that look, nothing good was about to happen. What is it? He asked, cautious and alert. If only I could get my hands on Master Jiraiya's latest manuscript. Minma rubbed his hands together, wearing a smile as innocent as a lamb. Would it be possible? No way. Kakashi cut him off flatly, his tone resolute and righteous. Don't even think about it. If you have the guts, get it from Master Jiraiya yourself. Minma spun around in a huff, mumbling under his breath, stingy. Kakashi watched him leave, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. People grow up. They won't let you trick them forever. Leisurely, Minma walked along the small path, planning to pass the time fishing by the river behind the mountain. As he turned the corner, he nearly bumped into a familiar figure. Tsunade was just stepping out of the casino. Her golden twin ponytails hung limply, and her face was written all over with frustration. And Tsunade! Minma greeted her with a grin, his gaze drifting to her empty hands. Lost it all again? Oh, it's you. Tsunade rolled her eyes in mock annoyance. I don't even get the chance to lose anymore. She scratched her head in irritation. Now, every casino shuts its doors the moment they see me. Honestly, there's no fun in that. Minma blinked. Why's that? It's all because of you. Suddenly, Tsunade ruffled his blonde hair, grumbling with exaggerated indignation. You won too much, and now, whenever I show up, they just close up shop. As she spoke, she let out a wistful sigh, the pendant on her chest swaying gently. Minma couldn't help but burst out laughing. And that's somehow my fault? He hadn't expected that, by accident, he'd done something good for once. Help Tsunade kick her gambling habit and save countless gamblers from ruin. Aren't you supposed to be taking the Chunin exams? Tsunade narrowed her eyes all of a sudden. Why are you wandering around here? Just going through the motions. If I took it seriously, none of the other candidates would even get a chance to show what they've got. Minma replied with an air of indifference, then shot her a look. And you're hardly better than me. Aren't you, our team leader, always slacking off? That's different. Tsunade crossed her arms, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as her eyes darted away. I'm an adult. You're still a kid. That's not the same at all. Sure. Minma drawled, too lazy to argue further. He glanced up. The sky was clear, perfect weather for fishing. Where are you off to? Tsunade noticed he was about to leave, and, without thinking, started following. Fishing. TSK, how boring. Tsunade curled her lip, clearly unable to fathom how anyone could enjoy sitting and watching a fishing pole all day. But her feet betrayed her, as she quietly trailed after Minma. Passing by a liquor store, she even grabbed a bottle of sake on impulse. Minma didn't say anything about her tagging along. Sooner or later, she'd get bored and leave on her own. After all, fishing is an activity that demands patience and quiet, and it's certainly not something just anyone can stick with, especially someone as hot-tempered as Tsunade. He picked a comfortable spot under the shade of a tree, skillfully casting the bait into the river. The fishing line traced a graceful arc through the air. Then he leaned back against the tree trunk, shutting his eyes to relax, while the fishing rod sat propped at an angle along the riverbank. Tsunade flopped down beside him, stretching out her long legs without a care in the world. Every now and then, she tipped back her head to take a swig from her flask, but her eyes never left the surface of the water. Not because she enjoyed fishing, but because she was simply waiting for a fish to bite, ready to make it her next snack. To her mind, with Minma's skills, catching a few fish should be child's play. Yet as the sun slowly slid toward the horizon, the bobber on the water remained stubbornly still. Bored with waiting and growing tipsy, Tsunade nodded off without even realizing it. A drop of clear drool glistened at the corner of her slightly parted lips. A cool breeze swept by, jolting Tsunade awake. She quickly wiped the corner of her mouth and, still bleary-eyed, glanced over at the empty bucket, instantly flying into a rage. With a sharp kick, she sent the bucket tumbling, then waved her half-empty bottle at Minma, roaring, "You've been fishing all this time and caught absolutely nothing." Minma's face flushed bright red as he looked away, his gaze flickering nervously. "You just don't understand. Trying to explain to a novice is pointless." His voice grew smaller, clearly losing steam. Inwardly, he wailed, What is going on? I used to be able to catch big fish with hardly any effort. Oof. Tsunade tipped back her head again, downing a deep gulp of amber liquor. It trickled along her fair neck, tracing a gleaming path down her curves before vanishing in the shadows of her chest. Minma hastily averted his eyes, pretending to cough. It's, getting late. Let's call it day. He clumsily packed away his rod, mumbling a half-hearted defense. Usually, I reel in big fish with no trouble at all. Today was just, well, bad luck. Tsunade let out a boozy hiccup, shooting him a sidelong glance before swaying off ahead of him, her golden twin ponytails gently swaying with every step in the evening breeze. On the walk back, Minma followed just behind Tsunade. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke up. Tsunade, do you mind if I stay at your place for the next few days? Tsunade spun around, eyeing him up and down before breaking into a mischievous grin. What's this? Afraid of being nagged by Kushina? And no, that's not it. The tips of Minma's ears turned red in an instant. I just don't want them to worry, that's all. He added awkwardly. And Karen's at home too. What's there to be afraid of? Tsunade folded her arms, making a show of pondering as she let out a thoughtful, oh? Well, I suppose it's not entirely out of the question. She suddenly leaned in close to Minma, the pendant on her chest swaying back and forth. But you have to listen to me, as long as it's not a matter of principle. Minma patted his chest in assurance, but as he caught the sly glint in Tsunade's eyes, an uneasy feeling crept over him. You little rascal. Tsunade was just about to say something when she noticed Minma suddenly turn toward the direction of the market. Where are you going? To buy groceries, of course. Minma replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Tsunade's eyes widened. You can cook. What? Do you think everyone's as helpless as you in the kitchen? Minma shot back with a playful grin. TCH. Tsunade curled her lip. Even if you can, I bet it won't taste like much. Still, she followed after him. Inside the market, the vegetable vendor Auntie greeted Minma with warmth, piling veggies into his basket with enthusiasm. The fruit stand owner insisted on pressing a bag of oranges into his hands, too. Eyebrow raised, Tsunade watched Minma's arms fill up with more and more bags. Well, look at you. Turns out you're quite the popular one. Minma lifted his chin with a smirk of pride. I can't help it. Good looks, plenty of talent, upright character, always willing to help. Vain little brat. Tsunade rolled her eyes and suddenly noticed a fish in one of his shopping bags. Why are you buying fish? She leaned in with a mischievous grin. Don't tell me it's because you're no good at fishing, so you talk too much. Flustered, Minma picked up his pace, while Tsunade's triumphant laughter rang out behind him. No sooner had Minma and Tsunade stepped through the door than they bumped into Shizune on her way home from the hospital. Lady Tsunade, Minma? Shizune bent down to change into her slippers, offering a gentle smile. Just give me a minute. I'll whip up dinner. No need, Shizune. Tsunade called out to stop her. Seeing Shizune's puzzled look, she jerked her chin in Minma's direction. This kid claims to be a culinary prodigy, so let's give him a chance to prove it tonight. With that, she cast a challenging glance at Minma, raising her eyebrow. Petty tricks. Minma rolled his eyes, but he took the apron from Shizune without missing a beat, tying it around his waist. Shizune, leave it to me tonight. You deserve a good rest. Shizune hesitated for a moment, but ended up following him into the kitchen to help out. As she washed vegetables, she couldn't help but watch Minma with curiosity. The eldest son of the fourth Hokage's family was surprisingly skilled in the kitchen. With a flick of his wrist, the stir-fry danced high in the pan, cooked to golden perfection. It smells wonderful. The inviting aroma made Shizune ask, unable to hold back. Minma, did you learn to cook from Lady Kushina? No, Minma answered while expertly tossing the stir-fry, not even glancing up. Cooking was a rare pleasure for my mom. We hardly ever had the chance to do it together. Then who did you learn from? Shizune handed him a plate, curiosity brimming. I learned at New Oriental. Minma tossed out a quick excuse. He certainly couldn't say it was a skill from past life. New Oriental? Shizune tilted her head, thinking it over. Is that the name of a famous chef? Mionma's hands paused mid-action. Sorry about that. Seeing this, Shizune quickly waved her hands. It's okay. You don't have to tell me if it's inconvenient. She thought it might be something confidential. Mionma just smiled without further explanation, then turned around and began working on the fish. The sizzling of oil filled the air, and soon, that mouth-watering aroma spread throughout the entire kitchen again. Tsunade, basking in a gentle tipsiness, was slouched back in her chair, her eyelids drooping. But as soon as the delicious scent reached her, she shot upright. Well, this looks pretty good, doesn't it? She snapped apart her chopsticks, her eyes gleaming as she fixed them on the plate of braised fish. With pinpoint accuracy, she picked up the juiciest piece and couldn't wait to pop it into her mouth. Shizun watched Tsunade's reaction with nervous anticipation. Suddenly, Tsunade froze. Her fingers gripping the chopsticks trembled ever so slightly. "So, how is it?" Shizun asked quietly. Tsunade forced herself to stay calm as she swallowed the bite, replying in an offhand tone, "It's all right." But inside, she was screaming, "This is absolutely delicious." She stole a glance at the unruffled Myanmar, who ate with quiet composure, and couldn't help but let a smile tug at the corners of her mouth. This kid, not only is he unbelievably strong, but his cooking is out of this world too. But as the thought crossed her mind, worry crept up on her. What if she never got to eat something this tasty again? The idea made her instantly wistful. "Oh, it's too good." Shizun's gasp snapped Tsunade out of her thoughts. Shizun's eyes glowed, and the look she gave Myanmar was as if she discovered some rare and precious creature. Inwardly, she sighed. A boy this perfect, surely the dream of countless girls. If only she herself weren't so much older. What sheltered women, Myanmar thought with a silent laugh at their reactions, taking small bites with elegant manners. Before long, however, he sensed something wasn't right. The two women across from him were becoming more and more ferocious with their eating. If he kept up the act, he wasn't going to get his fill. Tsunade had already propped a foot up on her chair, grabbing food straight from the dish with her hands. Shizun was still trying to maintain a shred of dignity, but her chopsticks moved so fast they seemed to blur in the air. "This isn't fair, Lady Tsunade," Shizun protested miserably, only for Tsunade to swat away her chopsticks without a second thought. Burp. Tsunade let out an unrestrained, satisfied belch and collapsed into her chair, hand rubbing the slight swell of her full stomach. With her eyes half closed and her golden ponytail in disarray, she glanced over at Myanmar. "Your teacher is very pleased. From now on, your reward is to be my personal chef." As if, Myanmar snorted softly, setting down his chopsticks. He may have joined a feeding frenzy, but at least he'd held on to basic table manners. Catching the plaintive look in Shizun's eyes, he chuckled helplessly and said, "Shizun, next time I'll make a bigger batch." "Really?" Shizun's eyes lit up instantly, and her pink tongue darted out to lick a spot of sauce from the corner of her mouth. She set down her plate, polished to a shine from licking it clean, and gazed at Minma with anticipation. Minma was caught off guard by her sudden enthusiasm, not expecting her to be so ravenous. "Let me handle the cleanup." Having extracted his promise to let her eat to her heart's content next time, Jingyin leapt up, bursting with energy. She began humming a cheerful tune as she set about clearing the dishes. Out in the night-shrouded courtyard, Tsunade strolled at a leisurely pace, trying to walk off her fullness. As she rubbed her stomach, she muttered under her breath, "His cooking is dangerously good." "Tsunade, is something the matter?" Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared in the garden at some unknown point, the ember of his pipe flickering in the darkness. He gazed curiously at his pupil's rare expression. "It's all that boy Minma's fault," Tsunade grumbled in annoyance. "I normally never eat this much." Clatter. Sarutobi's pipe tumbled straight to the ground. His eyes went wide, his jaw practically hitting the floor. What? Minma, sipping tea under the eaves, sprayed in a mist, coughing violently. Seeing the exaggerated reactions from the two, Tsunade first frowned in confusion. Then a vein throbbed on her forehead as realization dawned. Her clenched fists made a distinct cracking sound. "What on earth are you two thinking?" "I just meant I overate." "Huh? Oh." Sarutobi chuckled awkwardly as he retrieved his pipe, relighting it with deliberate care. "So you just had a bit too much. What else did you think?" Tsunade narrowed her eyes dangerously. I just figured you ate too much." Sarutobi averted his gaze, guilt written all over his face. Tsunade snorted. After decades as a student, she knew exactly what this inscrutable old man was imagining. Crossing her arms, she asked impatiently, "So, spit it out. What do you want?" "Can an old man come sit for a while?" Leisurely, Sarutobi settled himself onto a rattan chair set in the courtyard. Jingyin hurried over to serve him hot tea with proper deference, earning a kindly nod. "Thank you." Tsunade sat cross-armed opposite him, her brow still furrowed. "Well, out with it. It's nothing troublesome, don't worry." Sarutobi blew a smoke ring and called over Minma, just as the boy was about to excuse himself. Looking over the fair-haired youth, the lines around his eyes softened slightly. "It's fine, Minma. We're all family here. No need to leave." "Okay, Grandpa Sarutobi." Minma returned to the veranda, listening quietly. "I hope you'll consider staying in the village." The glow of Sarutobi's pipe flickered across his world-worn face. "Help us raise the next generation of medical ninja." Seeing Tsunade's fingertips tremble almost imperceptibly, he went on, "Take it as an old man's wish, if nothing else." "So, Is this your personal request? Tsunade arched an eyebrow. Or does it come from the village? It's my wish, Sarutobi replied. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze drifted across the curling blue smoke. Minato had the same thought. The courtyard lapsed into silence, broken only by the faint chirping of autumn insects hidden amid the grass. Tsunade suddenly shot a glance at Minma. That deep, meaningful look made the boy's heart tighten. Why are you looking at me like that? All right. Abruptly, Tsunade relented, a sly smile tugging at her lips, though her eyes never left Minma. That's wonderful. Hiruzen exhaled, the tension in his shoulders melting away as he caught the subtle exchanges between teacher and student. If it weren't for this child, Tsunade probably never would have stayed. He sighed inwardly, then smiled with genuine relief. He really has changed many people's destinies. By the way, Hiruzen rose, as if to leave, but stopped mid-step. Jiraiya should be coming back soon. What's he coming back for? Tsunade chuckled, an image of that white-haired man, always writing some outrageous novel, flashing through her mind, eyes soft with the warmth of old memories. Maybe just to check on old man like me. Hiruzen spoke cheerfully, but his gaze lingered on Tsunade and Minma, quietly thoughtful. If that child hadn't reached out, Tsunade likely would have never returned to the leaf in her lifetime. Don't flatter yourself. Tsunade crossed her long legs atop the stone table, staring up listlessly at the star-dappled sky. That guy would never come all this way for something so trivial. A hearty laugh burst from Hiruzen, echoing through the courtyard. Since stepping down as Hokage, he'd indeed felt much lighter. His wrinkles even seemed to have softened a little. As Minma listened to their conversation, a hint of contemplation flickered in his eyes. Perhaps there are some things worth bringing up now, if only a little. Clearing his throat, he spoke softly. Jiraiya-sensei is coming to visit Grandpa Sarutobi, and Aunt Tsunade is here too. He paused deliberately. Legend has it, the gathering of the Sannin still lacks Orochimaru. Before his words had even faded, the air in the courtyard seemed to thicken, time caught in the stillness. Hiruzen's pipe froze midair. Tsunade's fingertips trembled ever so slightly. Bathed in moonlight, their faces grew heavy with complex emotions. Tsunade's eyes grew distant, as if she traveled back through the years. The pale, chilling face, always carrying an icy smile. Once upon a time, that was her comrade in arms, their bond forged after decades fighting side by side. When, she wondered, did he begin to change? Was it under the sterile glare of dim laboratory lights? The lure of forbidden research? Or, she forced herself not to dwell on it. The ache in her chest was too much. Orochimaru. Hiruzen drew deeply on his pipe, the smoke unfurling in the moonlight. His weathered features flickered in and out of view behind the haze, and in his clouded eyes swam both longing and regret. If only it hadn't been for me. His voice was raspy as he let out a heavy sigh. Orochimaru wouldn't have turned out this way. It really is connected to you. Tsunade let out a sharp, unkind laugh, but when she saw the old man's face grow darker, her tone softened. But in the end, the main responsibility still lies with him. She drew a long breath herself, gazing up at the starry sky with a deep sigh. Jiraiya chased after him for so many years and still couldn't bring him back. Maybe the three of us, Sannin, will never reunite in this lifetime. That's not set in stone. Myanmar mumbled inwardly and couldn't help but worry. I'm just afraid you all won't be able to handle what he's become now. Just picturing Orochimaru now, in the form of a serpent princess, made Myanmar's temples throb. He sneaked a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was lost in his memories and couldn't help but imagine. If Grandpa Sarutobi sees his most cherished student now, no longer a man, not quite a woman, what sort of expression would that weathered old face wear? The thought made the corner of his mouth twitch involuntarily. Is something bothering you? Tsunade's sharp eyes caught his odd expression, and she arched an eyebrow. No, nothing. Myanmar quickly waved his hand and forced himself to appear calm, lifting his teacup for a sip, only to almost scald his tongue. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Tsunade stretched lazily, her loose kimono collar parting a little with emotion. She waved a hand carelessly at Myanmar. Find yourself a room to sleep in. I'm beat. With a yawn, she wandered off toward the bedroom. Okay. Myanmar nodded. At that moment, Shizune appeared at the end of the hallway, arms full of bedding. Your room is ready. If you're tired, just get some rest. Thank you, Shizune. A bright, cheerful smile spread across Myanmar's face. Seeing that Shizune was also carrying a stack of thick documents toward the study, he couldn't help but ask, You're still working this late? I haven't finished the medical department's reports, Shizune replied with a weary smile, then disappeared into the study. Myanmar shook his head helplessly. Seems that even in the ninja world, it's tough being an office worker. He went to the guest room Shizun had prepared, quickly washed up, and lay down. If Yugugo weren't away on a mission, he wouldn't have needed to crash at Tsunade's place. The night passed quietly, and by the time morning light spilled through the paper doors, Myanmar was already awake. He walked to the dining room and found artfully arranged sandwiches and a warm glass of milk on the table. Beside them was a note. Myanmar, breakfast is ready for you. Lady Tsunade will probably sleep till noon. Could you make something for her when she wakes up? Shizun. Honestly, Myanmar pursed his lips, took a quiet bite of the sandwich and muttered, for someone her age, she really can't take care of herself. The sweetness of the milk lingered on his tongue as he carried his cup into the garden. The Senju estate, shrouded in the morning mist, stood ancient and solemn, its clan crest on the corridor still shining with a dignified brilliance. Suddenly, Mima realized something. He frowned and glanced around. By all reason, a great clan like the Senju should not have dwindled down to just Tsunade alone. Even with the policies of the second Hokage that sought to branch out the family, the once glorious Senju, who once matched even the Uchiha, should not have faded to this extent. After all, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans continued to thrive, didn't they? He thoughtfully ran his fingers along the rim of his teacup. Perhaps this quiet ordinariness was exactly what Hashirama and Tobarama Senju desired. Was it their wish for the Senju name to gradually blend into the twinkling lights of every home in Konoha? In this, at least, they lived up to their legacy as Hokage. By late morning, with the sun high in the sky, Tsunade finally sauntered lazily out of her bedroom. She wasn't wearing her iconic green haori today, just a sleeveless undershirt that revealed the graceful lines of her bare arms. Her legs were clad in those familiar dark-cropped pants, feet tucked into the high-heeled ninja sandals. Her toes, painted a bold, playful red, peeked out mischievously. She walked into the living room, yawning and scratching at her loose golden hair, only to find Minma curled up on the sofa, reading a comic book. The swimsuit-clad women on the cover made Tsunade narrow her eyes. In a flash, she snatched the book away. What are you doing? Minma was just reaching a key moment in the story. Having it yanked away, he glared at her, clearly annoyed. Kids shouldn't be reading this kind of inappropriate stuff. Tsunade scolded him in her most righteous tone, but couldn't help sneaking a quick peek at the contents herself. Realizing it was actually a straightforward action manga, a flicker of embarrassment crossed her eyes. Sheepishly, she tossed the comic back. Boring. Minma's interest was gone as well. He tossed the comic aside. It was true. He had been fooled by the cover into buying it. Who knew the story would actually turn out to be so engaging? Now, thanks to Tsunade's interruption, he couldn't enjoy it at all. He got up and brought the food, which had been kept warm, to the table. Eat, he said curtly, plunking it down in front of Tsunade. She raised an eyebrow, ready to lecture this disrespectful student of hers, but the tantalizing aroma made her mouth water and her irritation vanish. Deciding not to bother, she dug in enthusiastically, not even bothering to wash her hands, eating with a gusto that was anything but ladylike. So satisfying. Once she was full and tipsy, Tsunade slouched in her chair with no regard for appearances, let out a hearty belch, and waved her hand regally. You clean up. Indulge you? Not a chance. Mima gave a cold snort, leaning right back into the sofa, unmoving. You eat, you clean. Their eyes met. A standoff, sparks flying silently in the air. Seeing that Minma refused to budge, Tsunade's eyes suddenly narrowed slyly, a mischievous smile tugging at her lips. She straightened up, languidly resting one hand on the table and thoughtfully cupping her chin with the other. The pose made her already impressive figure even more striking, the deep neckline of her shirt gleaming in the morning sunlight. Won't you help me tidy up? Pretty please. She suddenly spoke in an overly sweet, sugary voice, feigning innocence as she batted her eyes. Please, won't you, my most beloved disciple? Thud. Minma was so startled he slid right off the sofa, scrambling to steady himself on the coffee table, narrowly avoiding falling flat on his back. Face flushing crimson, he stammered out a protest. What? What on earth are you doing? Behave yourself. But I am behaving perfectly. Tsunade took the mischief a step further, twisting her body with exaggerated grace, and even squeezed her soft chest. Whatever my disciple says goes. Minma stared at her, eyes wide as if he'd seen a ghost. Are you really Tsunade? Suspicion gleamed in his gaze as he looked her up and down. Could this be someone in disguise? Why don't you guess? Tsunade shot him a teasing wink, elegantly crossing her long legs. The red nail polish on her toes glinted in the sunlight. I give up. Minma, flustered and defeated, darted over to the dining table, hurriedly clearing dishes with ears so red they looked as if they were bleeding. Watching his retreat, Tsunade gave a satisfied hum. Cheeky brat. Still think you're untouchable? She straightened her collar, regaining her usual composure. If it weren't for this exceptionally skilled disciple, would a proud Sannin like herself stoop to such tricks? But on second thought, wasn't information warfare the essence of being a ninja? Having discovered his weakness, it'd be a waste not to use it. Tsunade strolled lazily over to the wine cabinet, retrieving a bottle of finely aged red she'd been saving for years. The scarlet liquid swirled in her glass as she took a leisurely sip, the corner of her eye-catching Minma sulking on the sofa. Don't stand there idle. She swished her wine, a sly smile spreading across her lips. While you're at it, help me wash my clothes. Don't push your luck. Minma leapt up like a bristling cat. I'm not your servant. Oh, Tsunade replied with measured calm, savoring the wine. These are all debts from a certain someone who lost a bet to me. She deliberately drew out her words. Surely, the esteemed heir of the fourth Hokage isn't going to renege on a wager? Minma deflated instantly, slumping back down like a puncture ball. He'd been thoroughly manipulated by Tsunade. But who else could he blame, having lost the bet himself? Seeing her disciple's spirit crushed, Tsunade's mood improved considerably. She set down her glass, dragged a huge laundry basket from the bedroom, and with a dramatic flourish, upended it right in front of Minma. Here you go, just 1 month's worth. Only 2 years and 11 months left. Are you a pig? Minma poked his head out from a mountain of clothes, staring in disbelief. How does anyone wear this many outfits in a month? Watch your tone with your teacher. A vein twitched on Tsunade's forehead as her fist clenched audibly. Bet sub bet. Unless you want the whole village to know you can't handle losing. All right. Minma broke in, gritting his teeth, and was about to resign himself to sorting through the laundry when a delicate fragrance suddenly wafted to his nose. He pushed aside a few outer garments, only to discover, to his shock, several plain, intimate items of clothing mixed in with the rest. Minma froze on the spot, turning his head like a robot. Do I have to deal with these too? Of course, Tsunade replied breezily, swirling her wine glass. The crimson liquid trickled down the corner of her lips. She lounged lazily on the sofa, her long legs crossed and toes flexing ever so slightly. If I'm not embarrassed, why should you be? Fine. I'll take you on one more bet. With a sudden thump, Minma slapped the table. A man of honor couldn't let himself be bossed around by a mere woman, even if, truth be told, she was anything but mere. Tsunade's imposing figure and formidable presence made his confidence waver for a split second. You said it. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, her lips curling into a clever, vulpine grin, like a fox closing in on its prey. She raised the wine glass with measured leisure, taking a delicate sip. The rim bore the shy imprint of her lipstick, and her gaze sparkled with absolute confidence in her victory. I said it. Minma's voice leapt an octave higher. He felt his dignity being put to the test. Hot blood surged to his head, and even the tips of his ears burned bright red. By now, all memories of his previous crushing losing streak had vanished. The only thing on his mind was turning the tables. All right. Suddenly, Tsunade propped one foot up on the table and pulled a pair of dice from her ninja pouch. Same old rules. Hold it. Minma stretched out his right hand, fingers splayed to block her. Let's play something else. He slowly pulled a pristine deck of playing cards from his pocket. I'm game for whatever you want. Tsunade agreed boldly, tossing the dice over her shoulder without a second thought. She tilted her chin ever so slightly. Honey gold hair slid from her shoulder, gleaming in the sunlight. The motion accentuated her figure, but Minma had no time to be distracted. With a crisp snap, he slapped the cards onto the table, a cool sneer on his lips. You got the nerve to try this instead? There's nothing Tsunade won't dare play when it comes to gambling. Tsunade scoffed and casually tugged at the front of her blouse to breathe more freely. Their eyes locked in midair, sparks flying in the silence between them. Minma's pupils contracted as he noticed the sudden keenness in Tsunade's gaze, the hawkish focus unique to true gamblers. The air itself seemed to draw taut, and even the leaves outside the window hung suspended, frozen in time. Passing by, Tonton the piglet caught sight of the scene and froze in fright. Her little eyes went wide and round. Alarmed by the fierce aura radiating from the two, she bolted from the room in a flash, vanishing without a trace. 10 hands later, the so-called gambling god of the shinobi world, Minma hadn't managed a single win against Tsunade, the notorious Big Easy Mark. Minma's eyes were vacant, as if his very soul had fled from him. In his mind, he replayed the details of each game over and over. He'd clearly seen through her strategy, so why did he still lose so utterly? What was even worse was that he now not only had to wash Tsunade's clothes, but also cook for her and be ready to serve her at a moment's notice. Thinking of the endless gloom that awaited him, his heart twisted with pain. Eh ha 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 ha! Tsunade laughed wildly and unrestrained, hands planted on her hips, her generous bosom heaving provocatively with every motion, half concealed by her loose collar. But Myanmar couldn't appreciate the alluring sight at all. He slumped in his chair, eyes completely dulled of all light. Sunlight slanted through the window, falling across the gambling table and casting his pallid face in even bleaker relief. He was utterly beaten, as if he would never dare lift his head before this woman in his entire life. Tsunade's shadow loomed over him, like a mountain he would never be able to scale. After laughing her fill, Tsunade gazed down at him, a true victor towering above her conquest. "A bet's a bet, little Myanmar." She drew out the words with exaggerated pride, flourishing the freshly signed contract in delight. That evening, Shizun returned, a bag stuffed with fresh vegetables hanging from her arm. Her habit was to kick off her sandals at the door, but the instant she lifted her gaze, she froze at the entryway. Lady Tsunade was leaning casually against a pillar, her eyes shimmering with deep satisfaction. Her fair cheeks held a healthy flush, the corners of her lips playing with the hint of a smile. Absent-mindedly, her slender fingers twisted a strand of golden hair. But what sent a chill down Shizun's spine was the sight of Myanmar, sprawled across the corridor. The young man looked completely drained, slumped bonelessly against the wall, the usual lively spark in his blue eyes now nothing but dull emptiness. Sweat had plastered his blonde bangs to his forehead in damp strands, and his shirt collar hung askew, revealing suspicious red marks along his collarbone. Shizun's pupils contracted sharply, and the shopping bag slipped from her hand, the tomatoes and eggplants rolling across the floor. A flood of scandalous and wild thoughts rushed through her mind. This is outrageous. Her sudden shriek sent the sparrows on the eaves scattering in fright. Her entire face flushed scarlet, and she pointed a trembling finger at Tsunade. "How could you do such things to me?" But the words choked off in a mortified whimper, leaving her only able to clench her fists and mutter under her breath. "Myanmar's still just a child." Tsunade arched an eyebrow, the diamond mark glimmering on her forehead. She straightened, deliberately slow, her collar slipping a bit lower to reveal even more alluring skin. "Oh!" A sly, triumphant smile curled Tsunade's lips, the faint flush of wine coloring her cheeks. "So, you know all about it?" That response hit Shizun like a bucket of ice water poured over her head. She staggered back half a step, unable to believe that the mighty Lady Tsunade she had always looked up to could actually be so utterly shameless. "And you can still laugh about this?" Shizun was shocked and furious. She was so caught up in her emotions that she didn't even notice her fingernails digging deep into her own palms. Tsunade tilted her head in confusion, a cascade of golden hair tumbling over her shoulder like a flowing river. "What's the big deal?" She waved her hand dismissively and jerked her chin in Menma's direction. "The kid hasn't complained, and besides, he started it." "What?" Shizun's shriek sent the koi in the pond darting straight to the bottom. Startled by the outburst, Menma flinched and glanced over in bewilderment. The moment he caught sight of the swirl of disappointment, heartbreak, and almost motherly protectiveness in Shizun's eyes, his already pale face sank further into gloom. How could Menma act like this? Shizun's voice wavered now, thick with emotion. Her gaze flicked helplessly back and forth between Tsunade's languid posture and Menma's dejected expression. Her trembling finger pointed accusingly at Tsunade. "He's just a boy. He doesn't know what he's doing. How could you agree to such an outrageous request?" Tsunade's expression finally turned serious. She folded her arms across her chest, the creases between her brows lending her an imposing air. "You're being far too harsh, Shizun." Her voice was low and steady. "It's not like I hurt him. A bet is a bet. Losing fair and square, what's so outrageous about that? Lose and admit defeat?" Shizun blinked, suddenly sensing something was off. She noticed Menma looking at her with pity, while Tsunade's eyes had narrowed in an ominous way. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Shizun's spine as she realized she might have made a grave mistake. Tsunade's presence suddenly turned menacing. She started moving toward Shizun, her shadow stretching long and ominous across the courtyard under the setting sun. "Don't tell me." Tsunade's voice was soft as velvet, but it sent shivers down the spine. No, of course not." Shizun frantically waved her hands and backed away, only to bump with a thud against the doorframe. She shot a pleading look at Menma, but the boy just clicked his tongue, deliberately looking away as he muttered, "People with filthy minds should go reflect on their mistakes." "You little brat." Tsunade's furious roar made the cherry blossoms in the courtyard rain down like a spring storm. Shizun barely had time to defend herself before a chakra-charged fist came flying straight at her, Screaming, she cradled her head and bolted, with the raging Tsunade hot on her heels, relentless. "I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade," Shizune wailed as she vaulted over a stone lantern at the pond's edge. Tsunade's punch smashed into the lantern, leaving cracks like a spiderweb. "I was just worried about you, that's all. Right now, you should worry about yourself." In a flash, Tsunade appeared in front of Shizune, her enormous fist looming dark and threatening. Minma sat slumped on the veranda, watching the uproar and chaos in the garden. Suddenly, losing that bet didn't seem so bad after all. Minma spent a few days at Tsunade's home, days that were equal parts painful and happy. The second round of exams was drawing to a close. He gazed at the date, circled with red on the calendar hanging on the wall. Time was almost up. It was time to go pick up Kimimaro. Clapping his hands, Minma stood up and glanced toward the bedroom. Tsunade was still asleep, so he let her be. After all, waking this woman from a lazy morning was a perilous thing to attempt. In a flash, he arrived at Orochimaru's base. To his surprise, Orochimaru wasn't as exhausted as he'd imagined. Instead, he lounged comfortably in a swiveling chair, poring over research notes at his leisure. "Myanma-kun, you're here." Upon seeing Myanma, Orochimaru rose slowly to greet him, his wide sleeves trailing gently with emotion. Myanma noticed several test tubes filled with crimson liquid neatly arranged on a laboratory table. "How is Kimimaro?" Myanma gestured for Orochimaru to sit, getting straight to the point. "Thanks to yourselves, Myanma-kun, that child Kimimaro is now free from the curse of his inherited disease." Orochimaru replied with a delighted grin, his tongue flicking out habitually. What's more, his abilities have made a tremendous leap forward. Just as Myanma was about to check on Kimimaro, the boy appeared before him. At the end of the corridor, that familiar figure was striding towards him. "Young Master Myanma." Kimimaro hurried over, stopping some 2 meters before him. His eyes shimmered with the threat of tears, overwhelmed with emotion and at a loss for words. He wore a brand-new white kimono, bamboo leaf motifs embroidered along the collar, and all of him seemed renewed, his once pale face now healthy and flushed, his whole presence radiant with life. The most striking change was his chakra. It surged within him like a wave of heat in midsummer, boundless and brimming with vitality. "I'm just glad you're all right." Seeing him in such good health, Myanma smiled with relief, looking Kimimaro up and down before asking, "How do you feel now?" "I can feel your blood coursing through me, young master." Kimimaro's gaze burned bright as he spoke, voice trembling with excitement. He lifted a hand, and in an instant a crystal-clear bone spike formed in his palm, more pure and unyielding than ever before. "I'm filled with strength now. I can once again clear the way ahead for you." As he said these words, his voice trembled, a mix of joy at his rebirth and his unwavering loyalty swelling to its peak. Myanma felt a bit awkward under Kimimaro's intense gaze, forcing out a dry laugh. He'd long since grown used to Kimimaro's devotion, yet the sheer heat of his feelings still left him slightly unsettled. He turned toward the exit, steering the conversation away. "Time's about up. Let's head back." "Yes." Kimimaro nodded vigorously, eyes shining even brighter. Watching Myanma's retreating figure, he made a silent vow to himself. "I will protect you, young Master Myanma, no matter what." He clenched his fist, feeling a surge of newfound strength flowing through his very bones, a sensation of power unlike anything he had ever experienced before. A low, sinister chuckle rumbled through the air. Orochimaru took in every detail of Kimimaro's expression, licking his lips as he mused to himself. "This power excites you, doesn't it? The first time I accepted this strength, I felt exactly the same way." His gaze slid between them, golden slit pupils shining with a calculating light. "It's fascinating to imagine. What sort of transformation will this new strength bring?" Minma, unaware of what was going through the minds of the others, transported them back to the hidden leaf village using the flying thunder god technique. "Orochimaru, you mustn't reveal your identity just yet. The time isn't right." Minma gave this warning to Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's lips curled into a playful smile. He nodded lightly and replied, "Don't worry, Minma-kun. I'm also quite interested to see how things develop from here." Without further delay, Minma led Kimimaro to the tower where the second stage of the exam was being held. He pushed open the heavy doors, and inside the spacious hall, a sizable crowd had already gathered. The air was thick with tension and anticipation. Clusters of examinees chatted excitedly about their trial experiences, while others lounged against the walls, exhausted. But the central figure on the floor was impossible to miss, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. His golden hair shimmered in the light, and his face wore that familiar gentle smile. Standing behind him, The group of proctors led by Kakashi stood in perfect formation. For once, Kakashi stood at attention, not sneaking a peek at his favorite Ica Paradise novel. Tsunade's not here again? Minma glanced around, but failed to spot Tsunade anywhere in the room, prompting him to sigh in resignation. He had long given up trying to find words to scold that lazy woman. Before he could dwell on it, a flash of red swept across the room, whirling toward him. Minma. Karen's voice was bursting with sheer joy as she flung herself into Minma's arms, her eyes burning with excitement behind her glasses. Her embrace was as fierce as ever, as if terrified that he might vanish at any moment. Four-Eye Girl. Ino saw this and immediately stamped her foot in frustration, her golden ponytail swinging with emotion. Not to be outdone, she rushed to Minma's other side and wrapped herself around his arm, shooting Karen a provocative glare in the process. Karen! Ino! Not this again! Minma, caught between the two girls and tugged from both sides, felt his scalp begin to tingle. He couldn't help but notice all the different looks the others were giving him. Some curious, others envious, a few even openly hostile. Hinata's pale eyes narrowed ever so slightly, her small hands curling into tight fists. Minma-kun, she whispered under her breath, and for a fleeting moment, the warmth and shyness that usually defined her expression gave way to a sharp, chilling edge. Standing beside her, Kiba Inuzuka sensed something was off and blinked in surprise. What's going on here? Yin nervously swallowed and instinctively edged a step to the side. Even Akamaru nestled in his arms, sensed something was off. The little pup shrank his neck and whimpered twice, anxious and uncertain. Minato gave an awkward smile as he watched his son being tugged between two young girls. He was just about to announce details for the next round of the exam, hoping to ease the delicate tension hanging in the air, when suddenly, "Sorry, I'm running a bit late." Tsunade strolled in, stifling yawn, her golden hair slightly disheveled, clear evidence she'd only just rested herself from her bed. "Lady Tsunade." Minato froze, a bead of sweat slipping down his brow, but quickly regained his composure and answered with a gentle smile. "It's fine, you're right on time. As long as I'm not late, it's all good." Tsunade's laugh was carefree, almost boisterous. She swept her gaze over her three students, Kimimaro, Karen, and Minma, who was currently besieged by the girls. Her eyes lingered on Minma for a brief, meaningful moment, but soon her languid expression returned. She folded her arms and leaned against a nearby pillar, drawling, "Carry on. Don't mind me." But Tsunade's little admiring fan, Tintin, was all but trembling with excitement, her cheeks tinged a lively pink. She couldn't take her eyes off her idol, and whispered eagerly to Niji at her side, "Why is Lady Tsunade here?" Her voice was bright and sparkling with irrepressible joy. "Don't you know?" Niji looked at Tintin curiously, a flash of surprise passing through his pale eyes. Seeing her tilting her head, big round eyes brimming with genuine confusion, he realized she truly seemed out of the loop. He lowered his voice and explained, "Lady Tsunade is now the Jonin instructor for Minma's team." "What?" Tintin blinked in surprise, her long eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a tiny fan. Almost involuntarily, she glanced at Tsunade, then at Minma, entangled between the two girls, and mumbled in puzzlement. "Wasn't Lady Kushina Minma's Jonin instructor? I thought she... I don't know all the details either." Niji shook his head. "But for now, Minma's instructor really is Lady Tsunade." As he spoke, his gaze flickered thoughtfully between Tsunade and Minma, as if pondering the logic behind this arrangement. "That's wonderful." Tintin suddenly clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling like a sky full of tiny stars. She gave a delighted little bounce in place, her bun-topped hair springing cheerfully along with her. "That means when I visit Minma, I'll get to see Lady Tsunade more often." Her voice rose with excitement, drawing a few curious glances from a nearby genin. Tian was wholly immersed in her joy, already pondering what gift she should prepare to meet her idol. Should she bring Lady Tsunade's favorite sake, or perhaps some special ninja tool she crafted herself? She even imagined, with a respectful bow, presenting her gift and seeing the look of approval light up Lady Tsunade's face. Niji, watching his teammates' starstruck expression, let out a helpless sigh. His eyes drifted toward Minma in the center of the field, and he couldn't help but mutter, "I really don't get what makes this guy so captivating. He's even got me wondering." Minato glanced around, his gentle gaze sweeping over each examinee as he saw that almost everyone had arrived. He cleared his throat, and his voice rang clearly throughout the exam hall. "The third round is a crucial stage to showcase your abilities, and an essential test for becoming a Chunin. As he spoke fluently about the exam's significance and rules, the faces of the examinees gradually turned focused and attentive. Naruto crossed his arms, a restless light gleaming in his blue eyes, barely able to contain his anticipation. Meanwhile, Gaara stood quietly in a corner, his attention fixed solely on Mema, much to the silent exasperation of Kankuro beside him. Glancing at Temari, and seeing his sister's gaze also locked on Mema, Kankuro couldn't help but feel like he was the odd one out. Well then, I'll leave the rest to the chief examiner for the third round. With that, Minato nodded encouragingly to Hate Gecko, who stood at his side, a warm smile on his face. You may begin. Yes, Lord Hokage. Hate responded energetically, dropping to one knee in salute, his long, dark hair swaying gently with the movement. As he rose to his feet, Mema couldn't resist sneaking a few more glances at him. This was the same Hate who, in his memory, always seemed a frail, coughing ninja, yet now, he looked healthy, full of vigor and color. The third round preliminaries will be conducted as one-on-one matches. Hate's voice rang out, clear and commanding. The bout continues until one side surrenders or is unable to battle. As the electronic display started to spin, Mema's gaze wandered among the competitors. There were the familiar faces from his cohort, Niji's team, and Gaara's group. Even Orochimaru's 3 sound ninja subordinates had made it to the roster, though their supervising jonin was no longer Orochimaru in disguise. Mema recalled having seen him before. If memory served, the man was a ninja from the Fuma clan. When Mema's eyes met the Fuma jonins, the man offered a respectful bow. The gesture caught Mema so off guard he almost choked, but thankfully everyone else was focused on the screen and missed the subtle exchange. First match of the third round preliminaries. Hate announced in a resonant voice, Uchiha Sasuke versus Tosu Kin Yuta. Go Sasuke. Knock him flat. Naruto was sprawled over the railing, golden hair bristling wildly as he cheered with gusto. Go Sasuke. Sakura clenched her fists, pale pink hair floating behind her, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Oomph. Sasuke let out a cold snort, hands stuffed nonchalantly into his pockets, and leapt into the arena with an air of effortless cool. His Sharingan had already been activated in secret. He looked down at the sound ninja, toss, from his superior position. The trademark smirk played on his lips as he declared, Give up. Against the Uchiha, you don't stand a chance. Honestly. Noodle Mask pressed a hand to his forehead, unable to help himself. Looking at Sasuke in all his adolescent bravado, he suddenly had the urge to hand him a guitar. He'd suit the part of a moody rock star perfectly. But jokes aside, Noodle Mask was well aware of how this battle would end. Nowadays, Sasuke had not only benefited greatly from the meticulous guidance of Itachi and Shursui, but had also mastered the Chidori, thanks to Kakashi's tutelage. On top of that, frequent sparring matches with Naruto had turned his strength into something altogether different from before. Noodle Mask even suspected that, if Kakashi weren't using his Sharingan, he might just find himself losing to this second pillar in pure taijutsu and standard jutsu. In the end, Sasuke utterly overwhelmed Toss, securing victory with absolute ease. He stood at the center of the arena, eyes filled with disdain and indifference, as if this triumph was hardly worth mentioning. Amazing! Sasuke! Sakura leapt to her feet in excitement. She cupped her hands around her mouth, her voice brimming with adoration. You were amazing out there? TCH. Big deal. Naruto clicked his tongue, arms folded across his chest, muttering under his breath. Even I could have beaten a guy like that with no trouble. As he spoke, his fingers unconsciously picked at the edge of the railing. On the far side of the stands, Tsunade raised an eyebrow, watching the Uchiha boy in the arena with a spark of interest. That's one of the Uchiha kids, isn't it? She leaned over and asked Minato in a low voice. Yes, that's Fugaku's youngest son, Sasuke Uchiha. Minato answered gently, his gaze following Sasuke as he strode coolly away. The Hokage's cloak fluttered softly in the breeze, and Minato's tone carried a note of pride. Sasuke has grown a lot. At this point, he's approaching Naruto's level. At those words, Tsunade's ruby lips curled into a meaningful smile. She leaned languidly against the railing, her ample chest rising and falling ever so slightly with a breath. But compared to your older boy, she drawled, he's still got a long way to go, hasn't he? Even as she spoke, her gaze drifted out across the stands. Noodle Mask was sprawled lazily over the railing, his striking blonde hair gleaming in the sunlight like liquid gold. A low laugh escaped Minato. He scratched the back of his head, a mixture of pride and humility in his eyes. Noodle Mask is definitely more mature than other kids his age. Honestly, even at this age, his abilities far surpassed mine when I was that young. You really are something. Tsunade let out a small, wistful laugh. Still, I haven't seen anyone his age who's stronger. Not even my grandfather could compare back when he was that young. Hearing this, Minato looked at his eldest with eyes full of gentle warmth. As a father, his heart brimmed with boundless pride. With the right guidance, Minmo will surely surpass everyone. The second match, Shino Aburame vs Sakuto. Hey Gecko's voice once again echoed throughout the arena. Minma gave a lazy yawn. He couldn't muster even a hint of interest in such a one-sided contest. He simply rested his chin on his folded arms, sprawling across the railing like an indolent cat, eyes closed, drifting in and out of a light doze. Beside him, Kimimaro stood as motionless as a statue, immaculate in his snow-white kimono, every thread spotless. His eyes remained fixed solely on Minma's sleeping face, utterly indifferent to the fierce battle raging beyond. It wasn't until a red-haired youth with a massive gourd strapped to his back slowly approached that Kimimaro's gaze suddenly sharpened with alertness. "What do you want?" Without a sound, Kimimaro stepped forward. Though his voice was barely above a whisper, it carried a chilling edge. His tall, slender form became a barrier of pure winter, keeping Gaara at a safe distance, allowing not even the hint of a threat near Minma. Gaara's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. He had never been confronted with such raw, unfiltered killing intent before, cold and razor-sharp, as if 1,000 bone spikes might pierce his body at any second. In the past, he wouldn't have cared who stood before him. He would have snapped, unleashing chaos without hesitation. But now, all he did was clench his fists tighter. His voice came out rough and hoarse, but just as Gaara spoke, a familiar sound reached him, bringing an instant wave of comfort. "Kimimaro, it's all right." Minma, eyes open without anyone noticing when, gently pressed down Kimimaro's arm. Turning to Gaara, he offered a soft, reassuring smile. "He's a friend of mine." Those words shone into Gaara's heart like a warm ray of sunlight. He stood rooted to the spot, ears ringing, as if 1,000 butterflies had taken wing in his chest. Friend, a word once so distant, now spoken so effortlessly by Minma. I wanted to thank you." Gaara's voice was as soft as a whisper, a rare flush of color finding its way onto his pale cheeks. "Recently, I've actually been able to sleep." Minma's smile deepened. He straightened up, leaning against the rail with an easy grace, golden hair swaying gently in the breeze. "It's nothing really. There's no need to be so polite between friends." He paused, his tone sincere and gentle. "If you ever need my help in the future, just say the word." Gaara gazed back in silent astonishment, his eyes trembling ever so slightly. The lingering shadows in his heart were steadily melting away, replaced by a light he'd never known before. He nodded, firmly, almost as if making a sacred vow. "That kid." From afar, Tsunade pressed a hand to her forehead in exasperation, though she couldn't hide the smile tugging at her lips. She teased Minato, saying, "No wonder you two are father and son. With just a few words, you managed to win over that sand ninja kid completely." Laughter echoed around them. Minato scratched his head sheepishly, a little embarrassed. As he watched his eldest son's figure departing, memories suddenly flooded back. He remembered the first time, many years ago, when he had held that tiny hand. Back then, Minmo was still a toddler, unsteady on his feet. Now, he had grown into someone who could shine like the sun, bringing light to dispel the darkness around others. What on earth? Gaara's Jonin mentor, Baki, shot upright, as if jolted by electricity, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. He rubbed his eyes, hardly able to believe what he was seeing. That same Gaara, famous for his bloodthirsty nature, was now standing before the other boy with an awkward shyness. Was that actually a faint blush creeping across his face? Just minutes ago, when Gaara walked toward Minma, Baki's heart had nearly stopped. He snapped to full alert, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. "This is bad, really bad. That boy's the Hokage's son." Was Gaara about to do something terrible? Hundreds of worst-case scenarios played out in his head, and he even started thinking about how he would explain all this to Lord Kazekage. But the scene before his eyes overturned everything he thought he knew. Not only did Gaara not lose control, he was now standing there like a child who'd just been given candy, with a sparkle in his eyes that Baki had never seen before. It was pure trust and longing, as if Minma was the very light breaking through his world's darkness. When the world is going on, Baki tugged at his own hair, utterly bewildered, feeling as if his entire worldview was crumbling. He couldn't help but study Minma. This blond boy smiled with such warmth that even the air around him seemed to grow softer. Even though it was their very first meeting, Baki inexplicably felt drawn to him. His gaze shifted to the fourth Hokage, and in a moment of sudden realization, Baki sighed. No wonder they're father and son. It's that same likable face, impossible to dislike. TSK. Standing nearby, Kakashi curled his lip in disdain, his weary eyes full of silent disbelief at their naivete. He rolled his eyes, silently grumbling to himself. That's because you haven't seen what this kid is really like. As one of the many who had suffered at Minma's hands, Kakashi knew all too well. The innocent face hid a devilishly cunning mind. He couldn't suppress a shiver as he remembered his own misfortunes. All those years being chased and punished by Minma's mother. Shino, Aburame wins. The announcement from Hate Gecko echoed around the arena. At the call, Minma looked over. He saw Saku collapsed on the ground, both arms battered and bloodied. A pair of medic nin were rushing him onto a stretcher. But with Orochimaru's skills, healing him would hardly be a challenge. Minma let his thoughts wander carelessly, his gaze sweeping across to the Jonin from the Kazekage's clan sitting in the stands. The other party seemed entirely unconcerned with his subordinates' injuries, instead watching everyone in the arena with lively interest. The third match, Ino Yamanaka versus Sakura Haruno. Just as Minma was about to head to the resting room, he stopped in his tracks. A slight, unconscious smile played at the corners of his mouth. He always enjoyed watching the girls fight most of all. Turning back, he leaned against the railing with a look of curiosity and delight, eyes fixed on the center of the field. The two girls on the stage set off a striking contrast. Ino, with her golden hair flying, stood tall with effortless confidence. Sakura, meanwhile, kept her head bowed, her pink locks veiling half her face. "Go, Sakura! Don't lose to her!" Naruto shouted with all his might, nearly vaulting over the railing as his excitement overflowed. "Heh, I never expected I'd be facing you today." Ino stood with hands on her hips, flashing her trademark smile, one brimming with confidence. Thanks to special guidance from Minma, her skills had transformed beyond recognition. Sakura kept her silence. Memories slipped in. How? As a child, it was always Ino who'd first step up to protect her from bullies. And every time she cried, it was Ino who'd hand her a beautiful bouquet. That warmth made Sakura's clenched fist unconsciously loosen just a bit. "Begin." As soon as Hate Gecko's voice fell, both girls leapt forward at the same moment. Sakura launched into her moon-balanced stance, but Ino dodged lightly, nimble as a breeze. Shuriken flashed through the air, clashing mid-flight. Ino caught an incoming kunai with a swift, elegant motion and spun, returning it with a flick. Thunk! The kunai buried itself deeply in the ground, no more than an inch from Sakura's toes. Back and forth they went, exchanging blows in a furious hand-to-hand contest. On the surface, it seemed Sakura had the upper hand. She really can't bring herself to strike. Can she, Ino? Watching them, Minma murmured softly. Each time Ino's attack looked like it was about to land somewhere dangerous, she instinctively held back. That tiny hesitation opened a gap, allowing Sakura to counterattack. In no time at all, Ino found herself forced to the edge of the arena. This girl, she's just like Hinata, far too kind for her own good. Minma shook his head gently, his gaze softening. Clearly, facing her dearest childhood friend, Ino just couldn't give it her all. Sakura's got this. The advantage is overwhelming. Naruto punched the air in excitement, his azure eyes sparkling with anticipation. Grinning his iconic wide grin, he leaned so far over the railing, it seemed he might topple into the ring to cheer. "Idiot! How can you not see what's really going on?" Sasuke, hands jammed in his pockets, shot Naruto a disdainful glance. "Show off, Sasuke. What's that supposed to mean?" Naruto immediately bristled, glaring right back at Sasuke. "Oof." Sasuke simply turned away, presenting the back of his head with an air of utter indifference. Moron. Shikamaru lounged against the railing, voice slow and lazy. He looked at Naruto's completely clueless face and couldn't help but tease. "Everyone else can see what's going on. It's just you who hasn't figured out." "What are you talking about?" Naruto turned, blinking in utter confusion, his golden brows scrunched up in a knot. "Never mind, just go back to playing." Shikamaru waved his hand dismissively, imitating Minma's tone as he spoke. As expected, female ninja taijutsu is only SOSO. Niji crossed his arms and offered his critique from above, his voice tinged with that characteristic Hyuga pride. "That's not true." Tenten puffed out her cheeks and shot back at Niji in protest, glaring at him with indignation. "It's just that they're both going way too easy on each other." She pointed to the arena, insisting, "There's no such thing as boys or girls fights in real combat." "What do you mean, going easy?" Naruto blinked blankly, a giant question mark practically hovering over his head. He scratched his blonde hair, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Without a word, he spun around and dashed straight toward Minma. "Hey, big bro." Naruto grabbed onto Minma's sleeve. "What were they talking about?" "It's nothing, really." Minma smiled, trying to put it in words his little brother would understand. It's like how I never use my full strength when I'm sparring with you. Naruto froze for a second, then realization dawned on him. He turned back to look at the arena, finally understanding why Ino's attacks always seemed to fall just short. She'd been holding back the whole time. Sigh, no hair pulling. Where's the fun in that? Minma watched as Ino missed another opportunity to attack, closing his eyes with a quiet chuckle. A memory flashed through his mind. Two little girls hand in hand, hiking up the mountain to pick flowers. Back then, Ino would stride confidently ahead, guarding the shy little Sakura behind her like a proud princess. They'd always been best friends, and a match their fathers had arranged really was something to see. Minma turned to look up at the viewing platform, where Minato was watching the match intently. Ninja have to grow if they want to survive in this harsh world, but he glanced back to the two girls in the arena and sighed softly. Some things can't be changed, no matter how hard they try. His gaze drifted from the match and eventually settled on Karen, standing quietly beside him. You girls just focus on being your beautiful selves. Leave changing the world to me. Ino. Sakura suddenly halted her attack. She locked eyes with her friend, her voice resolute. I'm no longer the little bud who needed your protection. What? Ino's eyes widened in surprise. The timid girl who once hovered behind her now looked at her with a gaze she could hardly recognize. I'm stronger than you now. I don't need you to watch over me. Sakura struck a textbook fighting stance. Minma noticed immediately a slight tremble in her fingertips. Ino's face flushed a deep red, her blue eyes blazing with anger. Sakura, do you even know who you're talking to right now? She snapped. Don't get ahead of yourself, crybaby. That was a bit too much, even for Sakura. Naruto mumbled under his breath, wearing a long face. And Ino's glare is downright terrifying. But that wasn't quite it. Minma shook his head and softly explained. She's just trying to provoke Ino on purpose, hoping she won't hold back anymore. So that's what's really going on. Naruto's eyes lit up with sudden realization, a wide, beaming grin spreading across his face. I knew Sakura would never stoop so low. Kakashi leaned casually against the railings of the spectator's stand, his single exposed eye narrowing as he watched the two girls. Speaking to himself, he muttered, rivals really are strange and fascinating creatures. As he spoke, his gaze drifted, almost unconsciously, toward my guy, who stood nearby. Huh. Might Guy sharply sensed Kakashi's stare and whipped his head around. A nervous chuckle escaped Kakashi. Caught off guard, he quickly raised a hand in greeting. Hello there. His voice quavered with embarrassment, and his visible eye curved into a crescent moon shape. Might Guy's thick brows furrowed together, burning with a fiery determination in his heart. My youthful rival Kakashi. That baffling reaction of yours is always so infuriating. Meanwhile, the tension down on the field was mounting, a spark just waiting to ignite. Sakura took a slow, deep breath and gently untied the once vivid ribbon from around her forehead. The color had faded with time. It was a gift from Ino many years ago. Now, I'm giving it back to you. Sakura's words were quiet but resolute. Her pink hair fluttered softly in the breeze, those emerald eyes shining with unwavering determination. Ino frowned at first, but the expression quickly smoothed away. Tilting her head ever so slightly, a familiar, proud smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. That ribbon was yours from the moment I gave it, so it doesn't matter. I'm no longer that little girl who always ran behind Ino. Sakura straightened her back, her voice clear and strong. I understand, Sakura. Ino took back the ribbon that carried so many memories. Just like Sakura, she untied her own ninja headband and tied it freshly around her forehead. This time for real. Both girls shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the arena. At the same moment, they slipped into fighting stances. No holding back. Let's settle this fair and square. Why did they both suddenly get so fired up? On the bleachers, Naruto scratched his head in bewilderment. Watching the two girls radiate confidence and resolve down below, he simply couldn't wrap his head around their sudden shift. Maybe this is just what youth is like. Minma gave a little shrug, a gentle smile on his lips. Huh. Might Guy's thick eyebrows suddenly shot up, his whole demeanor turning alert like a beast that had just spotted its prey. A flash of green whirlwind swept by, and in the blink of an eye, he was standing right in front of Minma, his strong hands landing heavily on Minma's shoulders. You just said the word youth, didn't you? Guy was brimming with excitement, tears welling up so intensely that his booming voice resounded throughout the entire exam hall. His bowl cut gleamed beneath the sunlight, and his dazzling white teeth reflected blinding flashes of light. Huh? Minma and Naruto both jerked backward in shock, identical looks of terror spreading across their similarly featured faces. Minma's blonde hair puffed up in fright, making him look just like a startled little lion cub. G-Guy bro. Minma struggled to break free from Guy's grip, his mouth twitching uncontrollably as he caught sight of those fervent, almost burning eyes. See, calm down. This is the power of youth. Completely caught up in his own emotions, Guy quaked with excitement, his fists trembling as tears streamed down, catching the sunlight and scattering it into rainbows. Guy-sensei. Without anyone noticing, Lee had barreled over as well, tears streaming relentlessly from beneath his thick brows. Lee, Guy-sensei. Master and pupil threw themselves into an emotional embrace, their tears tracing bright arcs through the air. The people around them couldn't help but take a few steps back from this intense scene. Naruto quietly swallowed, inching away on tiptoe, then simply darted behind Sasuke for cover. Off to the side, a bead of cold sweat slid down Kakashi's temple, relief flickering in his visible eye. As expected, even Minma can't withstand Guy's passion. The corner of Niji Hyuga's mouth twitched, the icy facade of his cool image nearly shattering. Tintin, meanwhile, had already squatted down to hide her face, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the earth. The toes of both were curling up in embarrassment, as if they could claw out a 3-bedroom apartment in sheer awkwardness. Steadying his nerves, Minma turned his gaze back to the arena. The fight on the field was nearing its end. Thanks to his careful guidance, Ino had long since mastered both the shadow clone technique and water-style ninjutsu. These days, Sakura was clearly no match for her. Ino hadn't even used her clan's signature mind-body switch technique yet. Just the combination of her sharp taijutsu and clones was enough to push Sakura to the brink. After a few more exchanges, Sakura finally collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Ino Yamanaka, winner. Hey, Gecko lazily announced the result, his voice tinged with clear disappointment. He'd hoped for an evenly matched clash, but it had ended far too quickly and cleanly. The victorious Ino walked over to Sakura, sunlight painting her golden bangs with a soft glow. She reached out her hand, her smile as radiant as it had been the day they first met, all those years ago. You've finally bloomed too. You've become a beautiful flower. Sakura abruptly lifted her head, her emerald eyes brimming with crystal tears. With trembling hands, she grasped Ino's and whispered, Ino. Seeing the two reconcile, Minma allowed himself a soft, contented smile. Just as he was about to slip away and grab a bite to eat, the voice of Hey, Gecko rang out once more. For the next match, Karen Uzumaki versus Hinata Hyuga. This pairing left not only Minma stunned, but also sent a wave of surprised murmurs rippling through the audience. Minma felt a chill shiver up his spine. He saw clearly how Karen adjusted her red-framed glasses, a barely concealed excitement glimmering in those crimson eyes of hers. On the other side, Hinata stood with her head bowed, the snowy whites of her eyes hidden in the shadows of her bangs, her expression unreadable. This is going to get tricky. Minma swallowed hard, nerves tightening in his chest. Both sides are dear to me. Either way, whatever happens, I'll be the one left aching in the end. How interesting. Tsunade's lazy, teasing voice drifted over from behind, a skewer of dango in her hand, with a little sauce spotting the edge of her lips. She was watching the unfolding scene with keen amusement. Her red lips curled up, and the look she gave Minma was full of playful mischief. Let's see how you handle this one. With a casual motion, Tsunade produced a lounge chair, leaning back in comfort, her ample chest gently swaying with the movement. She looked every bit the picture of someone settling in for a good show. Down in the arena, Karen was pushing up her glasses, the lenses flashing with a dangerous glint. Hinata, still with head lowered, held stormy undercurrents in her pale eyes. Tsunade weighed the two in her thoughts. Karen had not only inherited the vast reserves of chakra from the Uzumaki clan, but also possessed a regenerative prowess that was, in some ways, even more monstrous than her own. Sensation techniques, sealing arts of the Uzumaki, even her raw physical strength, Karen excelled across the board. At this, Tsunade's eyes flashed with a touch of sympathy for the gentle, delicate Hinata. On paper, this match barely seemed like a contest. But what really excited her was, these two girls, they both happened to be Minma's little fangirls. Tsunade's lips curved into a sly, knowing smile as she turned to Minato. Fourth Hokage, this was quite the match arrangement. Minato could only offer a wry smile, waving his hands. It wasn't me, honestly. The pairing was completely randomized by the lottery machine. Haha. Tsunade chuckled with a deeper meaning, nodding toward Minma. That kid is totally going to blame you for this. Minato stiffened as if sitting on pins and needles, jumping to his feet to straighten his Hokage robes. Suddenly, I recall some paperwork that needs my attention. Before he could finish, the yellow flash had already vanished without a trace. Wow, he really can run. Tsunade chuckled softly, her gaze catching Ino, who had just finished her match and was now eagerly running toward Minma. Minma, I won. Ino's cheerful voice suddenly faltered. She stared wide-eyed at the match roster, and a wicked grin slowly crept onto her lips. Perfect. Hopefully, they'll both go down together. The blonde girl clenched her fist in excitement. That way, Minma will be mine. As she spoke, a trail of crystal-clear drool slid from the corner of her mouth. Wipe your mouth, will you? Sakura, clearly exasperated, handed her a tissue. She simply couldn't comprehend her best friend's sudden bout of mania. What are we going to do now? A sheen of sweat broke out across Myanmar's brow, while his golden eyelashes fluttered in nervous agitation. He stared intently at the two girls about to compete, his mind racing through every possible response. In his anxiety, he instinctively glanced over to Naruto beside him. Why are you looking at me? Naruto blinked in confusion. Never mind, just keep playing. Myanmar let out a heavy sigh and rubbed his temples. I guess all I can do now is keep my eyes glued to the match. If anything unexpected happens, I'll have to act immediately. At last, the opportunity presents itself. Karen flexed her fingers lightly, tilting her head as she sized up Hinata on the other side. A look of unwavering confidence settled on her face. To her, this match wasn't just about passing the exam. It was also a matter of winning Myanmar once and for all. I have to win beautifully this time. Karen brimmed with self-assurance. Aside from Myanmar and Kimimaro, she didn't believe anyone else here stood a chance against her. Not even her cousin Naruto, or that Uchiha Sasuke, for that matter. Her only real concern now was finding the perfect way to defeat Hinata, compelling the proud Hyuga heiress to gracefully bow out of the competition. Hinata. From the stands, Niji's brow was deeply furrowed, his white eyes shadowed with worry. As a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, he was all too aware of his cousin's abilities. He'd never seen Karen in action, but anyone who could team up with Myanmar was surely no pushover. That Kimimaro was clearly just a step behind Myanmar in their squad. Niji's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze sharp. This red-haired girl, even if she seems weaker, will be anything but easy to handle. If there's truly no chance, then maybe it's best to withdraw. Niji's voice was so soft, it was scarcely more than a whisper. He wasn't alone. Anyone aware of the inside story, like Kimimaro or Kakashi, understood just how formidable Karen really was. Under the harsh training of both Kushina and Tsunade, this Uzumaki heir had already become a force to be reckoned with. You can do it, Hinata. Kiba's booming shout broke the tense silence as he balanced on the edge of the railing, fist pumping in the air, with Akamaru on his head barking encouragement. The pair radiated enthusiasm. That's right, go for it, Hinata. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, his voice calm but unwavering. Though usually reserved and quiet as a teammate, he still chose to support Hinata. Hinata! Kurenai Yuhi gazed at Hinata, her crimson eyes clouded with worry. Instinctively, she looked toward Minma, hoping the young man could come up with a solution. What could I possibly do? A hint of a headache crept up on Minma. He knew all too well that although Hinata appeared delicate on the outside, her spirit was exceptionally tenacious. Asking her to yield voluntarily would be a devastating blow to her. But if he cheered for Hinata, Karen would definitely not let it go so easily. Yet if he sided with Karen, he feared he would wound Hinata's heart. He let out a long sigh, his golden bangs falling forward, hiding his furrowed brow. Brother, what's troubling you? Naruto edged closer, holding a fresh cup of instant noodles, the savory steam filling the air. Seeing Minma's troubled expression, he looked genuinely puzzled. It's nothing, I just don't have much appetite. You go ahead. Minma forced a smile and gently pushed back the noodles his younger brother offered. Well, then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll have both. Naruto cheered immediately, plopping down on the ground and diving in, slurping his noodles with gusto. He was completely oblivious to the tension hanging over everyone else. Sometimes I really envy my little brother. Watching Naruto's carefree ways, Minma could only shake his head with resignation. Drawing a deep breath, his gaze regained its resolve. So be it. Whatever happens, I'll bear it myself. He looked toward the two girls in the ring and made a silent vow. Keep going. I'll protect you both. If you yield now, it's not too late. Karen's lips curled in the smile of someone confident in victory as she watched Hinata, whose head had remained bowed. But you have to give up on Minma. Hinata's head snapped up at those words, blue veins bulging around her snow-white eyes, her soft, short hair beginning to sway as if animated by her determination. Slowly, she assumed the opening stance of gentle fist. Her voice was soft, but there was unshakable resolve beneath the words. I will not give up. Within those pure pale eyes, a newfound fighting spirit blazed, silently declaring, "It's precisely because of Minma that I've made it this far. If I were to give up now, I could never forgive myself." "Hinata!" Niji's white eyes widened ever so slightly, surprise breaking through his usual mask of cold indifference. In spite of himself, he glanced at Minma, complicated feelings swirling in his heart. Because of this guy, Hinata has changed so much. But the gap in skill isn't something that mere determination can bridge. If that's the case, are you prepared for the consequences? Karen's eyes grew sharp. She spaced her feet apart, settling into a textbook fighting stance. Her crimson hair rippled even without a breeze as powerful waves of chakra began to surge all around her. Moonlight Hade had expected a long, drawn-out recollection, but to his surprise, the two plunged straight into action. He cleared his throat and quickly announced, "Begin." Even before his words had fully left his mouth, Karen's silhouette vanished from where she stood. "So fast." Moonlight Hade's eyes widened in shock. As a special jonin, even he couldn't keep up with Karen's speed. A red afterimage streaked by, and in the next instant, Karen was already by Hinata's side, delivering a fierce side kick straight to Hinata's waist. With a resounding thud, Hinata was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, skidding across the ground for over a dozen meters before finally coming to a stop. Dust billowed around her as she kneeled down on one knee, a trail of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. "Give up. You're far too weak." Karen stood where she was, gazing down at Hinata from above, her voice thick with disdain. "I won't give up." Gritting her teeth, Hinata rose to her feet. The veins around her eyes bulged more prominently than ever. She gasped for breath, yet her gaze held a firmness never seen before. "This time, I will see through her movements." How unrealistic. Karen frowned, and once again became a streak of crimson lightning. But this time, Hinata's eyes flew wide open, and at the very last instant, she twisted aside, dodging the punch aimed right at her face. She managed to avoid the direct attack, but the rushing wind of Karen's strike was still enough to send her tumbling to the ground. "You stand no chance of defeating me." Karen pushed up her glasses, looking down at Hinata as she struggled to get up once more. "If you give up now, you'll suffer less. Otherwise, what comes next?" Suddenly, her tone turned icy cold. "I won't be holding back anymore." Hinata gave no reply. Silently, she raised her arm and wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth. Her movement was gentle, yet carried an unmistakable resolve. As she took her stance once more, an aura gathered about her, changing the very air around her. "This is..." Niji shot straight upright, his Byakugan filled with disbelief. He muttered under his breath, 8 trigrams palm. When did Hinata learn that technique? Karen narrowed her eyes, a sharp gleam flashing in her gaze. "Gentle fist art. 8 trigrams, 64 palms." Hinata's soft voice rang out. With her declaration, the outline of a perfect 8 trigrams formation unfurled slowly beneath her feet. All these years, she had silently trained night after night in the Hyuga clan's grounds, longing to close the distance between herself and the golden-haired boy who always moved just ahead. Incredible, Hinata. She's mastered the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Minma's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never imagined that this girl, through her own sheer effort, could grasp the Hyuga clan's secret art. If Uncle Hayashi knew, surely he would be proud. First strike. Hinata's body suddenly became a streak of white light. Her delicate, boneless fingers landed squarely on Karen's chakra point. Second strike. Fourth strike. 64 palms of 8 trigrams. Her movements flowed as seamlessly as drifting clouds and running water, every strike perfectly blending gentleness with strength. To Xianglin's astonishment, she realized her chakra flow was being swiftly sealed off. With the final palm, she was sent flying, crashing hard at the edge of the arena. "Hinata, that was amazing!" Kiba leaped up in excitement, and Akamaru barked enthusiastically from atop his head. Even the usually taciturn Shino pushed up his sunglasses, a rare smile breaking across his lips. When did she become so powerful? Kurenai covered her mouth in surprise, her scarlet eyes wide with disbelief. As the team's Jonin leader, she couldn't believe she hadn't noticed just how much her student had grown. To master the 64 palms at such a young age. Tsunade watched Hinata with admiration in her eyes. The Hyuga clan truly has raised a remarkable kunoichi. Hinata is incredible. Tintin's round eyes were wide with amazement as she turned to look at Niji, only to find him still frozen in shock. "Niji, did you not know how strong Hinata was either?" she asked curiously. "No." Niji took a deep breath, steadying himself as he recovered from surprise. He gazed at the figure in the arena, at once familiar and yet somehow changed, his voice heavy with emotions he'd never felt before. I had no idea Hinata had mastered the 64 palms. Hinata, He paused, a hint of softness in his eyes. She's worked so hard. More than anyone, Niji knew the effort it took to master that technique. Nights spent training alone, sweat-soaked practice clothes, and countless hours of silent endurance. The memories tightened his fist with emotion. Ino's face had grown visibly pale. Even her golden ponytail seemed to lose some of its gleam. She patted her chest in lingering fear, silently relieved that she hadn't gone up against this seemingly gentle Hyuga heiress. There's no way I could have beaten her. Ino, are you all right? Sakura noticed her friend's discomfort right away and reached out, gently touching Ino's shoulder. I'm fine. Ino managed a strained smile, quietly wiping away the beads of sweat on her forehead. To make it this far is already remarkable, Hinata. Naruto watched the panting Hinata in the arena, a gentle smile touching his lips. But then, his gaze shifted to Xianglin, and he whispered under his breath, Still, you won't be able to defeat her. As if to prove his words, Xianglin slowly straightened, her long red hair drifting around her as if moved by an invisible breeze. She brushed the dust from her clothes, her shoulders trembling ever so slightly. I have to say, I didn't expect you to reach this level. When she turned around, the red eyes behind her glasses glimmered with a hint of danger. Now, I'll get serious. What? Hinata stared in disbelief, her voice trembling, but I clearly sealed her chakra points. Why is this? For someone with Karen's chakra reserves, such a level of sealing was barely worth mentioning. As Minma gave the slightest shake of his head, Karen had already transformed into a streak of crimson lightning. With a single heavy thud, Hinata doubled over in pain and fell hard on her knees. Referee, it's over. You can announce the result now. Karen calmly adjusted her glasses and addressed Hate Gecko. Oh. Hate woke from his daze, as if from a dream. He glanced at Hinata, curled up on the ground, and was just about to declare, I haven't lost yet. Hinata's trembling voice brought the entire arena to a hush. Gritting her teeth, she pushed herself up bit by bit. I will never give up on Minmakun. Stop flattering yourself. Karen's fury ignited in an instant. Red chakra flared around her, blazing like a firestorm. She seized Hinata by the collar, her voice nearly a roar. Minma would never like someone like. A couple of awkward coughs echoed through the arena, Hate sweating nervously as he tried to regain control. This was supposed to be a solemn Chunin selection exam. How did it suddenly spiral into a live romance drama? Instinctively, he glanced toward the stands where Minma was sitting. At that very moment, every pair of eyes was fixed on Minma alone. He stiffly turned his face aside, pretending to focus intently on the match. In that instant, Karen's fist gathered monstrous strength, enough to split mountains and shatter boulders, whistling through the air as it swung toward Hinata. You infuriating girl. With Karen's furious shout, Niji's Byakugan went wide with alarm. He lunged over the railing. Hinata! But just as he prepared to leap down, a golden blur was already standing protectively in front of Hinata. Boom! Minma raised his hand with casual ease, catching Karen's devastating punch midair. The shockwave from the chakra clash ruffled his golden hair, revealing eyes full of helpless resignation. Minma? Karen's fist froze, her own eyes etched with disbelief. She had never imagined Minma would step in to stop her herself. Minma-kun. Hinata's voice, weak but relieved, called out. The moment she saw that golden figure, all her taut nerves finally eased. Her body gave way, and she slowly collapsed, as gentle as a white bird with broken wings. That's enough, Karen. Minma gently let go of her fist, his face wearing an expression perfectly balanced between concern and weary resignation. A look that made Karen's heart quiver. Ashamed, she lowered her head like a child caught misbehaving, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers. I am sorry, Minma. Xianglin's voice had become as faint as a whisper, her earlier fury having dissipated like smoke on the wind. Minma let out a silent sigh of relief. He knew Xianglin's temper all too well. If he hadn't seized the initiative when he did, this girl would certainly have lost control. Turning gently, he cradled the unconscious Hinata in his arms. It was safe to say the match was over. Leaving a single comment for the dumbstruck Hate Gecko, he walked away with Hinata in his arms. Karui Uzumaki is the winner. Hate Gecko strode quickly to the center of the arena to announce the result, his voice echoing clearly in the hushed examination hall. He wiped away a nervous bead of sweat from his brow, thinking to himself that the ordeal had finally come to a close. Minma. Hinata pressed her face gently against Minma's chest, her pale cheeks suffused with a delicate blush. She didn't dare look up to meet those gentle eyes, feeling as though her heart would leap right out of her chest. The outcome of the match no longer mattered. To be held in Minma's arms at this moment was happiness beyond compare. Compared to Xianglin, it felt as though, in her own way, she had already won so much more. Huh. Up in the stands, Ino suddenly clenched her fists, her golden ponytail flicking up in indignation. She puffed out her cheeks in protest, grumbling, "Too much, Hinata. How could you trick Minma into a princess carry with such a pitiful act?" As she fumed, she stamped her foot dramatically. "What are you even talking about?" Sakura brought a hand to her forehead and sighed, exasperated by her friend's fanciful logic. Watching the unconscious Hinata lying below, she couldn't help but think. This was clearly a serious injury. How had it become some grand scheme in Ino's mind? Down below, Xianglin stood frozen in place, only snapping out of her daze once Minma and Hinata had disappeared into the corridor. Behind her glasses, her eyes narrowed to a cold glimmer, a sliver of icy light crossing her lenses. Had she been played? Though she had won the match, her chest felt heavy, as if weighed down by a stone. Xianglin took a deep breath, her nails digging sharply into her palm. She stared hard in the direction they had left, a mocking smile quirking at her lips. "Careless. I can't believe you caught me off guard." Her long red hair bristled, though there was no wind, and the chakra around her began to stir restlessly. "Next time won't be so easy, Hinata." She turned and strode away from the arena, her back radiating an unmistakable aura. "Come no closer." Only a quiet murmur drifted after her, carried by the breeze. "Minma can only be mine." Hey, Gecko cleared his throat awkwardly, sweat gathering even faster on his brow, as he hastened to announce the next match. He glanced at the tournament bracket displayed on the screen and said, "Tintin versus Temari." It's my turn? Upon hearing her name, Tintin felt a surge of nerves. Instinctively, her eyes sought out Minma in the crowd, hoping for just a spark of encouragement. However, Minma was now wholly absorbed in taking care of Hinata, completely unaware of what was happening nearby. "Minma." Tintin dropped her gaze in disappointment, but it wasn't long before she shook herself back into spirits. She took a deep breath, confidence rising, and leapt down from the stands, her black double-bun hair swaying softly. "If I want Minma to see me in a new light, I have to give it my all." She made a silent vow to herself, her gaze drifting toward the stands where Tsunade, her idol, was lounging lazily in her chair, half asleep. "Tintin, youth knows no bounds." Lee's excited voice rang out, his entire body draped over the railing, eyes blazing with passion beneath his thick brows. "Go for it. Youth never returns. Seize it while you can." My guy was not to be outdone, his and Lee's overflowing energy drawing stares from all around. On the surface, Tintin wore a resigned expression, as if to say, "What am I going to do with you two?" Yet secretly, she felt a warm surge of emotion. On the other side, Temari entered the arena at a leisurely pace, a massive 3-star fan slung across her back. The princess of the Sand Village held her head high, and when her eyes met Tintin's, a fierce spark of rivalry ignited between them. "Come on, Temari." Kankuro shouted encouragement from the Sand's viewing stand, cheering for his sister. Gaara didn't say a word, but his steady gaze was fixed unblinkingly on his sister below. As the new generation of Suna's elite, Temari's strength was beyond question. At this moment, Minma gently rolled up his sleeve, extending his arm in front of Hinata. His voice was soft and soothing. "Take a bite. Your wounds will heal in no time." Hinata looked up bewildered, and in her pale eyes, Minma's warm smile was reflected. A flush spread rapidly across her cheeks, all the way to the tips of her ears. "Young Lord Minma possesses the power to heal any injury," Kimimaro explained in a quiet, even tone beside them. Hinata lowered her head, shy and hesitant, but after a brief pause, she carefully cupped Minma's wrist in her hands. Gently, like she was savoring a rare and precious delicacy, she bit down with the utmost tenderness. Instantly, a surge of warmth and overwhelming vitality flooded into her body. Hinata's eyes widened in astonishment as she felt her wounds knitting together at a speed she could actually see. Even the tiniest bruises vanished without a trace. "Hey, Hinata, isn't that enough already?" At some point, Ino had snuck over, hands on her hips, and staring at them with open reproach. Clearly, she'd been watching for some time. Hinata snapped out of her trance, hurrying to let go of Minma's arm. She kept her head lowered, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, but an undeniable sweetness was blooming in her heart. "Minma, I want some too." Ino grabbed onto Minma's other arm, swaying it like a mischievous kitten vying for affection. You're hurt too. Mima raised an eyebrow, skeptical, as he looked at the bouncing, energetic Ino. Of course I am. Ino instantly slipped into a dramatic performance, clutching her forehead and feigning weakness. Her whole body went limp as she slumped into Mima's arms. I can't take it anymore. Let me have a bite quickly. You don't look weak at all, though. Mima couldn't help but laugh, but Ino took advantage of the moment to grab his wrist. It's an internal injury. Sakura was way too rough. She grumbled under her breath, sneaking a glance at Sakura in the distance, who was chatting with Sasuke. Then, without hesitation, she bit down. Ouch! Take it easy. Mima gasped in surprise. He hadn't expected her to actually bite for real. Wow, this is amazing. Ino's eyes widened as she felt a warm surge of energy spread through her body. All her exhaustion vanished, and her spirits soared with newfound excitement. Savoring the sensation, she licked her lips, a crafty gleam lighting up her eyes. How about one more bite? Minma, could you heal yourself by biting your own arm? Ino suddenly had a flash of inspiration, tilting her head curiously. Well, Minma stroked his chin thoughtfully. In theory, it should work. After all, he'd never really been injured before. Wow, doesn't that make you invincible? Ino's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clapped her hands. You could keep restoring your chakra forever. It's not that simple. Minma shook his head ever so slightly. Your total chakra doesn't change. This method just helps you quickly unlock your body's potential. If he could actually get unlimited power that way, he'd be unbeatable by now. To be honest, with the wood spirit power he had now, he didn't need to rely on tricks like this to recover. And if things ever got rough, well, he could just bite Karen instead. I see. Ino pouted in mild disappointment, but quickly perked up again. But it's already amazing. She giddily hooked her arm through Minma's, her eyes shining. You can do it, Tintin. Trust in your own strength. We'll support you all the way. Give it your all and defeat her. Excellently. Let's ignite the flames of youth with even more passion and cheer. Mike Guy and Lee's fiery cheers thundered through the arena, drowning out every other sound. Drawn by the sudden roar, Minma turned to the field, and when he saw who was facing off, he couldn't help but blink in surprise. Tintin versus Temari? That's rough. Minma frowned slightly. Temari's wind style completely countered Tintin's ninja tool tactics. This match, he was already wondering how he'd comfort the heartbroken fangirl afterward. Sure enough, as soon as the battle began, it was completely one-sided. Tintin's prized pinpoint throws were effortlessly swept away by the casual flicks of Temari's giant fan. Even if she deployed her twin rising dragons and controlled her ninja tools with exquisite chakra threads, all it really achieved was making Temari swing her fan a few more times. Ninja art Kamaitachi. Temari snapped open her giant folding fan with flair, flashing a confident smile. With a powerful sweep, she sent a raging whirlwind surging upwards, sweeping Tintin high into the sky. Razor-sharp blades of wind tore through Tintin's clothes, leaving crimson streaks on her fair skin. No matter how she struggled, she was powerless to break free from the storm's unyielding prison. Minma shook his head slightly. 2 buns on Tintin's head would never stand a chance against the 4 on Temari's. Just as Tintin was about to crash down, a golden flash zipped past. It's over. You win. Minma caught Tintin securely in a suave princess carry, landing lightly before turning to Temari. In his arms, Tintin's eyes flew wide with shock, her cheeks flushing red so quickly it was easy to see. Temari gripped her fan so hard her knuckles whitened, her chest heaving as she tried to steady her breathing. She drew a deep breath, fighting to tamp down her anger, but still glared daggers at Minma, barely restraining her grinding teeth. That jerk. Every time she remembered what this guy had done to her, her golden hair bristled with rage. She longed to send him flying into the sky with a single swipe of her fan. Huh. Why does that sand ninja hate Big Brother so much? Her eyes are seriously scary. Naruto scratched his cheek, peering at Temari's smoldering glare, completely baffled. Probably just annoyed that Minma interfered. Sasuke crossed his arms, weighing the situation with a cool demeanor. Not entirely. Niji shook his head. Tintin was already out of the fight. It's only natural for him to concede for her. There must be some other reason. Some other reason? Naruto blinked his clear blue eyes, his expression utterly innocent. What exactly? I have no clue. Niji shot a thoughtful glance down at Minma in the arena, equally curious about just what Minma had done to get on the sandgirl's nerves. Feeling Temari's scorching gaze, Minma gave an awkward smile and hurried off the field, still carrying Tintin in his arms. How are you feeling? He set Tintin down gently, his voice soft and caring. I'm alright. Tintin's cheeks were still rosy pink. Though she didn't quite want to let go as he set her down, she leaned weakly against Minma's chest. At this point, victory or defeat meant nothing. All she could think about was the warmth of that stunning princess carry. Wah! What is this supposed to be? Ino tugged at her hair, in frustration, stomping her feet in regret. If only I'd known, I'd have thrown my match too. You did great, Minma. At that moment, Guy and Lee hurried over. Guy offered a firm handshake. Hand Tintin over. I'll take her to the medical room. All right then. Minma was just about to let go. Guy-sensei. Tintin's eyes went wide, cheeks puffing in protest as she called out. She was silently grumbling. Finally, I had my chance and Guy-sensei just had to ruin it. Huh? Kai scratched his watermelon-shaped hair, looking completely bewildered. He couldn't understand at all what he had done wrong to upset this disciple. This guy Kai. Kakashi shook his head helplessly. He really doesn't understand a thing about how girls think. There's just no reasoning with him. Oh, that almost makes it sound like you do. Tsunade raised an intrigued eyebrow, the corner of her lips curling into a mischievous smile. Yet for someone so wise, aren't you still single at your age? A burst of awkward laughter escaped Kakashi as he rubbed his head. While inside, he couldn't help but grumble. Aren't you single too? Of course, no matter how daring he felt, he'd never actually say that out loud. The next match, Minma Uzumaki versus Niji Hyuga, announced Gunma Shiranui. Gunma's voice still echoed through the examination hall as every pair of eyes locked onto the names blinking on the big screen. For a brief moment, a hush fell over the audience. Then, the stands erupted in a chaotic uproar. What? How could this be? Niji going up against Minma? Isn't that a fight he's destined to lose? Their comments swelled in a wave of disbelief, reaching Niji's ears. He stood quietly in place, the veins around his Byakugan standing out faintly. Inside, a storm of emotions raged. Facing Minma? That was a battle he could never hope to win. Ni. Hinata gazed anxiously at Niji, her pale eyes filled with turmoil. She twisted her fingers nervously, whispering a prayer in her heart. Maybe Minma-kun could go easy on him? I'm sure he'd say yes if I asked. Should I even be cheering for Niji and Ai? Hinata was caught between two worlds. On one side was her cousin, who'd always looked out for her since childhood. On the other, she stole a glance at Minma, who stood quietly on the other side, her heart suddenly racing faster. Niji. Tintin's expression twisted with conflicting emotions as she looked at her silent teammate. As his teammate, no one understood Niji's determination better than she did. This Hyuga prodigy had never stopped pursuing self-improvement. Hadn't he always wanted to challenge Minma? Tintin bit her lip, but reality was painfully clear. The gap between Niji and Minma, she feared, was even greater than the gap between herself and Lady Tsunade. Talk about bad luck. Niji ended up drawing the big boss. Naruto couldn't help but pout. As someone who truly knew Minma's strength, he was keenly aware that, in this room, nobody, not even Kakashi-sensei, could face his big brother as an equal. Niji Hyuga, Minma. Sasuke watched Niji silently, wondering what he would do if he was in that same situation. Would he back down or stand and fight? When he thought of Minma's unfathomable strength, far surpassing even Itachi, his legendary brother, Sasuke couldn't help but lose himself in contemplation. Niji. Against all odds, with nearly everyone doubting him, Might Guy strode confidently up to Niji's side. He patted his student's shoulder, his eyes beneath those thick brows shining with unwavering determination. Everyone knows there's a gap between you and Minma. Suddenly, Guy's voice rose, powerful and full of spirit. But as the Hyuga clan's prodigy, you should never shy away from facing any formidable opponent. Guy-sensei. Niji looked up, a rare flicker of emotion passing through his clear white eyes. Go on, Niji. With a sudden flourish, Guy thrust out a thumbs up, his pearly teeth flashing with dazzling brilliance. Fight with all the passion of youth. Even if you lose, let your blood burn with courage. Niji. Lee rushed over as well, eyes blazing with determination beneath his own bushy brows. You're my most important rival. Give it your all. Lee. Niji drew a deep breath and closed his eyes slowly. When they opened again, there was a newfound calm, a gentle smile spreading across his face. Thank you, Guy-sensei Lee. Wait, Guy called out to him, as if struck by sudden inspiration. Out of nowhere, he produced a bright green bodysuit. Wear this. It'll let you feel the true spirit of youth. No, thank you. In an instant, Niji darted 10 meters away, beads of cold sweat at his temple. He'd rather get beaten by Minma than put on that utterly mortifying suit. At the center of the arena, Minma had already been waiting for quite a while. Even if I can't win, I want to find out where my limits lie. Niji took up the gentle fist stance, chakra flowing smoothly through every fiber of his body. Minma just gave him a brilliant, easy-going smile in return. Go Niji. Give it everything you've got, Niji. Guy and Lee's thunderous shouts rang out, reverberating through the stadium. Let's go, Minma. You're the best. Ino's voice was no less spirited as she cheered. You got this, big bro. Datawajo. Naruto raised his fists and yelled encouragement. Flattened him, Minma. Karen's shout was laced with a fierce, competitive edge. Do your best, Minma-kun. Hinata's voice was barely above a whisper. Then, almost inaudibly, she added, Good luck too, Niji Nizan. From the stands, the Sanjonin, Baki, stood with arms crossed, his sharp gaze fixed on Minma in the ring. He pondered to himself, just how strong is the son of the Hokage? Is he truly as unfathomable as the rumors say? Meanwhile, Minma was trying to figure out how to end the match without hurting Niji's pride. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in his mind. System scan. Clan Prodigy dares challenge the future sect master. Task 1. Go all out. Let the clan's youthful hope understand that so-called geniuses are just at the threshold before me. Reward. Void Spirit Eye. Task 2. Defeat the clan's prodigy in a single blow, shocking the masses, and prove that before absolute power, all effort is meaningless. Reward. Annihilator Eye. If I go all out, I'm afraid there won't even be a speck of Niji left. Face Numb shook his head silently, immediately dismissing the first option. As for the second task, although it sounded tempting, the system's talk of an instant kill probably meant a real, lethal outcome. And yet this is what they call the orthodox, righteous sect? Face Numb grumbled inwardly about the system, ultimately deciding to refuse both tasks. With the system's notorious temperament, there was bound to be a better hidden option lurking beneath the surface. With his mind made up, Face Numb stepped forward at a leisurely pace, coming to stand across from Niji. Begin. As soon as Moonlight Hate announced the start, he flickered away to the farthest corner of the arena. Who was he kidding? A single move from this young master, and the entire examination hall might be leveled to the ground. To everyone's surprise, once the match had started, neither combatant moved an inch. Niji didn't hold back because he lacked the will to strike first. Although Face Numb appeared to be standing there casually, his posture riddled with openings, Niji found beads of sweat gathering on his forehead. That formless sense of pressure, it was enough to leave him gasping for breath. Still can't make a move. Guy, ever observant, noticed the slight tremble of Niji's fingertips and sighed inwardly. After all, he's facing Konoha's most dazzling genius. Even at my current level, without opening the 8th gate, I'd have no chance of victory. Niji looks under tremendous pressure. Naruto swallowed hard. Everyone in the audience held their breath, all eyes riveted on this confrontation, so unequal on the surface. Face Numb's golden lashes dipped just slightly, a subtle and enigmatic smile flickering on his face. He slowly raised his right hand and made a gracious please gesture. Byakugan. With a sharp shout, veins bulged around Niji's eyes. He moved like a bolt of lightning, instantly closing the distance. With 2 fingers pressed together in his right hand, he thrust straight for Face Numb's chakra point at the chest. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. In an instant, the absolute domain of the 8 trigrams formed beneath Niji's feet. Concentrated chakra gathered at his fingertips, tracing countless pale blue arcs through the air, like a net of shimmering starlight, enveloping Face Numb's vital points from all directions. Confronted with this overwhelming offensive, Face Numb chose to stand motionless. Just as Niji's fingers were about to land, there was a crisp, resounding impact. Face Numb's right hand precisely intercepted Niji's first strike. Immediately after, his movements accelerated. His arms blurred into afterimages, each time intercepting Niji's attacks at the very last possible instant. The steady rhythm of fist against palm echoed like a torrential drumbeat, reverberating across the empty arena. Sweat now beaded Niji's forehead. Though he executed each palm technique with perfect form, it was as if all his strikes landed on clouds. His 8 trigrams technique pushed to the very limit, yet he could never break through Face Numb's defense. What shocked him even more, Face Numb not only defended flawlessly, but even managed to counterattack within the subtlest movements. Whenever Niji's techniques reached their limits, Myanmar's elbows or knees would attack from tricky angles, forcing Niji to switch his moves on the fly. Bang! Another fierce collision. Niji used the momentum to leap back several meters, his chest heaving violently. With his Byakugan, he could clearly see that the chakra from his prized gentle fist technique created only the faintest hint of resistance inside Myanmar's body. How could this be? Niji gritted his teeth, his hands trembling ever so slightly. Myanmar hadn't used any ninjutsu or jinjutsu at all, just pure taijutsu, yet was able to completely suppress his own gentle fist. What formidable taijutsu! Might Guy crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes flashing with excitement beneath those thick brows. As Konoha's foremost taijutsu expert, he alone could truly appreciate the intricate beauty of this match. Was Myanmar really trying to defeat Niji with nothing but pure taijutsu? Guy broke into a wide grin, his dazzling white teeth sparkling in the sunlight. Now, that's a genius who truly understands the essence of youth. With that, he gave Myanmar a big thumbs up from the sidelines, flashing his signature sparkling smile. Oh, come on. Karen pursed her lips, a flicker of displeasure in her vivid red eyes. All this when a single jutsu could have finished the job. She knew Myanmar's strength all too well. Even the most basic ninjutsu, performed by him, would have been impossible for Niji to counter. Big brother Niji's gentle fist, it can't seal off Myanmar's chakra at all. Hinata's pale eyes, surrounded by bulging veins, stared intensely. Through her Byakugan, she could clearly see the flow of chakra in Myanmar's body, as unaffected by the gentle fist as ever. Bang! The battle on the field confirmed Hinata's fears. Niji had pushed the 8 trigrams, 128 palms to its limit, but he could barely land a hit. At the very instant his final strike missed, Myanmar's form suddenly vanished from his sight. Not good. Niji's Byakugan contracted sharply. He realized that Myanmar had broken through to the blind spot on his lower right. But his body was just a moment too slow. Thud! A heavy fist landed squarely on Niji's chest. He grunted in pain, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his lips, and his whole body was sent flying backwards like a kite with its string cut. Can you still dance? Myanmar slowly drew his fist back, his golden hair gleaming under the sun. He quietly regarded Niji, who lay sprawled on the ground, his voice calm and composed. What on earth are you saying? Niji struggled to push himself up, clutching his aching chest and stubbornly lifting his head. Blood slipped from the corner of his mouth, looking especially stark against his pale face. So you still have some fight left in you. Myanmar shook his head lightly, deciding it was time to bring things to an end. In an instant, he was upon Niji again, his right palm drifting forward effortlessly. 8 trigrams. Rotation. At this critical moment, Niji's white eyes snapped open, blazing with fury as a tremendous surge of chakra erupted from his body. This was what he had been waiting for. The massive chakra swelled into a flawless spherical defense, rebounding Minma's attack completely. A deafening impact rocked the arena as a violent storm of chakra swept across the battlefield, propelling Minma backwards several meters. He steadied himself, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. How interesting. A faint smile played at the corner of Minma's lips. Now that's the strength worthy of a Hyuga prodigy. Niji dropped to one knee, gasping for breath, and yet his indomitable gaze never wavered, those white eyes locked on Minma, refusing to yield. Around them, the crowd held its breath, everyone transfixed by the electrifying clash. Even Naruto, normally so loud, fell uncharacteristically silent, his wide blue eyes round with awe. I acknowledge your strength. In Minma's eyes, an admiring glint flashed at just the right moment. Let's see what Tsunade's mighty punch can do. He slowly drew his right fist to his side, chakra swirling around his knuckles like a vortex, casting a faint glow. With an explosive crack, he unleashed a simple but devastating straight punch, compressing the very air until it burst with a thunderous shockwave. Niji's prized heavenly spin defense shattered like brittle glass under the force, the howling gale from Minma's fist sending him flying across the arena. A tremendous crash echoed as Niji's body slammed into the wall, cracks spiderwebbing from the impact. He let out a muffled groan, his Byakugan gradually fading, and slipped into unconsciousness. Minma Uzumaki is victorious. Hey, Gecko appeared in the center of the field in a flash, unable to keep the shock from his voice. Although this outcome was expected, witnessing the Hyuga prodigy so thoroughly defeated left the entire audience stunned into silence. The medical team rushed in at top speed, stretcher in hand, with Lee and Guy right on their heels. That was amazing, Minma. Ino's clear, jubilant cheer broke the quiet. She leaped straight from the stands, landing gracefully on Minma's back, arms wrapping affectionately around his neck, her cheek brushing softly against his ear. Ino, not like this. Minma's ears flushed pink as he tried helplessly to pry her off. The gesture only made Ino cling tighter. She shot a triumphant look toward the stands, sticking her tongue out mischievously. That infuriating Ino pig. Karen's outraged shout rang through the arena. Her vivid red hair flared like fire as she charged over, grabbing Ino by the collar and yanking her backwards. As the two girls scuffled, the collar of Minma's shirt was pulled halfway open, revealing his elegant collarbone. While the commotion distracted everyone, Minma seized the opportunity and vanished from sight without a trace. Hidden quest complete. Recognize the genius of a prestigious clan, and the genius acknowledges you. Reward: Supreme Martial Art, Taiji 8 Trigram Palm. When the secrets of the Taiji 8 Trigrams Palm unfolded in Myanmar's mind, his consciousness was drawn into a vast cosmos of martial arts. Countless golden figures performed unfathomable techniques in the void, each movement resonating with the subtle rhythm of the Tao. What is this? Myanmar's pupils contracted ever so slightly. He noticed that the actions of those golden figures seemed slow and fluid as water, yet were swift as thunder. With every palm stroke, the interplay of yin and yang was vividly apparent. With a palm wind swept by, faint Taiji diagrams appeared in the air. These patterns spun as if alive, perfectly illustrating the art of attack and defense. Myanmar observed that when a golden figure faced an attack, its form shifted lightly, like willow fluff caught in the wind. As the hand traced an arc, it redirected the opponent's force completely. What struck Myanmar most was the 8 trigrams changes contained within the technique. The 8 basic palm forms aligned with the 8 directions of the trigrams. Through variations in footwork, 64 different transformations could be derived. Each step landed precisely on an 8 trigrams point. The body drifted like clouds and mist, yet remained as steady as a mountain. So that's how it is. Enlightenment dovnid on Myanmar. The greatest subtlety of this art lay in the perfect fusion of Taiji's harmonious circles and the boundless shifts of the 8 trigrams. When mastered, one's every gesture and movement would generate a natural field of defense, dissolving all attacks into nothingness with the force of Taiji. What moved him most was how this art could resonate mysteriously with chakra. Unlike ordinary taijutsu, every move in the Taiji 8 trigrams palm could direct the chakra within his body along specific meridians, fusing inner and outer strength into a unified force called chi. No wonder it's a technique of the heavens. For once, the system hadn't lied to him. Looks like I'll need to spar with Brother Guy when I have time. A smile of anticipation played at the corners of Myanmar's lips. As the final golden figure dissolved into radiant light, Myanmar's mind returned to reality. He gently flexed his fingers, marveling at the novel, harmonious flow of chakra along its new pathways. System, I admit you're truly a master of the mystic arts. The next match, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba Inuzuka. The voice of Hei Geku echoed through the arena. Fantastic! It's finally my turn. Naruto's exuberant shout rang out right after. Myanmar watched as his younger brother leapt boldly from the stands. He smiled, then turned toward the medical room. As he pushed open the door, he saw Niji reclining against the hospital bed, his pale eyes gazing unfocused at the ceiling, the bandage on his forehead faintly revealing the blue mark of the caged bird. I hope I haven't shattered your confidence, genius. Myanmar dragged a chair over casually and sat down. So, you've come to mock me, have you? Niji's brows knit slightly, but there was little defeat in his eyes. After all, losing to this monstrous opponent was nothing to be ashamed of. Even his own father and master guy had sung this one's praises. I'm not that twisted. Minma stood up, sunlight streaming from behind him, casting a long shadow on the floor. I just came to see if you'd cried yet. As he reached the doorway, he suddenly stopped, glanced back, and spoke softly. With your own hard work, you've earned a genius's reputation. Your future was meant to shine even brighter. That sentence made Niji's body noticeably tense up for a moment. Minma's gaze settled on the mark on Niji's forehead, and his tones softened instinctively. Trust me, I'll find a way to help you deal with that ugly seal. The gentle sound of the door closing stood out in the stillness of the infirmary. Niji's clenched fists slowly relaxed. He turned to the bright sunshine outside his window, an involuntary smile tugging at his lips. That guy, is he trying to make me feel grateful? A breeze stirred the curtains, carrying with it the distant cheers from the arena. Niji closed his eyes and murmured to himself. At most, I won't object to you and Hinata being together in the future. The afterglow of sunset spilled across the stones at the edge of the forest of death. Anko Mitarashi sat languidly atop a high perch, her jacket fluttering lightly in the wind. She swung her legs, humming a tune, while finishing the last skewer of dango in her hand. Eating too many sweets really isn't good for you. A husky yet magnetic voice rang out suddenly. Startled, Anko dropped her bamboo skewer with a faint clatter. Every muscle tensed as she whirled around. Orochimaru. Anko's pupils shrank to pinpricks, and instinctively, her right hand flew to the kunai at her waist. A sharp, burning pain flared at the curse mark on her neck, as if to remind her of those memories she wished she could forget. It's been a while, Anko. Orochimaru leaned lazily against a tree, dressed in the garb of a sound village jonin. But with those unmistakable golden snake eyes and pallid skin, Anko could never mistake him for anyone else. But, what are you doing here? Anko leapt down from the rocks, spinning the kunai in her hand with practiced ease. Cold sweat slipped down her temple, but what unsettled her even more was how much Orochimaru had changed. That face, once so sinister, now shimmered with an unsettling allure. Even his usual habit of running his tongue along his lips seemed almost charming. If I told you I was just here to see you, would you believe me? Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, a lock of black hair falling across his cheek. The gesture that had haunted her nightmares now looked almost endearing. You. Anko nearly lost her grip on the kunai. If it weren't for that bone-deep, icy chakra, she might have wondered if someone else was masquerading as him. When did Orochimaru start acting like this? What's wrong? Don't recognize your old teacher? Orochimaru let out a soft chuckle as he stepped forward, his red sash swaying gently with emotion. Anko's lips twitched, and she gripped the kunai in her hand even tighter. This entire scene felt just too bizarre. She knew she should sound the alarm immediately, yet Orochimaru's sudden change in demeanor had left her at a complete loss. Stop talking nonsense. Anko forced herself to stay calm, but despite herself, her voice jumped an octave. What are you really after? Orochimaru didn't answer at once. Instead, those serpentine eyes lingered meaningfully on the curse mark stamped at the base of Anko's neck. Sunlight filtered through the leaves above, painting dappled patterns across his otherworldly face, making the demon of her past seem, if only for a moment, almost gentle. So, you're still angry that I left you behind, aren't you? Orochimaru advanced slowly, his raspy voice laced with unsettling gentleness. With each step he took, Anko retreated, until her back pressed hard against the rough trunk of a tree. You. In a flash, Anko hurled 3 kunai, her hands forming signs with practice speed. The explosive tags wrapped around the kunai, carved a deadly path through the air. Boom! A violent blast tore through the clearing, sending thick black smoke billowing as firelight danced across Anko's taut features. But she knew, attacks like this were nowhere near enough to finish off Orochimaru. A cold laugh slithered from within the haze. Orochimaru strolled out as if untouched, his wounds sealing themselves before Anko's eyes, flesh knitting with unnatural speed. It's hardly proper for a good child to attack her teacher the moment they meet, is it? His long hair floated lightly in the wind. The grisly wounds had vanished utterly. What? Anko's kunai fell from her grasp with a metallic clatter. Never before had she witnessed someone recover in such a way. A marvel, isn't it? Orochimaru breathed the words, golden snake eyes flickering with wild delight. Such miracles of life. Every one of them flows from that young boy. As Orochimaru drew closer again, Anko found she couldn't move, not from any jutsu, but from sheer shock that rooted her to the spot. Cool fingers brushed gently along her cheek, and Orochimaru's voice took on a sweetness so cold it raised the hairs on her arms. You could gain this power as well, as long as he agrees. Anko's breath nearly stopped. At this distance, she could see the traces of smoke clinging to Orochimaru's lashes. The demon who once haunted her sleepless nights looked, in this moment, almost breathtaking. So this is where you are? A clear, youthful voice suddenly cut in. Orochimaru slowly withdrew his hand and, with practiced grace, turned towards the newcomer, a coy, bemused smile curling his lips. Did you need something from me, Minma-kun? His voice was tinged with an unusual respect. Minma. Hondo snapped back to her senses, her shocked gaze darting between the two of them. She never would have imagined that these two would be involved together. It seems our secret has been discovered by her. Minma leapt down lightly from his perch, his golden hair catching the sunlight of the setting sun. With an almost mischievous smile, he glanced at Hondo and asked casually, "Shall we silence her for good?" Orochimaru paused for a brief moment, then closed his eyes, a bewitching smile curling on his lips. If Minma-kun is willing, I'd be more than happy to take care of it personally. You too. Listening to their exchange, Hondo felt as if she had stumbled upon a dark conspiracy. Worse still, it sounded like they really might want to get rid of her. Her throat bobbed, a cold sweat sliding down her spine. Forget it. Suddenly, Minma waved dismissively. Don't tease her. Look at her. She's scared out of her wits. You jerk. You're the one who's scared out of their wits. Hondo bristled instantly, her cheeks blazing red. In a flash, her fear was replaced by indignant embarrassment at being made fun of. Minma let out an awkward chuckle, then turned serious as he looked to Orochimaru. I actually came to talk business. Go ahead, Minma-kun. Orochimaru inclined his head respectfully, So much so, Hondo stared in disbelief. The Hyuga family's caged bird seal. Can it be removed? Mima asked without any preamble. The caged bird? Orochimaru's golden, serpentine eyes gleamed with intrigue. Interested in the Byakugan, are we, Minma-kun? Not really. Mima shook his head. I just have a friend who needs that curse broken. Orochimaru stroked his chin thoughtfully. With some time to study it, it might be possible. Then I'll leave it to you. I'll bring him by in a few days. Mima nodded, satisfied. Hey, are you two pretending I don't exist? Hondo finally couldn't hold it in any longer. She yelled, clenching her fists so tight her knuckles cracked. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. Orochimaru completely ignored her outburst, giving Minma an elegant bow. I'll leave this child in your care, Minma-kun. Before his words had even faded, his figure scattered into drifting leaves, carried away on the wind. Orochimaru! Hondo roared at the empty forest, her cry sending flocks of startled birds into flight. Her clenched fist trembled slightly, though she wasn't sure if it was from anger or memories of abandonment that still stung. They're all gone. Guess it's over then. Minma leaned lazily against the trunk of a tree. Hondo drew a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She kept a wary eye on Minma, lowering her voice to ask, are you two plotting something? Absolutely. Minma flashed a dazzling grin, sunlight sparking off his flawless teeth. We're hatching a plot that could shake the very world. What kind of plot? Hondo swallowed nervously, unconsciously leaning closer. Minma suddenly leaned in close, his warm breath brushing against Hondo's earlobe. She froze on the spot, her expression a marvelous blend, a mix of tension and anticipation, laced with an inexplicable thrill. Well, Minma deliberately drew out the word, watching Hondo's wide eyes. Then, with a sudden grin, he teased, I'm not telling you. You jerk. Hondo instantly bristled, her anger exploding as she threw a straight punch aimed squarely at Minma's face, slicing through the air with a rush of wind. Minma leaned back with effortless ease. Her fist skimmed past the tip of his nose, the force ruffling his golden hair. I'm going to tell Lord Hokage. Hondo stamped her foot in frustration, pointing at Minma, who was already several meters away, and shouting after him. Go ahead. Minma nonchalantly fished at his ear, replying, let's see if my father believes you or his own son. Hondo's expression froze in an instant. Only now did she remember. This infuriating brat standing before her had another identity, the eldest son of the fourth Hokage. She scrunched up her face in frustration, deflating like a balloon losing air. Some things, she realized, were better left unknown. Minma waved at her before dissolving into a golden flash under the sunlight. Scoundrel! Hondo swung her fist fiercely at the empty air. One day I'll find evidence of your secret scheming. When Minma returned to the arena, the preliminary matches had entered their final stage. In the center, Gaara and Rock Lee were facing off, a tense energy saturating the air. Big bro, Naruto bounded over, his blonde hogue bouncing with every step. He grumbled, where did you go? You totally missed it when I beat Kiba. Sorry, I had something to take care of. Minma offered an apologetic smile. Seeing Naruto turn away in a huff, he added, but I knew with your skills, there was no way you'd lose to Kiba. Really? Naruto's pout vanished in an instant, and he sprang up with excitement. Oomph, idiot. Sasuke, leaning against the wall, looked on with disdain. You can't even tell he's being perfunctory. Says you, Naruto. Kakashi glanced up from his book, Make Out Paradise, the light in his single visible eye teasing. Some people react the same way whenever they see Itachi. Shut up. Sasuke's ears flushed scarlet, and he turned away, flustered and annoyed. From Naruto's summary, Minma quickly caught up with the matches. Naruto had easily defeated Kiba. Kimamaro's opponent, Kankuro, forfeited at Gaara's signal. Shikamaru had used his wits to outplay the sound ninja, Kintsuchi. Now it was Gaara versus Rock Lee in the arena, while Choji had lucked into a bye, advancing to the next round. Whoa! Suddenly, a thunderous cheer startled Minma. He saw Choji leap up in excitement, his round body bouncing on the spot like a ball, giving Ino, Shikamaru, and Ishima behind him start. I'm safe. Choji threw his hands up in the air, his voice brimming with the thrill of surviving a close call. You idiot. Don't make such a fuss. Ino and Shikamaru reacted at the same time, each swinging a fist down on Choji's head. Asuma sighed helplessly. Choji clutched his head in protest, but the excitement in his eyes didn't waver in the slightest. In celebration of his good fortune, he decided he'd treat himself to enough barbecue to feed 10 people tonight. Seeing this, Minma couldn't help but smile. Choji really was quite lucky. He almost never argued with anyone, nor would he ever raise a hand against a teammate, unless someone dared to utter that forbidden word in front of him. Minma glanced around. He, Karen, and Kimimaro had all advanced successfully, and Tsunade had slipped away at some point. Asuma's team 10 had gotten through by sheer luck. From Kakashi's team 7, only Sakura had been eliminated. Kurenai's team 8 was down to just Shino Aburame, and Guy's team 3 was on the brink of a complete wipeout. After all, Lee was up against Gaara, and his chances looked slim. The situation was unfolding just as Minma had predicted. Even though Gaara was no longer ruled by rage, his calm, cold demeanor made him all the more dangerous. Lee, even after opening the 8 gates, could barely manage to shatter some of Gaara's sand armor. That's enough, Guy, Minma thought. He walked over to stand by Might Guy. Guy's thick brows were tightly knit. Lee, his gaze never strayed from his student in the arena, and his voice was low and resolute. There was a deep complexity in his eyes, a reflection of his own relentless determination from years past. Lee was different from the others. He had a dream that demanded every ounce of his being to defend. There was a tinge of nostalgia in Guy's voice, as if he were lost in old memories. Minma could see the veins bulging on Guy's powerful arms, evidence of his struggle to hold his emotions in check. This wasn't a life-or-death struggle. Pushing Lee to open the 5th gate could leave irreversible damage on his body. There was no need to go that far. Minma exhaled softly, offering his counsel. At that moment, Kakashi also stepped over. Guy, Minma's right. If this keeps up, that kid will destroy himself. But Guy's fists clenched even tighter, his knuckles making a faint sound. Even I can't forfeit on his behalf. Lee, he's willing to give everything to prove his own ninja way. Down in the ring, Lee had already unleashed the 4th gate, his entire body wreathed in a pulsing aura of green chakra. Every attack he struck came with a roar of wind, yet he still couldn't break through Gaara's absolute defense. The sand armor would fall away only to be instantly restored. This bout seemed endless. Forget it. He's a stubborn one, Minma muttered, shaking his head. Then he called out to the arena, Gaara, end it. All right. Gaara responded without hesitation and seized the moment when Lee was still gathering power to open the 5th gate. Sand instantly coiled around Lee's limbs, cutting him off with precision. Gaara? Temari's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never seen her younger brother obey someone else so readily. She couldn't help but wonder what Uzumaki Minma had done to Gaara to make that fierce, unruly brother become so docile and compliant. Baki frowned deeply, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his chin. As a Jonin instructor, he knew Gaara's temperament down to the last detail. Even he, as Gaara's own teacher, could barely get a response from him. And now, this boy from the Leaf is the one Gaara listens to without question. Gaara wins. As soon as Geku saw that Lee had completely lost the ability to move, he immediately declared the result. Guy-sensei. Lee collapsed onto the sand, the light fading from his eyes, as if the color had drained out of his entire world. Lee. Guy strode to his student's side, tears shimmering in his eyes. He shook his head gently, his voice thick with grief. You've already done so well. But I. Lee bit his lip hard, his tears mingling with blood as they slid down his face. But I still lost. In my eyes, we didn't lose at all. Guy suddenly clenched his fist, pulling Lee, battered and bruised, into a tight embrace, heedless of his injuries. Youth has only just begun. Today's defeat will only make you stronger. Youth never admits defeat. Guy-sensei. Lee. Watching their teacher and student weeping in each other's arms, Tintin could only rub her forehead in exasperation. Unbelievable. They're both practically falling apart, and they're still at it. Thinking about how everyone from her team had been eliminated, she couldn't tell whether to laugh or cry. Not a single one of us made it through to the next round. It wasn't their lack of skill, really. It was just their rotten luck, facing opponents far too strong to conquer. Well, at least now, we can go eat some barbecue. Choji, hearing the announcement that the match was over, cheered instantly, his round body bouncing excitedly with delight. There's just no stopping you, is there? Shikamaru pressed a hand to his forehead, but even he had to admit that Choji's luck was strangely exceptional. Everyone. Minma stretched out his hand to halt Ino, who was rushing over, deliberately ignoring her indignant pout. Turning to the crowd preparing to leave, he announced, You guys have worked hard for the exams these past few days. Tonight, dinner's on me, for everyone. Really? Choji was the first to jump up, his eyes widening in amazement, his voice leaping an entire octave with excitement. Of course. Minma smiled and nodded, his gaze drifting over to Kakashi and the others who were about to leave. Kakashi, Asuma, why don't you join us? No, that's all right. Asuma, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, waved with a grin. You young folks go and have fun. We'll stay out of your way. Yeah, we'll skip it this time. Kakashi squinted his eyes in agreement, but inside he was muttering to himself, "This kid is definitely going to find another excuse to make me pay. How many times has this happened already?" With that, he slipped away in a flash. Kakashi-sensei is seriously no fun at all. Naruto pouted, sneaking over to Mima's side. He blinked his blue eyes and whispered, "Big bro, if Kakashi-sensei isn't coming, are we still going?" "Of course we're going." Mima raised an eyebrow. "Huh?" Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. "Where did you get the money?" Suddenly, as if remembering something dreadful, he cried out, "Don't tell me you snuck into Mom's shop again." Minma quickly clapped a hand over his mouth, glancing nervously around. "Don't say that. This is my own money." A few years ago, he discovered that the whole commercial street in the village belonged to his mom. That was when it hit him. He wasn't just the Hokage's son, but a bona fide rich kid. If only he'd known sooner, he wouldn't have dragged Zabuza and the others into finding side gigs. "Where did you get the money?" Naruto pressed, lowering his voice. "Investment profits," Mima replied offhandedly. Tsunade had given him a nice share of the dividends, giving him the confidence to treat everyone to barbecue. Out front, the boys were gathering, laughter bubbling in the air. Even Niji, injured as he was, had hobbled over on crutches, a bandage wrapped around his forehead, stubbornly standing among his friends. "You sure you should be out like that?" Minma arched an eyebrow at Niji. "It's just food, not a fight," Niji retorted, rolling his eyes. With a quick movement, he tore off the bandage, revealing a wound already healed. Ni. Hinata anxiously reached out to steady him. "I'm fine." "The medical team did a good job," Niji replied with a gentle smile, assuring his sister. As everyone was about to set off, Minma noticed Gaara standing alone in the shadows, not far away. Temari and Kankuro flanked him, but couldn't quite chase away the loneliness in his eyes. "Gaara." Temari looked at her little brother, heart aching. This boy everyone once called a monster. His longing was so unmistakable now. Minma turned and walked toward them. As he drew nearer, Gaara's breathing quickened, his fingers unconsciously clenching the fabric of his clothes. Hope flickered with fear in his eyes. He longed for Minma's invitation, but worried it was just wishful thinking. "Come on, my treat." Minma extended his hand, his smile warmer than the glow of the streetlights. In that instant, Gaara felt something stir deep inside him, something taking root and breaking through the darkness. He'd never known what it felt like to be remembered by friends. Can I really come too?" His voice was so soft, it was almost a breath, as if he needed to make sure this wasn't a dream. "Of course." Minma's smile grew wider. "We're friends, aren't we?" Gaara nodded emphatically, stepping forward without hesitation, moving out from the shadows into the light. He had only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped and turned around, a hint of uncertainty in his movements. Glancing at his brother and sister still standing where they were, Gaara softly asked Minma, "Can I bring them with me?" "Of course you can. They're all friends." Minma agreed cheerfully and waved to Temari and Kankuro. "Come on, let's go together." "This guy." Watching Gaara's light steps and Minma's radiant smile, Kankuro couldn't help but close his eyes for a moment, a small grin tugging at his lips. What an irresistible invitation. He started forward, only to realize Temari remained rooted to the spot. A suspicious blush had crept onto his sister's cheeks, and she twisted her hands together unconsciously. "Aren't you coming, Temari?" Kankuro asked, his voice tinged with confusion. "And no, why would I want to go?" Temari retorted loudly, but seeing her brother's disappointed look, she took a deep breath and, pretending to be reluctantly convinced, said, "But I can't let you two go unsupervised, so I'll just have to tag along." She mustered her best. "What am I going to do with you?" Look, though the anticipation shining in her eyes was impossible to hide. Kankuro's lips twitched, but wisely chose not to expose his sister's act, simply falling in step behind her. Behind them, Baki found himself completely ignored. He sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "Those three, it's like I don't even exist to them." But as he watched the students finally relax and enjoy themselves, he shook his head with a resigned smile. "Oh well, let them have their fun." Just before leaving, Baki couldn't resist glancing at Minma's retreating figure, murmuring under his breath, "What a remarkable kid." Inside the barbecue restaurant, the tempting aroma filled the air, and the warm golden lights made the teens' faces glow with life. Minma silently counted everyone present, and, seeing Shino had arrived, felt finally at ease. "Boss, we'll take the biggest private room," he called out familiarly, clearly a regular here. The owner, recognizing this frequent guest, quickly greeted him with enthusiasm. "Master Minma, just a moment please." Soon, the private room was bustling with excitement. Naruto was the first to plop down on Minma's left, while the seat to his right sparked a minor skirmish. Ino and Karen both reached for the same chair, their eyes meeting in midair, each refusing to back down. Four eyes, I picked this seat first. No way, Ino pig. I touched it before you. Minmo was just about to intervene when a delicate hand suddenly pressed down on the chair. Hinata, cheeks blooming red, stammered softly, "Yeah, may I sit here?" Ino and Karen both froze in surprise. They had never imagined that the usually timid Hinata would make such a bold move. "Of course you can." Myanmar smiled as she pulled out a chair, while Hinata's face flushed slightly, ignoring the annoyed glares from Ino and Karen. Ino and Karen exchanged a frustrated look. Then, Karen strode over to Naruto, grabbed him by the arm, and pulled him to his feet. "What are you doing?" Naruto shot Karen a disgruntled look, about to protest, but then he caught the dangerous glint in her eyes. He swallowed hard and sensibly moved to sit on the other side. Gaara and his siblings looked a little uneasy. Myanmar gestured with a welcoming wave. "Don't just stand there, grab a seat. Make yourselves comfortable." A spark of delight flickered in Gaara's eyes as he slowly walked over and took a seat. Hey, are you sand villagers here to mooch a meal, too?" Kiba called out with a big grin, Akamaru in his arms barking in playful agreement. Temari bristled instantly, firing back like a ruffled cat. Who wants your food anyway? It was your people who insisted on dragging us along." Even as she spoke, her eyes couldn't help wandering over to Myanmar. "They're all my friends." Myanmar intervened at just the right moment, smoothing things over. "Dinner's on me tonight. Order whatever you like." He turned to the owner. "Let's start with 20 portions of the premium wagyu, 10 of the pork belly, and 3 of every signature dish." Choji's eyes lit up instantly. "Myanmar, you're the best." He was so excited that his hand nearly brought the table crashing down. While waiting for the food, the young friends naturally clustered into smaller groups. Myanmar noticed Gaara sitting quietly on his own. She poured him a cup of barley tea and handed it over. "Make yourself at home. You're one of us." Gaara cupped the warm tea in his hands, savoring a sense of warmth he hadn't felt in ages. In a quiet voice, he murmured, "Thank you." At that moment, the first round of barbecue arrived at the table. The sizzling, fragrant meat immediately captured everyone's attention. Impatient, Naruto snatched a piece and stuffed it in his mouth, then gasped for air at the heat. Sasuke, unimpressed, silently handed him a glass of water. Meanwhile, Ino and Karen got into a heated argument over who would get to offer food to Myanmar first. Hinata quietly placed a perfectly grilled piece of meat into Myanmar's bowl, then quickly drew her hand back. "Hey, you guys, don't just focus on feeding me." Myanmar looked helplessly at her bowl, now piled high like a little mountain. Kimimaro paused mid-reach with his chopsticks, hesitated for a beat, then finally served himself instead. Rounds of juice soon made their way around the table, and the atmosphere grew warmer with each toast. Even the usually aloof Niji had joined Hinata in a lively discussion about the 8 trigrams palm technique. Kankuro, finally at ease, began showing off his puppet mechanisms to the Konoha crowd. Temari, too, gradually let her guard down, chatting away animatedly with Tenten as if they'd always been close. Leaning against the window, Myanmar watched this heartwarming scene unfold, an unbidden smile curving her lips. Not so long ago, these youths regarded each other warily, divided by the walls between hidden villages. Tonight, they gathered like true companions at the same table. "What are you thinking about?" Kakashi's voice suddenly sounded beside her. Myanmar jumped. "Didn't you say you weren't coming?" "Just passing by, caught a whiff of the food, and here I am." Kakashi lied with a straight face, but his eyes never left the meat sizzling on the grill. After all, a free dinner is not to be wasted, especially since this kid has tricked him a few times already. Myanmar caught on immediately and grinned. "Boss, 5 more servings of wagyu, please." "Shino, your bugs are crawling all over me." "Sorry, must have been the juice. I drank too much." "Choji, I saw that piece first. When did Kakashi-sensei get here?" As the first light of morning slipped through the gap in the curtains, the peace was shattered by someone flinging open Myanmar's bedroom door with a thunderous bang. "Big brother, get up. Come train with me." Naruto burst into the room like a whirlwind, his blonde hair wild and unkempt, blue eyes brimming with urgency. Myanmar opened his eyes groggily and glanced at the alarm clock by his bed. He yanked the blanket over his head, grumbling, his voice muffled. "What time is it? Let me sleep a bit longer." But Naruto was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Ignoring all protests, he ripped the covers away and dashed to the wardrobe, rummaging around. "Come on, hurry up. I've already gotten your clothes ready." Myanmar rubbed his eyes, sitting up in confusion and staring at his unusually energetic brother. "Why are you in such a hurry today?" Normally at this hour, Naruto would still be snoozing away. "Sasuke's already gone training with Kakashi-sensei." Naruto spat the words out, clearly agitated. "Ah, now it made sense. Myanmar took his time accepting the clothes, realization dawning. So that's what this is about. Between these two, the mere mention of each other was enough to spark fireworks. Just as he slid on his jacket, he suddenly remembered something and froze mid-motion. He seemed to recall promising Ino last night that he'd help her with her training. Myanmar gave a sheepish tug at the corner of his mouth. Well, I'm afraid I can't train with you today. What? Naruto's eyes widened in shock. But why? I have something to take care of. Myanmar looked away from his brother's pleading gaze and gave an awkward cough. Then what about my training? Naruto was about ready to tear his hair out. If this keeps up, Sasuke's gonna leave me in the dust. It's not that bad. Myanmar put on his shoes, amused by his brother's dramatic reaction. A few days won't make a difference. I'll help you train again soon. Still, Naruto's world seemed to be ending. Seeing this, Myanmar suddenly had an idea and added, How about this? I'll find you a real expert to teach you. An expert. At first, Naruto's eyes lit up, but his excitement quickly dimmed as he muttered, How good could they be? Is there anyone out there stronger than you, big bro? That's where you're wrong. Myanmar turned, resting his hands on Naruto's shoulders, his face turning serious. This person once trained the very person who became Hokage. Wait, a teacher of the Hokage? Naruto was clearly stunned. His eyes lit up in an instant, as if tiny stars had begun to twinkle within them. Who is it? That incredible. Is it really that hard to guess? Mima sighed inwardly. My foolish little brother. Who else could it be but the legendary Jiraiya, one of the three Sannin? Let's go downstairs for breakfast first. Mima rubbed at his temples. If we dawdle any longer, Mom's going to start nagging again. As the two brothers made their way downstairs, they ran right into Kushina, who was heading out the door with Karen in tow. Today, Kushina was dressed in a crisp, practical outfit, while Karen followed obediently at her side. At the sight of Minma, Karen's eyes sparkled with recognition, though she quickly forced herself to look nonchalant. I'll be out for a while. Breakfast is on the table. Make sure you eat before you leave, Kushina reminded them, her gaze lingering on the boys, especially pausing for a few seconds on the wild tangle of Naruto's blonde hair. Got it. The two brothers responded in unison. Naruto stuffed his mouth with sandwich after sandwich, almost choking in his haste. Only after gulping down a large mouthful of milk and thumping his chest did he finally regain his breath. Slow down, what's the rush? Minma cut into his omelet with unhurried grace, his movements calm and practiced. But MMPH, that awesome ninja. Naruto tried to talk around the food crammed into his cheeks, the words muffled and his eyes darting repeatedly toward the doorway. At last, after Naruto shot him yet another pleading look, Minma set down his utensils. He hadn't even finished wiping his mouth before Naruto seized him by the arm and dragged him toward the door. Come on, big bro, let's go already. Sighing, Minma allowed himself to be pulled along, thinking wryly that his brother's impulsive temperament was exactly like their mother's. They had barely crossed the threshold when they almost bumped into Ino, who came hurrying along. The girl wore her signature sleeveless purple top and matching skirt as always, a bandage cinched about her waist, highlighting her slender figure. Her headband dangled casually at her hips. Minma. Ino's eyes shone with delight the instant she saw him, and she dashed over as if she'd unearthed hidden treasure. I was worried you hadn't gotten up yet. She eagerly thrust a dainty bento box into Minma's hands, its violet ribbon bow swaying gently as she moved. This is a breakfast I made just for you. Eat it while it's still warm. Her voice was as sweet as honey. Minma cradled the box awkwardly, cleared his throat, and admitted, I already had breakfast. Seeing the light in Ino's eyes dim and her lips droop, Minma hurried to correct himself. But I'm still a little hungry. I'll eat in a bit. Okay. Ino's smile returned at once, her golden bangs bouncing merrily as she nodded. Only then did she notice Naruto standing off to the side, pouting. She frowned at him. And what are you doing here? I can't hang out with my big brother. Naruto grumbled inwardly, but didn't dare say a word aloud. This woman was gentle as water in front of Big Brother, but fierce as a tiger to everyone else. Just like Karen, another violent girl, he thought. He could only let out a helpless sigh. I'm going to take Naruto to find a teacher, Minma explained. A teacher? Ino was momentarily puzzled, then her eyes lit up. As long as he wasn't clinging to Minma for training, she'd finally get some time alone with him. With that thought, she instantly laced her arm through Minma's. Then let's hurry. I'll come with you. Minma gave a small nod, and the three of them set off in the direction of the Hot Springs district. He'd already heard the news. Jiraiya had returned to the village. At this hour, the man was most likely either peeping at the ladies' bath or gathering inspiration by the waterfall in the hills. As they turned the corner, Ino leaned in close to Minma's ear, her warm breath grazing his earlobe. Inside that lunchbox, I packed some Tamagotchi I made myself. She blinked playfully, her blue eyes sparkling in the morning light. Behind them, Naruto mischievously imitated Ino's coy gestures. These girls just never ran out of tricks to win over Big Brother. Still, what occupied his mind even more was, who exactly was this legendary master, the one who could train a future Hokage? Big Brother. Why are we looking for someone on the hot spring street anyway? Naruto gazed blankly at the misty pools before them, the laughter of girls drifting out from within. He scratched his head in confusion, several drops of condensed steam glistening on his golden hair. Well, for a moment, Minma was at a loss, and from the corner of his eye caught Ino's questioning look. He couldn't exactly say, because Jiraiya loves peeking at the ladies' bath. In front of girl, could he? Clearing his throat, he spread out his senses, probing the area. From the direction of the mountain behind them came a surge of foreign, powerful chakra. That had to be Jiraiya. Let's go check behind the mountain. Minma turned and led them down a new path. Along the way, Ino chattered away like a cheerful bird, never running out of things to share with Minma. From the funny moments during missions to the rare new blooms at her family's flower shop, she seemed eager to let him in on every detail of her life. Yesterday, I found a mutant purple iris in the flower beds. It's gorgeous. Next time, I'll show you. And the day before, there was this absolutely adorable ninja cat on my mission. I tried to pick it up, but it scratched me. Minma listened quietly, nodding in response now and then. Sunlight speckled through the leaves, scattering golden flecks across Ino's bangs. He watched as she spoke with such vibrant animation. The fearless, heartfelt way she lived was precisely what made her so lovable. By the time the three reached the waterfall, they could still faintly hear laughter and splashing from girls upstream. Minma suddenly stopped in her tracks, her sharp eyes spotting a figure crouched suspiciously in the grass not far ahead, a white-haired man in a sleeveless red jacket, the enormous scroll on his back impossible to miss. Huh, is that? Ino followed Minma's gaze. She froze for a split second before veins bulged on her forehead. She jabbed a finger toward the figure, voice suddenly ringing out at full volume. You perverted old man, what do you think you're doing? Her shout crashed through the air like a thunderclap, sending Jiraiya stumbling so badly he nearly toppled over. The girls by the waterfall scattered with startled shrieks, waves of water splashing up high around them. Minma hurriedly grabbed the furious Ino, forcing a sheepish smile. Jiraiya spun around, his face frozen in sudden realization when he saw who was approaching. Awkwardly, he scratched his wild thatch of white hair and gave a forced laugh. Ahem, I was just gathering material for my artistic work. Who are you trying to fool? Clearly just a lecher peeking at girls. Naruto rested his arms behind his head and made no attempt to hide his contemptuous pout. What do kids know anyway? Jiraiya's face turned crimson. Flustered, he fumbled in his robes and pulled out a beautifully bound book. See this? This is Make Out Paradise, the bestseller sweeping the entire shinobi world. Written by yours truly. He puffed out his chest in pride. I'm just collecting inspiration for my next masterpiece. What? Naruto's eyes went wide as he pointed at the book with a shout. Isn't that the one Kakashi-sensei always has his nose in? Big Bro reads it all the time, too. MMPH. Minma clamped a hand over her brother's mouth just in time, flashing an awkward grin toward Ino's suspicious glare. I keep telling Kakashi he shouldn't read that stuff, but he never listens. Ino wrinkled her nose in distaste. So even Kakashi-sensei is this unruly, huh? She then stuck out her tongue at Jiraiya. And any old creep who writes that kind of book can't be much either. Hey now. Jiraiya nearly hopped with indignation. This is serious literature. I'll have you know. Deciding it was pointless to argue with this difficult girl, he turned his attention to the two blonde teens and studied them carefully. So these are Minato and Kushina's children. Jiraiya's gaze softened. They've both grown up so much. This time, his return to the village was about more than seeing his former student's family. There was a crucial warning to deliver. That group called Akatsuki seemed to be setting their sights on the tailed beasts. Big Bro, let's just go find that expert you mentioned. Naruto glanced at the sky, growing anxious as he tugged Minma's sleeve. Minma shook her head gently, a mysterious smile playing at her lips. There's no need. See? He's already right in front of us. What? Naruto and Ino blurted it out in unison, their eyes round with disbelief as they looked the so-called peeping, white-haired expert up and down. Ahem, ahem. Jiraiya suddenly straightened his back, his expression turning solemn. His hands flashed through a series of seals, and with a soft poof, a massive toad emerged at his feet. I am the mystical sage of Mount Mayaboku, the renowned toad hermit, Jiraiya, at your service. He struck his signature pose. White hair billowed around him, fluttering as if caught in a surge of chakra, despite there being no wind. Naruto and Ino exchanged glances, suspicion written all over their faces. Both of them muttered under their breath at the same time. He's clearly just a pervy old sage. Hey, what's with those looks? Jiraiya's temple throbbed with irritation, but he quickly deflated and said, "Forget it. I'll not stoop to the level of little brats." He turned his gaze to Menma, a look of curiosity flashing in his eyes. So this is the Uzumaki Menma that Minato mentioned in his letter, the boy hailed as the most gifted genius in the history of a leaf. Jiraiya pondered silently. He knew his student well. Minato never exaggerated. This blonde-haired boy seemed to stand casually, but Jiraiya could sense something unfathomable about him. "Master Jiraiya, it's an honor to meet you for the first time. Please accept my respects." Menma took a step forward and bowed to Jiraiya. The gesture made Naruto and Ino's eyes widen in astonishment. "What?" they exclaimed in unison, unable to believe that the notorious Peeping Tom, standing before them, was the fourth Hokage's teacher. Especially Ino. She bit her lip, troubled. "Menma, is he really?" "That's right." Menma nodded with certainty. "He is none other than one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya." Ino was stunned into silence. Her whole worldview seemed to shatter. This shameless pervert, infamous for spying on girls in the bath, was actually a legendary ninja on par with Lady Tsunade? What is going on? My dad's teacher is actually a total lecher. Naruto scowled, pointing accusingly at Jiraiya. "Bro, you're not seriously planning to have this pervy sage as my teacher, are you?" Jiraiya was taken aback. He hadn't realized they'd come specifically to find him. He crossed his arms, putting on a stern face. "Teach this rude brat? Did anyone even ask for my opinion?" Outwardly, he looked frustrated, but inwardly, Jiraiya was suppressing a chuckle. Naruto's temperament is exactly like Kushina's. Menma, though, is more like Minato. "Sorry, Master Jiraiya, Naruto's personality is just like that." Menma shook his head helplessly, then assumed a formal tone. "But when it comes to guiding students, no one can match your expertise. I sincerely hope you'll be willing to mentor Naruto." "Ahaha." Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh, a little flattered. Yet he quickly composed himself and shot Naruto a sidelong glance. "You want me to teach him? This kid's still not up to snuff." "Who wants you to teach me? You pervy sage." Naruto scrunched up his face and made a huge grimace at Jiraiya, then turned away in a huff, muttering, "My big brother and dad are way better than you." "Naruto," Menma gently scolded him, patting his younger brother's shoulder. His voice was calm, though tinged with helplessness. "Master Jiraiya may be a bit of a lecher, not the most proper person in the world, and he does like to sneak off to questionable places." With every word Menma spoke, Jiraiya's expression grew darker, especially when he noticed the little girls nearby looking ever more disgusted. He grumbled to himself. Was all of that really necessary to mention out loud? But then, suddenly, Menma changed his tone. "But he's also the master who trained Dad into the incredible ninja he is. I believe that with his guidance, you'll grow to be just as outstanding as Dad." "Big brother." Naruto stared at Menma, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. He couldn't help but sneak a glance at Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya had his eyes half closed, trying to look mysterious and wise, but the triumphant twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. Could the pervy sage really be that formidable? Naruto thought, half doubting, half believing, as he asked the question. Jiraiya, catching the skepticism in Naruto's voice, scoffed coldly, putting on a superior air. "He really is an extraordinary ninja." Menma nodded seriously, before adding, "At least in certain areas, he's even better than I am." "Huh? Which areas?" Naruto asked, curiosity piqued. "Teaching," Menma replied with absolute certainty. Though Menma was clearly paying Jiraiya a compliment, for some reason it just rubbed Jiraiya the wrong way. What was with only teaching? "Master Jiraiya, I'm counting on you to look after Naruto." Menma gave Jiraiya a polite bow, a warm smile on his lips. "When you're done, come home with us for dinner. Dad and Mom will be so happy to see you again." "Hey, hold on. I never agreed to train this brat." Jiraiya reached out in protest, trying to stop them, but could only watch as Menma took off running with the little girl, quickly vanishing down the street. Jiraiya's eye twitched in exasperation. He turned, only to find Naruto staring at him with intense, curious eyes. Jiraiya purposely put on a stern face and turned on his heel, marching away in giant steps. Yet, try as he might, he could not shake the persistent shadow trailing closely behind him. "You little pest, why are you still following me?" Finally out of patience, Jiraiya spun around, glaring at the stubborn tag-along he just couldn't get rid of. "Pervy sage, please teach me how to train." Naruto stood tall and straight, with a seriousness Jiraiya hadn't seen before. I don't take students who look like they never get it. Jiraiya crossed his arms, huffed again, and pulled a small telescope from his robe, scanning around for inspiration. Naruto narrowed his eyes and suddenly reached out to poke Jiraiya's arm. What now? Jiraiya turned with an irritated grunt, only to see Naruto already forming hand signs. Oh, ready for a challenge. Jiraiya arched an eyebrow. Ninja art. Seduction jutsu. With a swirl of smoke, a stunning blonde girl with twin ponytails appeared where he'd stood, her figure flirting between illusion and reality as the haze faded. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Jiraiya's eyes went round as saucers, and he excitedly waved a scorecard he'd somehow produced out of nowhere. A perfect 10. Oh, Pervy Sage, won't you teach me how to train? In his transformed state, Naruto spoke with a syrupy sweetness, his voice virtually dripping with honey. No problem. Jiraiya dabbed at his nose, about to name his conditions, when a vivid memory of Kushina in a fit of rage flashed across his mind. He jerked upright, nerves tightening, and put on a stern face. Ahem, I'm not so superficial. A cheap jutsu like that won't work on me. Noticing Naruto's dejected look after turning back to himself, Jiraiya was quick to add, but before I decide to take you on as my student, I have to see if you're really qualified. Awesome. Naruto leapt up in delight, instantly dropping into a battle stance. Bring it on, Pervy Sage. This kid. Jiraiya closed his eyes with a fond chuckle, then opened them. All business. Let's see just how much you've got. After a few rounds of testing, a subtle change came over Jiraiya's expression. To his surprise, this reckless kid already seemed to have most ninjutsu down pat. He'd mastered the Rasengan with ease. Minato had already taught him summoning jutsu, multiple shadow clone and wind release techniques. Those, Minma had covered thoroughly. Most astonishing of all, Naruto could even tap into the ninetails chakra, if barely. A soft sigh escaped Jiraiya, carrying equal parts pride and wistfulness. What's wrong, Pervy Sage? Naruto tilted his head, puzzled by Jiraiya's sudden silence. It's nothing. Jiraiya shook it off, quickly regaining his composure. As one of the legendary Sannin, he wasn't about to give up so easily. Naruto might have ninjutsu nearly mastered, but for a truly exceptional ninja, that was only the beginning. That line of thought rekindled the spark in Jiraiya's eyes. Naruto still lacked real battle experience. And most importantly, Jiraiya hadn't even revealed his own secret techniques. Don't get ahead of yourself, kid. A sly, meaningful grin tugged at Jiraiya's lips. The real training starts now. Minma, are you really comfortable leaving Naruto with that? Master Jiraiya? Ino hurried to catch up with Minma, her golden ponytail swishing with every step, worry coloring her face. There's nothing to worry about. Minma turned to her, offering a reassuring smile. Don't be fooled by how Master Jiraiya acts most of the time. When it comes to the important moments, he's more dependable than anyone. All right then. Ino nodded softly, then suddenly slipped her arm through Minma's, a faint blush blossoming on her cheeks. So, can we start now? No one's around to bother us. Minma glanced at her flushed cheeks and the eager light in her eyes. He swallowed without realizing it and asked, careful and serious, Are you sure you want to do this? Absolutely sure. Ino nodded firmly, her golden ponytail bouncing playfully with emotion. She lifted her chin, meeting Minma's gaze head-on. Don't regret it. Minma pressed her again, his tone unconsciously gentle. I'll never regret it. Do it. Ino's reply was crisp and decisive, tinged with that fierce determination unique to teenage girls. All right then, let's begin. Minma drew a deep breath and stepped back just enough to give them a bit more space. Immediately, Ino assumed a textbook hand sign, her lips parting as she spoke. Ninja art. Mind transfer jutsu. As chakra flowed, Ino's consciousness leapt into Minma's body in an instant. Her own body went limp, collapsing softly, while Minma's body was overtaken by Ino's will. It worked. Ino, brimming with excitement, flexed Minma's fingers, first pinching his cheeks in fascination, then letting her hands roam further, curiosity pushing her on. Hey, Ino, stop messing around. Inside the shared mental space, Minma saw her getting bolder and called out, his voice laced with panic. Maybe he was regretting saying yes to helping Ino practice her family's famed secret jutsu. This girl really had nerves of steel. I'm Soda. Only then did Ino remember Minma's awareness was still present, and suddenly, in embarrassment, she covered his face with both hands, feeling the heat in her cheeks, though now she was covering Minma's face instead of her own. After a while, their practice drew to a close. Ino's cheeks still glowed faintly, a spark of excitement dancing in her eyes. The sheer novelty of controlling Minma's body left her anxious, yet bubbling with joy. Isn't it about time? Minma glanced toward the sun, slowly dipping in the west, hesitation coloring his words. He'd promised Tintin he'd train with her later, and it struck him again how stretched his schedule had become. We got loads of time. Ino pouted, playfully shaking his arm. Suddenly her eyes lit up with mischief. It's so hot out. I was thinking of taking a bath down by the river, but it's a little scary to go alone. With a flushed face, she tapped a finger against her lips, stealing a peek up at Minma. So, will you come with me? Minma was momentarily lost for words, but then squeezed her hand in determination. Let's just bathe at home. Seeing Ino puff out her cheeks in a show of indignation, he quickly added, how about this? I'll take you to the hot springs in a few days. Really? All the dissatisfaction in Ino's eyes vanished instantly. She jumped up gleefully and threw her arms around Minma's neck, clinging to him like a little koala. You said it. You can't take it back. Of course. My word is my bond. Minma smiled and nodded in agreement. After all, boys and girls would be separated when it was time for the baths anyway. And to him, she was still just a little kid. But I really don't want to go home yet. Ino walked ahead, muttering under her breath. When Minma didn't respond, she suddenly turned around, eyes shining with anticipation. How about you come pick wildflowers with me? She'd struggled to get some time alone with him. No way she'd let it in so soon. Minma glanced up at the sky with a flicker of worry, but when he saw the hope in Ino's eyes, he softened and nodded. All right, I knew you were the best. Ino almost leapt with joy. She grabbed his hand and pulled him up the hillside. For her, picking flowers was just an excuse. The real treasure was simply getting to spend a little more time with Minma. Wildflowers swayed in the gentle mountain breeze, but none of them could capture Ino's attention. Her gaze stayed fixed on the boy beside her, bright eyes brimming with unspoken happiness. Minma. She stopped suddenly, her voice light as the wind. What is it? Minma turned, surprised to see such a serious expression on her face. Does this count as a date? Ino bit her lip, a rosy blush blossoming on her cheeks. Minma froze on the spot, his mind going blank for a second. He hadn't expected Ino to ask so directly. Warning, detected confession behavior from the young lady of a noble clan. Host is advised to respond with caution. Unpredictable consequences may result. The system's cold, mechanical voice rang out inside his head, jolting him. What do you mean, unpredictable consequences? He asked inwardly, trying to sound out the answer. Cause and effect. The seeds you plant today will bear their own fruit in time. The system's voice was devoid of emotion. A chill crept up the back of Minma's neck. He genuinely felt stuck between a rock and a hard place. Give the wrong answer, and his fate might be anything but pleasant. Minma? Ino's voice snapped him back to reality. She tilted her head ever so slightly, her golden hair catching the sunset's glow like spun honey, but there was a hint of danger in the bright glimmer of her eyes. Minma felt another shiver across his back, and his mind whirled. If he couldn't handle a little girl like her, then what was the point of all his years of experience? Ahem! He cleared his throat, summoning his composure, a quick glint flickering in his eyes. Lifting his hand with elegant precision, he let his fingers just brush over Ino's cool ones. Of course it counts. His voice was rich and mellow, like a fine vintage wine, carrying just the right touch of tenderness. His fingertips traced lightly across Ino's hand, a barely-there caress, as he felt her pulse suddenly quicken. From the very first time I saw you in that flower shop, Minma leaned in ever so slightly, their shadows merging upon the grass. I was immediately drawn to your charm. You're always so radiant, always shining just like. At the same time, his senses unfurled silently, subtle as a spider's web. 3 sparrows, 5 butterflies, 2 villagers in the distance gathering herbs. Once he'd made sure the surroundings were safe, his smile grew even deeper. Just like blossoms at dawn, sparkling with dewdrops, so dazzling, so full of life. Ino's breath grew uneven, and Minma could clearly see the tremor in her eyes. He tightened his grip at just the right moment, bringing them so close he could catch a hint of her scent. Ino! Just as Ino closed her eyes and leaned forward, Minma suddenly turned with graceful poise, guiding her gaze up the hillside to a wild rose in bloom. The setting sun drenched its petals in red, and it swayed softly in the wind. Let this rose be our witness. His voice was smooth, laced with enchanting promise. When it blooms for the 3rd time, I will weave you a flower crown with my own hands and formally pursue you. Do you really mean it? Ino's voice trembled ever so slightly. Minma nodded with a gentle smile, feeling her tension and excitement rising like a tide. Of course I mean it. Tenderly, he brushed a wild strand of her hair back into place. A cool breeze swept through, lifting petals into the air and scattering them between the two of them. A windblown blessing upon their carefully crafted promise. System notification. Host has successfully avoided short-term risk, though a threat of long-term consequence has now been set in motion. Hearing this, Ino's golden ponytail traced a joyful arc beneath the setting sun. She let go of Minma's hand, dancing towards the wild roses like a butterfly set free. When she reached in her ninja pouch for a kunai, her movements were cautious and precise, careful not to damage the delicate roots. Watch out for the thorns. Minma started to warn her, only to see Ino had already wrapped her fingers in chakra, gently working the flower loose from the earth. Her focus was absolute. Even her breathing quieted, tender as if she were handling some priceless treasure. When she finally extracted the rose, its roots still fresh with the scent of soil, her smile outshone the very flower in her hands. Cradling the rose, she returned to Minma. I'll water it every day, protect it from insects. Ino's voice was soft yet unwavering. She lightly traced the petals with her fingertip. When it blooms again 3 years from now. Her words trailed off, replaced by a blush on her cheeks, but the determination in her eyes shone brighter than any spoken vow. Watching her hold the rose, Minma felt, for a fleeting moment, as if she were holding a beating heart. I will too. Minma unconsciously softened his voice as he reached out to brush away bits of grass caught in her hair. Protect your smile always. Ino's eyes immediately shone with brilliance, as if filled to the brim with glittering starlight. She carefully cradled the rose against her chest and nodded eagerly. It's getting late. Let me walk you home. Minma glanced at the darkening sky and naturally took her hand in his. Okay, Ino answered with cheerful delight. A gentle breeze carried waves of floral fragrance through the air. Every so often, Ino would glance down at the rose in her arms, while Minma found himself watching the curve of her smiling face, lips curving up in an unconscious smile of his own. Once Ino was safely at her doorstep, Minma let out a long breath and wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. I need to hurry, he murmured to himself, and in the slight ripple of warped space, his figure was already at the edge of the training grounds, by the flying thunder god's marker. Not far away, a young girl with her hair in 2 buns was swinging her legs back and forth in boredom, her bare feet playfully exposed to the air. Minma took a small mirror from his system space and gave himself a quick once-over. He straightened the slightly messy collar of his shirt and brought his gentle smile back to his face. Tintin, he called softly, a hint of apology woven into his words. Sorry to keep you waiting. Minma. The girl's delighted call rang out. She jumped down from the tree in a sudden leap, giving a surprised yelp as her bare feet landed directly onto a sharp stone. Tintin suddenly remembered she was still barefoot. Flustered, she hopped back in a tree to slip on her shoes, but lost her balance on the way down. Minma moved quickly, steadying her shaky figure with a steady hand. He helped Tintin over to sit on the edge of the pavement. You're not hurt, are you? He knelt on one knee beside her, his voice gentle. A little it hurts. Tintin bit her lower lip, her voice barely above a whisper. I twisted it. As Guy's student, an elite in the taijutsu class, how could she possibly get hurt so easily? It was all just her little way of seeking attention. A trace of puzzlement flashed in Minma's eyes, but he still gently supported her ankle, his touch careful and light. It's just a surface wound, nothing serious. After a careful examination, he pronounced his verdict. As his fingertips glided lightly over the top of her foot, he felt the unmistakable tremor that ran through her. Can you still train? Minma looked up and caught the sight of Tintin's toes curling in secret. Her cheeks flushed pink. She nodded, looking just like a cherry blossom in early spring. Halfway through their training, Minma keenly noticed that Tintin's movements were growing sluggish. Whenever she threw a ninja tool, her wrist would unconsciously twist an extra half-turn, an absent-minded quirk she always displayed when distracted. Let's take a break. Minma reached out and caught the shuriken that had flown off course, his voice as gentle as ever. The stray hairs on Tintin's forehead were already soaked with sweat, clinging to her flushed cheeks, and the fabric over her chest rose and fell gently with each heavy breath from her exertions. I can still keep going. Tian shook her head stubbornly. This way, your training won't be very effective. He led Tian to sit on the grass, handed her a water bottle, and, thoughtful as ever, twisted the cap open for her. Is there something on your mind? If you'd like to talk, I'm here. Tian unconsciously traced the patterns engraved on the bottle with her fingertips. When she finally lifted her head, the confusion in her eyes truly surprised Minma. It was an expression he had never seen before on this usually spirited girl's face. Minma, tell me. Her voice was as soft as a falling leaf. Do you think hard work can really triumph over genius? Myanmar looked out at the brightly lit street in the distance, suddenly at a loss for words. He put on an exaggerated, self-important look, adjusting his forehead protector with deliberate flair. For someone like me, a genius among millions, well, ordinary people would have a hard time catching up. A laugh slipped from Tion, just as he hoped, but the smile quickly faded into the night breeze. She buried her face in her knees, her voice muffled. Guy-sensei says that hard work can surpass genius. Her fingers traced idle circles in the dirt. But my talent isn't a match for Niji's, and I can't train as hard as Lee. Guy-sensei always tells me that everybody has things they're good at and things they aren't. But even in the field I'm supposed to be good at, ninjutsu, I still lost to Temari. Suddenly, the chorus of cicadas in the forest grew deafening, as if mocking her moment of weakness. A single leaf twirled down, settling in her hair. Myanmar brushed it away gently, surprised by how soft her hair felt to his touch. Lady Tsunade has always been the kind of ninja I admire, Tianton murmured. I thought, since I can't match others in combat, maybe I should try studying medical ninjutsu instead. Maybe I'd discover a talent for healing. Her ears turned bright red, and her voice grew even quieter. But today, when I went to practice in the medical class, she twisted the corner of her shirt in embarrassment. I managed to turn the fish into sashimi. Shizen Senpai said it was the most lethal display of medical ninjutsu she's ever seen. Myanmar's lips twitched in spite of himself. He faked a cough to hide his amusement, only to get a fierce glare from Tian in response. Her irritation as clear as when they'd first met in the ninja tool shop. Back then, too, she'd blushed just like this after he criticized the way she cared for her equipment. The night wind brushed past, and Tian's eyes wandered up after drifting clouds, a wry smile tugging at her lips. There was even a time when I asked Guy-sensei what else was legendary about Lady Tsunade. He said that she liked to gamble and drink. At that, a rosy flush bloomed brightly across the girl's cheeks, as vivid as the colors of dusk. Back then, I foolishly thought that if I learned all these things, I could be as brilliant as Lady Tsunade. But when I went to the tavern, I hadn't even stepped inside before the owner grabbed me by the collar and tossed me out, accusing me of causing trouble. Ha ha ha. Minma couldn't help but burst into laughter, but as soon as he caught Tintin's embarrassed glare, he straightened his face and feigned seriousness. A good girl should never pick up that habit. After his remark, he nervously glanced around, as if worried that a certain well-endowed auntie might suddenly emerge from some dark corner. Tintin's voice suddenly grew quiet and somber. Guy-sensei once told Lee, someone who doesn't believe in themselves has no reason to try at all. She absent-mindedly pulled at the grass at her feet, her voice trembling. But Minma, why is it that no matter how hard we try, we still can't win? Under the moonlight, tears shimmering in her eyes hurt more than the distant stars ever could. Looking at this girl, confiding her pain, Minma felt a sudden pang of sympathy. This bright, optimistic little angel, she too, had such a fragile side. He walked to her side, gently brushing away the tears glistening at the corner of her eyes with soft fingertips. Effort may not outshine a genius, but it can always outshine the person you were. Distant lanterns flickered in and out of the darkness, and, as Minma gazed through the woods, it was as if he could see far beyond the horizon. This world was never fair to begin with. Some people's starting lines are places others might never reach, even spending a lifetime chasing. He allowed a gentle sigh, and there are many who will never have the chance to become a ninja in the first place. When Tintin looked up, Minma's hand was already resting lightly on her shoulder, the warmth of his palm seeping through her clothes. I don't have all the answers for you, but his eyes shone with resolve, bright and unwavering as sunrise. No matter what happens, I'll be here to protect you. I won't let you get hurt. Those words shone like a ray of light piercing through the darkness into Tin's heart. She opened her eyes wide, and in the moon's glow, her tears sparkled like diamonds. All at once, the girl dove into Minma's arms, her hands clutching tightly around his waist as though she'd found a lifeline in an endless sea. Thank you. Her voice was muffled against his chest, carrying the warmth and dampness of her tears. Minma could feel her heartbeat thrum against his chest, wild and rapid, like a frightened little bird. After soothing her, he gently took her cool, slender hand into his own and spoke softly. If you really want to become stronger, I'll do everything I can to help you. Surprised, Tintin gasped, and before she could react, he swept her up into a firm bridal carry. On instinct, the girl wrapped her arms around his neck, the moonlight making the flush on her ears glaringly obvious. Let me take you somewhere. Smiling, Minma gathered chakra beneath his feet, and as he soared into the air with her in his arms, their figures sliced through the silver-lit night. The girl in his arms nestled close, gazing up at the sharp lines of his profile. Moonlight edged him in silver, lending even the shadows cast by his lashes a rare gentleness. In this moment, all her confusion and anxiety were cast away. All that remained to her world was the boy holding her. When they landed, Minma's touch was so light it was as if he were no more than a feather. They arrived at a wide stretch of grass just outside the village. The night breeze stirred the grass, creating a soft, rustling sound. Minma gently set Tenten down and retrieved 2 scrolls from his ninja tool pouch. "What are these?" Tenten leaned in, curiosity sparkling in her gaze. "They're the summoning contracts for Mount Myaboku in Ryuchi Cave," Minma explained as he used a kunai to slice open his finger. A drop of fresh blood fell onto the Ryuchi Cave scroll, and he signed his name beside the words Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Tenten started in shock. That legendary Sannin, the rogue ninja of the leaf. Her fingers instinctively tightened around the edge of her sleeve. Noticing her unease, Minma gave a soft chuckle and reassured her, "He's my subordinate now." When she still looked baffled, her head tilted in confusion, he reached out to ruffle her bun. "I'll tell you the details another time." Tenten didn't ask further. No matter what this boy set out to do, she would always stand by his side. Minma's eyes grew especially intent. "You have a unique gift for space-time ninjutsu." He had considered teaching her the flying thunder god technique, but the requirements were extremely strict. An exceptional aptitude for space-time ninjutsu, lightning-fast reflexes, and powerful sensory abilities. All these qualities were essential. Yet Tenten only possessed the gift for space-time techniques, lacking the other 2. "The flying thunder god might be too difficult for you, but the summoning technique, I believe you can master it." Do you really think I can?" Tenten bit her lower lip, a trace of uncertainty in her expression. Minma gently took her hand, his palm warm and steady, lending her strength. "As long as I'm here, there's nothing to fear." He pointed to the symbols on the scrolls. "Mount Myaboku summons toads, Ryuchi Cave summons snakes. As for Lady Tsunade's slug, I don't have that contract yet." He paused, then added, "If you're interested, I can see if I can find out for you another day." Immediately, images of warty toads and hissing giant snakes flashed through Tenten's mind, making her shudder. She hugged her arms around herself instinctively, grumbling inwardly. Compared to Gai Sensei's ninja turtle, these summoning beasts are just way too terrifying. Minma was unaware of the turmoil in the girl's mind, assuming she was simply nervous. He offered a comforting smile. "Let me show you how it's done." This would be his first time using the summoning technique for Ryuchi Cave, and he had no idea what creature he might call forth. Biting his thumb, Minma pressed his hands together into a rapid sequence of seals. Summoning jutsu. With a deafening boom, a billowing cloud of smoke exploded outward. Tian was instantly struck by a chilling, bone-piercing aura, as if countless icy serpent tongues were flicking across her skin. She began to tremble all over, her legs weak beneath her, and instinctively hid behind Minma, daring only to peek out from behind his shoulder with terrified eyes. As the smoke gradually cleared, an enormous serpent, pure white from head to tail, coiled in the moonlight. Each of its scales shimmered with a cold, sharp light, and its golden, slit eyes glowed in the darkness like twin ghostly lanterns. Most unsettling of all, the great snake was actually holding a smoking pipe in its mouth, exhaling plumes of purple smoke with each puff. A low, uneasy whimper escaped Tian. She clung to Minma's shoulder as if her life depended on it, her heart thundering so fiercely it felt as if it might leap from her throat. Inside, she screamed frantically, "It's way too big. This is terrifying." Minma narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the towering creature before them. The oppressive air radiating from this white phosphorus serpent was utterly suffocating. There was no way it could be an ordinary summoning beast. "So, you're the little brat who called me here?" The great white serpent's golden eyes narrowed, its tongue glinting in the moonlight. A swirl of white smoke rose as the titanic serpent's body gradually shrank, until, at last, a hunched old woman stood in its place. With the pipe still between her lips, she looked just like any ordinary village granny. "What?" Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as she poked her head farther out from behind Minma, muttering softly, "That huge snake turned into an old lady?" Silently, Minma shifted a step to shield Tian more securely behind him and gave a courteous bow. "Might I ask who you are?" "I am the White Snake Sage of the Ryuchi Cave." The old woman exhaled a swirl of smoke, which twisted eerily in the moonlight. "Minma Uzumaki, I know who you are." A flicker of surprise crossed Minma's eyes. "How old are you?" In this world of shinobi, Not even the faintest rustle escapes my notice. The white snake sage tapped her pipe against the ground, her gaze drifting disdainfully to the scroll from Mount Mayaboku lying nearby. Even her wrinkles seemed to radiate scorn. Since you signed a contract with the old toad, why meddle with Ryuchi Cave? Don't you know we are sworn enemies? Minma put on just the right amount of astonished expression. I truly had no idea. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me, White Snake Sage. Enough, enough. She waved a hand dismissively, the ember in her pipe flaring and fading in the night. If you were able to summon me, it means you have the right. Her eyes narrowed, hiding unreadable thoughts deep within her many wrinkles. Speak. What is it you want? Power? Sage arts? As long as you're willing to pay the price. Minma scratched his head sheepishly and confessed. Actually, I just wanted to demonstrate the summoning technique to this girl. The white snake sage froze mid-motion. She took a deep breath, her lined face quivering as the pipe's embers crackled with indignation. It took her quite a while before she could squeeze out a sentence through clenched teeth. From now on, don't summon me out for no reason. Her silhouette started to fade, becoming translucent, and finally dissipating into a curl of greenish smoke under the moonlight. Only her hoarse voice lingered in the air. If you wish to learn the ways of immortals, come find me at Dragon's Cavern. Myanmar, who was that old lady exactly? She gave me such a frightful feeling, so terrifying. It was only after she was sure the white serpent sage had truly departed that Tian worked up the courage to whisper her question. Almost unconsciously, she edged a little closer to Myanmar, as if his presence could drive away the lingering chill. She's probably the boss of Dragon's Cavern, the white serpent sage herself. Myanmar gazed off into the direction where the sage had vanished, a faint hint of a smile at the corner of his lips. The boss. Tian cocked her head in confusion, her bun bobbing gently with emotion, eyes full of puzzlement. It means the leader, the big shot. With a playful tone, Myanmar asked, so? Ever think about making a contract with that big serpent? No way, absolutely not. Tian leapt away like a startled kitten, arms crossed in a huge X in front of her chest. Those cold, scaly reptiles are the scariest thing ever. What about the toads of Mount Mayaboku? Ew. Tian immediately broke out in goosebumps, shaking her head wildly like a rattledrum. No. Myanmar pressed his palm to his forehead in exasperation. That makes things difficult. After a moment's thought, he tried another suggestion. How about the slugs of Shikatsu Forest? Tian was just about to blurt out another rejection, when she suddenly remembered that was Lady Tsunade summoned. The words stuck on her lips. Twisting her fingers together, she mumbled, unable to really give a clear answer. So what is it that you do like, then? Amused, Myanmar watched her struggle. I'll help you look for something suitable next time. Something cuter, maybe. Tian's voice trailed off to almost a whisper, stealing a glance at Myanmar as she spoke, not realizing the shyness in her tone. Inwardly, Myanmar couldn't help but think, are you looking for a battle companion, or just picking out a pet? But when he saw the hope and anticipation in her eyes, he let the comment stay unspoken. Actually, a blush crept across Tian's cheeks. Lowering her head, she played with the hem of her tunic, her voice barely audible. As long as you're by my side, that's all I ever need. For a heartbeat, the night wind stilled, and the moonlight enveloped the two with a gentle embrace. Myanmar paused, then couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to ruffle her bun. Are you trying to turn me into your very own summoning beast? Tian stuck out her tongue playfully, narrowing her eyes like a mischievous kitten that just stole a treat. She inched even closer to Myanmar, letting his hand tousle her hair, a honeyed warmth blooming in her heart. Meanwhile, in a shadowed, underground facility, cold isolation tanks gleamed in the eerie glow of artificial light. Obito stood silently before the countless rows of Zetsu incubation pods, his lone eye beneath the mask reflecting the writhing, shadowy shapes of those human forms. Obito! Black Zetsu oozed upward from the ground like thick tar, his raspy voice echoing through the empty cavern. Raza from Tsunade. We've made contact. His response? Obito's voice sounded distant, as if coming from far away, while his fingers unconsciously traced the spiral pattern on his mask. He's still hesitating. Black Zetsu smiled, sharp white teeth bared in an eerie grin. It seems the Kazekage still lacks the courage to make a true decision. As expected, Obito turned slowly. Tsunade has always lacked decisiveness. And in addition, Black Zetsu crept forward a few paces. One of the Sannin, Jiraiya, has returned to Konoha. It seems Konoha is back at its height. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, the third, Kushina Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Ninetails, the Sannin, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, Shursui the teleporter, and most troubling of all, Mima Uzumaki. He paused deliberately, watching for Obito's reaction. As far as I know, Orochimaru and Mima Uzumaki have a close relationship. A barely audible, cold snort came from behind the mask. Only Minato and Mima are real threats. In the dimness, the red gleam of the Sharingan flashed beneath Obito's mask. None of the others pose a danger to us. As he spoke, a phantom pain throbbed at his back. The flying thunder god marks still lingered there. Black Zetsu offered a well-timed reminder. Zetsu cells can perfectly replace any marked flesh. I know. Obito's footsteps cast twisted shadows against the stone walls as he headed toward the operating room. Black Zetsu's voice clung to him like a curse. About that other eye. This Chunin exam in Konoha. The steel door of the operating room closed slowly behind Obito, cutting off the rest of his sentence. It might be an opportunity. Black Zetsu's grin widened in the darkness, spreading until his whole form melted back into the earth. The last thing to fade was his suggestive murmur. This matter. Perhaps Amato can lend a hand. Land of Earth Iwagakure. Clouds brooded over the hidden village of stone, shrouding Iwagakure in gloom. The third Suchikage, Inoki, stood hunched by the window of his office, his deeply lined face drawn tight with worry. Ever since the end of the Third Great War, he had been forced, with a heavy heart, to cut back the village's military strength. Lord Suchikage, here's this quarter's financial report. His secretary placed the documents on the desk with utmost care, voice instinctively lowered. Inoki turned slowly, his eyes drifting over those harsh, startling numbers. Compared to the prosperous Land of Fire, the Land of Earth's economy was sorely lacking. His fingers drummed on the desk, filling the room with a low, heavy sound. Any movement from the hidden leaf, lately? The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, has just wrapped up another round of major reforms. The secretary's voice grew softer and softer. And also, during the recent Chunin exams we co-hosted with the Sand Village, several prodigiously talented young ninjas emerged. Inoki's frown deepened. Once again, the bitter memory of their crushing defeat at Canopy Bridge flashed before his eyes. That blonde ninja from the Leaf, he had single-handedly decimated Iwagakure's entire elite unit. Now, more than a decade later, not only had Minato Namikaze maintained his strength, he'd led the Leaf to an even greater height. Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, Asuma, Sarutobi, Shursui the body flicker. One by one, Inoki murmured the names, each one coming down on his heart like a hammer. In contrast, aside from his own son Kuratsuchi, Iwagakure could barely name any promising members of the new generation. But what caused him the greatest pain was Deidara. That gifted disciple of his. Now he had joined the Akatsuki. Inoki couldn't help but recall the last time he saw Deidara, when flames of defiance still burned in the young man's eyes. Lord Suchikage, there's another letter from Akatsuki. The secretary handed over a file with a black cover. Inoki took it, but didn't open it right away. He knew well enough what it meant. A dangerous deal with wolves, bought cheaply at the price of their own safety. But with the Leaf closing in step by step, what other choices did he have? Bring Kuratsuchi here. After a long silence, Inoki finally spoke, his voice rough as gravel. And prepare a secret message for the Raikage. When the office fell quiet again, Inoki slowly drifted to the window. He gazed out at the young ninjas training in the distance. His shadow stretched long and lonely, cast across the stone walls of Iwagakure. A glorious morning. Golden sunlight poured over the streets of the Hidden Leaf, while a chorus of cicadas created a lively summer backdrop. Minmo wore a large, floppy straw hat, dressed in a breezy light blue shirt and cropped pants. With a bamboo fishing rod slung over his shoulder, he strolled ahead. Hey, big bro, wait up. Naruto ran to catch up, sporting the same orange short-sleeved shirt, gripping a bucket and fishing net, his face lit with excitement. You too, be sure to come home early for lunch. Kushina called from the doorway, still holding the spatula she hadn't had time to put down. Got it. The brothers answered in unison. Turning the corner, Minma nearly bumped into a tall, imposing figure. Tsunade stood there, arms crossed, her golden twin ponytails gleaming in the sunlight. Aren't you supposed to be teaching Ino's group medical ninjutsu today? Minma raised an eyebrow. TCH, that basic stuff's better left to Shizen, Tsunade replied with a pout, clearly in a huff. If I'd known being an advisor would be this troublesome, I'd never have agreed to that old man's request. Her eyes swept over the brothers' gear, one eyebrow arching. Oh, going fishing are you? Yeah. Minma nodded, about to continue on. Hold it right there. Tsunade suddenly bent down to block their way, her impressive figure casting an enticing shadow in the sunlight. As it happens, I'm a bit bored myself. So I suppose I'll grace you both with my company. Minma rolled his eyes wordlessly. Naruto muttered under his breath. It's not like we invited you. What was that? Tsunade turned her head with a sweet smile, but her fists were already clenched, knuckles cracking ominously. And nothing. Naruto instantly stood at attention, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He still remembered all too clearly what happened a couple of days ago, when the pervy sage got caught peeping at the women's bathhouse, and Ani Tsunade sent him soaring with a single punch. Kakashi-sensei, who'd only come and nag the old sage about his deadlines, got caught in the crossfire too. Suit yourself. Minma shrugged indifferently. Chances were she'd get bored and leave soon anyway. The three of them came to the little river outside the village. The clear water sparkled brightly under the sun. Minma expertly cast his line. Just as she expected, it wasn't even half an hour before Tsunade started yawning widely. Now that gambling had lost its appeal, she spent her days drifting aimlessly through the village like a wanderer. Whenever boredom set in, she'd come looking for Minma, calling it training guidance, but really just in search of some entertainment. Sunlight danced over the rippling river as two fat fish flopped about in Naruto's bucket, while Minma's remained stubbornly empty. Noticing this, Tsunade couldn't help but snort. Can't even catch a fish. What's the fun in this, anyway? She plopped down beside Minma, without ceremony. You wouldn't understand. Fishing's all about cultivating the spirit. Minma retorted stubbornly, though his eyes kept darting enviously to his brother's bucket. He got up and brushed the grass from his pants. Naruto, let's switch spots. Naruto looked bewildered, but obediently surrendered his lucky spot. It didn't help. Naruto landed another catch almost immediately, while Minma's rod remained as still as ever. Tsunade burst out laughing, her hearty guffaws sending birds fluttering from the trees. So this is your so-called cultivation of spirit. Don't laugh. Minma barked, mortified. You won't be having any fish later, just so you know. He tossed his rod aside and shut his eyes, pretending to nap. Minma, is that any way to talk to your teacher? Tsunade suddenly cooed in a sickly sweet tone, startling Naruto so badly he nearly toppled into the river. Is Ani Tsunade losing it? She's fierce enough on a normal day. If she ever goes off the rails for real, that'd be downright terrifying. He scrambled to his feet in a panic, grabbed the bucket, and started running back. Brother, I just remembered Shikamaru needs me for something. I'll head back first, okay? What a brat, totally unreliable, Minma muttered as he watched his younger brother fleeing in a hurry. He then turned to Tsunade and rolled his eyes. Great. Now, there's nothing left for us to eat. Who says so? Tsunade strode over, snatched his fishing rod right out of his hands, and nudged him aside with her hip. Watch and learn. You? Really? Minma snorted in disbelief. If you can catch a fish, I'll... Before he could even finish, Tsunade's wrist flicked, and a big fish arched through the air, landing perfectly on the grass. She raised an eyebrow proudly. You'll do what? Minma switched tunes in an instant. I'll cook it up into a delicious braised fish right this second. With practiced hands, he pulled out a kunai, scaled and gutted the fish in moments. Then, like a magician working from a summoning scroll, produced pots, bowls, and utensils out of thin air. His movements flowed smoothly, the knife's glint dancing in Tsunade's smiling eyes. Soon, the rich aroma of braised fish drifted along the riverside. Tsunade, quick as lightning, managed to grab most of the meat for herself, leaving Minma with a meager portion. Do you have to be this greedy? Minma looked at his plate, eyebrow raised at the sorry scraps of fish he'd been left. Eating too much isn't good for kids, you know. Tsunade winked mischievously, lips still glistening with sauce. As your teacher, I'm just looking after your health. So should I be thanking you for this? No need for thanks. A teacher's job is to guide their students. Tsunade brushed her hand elegantly, then popped another big piece of fish in her mouth. Minma chose to swallow his complaints for now, silently vowing that one day, he'd put Tsunade in her place. He finished his share in a few quick bites and was just about to pack up when, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a small snake slithering from the grass, its forked tongue flicking in his direction. What's wrong? Tsunade, noticing his odd look, absently wiped her mouth. It's nothing. Minma quickly packed away the cookware, then gave a sly smile. Want to meet someone? I'll take you. Coming. Who is it? Tsunade leaned in, curiosity piqued. You'll see when we get there. The two of them made their way through the forest, one after the other. When a familiar silhouette came into view, Tsunade stopped dead, her eyes narrowing in shock. Orochimaru, the figure standing beneath the tree, turned around. His skin was so pale under the sunlight, it almost hurt to look at. Orochimaru regarded her with an unreadable smile. That presence, nothing about it had changed. Standing in front of her, neither quite male nor female, Orochimaru unsettled Tsunade to her core. She glanced between the two of them, mind spinning, then suddenly pointed at them, exclaiming, "Don't tell me you two are." She rubbed her arms for effect, feigning a full-body shiver. Some people see what they want to see. Mima shot her an annoyed glare. "It's been a long time, Tsunade." Orochimaru, however, seemed entirely unbothered. His raspy voice carried a trace of nostalgia as he remarked, "You're still as lively as ever." Tsunade gave an awkward chuckle. She knew full well that this flirtatious disciple of hers wasn't really that kind of person. Her teasing earlier had been just that, a joke. It was just that Orochimaru's appearance was so utterly shocking. Tsunade's gaze settled on Orochimaru. "Why are you here?" There was an unmistakable note of wariness in her voice. "I'm working for Minma now, Tsunade." Orochimaru handed a bundle of scrolls to Minma, bowing slightly, an enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his lips. His subordinate? Tsunade spun toward Minma, eyes wide in disbelief. In that instant, she realized that this disciple hid far more secrets than she had ever imagined. "Minma, just what are you?" But some things couldn't be revealed yet. "There are things I can't tell you right now," Minma replied, his tone so composed it was almost cold. "What kind of attitude is that?" Tsunade exploded, slamming her fist into a nearby tree. The thick trunk split with a crack. "I am your teacher." Minma stepped forward slowly, his deep gaze locking onto Tsunade's eyes. She had never been looked at like this by him before. Unconsciously, she took half a step back, heart pounding. "It's not that I underestimate you, Lady Tsunade." His voice was low, magnetic. "What are you planning?" Tsunade's voice trembled despite herself. Her fists were clenched so tightly that her nails dug deep into her palms. She might have been away from the village for years, but the place her grandfather gave his life to protect always weighed on her heart. "We're orchestrating a conspiracy that will shake the world." Minma's lips curled into a dangerously sharp grin. "Together with Orochimaru, we're going to carry out the Konoha destruction plan, topple the village once and for all." What? It was as if lightning had struck Tsunade. Her knees buckled and she sank to the ground, the light in her eyes fading instantly. No, that can't be." She shook her head, golden hair in disarray over her shoulders, tears glimmering on the edge of her lashes. Orochimaru watched the drama unfold with fascination. In his heart, he sighed. "Prejudice in the human heart is like a mountain. Minma-kun, you were right. We're going to overthrow my father's rule." Minma continued, his voice icy, "Create our own village, and use all of you as subjects for human experimentation." "Are you insane?" Tsunade jerked her head up, tears finally breaking free. Her voice was racked with anguish. "Maybe I don't mean anything to you, but what about your parents? What about Naruto? Don't they mean anything to you at all?" "Oh, so you know about that." Minma rolled his eyes, then stepped forward and pinched Tsunade's tear-streaked cheek, laughing softly. "Don't be silly. Now, get up." He gently helped Tsunade to her feet. "You little brat." Tsunade's blank expression suddenly shifted, a sly glint flashing through her eyes. In a swift motion, she grabbed Minma and pulled him in her arms, locking his neck in an iron embrace, pressing his face firmly against her ample chest. "MMPH." Minma struggled to breathe, his vision darkening as the light, sweet scent of Tsunade's skin and a hint of milk filled his nostrils. He tried to break free, but her strength was simply overwhelming. "What's wrong? Is it so much fun to treat your teacher like a 3-year-old? Tsunade grinned triumphantly, feeling the resistance in her arms slowly weaken. Only then did she loosen her grip a little. She pinched Minma's flushed cheeks, her tone playful and challenging. "How was my acting just now, teacher?" "Cough. It was just average." Minma gasped for air, his face still unnaturally red, his voice shaky. "Oomph." With that, Tsunade finally let him go completely. She turned her attention to Orochimaru, who had been watching with an amused smile, her expression growing serious. "So, just when did the two of you start working together?" "A few years ago." Minma rubbed his sore neck and answered obediently, straightening out his rumpled collar as he spoke. With arms crossed, Tsunade's eyes darted suspiciously between them. "So all these years, you've been collaborating in secret?" Suddenly, something dawned on her as she narrowed her eyes. "Wait a minute, Kimimara's Keki disease, don't tell me." "That's right." Orochimaru's raspy voice took over, a gleam of satisfaction in his golden, slit-pupiled eyes. "Thanks to Minma cells, I was able to cure that boy." "Did the old man know about this?" Tsunade frowned as she spoke. Minma shook his head. "Other than Kimimaro, you're pretty much the only one who knows." "Pretty much." Tsunade's gaze sharpened, ready to press further when, all of a sudden, "Tsunade, I'm here to save you." A boisterous voice boomed from above. With a tremendous crash, a giant toad landed nearby. Jiraiya leapt off its head in a theatrical pose. But the moment he took in the scene before him, he froze as if struck by lightning. This. Jiraiya's pupils shrank, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. He stared straight at Orochimaru, Adam's apple bobbing as he struggled to get a word out. The hand, pointing at Orochimaru, trembled like a leaf in a gale. Jiraiya, you haven't changed one bit, Orochimaru said with a cheerful smile. Orochimaru. Jiraiya's voice shot up nearly an octave. In disbelief, he turned stiffly to Tsunade, his eyes silently pleading for reassurance, as if trying to confirm whether or not this was just an illusion. That's right. Tsunade stood with her arms crossed, a playful smile on her lips. The one and only Orochimaru. But as for right now, she gave Orochimaru a meaningful up-and-down look. Maybe calling you Great Serpent Princess would be more fitting? Jiraiya's mind completely froze. His gaze uncontrollably swept over Orochimaru again and again. That slender waist, the pale skin, and... He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel those inappropriate thoughts, but they clung stubbornly to his mind. It's been a long time. Jiraiya's voice suddenly turned hoarse and dry. He reached up to scratch the back of his head, awkward and flustered like a teenager caught in the throes of a first crush. A suspicious blush crept onto his cheeks before he even noticed. Orochimaru immediately sensed something off in his old friend's stare, and, expression unchanged, eased a half-step back. A wary glint flashed in his eyes. Something's going on here. Minma narrowed his eyes, his gaze flicking back and forth between the two. At last, he understood what that half-smile on Tsunade's face had been about. Come on, let them catch up, Minma whispered, tugging at Tsunade's sleeve and lowering his voice. Wait. Tsunade shook off his hand, her eyes lighting up in gleeful anticipation. How could I possibly pass up watching a show like this? She had her eyes glued to the pair, face practically aglow with excitement. With an exasperated sigh, Minma rubbed his forehead. Honestly, what's there to see? He stubbornly grabbed hold of Tsunade's arm. It's not like this is their first meeting. Hey, I haven't seen enough yet. Tsunade protested, dragged along against her will, but she kept glancing back, her eyes sparkling with mischievous curiosity. Jiraiya stood rooted to the spot, staring helplessly at the figure before him. So familiar, and yet so changed. His heart raced wildly, a torrent of memories from their youth flashing by, only to be swallowed by the confusion of the moment. Jiraiya, you're standing too close. Orochimaru's voice, rarely ever uncertain, had a thread of panic in it. Sorry, it's just after all these years, I couldn't help myself. That's what Jiraiya said, but his burning gaze looked ready to see right through Orochimaru. Tsunade spun around, eyes wide, but when she saw the two simply standing face to face, she let out a disappointed click of her tongue. Just were you so disappointed about? Faced with his gossipy master, Minma was at a complete loss. At that moment, Jiraiya had already forgotten everything else, every purpose that had brought him here whisked away, as if it had never mattered. Now, his world was reduced to the figure standing before him. A jumble of words caught in his throat, at last spilling out as, Orochimaru, these years you. I'm Fine. Thank you for asking. Orochimaru cut him off, voice cold, and, almost imperceptibly, took another step back. If there's nothing else. Don't go, Orochimaru. Jiraiya lunged forward, nearly tripping over his own feet. At least tell me where you're living. Farewell. Or rather. Orochimaru turned away, a cascade of black hair, drawing a graceful arc through the air. It's best if we never meet again. In an instant, his figure dissolved into countless small snakes and disappeared into the tall grass, leaving Jiraiya frozen in place with his arm outstretched, looking for all the world like a statue, struck by lightning. Ever since that unexpected reunion, Jiraiya had begun appearing frequently around Minma. Whether it was during daily training or out on missions, the white-haired man's lurking silhouette always seemed to be there, sneaking about just out of sight. On this day, as Tsunade and Minma were preparing to set off on a simple escort assignment, those familiar footsteps sounded behind them once again. Jiraiya? Tsunade turned around, tilting her head slightly. Mischief sparkled in her beautiful eyes as she quipped, Here to snoop around again? Well, Jiraiya scratched the back of his head, his gaze drifting repeatedly toward Minma. It's been a while since we've all gotten together. How about I treat you to some drinks tonight? Tsunade's lips curled into a faint smile. Her words were soft, but her tone carried a teasing edge. Shouldn't we invite the third member of the Sannin as well? She put extra emphasis on the words the third member. Well, that would be ideal, of course. Jiraiya's mouth twitched upward despite himself. No matter how hard he tried, his grin was impossible to hide. Minma stood there, a little exasperated. Now he finally understood the real reason Jiraiya had kept hovering around him these past few days. It was all about Orochimaru. Too bad. Tsunade spread her hands in a feigned gesture of regret, though her eyes kept flicking in Minma's direction. I have no idea where he is. Oh. Suddenly, Jiraiya seemed awkward and flustered, like a love-struck teenager overwhelmed by his emotions. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with curiosity and gossip. Lowering her voice, she murmured, "Tell me, you don't really have feelings for Orochimaru as he is now, do you?" "Nonsense." Jiraiya leapt back as if his tail had been stepped on, his entire face flushing bright red. I just want to bring him back to the village. Even before he turned out this way, I was always looking for him. Turned out this way. Does that mean turning into a woman? Tsunade's laughter blossomed even brighter, her lips curving in playful delight. That was his own choice. Jiraiya's voice grew quieter and quieter, his eyes darting away, uncertain. It seemed that not even he knew the real reason why he was searching. Was it to bring back an old comrade? Was it to make up for past regrets? Or was it for that unforgettable figure that haunted his mind? All at once, his eyes flashed with an idea, and he pulled Minma aside. Karen stared blankly as they walked away, then turned to Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, what were you talking about just now? I couldn't quite follow." "That's grown-ups' business. No need for kids to poke around." With hardly a glance, Tsunade brushed her off and called out, "Kimimaro, Karen, let's get moving." On the other side, Minma looked at Jiraiya with a puzzled expression, uncertain about his secretive demeanor. "Did you call me over for something in particular?" Jiraiya acted furtively, glancing around suspiciously. Only after making sure no one was nearby did he lower his voice. "Minma, I heard. You also enjoy reading my books?" "Not exactly enjoy." For a fleeting moment, Minma's face stiffened with an odd look before he regained his calm composure. "I just flipped through them out of curiosity, reading with a critical eye, that's all." Jiraiya couldn't help his mouth twitching ever so slightly. After spending some time with him, Jiraiya had come to realize that, beneath Minma's gentle exterior, the boy possessed a sly streak, quite unlike Minato. And, like young Kakashi, he kept that reserved mischief well hidden. "So, what is it you really want?" Minma asked with an innocent look, as if he truly had no idea why Jiraiya had sought him out. Jiraiya glanced about warily again, and, only after confirming that Tsunade was safely out of sight, did he cautiously pull a finely bound manuscript from inside his cloak. With a secretive air, he whispered, "This is my latest draft, an unreleased collector's edition." He paused deliberately, but, just as Minma's eyes lit up and he reached for the manuscript, Jiraiya snatched it back at the last second. With a theatrical sigh, Jiraiya continued, "Well, do you happen to know where Orochimaru is living these days?" He tried to look nonchalant as he asked, but his ears clearly perked up in anticipation. Minma nearly burst out laughing. He had already suspected Jiraiya's true motive. From Orochimaru's behavior lately, it was clear the latter was making every effort to avoid meeting his old friend. "I might know a little," Minma replied, leisurely withdrawing his hand and brushing non-existent dust off his sleeve. "Really?" Jiraiya's eyes shone with a startling intensity, his breath quickening almost imperceptibly, like a child hoping for candy. He gazed pleadingly at Minma. "Could you tell me?" "Well," Minma dragged out the word, his gaze flitting meaningfully to the manuscript in Jiraiya's grasp while his long fingers tapped gently on his arm. Jiraiya understood at once. Without the slightest hesitation, he stuffed the manuscript into Minma's hands. "From now on, before every new release, I'll save a collector's edition just for you." He lowered his voice in a nervous whisper, a sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. "I'm risking my life here. If Tsunade or Kushina found out, don't worry." Minma skillfully tucked the manuscript into his ninja pouch. "Loyalty means everything to me in the shinobi world. I would never betray a friend." He patted his chest, face solemn and sincere. Jiraiya shuffled closer, rubbing his hands with anticipation, his eyes sparkling. "So now, about Orochimaru's whereabouts. I suppose I could tell you." Minma nodded and then appeared troubled. "But his whereabouts are uncertain now, and—" He hesitated, carefully choosing his words. "It seems he doesn't really want to see you. My suggestion is to take it slow. Don't be overly enthusiastic." "Now the brat's lecturing me." Jiraiya grumbled inwardly, but then he realized this kid was never short of beautiful girls at his side. Every time Minma showed up, he had a different girl with him. He'd even spotted him once in the company of the princess from Tsunade. "I know how to handle this sort of thing." Unable to contain his impatience, Jiraiya turned on his heel and strode away. Minma stroked his chin thoughtfully. Things are getting more and more interesting. He turned to glance in the direction Tsunade had left, then hurried to catch up with her. Their mission was straightforward, a C-rank escort job, accompanying a wealthy merchant to the village of Hot Springs. At the village gate, Minma caught sight of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi exchanging farewells. To his surprise, Uchiha Izumi was following closely behind Itachi, her cheeks tinged with pink, clinging to him in a demure and affectionate manner. Well, look at Itachi, he's growing up fast. Minma chuckled softly and shook his head. He strolled forward to greet them. Shursui, Itachi. Finally, he turned to Uchiha Izumi, smiling warmly. Good to see you, Izumi. Master Minma. Izumi responded with gentle grace, but her gaze couldn't help flitting toward the silent Itachi at her side. Catching Minma's meaningful glance, a rare flush crept over Itachi's pale cheeks. Are you heading on a mission too, Minma? Shursui cast a glance at the merchant caravan waiting nearby. Earlier, he'd already exchanged greetings with Tsunade. Yes. Minma nodded, waving to them. I won't keep you. I'll see you around. With that, he turned and walked toward the caravan. Tsunade deliberately slowed her pace. As Minma caught up, she nudged him with her elbow, lowering her voice in a teasing whisper. So you told Jiraiya where to find Orochimaru? Yeah. Minma admitted it straightforwardly. He must be running off right now to track him down, huh? Tsunade's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Who knows? Minma shrugged with an innocent look. Suddenly, Tsunade narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him suspiciously. Wait, did he try to bribe you? Knowing her own disciple well, she would have found it odd if he hadn't milked the opportunity. Of course not. Minma's gaze drifted uneasily, his words growing smaller. I'm a man of principle, always happy to help. Why would I ever extort anyone? TCH. Tsunade clicked her tongue, her beautiful eyes narrowing dangerously as she looked him up and down. You didn't ask for something indecent, did you? How could I? Minma immediately straightened his back and retorted with righteous indignation. How can an upstanding young man like me ever read such vulgar books? And Tsunade, you really underestimate me. Oh. Tsunade suddenly leaned in, her crimson lips nearly brushing Minma's earlobe. Her warm breath carried a faint, alluring scent. I haven't even said what it is yet. Her voice was gentle and teasing. Is this what they call a guilty conscience? Minma's whole body tensed, cold sweat breaking out across his back. Almost by instinct, he performed the body flicker technique and, in a blink, appeared beside Karen. A thunderous crash erupted where he had just stood, as Tsunade's monstrous strength punched a 3-meter-wide crater in the ground, sending shards of stone flying everywhere. An attack. The merchant's guards, startled and wide-eyed, drew their weapons and swept their gazes nervously around. Relax. Tsunade waved them off as if nothing had happened. She took a calming breath, her face once again blossoming with a sweet smile. With a swift motion, she pulled the just-escaped Minma back into a tight embrace. Just a bit of friendly sparring with my disciple. The guards glanced at the gaping crater in the ground, then at Minma's ashen face as he was affectionately held by Tsunade. In unison, they swallowed hard and wisely withdrew to the front of the group. You little brat. Tsunade smiled as she kneaded Minma's face between her hands, though her grip was frighteningly strong. Just wait, you're in for it later. MMPF, let me go. Minma's face was squished into Tsunade's ample chest. He struggled for breath and finally wriggled free, gasping. You trying to kill me? And then there's that idiot Jiraiya. Tsunade's fist clenched, knuckles cracking. The air around her seemed to twist and ripple with her mounting fury. Minma couldn't help feeling a pang of sympathy for Jiraiya. This time, it really wasn't his fault. If anyone was to blame, it was this woman, with not only her impressive chest, but a mind quick as lightning. At the Nation of Fire's border, in a hidden underground base, Black Zetsu emerged from the earth, his raspy voice echoing through the dim chamber. Obito, Uzumaki Minma has already left Konoha. Obito slowly lifted his hand, placing the swirling Uzumaki mask over his face. The orange mask gleamed eerily in the dusky light. He pushed open the heavy stone door, where Kakuzu and Kisame had been waiting patiently outside for quite some time. You sure don't take any chances, do you, Toby? Kakuzu gave a mocking smirk. All this for just a kid? Isn't it a bit much? Obito's cold Sharingan glinted from behind the mask as he ignored the taunt. How confident are you? Very. Kakuzu closed his eyes and smiled. Then, changing his tone, he added, but for my Earth Grudge Fear technique, I'm still missing one last Kekkei Genkai. He looked meaningfully at Obito, eyes glimmering with greed. The air suddenly grew tense and still. Obito fell silent for a long moment, then a cold voice came from behind his mask. The power of wood release. It's no less formidable than the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. If you think you're capable, go ahead and try. Nearby, a slight tremor ran through White Zetsu, steered by Black Zetsu. He was inwardly startled. Obito truly was willing to sacrifice anything for his goal, just like himself. As for abuse, he felt little attachment at all. Sending him off to die in such a way seemed a waste of talent. If one must die, their death should have value. He'd already made many preparations, but what he still lacked was someone to carry out the plan. So he said, "There's no need to take such risks." White Zetsu also possesses the power of wood release, although it's not quite on par with Uzumaki Menma. With a wave of his hand, a pale, lifeless body rose from the ground. Ibuse gazed at this substitute, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes before he quickly concealed it. Arrogant though he may be, he wasn't a fool. Anyone who could inspire wariness in both Tobi and Black Zetsu was certainly no ordinary opponent. Throughout it all, Kisame remained silent as a statue, the bandages on Samahata fluttering faintly in the chill wind. Time was short. It was time to begin. Obito looked up at the gradually darkening sky, his tone icy. Ibuse let out a sinister grin, handing over a scroll covered in curse marks. This is a refined version of the curse seal. Obito accepted the scroll, examined it intently for a moment, then strode 3 steps forward. His fingers formed an intricate sequence of hand signs before his chest. With the final seal complete, clear skies darkened as sudden storm clouds gathered, a fierce wind sweeping up grit and pebbles, hurling them against the cliffs with an eerie, unsettling howl. Now, all that remained was to wait for the prey to take the bait. "I'll take my leave." As Abuse turned, he shot Obito a meaningful glance. The darkness and distortion in this man's heart, perhaps, ran even deeper than his own. Once Abuse's silhouette had faded beyond the horizon, Obito spoke in a low voice. "Kisame." Kisame stepped forward. "Go to the meeting point and intercept any pursuers. If you encounter a second wave of trackers, withdraw immediately." "Understood." Gripping Samahata, the massive figure moved with astonishing lightness as he vanished into the forest. Meanwhile, at the Konoha training grounds, the key to mastering Chidori lies in. Kakashi's words abruptly broke off. He suddenly clutched his left eye, the Sharingan spinning out of his control. A cry of pain escaped him. A tidal wave of agony crashed over Kakashi, and he dropped to one knee. Fragments of long-buried memories exploded in his mind. "Kakashi!" Sasuke hurried to his side, but froze in shock at the scene before him. Kakashi's body went rigid in an unnatural pose, taking a few mechanical, puppet-like steps forward. "Stop!" Sasuke swiftly flung a shuriken with a steel wire attached, but just as it was about to hit, Kakashi deftly deflected it with a precise flick of his kunai. The sparks from the clashing metal momentarily illuminated Kakashi's hollow gaze. Those weren't the eyes Sasuke knew so well. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Sasuke gave chase. He ought to have run back to the village to warn the others, but his instinct screamed that letting Kakashi out of his sight now would mean disaster. "Stop him now!" Sasuke burst through the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village, shouting urgently at the guards Kotetsu and Izumo, all while racing after Kakashi without slowing his pace. The 2 guards exchanged baffled glances as Kotetsu scratched his head. Are they training or something? Before either of them could react or ask for details, Sasuke's figure had already vanished amid the trees beyond the village. What on earth is going on? Izumo turned a perplexed look toward his companion. Kotetsu frowned and shook his head. Something's wrong. Kakashi-sensei isn't acting like himself, and Sasuke looks really shaken. Should we report this to Lady Hokage? Izumo asked, uncertainty in his voice. But Kotetsu hesitated as well. What if it's just some special training of theirs? Just as the two stood there, caught in indecision, Itachi Uchiha and Izumi Uchiha happened to return at that very moment. Itachi, Kotetsu called out urgently. Your brother and Kakashi just rushed out of the village. It felt off. Sasuke? Itachi's eyes narrowed sharply. He quickly asked which way they'd gone. In a flash, his silhouette vanished, leaving only his words behind. Izumi, tell my father. Now. Izumi stood for a moment, her slender fingers subconsciously twisting together. She gazed in the direction Itachi had gone, bit her lip, then turned and dashed toward the Uchiha compound as fast as she could. Kakashi's figure darted swiftly through the forest, Sasuke grinding his teeth, pushing himself to keep up at all costs. Sweat soaked Sasuke's black hair. Every breath set his lungs ablaze, but he dared not slacken his pace. Breaking past the forest's edge, blinding sunlight forced Sasuke to squint. He paused by the riverside, trembling hands pulling out a soldier pill and popping it into his mouth. Just as he was about to resume his pursuit, a tall shadow steadily rose from the river surface. A cloak of black embroidered with red clouds whipped in the wind. As Sasuke recognized the familiar garb, his pupils contracted with shock. The Wave Country mission, their entire Team 7 had almost been wiped out. If Naruto hadn't arrived in time, it would have been the end. Sharingan activate. Sasuke snapped into battle mode instantly, the two tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly, kunai flashing with cold, lethal light in his palm. Heh, and here I thought it was someone dangerous. Kisame bared his shark-like teeth in a grin. So it's only a brat from the Uchiha clan. He didn't even bother to unsling Samehada from his back. With casual ease, he formed a hand sign. Water style, water dragon, jutsu. The calm surface of the river suddenly erupted with chaos as a water dragon, towering several dozen meters high, roared into the sky. This display of power was far beyond anything Kakashi or Sasuke's fire-style jutsu could match. Faced with such a torrent, there was no hope of winning. Left with no other choice, Sasuke gathered chakra at the soles of his feet, bracing himself to withstand this deadly blow head-on. At that critical moment, another water dragon whistled in from the side. The two dragons collided midair, shattering into a cascade of shimmering spray. "Brother!" Sasuke cried out in joy, gazing at the familiar back that had appeared before him. Itachi's black hair danced among the falling water droplets, his Sharingan, with its three tomo, fixed unerringly on every movement of Kisame. "Sasuke, what happened here?" Itachi's voice was calm as still water, yet Sasuke could see the tension in his brother's back. Sasuke quickly explained the situation. Kakashi-sensei suddenly started acting like he was possessed. "I chased him here, and then—" "Oh!" Kisame's shark-like eyes narrowed slightly, and as he took in the newcomer's face, a strange sense of familiarity surged within him. Slowly, he unwrapped the bandages from Samehada, letting the heavy blade crash onto the ground, sending a ring of dust blooming into the air. Another Uchiha? In the gloom, Itachi's Sharingan glimmered blood-red. He tilted his head and whispered to Sasuke, "Go inform father. Let the Hokage know as well." "But brother—" Sasuke's fists clenched so tightly they turned white. "Go!" Itachi cut him off abruptly and at the same moment flicked 6 shuriken lightning fast from his right hand. 6 gleaming arcs sliced through the air, each one aimed precisely for Kisame's vital points. The blades of Samehada swept up to meet them like a massive shield, sparks bursting where steel met steel. In that split second, as Kisame defended, Itachi had already formed the last hand sign. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A fireball, 10 meters across, blasted forth, its searing heat sending plumes of white steam swirling up from the river surface. Deep lines creased Kisame's gills as his fingers flashed through hand signs. Water style, Water Shark Bomb Jutsu. A massive water shark surged up from the river, and the instant it clashed with the fireball, they exploded in a deafening roar. Scalding steam instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. Behind you, relying on his beast-like instincts, Kisame whirled around, and Samehada clashed against a ninja blade with a burst of blinding sparks. Within that scatter of fire, he found himself staring straight into those eerie, crimson Sharingan eyes. And suddenly, the world twisted. The sky was bleak and full of the harsh cries of countless crows, their voices piercing through the air. Under the dark canopy, thorny vines writhed like living things, coiling around his limbs. Kisame realized he was pinned to a withered tree, completely immobilized. Genjutsu? When did? His shark eyes snapped wide open. He felt the familiar flow of chakra from Samehada within his body. Sneering, he slashed his blade into the emptiness. "It's useless." In the real world, Itachi's pupils contracted sharply. Almost the instant Samehada tore through the illusion, his figure dissolved into a swirling flock of crows that scattered into the mist. So that's how it is. Itachi appeared atop a tree branch, 10 meters away. He fixed his gaze on the writhing, monstrous blade, a flash of understanding gleaming in his eyes. It can absorb chakra and feed it back to its wielder. His Sharingan spun with 3 tomo, whirring rapidly. A prolonged fight is to my disadvantage. A sharp metallic clang rang out across the riverside. The sound of metal clashing was harsh and piercing, as Itachi's ninja blade met Samehada once again, sparks scattering in every direction. Using the rebound from the collision, Itachi darted backwards, his hands leaving blurred afterimages through the air. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire. Dozens of shuriken, veined and swirling with blazing flames, poured down like a torrential storm, engulfing Kisame from all sides. Reflections of fire danced along the river's surface, light flickering wildly as steam rose all around. Kisame wielded Samehada, brandishing it to form an impenetrable defensive mesh. Every projectile was blocked and deflected. In that razor-thin space between moments, a pitch-black crow silently slipped from Itachi's sleeve, vanishing into the depths of the forest. This fight isn't over yet. Itachi's figure darted forward suddenly, the tomo spinning frenetically in his Sharingan. Every move he made precisely anticipated Kisame's actions. His ninja blade and kunai weaving seamlessly in and out of Samehada's relentless assaults. Damn, that Sharingan. Kisame cursed inwardly through gritted teeth. This Uchiha's combat experience far surpassed his expectations, and, even more troublesome, was the illusionary Genjutsu that could strike at any moment. Though Samehada could channel chakra to help him snap out of those illusions, each time he broke free, his movements lagged just a beat behind. Across the river's surface, the two combatants moved so quickly, they were almost nothing but afterimages. Itachi's breathing had grown ragged. The opponent's chakra seemed unfathomably deep, and even worse, that bizarre Samehada, which drained his chakra with every clash and restored it to Kisame. Water style, water shark bomb jutsu. Suddenly, Kisame switched tactics. Itachi's Sharingan instantly tracked the new trajectories, his own hands flying to weave the same signs. Water style, water shark bomb jutsu. The twin water techniques collided, sending sprays of water flying in all directions. In the thick of the stalemate, Kisame suddenly grinned hideously. It ends now. He slammed his hands together, and chakra surged wildly throughout his body. Water style, super shark bomb jutsu. The river churned as a colossal chakra shark exploded from the water, jaws gaping as it surged toward Itachi. More terrifying still, the beast grew larger and more menacing as it swam, constantly devouring moisture from its surroundings to swell its own size. The true brilliance of this move lay in the fact that any chakra-based attack would only serve as nourishment, making the shark even more monstrous. Itachi's mind raced, analyzing every possible countermeasure, but there was barely any time left. Just as the giant shark was about to engulf him, a powerful, passionate voice split the sky. 8 gates release formation. 7th gate, Gate of Shock. Open. A tempest of furious blue steam erupted into the air as Might Guy hurtled down like a blazing meteor. His entire body was corded with muscle, veins bulging, right fist pulled all the way back, every ounce of strength coiled and ready. Daytime Tiger. The compressed air cannon materialized into a fierce, white tiger, slamming head-on into the massive chakra shark. With an earth-shattering explosion, Kisame's proud, giant shark bullet was forcibly blasted apart, scattering into a rain of water droplets. The shockwave didn't lose any momentum, sending Kisame flying dozens of meters, crashing through 7 or 8 towering trees before he finally ground to a halt. The blue beast of the leaf has entered the field. Guy landed steadily in front of Itachi, still holding his punching stance. Blue steam coiled around him, burning like living flames. He panted lightly, then asked, "Are you all right, Itachi?" Kisame struggled from the wreckage, spitting a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. His gaze locked fiercely onto the sudden newcomer, pupils shrinking. Where did this rare beast come from? The bandages of Samehada loosened and unraveled on their own, beginning to heal his wounds. Guy-senpai. Itachi let out a quiet sigh of relief, his Sharingan sweeping over the reinforcements arriving one after another. Genma appeared at the treetop, a sun bond between his teeth, sword flashing cold in the sunlight. Aoba and several ANBU members formed a tight encirclement. Be careful of his weapon, Itachi warned in a low voice, his 3-tomo Sharingan locked onto every move Kisame made. That blade can absorb chakra. Kisame slowly straightened, Samehada squirming restlessly in his grip. He surveyed the tightening circle around him, then bared his blood-stained teeth in a twisted grin. Looks like this is as far as it goes today. With those words, he suddenly plunged Samehada into the earth. Water style, exploding water colliding wave. A towering wave surged out of nowhere. Seizing the moment as everyone dodged, Kisame's form morphed into a shark and slipped away, vanishing without a trace. Only his voice lingered in the depths of the forest. "I won't forget you, rare beast." The blue steam around Guy gradually faded. He turned to Itachi and asked urgently, "Where's Kakashi?" "We don't know yet," Itachi replied, still watching the direction where Kisame disappeared. A shadow flickered across his Sharingan. "I'm afraid things aren't that simple." The sun dipped below the horizon and dusk began to fall. Guy remained rooted to the spot, his eyes unable to hide his mounting anxiety and worry. "Itachi," Guy burst out suddenly, his tone urgent, "I'm going to go after Kakashi. You all wait here for backup. Move together when they arrive." Without another word, he dropped into a runner's stance, ready to bolt at full speed. "Wait, Guy-senpai." Itachi reached out swiftly, stopping him with level-headed analysis. We don't even know where Kakashi-senpai was headed. We don't know the enemy's strength or their numbers. If you go alone, you might walk right into an ambush. He paused for emphasis. Not to mention, you just opened the 7th gate. Your body needs time to rest and recover. I'm Phoenix. Guy shook his head stubbornly, his voice rising despite himself. His tightly clenched fists trembled, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. But if something really happens to Kakashi, I'll never forgive myself for the rest of my life. Guy, Yamasho Aoba stepped forward to reason with him, his tone stern. The reinforcements sent by the Hokage are already on their way. Don't act rashly. Itachi, noticing Guy's inner turmoil, added quietly, I've already notified Menma. He'll be here soon to help. I understand. Guy took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He raised his head, gazing at the last blush of sunset, and murmured, Kakashi, we still haven't settled who's better. You mustn't let anything happen to you. After their escort mission was completed, Tsunade stretched, her remarkable figure even more striking in the twilight. There's a nice hot spring up ahead. How about relaxing a bit? That's great. We finally get to rest. Karen cheered, pumping her fists with excitement, and dashed straight into the inn. Watching him go in, Menma could only follow. He and Kimimaro headed toward the men's bath. Karen, out of habit, tried to follow them, but Tsunade caught her by the collar. And where do you think you're going, little troublemaker? Without giving her a chance to protest, Tsunade steered her firmly toward the women's bath. This is your place. In the men's bath, steamy mist curled through empty air. Aside from Menma and Kimimaro, there was no one else inside. Menma lowered himself into the spring water. The gentle heat made him close his eyes in contentment. Just then, from the other side of the bamboo wall, Karen's voice rang out in dramatic astonishment. Oh my gosh, Tsunade-sensei, you're just too proud. A disdainful yet proud drifted back through the bamboo. How do you even grow like that? Karen asked, marvel in her voice. It's all natural, Tsunade replied, unable to quite hide her satisfaction. Suddenly, Menma felt as if the water's temperature had risen. Embarrassed, he shifted his position, fighting to suppress his instinctive reaction. Hey, stop touching that. Tsunade's sharp rebuke cut through the air. That hurts, Karen yelped, her cry following an unmistakable swat. Menma felt his cheeks burning, quickly shaking his head in hopes of banishing the images that had popped into his mind. He tried to clear his thoughts and focus on the gentle chorus of evening insects, but concentration eluded him. Yugao should be back soon. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a raven alighted soundlessly onto a nearby stone. With a slight frown, Menma rose and slipped on his bathrobe. The raven glided down to his shoulder, its eyes suddenly swirling into a pattern of 3 tomo. Itachi? Menma knew that if Itachi sought him out, something important must have happened. He turned to Kimimaro and said, Tell the others I have urgent business. You should all head back first. Understood. Kimimaro bowed respectfully, handing him his clothes. Once dressed, Menma's silhouette flickered and vanished, reappearing beside Itachi in an instant. Seeing more than a dozen members of the ANBU standing ready for action, Menma felt a cold weight settle in his heart. What's happened? Menma. Itachi visibly relaxed at Menma's arrival and quickly reported, Kakashi-senpai suddenly lost consciousness, began acting strangely, and now his whereabouts are unknown. While Sasuke was investigating, he was obstructed by members of the Akatsuki. Does my father know about this? Menma turned to Gunma Shiranui. The Hokage is already aware, Gunma replied, a sun bond between his teeth. But he's currently receiving the feudal lord's delegation and can't leave right away. We've already sent someone to inform Lord Jiraiya for reinforcements. Menma's brow furrowed in deep concern. Kakashi isn't carrying a flying Raijin kunai, and this is an emergency. I'm going to find someone. I'll be back soon. He spoke to Itachi, then vanished in an instant with the flying Raijin jutsu. Outside Orochimaru's laboratory, Jiraiya clung to him like a persistent shadow. Orochimaru, don't be so cold to me, come on. Jiraiya, you're as nauseating as ever, Orochimaru replied, golden serpentine eyes full of distaste. But we fought side by side as comrades for decades. Jiraiya didn't mind at all, grinning as he sidled up closer. Menma-kun. Suddenly noticing Menma's appearance beside him, Orochimaru shot him a look filled with reproach, as if silently accusing him of betrayal. Ahem. Menma cleared his throat awkwardly, then grew serious. Let's set that aside for now. I'm here for something important. He quickly relayed the information Itachi had given him. Kakashi was likely subjected to a puppet curse, Orochimaru mused, golden eyes narrowing slightly and one finger stroking his chin. to control a ninja of Kakashi's caliber. In my knowledge, only Sasori of the Red Sand could pull that off. Sasori of the Red Sand? Minma's frown deepened. But Kakashi shouldn't even know him. Wait. Orochimaru shook his head. There's one more. Who? Minma pressed immediately. Shiranui. Orochimaru slowly uttered the name. Shiranui. Jiraiya exclaimed, shock echoing in every word. That guy, he's actually... Minma picked up on the complex look in Jiraiya's eyes. If I recall, he used to be your friend. Jiraiya's gaze turned distant. He really was a genius, but he was always obsessed with surpassing us. His voice went quiet, becoming heavy. Eventually, he started researching the forbidden Karaya art in secret. At this, Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance at Orochimaru, trying to seem casual. The old man found out in the end, and assigned us to take care of it. He let out a long sigh, but he managed to escape. You let him go on purpose, didn't you? Minma smiled knowingly, reminded of how the third Hokage released Orochimaru back then. No one can bring themselves to do it when the time comes. As far as I know, he's joined the Akatsuki now. Minma turned to Orochimaru. What is the principle behind the Karaiba technique? It's a forbidden jutsu that fuses together different Kekkei Genkai, Orochimaru replied, his tongue lightly tracing his lips. According to the theory, combining 5 types of Kekkei Genkai grants immortality. He let out a cold, mocking chuckle. Just a ridiculous delusion, nothing more. But isn't that the very obsession you once chased yourself? Jiraiya's lips curled into a meaningful, knowing smile. Indeed, it is, Orochimaru acknowledged without hesitation, his golden, serpentine eyes shifting toward Minma. Had I not met you and uncovered the true secret of eternity, I might have wound up just like him. The situation was urgent. There was no time to reminisce. Minma's expression grew grave. I think I've figured out Hiriko's goal. Right now, Brother Kakashi is in danger. His hands flashed through a rapid series of seals, summoning the Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them appeared at the rendezvous point where Itachi and the others were waiting. Orochimaru glanced around at the Konoha shinobi braced for battle, a chilling smile tugging at his lips. Minma, are you planning to parade me before the old man? Whatever reconciliation has to happen between you and Grandpa Sarutobi, that's your business. Minma shrugged it off. All I need is for you to redeem yourself through your actions. He then addressed the wary crowd. Relax. She's here to help us, at my request. Is that Orochimaru? Benzalighting's eyes widened as he leaned in toward his companion, Gunma Shiranui, lowering his voice in disbelief. I think so. Gunma rubbed his eyes, just as shocked, before casting a complicated look at Minma and giving a helpless shake of his head. Young Master Minma. His methods have always been a bit unconventional. A cool night breeze swept through, whipping Orochimaru's robe about with a soft, rustling sound. The Konoha shinobi on site subconsciously tensed, barely managing to steady themselves in Minma's presence. Ignoring the murmured conversations, Minma's sharp gaze swept over every member of the ANBU assembled. He frowned slightly when he saw there was only a single Hyuga among them. Such a thin reconnaissance line was hardly enough. You can't go into a raid without a support. He muttered under his breath, then raised his voice to the group. Wait here a moment. He vanished before his words had even faded. A second later, Minma appeared outside the changing room of a hot spring inn. Just then, Karen stepped out, wrapped in a bath towel. The sudden appearance startled her into almost screaming, but when she recognized Minma, her cheeks flushed red. Minma. She tried to mimic the coquettish behavior she'd read about in books, twisting her shy figure as she leaned gently toward him. Get dressed. Come with me. Minma was baffled by her reaction, but spoke plainly. Is Aunt Tsunade still inside? She had a bit to drink and is resting. A fleeting disappointment flashed in Karen's eyes, but when she saw how serious Minma looked, she instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. I'll go get her. You need us, don't you? After speaking, Minma turned and left. In the living room, Kimimaro was already fully dressed, sitting quietly. Seeing Minma emerge, he immediately stood up. Has something happened? Yes. Minma nodded. Prepare for battle. Understood. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Kimimaro's eyes, and his entire presence became as sharp as a blade drawn from its sheath. Before long, Tsunade strolled out lazily, yawning as she asked, What's the rush? I'll explain on the way. Minma shook his head. Flying Thunder God, guide lightning. As space twisted, the 4 of them had already arrived at the assembly point. Even Lady Tsunade is here. Gunma Shiranui took the senbon from his mouth and couldn't help but marvel at the sight of such a formidable group. Young Master Minma, one of the legendary Sannin, the prodigy Itachi, and over a dozen elite Anbu, with this level of strength. Any nation would tremble before us. Aobiamisho, equally unable to hide his excitement, clenched his fists so tightly they trembled. He had never been part of such a well-supplied battle before. Minma knew all too well that sensing the entire land of fire would consume enormous chakra reserves. To ensure nothing went wrong, he had specifically brought Karen and Tsunade as chakra support. "And Tsunade, get ready," he said gravely. Tsunade didn't know the full story yet, but seeing the assembled forces, she understood that the situation was indeed serious. Without another word, she approached Minma, her hands aglow with shimmering green chakra. Byakugo seal. Release. A surging tide of chakra flooded into Minma. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and sent out waves of sensory perception, radiating from his center like ripples in still water. Karen watched the beads of sweat forming on his brow, biting her lower lip unconsciously. She gently rolled up her sleeve, revealing her pale wrist, ready at any moment to offer herself up. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she understood better than anyone. Covering the whole land of fire with sensory perception required a truly staggering amount of chakra. "I found it." All of a sudden, Minma's eyes snapped open, a flash of light sharpening his gaze. The moment his words left his lips, every ninja present instinctively tensed. "Hurry, recover yourself," Karen urged, darting forward and offering her pale wrist to Minma, her eyes full of concern. "No need, not yet." A wave of warmth washed over Minma at her insistence, and he shook his head gently. He still had plenty of chakra reserves remaining. But a hint of disappointment flickered in Karen's eyes, but she still pressed on. "What about when the battle starts?" "All right then." Seeing her determination, Minma relented, gently drawing her wrist and giving it a light bite. Karen gasped, her soft voice slipping out before she could catch it, startling Minma so much that he immediately let go. "Are you all right?" Noticing the curious and puzzled looks from the people around her, Karen's face instantly flushed bright red. Flustered, she pushed up her glasses. It's nothing really, just..." "That's enough." Tsunade sighed and rubbed her forehead, then gently pulled Karen to stand behind her. "Since we found Kakashi, let's set off." She had already heard the full story from Jiraiya just moments ago. It was time for action. Naruto's eyes flashed sharp with determination. In a heartbeat, his figure vanished from where he stood, sprinting toward the direction he'd sensed. The other shinobi followed close behind, their forms blurring into fleeting afterimages under the moonlit sky. At the rear, still burning with embarrassment, Karen pressed her overheated cheeks with her hands and hurried to catch up with the group. "Obito, Konoha's reinforcements are closing in. We're running out of time." Black Zetsu, unusually urgent, spoke up as he noticed Obito still hesitating. But Obito seemed not to hear it all, only gazing quietly at Kakashi. Beneath his mask, his Sharingan glimmered with complicated emotions, as if piercing through the bounds of time itself. Kakashi stood hollow-eyed, like a puppet utterly drained of its soul. "Tobi, Sasori, and Deidara can't hold out much longer." Black Zetsu pressed again, growing anxious. "Tell them to retreat." Obito finally spoke, his voice resonating, deep and cold, as if from the abyss. He stepped slowly toward Kakashi, each footfall echoing clearly through the ruins of the temple. "Don't waste another second." Unwilling, Black Zetsu melted away into the earth. Obito's eyes went cold once more. The very moment his hand reached out, just about to seize that Sharingan. Chidori. A blinding flash of lightning erupted. Kakashi's Chidori pierced right through Obito's chest, only to pass harmlessly through him, as if through a phantom. "What?" Shocked, Kakashi leapt back, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. He had thought he was being controlled by Orochimaru, but never imagined it was this mysterious masked man. "Who are you really?" Kakashi kept his distance, lightning sizzling in his palm. "Who I am doesn't matter." Obito's voice was entirely unmoved, though secretly impressed by Kakashi managing to break free from the mind control. He approached steadily. "I'm just here to reclaim something that belongs to me." Several shuriken flew from Kakashi's hand, but once again they passed through Obito's shadow-like form, embedding themselves uselessly in the walls. Moonlight poured in through the ruined roof, casting their shadowy standoff. Sharingan staring into Sharingan, crimson eyes burning in the darkness. Naruto darted through the forest at breakneck speed, when suddenly his instincts sent a jolt through him. In the same instant, he triggered the Flying Thunder God technique, blinking away just in time. Where he'd just been standing, a massive explosion erupted in a towering blaze, the deafening blast tearing through the night and sending a furious shockwave his way, forcing him to shield his eyes with his arm. In a blink, he locked on to the enemy's position. A monstrous bird was swooping down from the sky, casting a vast and menacing shadow. From its back, a figure made a swift gesture, and a storm of tiny clay birds rained down like a black tempest, sealing off every possible escape around him. In the next instant, all the tiny birds flared with a blinding, piercing light. A thunderous explosion shook the heavens, as flames once again engulfed the spot where Minma stood just moments before. "We're under attack. Minma, hurry after him!" Jiraiya and the others, rushing from behind, caught sight of the inferno erupting ahead and instantly surged forward at full speed. As the smoke and dust slowly began to clear, Deidara frowned, eyes fixed on the center of the blast. There stood a hemispherical shield of wood style, perfectly intact, not even a scratch upon it. He clenched his teeth in frustration. This wood style? It was nothing but an affront to his art. The wooden wall parted slowly. Minma didn't even spare him a glance as he swept past, utterly indifferent. That bastard! The sting of being so completely ignored set Deidara's anger alight in an instant. He hurled a clay centipede in fury, but the enemy's figure flickered and vanished before his eyes could track him. Damn it! Before Deidara's furious roar had faded, a massive fireball hurtled toward him. He had no choice but to spin and defend himself. "Lord Jiraiya, you go on and support Minma. Leave this to me." Itachi landed calmly, the Sharingan already spinning silently in his eyes. "We're counting on you, then? That kid's way too fast." Jiraiya nodded and led the group onward in hot pursuit. "You dare to keep belittling my art? Unforgivable!" Deidara, now utterly enraged, swiftly began molding a colossal C3 number 18 doll bomb. But before he could let it fly, his vision was suddenly awash in blood red. Crows circled overhead with harsh cries, and a cold, piercing gaze sliced through the chaos. Under the intense glare of the crimson Sharingan, his body froze instantly. He could not move a muscle. It seems Deidara has failed. Hidden within his puppet body, Sasori watched as the golden-haired youth appeared before him. Instantly, he understood that Deidara's blockade had been in vain. "So much for your so-called art, Deidara." Sasori gave a chilling, low laugh, and with a flick of his wrist his summoning scroll unfurled. The third Kazekage puppet emerged in an instant, hovering protectively before him. "If you want to pass me, it won't be so easy." But before he finished speaking, the boy across from him slammed his palms together. The ground began to quake violently. Thick, gnarled trees burst out from the earth, and, in a blink, wove themselves into a roaring wooden dragon that tore forward with overwhelming force. Sasori's pupils contracted. There was no time to dodge. He hastily abandoned his puppet and retreated. Where the wooden dragon swept, the hardened puppet shell shattered like a jar of porcelain, and even the third Kazekage puppet was sent flying, struck brutally aside. Barely recovering his balance, Sasori reached for his final trump card, only to see that the opponent had no intention of stopping, already riding the wooden dragon straight past, not even sparing him a backward glance. That fleeting look cast his way, calm, as if regarding an ant by the roadside. A scorching wave of humiliation suddenly clenched Sasori's heart. In that instant, he felt not only humiliation, but also a kind of unprecedented confusion. In front of this young boy, what did the art he had devoted his heart and soul to truly amount to? But there was no time for reflection. The figures of Jiraiya and Orochimaru swiftly arrived on the scene. "A member of Akatsuki, is it?" Jiraiya's brow furrowed deeply, and in a flash, he snapped into combat readiness. "Leave him to me." Orochimaru spoke slowly, his tone low and measured. "You go support Minma-kun." "All right." Jiraiya hesitated only a moment, then vanished. Before he left, he called back, "Be careful yourself." Orochimaru fixed his gaze on the scorpion before him, a playful smirk curling on his lips. "It's been a long time, Scorpion." "Orochimaru." Scorpion narrowed his eyes. Though the other's appearance had changed, there was no mistaking him. That fleeting encounter years ago, when pain brought this man to join Akatsuki, had already filled him with an inexplicable sense of distaste. To meet again now was the perfect chance to catch up at last. He forced down the humiliation and disquiet that Minma's disregard had stirred within him, quickly focusing his mind back on the battle before him. Calmly, he flicked open the mechanism across his chest, at the same time unfurling several scrolls. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of puppets thundered forth, blanketing the sky, rolling overhead like storm clouds, rendering Orochimaru in their midst as insignificant as an ant. "Quite the spectacle you've put on, Scorpion." Orochimaru licked his lips in a feverish excitement, his hands forming signs at lightning speed as chakra roared to life all around him. "Let's see how you handle the new power Minma-kun has given me." His body swelled and twisted, growing in the blink of an eye into a colossal form to rival a tailed beast. Yamato no Orochi had descended. The snake's gigantic body shimmered with a haunting glow, and each of its many heads bore the horns of a dragon. From every gaping maw surged forth rampaging lightning, roaring fire, howling gales, surging waves, and a bottomless vitality. Now this is art, my most perfect masterpiece. Orochimaru's upper body emerged from the center of the foremost snake head, looking down at Scorpion, whose rare shock was plain to see. Orochimaru's voice radiated a near-maniacal glee, fusing the essence of 5 chakra natures. Not just that, but 5 supreme forces of nature, and the eternal power of life itself. You don't stand a chance against power like this. Before his words could even fade, several snake heads unleashed their fury at once. Lightning crashed down like pillars from the sky. Waves of fire swept over the land. Storms tore the air asunder. Torrents of water and earth surged in an unstoppable tide. Scorpion's 100-machine performance puppet army, famed and feared, stood no chance against such overwhelming elemental might. In the blink of an eye, they shattered, burned, and finally dissolved into drifting ash. Yet, when the raging energies finally calmed, Scorpion was nowhere to be seen among the ruins. Escape, did you? Orochimaru frowned, just slightly. The Scorpion's body had been thoroughly transformed, leaving it all but devoid of any trace of life's energy. What was even trickier was that, at the very instant the attack landed, he seemed to sense another obscure force intervening, whisking the Scorpion away from the battlefield in an instant. As expected, there are some truly formidable figures hidden within Akatsuki. He clicked his tongue, softly, released the 8-headed serpent technique, and returned to his human form. Without lingering, he set off at once, swiftly pursuing the direction in which Menma had disappeared. Konoha Village, Hokage's office. Minato had just finished his meeting with the daimyo and was already itching to set out and lend his support. Do you really need to go in person? Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a slow stream of smoke, his brow furrowed. Jiraiya and the others are already out there, and with young Menma on the field as well, it shouldn't be anything beyond their abilities. I still can't set my mind at ease. Minato shook his head, a trace of worry flickering in his eyes, one that was hard to detect. After all, we're up against Akatsuki, a group comprised of S-rank rogue ninja. They're no ordinary enemy. Though he trusted his eldest son's abilities, as a father, Minato could not shake the sense that Menma still lacked some vital experience. The village will be in your hands for the time being. Turning, Minato was just about to leave. Suddenly, an ANBU ninja burst in, dropping to one knee, his voice urgent. Urgent report. A large number of Awagakure shinobi are assembling at the border of the land of Earth. What? The pipe in Sarutobi's hand trembled slightly, his eyes flashing with surprise and suspicion. Minato's gaze sharpened as he pressed for details, keeping his composure. How many are we talking about? We don't have exact numbers yet, but estimates suggest around 5,000. Report. A second ANBU dashed into the office, raising his voice to add, large forces from Kumagakure have also appeared on the border of the Land of Lightning, numbering no fewer than 8,000. Sarutobi's expression grew even grimmer as he immediately asked, what about the Land of Water? Any movement there? No unusual activity detected at present. Sarutobi let out a measured breath, easing just a bit, then turned his heavy gaze to Minato, his tone grave. It seems this has all been planned in advance. Otherwise, they could never have mobilized such forces in so short time. Indeed, Minato nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before turning to the ANBU for confirmation. Have they crossed our borders? They're still circling just outside, not having stepped across the line. Judging by this intel, the total mobilizable forces from the lands of Earth and Lightning are surely greater than what we're seeing. Minato analyzed coolly, so they're still in a posture of intimidation, hesitating at the threshold. They haven't yet truly committed to war. Under your leadership, Konoha has regained its peak strength. The gap between us and the other great nations grows each day. It's only a matter of time before they can't restrain themselves. Sarutobi exhaled a shadowy breath, his voice carrying the weight of his misgivings. He pondered for a moment, then added, now, we can't simply hope the other side won't start a war. We must make thorough preparations as soon as possible. I understand. Minato nodded, swiftly collecting his thoughts and issuing a series of orders to the Umbu. Reinforce the border surveillance, deploy reconnaissance squads, and organize medical support and logistics. After a pause, he looked up and added, send for clan leader Fugaku immediately. Before long, Fugaku Uchiha entered the Hokage's office at a brisk pace. The moment he stepped in, he sensed the heavy air weighing down the room, and his expression became solemn. What's happened? The land of lightning and the land of earth are amassing troops at our borders. The situation is tense. Minato gave a concise update on the current situation. Fugaku's eyes narrowed, immediately grasping the gravity of the crisis. In the shinobi world, war was never a distant prospect. He had long been prepared for moments like this. Allow me to lead the Uchiha clan to the lightning country border. He volunteered unwaveringly. We will hold the line. I'll count on you then. Minato spoke with formal gravity, then added in a low voice, remember, for now, prioritize deterrence and maintaining a standoff. As long as they don't cross into our territory, we cannot be the ones to provoke conflict. Understood. Fugaku nodded crisply and then turned to leave. His figure quickly vanished through the door, already burdened with the shadow of war and knowing that every moment must count. When it came to choosing a commander to face the forces from the land of Earth, Minato found himself hesitating for a brief instant. Let me go. Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped the ashes from his pipe with a steady hand, his voice calm and resolute. But you... Minato hesitated, concern written across his face. The third Hokage was advanced in years. He should, by rights, be enjoying the peace of retirement, not heading once more into the jaws of danger. But someone had to remain in Konoha. No one could predict whether the land of water might launch a sudden attack, and besides, the land of wind had never truly been trustworthy. This ally had betrayed Konoha more than once. The lush lands of the Fire Country had always been an irresistible temptation in the eyes of their neighbors. I may be old, but I'm not useless. Hiruzen smiled, but there was a steely glint in his eyes that brooked no argument. If that old fox Inoki can still take to the field, how could I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, lag behind? Minato gazed at the old man for a silent moment before finally bowing deeply and with respect. I'll entrust the border to you. Leave it to me. The village needs you here to hold the center. Hiruzen nodded, then before setting off, gave a final, firm reminder. Keep a close eye on the movements from the land of water and the land of wind. Understood. Minato watched that no longer young yet still unyielding figure disappear into the distance, letting out a quiet sigh. He turned back to the window. Outside, dark clouds were churning across the sky, as if brooding over an approaching storm. Once again, the shadow of war was drawing in, silent, inevitable. He understood the concerns of the other great nations all too well. The stronger the leaf became, the more wary and apprehensive they grew. They wanted to seize the opportunity to choke off this mighty tree while it was still just a sapling, desperate to stun its growth before it could overshadow them all. Yet, as Minato thought of his eldest son, he couldn't help but break into a smile he could not disguise. They could never imagine that Minma has already surpassed me. What's more, Naruto and the others were growing at a staggering pace as well. In this game of power, it was far from certain who would end up suppressing whom. Where once an old temple stood in ruins, now only a heap of rubble remained. Kakashi knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, exhausted and almost completely drained of chakra. His opponent, by contrast, stood perfectly still, as deep and unwavering as an abyss. Save for a torn edge of his robe, he was utterly unscathed. Who are you, really? Kakashi managed to lift his head, his gaze heavy with fatigue and a growing sense of dread. Every moment of this fight carried an uncanny familiarity that set his heart pounding, a long-buried terror rising uncontrollably inside him. I am no one. Obito's voice remained cold and hollow as ever. Sensing a familiar chakra rapidly closing in, he was unwilling to linger any longer. The air in front of him began to ripple and twist. In an instant, several massive shuriken materialized out of nowhere, splitting the air as they howled toward Kakashi. Kakashi gritted his teeth and formed a hand sign. Earth-style earth wall. A wall carved with the head of a hound surged upward, just managing to block the onslaught of shuriken. But in that very moment, Obito phased through the wall, ghost-like, and appeared right in front of Kakashi. Before Kakashi could even react, a lightning-fast hand darted out, plucking his Sharingan eye with deadly precision. Yet Kakashi was not wholly passive. He had been waiting for this exact moment. As Obito's fingertips brushed his eye socket, the lightning blade kunai in Kakashi's grasp swept upward, precisely tearing through the mask. With his remaining eye, he finally gazed upon the face hidden beneath. The world seemed to shatter all at once. Obito, Kakashi, stood frozen, every sound caught in his throat. Confusion, shock, anguish. 1,000 emotions tore at his sanity. He could neither comprehend nor accept. How could the boy who was so passionate he bordered on reckless, who was always late because he stopped to help old ladies cross the street, who shouted that those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash, who ultimately sacrifice himself beneath a boulder to save a friend? How could he have become the figure before him? So cold, hollow, and ruthless. Don't look at me like that, Kakashi. Now exposed, Obito's voice was preternaturally calm. He slowly inserted the stolen Sharingan into the empty socket of his left eye, his voice echoing from the depths like a dirge. This hopeless world has long been beyond saving. You and I, we're nothing but trash. Obito, raising his only remaining eye, Kakashi gazed in bewildered sorrow at his friend from long ago. How he wished this was just a nightmare, but the weight of reality pressed down so hard he could barely breathe. Obito only looked back in silence. The chill of the night wind swept over the ruins, brushing across the unbridgeable chasm that had grown between them. In the stillness, all that remained were the ghosts of the past and the memories to which there was no return. Suddenly, a kunai engraved with the character for forbearance sliced through the air, stopping right in front of Obito. But he simply stood there, unmoved, his gaze distant and cold. In the blink of an eye, Minma burst into view behind a swirling Rasengan. Just as the attack was about to land, Obito merely tilted his body ever so slightly, one hand darting out like a phantom towards Minma's chest. Minma instantly felt the space around him twist violently. A force beyond resistance was about to swallow him whole. At the critical moment, he activated the Flying Thunder God once again. Simultaneously, a fierce battle cry tore through the air, leaf-strong whirlwind. Might Guy, gates blazing, swept in from behind like a human cyclone. Obito was forced to phase out, Guy's ferocious strike passing right through his spectral form, while Minma had already teleported to safety. As Guy landed, both of Obito's Sharingan spun with wild intensity. The air before him began to twist and collapse in on itself. Damn it, I can't move. A wave of dread crashed over Guy. His body was locked in place by an invisible force. Just as he was about to be consumed, a sudden lightness hit him. Without hesitation, he pushed off the ground, leaping free. He turned in time to see Minma had once again reappeared directly in front of Obito, launching a massive Rasengan, only for it to phase harmlessly through his intangible form again. Not stopping for a second, Minma flickered back to Kakashi's side. Are you alright, Kakashi? Guy rushed forward, supporting his comrade, only to see Kakashi clutching his left eye tightly, the remaining one clouded and vacant, as if still stunned by the shock. Guy, get Kakashi out of here. Minma's voice was cool and steady as he raised his hand, hurling several Flying Thunder God shuriken, his eyes sharp as they locked onto Obito. Leave this to me. Obito, why did you become like this? Kakashi's voice was rough, his gaze fixed intensely on the masked figure, as if he could pierce that frigid mask to glimpse the friend he once knew. Obito. Minma's heart lurched. In his mind flashed that old photograph at home. Dad, Kakashi, a smiling sister standing between them, and beside her, a boy beaming with goggles and an unguarded smile. Could that boy really be this man standing before them? He turned to Kakashi in disbelief, urgently seeking confirmation. Kakashi, is it really Uchiha Runto? Are you sure you're not mistaken? There's no doubt. It's Obito, Kakashi said with a bitter shake of his head. I get who Obito is, but who's Runto? Kai interjected from the side, looking utterly baffled and lost. Sorry, I messed up the name. Minma pursed his lips in embarrassment, his voice tinged with awkwardness. I thought the masked man was called Uchiha Runto. Kakashi was taken aback, shaking his head with a wry, helpless smile. If this man truly was his father's student, then why would he do something like this? The more Minma thought about it, the less sense it made. Frustration and anger began to well up inside him. How could he ever lift a hand against the very teachers who had once guided and cared for him? Hadn't his father and mother treated him well? There was simply no logic to it. I don't care who you are, and I don't care what you've been through. For the first time, Minma's fury burst forth, and with it, a tremendous surge of chakra exploded from his body. The sheer force of his energy swept across the ruins like a storm, flattening the debris and clearing a vast space all around him. If you dare harm my parents, if you almost get them killed, I will never forgive you. The raging wave of power radiated an overwhelming pressure, so fierce that even Kai and Kakashi instinctively raised their arms before them, bracing themselves as their bodies trembled from the shock. At that moment, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade arrived on the battlefield. Kimimaro and Karen were close behind, and then, one after another, more Leaf Shinobi came rushing in, not least among them Genma Shiranui and several others. Everyone was left speechless by the terrifying might of Minma's unleashed chakra. Such an immense amount of chakra. Jiraiya's pupils shrank as he muttered under his breath. I've never seen anything like this. Not even facing Hanzo the salamander years ago did I feel pressure on this scale. Minmakon. Orochimaru couldn't help but lick his lips, his eyes shining with an obsessive, feverish gleam. Just how many more surprises are you hiding? At the very edge of the battlefield, the last to arrive, Uchiha Itachi paused. He stared toward the heart of the storm, fixated on the golden-haired youth. For once, even his ever-calm eyes betrayed a hint of shock and disbelief. He had always known that Minma was extraordinary, but never had he imagined his chakra could swell to such proportions, even greater than the suffocating aura unleashed by a rampaging tailed beast on the night of the ninetails. So this is the true measure of the greatest prodigy of our time? His words were almost lost in the roar of surging energy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Toby still stood as impassively as ever. He was well aware that, in his current state, there were nearly none in this world who could stop him. So, even facing the overwhelming numbers and fury of Leaf's finest, he remained calm and composed. Black Zetsu emerged like a shadow at his side, voice low and urgent. Toby, now that we have the Sharingan, we need to retreat at once. Their momentum is overwhelming. The odds aren't in our favor. He paused, adding quickly, Deidara and Sasori are both out of commission. Kisame can still fight, but he's hardly enough on his own. We shouldn't linger any longer. You go ahead. Toby's tone was measured and cool. I want to see for myself just how deep Minma Uzumaki's power truly runs. Black Zetsu said nothing more, swiftly sinking into the earth. Obito might feel invincible, but if Black Zetsu lingered a moment longer, he would be risking his very life. Slipping away unseen was, after all, his greatest talent. Above the ruins, chakra surged and roiled like a raging tsunami. At the center of this storm stood Minma, golden hair whipping in the torrent, his gaze colder and fiercer than ever before. Across from him, Uchiha Obito stood motionless as an abyss. Beneath the fault lines in his mask, the newly implanted Sharingan, and his right eye calmly reflected the torrent of chakra swirling before him, almost tangible in its force. Not a word was wasted. Minma clapped his hands together, so quick the technique issued forth before sound could reach the ears. Wood style, wood dragon jutsu. The earth erupted, great wooden pillars roaring skyward, twisting and coiling into a fierce wooden dragon that lunged toward Obito with the unstoppable force of a crushing avalanche. This scale of wood style, it's exactly like Grandpa's. Tsunade cried out despite herself, fists unconsciously clenched. Obito made no move to dodge or defend, standing his ground until the dragon's jaws closed in. Intangibility. The wooden dragon passed through Obito's suddenly insubstantial form, pulverizing the ruined landscape behind him to dust. But at that very instant, as the dragon's bulk phased through him, the pattern in Obito's Mangekyo twisted in a sudden whirl. Kamui. Space along the wooden dragon's massive head began to warp and buckle, as if bitten away by an invisible maw, vanishing nearly half in the blink of an eye. It even works on wood style. Jiraiya's eyes widened in utter shock. Is this the true power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Even Might Guy, usually aflame with enthusiasm, adopted an uncharacteristically grim look, muttering, Kakashi, this enemy space-time ninjutsu is trickier even than the fourth Hokage's. But Minma's form was already gone from where he'd stood. A flying thunder god kunai materialized in the air behind Obito's head. Minma flashed into existence, palm pressed forward, a seething orb of swirling darkness, a spiral wheel calamity, driving unerringly for Obito's back. Useless. Obito's voice was cold, as his body dematerialized once again. The devastating energy of Minma's technique swept through his intangible form, shooting off into the distance, wiping a mountain peak from existence in total, eerie silence. That destructive power, sweat beaded on Jiraiya's brow. A direct hit, and not even Sage Chakra could withstand that. Excitement shimmered in Orochimaru's golden, slit eyes. Minma-kun, you never cease to surprise me. A jutsu that so completely inverts the nature of the Rasengan. It's nothing short of a revolution in the world of ninjutsu. All you can do is dodge? Uchiha Obito. Minma barked out coldly, hands weaving seals so swiftly they blurred. Water style, raging torrent. A towering wave rose from nowhere, crashing down with the wrath of a sea god. Fire style, whirling inferno. Almost at the same moment, the space around Obito twisted violently, generating a whirlwind mixed with roaring flames that burst forth. As water and fire collided, the heavens and earth erupted in blinding, scorching white steam, blotting out the sky. To unleash such massive-scale water and fire techniques simultaneously, Itachi Uchiha's Sharingan spun rapidly as he tried to catch every detail. Minma's control over chakra has truly reached an unimaginable level. He frowned as he stared intensely at his kin. What could have turned Obito Uchiha into this? In that instant, as the battlefield was consumed by thick mist, a flurry of kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God formula shot toward Obito from every direction, sealing off any route of escape. Flying Thunder God. Infinite instant kill array. In the next heartbeat, Minma's form flashed beside every kunai. Hundreds, even thousands of Minma struck from every impossible angle, palms crackling with roaring Rasengan. That speed, he's even faster than Minato. Jiraiya was left in awe. Is that all? Obito's Mangekyo spun wildly, and a half-formed, gleaming blue Susanoo exploded into being, encasing him in its protection. All the attacks slammed into Susanoo's armor, erupting with a deafening roar. Kamui Shuriken. With a sweep of Susanoo's massive hand, two enormous shuriken, edges twisting and collapsing the very fabric of space, tore through the mist, hurtling straight toward Minma's true body. He can wield Susanoo to this extent. Itachi's face grew grave. Obito's power far exceeds anything we imagined. Orochimaru murmured softly, the might of the Sharingan. Minma's pupils shrank. His hands came together in a seal. Mokuton, wood dragon technique. A colossal wooden dragon surged forth once more, placing itself between Minma and the oncoming Kamui Shuriken. The moment the dragon touched the shuriken, it began to collapse and crumble, but under Minma's relentless chakra, it quickly regenerated, roaring anew as it charged at Obito. But Obito became intangible again, letting the wooden dragon pass harmlessly through him. In the blink of an eye, he switched between intangible and solid states, and Susanoo's massive fist came crashing down at Minma, whose body stiffened momentarily from casting ninjutsu. A tremendous impact shook the battlefield, carving a deep crater into the earth. Yet only a severed piece of a wooden substitute remained beneath the fist. The real Minma had already reappeared high above Obito's Susanoo, chakra surging madly around him. 5 elements, Grand Barrage. A roaring fire dragon, a rampaging thunder beast, a giant storm blade that tore through everything, a boulder punch that struck like a meteor, and a piercing water lance. All 5 nature elements, pushed to their very limits by Minma's chakra, fused together into a single rainbow torrent of destruction. It came crashing down from the sky, engulfing Obito and his Susanoo. Perfect fusion of all 5 elements. Orochimaru unconsciously licked his lips. This goes beyond mere ninjutsu. This is a miracle. The light of destruction blazed for dozens of seconds. When it finally faded, Obito's Susanoo had nearly vanished without a trace. Yet he himself still stood at the center of a massive crater. He gazed up at Minma, who stood tall atop the wooden dragon's head. Twin Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes flowed endlessly with blood. The strain of using Kamui in both eyes is overwhelming. He panted, breath ragged, his vision beginning to blur at the edges. He wondered, was Uzumaki Minma's chakra truly limitless? What staggering power! And yet, you still cannot touch what's real. In that case, let's try this. With a burst of speed, Minma dived downward. In each hand, he conjured a Rasengan, one glowing with blue energy, the other swirling with a shadowy, obsidian darkness. He arced through the air in a movement of profound precision, his body tracing the mysteries of the Taiji 8 trigrams, projecting an invisible domain across the battlefield as he anticipated and attempted to seal every possibility for Obito's intangibility. This style of combat. Might Guy's eyes widened in awe. It's a perfect fusion, gentle fist and iron fist combined, forging a domain of its own. Within the ranks of the Umbu, a member of the Hyuga clan activated his Byakugan, veins bulging at his temples. I can't even see the flow of his chakra. This surpasses every secret of the Hyuga style. Obito watched Minma close in, the power of Kamui surging in his eyes. The space before him began to contort violently, the distortion growing so fierce it seemed poised to pull in not just everything in sight, but the very reality they fought within. At that perilous instant, Minma's figure split in two. One pressed the frontal assault, while the other almost imperceptibly appeared behind Obito in his blind spot. Flying Thunder God, double flash. He's so fast. Obito's pupils contracted sharply. He realized he couldn't possibly defend against attacks from both directions, especially not with that overwhelming aura of destruction pulsing from the spiraling, dark Rasengan aimed at his back. Kamui. He was forced to divert most of his power to guard his rear. The distortion in front of him instantly weakened. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, the Minma attacking head-on unleashed his Taiji 8 trigrams palm. 8 trigrams. Void-shattering palm. A forceful, reverberating strike sliced through the newly manifested Susanoo ribs, landing squarely on Obito's chest with devastating power. With a guttural cry, Obito coughed up a mouthful of blood, slammed by the impact, and sent hurtling dozens of meters. The flesh of his chest, where he'd taken a blow, was utterly crushed. For the first time, shock filled his eyes. Impossible. How could you possibly harm me? Minma landed, his expression solemn beneath the moonlight, managing an air of quiet authority. Your intangibility isn't invincible. Every moment you return to physical form is a window of vulnerability. He raised his hand, and once again, an ominous black Rasengan spun into being in his palm. Obito staggered backward, Kimui's swirl raging in his eyes. But just as Minma prepared to land the final blow, space all around Obito convulsed wildly. It's not over yet. Uzumaki Minma. Obito wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. We'll meet again. There's still a long road ahead for us. As the distortion in space intensified, Obito's form slowly faded, becoming transparent. Just as Minma's spiraling Rasen Shuriken was about to strike him, Obito completely vanished into the swirling rift. Minma stood silently where he was, the Rasen Shuriken dissipating slowly from his hand. All that remained on the battlefield was the shattered earth and the stunned faces of those present. Kakashi collapsed to his knees, a storm of emotions swirling in his single eye. Obito! Jiraiya let out a long sigh of relief and walked over to Minma's side. You did well, Minma. Orochimaru gazed thoughtfully at the spot where Obito disappeared. The Sharingan, what a fascinating power. Minma stared in the direction Obito had vanished, yet no trace of victory appeared in his eyes. He got away. He murmured softly, this man is even more dangerous than I imagined. Obito staggered into the dark depths of his hidden base. The moment he appeared, his strength gave out, and he dropped heavily to his knees. He vomited another mouthful of burning blood, splattering vivid crimson over the cold, hard floor. Clutching his chest, his face, exposed beneath the shattered mask, was paper pale. That blow from Uzumaki Minma, brimming with both destructive force and strange vibrations, was far from straightforward. His organs were utterly ruined. The only thing sustaining his consciousness now was the implanted Hashirama cells desperately keeping him alive. But he had succeeded. While enduring that devastating attack, he'd seized the opportunity to completely shatter what Madara Uchiha had left encasing his heart. The last shackle that old man had used to control him had been obliterated, swept away along with his ruined organs. With the last scraps of his strength, Obito crawled into a rudimentary but well-equipped operating room. Nearby, white Zetsu writhed, ready to be harvested for repairing Obito's broken body. Uzumaki Minma. Pain and an overwhelming hatred burned in his eyes. I should have strangled you in your cradle all those years ago. Boundless regret gnawed at him. If, on the night of the Ninetails rampage, he had just eliminated that newborn threat, none of this would have ever come to pass. Black Zetsu seeped into the base like a silent shadow, rejoining the hideout. He cast a silent glance at the tightly closed doors of the operating room, muffled groans of pain and the steady whir of machines filtering through. Without a word, he directed a few white Zetsu, tossing two broken bodies into the corner as carelessly as one would discard garbage. They were Sasori of the Red Sand and Deidara. Sasori's puppet body was little more than a heap of fragments now. Only his core block, inscribed with the character for Scorpion, glowed faintly, a slim proof that he had not truly died. Deidara was in slightly better shape, though he'd fallen deeply into Uchiha Itachi's illusion and lost consciousness for the moment. His body remained unscathed. Black Zetsu's gaze swept across the devastated scene, and even his 1,000-year-old, perpetually somber heart stirred with a hint of genuine anxiety. The power of the leaf, especially this sudden whirlwind named Minma, had already exceeded all expectations. The plans he'd cultivated for a millennium could not afford even the slightest mishap at this critical juncture. The pieces on the board are far from enough, he rasped, his hoarse whisper echoing through the empty base, unanswered by anyone. A moment later, he vanished soundlessly into the earth once more, as if he'd never been there at all, leaving behind only a room filled with silence and the wounded. Dawn approached. In the pale light stretching across the sky, the gates of Konoha came gradually into focus as the night receded. Minma and his companions returned. He glanced at Kakashi by his side, who still hung his head low, as though all the life had been drained from him, drowning in a silent maelstrom of sorrow. Minma let out a soft sigh, the sound weighted with a gravity far beyond his years. Guy, I'll leave Kakashi in your care, he said gently. Don't you worry. A companion of youth will never be defeated by setbacks. Guy responded with his usual exuberance. One arm firmly supported Kakashi, while the other flashed a dazzling thumbs up, his pearly teeth gleaming with infectious energy. This is the bond between men. Without waiting for further discussion, he hoisted Kakashi onto his shoulder and dashed off at breakneck speed, disappearing at the end of the street in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing but a swirl of dust in his wake. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back too, Tsunade said, stretching languidly and stifling a yawn behind her hand, a trace of fatigue at the corner of her eyes. Beauty sleep is the lifeline of a woman. If I stay up any longer, the wrinkles will start to show. She muttered under her breath, though her gaze swept towards Minma, her thoughts turning. This kid, has his strength really reached such a level? The memory of the earth-shaking battle still reverberated in her mind, filling her with astonishment. Yes, everyone should get some rest. Minma nodded, then turned towards Karen and Kimimaro, who had quietly followed behind him. I still have a few things to take care of. Karen pushed up the red-rimmed glasses on her nose, hesitated, and then softly reminded, well, just make sure you come home early. Her eyes, behind the lenses, brimmed with worry, though she did her best to hide her overflowing concern. Kimimaro, as always, remained silent, only giving a slight nod, his face betraying no emotion. Once he watched his companions leave, Minma turned and made his way alone to the Hokage building. He pushed open the door to the office, greeted by the sight of Minato, seated quietly in his chair. He held the old photograph lightly between his fingers. The faint glow of dawn streamed through the window and bathed him in a gentle gold, as if outlining him with a subtle halo, so still that he resembled a statue. Dad, where's Grandpa, Saratobi? Minma padded softly closer, his voice hushed as he asked. Minato's eyelashes quivered, as though he were being roused from the depths of distant memories. He lifted his head and mustered a gentle, if weary, smile for his eldest son. The third Hokage has already departed for the border. He's there to keep the land of Earth in check. Are they really going to start a war? Minma's pupils tightened, and his voice dropped sharply. No. Minato shook his head. Though his voice was steady, it carried a weighty gravity. For now, it's just a standoff, a show of force. The moment of truth hasn't come yet. Hearing this, Minma quietly let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He wasn't afraid of battle, but war was never a trivial matter. It meant countless lives extinguished, innumerable families torn apart, parents losing children, children losing parents. Even with his father's warmth lingering in his smile, Minma keenly caught the pain and struggle hidden deep in Minato's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke softly. About Obito, I already know. Minato sighed quietly, cutting him off. Genma has told me everything. He rose slowly and walked to the window, gazing out at Konoha awakening under the morning light. Bathed in dawn, his silhouette seemed weighed down, and his words were heavy with guilt hard to dispel. All of this is my fault. I failed to protect them. That's why Obito became what he is now. This isn't your fault. Minma shook his head gently, his voice calm but unshakably firm. I might not know exactly what happened back then, and honestly, I don't care what he went through. His tone hardened, cold and clear as a frozen lake. He made his choice. He targeted you and Mom, nearly left me and Naruto orphans. He unleashed the ninetails on the village. How many died that night? Even Irika-sensei's parents were lost to that disaster. Minma's fists clenched unnoticed, his knuckles whitening with the force. I will never forgive someone like that. Minma, a deep furrow etched itself into Minato's brow, a leaden weight settling in his chest, but he couldn't find the words to voice all his regret. If you and Mom had really left us that night. Minma's voice grew colder, his gaze sharp enough to be almost unrecognizable. Locking eyes with his father, he asked, word by word, what do you think would have become of Naruto and me? Minato was struck speechless, as if something lodged in his throat. After a long moment, he managed a ragged answer. The third, he would have looked after you both. A huff of bitter laughter escaped Minma. Minma let out a brief, cold laugh. Relying on Grandpa Third alone? Without you all, the village would be plagued from within and without. How much could one old man hold together? By then, even the Uchiha clan might not escape disaster. He paused, his voice heavy with the chill of a winter night soaked into every word. And Naruto would be seen by the villagers as a monster, growing up isolated and bullied. A shadow flickered across Minma's eyes, deep and indistinct. I'd probably be dragged into root by Danzo, swallowed by the darkness, never to see the light of day. Even just imagining that grim possibility, a wave of cold dread and burning anger surged up from his heart, so intense he could barely breathe. That is not going to happen. For the first time, Minato lost control of his emotions, his voice trembling, the fear he felt undisguised. He strode forward and pulled Minma tightly into his arms, as if letting go would mean losing something precious forever. His eyes reddened, tears welling up as he repeated, "It won't happen. It won't." It sounded less like reassurance from Minma, and more like a desperate charm against the deepest terror in his own heart. Dad. This was the first time Minma had ever seen his father so shaken. He gently pushed himself out of Minato's embrace, softening his tone. "It's just a hypothetical. Right now, you and Mom are both safe and well, and Naruto and I are all right too. Isn't that enough?" Minato drew a deep, steadying breath. The lingering warmth of his son's presence lingered in his palms, helping to slow his racing heart. He couldn't even bear to imagine that world Minma described. It was suffocating just to think of it. "Don't worry." Minato's voice regained its familiar calmness, but this time it held a will of steel. "I will never let anything like that happen. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect every one of you." "All right." Minma nodded, a look of genuine relief blossoming on his face. "Let's get some rest. If Mom finds out you stayed up working late again, she'll definitely blow her top." Just picturing Kushina's furious outburst, Minato shivered involuntarily. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression turned grave as he said to Minma, "Don't tell your mother about what happened with Obito for now. I'm afraid it would break her heart." "I understand." Minma nodded solemnly. Mom had always cared for Obito like her own son. That bond had never faded. If she found out that bright, sunny boy had done something so cruel, how could she not be devastated? When Itachi Uchiha returned to the clan estate, he immediately sensed that the place was far quieter than usual. Passing through the silent corridors, he found his mother waiting alone in the living room, the lights still on. The night had clearly passed without sleep. "Itachi, you're home." Mikoto Uchiha looked up, offering a smile filled with gentle love, though exhaustion could not be hidden from her face. Instinctively, she got to her feet and headed for the kitchen. "Let me fix you some breakfast." "Mother, you don't need to keep yourself busy." Itachi softly stopped her, his gaze sweeping over the empty surroundings. "Where's father?" "There seems to be trouble at the border." Mikoto explained quietly, worry clouded between her brows like a persistent mist. "He took a group from the clan and hurried off to lend support." As she spoke, she turned to retrieve a sealed scroll from a nearby cabinet and handed it to her son with deliberate care. "Before he left, he told me to make sure I give this to you personally." Itachi accepted the scroll, and in an instant, the crimson Sharingan spun to life in his eyes. He quickly absorbed the intelligence contained within. After a brief moment, he closed the scroll, a trace of resolve flickering across his gaze. "Understood. I'll leave immediately." He turned, ready to head to his room and prepare his ninja tools and equipment. "Itachi," Mikoto called out urgently, her eyes filled with concern. "You've only just returned. The matters on the battlefield can surely wait a moment. At least rest a little first." More than anyone, she understood the fate borne by ninjas. She knew answering the call of the battlefield was a burden her eldest son could never lay down. Still, a mother's worry refused to leave her heart. The mission comes first. Itachi's stride did not slow. Only as he reached the door, as if something had just occurred to him, did he look back and ask, "Where's Sasuke?" "He's still asleep." Mikoto's voice softened, warmth flooding her tone. "I see." Itachi nodded, offering one final farewell. "I'm heading out. Please take care." Before the last word had truly faded, his figure had already melted into the lingering mists of the early morning, leaving his mother standing alone beneath the eaves, silently watching the direction he had gone. When Inoki learned that Hiruzen Sarutobi himself had appeared at the border, he knew the situation was beyond salvaging. Having crossed swords with this old man from the Leaf for many years, he knew all too well just how tenacious the fellow could be. What complicated matters further, however, was the sudden disappearance of the Akatsuki. They had vanished without a trace, all lines of contact lost as if swallowed by the earth. "Damn those Akatsuki." Inoki fumed, slamming his fist onto the table. Pain from his long-suffering back shot through him, forcing a sharp intake of breath as he let out a restrained groan. The commotion brought his granddaughter Kuratsuchi to the door. She poked her head in, watching her grandfather grimace in pain, and couldn't help but mutter with a lopsided pout, "Grandpa, you've been losing your temper way too much lately. Are you all right?" I'm fine. Inoki waved her concerns away, forcing a kindly smile onto his face. "Head on home now. I'll be back soon." "Well, I'm leaving then. Just take care of yourself, will you?" Even as she turned to go, Kuratsuchi gave him one last worried reminder, sounding more like the adult herself. I know. Inoki beamed benevolently as he watched his granddaughter depart. But the moment the door closed, every trace of warmth vanished from his features, his eyes growing dark and grave. "If war breaks out again, How many more children will end up losing their lives? He fell silent all of a sudden, his heart gripped by violent turmoil. Having lived through 3 shinobi world wars himself, he understood better than anyone the wrenching wounds that war could inflict. Is what I'm doing really the right thing? He murmured softly to himself. But almost immediately a cold, harsh voice echoed in his mind. If we let Konoha grow even stronger, by the time they truly regain their former glory, it'll be far too late for us to stop them. His gaze drifted back down to the top-secret document lying on his desk, the name Uzumaki Menma clearly recorded there. In a daze, that nightmarish figure surfaced in his mind once again, Uchiha Madara. The way that man used to look down on him and his master with those pitiless eyes was burned into his very bones. A gaze as indifferent as someone staring at helpless ants. If this Uzumaki Menma is allowed to reach his full potential, he could easily surpass even Uchiha Madara. When that day comes, will be nothing but prey laid out on the butcher's board once again. Unspoken emotions twisted within Inoki's heart, finally melting into a sigh laden with bitter frustration. Why? Why do prodigies like that always emerge in Konoha, and never here in Iwagakure? Kumogakure, in the office of the Raikage. The 4th Raikage, sat with his brow deeply furrowed, his thick fingers drumming restlessly on the desk. Konoha's swift response had caught him entirely off guard. Within just a day or two, the Fire Nation's border was bristling with troops, and among them, a striking number of Uchiha were present. As someone who had once faced Namikaze Minato head-on, the 4th Raikage knew better than anyone just how terrifying that man could be. Even when joining forces with his brother Killer Bee, the best they could manage was a hard-fought draw. The memory of that speed and overwhelming power still sent chills down his spine. That old fox Inoki really did back down after all. His expression grew stormier as he studied the intelligence report that had just arrived. It revealed that the Land of Earth had unilaterally withdrawn its forces and reached an accord with the Land of Fire. Both sides now insisted the confrontation had been nothing but a simple misunderstanding. What infuriated him even more was that Inoki had even publicly shaken hands with Hiruzen Sarutobi, making peace before everyone's eyes. Damn it! The enraged Raikage slammed his fist down, shattering the heavy office desk. Splinters flew everywhere. His secretary, Mabui, could only sigh in resignation beside him. Raikage-sama, that's the 17th desk you've broken this month. It was Inoki's idea, in the first place, to threaten the Land of Fire. And now, just like that, he's turned tail and become a coward. Ice roar set the windows rattling in their frames. It took a long moment before he managed to force his anger down again, and then he asked Mabui in a deep, steady voice, if we were to go to war with Konoha right now, what are our chances of winning? Mabui visibly startled, a shadow of concern flitting through her eyes. She knew just how hard-won peace was. The 3rd Raikage had died on the battlefield, and it was all the more painful for the ordinary ninja left behind. Yet she dutifully offered a swift analysis. In terms of conventional armed forces, we actually hold a numerical advantage. Konoha can mobilize around 10,000 fighters, while we can muster about 16,000. However, she paused, and at the Raikage prompting, continued, we are clearly lacking in elite combatants. Minato Namikaze has implemented an elite ninja approach, which means Konoha has more Jonin and Chunin than we do. More importantly, her tone grew grave as she pressed on. Their forces above the level of Jonin far surpass ours. There's Minato Namikaze and his wife, Hiruzen Sarutobi, then Jiraiya and Tsunade from the legendary Sannin, Uchiha Shursui, and she drew in a deep breath, then spoke the name that had especially captured the attention of the Cloud's intelligence division, Minato Namikaze and the child of the ninetails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Menma. According to the latest intel, he has already mastered both wood release and the Flying Thunder God technique. What? A's eyes went wide in shock, and he nearly sprang from his seat. No one knew better than he did the terrifying power of the Flying Thunder God. One Minato Namikaze was already trouble enough, and now his own son could wield that jutsu too? What's more, the boy had awakened the wood release, the bloodline power of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Is this information reliable? A's face was shadowed with concern, his voice dropping unconsciously. It just arrived, and I was on my way to present it to you, the woman replied, passing 2 files stamped top secret into the Raikage's hands. One comes via a covert channel from Iwagakure, and the other was provided by someone calling himself Zetsu, a member of the Akatsuki. I could not wait. He tore open the documents and skimmed through them at lightning speed. When his eyes landed on the detailed report about Uzumaki Menma, his pupils contracted sharply. He leveled an entire mountain in an instant. How can this even be real? He slapped the document onto the armrest, disbelief written across his features. That kind of destructive power, It's almost on par with a tailed beast. Can such an existence even be reasonable? The very foundation of his understanding seemed shaken to its core. Once upon a time, only the tailed beasts were considered the ultimate destructive force in the shinobi world. And now, a human-shaped tailed beast had appeared. No matter how he looked at it, it defied belief. If we were truly to go to war with Konoha now, she remained calm in her analysis. Our only chance would be to unite all three remaining great nations against them. But the land of wind and the land of fire are allies, and the land of water is entirely shut off at present. Only the land of earth might be persuaded to join us. Inoki has long since become cautious. Time eventually wears away even the grandest ambitions. I shook his head faintly and let out a heavy sigh. It's time to rethink our entire strategy toward the land of fire. He sank into contemplation, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the armrest of the sofa, the steady rhythm echoing the anxious heartbeat of the man in the coarse linen robe. After a long silence, he finally raised his head and made his decision: send the order for Darui to retreat. The situation has lost its power to deter anyone. Yes, sir. The man in the coarse linen robe responded at once, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. It seemed the shadow of war was finally beginning to lift. Tomorrow was the official preliminary round for the Chunin exams. At dinner, Myanmar sat quietly at the table, a sharp contrast to Naruto, who was so excited he could barely sit still. I'll definitely get through the prelims. Then Sasuke'll finally see what I'm made of. Naruto waved his chopsticks enthusiastically, almost knocking over his rice bowl. Don't cause a racket while we're eating. Kushina landed a precise chop on Naruto's head, instantly deflating him. All right. Naruto clutched his head, eyes brimming with tears as he mumbled, finally digging into his food with uncharacteristic quiet. Minato just watched it all with a warm smile. When it came to Kushina teaching the kids, he never dared interfere. After all, if he so much as said a word, he might be the next one getting scolded. By the way, Kushina suddenly remembered something and turned to Minato. What's up with Kakashi lately? He looks awful, and when I called him earlier, he barely reacted. Her brow creased with concern. Has something happened to him? Seeing Minato's silence, Kushina's frown deepened. What kind of teacher are you? Don't you care at all about your students' well-being? He might just be feeling under the weather. I'll go check on him in a bit. Minato dared not reveal the truth and could only offer this feeble excuse. But he was clearly a poor liar. His eyes darted away, giving himself away instantly. Really? Kushina narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing her husband with suspicion. Defeated, Minato could only throw a pleading look at his eldest son. Feeling his mother's gaze sweep over, Myanmar froze, shooting his father a dissatisfied look. What's this got to do with me? He glanced over at Karen, only to find her spaced out, entirely lost in her own world. Turning to Kimimaro, he saw the boy intently studying the patterns on the floor, as if he'd suddenly discovered a deep fascination with the wood grain. Myanmar couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A bunch of disloyal cowards. As his mother's piercing gaze bore down on him, Myanmar silently cursed his luck, but had no choice except to speak up, forcing the words out. Maybe Big Brother Kakashi is heartbroken or something. Caught off guard, Minato nearly spat out his tea, hastily swallowing it and ending up coughing repeatedly. Karen clapped a hand over her mouth, her shoulders shaking as she struggled not to burst out laughing. What? Kakashi-sensei is in love. Naruto suddenly shouted in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. How can I not know about this at all? Why would he ever tell you something like that? Minma shot his younger brother a look filled with disdain. When did this even happen? How come I haven't heard a word of it? Kushina, suddenly energized, leaned forward over the table, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She lowered her voice to a mysterious whisper. Who's the girl? Do I know her? Minato glanced at his eldest son, a look of amused anticipation on his face, clearly eager to see how he would spin this tale. You probably don't know her. It was someone Big Brother Kakashi met while on a mission outside the village. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Minma had no choice but to keep making it up. He cleared his throat, adopting the cadence of a storyteller as he began. It was a bright, clear afternoon. On his way during a mission, Kakashi crossed paths with a radiant young woman in the middle of a vast field of hydrangeas, her beauty as pure and luminous as moonlight. His voice took on a gentle, poetic tone, and from his lips, a story of wistful love began to unfold. Her name was Sia, a descendant of a reclusive family living deep in the mountains. She had hair like cascading silver and eyes that held all the joys and sorrows of the world, yet remained shining and untainted. In that moment, petals fell softly around them, and time itself seemed to pause for their meeting. Kakashi had never encountered anyone like her, otherworldly, untouched by mortal concerns, and yet gentle as flowing water. He paused, taking silent pleasure in how his mother and brother hung on his every word, their faces entirely captivated. He pressed on, weaving the story with a tragic hue. They met in the troubled days of youth and fell in love amidst the chaos of their world. She tended his wounds. He taught her to read the words of men. On moonlit nights, she danced for him, and in the glow of dawn, he read her poetry. But happiness, as always, was fleeting. Sia was bound by a family curse, her days numbered from the start. Not wanting Kakashi to watch as her light faded, she chose to let him think she had simply fallen out of love. Minma's voice grew soft, laden with sorrow. The last time they saw each other was on a misty, drizzling evening. She fought back her tears and, pretending to be cold and indifferent, said, "You and I, we belong to different worlds. Let's part ways here." Kakashi couldn't understand. How could the sweet beloved of yesterday become so distant overnight? He pleaded with her, but all he received in return was the sight of her resolute, retreating back. At this point, Minma paused for effect, noticing that his mother's eyes were already rimmed with tears and Naruto's mouth hung open in amazement. It was only later that big brother Kakashi learned the truth. Minma sighed deeply, his tone full of anguish. At the spot where she left him, he found a letter from her. It read, "This lifetime was not meant for us. Perhaps in another, our story will continue. May you live a peaceful life, forget me, and never seek me out." In her final days, she faced death alone, still holding tightly to the silver bell Kakashi had given her. Minma finished with a poetic sentence. In the end, the girl said, "How can the world grant a perfect solution? I wish to let down neither the Buddha nor you." And with that, she vanished from Brother Kakashi's world like morning dew, leaving no trace behind. As he spoke the last word with deep emotion, Kushina was already in tears, her hand covering her mouth to stifle her sobs. Naruto, too, was weeping openly, his voice trembling as he said, "Poor Kakashi-sensei." "What a moving love story," murmured Karen, who, though she knew the truth, was also in tears without even realizing since when. Minma looked on in speechless disbelief. Never mind that Mom and Naruto took it to heart. But even you, who know the inside story, got swept up in it? Minato held back his laughter, shooting his eldest son a look that seemed to say, "Nicely made up." In return, Minma rolled his eyes. "This is unacceptable. That's just too cruel." Suddenly, Kushina slammed her fist on the table, making the dishes and bowls rattle. Why didn't Kakashi go after her? He could have brought her back to Konoha for treatment. Minma and Minato both jumped at the sudden outburst. Father and son exchanged guilty glances, thinking to slip away quietly, when Kushina's commanding voice stopped them in their tracks. "Minato, you're Kakashi's teacher. You have to do something about this." Fixing her husband with a serious gaze, Kushina launched into a string of suggestions. First, send people to find that girl. Whatever it takes, she must be brought back to Konoha. If the medic team can't handle it, I'll go personally to Lady Tsunade. But Minato felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, inwardly groaning. Where in the world am I supposed to find a girl that Minma just invented out of thin air? He shot his son a resentful glare. Minma promptly turned his face away, pretending not to see, silently snickering. "Sooner or later, we all have to face the consequences. Good luck searching." "No way." Kushina slammed the table again, worry etched all over her face as she stood up. "I need to check on Kakashi. What if the poor kid does something reckless?" As she untied her apron and rushed to the door, a force of habit in her every move, Minato reacted swiftly, gently catching her before she could burst outside. If she found Kakashi now, the whole lie would unravel instantly. He hastened to soothe her. "Kushina, Kakashi's really down right now. He probably doesn't want to see anyone. Let's give him a little space to himself." But still, Kushina remained deeply worried. "Let me go check on him." Minma volunteered immediately, springing from his seat and slipping on his shoes at the door. "You and Dad can stay here and figure out how to find that girl." With that, he completely ignored his father's pleading glance and slipped right outside. "Wait, I'll come too." Naruto's eyes lit up. The perfect excuse to skip out. He quickly set down his bowl and followed. Karen and Kimimaro exchanged glances, wordlessly agreeing as they found their own excuses to quietly slip away as well. Only Minato, who couldn't escape, was left behind, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles, forced to listen as his wife rattled on about ways to solve Kakashi's heartbreak crisis. Minma, after fleeing the house, finally let out a long, relieved breath. The setting sun painted the horizon with a warm glow, bathing the village of Konoha in a gentle, golden halo. He first went to Kakashi's old home, which, as expected, was completely empty. He then headed to the single-occupancy dormitory area behind the Jonin Tower. Ever since Tsukumo Hatake passed away, Kakashi rarely returned to that memory-filled house, choosing instead to spend most of his time in this simple dormitory. For him, a small, private space with just enough room for a bed and a desk was more than enough. Strangely, the dormitory was empty as well. Where could he be at a time like this? With a slight furrow in his brow, Maima left the building, his mind full of questions. He'd barely reached the street corner when he ran into Guy and Lee, the teacher and student pair. They were busy running down the street on their hands, completely oblivious to the world around them, shouting spirited slogans in unison. Unfazed, Maima stepped forward and asked, "Guy, have you seen Kakashi?" "Ah, it's Maima," Guy answered. With a push from his arms, he flipped nimbly from a handstand to his feet, landing solidly on the ground. "I just saw Kakashi near the third training ground. It looked like he was practicing free climbing." He stroked his chin, a tone of admiration in his voice as he added, "Lately, that guy's been training harder than ever. He truly is my eternal rival." Just saying it seemed to reignite Guy's fighting spirit. He flipped back on his hands, thrusting a thumb up at Maima with all the intensity he could muster. "I can't let him get ahead of me." Then he called out to Lee, who was still doing a handstand beside him. "Lee, do you feel the flames of youthful passion? Let's add another 500 laps." "Yes, Guy-sensei," Lee replied, every bit as fired up. Oblivious to the astonished looks from passers-by, the pair sped down the street on their hands, vibrant and full of energy as the setting sun laid golden paths in their wake. Watching their receding figures, Maima couldn't help but laugh. Shaking his head, he turned and walked toward the third training ground. Guy may be carefree, believing Kakashi was simply pursuing rigorous training. But Maima knew better. Kakashi was throwing himself into punishing, almost self-destructive training, numbingly pushing his limits just to drown out his pain. It wasn't as if he were like Tsunade. He had no solace in drink or gambling to help him forget. By the rocky cliff near the training ground, Maima finally found Kakashi. He was scaling the rock face, training at a relentless pace with just one hand. Sweat had already soaked through his dark shirt, clinging tightly to his lean, muscular back. His movements had become mechanical, empty, as if just a shell climbing upward by instinct, soul and spirit left far behind. Just as his fingers brushed against a jutting rock, the stone abruptly gave way. Kakashi's entire body lost support, and he plummeted straight down from up high. What was even more chilling was that he made no effort to resist. He simply let himself fall, as if he had already accepted this as his fate. Mima's brow nodded sharply. From this height, even if he survived, he'd be left gravely injured. Has Kakashi completely given up? Wind-style, chaotic airstream. Just as Kakashi was about to hit the ground, Mima calmly formed the necessary seals and activated his jutsu. Mid-fall, Kakashi suddenly felt a gentle yet powerful current of wind catch him, diffusing the force of his descent and steadily setting him on his feet. He slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the golden-haired boy before him, a moment of confusion flashed across his face, as if he had just awakened from some distant dream. "Is there truly no one left whom you care about?" Mima narrowed his eyes. A barely perceptible anger laced through his words. Kakashi remained silent. In those few seconds of falling, his mind had indeed gone blank, save for a single voice echoing over and over within him. "If I'm tired, perhaps it's fine to end it all here." So he stopped struggling and yielded to the possible end. "Kakashi." Minma's tone dropped, ice creeping in as he looked down at the man who had slumped to the ground. "If you chose darkness out of pain, if your goal was to destroy this world, maybe I could admire your determination and madness." His gaze was as sharp as a blade, each word cutting clear and cold. But those who choose to give up on themselves, they're the most worthless people in this world. Seeing that Kakashi kept a silence, Minma drew a deep breath. His voice softened, gaining a gentle undertone. "Even if you think you have nothing left, there are still many who care about you in this world. Guy-senpai regards you as his dearest friend. My parents have always treated you like their own son. And your students, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, each and every one of them is worried sick about you." Minma's gaze locked onto the depths of Kakashi's eyes, his voice quiet but ringing with clarity. "If you abandon yourself like this, can you really say you're not letting them down?" Kakashi's eyelashes trembled, a glimmer of unshed tears reflected in his eyes. He felt as if something heavy and unyielding was pressing down on his chest, suffocating him. Slowly, he raised his head, staring at the blood-red sunset lingering on the horizon, remaining silent for a long, long time. Only when the sunset had stretched their shadows farther and farther did he finally speak, voice rough and nearly breaking. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I accept your apology." Minma replied softly, extending a hand to help Kakashi to his feet. If we are powerless to change what has already happened, the only thing left to do is to face it bravely. Myanmar's voice was steady as he spoke. True heroism is pressing on, even after you've seen how hard and harsh life can be. He looked at Kakashi, his eyes shining with warmth and trust. Kakashi, you've always been someone extraordinary in my heart. I believe you won't let hardship break you. Kakashi. Kakashi gazed at the much younger boy with a complex expression, then quietly replied, "Thank you. I know what I should do now. That's the Kakashi I know." Myanmar smiled and pulled out a gorgeously wrapped book from his coat. It was none other than Jiraiya's limited edition, Make Out Paradise. This is a collector's edition I managed to get from Lord Jiraiya himself. It cost me a lot. He lowered his voice in a conspiratorial way. I'll let you borrow it to pass the time, but you have to give it back when you're done. And don't let my mom find out. Kakashi couldn't help but laugh in spite of himself, but he still accepted the gold-embossed book and tucked it carefully into his ninja pouch. For the first time, a faint smile appeared quietly in his eyes. There's one more thing. As if remembering something important, Myanmar quickly added, "My mom doesn't know any of this yet. If she asks, just tell her you're feeling down because of a breakup, all right?" A bead of sweat slipped down Kakashi's temple at that. Yet after this light-hearted interruption, he found the heavy pain in his heart seemed to have eased, if only a little. "About your eye, let me take you to get it looked at." Myanmar's gaze fell on Kakashi's hollow left eye, hidden under his forehead protector, his tone full of concern. "No need to trouble yourself." The words barely left Kakashi's lips before Myanmar cut him off decisively. "It won't take long. My dad's already approved some time off for you." He paused, his gentle voice leaving no room for argument. "We need you, and the village needs you to come back whole." Even before he finished speaking, Myanmar placed a hand on Kakashi's arm. In an instant, the flying thunder god technique released a shimmer through the air, and the world blurred. The next moment, the two of them were standing at Orochimaru's side. Myanmar immediately noticed Orochimaru's somewhat disheveled state. Parts of his robe were singed, there was dirt at his cuffs, and his face looked a fair bit paler than usual. "What happened?" Myanmar raised an eyebrow, asking aloud. "It's nothing." Orochimaru shook his head and replied in his cool, even tone, "Just a little sparring with the old man, that's all." For a moment, Myanmar was at a loss, then let out an incredulous chuckle. "Did you two really start fighting the instant you saw each other?" When Orochimaru fell silent, Myanmar pressed on teasingly, "Don't tell me you forgot to mention my name?" Orochimaru gave a slight shake of his head, clearly unwilling to say more. His gaze shifted to Kakashi, and with understanding, he said, "Come with me." Clearly, he'd already seen through the purpose for which Myanmar had brought Kakashi. Kakashi didn't follow right away. Instead, he instinctively looked toward Myanmar, a question lingering in his eyes. "Go ahead, it's all among friends here," Myanmar replied, nodding with a warm smile, watching the two of them disappear into the operating room. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and murmured under his breath, "Hopefully Orochimaru didn't rough up the old man too badly. If he went too far, his plans for returning to the village will hit a snag." With that in mind, he decided it was necessary to check up on Hiruzen Sarutobi. With a flash, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the garden of the third Hokage's residence. To his surprise, both Jiraiya and Tsunade were already there. Jiraiya circled the old man incessantly, pleading on Orochimaru's behalf with tireless enthusiasm, while Tsunade reclined comfortably in a chair, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Observing Tsunade's unbothered demeanor, Minma instantly understood. There was nothing truly wrong with the old man, save for a faint bruising around his eyes. "Give it up already, Jiraiya." Hiruzen Sarutobi, driven to a headache by the racket, struggled to contain his irritation as he grumbled, "I won't forgive him. Not this time. What happened here?" Minma quietly slipped to Tsunade's side, lowered his voice, and asked. "Nothing serious." Tsunade's eyes lit up as she saw him approach. She cleared her throat, tapped her shoulder with a finger, and motioned for a massage. "It's just that Jiraiya insisted on bringing Orochimaru to see the old man. The conversation didn't go well, and, well, things got a little physical." "Oh," Minma arched an eyebrow at her, sending her a look. "Are you sure you want me to do this?" "Yes." Tsunade narrowed her eyes ever so slightly, her gaze unwavering, a silent declaration. "Precisely you." When Minma still didn't move, she suddenly broke into an excessively dazzling smile, her voice turning cloyingly sweet. "Come on, be a good student and give your teacher a massage." Her syrupy tone sent a visible shiver down Minma's spine, goosebumps prickling his skin. Resigned, he reluctantly reached out to knead her shoulders, anything to stop her from speaking in that voice. "What's going on over there?" Drawn by the commotion, both Jiraiya and Hiruzen turned to look their way. "What are you staring at?" A faint blush crept onto Tsunade's cheeks as she glared at them, a touch of irritation in her gaze. Maybe I'm just hearing things. Sensing the warning glint in Tsunade's eyes, Jiraiya mumbled quietly to himself. His eyes darted, and, spotting Minma, he latched onto him like a drowning man grabbing at a lifeline. Old man, Orochimaru really has changed a lot. If you don't believe me, just ask him. Hiruzen Sarutobi shifted his gaze to Minma, deepening the crease in his brow. He tapped his pipe thoughtfully before speaking in a solemn tone. Well, I hadn't even come looking for you. And here you are, turning up on your own. So, what exactly is going on between you and Orochimaru? Wasn't he your student? Minma looked utterly confused, his expression innocent as he countered with a question of his own. Yes, what's wrong with that? Hiruzen Sarutobi was caught off guard by the answer that didn't address his question and replied instinctively. Yes, there's nothing wrong with it. Minma's gaze remained clear and sincere. I'm asking when you started running around with Orochimaru. Only then did Hiruzen realize he'd been sidetracked, irritation creeping into his tone. He's your student, isn't he? He is my student, but... So why are you asking me? Tsunade nearly burst out laughing, watching Minma feign confusion and effortlessly tie the old man in knots. Noticing Hiruzen's face darken with annoyance, she quickly suppressed her amusement, putting on a calm facade as she enjoyed the massage from her student. You little rascal, you think it's fun to mess with this old man, don't you? At last, Hiruzen caught on, his mustache bristling as he glared at Minma in exasperation. I wouldn't dare. Minma pretended to be startled, shrinking back behind Tsunade. In a voice just loud enough for the old man to hear, he muttered, Honestly, if it weren't for how lonely and pitiful you looked, I wouldn't have gone to all this trouble to bring your 3 students together. It took quite a bit of effort, you know. As he spoke, he even put on a show of wiping away imaginary tears. Watching this performance, Hiruzen's eye twitched, but he couldn't bring himself to retort directly. All he could do was sigh inwardly. This crafty kid is nothing like Minato. But then his thoughts turned to Orochimaru, the student he once valued most, the one he pinned his greatest hopes on. A long, heavy sigh escaped him. If only he hadn't been so indulgent in those days. If only he hadn't placed Orochimaru by Danzo's side. Maybe things would have turned out differently, and Orochimaru wouldn't have ended up a rogue. The guilt gnawed at him anew. But now, if he were to welcome Orochimaru back too easily, he knew the village wouldn't accept it readily. After all, back then, what Orochimaru had done was truly unforgivable. Don't worry, old man. That guy really has changed for the better. Jiraiya, noticing his teacher's wavering attitude, quickly pressed his advantage. Let him make amends and redeem himself. Wouldn't that be even better? I'll need to think it over a bit more. Hiruzen shook his head, then glanced toward Minma. Does Minato know about you and Orochimaru? He probably does. Minma nodded. And what does he think about it? Hiruzen pressed on. My father said he'd leave the decision up to you, Minma replied thoughtfully. He's willing to give anyone who sincerely seeks to atone a second chance. Hiruzen fell silent, at a loss for words. That did sound exactly like something Minato would say. After a moment of thought, he waved his hand to dismiss everyone. You can all go now. Let me be alone for a while. In that case, we'll take our leave. Jiraiya, seeing that there was now real hope for Orochimaru's return, suddenly felt a new lightness in his step, practically dancing with excitement. He hurried off to share this good news with Orochimaru. As Minma was just about to step out the door, Tsunade called out to him, stopping him in his tracks. With practiced ease, she placed her hand on his shoulder and put on a thoroughly troubled expression. I haven't eaten yet, my dear disciple. If you keep talking like that, there's no way we'll ever get along, Minma retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Tsunade huffed, releasing his shoulder. I'm starving. You could have just said so in the first place. Minma shook his head in resignation and led Tsunade toward her home, giving in to fate, ready to feed this insatiable woman. As soon as they walked through Tsunade's front door, both she and Shizen turned at once to look at him. Their eyes shone with hopeful anticipation, shimmering like water glinting in the light. Shizen, don't tell me you haven't eaten either? Minma asked in a hushed, tentative voice, noticing the look on her face. I had a little, but I'm still hungry, Shizen admitted shyly, her cheeks turning pink. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her sleeve. Minma felt awkward seeing her so bashful, so he cleared his throat and made his way to the kitchen, tying on an apron as he went. Just wait a bit. The food will be ready in no time. I'll help. Shizen's eyes lit up, and she quickly followed him in to lend a hand. Since their last meeting, she hadn't stopped thinking about him, quietly hoping for another chance to see him. Today, that wish had finally come true. Resolved, she promised herself that this time, she'd make the most of it, and enjoy every bite. At the dining table, Minma watched as Tsunade and Shizen nearly squabbled over a single dish. Lady Tsunade, give me some too, would you? Shizen protested, unsatisfied, her chopsticks trying to sneak past Tsunade's defensive maneuvers. May the best woman win, Tsunade replied, deftly tapping Shizen's chopsticks away. She paid no mind to Shizen's resentful glare, gracefully popping a tender piece of meat into her mouth and making a show of savoring it. That's just cruel, Shizen exclaimed, slapping her palms on the table in frustration. Leaning forward, she glared at Tsunade, cheeks puffed in protest. What now? Tsunade arched an eyebrow, her lips curled in a sly half-smile. You want to wrestle me for it? Shizen's spirits instantly deflated, and she pouted in defeat. Minma could only sigh at the antics. Even a simple meal turned these two into squabbling children. Shifting the topic to Tsunade, he asked at just the right moment, by the way, have you found a suitable successor yet? His question wasn't without reason. Despite her mastery of medical ninjutsu, Tsunade had yet to pass it on to a worthy heir. He and Karen both possessed unique healing abilities. There was no need for them to learn conventional medical techniques. Kimimaro, on the other hand, had no talent for healing at all. That left only outsiders as possible candidates. For now, not yet. Tsunade shook her head and cast a lazy glance at Shizen. Originally, I had planned to pass it down to someone in particular. Unfortunately, she's just average in terms of talent, and only managed to learn the most basic medical ninjutsu. Lady Tsunade, Shizen protested in embarrassment, her cheeks flushing red. She stole a quick look at Minma, only to find him glancing back at her. Instantly, her face grew even hotter, and she hurriedly lowered her head. But I did discover something in Sakura Haruno. Tsunade mused for a moment before continuing. That child seems to have genuine talent when it comes to medical ninjutsu. Sakura? Minma nodded thoughtfully, then went on to ask, what about Ino and Hinata? Oh, a sly smile played across Tsunade's face as she heard him mention those two names. Worried about your little girlfriends, are you? That's nonsense. Minma's gaze flitted away, and he stammered an unconvincing defense. I'm just concerned about how my teammates are doing, that's all. Tsunade made a face, as if to say she couldn't even be bothered arguing. She really had no idea how to deal with this disciple of hers, who seemed compelled to flirt wherever he went. He had everything: prestigious background, striking looks, warmth toward others, and a strength that surpassed almost anyone. If she were a few decades younger, honestly, she couldn't say she'd be immune to his charms either. As this thought crossed her mind, Tsunade suddenly felt a pang of regret about the relentless passage of time. She fell silent for a moment, pulling herself free from her memories, then offered Minma a faint smile. Ino and Hinata's talent with medical ninjutsu is probably on par with Shizen here. Lady Tsunade! Yet again, Shizen felt wounded, her fists clenching tightly on her thighs, knuckles turning pale. Falling a bit short in medical talent doesn't mean you're lacking in every way. Minma glanced at Shizen, his tone warm and gentle as he smiled. You're beautiful, Shizen. Kind-hearted and caring too. Those are rare and wonderful qualities. Really? Shizen, who had been staring at the floor, snapped her head up, eyes sparkling with hope. Is that really what you think of me, Minma? Am I really that special in your eyes? She pressed her hands to her burning cheeks in a sudden rush of shyness, suddenly looking every bit like a young girl just discovering love. Honestly, Tsunade rolled her eyes, seeing how a few smooth words from Minma had left Shizen utterly flustered. That mouth of his must exist solely to charm women. It's getting late. Minma ignored Tsunade's exasperated look and rose to take his leave. I'll be heading back now. I'll walk you out. Shizen hurried to stand as well. No need, Shizen. Minma smiled and gently declined. You all should get some rest. Staying up too late isn't good for your health, especially for ladies. Before the words had fully left his lips, he was already out the door, leaving Jingyin gazing absently at the spot where he'd disappeared. A rosy flush lingered on her cheeks. The next morning, Naruto burst into Minma's room like a whirlwind, shouting at the top of his voice, Big brother, wake up. Today's the official selection round for the Chunin exams. Seeing no reaction from his brother, who remained blissfully wrapped in his blankets and fast asleep, Naruto's eyes lit with mischief. He tiptoed over and in one swift motion, yanked the covers away. Lowering his voice, he warned, If you don't get up now, Mom's going to come upstairs and drag you out of bed herself. Those words hit Minma like a douse of icy water. Whatever lingering drowsiness he felt vanished at once. He bolted upright, rubbing his eyes as he called out to his brother. You go ahead. I'll be right there. It didn't take long for Minma to get dressed and head downstairs. He found Karen and Kimimaro already prepared, and even Naruto was earnestly organizing his backpack. You know you're heading to the Chunin exams, not a picnic, right? Minma couldn't help but tease when he saw Naruto stuffing his backpack with a pile of things. Canteen, lunchbox, and who knows what else. Mom made me pack all this, Naruto whispered, glancing furtively at the kitchen. Just then, Kushina emerged from the kitchen, pressing a carefully prepared lunchbox and a water bottle into Minma's hands. Minma, these are yours. Take them with you. That's really not necessary. Minma tried to refuse. If I get hungry, I'll just buy something outside. No way. Kushina stood firm, hands on her hips, as she patiently reminded him. Food outside is never as clean or healthy as what I make at home. Bring these along. It'll put my mind at ease. All right, I understand. Left with no other choice, Minma nodded in reluctant agreement. You all head out first. Don't be late. With a final word, Kushina turned back to her chores. I'll tidy up here and join you in a bit. Minma, Naruto, and their companions left the house and made their way toward the Chunin exam venue. All along the road, the streets surged with people. Villagers and ninja alike were moving toward the same destination. After all, no one wanted to miss the excitement and drama of the much-anticipated Chunin exams. Even the resplendent, ox-drawn carriages of the Land of Fire's feudal lord rumbled along the main street toward the arena. As they rounded a street corner, Minma noticed a petite figure quietly waiting by the wall, as if she'd been standing there for quite some time. Minma, Hinata called his name in a voice as soft as a whispering breeze. Hinata. Minma blinked in surprise, glancing at the shy girl before him, her cheeks tinged with pink. He asked gently, "What brings you here so early?" I wanted to watch your match, Minma." Hinata's words were still soft, but her eyes held a timid determination. "Well then, why don't you come along with us?" Minma smiled warmly and extended the invitation. TCH. From behind, Karen couldn't help but click her tongue in annoyance. If it were Ino she was facing, she could argue back without reservation. But when confronted with someone as gentle and timid as Hinata, she always felt that one harsh word would bring the girl to tears. In the end, it just made her seem like a bully, and Minma would definitely be displeased if that happened. At this thought, Karen couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. "They've gone ahead," Kimimaro quietly reminded her from the side. "Nobody asked you." Karen shot him a resentful glare, then hurried to catch up with Minma's pace. Just as they were about to enter the exam hall, they ran into Sasuke, Sakura, and the rest of their group. The moment Naruto saw Sakura, he dashed excitedly toward her, blurting out, "Sakura, did you come here to cheer me on?" "No." Sakura shook her head firmly, then turned to gaze dreamily at Sasuke beside her. "I'm here to cheer for Sasuke." Naruto was struck as if by lightning, his head drooping in disappointment. He glared angrily at Sasuke, who just stood there with his hands in his pockets, looking cool as ever. "Stupid Sasuke, just wait until I beat you flat in a match." He fumed inwardly, already picturing himself utterly defeating Sasuke in front of the entire audience, catching Sakura's attention and, at last, winning her heart. Caught up in his triumphant fantasy, Naruto grinned so widely his smile nearly reached his ears, nearly drooling with excitement. Minma. Just as Minma was about to step into the exam hall, a burst of delighted cheers rang out behind him. The next moment, a soft figure with a delicate scent of flowers flung herself into his arms. There was no mistaking it. Only Ino ever acted so boldly and eagerly. "Careful!" Fearing she might fall, Minma quickly steadied her. Ino's cheeks glowed with excitement as she bounced on her toes. "I've been training with Asuma-sensei for days and haven't had time to look for you." A trace of complaint colored her tone as she added, "Why didn't you come find me either?" Minma was momentarily speechless, then quickly explained, "I've been busy training too. The opponents in this exam won't be easy. I have to take it seriously." Nearby, both Shikamaru and Sasuke exchanged puzzled looks. Shikamaru even whispered under his breath, "Just what kind of opponent could possibly make you take things seriously?" He gave a long, weary sigh. "What a drag," he muttered in his usual lazy tone, shaking his head as he pulled Choji along and headed inside the exam hall ahead of the others. Minma and his group entered the hall one after another. The chief proctor was Gunma Shiranui, who was lazily biting on some bon. But when his eyes landed on Minma, he paused visibly. He simply couldn't understand, with young Master Minma's skills, why was he even participating in the Chunin exams? At this moment, the examination hall was already filled with the lively buzz of voices. Every seat in the stands was occupied, and many spectators were even willing to stand just to witness this much-anticipated match. On the main balcony, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sat at the center. Beside him was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with Jiraiya, Tsunade, and other high-ranking figures of Konoha seated to either side. Raza, the Kazekage from Tsunade, had also attended as an honored guest. In the VIP section, the daimyo of the Land of Fire gently swung his folding fan, standing out among the cluster of nobles surrounding him. Turning slightly toward his bodyguard, Uchiha Shursui, he asked, "I heard that the fourth Hokage's child is participating this time, too?" "Yes. Minma is also competing in this Chunin exam," Shursui replied respectfully. "That's something worth looking forward to," the daimyo remarked, a trace of interest flickering in his eyes as he gave his fan a light wave. He had long heard tales of Uzumaki Minma, Konoha's most gifted prodigy, and today he finally had the chance to witness the legend for himself. Shursui gazed toward the center of the arena, his eyes settling on Minma, a hint of pleased satisfaction in his smile. "It's because of young ones like you that the great shinobi villages are so wary, so cautious not to rush into war." He was up to date on all the news. The lands of Lightning and Earth had both recently backed down, and their clan leaders had safely returned. He had once feared that the fires of conflict might reignite, but now it seemed clear. The other side, intimidated by Konoha and the power Minma represented, had ultimately chosen to withdraw their troops. The cheers and conversations of the crowd washed over Shursui. "When does young Master Minma's match begin? I can't wait to see the strength of Konoha's greatest genius. The final match is bound to be the most thrilling of them all. I'm here just to watch young Master Minma. Nothing else really interests me. I hear the Uchiha prodigy is competing too. But compared to young Master Minma, he's just a supporting act." At the center of the stands, Minato Namikaze's gaze swept across the examinees, coming to rest on Minma, with pride shining, impossible to conceal. "These are the matchups for the next round. Take a look and familiarize yourselves," announced Genma Shiranui, producing a tournament schedule and displaying it for all the contestants. Minma glanced quickly over the names and couldn't help a startled reaction. The first round is this intense. The schedule read: Ino Yamanaka versus Temari, Kimimaro versus Gaara, Shikamaru Nara versus Shino Aburame, Naruto Uzumaki versus Sasuke Uchiha, Minma Uzumaki versus Karen Uzumaki, Choji Akimichi by. Well, that's something. Minma couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Upon seeing that his first match would be against Karen, his scalp tingled, and he cast a plaintive look at his father in the stands. Sensing his son's gaze, Minato quickly gave a discreet cough and, feigning nonchalance, turned away to strike up a conversation with Kazekage Raza. "Wonderful." Choji jumped up in excitement. He'd been lucky enough to get a bye again. "Don't scare people like that, you dummy." Ino punched Choji on the head, making him crouch down and clutch his head in tears from the pain. "All right, everyone except Yamanaka, Ino, and Temari, please leave the arena." Gama put away the tournament chart and announced to the group. The others turned and headed for the stands, leaving only Ino and Temari facing each other from opposite sides of the arena. He sat above on the stands, watching the two girls prepare to face off below. Knowing Ino's strengths, he felt her chances of winning were quite promising in this match. "Go, Ino! You can do it!" Sakura called out from the stands, cheering loudly for her best friend. Ino's mother, Rin Yamanaka, nervously clasped her hands together, silently rooting for her daughter. "Sorry I'm late." Kushina hurried in, dressed in a breezy summer outfit, complete with an oversized sun hat and sunglasses. She looked every bit like someone on vacation. Mikoto Uchiha quickly waved her over. "Kushina, over here." Kushina's eyes lit up as she strode over and squeezed in among the other mothers. No sooner had she sat down than she eagerly asked, "Has it started? Whose match is this? When are Minma and Naruto going on?" "This match is Little Ino's. Minma and Naruto are both scheduled later." Mikoto replied gently, lowering her voice as she added with a smile. "Sasuke and Naruto are set to face each other in the fourth match. They're going up against each other that soon?" Kushina glanced at the two girls standing in the arena, then turned back to Mikoto with a smile. "Sasuke is such a wonderful kid." "Oh, please, Naruto's even more incredible." Mikoto stifled a laugh behind her hand, her eyes soft with affection. "Let's go, Ino. You got this." Kushina stood up too, pumping her fist and shouting encouragement for Ino. "Huh, why is Kushina cheering for Ino too?" Choji's mother asked in confusion. "Oh, of course." Yoshino Nara, Shikamaru's mother, nudged Ino's mother with a teasing grin. "Maybe she's rooting for her future daughter-in-law." "What are you saying?" Rin Yamanaka rolled her eyes in exasperation. She glanced from the enthusiastic Kushina back toward her daughter in the arena, her heart unwittingly filling with concern. That girl has always had such deep feelings for Minma, but it seems like Minma has an attachment to the Hyuga family's young lady as well. A shadow of worry crossed her face at the thought, anxious that her beloved daughter might end up getting hurt. Let the match begin. Gunma, Sunbon in his mouth, announced quietly. This time, I'll knock you right off your feet. A confident smile spread across Ino's face as she sprang forward, shooting toward Temari like lightning. Go ahead and try. Temari responded with a smile as well, unhurriedly opening her enormous 3-star fan and swinging it forcefully at the charging Ino. A powerful whirlwind rose from the ground, instantly sweeping Ino off her feet and tossing her high into the air. That's the feeling, Tintin murmured from the stands, unconsciously clenching her fists as memories of her own defeat at the hands of the Sand Girl flashed in her mind. Way to go, Temari! Kankuro shouted, cheering his sister on with enthusiasm. Their father, Raza, however, watched with an air of indifference. The only thing that concerned him was Gaara's development. He wanted to see if this son could truly become the perfect weapon he envisioned. Uzumaki Minma actually managed to change Gaara? Recalling the intelligence reported by Baki, Raza found himself growing curious about the rumored prodigy of the leaf. He longed to witness firsthand just how formidable this opponent really was. His gaze inadvertently swept past the gentle, refined Minato Namikaze beside him, igniting a subtle, unspoken envy. Minato commanded the wealthiest country and the most powerful hidden village in the ninja world. His family was harmonious, and his son was outstanding. Unlike himself, burdened by strained relations with the Wind Daimyo, struggling to support both his impoverished country and village, scraping by only through his own gold-dusting efforts. His wife had passed away from childbirth complications, and although his 3 children were considered exceptional within the village, in comparison to the true prodigies from other ninja villages, the gap was vast, almost immeasurable. At that moment, Gaara sharply sensed his father's cold, detached gaze, and a surge of uncontrollable violence boiled up from within, murderous intent flooding his mind. He clenched his teeth tightly, fighting to keep his turbulent emotions at bay, his fingers gripping the railing of the stands so hard that his knuckles turned white, sweat beading on his brow. Gaara? Minma was the first to notice something was off. He turned with concern, quietly asking after him. He could sense there was no stir from Shikaku within Gaara, which meant this overwhelming urge to kill was coming from Gaara himself. And the source was none other than the 4th Kazekage, Raza, across the arena. Minma understood better than anyone. Gaara was more resilient than people realized. If he had suffered the same inhuman treatment, Minma thought, he might have left Raza with a farewell gift that would be impossible to forget. Hearing Minma's voice, Gaara visibly calmed. He took a long, deep breath, then shook his head slightly and replied in a low voice, I'm fine. Thank you. Do you need my help? Minma turned his gaze meaningfully towards Raza in the main box, and with quiet emphasis, said, You're far more suited to being Kazekage than he ever was. Gaara was visibly taken aback, his eyes trembling for a moment before he slowly shook his head. No need. He was silent for a beat, then looked up at Minma, asking softly and sincerely, Do you want me to become Kazekage? That entirely depends on your own will. Minma looked at him, his gaze steady and gentle. If you wish it, I will do everything in my power to help you. If you do not. He turned to Gaara and gave him a smile as warm as sunlight. There will always be a place for you in Konoha. Really? Gaara stared at him in astonishment, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Yet concern lingered in his voice. But they might not agree. There's no need to worry about that. Minma shook his head, a trace of pride and authority in his tone. There's no one in this world who can stop Uzumaki Minma from doing what he intends to do. Gaara was deeply moved by these powerful words, his heart trembling. In that moment, he suddenly understood with perfect clarity. This boy before him had become the very faith and direction he was willing to fight for the rest of his life. There's something else. Suddenly remembering, Minma turned to Gaara and reminded him, When you face Kimimaro later, just do what you can. He's not someone you'll find easy to handle at the moment. All right, I understand. Gaara lowered his head slightly, answering in a quiet voice. You know, Lord Minma, I'm still here. From the side, Kimimaro, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke. He gave him a slightly wounded look. Minma let out an awkward chuckle and scratched his head, but then replied, fully confident, Of course I know you're here. Is there a problem? No problem at all, as long as you're happy. Kimimaro sighed, resignation in his voice, then glanced at Gaara, thinking to himself, If it weren't for Lord Minma's sake, later you'd be facing far more than just a few scrapes. It's almost over. Karen spoke up suddenly, drawing everyone's attention her way. What's almost over? Minma asked. Karen shot him an exasperated glare. You're not even paying attention to Ino's match? Nonsense. I've been watching the whole time. Minma laughed, feigning indignation, and immediately turned his gaze back to the center of the battlefield. There, Ino appeared somewhat battered, her clothes slashed in places by razor-sharp gusts of wind. Yet Temari was in far worse condition. Her chakra, nearly depleted, she was crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. Suddenly, Ino called out to Temari, raising her voice, "I admit you're the more cunning strategist." She readied herself for battle once more, her eyes filled with resolve. But Minma told me, before absolute strength, all strategy is in vain. With that, she gathered chakra into her fist and shot toward Temari, swift as lightning. This scene instantly roused Tsunade from her drowsiness up in the stands. Frowning slightly, she muttered to herself, "That rascal. He actually went and taught my jutsu to his little girlfriend." Propping her chin thoughtfully, she mused, "Didn't even ask for my permission this time. How are you going to make it up to me?" Ino's punch came swift as lightning, giving Temari no chance to dodge. She could only hurriedly raise her giant folding fan for protection. A deafening crash resounded. Temari felt an overwhelming force, like a tidal wave, surge through the fan. Her body was flung backward uncontrollably, crashing hard onto the ground. She tried to get up, but her strength had completely deserted her. "A win!" Ino jumped up joyfully, clearly holding back much of her true power. With one hand on her hip, she flashed a cheeky victory sign toward the spectators, her long golden bangs dancing wildly in the wind. Tintin, watching from the stands, was at a complete loss for words. She never expected Ino to finish off an opponent who had previously beaten her with such directness and ease. "Minma is just so biased," she huffed to herself. "Looks like I really didn't spend enough time training with him." The thought spurred her to a silent resolve. From now on, she'd cling to him every day. Getting stronger didn't matter so much. She just wanted to be by his side. Suddenly, Tintin clapped her heated cheeks, unable to stop herself from fidgeting bashfully. "Tintin, are you feeling all right?" Beside her, Lee noticed her odd behavior and asked with concern. "And no, I'm fine." Tintin snapped back to reality, suddenly aware of so many eyes on her. She straightened her posture, forcing herself to appear calm. Meanwhile, sitting next to Hayashi Hyuga, Hinata gazed at the celebrating Ino in the arena, a mixture of pressure and envy welling in her heart. She admired Ino's boldness, the courage to always stick close to Minma for training. Truthfully, that's what she longed for too. But her clan's relentless training had left her exhausted, and whenever she tried to seek out Minma, he was either with Ino or with Tintin. At the thought, irritation bubbled up inside Hinata, an unfamiliar and restless feeling. For the first time, an overwhelming urge to become stronger surged within her, strong enough to surpass Karen and the rest, strong enough to make Minma hers alone. "Father!" Hanabi's small voice suddenly broke Hinata's thoughts. Turning, Hinata saw her little sister asking their father in confusion. "Neither sister nor Niji is competing, so why do we have to come watch?" Hanabi rested her chin in her hands, muttering quietly, "Besides, it's so boring." "Pay attention," Hayashi instructed her in a low but stern voice. "All the contestants are stronger than your sister. There's much you can learn from them." He had already decided Hanabi would be the clan's heir. In his mind, Hinata was destined for the Hokage's family. Besides, was there anything odd about coming to watch his future son-in-law's match? What he didn't realize was that his casual remark had once again pierced Hinata's sensitive heart. For the second bout, Kagaya Kimimaro versus Gaara. Gamashinui announced lazily, his voice muffled by the sun bond held between his teeth. Gaara glanced quietly at Kimimaro, standing beside Minma, and unconsciously clenched his fist. After a brief silence, he slowly leaped into the center of the arena. Standing as motionless as a statue, he waited for his opponent to arrive. Kimimaro walked forward at an unhurried pace, just about to step into the arena when Minma called out to him. "That's enough. Go easy on him." Kimimaro gave a soft sigh in his heart, though his face remained calm as he answered, "Understood." With that, he leapt briskly down from the spectator stand. For the first time, Minma caught a fleeting trace of discontent from him, so faint it was almost imperceptible. He couldn't help but feel a bit baffled. "If you're both ready, let's begin." Having said this, Genma swiftly retreated to the edge of the arena. These two were no ordinary fighters. If things got serious, the commotion would surely be significant, and he had no wish to get caught up in any trouble. A crisp autumn wind swept across the arena, carrying a few fallen leaves in its wake. Gaara gazed quietly at his opponent, Kimimaro. He could sense with perfect clarity the overwhelming aura radiating from the other young man. Though he'd promised Minma not to overdo it, Gaara was determined to give his all, to prove his worth, and not betray the hard-won recognition he'd received. This match might actually be worth watching. Jiraiya remarked calmly, having sensed the remarkable strength of the two contestants below. He shot a glance at Raza beside him, only to find the man's face revealed nothing. Fourth Hokage, that white-haired boy. Isn't he from the Kaguya clan? Raza fixed his gaze on Kimimaro, a thoughtful curiosity in his tone. That's right. Minato Namikaze replied with a gentle smile. He's a child Minma brought back from the land of water. Now, he's one of our family. Family? Raza grew even more intrigued. From what I know, the Kaguya were a ninja clan in the land of water. A few years ago, they rebelled and were wiped out by Kirigakure. Yes, Minato replied coolly, with an unmistakable finality in his voice. But now he belongs to Konoha. He's also my student. Tsunade added from her seat beside Minato. I see. Raza smiled, his gaze drifting over Minato, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Inside, however, he was far less composed than he seemed. Faced with this formidable assembly and their unwavering stance, who could blame anyone for staying silent on matter? He let out a quiet sigh. The situation in the Land of Wind was becoming ever more precarious. The daimyo would rather hire Konoha's shinobi than entrust missions to his own Tsunade. At the thought, Raza unconsciously clenched his fist. The tables have turned. Tsunade is now at Konoha's mercy. With their village's strength alone, they had no hope of rivaling Konoha in its present state. Is working with those people truly the only way for Tsunade to have a future? Raza's heart was full of turmoil. As the Kazekage of a great nation's hidden village, every decision he made determined the village's fate. One wrong step could bring utter ruin. At this moment, he was like a dancer on the edge of a blade. There was no room for the slightest carelessness. The mouth of the gourd behind Gaara silently opened, and streams of sand wound around him like living creatures. Kimimaro stood motionless, his white robes brighter than snow, his eyes reflecting a still, ashen silence. Begin. No sooner had the word been spoken than the tide of sand roared toward Kimimaro. Simultaneously, several sharp bone spikes suddenly burst from the ground, slicing through the wave of sand with precise force. Unbelievable speed. Temari on the stands gasped softly. He didn't even form a single hand sign. Kimimaro hadn't moved an inch. He merely raised his hand ever so slightly. The white bones surged to life, growing frantically into an impenetrable barricade, blocking every counterattack Gaara launched. At the terrifying Kekiai Genkai, Sui Sharingan spun slowly. He not only manipulates bone at will, but their strength far surpasses any record. Sand and bone clashed, raging, twisting, shattering against each other. They were perfectly matched. Is this all there is? Kimimaro finally spoke, his voice icy and calm. If so, let's end this. With a sudden flick of his right arm, his entire forearm was instantly encased in a savage bone blade, its surface gleaming with a chill more biting than steel. The earth beneath them trembled and split open as a forest of enormous bone spears erupted and tore toward Gaara. What kind of scale is this? This fight is incredible. A chorus of astonished cries rose from the stands. Gaara's sand defenses crumbled before the furious onslaught of bone. His walls of sand repeatedly shredded and pierced. Driven back again and again, cracks began to spread across the armor of sand that shielded him. Naruto! In that desperate instant, the image of the blonde boy flashed across Gaara's mind, along with the words he'd spoken. We're friends, aren't we? Why would someone reach out to someone like me? In his memory, Naruto's smile was warm. Because I believe you deserve it. Ea! Gaara let out a low, defiant roar as chakra surged wildly within him. More sand burst from his gourd, infused with fierce resolve, and in a heartbeat it formed a colossal sand hand that crashed down upon the forest of bone before him. Boom! The collision of sand and bone shook the entire arena to its core. As the dust finally settled, the two still faced each other, their feet planted atop a battlefield strewn with shattered bones and scattered sand. Impressive jutsu, Kimimaro remarked coolly, but his eyes betrayed no emotion. But this is where it ends. For the first time, he truly assumed a posture of battle. His coat suddenly split apart at the back, and massive sections of his spine erupted from his body, twisting into enormous whips behind him, hideous and serpentine, like the tailbones of a dragon writhing in the air. Dance of the clematis, vine! The bone whip lashed out, so fast it blurred past vision. The shield of sand that Gaara had gathered with all his might was shattered in an instant. He didn't even have time to react before an immense force sent him hurtling through the air, slamming him heavily against the wall at the edge of the arena. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro shot to their feet in alarm. Blood spurted from Gaara's lips as he struggled to control the sand. only to realize that even more bone spikes had caged him in completely, their pointed tips mere inches from his throat. It was absolute domination. Up in the main viewing stand, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, wore an expression as cold and unmoving as a mask. But in the way his pupils contracted slightly, and his fists clenched tight, there was an unmistakable hint of disappointment and humiliation impossible to conceal. He didn't even look at his injured son. Instead, his gaze turned toward the blond boy sitting across the stadium, Naruto Uzumaki. The source of it all, this overwhelming power beyond reckoning. Just as Genma Shiranui prepared to announce the results. "That's enough, Kimimaro." A calm voice rang out. It wasn't loud, yet it silenced the noisy crowd as if cutting through the clamor. In a blur, Naruto appeared at the center of the arena, placing himself directly between Kimimaro and Gaara. He gently rested one hand on Kimimaro's menacing bone whip, reaching out his other hand to Gaara. That was already magnificent. He addressed them both, then turned his gaze to Raza in the stands, giving a slight nod, a gesture that seemed to see right through the Kazekage's heart while still affording him all due respect. Kimimaro shot Naruto a silent glance. The bone whip behind him slowly retracted back into his body, moving as though it had a will of its own. Beneath the tattered remnants of his clothes, his skin was flawless once more, as if that terrifying transformation a moment ago had been no more than a fevered illusion. Kimimaro bowed slightly and wordlessly retreated behind Naruto. Naruto extended a hand and helped the wounded Gaara to his feet. The whole stadium had fallen into a hush, all eyes fixed on the golden-haired youth who had so easily quelled the nightmarish violence. "Naruto-sama is amazing. I want to marry Naruto-sama." In an instant, the stands erupted, waves of shrieks and adoration from countless girls crashing like the surf. Among the crowd, Ino and Karen stood, their eyes sparkling like starlight, utterly transfixed by the dazzling figure in the arena. "This kid really knows how to steal the spotlight," Jiraiya sighed, half amused, propping his chin on his fist as he glanced at Minato beside him. "He's outshone both the main characters at once, just like he used to do back in the day." "Ha!" Minato could only give a sheepish laugh, scratching the back of his head, though a trace of fond nostalgia flickered in his eyes. "Naruto truly is exceptional," Mikoto murmured, her eyes bright with admiration as she gazed at the young man standing before the world. Those two outstanding young men, both willing to follow him with unwavering devotion. Even her eldest son, Itachi, had nothing but the highest praise for Naruto. "Oh, you don't know how mischievous Menma can be." Kushina chattered on, listing all his antics, but the pride and joy in her eyes were impossible to hide. The curve of her lips made it clear how delighted she was. Hayashi Shiranui cast a wary glance at the mess scattered across the arena, still unsettled as he replaced the sunbon in his mouth with a new one. Thank goodness he'd stayed far enough away earlier. Otherwise, he might have ended up making a fool of himself in front of everyone. Noticing that Menma and his group had already left, he cleared his throat and called out, "Next up, Shikamaru Nara versus Shino Aburame." A resigned sigh floated from the bleachers, where Shikamaru looked as though he'd lost all will to live. He really found the Chunin exams to be such a hassle, especially with Shino Aburame as his opponent, a guy nobody could quite figure out. Might as well just forfeit, he thought, and was about to raise his hand, when out of nowhere, Naruto darted up and landed a solid smack on his back. "Go for it, Shikamaru." "Ah!" Shikamaru was caught completely off guard, stumbling forward into the middle of the arena and sending up a small cloud of dust. Honestly, Ino could only hold her forehead in exasperation, unable to bear watching the scene unfold. On the stands, Asuma was sweating bullets. He knew his laid-back student all too well. Shikaku watched his son stretched out on the ground, as lazy as ever and not even bothering to get up, and let out a helpless chuckle. That kid, Yoshino Nara, Shikamaru's mother, slapped her forehead in frustration, veins bulging in annoyance. "That little rascal. Wait till we get home. He's getting a real scolding." "Oh, let it go, Shikamaru's mom." Yamanaka Rin chuckled beside her, covering her mouth as she tried to console her. "He's just like that. Exactly how Shikaku was when he was younger. All Shikaku's fault. He spoiled him rotten." Now Yoshino was even more incensed, instantly resolving to give her husband a piece of her mind, too. Shikaku, who was still wearing a wry smile, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of foreboding settling over him. Menma glanced at the uproar in the stands, where the crowd had begun tossing things and booing Shikamaru. But Shikamaru, as always, seemed entirely unfazed. He lay flat on the ground, making no move to get up, a faint, almost amused smile tugging at his lips. That guy, Shikamaru, was always so calm and laid back. Sometimes, Even he found himself a little envious of that untroubled heart, so content with the simple things and undisturbed by outside chaos. If you don't get up soon, I'll have to consider it a forfeit. Hayashi Shinui glanced at the time and noticed the crowd's unrest growing. He had no choice but to step in and remind them. On the other side, Shino Aburame remained unfazed, simply standing quietly in place. Behind his sunglasses, his gaze was calm, and in his mind, he'd already begun rapidly formulating his strategy. The key is to avoid his shadow imitation jutsu. As long as I don't get caught, victory's within reach. He coolly analyzed his options, though as always, nobody seemed to notice. Everyone's attention was still fixed on Shikamaru, who remained sprawled lazily on the ground. What on earth is Shikamaru doing? Naruto, anxious, nudged Choji, who sat beside him. Choji calmly munched on his chips, his words muffled. That's just how he is. I guess he'll probably throw in the towel soon. No way. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. He immediately cupped his hand around his mouth and shouted loudly towards the arena. Shikamaru, get up and fight. That idiot, Naruto. The moment he heard Naruto's voice, Shikamaru felt a rush of irritation. He'd already made up his mind to forfeit, but thanks to that guy, he'd been pushed back into the spotlight. Now that it had come to this, he had no choice but to at least put on a show. With that thought, he finally dragged himself to his feet, dusted off his clothes, and with his trademark indifference, gazed straight at his opponent, Shino. As soon as he stood upright, the once rowdy audience fell instantly silent. All eyes converged on the two fighters, a silent hope radiating. Would this match prove as pulse-pounding as the one before? So, it's finally about to start? Shino drew his hand from his pocket, his expression beneath his dark glasses turning sharply focused. As long as I can quickly escape the reach of his shadow imitation technique, then look for the right moment to counterattack. If I pull that off, everyone is sure to remember me. The thought sent a surge of resolve through him. Across from him, Shikamaru began forming hand seals at a snail's pace, while at his feet, his shadow crept forward with living intent, reaching out across the ground. Shino frowned slightly, nimbly leaping out of the shadow's range, poised to launch his counter, only to see Shikamaru suddenly raise his hand and say lazily to Gunma, the proctor, I forfeit. Gunma was so taken aback, he nearly dropped the sunbon he was chewing on. What? The whole arena erupted, furious shouts and catcalls echoing wildly through the stands. What is this nonsense? What a letdown. We want our money back. Rain after rain of trash began to pelt the stage. Shikamaru. Naruto looked completely baffled, unable to make sense of it. This is my teammate. Ino could only put a hand to her forehead and sighed deeply in defeat. That boy. Up in the stands, Shikaku shook his head with resigned amusement. He'd seen this coming from a mile away. Shikamaru. Yoshino Nara was beside herself with anger, fuming that her son had disgraced her in front of all the other mothers. Now, don't be mad. Choji's mother quickly reached out and gently tugged at Yoshino's sleeve. That boy's actually quite clever, you know. But compared to everyone else, it was Shino who nursed the deepest grievance. He'd rehearsed dozens of strategies in his mind, desperate for even a single win just to make himself memorable to the audience. And yet, to his astonishment, his opponent threw in the towel without so much as a fight. This feeling was like throwing your full strength into a punch, only to have it land on a fluffy cotton ball. Nowhere to exert force, leaving only the most profound sense of frustration. How about you try again? Maybe, just maybe, I'll let you take control this time, you know? Shino looked wistfully at that lazy figure, a deep helplessness filling his heart. In the stands, Shino's father gently pushed up his sunglasses, understanding his son's mood completely. After all, he himself was often the one others overlooked. Minma watched Shikamaru strolling back, hands behind his head, looking completely at ease, and couldn't help but chuckle. You really know how to take it easy, don't you? Avoiding trouble whenever possible. That's the best way, Shikamaru replied in his usual languid tone, utterly unconcerned. That's true, Minma nodded, rubbing his chin with a relaxed air. But I doubt you'll be this relaxed once you get home. Shikamaru suddenly froze mid-step, his face stiffening as he looked at Minma in confusion. What do you mean? Aunt Yoshino doesn't look too pleased, Minma said, pointing toward the cluster of moms in the audience, adding lightly. Oh no, Shikamaru's heart lurched. He lifted his gaze in a hurry. There was his mom, arms akimbo, her eyes alight with fury, practically blazing. His earlier calm and composure evaporated in a heartbeat. His legs turned to jelly, sweat beading cold on his brow. Seeing Shikamaru in such a state, Minma couldn't help but grin inwardly, though he still found it amusing to add, but I doubt Aunt Yoshino would go too rough on you, right? You say that, but I'm doomed. Shikamaru felt his scalp go numb. Even a 200 IQ was useless at a time like this. All he wanted was to run away on the spot, but knowing that fleeing would only make things worse, he could only resign himself to stand there, silently hoping that his mother would go a little easy on him once they got home. "What's wrong, Shikamaru?" Naruto jogged over, ready to scold him a bit, but stopped short at the sight of Shikamaru's absent, fearful expression. "What happened to you?" When Shikamaru didn't answer, Naruto turned to Minma. "Hey, big bro, what's with him? He was fine just now. How did a few words from you turn him into this mess?" It's probably because Shikamaru's mom is a little upset." Minma thought for a moment and explained in a way his little brother would understand. "Kind of like when you forget to do your homework and skip class, and then your mom finds out everything. That kind of trouble." Naruto instantly recalled the terror of being disciplined by his mother and shot Shikamaru a sympathetic look. "Let's not worry about him for now." Minma smiled, steering the conversation back on track. "Your match with Sasuke is coming up next. I'm definitely going to beat Sasuke." The moment Naruto thought about the upcoming match with Sasuke, he immediately pumped his fists in excitement, tossing a provocative glance towards Sasuke, without forgetting to provoke him. Big idiot." Sasuke glared right back, showing no sign of backing down. He was just as eager to demonstrate the results of his recent training to Naruto. "You'd better do your best. Don't come crying when you lose." Minma teased with a bright grin. "I'm not going to lose to him," Naruto retorted stubbornly. Suddenly, his eyes flickered mischievously as he leaned close to his brother's ear and whispered, "Even if I do lose, I won't cry. In the end, everyone will just say it's because you didn't teach me well, while Sasuke had a good teacher." Before Minma could react, Naruto had already bounced lithely off the stands, vanishing in a blink. "That little rascal!" Only then did Minma snap out of it. He reached out to grab Naruto, but caught nothing but empty air. Shaking his head with a chuckle, he murmured, "Clever now, are we? My foolish little brother." The fourth match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Uchiha Sasuke. Genma Shiranui's announcement echoed across the arena. For a heartbeat, the audience fell into silence. Then thunderous cheers erupted, shaking the whole stadium. It's the fourth Hokage's second son against the Uchiha clan head's second son. This is going to be one to watch. They're both the brightest stars of the new generation. Amidst the lively chatter, every eye focused on the two figures in the center of the field, both brimming with youth and the tension of rivalry. Genma casually shifted the sunbon in his mouth, slipping off to the side to clear the arena. All attention centered on the ring. The blonde boy was beaming with confidence, while the dark-haired boy's gaze was sharp as a blade. The two stood off like mirrored opposites, and it felt as though sparks crackled in the air between them. "Naruto, today, I'll show you the harsh truth." Sasuke's Sharingan spun, the double tomo glinting coldly and arrogantly in his eyes. "Cut the tough talk, you smug Sasuke." Naruto shot back, undaunted. He quickly formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a series of loud bursts, over a dozen shadow clones appeared at once, shouting as they charged at Sasuke from all directions. "Pathetic." Sasuke scoffed in disdain, his Sharingan piercing through every shadow clone's movements. He dashed among them like a phantom, kunai striking true as each clone shattered into nothing. Calmly, he formed his own seals, fire style, fireball, jutsu. A huge fireball roared forth, forcing the real Naruto to retreat clumsily out of its path. "Sasuke is amazing." Sakura cheered spiritedly from the stands. Just then, a commotion rippled through the audience. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi arrived, still catching their breath from hurrying over. Fugaku gave Minato a polite bow. "Apologies for being late." "You're right on time, clan head Fugaku." Minato replied with a warm smile, gesturing at the empty seat beside him. The match between Sasuke and Naruto is just about to begin. Fugaku nodded and took his seat, his gaze immediately fixing on his youngest son in the arena, eyes filled with strict expectations. Itachi stood quietly behind their father, watching his brother with eyes brimming with gentle trust. "Sasuke, I've always believed that you would one day surpass me." Meanwhile, on the other side of the stands, the conversation between Kushina and Mikoto was a completely different picture. "Mikoto, Sasuke is becoming more impressive by the day. His fire release was executed beautifully." Kushina offered heartfelt praise. "Oh, not at all. Naruto is the truly energetic one. His chakra reserves are astounding." Mikoto replied with a polite laugh, covering her mouth. In the arena below, Sasuke was exploiting the advantage of his Sharingan, steadily reading through Naruto's attacks. His swordplay was swift and fierce, and with each clash, he left small wounds on Naruto. "Do you see now? This is the gap between us." Sasuke sneered, forming hand signs in a flash. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. A flurry of fireballs shot forth, cunningly sealing off Naruto's avenues of escape. Naruto hurriedly performed a substitution jutsu, reappearing a short distance away, though the edge of his jacket was already singed. "Go Sasuke!" Sakura's cheers rang out, louder than ever. Mikoto couldn't help but sit a little straighter in her seat, a tinge of pride in her tone. Sasuke has truly worked hard on his precision with ninjutsu. Kushina looked at the slightly battered Naruto down in the arena and forced a smile in response. Yes, but Naruto's tough too. He never backs down without a fight. Her hand clenched unconsciously into a tight fist. Naruto was panting heavily, but his gaze only burned hotter with determination. "Don't get cocky yet. Take this. Wind style, Gale Palm." He unleashed a powerful gust, momentarily blowing away Sasuke's attack. At the same moment, the dozen or so shadow clones he'd summoned didn't rush in recklessly this time. Instead, they flanked Sasuke from all sides, each throwing shuriken in a different rhythm. Pointless. Sasuke's Sharingan whirled rapidly, letting him dodge every attack with ease. But in that instant Sasuke was evading, Naruto, his real body, quietly formed another set of hand signs. Summoning jutsu. There was a sudden puff of white smoke, and a tiny toad, no bigger than half a man, appeared on the field with a confused little ribbit. The audience burst into a wave of good-natured laughter. Sasuke snorted, amused. "That's your trump card? You idiot." Seizing the opportunity, lightning burst forth in Sasuke's right hand, filling the air with the ear-splitting cry of the Chidori. Chidori! Like a bolt of blue lightning, he dashed straight at Naruto. "Now's my chance!" Naruto shouted in defiance, a swirling orb of blue chakra quickly condensing in his palm. Rasengan! Boom! Lightning and swirling chakra collided in a cataclysmic explosion. A thunderous shockwave threw both of them violently from the center of the arena, where a deep crater now marked the site of their clash. "Naruto!" Kushina shot to her feet, her face turning pale. Mikoto gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Only when she saw Sasuke struggling to get up first did she breathe a little easier, a hint of relief slipping in her voice. Thank goodness Sasuke is all right. The moment Kushina heard this, she whipped around, clear irritation in her tone. "Mikoto, don't forget, my Naruto has been working just as hard." Mikoto realized she'd misspoken, but her motherly instincts wouldn't let her back down. But just now it was obvious that Sasuke was the winner. In an instant, the atmosphere between the two close friends grew tense. They each took their seats again, eyes glued to the field below, trading no more words. "Naruto, come on, knock him flat for me." Kushina shook her fists, her red hair swirling as if alive, the force of her presence making the mothers around her shrink back a little. "Sasuke, don't be afraid. Mom is cheering for you." Mikoto shot a glare at Kushina, refusing to be outdone, leaping up to shout encouragement to her own child. Minato watched the scene, sweat beading on his forehead. Chuckling awkwardly, he thought it wiser to stay silent. Fugaku's face was dour, though the corner of his mouth twitched ever so slightly. Truthfully, his standing in the household wasn't quite as high as outsiders assumed. As the dust began to settle, the two boys struggled to their feet once more, battered and bruised, running on nothing but willpower, their chakra all but spent. "I won't lose to you," Naruto roared, pushing his body for more. A swirling Rasengan, even larger yet unstable, began to form in his hands. "I won't lose either." Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, the lightning of his Chidori crackling once more, though the glow was noticeably faint. Like twin falling stars burning their last, they charged at each other one more time. In the final instant, Sasuke's eyes narrowed, his Chidori veering just enough to graze Naruto's shoulder. Naruto's barely controlled. Massive Rasengan slammed into the ground right beside Sasuke. A tremendous explosion echoed across the field. Amid the blast, Sasuke spent the last of his strength and collapsed, utterly drained. Naruto managed to stay on his feet, wobbly and spent. He looked at Sasuke's fallen form and, through sheer exhaustion, broke into a radiant smile. "I did it, I won." No sooner had he spoken than he too fell backwards, toppling over just a heartbeat after Sasuke. A hush fell, and then, suddenly, the stadium erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. That was incredible. These genin are the most outrageous I've ever seen. Sakura, eyes brimming with tears, looked from Sasuke lying on the ground to Naruto beside him, her voice trembling. "Sasuke." Naruto, clan leader Fugaku, let out a long breath. His strict expectations from the start had given way to disappointment as his son seemed on the brink of defeat, only to transform now into deep pride and approval. He gazed at the two exhausted boys who had given their all, and slowly nodded in acknowledgement. Itachi's lips curled into a small, scarcely noticeable smile. Both of those kids are truly remarkable, Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a warm, contented smile. Minato finally relaxed, his eyes filled with pride. Oh, you little rascals, scared your mother half to death. Kushina and Mikoto blurted out almost in unison. The moment the words left their lips, the two women paused, exchanged a look, and, recalling their earlier argument, couldn't help but burst into laughter together. Whatever tension there'd been between them vanished in an instant, leaving only deep pride and tenderness for their children. Jiraiya let out a hearty laugh. Minato, your kid's future is truly limitless. All the spectators rose to their feet, clapping thunderously, cheering for the breathtaking duel they'd just witnessed. Have the new sprouts of Konoha already grown this formidable? Hidden in the crowd, the Kazekage, Raza, frowned with deepening worry, his eyes shadowed with concern. He watched as the two boys were carefully carried off the field by the medical team, a storm of complicated emotions swirling within him. Heroes to others, foes to us. Such burgeoning power was anything but good news for Tsunade. Meanwhile, Minma leaned casually against the railing, idly twirling a flying thunder god kunai between his fingers. Seeing those two boys so utterly immersed in their battle, he nearly stepped in to intervene. But to his surprise, they each managed to pull their punches at the last possible moment. Up in the stands, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others still looked calm and untroubled. They knew that, if push came to shove, Minato would step in. And Minato was equally confident that Minma would act if necessary. As Naruto and Sasuke were carried away on stretchers, Genma Shiranui gazed at the pitted, battle-scarred arena before him and sighed helplessly. Is this really just a Chunin exam? Today's Genin surpassed anything he could have imagined. Adjusting the slightly rumpled vest he wore, his voice rang out loud and clear. Match 5. Minma Uzumaki versus Karen Uzumaki. No sooner had he spoken than the entire stadium erupted in cheers, louder and more electric than any before. Waves of excitement swept across the field. We finally made it. Minma-sama's match. But his opponent is a girl, you know. They're both Uzumakis. She should be pretty strong too, right? Will Minma-sama really go all out against her? Inside, Minma felt a pang of inner conflict. He had signed up for the Chunin exams for promotion's sake, but being pitted against Karen left him in an awkward spot. He glanced instinctively at Karen, but her expression remained utterly calm, betraying no hint of emotion. He was just about to say something when Karen suddenly leapt into the arena, standing quietly at its center, waiting in silent expectation. Minma could only heave a soft sigh and land before her with barely a whisper, as gentle and silent as a falling leaf. Karen, the truth is... There's no need to say anything. Karen interrupted, lightly biting her lip. Her voice was cool, yet resolute. I understand. Minma blinked, bewildered. Wait, what exactly do you understand? He glanced at her, already poised in her combat stance, and could only bring a hand to his forehead in silent exasperation. At this very moment, though Xianglin appeared calm on the surface, inside she was bubbling with excitement. That's right, Minma. Come on, I want you to witness my efforts and growth with your own eyes. Shinui Gema glanced at Xianglin's expressionless face across from him, then looked at Minma, whose face was twisted in inner conflict, and wisely stepped back once more. Begin. With the signal given, neither of the two in the arena moved right away. Minma fixed his gaze on the red-haired girl before him. Behind the lenses of his glasses, emotions surged, an intense, burning feeling he'd long known, yet never figured out how to respond to. He couldn't bring himself to attack her. Xianglin, on the other hand, made her move. No hand seals, no ninjutsu. She stepped forward with the most basic, unadorned taijutsu, driving a straight punch right at Minma's face. The motion was smooth and textbook perfect, but it lacked any trace of killing intent. It was more like a stubborn test, an awkward attempt to draw closer to him. Minma shifted slightly, easily dodging her punch without any effort to counterattack. Xianglin. He tried to speak, but before he could finish, Xianglin's foot swept through the air toward his waist, cutting him off. Again, Minma raised his arm to block, feet rooted in place, still defending, never retaliating. From the stands, Jiraiya stroked his chin, chuckling aloud so everyone could hear. This brat just can't bring himself to lay a hand on his little girlfriend. Minato, standing beside him, could only respond with a helpless, wry smile. On the other side, Kushina looked on with worried eyes. She'd long ago come to regard Xianglin as her own, a child with a troubled past and a will more stubborn than anyone else's. The girl tugged at her heartstrings time and again. Back in the arena, Xianglin's attacks picked up speed, her punches and kicks leaving after images in the air. Yet each move was effortlessly deflected by Minma's poised defense, as if he was simply sparring with her in training. This composed patience, this almost indulgent tolerance, stung Xianglin deep inside. Why won't he fight back? Why is it always like this? Is it because I'm too weak? Or do I simply not deserve to be taken seriously by you? Her gaze shifted, calmness giving way to a growing frustration and a sense of grievance, her movements becoming increasingly disordered and losing their shape. Minma, her voice came out in a whisper, quickly swallowed by the flurry of their intertwined movements. If you underestimate Xianglin, you might end up regretting it. On the stands, Tsunade stood with her arms crossed, a faint, meaningful smile tugging at her lips. She understood all too well the hidden stubbornness and potential in her young disciple. Those words worked like a switch. Suddenly, Xianglin froze mid-action. She used the momentum to spring lightly backward, catching her breath, her chest rising and falling. With one hand, she pushed up her slipping glasses, bowing her head and hiding every bit of emotion behind the glint of the lenses and her cascading red hair. The floodgates of memory burst open with a thunderous roar, and the past surged in, cold and merciless, completely overwhelming her. A dark, damp prison. Her mother's body, gradually growing cold. The greedy, twisted faces of the grass ninja. Endless pain and despair. And then, that moonlit night, a golden-haired boy, descending like a god, shattered the walls of her cage and reached out his hand to her. Come with me. I won't let anyone hurt you. His voice was calm, yet it illuminated her entire world. In that instant, she understood. The only meaning left in her life was him. When she raised her head again, she was transformed. Gone were the hurt and frustration. In their place burned a feverish resolve, a blazing, all-consuming fervor verging on madness. A rush of chakra surged from her, wild and unstoppable, like a furious storm, its force overwhelming. Is this the trigger for some kind of memory awakening? Minma simply stood there, eyes slightly unfocused, a bit lost in the moment. Right now, the feeling he got from Karen was like facing a boss who had just entered a second, even scarier phase. He was momentarily speechless, thrown off by this sudden turn of events. Minma, her voice trembled with emotion, yet rang out loud and clear, slicing through the stadium. Look at me. Really look at me. Whip, whip, whip. Several chains blazing with golden light erupted from her back, writhing through the air like living serpents, wild and powerful, each one thrumming with an unmistakable sealing energy. The sheer force of her chakra was almost tangible. The crowd burst into an uproar in an instant. What? Jiraiya's usual playful look vanished, replaced by shocked astonishment. This child, a flash of surprise crossed Tsunade's eyes, quickly transforming into pride. The adamantine sealing chains. That's the Uzumaki clan's secret sealing technique. The exact same jutsu as Kushina. Cries of shock and murmurs raced across the stands like wildfire. In the next instant, Karen's form vanished from sight. Her speed was many times greater than before, blindingly fast. Adamantine sealing chains. With a sharp cry, she sent those fearsome, golden sealing chains whipping toward Minma, as precise as lightning itself. What the? Minma still hadn't caught up with this rapid escalation, and before he knew it, he was firmly trussed up, bound tight, transformed into a glowing, human-shaped bundle. All he could see now were Karen's tranquil red eyes, suddenly ablaze, a feverish, nearly delirious love eclipsing everything else. Her hands, trembling slightly but steely in intent, cupped his face with a touch both gentle and impossible to refuse. Her voice, thick with syrupy sweetness, could melt honey, yet, inexplicably, it sent a chill down his spine. I love Minma the most. A what? Myanmar felt a sudden tingling at his scalp, as if all his nerves had been set ablaze. His gaze darted frantically across the stunned audience, who stared with mouths agape. Alarms blared in his mind. Xianglin, fine, anywhere else, any other time. I'd accept it. But here now, it's just too dangerous. Forcing down the wild surge of his emotions, he drew a deep breath, and an explosive surge of chakra burst from his body. With sheer force of will, he managed to break free from the chains of adamantine that held him captive. Almost simultaneously, his fingers flashed through a rapid sequence of hand signs, and he called out in a low, urgent voice, wood style, domed wall. With a resounding crash, a massive semicircular wooden barrier erupted from the ground, solid as any fortress. In an instant, it sealed the two of them away from the world, blocking every curious, shocked, or speculative gaze. Xianglin, listen to me. He looked at the girl before him, her cheeks flushed, her eyes glazed and dreamy, and tried to gently call her back to calm. Warning. Warning. Target. Red-haired witch. Emotions nearing collapse. Host. Proceed with extreme caution. Do you think I need your reminder now? Myanmar berated the ill-timed system that had popped up in his head. Mission 1. Solemnly declare, I have always seen you as a little sister. Reward. Perpetual youth technique. Hidden achievement unlocked. The vengeful tale of the Doomsday Witch. Vengeance? Vengeance against whom? Mission 2. Respond with sincere passion. You are my one and only in this life. Reward. Divine level technique. Rebirth creation formula. Hidden achievement unlocked. What on earth does mean? Panic clenched at his heart. Almost without thinking, stray images flashed through his mind. Hinata, Ino, Tintin, Yugao, all those girls appeared unbidden. He took another deep breath, his eyes soft as shimmering water, gazing deeply into Xianglin's eyes, which brimmed over with fierce, stubborn love. With his fingertips, he gently stroked the blazing heat of her cheek, his voice as tender as moonlit whispers. Xianglin, do you really think I have not noticed your affection, your heart? Can you not feel it? Each time you look at me, every time you whisper my name, ripples spread out through the lake of my heart. A tide I can no longer quiet. Slowly, he took her tremulous hands into his own, weaving their fingers together as he continued in a low murmur. And do you not see my own feelings for you run deeper than you can imagine? It's only that we are still so young. There are still dreams we have yet to fulfill, vows waiting to be honored. This vast and tumultuous world holds countless storms for us to weather, and uncharted roads we must travel. His thumb caressed her palm with gentle insistence, his voice earnest and sincere. Believe me, when the clouds part and the moon shines clear, when the time is finally right, I swear to give you a promise fulfilled, a future meant for us alone. But until that day, his words grew softer, filled with boundless yearning and tender anticipation. I beg you, stay by my side, never leave me. Let me always see your smile, feel your warmth, will you? Without you, my world would lose all its color. I promise, I'll always stay by your side. Karen's fiery gaze suddenly grew misty and unfocused, as if she were lost in the sweetest of dreams. A soft, trembling sound escaped her lips. The wild, surging chakra surrounding her faded away like a receding tide, and the dazzling golden chains melted into gentle sparks of light, vanishing one by one into the air. Her body went limp, feather-light, and she collapsed forward into his arms. Naruto caught her instantly, wrapping her tightly in his embrace. The red-haired witch's emotions are calm, but a deeper bond of fate has silently taken root. Karen. His voice was softer than ever before, carrying a note of profound relief. Your strength, your resolve, everything about you. I saw it all. I'll remember it forever. She nestled gently against his warm chest, listening to his deep, heartfelt words. All the frenzy and frustration from before dissolved, replaced by a sweeping sense of release and an aching, sweet shyness that seemed to burn her to the core. I am Soda. Naruto. She buried her feverish face into his chest, her voice barely a whisper, cheeks glowing scarlet. Just now, I couldn't help myself. It's not your fault. Naruto shook his head gently, resting his chin lightly atop her hair, soothing her with words as soft as a lullaby. Meanwhile, outside the wooden barrier, everyone could only see the towering dome standing silently at the center of the arena. Puzzled and anxious, their curiosity was pushed to its limits. What happened in there? Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? This is killing me. I wish we could see what's going on inside. Oh, this is so unfair. Ino swung her fist in frustration, glaring resentfully at the unmoving wall. Anxiety and irritation fought in her heart, and the worry that Karen might do something outrageous to Naruto gnawed at her. Naruto-kun. At some point, Hinata had quietly activated her Byakugan, peering through the wood at the two figures locked in an embrace. Faint ripples stirred in her pale eyes, a subtle, private turmoil welling up quietly inside her. Just then, the enormous wooden wall slowly lowered, finally revealing the scene to the astonished crowd. Naruto was cradling the weakened Karen in his arms. He turned toward a stunned Genma Shiranui, who looked as if he'd been turned to stone, and gave a slight nod. Genma, it's over. Genma snapped out of his trance, cleared his throat with difficulty, and loudly declared, The winner is Naruto Uzumaki. Yet there was none of the expected cheering or applause. A strange silence fell over the arena as everyone stared at each other, faces full of confusion and bewilderment. What was this even supposed to be? Had the Chunin exams suddenly turned into some kind of exclusive, epic teenage romance drama? This is outrageous. Four Eyes, how dare you do that to Minma right in front of everyone? Ino was the first to snap out her shock. A vein throbbed on her forehead as she yelled angrily in Karen's direction. If Shikamaru and Choji hadn't reacted quickly enough to hold her back, she probably would have already stormed onto the field for a showdown with Karen. Seriously, Tintin muttered in a disgruntled tone, her voice laced with envy and frustration as her hands unconsciously gripped the hem of her chipao tightly. Minma. Hinata's pale eyes flickered ever so slightly. She saw before her a path she had never imagined. Minma, still holding Karen in his arms, slowly left the battlefield. At that moment, the system's warning echoed in his mind once again. Warning, warning. The Sexanus mind has been corrupted. Host, proceed with caution. What? Minma instinctively glanced down at Karen in his arms. Her face was buried against his chest, completely dependent and harmless. How long was this going to drag on? He swallowed nervously, silently promising himself that from now on, he'd have to pay much closer attention to Karen's feelings. Her obsession with him was probably far deeper and far more dangerous than he'd ever imagined. There was still an hour before the next phase of the competition would begin, and the stands gradually emptied as people went off to rest. Ino was the first to rush over, practically yanking Karen away from Minma, as she demanded furiously, "What exactly did you just do to Minma?" Oomph. Karen brushed her hand away and lifted her chin with triumphant defiance, looking at Ino as if she'd already claimed victory. "And what business is it of yours?" "Ugh, you're so." Ino's fists clenched until her knuckles cracked as she fought back the urge to grind her teeth. She took a deep breath and suddenly jabbed a finger in Karen's direction. "I am challenging you." Minma's expression froze. He was just about to step in when Ino cut him off sharply. "Minma, stay out of this. This is a fight between women." Minma could only look at her helplessly, rubbing his temples in silent resignation. "Silly girl, there's no way you can beat her." "Oh." Karen folded her arms, giving Ino a sidelong glance, her tone playful and laced with amusement. "You sure about that?" "I'm sure," Ino replied without hesitation, her eyes unwavering. Women are just so troublesome. Shikamaru and Choji had now caught up. Shikamaru could only cover his forehead with a long sigh. Once Ino lost her temper, neither he nor Choji could do anything to stop her. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Sakura came rushing over, hurriedly wrapping her arms around Ino's waist and pulling her back, all the while urgently pleading, "Ino, calm down. Now's not the time to fight. I could beat you even with one hand tied behind my back." Karen just couldn't resist stirring the pot, curling her lip in a derisive sneer, her tone dripping with contempt. "What did you say?" Sakura's words had barely managed to soothe Ino, but now she flared up again at once, shoving Sakura aside as fury blazed in her eyes. She looked ready to launch herself at Karen for a desperate brawl. Startled, Minma quickly reached out and covered Karen's mouth, pulling her back, while repeatedly coaxing Ino. "Easy, Ino, calm down." Karen just finished her match, her head still muddled. "She's talking nonsense." "Minma." The instant Ino heard his gentle tone, all her anger vanished without a trace. She turned away from Karen and instead began to pout sweetly at Minma, her voice so sugary it could melt butter. "I can let her off the hook this time, but..." Twisting her fingers nervously around her sleeve, she hesitated for a moment before looking up at him with bright, shining eyes. "You have to come train with me every single day." The corners of Minma's mouth twitched. Facing Ino's expectant and utterly unyielding gaze, he just couldn't bring himself to say no. With no other choice, he forced a nod and mumbled, "I'll do my best." "Not do your best. You have to. No excuses." Ino immediately cut in, raising her voice and stamping her foot for emphasis. "Fine." Minma braced himself and at last relented. "You're the best, Minma." At last satisfied with his answer, Ino instantly transformed into a proud little peacock, shooting Karen a triumphant look, flipping her gleaming golden ponytail as she turned around in high spirits and left, her steps light and full of pride. Watching this display of victory made Karen bristle with frustration. If Minma weren't still holding her back, she would probably have launched herself at Ino for round after round of combat by now. Minma, however, just pressed his fingers to the bridge of his nose, feeling the beginning of a headache. His gaze swept over the match schedule. Yamanaka Ino versus Akimichi Choji. Uzumaki Minma versus Kimimaro. Uzumaki Naruto versus Aburame Shino. "So, I'll be facing Kimimaro." He muttered to himself, then gave a helpless, crooked smile. Well, he thought, facing Kimimaro was still better than going up against Ino. At least that would be easier to handle. In the lounge, he finished off the lunch his mother had packed for him in silence. Time was running short. He could have waited until it was almost his turn to head out, but he knew if Ino didn't see him watching her match, that girl would definitely throw a fit. Resigned, He cleaned up his trash and left the rest area ahead of time. Walking down the hallway, he ran into Gaara, who was strolling toward the arena. The red-haired boy was carrying his signature gourd on his back, but his expression was oddly distant, as if preoccupied. "Gaara," Minma called out to him. "MH Minma." Hearing the sound, Gaara looked up and quickly forced a faint smile, quietly moving to stand by his side. Though Gaara tried to hide it, Minma's keen eyes still caught the shadows of gloom buried deep within his gaze. At the same time, faint echoes of stern scolding from the fourth Kizukage Raza and Kankuro's anxious explanations drifted over from the direction of their waiting room. In that instant, Minma understood what was happening. He didn't call attention to it. Instead, he offered Gaara a warm smile. "The match is about to start. I'm up next. Cheering for me, all right?" Gaara nodded vigorously, and as if that simple trust had blown away the clouds in his heart, his steps grew unconsciously lighter as he followed behind Minma. Just as they arrived at the arena, Genma Shiranui announced in a clear, carrying voice, "Second match. Ino Yamanaka versus Choji Akimichi." Choji's eyes widened in shock, and he even forgot to chew the potato chip halfway to his mouth. He looked helplessly at Shikamaru beside him, bewilderment all over his face. "What are you staring at?" Shikamaru curled his lip lazily. "Seems like your luck's run out. Good luck surviving." Seeing Choji still so nervous, Shikamaru leaned in and lowered his voice. "But look on the bright side. Being up against Ino actually means he got off easy. As long as you don't make her mad, you'll likely get through this unscathed." Then how do I not make her mad?" Choji hurriedly asked. Winning or losing was hardly his concern. If Asuma-sensei hadn't promised him barbecue as long as he didn't forfeit, he would have surrendered, just like Shikamaru. "Just avoid bringing up those sensitive topics," Shikamaru replied, flicking a subtle glance at Minma nearby. "Like mentioning a certain someone's name." "I got it." Choji nodded solemnly. In truth, once he found out his opponent was a teammate, the weight on his heart eased considerably. After all, when Ino wasn't angry, she could actually be quite gentle. With that thought, he took a deep breath and resolutely hopped down from the stands. "Well, I thought for sure you'd just forfeit," Ino said, brushing aside her golden bangs, a hint of surprise in her eyes as she looked at her teammate. "For barbecue, I'll never give up." Choji clenched his fists and declared with brimming confidence, as if he were charging not onto the battlefield, but into a barbecue restaurant. In an instant, his expression sharpened with focus. He drew a deep breath and shouted in a powerful voice, "Expansion Jutsu!" In the blink of an eye, Choji's frame swelled rapidly like a balloon, becoming a giant ball that began spinning at tremendous speed, whipping up gusts of wind. "Human boulder!" With a roar, Choji spun and charged toward Ino at full tilt, his momentum unstoppable. "Bring it on!" A confident smile curved at the corner of Ino's lips. Rather than retreat, she surged forward, fist clenched tight, channeling her chakra instantly into her knuckles. With unwavering resolve, she drove her fist straight into the oncoming whirlwind of the human bullet tank. A thunderous crash exploded through the arena. Choji felt as if he had slammed headlong into an immovable wall. The jarring backlash stopped his spinning short, hurling his entire body uncontrollably backward. He crashed heavily against the distant wall with such force that fine cracks appeared along the stone. Slumping at the base of the wall, Choji's vision swam with spinning stars. The world around him spun dizzyingly. He tried to rise, but his body simply wouldn't respond. Was that it? Is it already over? No way, that quickly? Many in the audience hadn't yet registered what had happened. They had only just seen the Akimichi clan's secret technique so cleanly and decisively countered. The bleachers erupted into animated whispers. For a girl from the Yamanaka clan, she's insanely strong. You'd never have guessed, looking at her. When did Ino become so formidable? Choji's mother turned, wide-eyed, to Yamanaka Rino. "Do you know when your daughter became so strong?" Rino was equally taken aback. She herself had no idea when her own daughter started showing such remarkable strength. She glanced at Minma, her feelings complicated. Deep down, she knew. All this was because of that boy. Even Yamanaka Haichi was visibly astonished. His daughter's power was far beyond what he had pictured. Incredible. Who would have thought that Ino could become this strong? Akimichi Choza, standing by his side, offered heartfelt admiration. Up on the main viewing platform, Tsunade watched with a knowing smile at the scene below. No one understood the devastation of her monstrous strength better than she did. Among this group of genin, she could count on one hand the number who could weather such a punch without being flattened. Those select little monsters she secretly acknowledged. Tsunade. Jiraiya sidled closer, still rubbing his ribs uneasily. Instinctively, he swallowed and murmured, "When did you teach that monster punch to the little girl?" He spoke from experience, The memory of that punch's power was all too vivid. It wasn't me, Tsunade replied, lazily with a yawn, her eyes glancing meaningfully at a certain blonde boy. It's that Minma kid taught her in private. Even I only found out recently. I see. Realization dawned on Jiraiya as he cast a mischievous glance at Minma below. That does seem exactly like the sort of thing he'd do. He silently added to himself. So he actually taught his girlfriend such a violent move? Is he not worried she'll punch him to the moon the next time they argue? His mind wandered, picturing Minma's potential future, and Jiraiya nearly burst out laughing at the image. What are you laughing at? Tsunade caught a glimpse of that mischievous smile flickering across his face, and narrowed her eyes suspiciously as she asked. So what are you up to? Nothing at all. Jiraiya's expression stiffened, and he hurriedly waved his hands in denial, clearly trying to hide his moment of carelessness. By the way, as if recalling something all of a sudden, Tsunade shifted her gaze towards the old man and leaned in to whisper to Jiraiya, "Why isn't Orochimaru here?" Jiraiya let out a small sigh, glancing at Hiruzen Sarutobi as well, and quietly replied, "The old man probably hasn't made up his mind yet. Plus, it seems Orochimaru himself doesn't want to show up before everyone just yet." Tsunade nodded slightly in agreement. It was true. Now was hardly the right time for Orochimaru to parade himself publicly. After all, there were still many who wouldn't be able to accept it. The things he'd done in the past, practically none of them could be called humane. She fell silent for a moment, then suddenly, as if struck by a mischievous thought, her eyes glinted slyly. Elbowing Jiraiya playfully, she teased in a low voice, "So what about you and him? What nonsense are you thinking?" Jiraiya shot back instantly, as though she'd trodden on his tail, his tone tinged with unmistakable indignation, and just faintly, the hint of flustered panic. "He and I are nothing more than old friends. It's not whatever weird thing you're imagining." His voice faded to a mutter as he said the last part, and an unbidden blush crept across his cheeks. Here was a man past his prime, a legendary hero. Yet in that moment, he seemed no different from a love-struck youth, awkward and embarrassed by her teasing. Tsunade couldn't help but grin at his reaction, dropping the subject without pressing any further. But inwardly she mused. There really might be something interesting between Jiraiya and our dear snake princess. Choji lay on the stretcher, staring up at Shikamaru as he approached. His gaze was full of confusion and existential doubt. "Didn't you say as long as I didn't provoke her, I wouldn't get hurt?" His voice trembled with aggrieved disbelief. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed like Shikamaru might have lied to him. In theory, it should have been that way," Shikamaru replied, scratching the back of his head awkwardly and avoiding Choji's eyes. He honestly hadn't expected Ino's punch to pack such a wallop. One blow, and Choji was flat on his back. Seeing Choji's skeptical stare, Shikamaru cleared his throat and tried to offer an explanation. Maybe you accidentally said something that upset her?" Choji searched his memory as hard as he could, certain he hadn't slipped up or mentioned anyone's name who might anger Ino. He just couldn't understand how, despite being teammates in the famed Ino Shikacho trio, Ino could go so hard on him. The truth was, even Ino felt a bit guilty and at a loss. Watching Choji being carried away, she didn't feel great about it either. She'd simply gotten used to sparring with Minma's relentless pace. Whenever she went all out, Minma always countered her blows with ease, even laughing and saying her punches were as soft as cotton. She hadn't expected Choji to be so unable to take a beating. "Ino." Minma saw her gazing absent-mindedly in the direction of the stretcher and assumed she was feeling guilty for having injured a teammate. He was just about to step forward to comfort her. But to his surprise, Ino suddenly turned around and threw herself straight into his arms. Minma instinctively caught her. Feeling her body trembling ever so slightly, he softened his voice, asking gently, "What's wrong?" I think I went a little too hard." Burying her face against his chest, Ino's voice came muffled, weighed down by guilt. "It's okay." Minma patted her softly on the back, reassuring her. Choji only suffered a minor injury. He'll be fine after a few days' rest. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice and added, "Well, our constitutions are a bit different from theirs. Just remember to go easier on them next time." "Understand," Ino replied in a small voice, rubbing against him with the shyness of a kitten that knew it had done something wrong. "Ino pig, haven't you had enough yet?" Their tender moment was cut short by Karen's irritated interruption. Ino's temper flared up in an instant, happiness vanishing as quickly as it came, and the two were back to bickering without missing a beat. Sensing trouble, Minma took the chance to quietly slip away, making himself scarce before anyone could notice. "This is all your fault. Minma left because you annoyed him." Realizing Minma was gone, Ino yelled angrily at Karen. "As if, you're the one who's such a pain." Min was clearly sick of you. Karen's retort was quick and sharp. 4 eyes. Say that again if you dare. I will. Ino pig. Off to the side, Shikamaru watched the all-too-familiar scene of them quarreling, silently retreating 2 more steps. He wouldn't dare get involved. Once again, he silently vowed to himself, violent girls are way too scary. Someday, I'm definitely going to find a gentle one. Next match, Uzumaki Minma versus Kimimaro of the Kagaya clan. Gunma Shiranui's voice rang out clearly across the arena. Minma was just about to leap down from the stands when he saw Naruto coming back, bursting with energy. All his wounds were healed, though his golden hair was still a bit tousled. There was no sign of Sasuke. It seemed that, when it came to recovery, Sasuke simply couldn't keep up with Naruto. He was probably still resting in the medical ward. Go get him, big bro. Hearing that Minma's match was up, Naruto had rushed back just to cheer him on. Minma smiled at him, then landed lightly at the center of the arena. Kimimaro, who should have entered at the same time, remained conspicuously absent. Minma looked up at the lone figure standing silently in the stands and understood at once, simply sighing to himself. Proctor. Kimimaro still stood at the edge of the stands, raising his hand in quiet composure. His voice was calm, but it carried clearly to every ear in the arena. I forfeit. What's going on? Another forfeit? A wave of astonished murmurs swept through the audience. The audience, who had been eagerly anticipating another top-tier showdown, were gravely disappointed. Instantly, the arena filled with sighs and murmurs of dissatisfaction directed at Kimimaro. Kimimaro, however, seemed utterly indifferent to everything happening around him. Other people's opinions and gazes meant nothing to him. In his heart, the notion that Minma would attack him was absolutely impossible. To follow him, to protect him, that was the very purpose of his existence. To actually fight against him? That idea had never even crossed his mind. Due to Kagaya Kimimaro's withdrawal, the winner is Minma Uzumaki. Gunma Shiranui didn't seem the least bit surprised by this outcome. With a light smile, he announced in a clear voice, next up, Naruto Uzumaki versus Shino Aburame. It's my turn. Bursting with energy as always, Naruto leaped down into the center of the arena, fists clenched and full of excitement, ready to give his all. On the other side, Shino Aburame quietly adjusted his sunglasses, his eyes hidden and unreadable behind the lenses. Inside, his thoughts raced. Since even giving my all might not matter to anyone, why not do as Shikamaru and the others did and choose to forfeit? After all, the Chunin exams themselves aren't truly important to me. What I really want is for people to remember me. As the audience began to grow impatient with the wait, Shino finally lifted his right hand in a slow, measured motion and calmly addressed Gunma Shiranui. Examiner, I forfeit. Gunma was momentarily speechless, but maintained his usual laid-back demeanor as he declared, Shino Aburame has forfeited. The victory goes to Naruto Uzumaki. Forfeit again? Who's Shino Aburame, anyway? Never heard of him. A smattering of light discussion rippled through the stands, but very soon faded away, no more significant than a passing breeze. Even Naruto didn't show much of a reaction. He just scratched his head as if the whole thing had left him feeling a little deflated. Shino remained where he was, listening to the indistinct comments, so vague that most could hardly remember his name, and watching the crowd's indifferent faces, his brow tightly knit. Regret crept in. This hasty decision seemed, once again, to have left him fading quietly into the background. Shino doesn't seem like the type to give up so easily, does he? From the stands, Kiba Inuzuka, holding Akamaru in his arms, muttered in confusion. Even their Jonin leader, Kurinai Yuhi, frowned just a little. This quiet student, always lingering on the fringes, half his face concealed behind a high collar. She realized that, in truth, she barely understood him at all. Come to think of it, Shino hardly ever speaks. She spoke softly, an uneasy sense of guilt dawning as she suddenly realized that, at times, she herself nearly forgot that there was such a member in her own team. After 2 consecutive matches ending in forfeits, the arena entered a brief intermission before the 3rd round was set to begin. Minma, realizing he would have to face Ino in the next match, couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. As for Naruto, he had to buy this round and would have to wait until the following match to compete again. Just as he was pondering how to respond, Temari quietly approached him. Her hesitant expression gave Minma pause, leaving him puzzled. Did you want something from me? Minma asked softly. MHM, Temari murmured, her voice low as she dipped her head, clearly uneasy and avoiding his gaze. She hesitated for a moment before finally mustering up the courage to speak. Though I'm not sure exactly what happened between you and Gaara, he trusts you a lot. A faint, almost imperceptible note of pleading crept into her voice. His relationship with father is getting worse by the day. I'm really worried. If you could help. Temari bit her lower lip, lifting her eyes with a tangled, conflicted look as she gazed at Minma. I hope you can help him, no matter what it might cost. Anything that's within my power, I promise I'll do it. After all, he truly considers you an important friend. Oh, Minma raised an eyebrow at her words, a smile flickering at the corner of his lips as he looked at Temari with a mixture of amusement and curiosity. As his gaze swept over her, never lingering but never quite absent, he could see her body trembling slightly, as though she were anxiously waiting for his response. Anything at all, no matter the price. A playful smile danced at the corner of Minma's mouth, his eyes lingering on her. Igriegajis. Her reply trembled, a blush rising to the tips of her ears. The unguarded way he looked at her set her heart pounding and left her body trembling softly, beyond her control. Minma saw how resolute she seemed, as if ready to throw herself to the wolves for her brother's sake, and couldn't help but find the sight amusing. He leaned forward, bringing his lips close to her ear, and lowered his voice. Am I really so frightening? Did I scare you this much? His warm breath brushed against her ear, making her start instinctively and take a half step back, her fingers clenching so tightly her knuckles turned white. Unbidden, the memory of the hypnotic illusion he'd once used on her stirred in her mind, setting her nerves on edge and leaving her cheeks blazing with heat. But thoughts of her brother forced her to summon her courage. She lifted her head, meeting Minma's eyes with grim determination, and slowly shook her head. And no, I'm not afraid. Seeing this, Minma caught sight of Ino apparently heading in their direction and chose not to tease her any further. He returned to his usual composure, his voice calm and even. What you've asked, I'll need some time to consider exactly how to handle it. With that, he turned and walked towards Ino. Moments like this required him to seize the initiative. If he let Ino catch up and saw Temari's barely contained distress, anyone would assume he was the one in the wrong. Temari watched his retreating figure, leaving without a backward glance, and a sudden heaviness settled over her heart, as if she meant nothing to him at all. She lowered her head, teeth pressing gently into her lower lip. In her heart, she quietly vowed she would make him see her worth, no matter what. Everything she had done was for her younger brother. Nothing else mattered. Minma Uzumaki versus Ino Yamanaka. As Genmashira Inui's voice rang out, the stadium erupted, but not in the usual way. The audience brimmed with good-natured laughter and whispers of eager anticipation. Almost everyone had already guessed the outcome of this match, but that didn't dampen their excitement in the slightest. After all, watching Konoha's brightest prodigy go head-to-head with his little girlfriend, it was bound to be a show worth seeing. Minma landed lightly in the arena, his eyes meeting Ino's. Her golden hair danced in the air. Her smile was radiant as spring. He couldn't help but grin as well. He of course understood. The result of this contest meant little now. Ino, as nimble as a butterfly, glanced off her toes and swept toward him, the kunai in her hand tracing an arc devoid of any threat. Instead, she seemed to be inviting him into a dance. Minma turned his body, sidestepping her moves. He used no jutsu, only taijutsu, meeting her attacks with relaxed composure. She spun and kicked, her actions smooth and graceful. Each strike seemed less meant to land a blow and more to close the distance between them, to listen for his heartbeat. Minma's palm moved sometimes to parry, sometimes to gently support her wrist. Not opponents squaring off, but partners gliding through a duet. TCH, how is this a match? From the stands, Jiraiya dug at his nose, voice tinged with sour envy. Looks to me like they're just using the match as an excuse to flirt. Us old folks don't stand a chance. Such lively spirits in the young. Tsunade smiled, her eyes sparkling with delight as she watched, helplessly wishing she could jump in herself to teach Ino a trick or two. In the arena, Ino slipped once again. She pitched forward, almost losing her balance. Without hesitation, Minma reached out, catching her around the waist and steadying her gently against him. In that instant, they were so close they could feel each other's breath. Minma, Ino settled into his arms, tilting her face up to his, her voice dripping with honey, her eyes full of playful happiness. I think I twisted my ankle. It's all your fault. Minma looked down, amused by her barely concealed ruse. He indulged her with a soft laugh. All right. It's all my fault. I can't take this anymore. On the stands, Kiba let out a dramatic wail, clutching Akamaru. Those two are way too blatant. Karen turned away, annoyance flashing in her lenses, but she couldn't resist sneaking a glance out of the corner of her eye. Shikamaru gave a world-weary sigh. See, that's what I'm talking about. Women are troublesome, especially when they're in love. Then it's double the trouble. On the far side of the stands, Hinata sat quietly, snow-white eyes unblinking as she watched the two figures locked in each other's embrace at the center of the field. She watched as Ino approached him so freely, so naturally enjoying his indulgence and gentle warmth. And yet, for herself, even taking a single step forward to speak required every bit of courage she could summon. Why? Why is she allowed to do that? A sour, stinging emotion quietly spread through her heart. Her hands, folded before her, tightened unconsciously into fists. If only I could be like her. No, that's not right. Another voice rasped inside her, refuting it harshly. It's only because I'm not strong enough. If only I were powerful enough, then Minma would belong to me alone. Deep in those pure white eyes, something once soft and gentle seemed to be silently crystallizing, transforming. The air around her seemed to grow heavier and colder, enough for Hanabi at her side to feel a faint, inexplicable chill. What's wrong with sister? Hanabi didn't understand much yet. All she knew was that the blonde girl seemed absolutely unbearable. Down in the arena, the two in the spotlight remained oblivious to the storms brewing in the stands. Still want to keep going? Minma smiled as he asked Ino. Of course. Ino replied with a playful grin, making no move to get up. Instead, she snuggled closer into his arms. Here's my strategy. I'll just hold on to you, so you can't move. Then I win. Minma burst out laughing at her shameless tactics, and, deciding to play along, let out a resigned sigh. All right, you win. I give up. Really? Ino's eyes lit up instantly. Minma nodded, his voice gentle. If it's to you, I lose willingly. No way. Ino stood up from his embrace, but still clung tightly to his hand. Turning toward the proctor and the audience, she declared in a loud voice, "This victory belongs to Minma." She turned her burning gaze back to Minma, her voice both gentle and commanding, leaving no room for argument. You're going to keep winning, and then you'll face off with that blockhead Naruto. That's the match you're meant to have. In that instant, all eyes were fixed on this dazzling, vibrant, and fearless girl. Up in the stands, Yamanaka Lily watched her daughter so readily give up victory and let out a sigh filled with tangled emotions. She gives everything she has, holds nothing back. I worry so much she'll end up hurt one day. Kushina, too, was anxious. Little Ino's heart is so pure. It's just like I was back then. Her gaze drifted unconsciously over to her son, worry clouding her brow as she murmured softly to herself. This boy's attracted so many wonderful girls, each one hopelessly devoted to him. How is this ever going to end well? Back in the arena, Minma looked at Ino, his heart warmed by her gesture. All right. He stopped trying to refuse, nodded sincerely, and said, "Thank you, Ino." He accepted her feelings, and with them, his place in the final round. Shini Ginma snapped out of his astonishment, glanced at the young couple before him, and finally announced in a clear voice, "Yamanaka Ino forfeits. The winner is Uzumaki Minma. The final match will be Uzumaki Minma versus Uzumaki Naruto." Cheers erupted once again, this time filled even more with anticipation for the ultimate showdown between the brothers. Minma squeezed Ino's hand and said softly, "Go take a rest first." Okay. Ino nodded vigorously, her smile brighter than the sun. "You have to win." She left the arena without a trace of disappointment in her heart. Instead, it brimmed with hope and unwavering support. To her, his dreams and battles mattered far more than the outcome of any single match. Hinata watched that dazzling moment in silence, her gaze following Minma's figure. Slowly, she lowered her head, shadows veiling most of her face, making her expression impossible to discern. Within those pure white eyes behind the shadow's veil, a glimmer of cold, unyielding resolve passed through. Sisa's eyes. Hanabi suddenly gasped in a whisper, clinging tightly to their father's sleeve. Her own clear Byakugan stared at Hinata, her small face filled with shock and unease. She had seen it, the gentle, watery gaze that always belonged to her sister transformed, for that brief instant, into something chilling and unfamiliar. A cold shiver ran down her spine by instinct. "HM? What's wrong?" Hayashi Hyuga came to himself, looked first at his younger daughter in puzzlement, then followed her gaze to the elder daughter beside him. He saw only Hinata, her head slightly bowed, her bangs casting a faint shadow, obscuring her face and leaving her expression unreadable. Sensing her father and sister's eyes on her, Hinata lifted her head slowly. Her face had already resumed its usual gentleness and calm. She asked softly, "Father? Hanabi? Did something happen? Is something the matter?" "It's nothing." Hayashi studied her briefly, but, finding nothing amiss, could only force a wry smile. He gently patted Hanabi's head. "You're just imagining things." Hanabi was sure she hadn't made a mistake. For that split second earlier, her sister's Byakugan didn't look like anyone else's in their family. It had been something utterly strange, enough to make her skin crawl. She pressed her lips together and fell silent, though in her heart, a seed of worry had quietly been sown. At the center of the arena, Minma, poised to face his brother in the final match, was suddenly overtaken by a chill he couldn't explain, slipping through his heart. An unshakable sense of unease surfaced quietly, a feeling as if something momentous and unforeseeable was about to occur. This unnerving sensation was unlike anything he'd felt before. He furrowed his brow, searching for the source of his anxiety. But before he could dwell on it, Naruto shouted out in excitement. In the blink of an eye, he split into dozens of shadow clones, surging toward him from every direction like a golden tide, bursting with shouts and laughter. Instinctively, Minma settled into the opening stance of the 8 trigrams Taijiquan. His movements glided as smoothly as flowing water, his hands tracing seamless arcs through the air. With a grace that bordered on elegance, he dismantled and dispatched Naruto's clamoring shadow clones one by one, each motion effortless and precise. Yet Minma's mind was still ensnared by that inexplicable thread of unease. Could it be Uchiha Obito, up to his old tricks again? As his thoughts raced, dozens of Naruto's shadow clones surged in from every direction, their golden forms crashing forth like a tidal wave, shouting and whooping, the commotion thunderous. But Minma's body seemed to possess a will of its own. Without shifting his stance, he swayed like a willow in the wind, his hands drawing circles. With a single, wild horse parts its mane, seemingly slow and gentle, he neatly parried the simultaneous punches from 3 clones on his left, turning their momentum against them. The clones crashed together in a tangled heap, then burst apart in puffs of white smoke. Oh, such taijutsu! Up in the stands, Mike Guy's thick eyebrows shot up, his eyes blazing with fervor. It's not the path of brute strength, but the soft and the clever taken to the extreme. Is this the new expression of youthful passion? On the right, 5 or 6 more clones seized the opportunity to attack. Minma subtly lowered his center of gravity and, with a gentle sweep of his right hand, as if guiding rather than blocking, he nudged aside the punch of the foremost clone, sending it off balance and sprawling into the ones behind. Chaos erupted once again. Another volley of white smoke. Perfectly circular, utterly flawless. From the stands, Hayashi Hyuga followed every detail with his Byakugan, the clarity in his gaze betraying his astonishment even as his stern face barely showed it. He's constructed an invisible field of influence. Any attack that enters it is subtly redirected, deflected, sometimes even repurposed. It's not unlike our Hyuga clan's gentle fist, but Minma doesn't even possess the Byakugan, and yet he's pioneered such a formidable style of taijutsu. Inside the arena, the stark contrast between Minma's distracted mind and the unerring flow of his movements gave rise to a powerful momentum. It was as if he were not fighting, but embodying the pinnacle of martial artistry. With single whip clears the path, his arm snapped out like the tip of a whip, striking the nerve at a clone's elbow and scattering its attack instantly. With cloud hands in succession, his palms traced overlapping circles, weaving and winding like drifting clouds, sweeping away and misdirecting a wave of attacks from the left, causing several clones to tumble into each other. Like sealing and guarding, his arms looped defensively, conjuring an invisible wall of force before him, which effortlessly dissolved all frontal assaults. His steps landed precisely on the 8 trigrams pattern, his form shifting unpredictably, slipping between attacks by the slightest margin. Every brush of his palm or flick of his fingers brought down another clone, each one dissipating in a burst of white smoke. No matter how relentless Naruto's assault became, Minma didn't give an inch. Naruto fought with mounting excitement. All he saw was his brother's ethereal figure. Every movement was lightning quick, each gesture calm and unhurried. Convinced that Minma was finally fighting back in earnest, Naruto's fighting spirit burned brighter than ever. "Big brother, you're incredible, but I won't give in so easily." Naruto roared, and even more shadow clones surged forward, charging ahead, only to be continually swept away by the seamless, flowing palm strikes of Minma. After failing to gain any ground for so long, Naruto's fighting spirit resonated with that wild, primordial power deep within him. A scorching, violent, and deeply destructive chakra could no longer be contained. It erupted with a tremendous force. With a guttural howl, not quite human, a flood of blood-red chakra burst forth from Naruto's body, like molten lava. The first tail of chakra formed fiercely behind him, and an explosive shockwave of raw energy swept the surroundings, filling the air with swirling dust and debris. The ninetails chakra. Jiraiya's smile vanished at last, his expression turning grave. He shot a quick glance at Minato, noting the absence of surprise on his face, and immediately understood. Has Naruto really mastered the ninetails chakra to this extent? The Jinchuriki of the ninetails, is it? Raza's brow furrowed deeper. He had thought that only Uzumaki Menma, among Konoha's new generation, warranted serious attention. Yet unexpectedly, his younger brother, Uzumaki Naruto, proved just as formidable. With this thought, his dissatisfaction with Gaara's inability to control Shikaku grew stronger. Yet, this was only the beginning. Within Naruto's roar, laced with pain and fury, a second tail tore through the blazing aura and lashed out violently. His skin began to scorch and split from the searing heat, only to be quickly covered by a new shroud of deep crimson chakra, his teeth sharpening, his growls growing ever more bestial. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, a third tail struggled forth into existence. By now, Naruto had all but lost his human form. Down on all fours, he resembled a vicious beast cloaked in dark red chakra, his presence so oppressive it seemed to weigh on the very air, making it hard for many of the young ninja in the stands to even breathe. Three tails. This power. Jiraiya sprang to his feet in alarm. As one of the legendary Sannin, he knew all too well the terrors and rarity of this state. But he's actually maintaining his reason. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke in a quietly amazed tone. Naruto's control over this power has surpassed all conventional understanding. At last, with a deafening, earth-shaking roar, Naruto's transformation with four tails was complete. He kicked off, launching himself forward. A thunderous boom resounded. Beneath him, the ground cracked and splintered into a spiderweb pattern, leaving a deep crater as he vanished, transforming into a streak of vermilion lightning that ripped through the air at a speed many times faster than before. His chakra-coated claws, surging with the intent to tear through anything, shot straight at Menma's head. The sheer killing intent, wild energy, and a sense of palpable danger were so overwhelming they snapped Menma back to reality from his reverie. Confronted with this attack, utterly different, primal, and wild, Menma's gaze sharpened instantly, all distractions swept away in a heartbeat. He had no choice but to get serious now. With a strike as swift as crimson lightning, Menma's feet moved at a dazzling speed. His steps shifted with the subtlety of the 8 trigrams, and his form slid back several meters with ghostly agility. All the while, his hands flickered through signs like afterimages. Wood style, wood locking wall. A thick wooden barricade erupted from the ground, rising up just in time to interpose itself before the deadly claws. A shredding sound split the air as the beast-clad claws, swathed in the tailed beast chakra, tore through the wood like a hot knife against butter, reducing the barrier to splinters and filling the air with flying chips. Yet, in that fleeting instant he had bought, Menma launched his next attack. Wind style, great breakthrough. A ferocious gale spun into existence, blasting toward Naruto with a shrill, piercing howl. The wild, violent wind crashed against the dark red cloak of the tailed beast, only to be effortlessly neutralized by the impenetrable chakra armor. "It's useless, big bro," Naruto roared, his yell blending pain and exhilaration as his speed spiked once more. He lunged in from a fresh angle, striking with razor-sharp precision and raking the air with claws that painted streaks of blood-red chakra. Menma drew a deep breath, his gaze as calm as still water. Ordinary ninjutsu could no longer shake Naruto in his current form. Once again, Menma's hands came together, channeling a torrent of chakra, vast and pulsing with the force of life itself. Wood style, adamantine would bind. Countless massive, steel-hard wooden spikes erupted from earth and sky, sprouting with wild abandon from every direction. Like living titans, they crashed, coiled, and reached for the crimson beast that Naruto had become. Naruto's roar thundered out as he slashed through one hulking trunk after another, sheer strength shattering wood that splintered and exploded under his claws. But the wood style was indomitable. More monstrous pillars surged relentlessly forward, a living cage striving to confine the raging beast, hemming in his every move. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Menma unleashed his full power, fusing the wood style's mastery over the battlefield with his exquisitely skilled Taijiquan technique. At times, he would fall back, loosing wind style, vacuum wave barrage to harry Naruto from afar, disrupting his relentless advances. Other moments he'd exploit the instant Naruto was snared by the trees, darting close to land a progressive flip punch against the tailed beast cloak, unable to inflict real damage. Yet the impact's peculiar force could stall Naruto's next move for a crucial heartbeat. At the edge of danger, Minma would vanish and reappear with the sealed confinement technique paired with the substitution jutsu, narrowly evading those devastating attacks that could shatter stone and split mountains. Across the arena, giant trees writhed and tangled, winds screamed and cut, and burning red chakra raged. Each collision boomed with ear-splitting thunder, unleashing shocks of energy that sent light and debris swirling together in wild chaos. The ferocity of the fight surpassed every match that had come before, leaving the entire audience on the edge of their seats, hearts pounding and eyes wide in astonishment. Minato, are you really not going to stop this? Jiraiya watched as the area was on the verge of being torn apart by the two brothers, and quickly looked toward Minato. Myanmar knows his limits. Minato replied, shaking his head slightly, his expression perfectly composed, calm as ever. Jiraiya was about to speak, when suddenly, an especially violent roar erupted from Naruto. Turning to look, he saw Naruto forcefully ripping apart every wooden restraint around him. The phantom outline of a fifth chakra tail began to flicker into existence behind him. At the very instant that wild, all-consuming, indiscriminate rage threatened to completely devour Naruto's reason, Myanmar had already teleported right in front of him. The palm of his right hand was turned upward, a clear seal shining at its center. That's enough, Naruto. It's time for you to rest. His voice was gentle, but carried an undeniable authority. Wood style, Kakuan entering society with a gentle touch. That seemingly ordinary palm, brimming with a powerful mix of restraint and comfort, pressed gently and steadily against Naruto's forehead, swathed in that dark red cloak of tailed beast chakra, still heaving with breaths. A resonant hum filled the air. In an instant, a soft but overwhelming wave of life, energy poured forth. The seething, crimson chakra, furious and agitated, met its natural nemesis. Like ice and snow dissolving beneath warm sunlight, it gave a soft hiss, swiftly receding, drawing back, and unraveling. The madness and bestial glare in Naruto's eyes rapidly faded. His body slackened. The beast's cloak vanished entirely, revealing his own exhausted and battered form as he crumpled backward. Myanmar stepped forward in time to catch his fainting younger brother, holding him with care. For a heartbeat, the entire arena was plunged into absolute silence. You could hear a pin drop. Then, as though a dam had burst, a tidal wave of jubilant cheers and applause erupted with deafening force, filling the training ground from end to end. The match was over. With Uzumaki Myanmar's final victory, the Chunin exams came to a close. For those familiar with his abilities, this result had been no surprise. Yet for the whole shinobi world, it brought a shock unlike any before. Here was a young prodigy, not only wielding the legendary power of wood release, but also displaying a flawless new form of taijutsu never before seen. What did the rise of such a figure signify? In the hearts of every onlooker, a consensus began to form. A new supernova had appeared in the Hidden Leaf Village, a power destined to outshine even the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju himself. And what's more, Konoha's potential didn't end there. They had a new generation at their disposal. Naruto Uzumaki, a fledgling Jinchuriki already learning to master the power of the ninetails, promised with no visible end in sight. Sasuke Uchiha, another prodigy from the famed Uchiha clan. The breadth and depth which Konoha exposed in these Chunin exams, the intimidating surge of potential without reservation, sent waves of unease through all the other major villages. Fear unlike anything they had felt before. In an instant, all those surrounding factions and smaller shinobi villages that had been quietly watching from the shadows, hesitant and undecided, rushed to send envoys at the fastest possible speed. They arrived in Konoha bearing the most humble postures and the most lavish gifts. They weren't just eager to offer their absolute loyalty and respect. On a deeper level, each sought to secure for themselves a reliable ally, longing for a foothold before this rising star fully illuminated the shinobi world. With the Chunin exams concluded, Minma was just about to leave when he saw Tenten hurrying over toward him. "Minma," she called out to him, her cheeks tinged with pink, her gaze filled with a barely noticeable mix of anticipation and nervousness. "Tenten, is something up?" Minma stopped in his tracks, turned around, and greeted her with a gentle smile. "Well, congratulations on your promotion to Chunin." Tenten drew in a deep breath, as if summoning all her courage, and produced two beautifully designed tickets from behind her back. I've already reserved a place for your celebration dinner." She lowered her head a little, shyly handing over the two brand-new luxury passes stamped with the Hot Spring Hotel's logo, her voice growing softer with each word. "They're special experience tickets to the Hot Spring Hotel." Looking at the bashful girl before him, brimming with hope and expectation, Minma found it hard to directly turn down her heartfelt gesture and began weighing how best to respond. Big brother, Naruto, suddenly popped up out of nowhere, flinging an arm around Minma's shoulders. With a sharp glance, he immediately noticed the tickets in Tenen's hands. Wow, luxury passes to the Hot Spring Hotel. I've always wanted to check that place out. I heard the hot spring eggs and ramen, they're absolutely amazing. Tenten's smile froze on her lips, the corner of her mouth twitching awkwardly. What made it worse was that out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the rest of the group laughing and joking as they strolled over. Her heart sank, and inwardly she groaned. You total doofus. What are you barging in for? Sasuke trailed them with hands in his pockets, throwing Naruto a disdainful look. What did you say, Sasuke? Naruto bristled instantly, his attention successfully diverted as he glared at Sasuke. Sasuke simply snorted, turning his head away, unwilling to give Naruto the time of day. Tenten. Lee suddenly appeared by her side in a blur of motion, his eyes sparkling, hope in his voice. Were you inviting only Minma? Can't the rest of us go too? Lee. Neji pressed a hand to his forehead in exasperation, quickly pulling his overly blunt teammate back a step. Of course he'd noticed Tenten's little secret, but thinking of his own cousin, Hinata, he couldn't help but frown ever so slightly. He cleared his throat softly and stepped forward, attempting to ease the tension, his voice as calm as ever. Tion, actually, we just had a little discussion. Everyone wants to throw a celebration for Myanmar, but it seems like there are too many people wanting to invite him. So we thought, why don't we all just... Tion's face maintained a polite yet unmistakably awkward smile, but inside, she was already grumbling. Seriously, I finally found this chance. Now my whole plan's gone up in smoke. She let out a silent sigh in her heart, and, resigning herself, was about to invite everyone to the Hot Spring Hotel despite how much it would cost. Since everyone is being so thoughtful, Myanmar spoke up at just the right moment, his warm smile sweeping over the friends gathered around. Why don't we stick to our usual? Let's go out for barbecue. My treat. For real. Ding Ci was the first to shout in excitement, as if all his injuries had suddenly become much less painful. Yeah. Myanmar nodded with a friendly grin, then turned to Naruto and said, Naruto, can you go ahead and reserve us some seats at the barbecue place? Leave it to me. With a whoop, Naruto grabbed Sasuke by the arm and, without giving him a chance to object, pulled him along, dashing off eagerly toward the restaurant. Hey, why are you dragging me off too? Sasuke grumbled as he was hauled away, making a show of protest, but making no real effort to break free from Naruto's hand. Sakura, meanwhile, was left standing there alone, watching her two friends disappear in the distance, her expression etched with a clear sense of grievance. Well, at least I've still got Ino. Just as she had that thought, she glanced back and saw that Ino had already cozied up next to Myanmar, chatting and laughing away without a care, seemingly having forgotten about her best friend entirely. Sakura's sense of injustice only deepened, and she muttered in a small voice, she really does value romance over friendship. As the boisterous group bustled to leave, Neji Hyuga happened to notice that his little sister, Hinata, was still quietly standing in the same spot, head bowed, saying nothing. It struck him as odd. In situations like this, she would usually be sneaking glances and looking for a chance to get closer to Myanmar. Hinata, what's wrong? Neji walked over, his concern evident. Hinata seemed to snap out of her own world. When she saw it was her brother, she gently shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. I don't feel like going anymore. Neji, could you tell Myanmar for me? Is something wrong? Are you not feeling well? Neji frowned slightly, worry coloring his tone. Hinata murmured softly, offering no further explanation, and turned to head home in silence. Watching his sister's solitary figure retreat, Neji couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about her today. But after a moment's thought, he supposed she might truly not be feeling well, so he decided not to press further. When everyone had settled down in the barbecue restaurant, Minma glanced around and realized that Hinata hadn't arrived. Naturally, he walked over to the empty seat beside Neji and sat down, asking, Neji, where's Hinata? Why isn't she here? Neji gave him a calm glance, his tone steady. She said she wasn't feeling well and went home early. What? Minma was taken aback, quickly following up. Is she all right? Is it serious? She should be fine. Neji shook his head and took a sip of the juice in front of him. She just needs some rest. As long as she's okay. Minma let out a breath, his worries easing. He didn't press further, assuming she was just unwell. Meanwhile, Hinata returned alone to the Hyuga estate, quietly walking through the corridors on her way to her room. Just as she reached out to open her door, her younger sister Hanabi called from behind. Cease. Hanabi trotted up to her, tilting her small face up, her eyes filled with obvious concern. She had clearly seen her sister together with Niji and the others earlier, along with that bothersome blonde, Minma. Yet now her sister had come home alone, her expression a little off. Something was clearly wrong. Hanabi? What's the matter? Hinata paused, a gentle smile blooming on her face as she asked softly. Hanabi opened her mouth, struggling for the right words. Uncertainty was written all over her small face. She hesitated, then came up with an excuse. Sis, will you train with me? But of course, training wasn't what mattered. She just wanted to cheer her sister up and be with her. Maybe next time, Hanabi. Hinata, uncharacteristically, declined her sister's request. Her voice remained soft. Your sister is just a little tired today. With that, she gently pushed open her door, slipped inside, and quietly closed it behind her, shutting out Hanabi's worried gaze. It's all that blonde's fault. Hanabi stared at the closed door, puffing out her cheeks in frustration. Her sister's calm, yet strangely distant demeanor made Hanabi deeply uneasy. She blamed everything on Minma Uzumaki. For a moment, Hanabi lingered anxiously by the door. But the longer she waited, the angrier she became. Balling her tiny fists, she made up her mind. She was going to confront that blonde troublemaker. It was all because of him that her sister had ended up like this. Fuming, she turned on her heel and hurried out of the courtyard. Inside the room, the moment the door closed, Hinata's usual gentle expression vanished, replaced with an absolute calm. Neither joy nor grief. Without a sound, she walked to the dressing table, her gaze falling upon her own reflection. In the glass, her pale blue eyes brimmed with a strange, uncontrollable power. Deep within them, it was as if frosty blue flames were burning in utter silence. Menmakon. She gazed intently at her reflection in the mirror, fingertips brushing lightly across the cold glass. At the corners of her lips, a smile slowly unfurled, an expression of utter obsession, yet chilling to the bone. Very soon, you will belong to me and me alone. The moment these words left her mouth, the mirror before her, without warning, fractured with a sharp crack. A web of fissures spread across its surface, and it shattered in absolute silence. Warning, warning. The saintess of the sect has succumbed to darkness. Host, proceed with caution. Just as Swirl Ramen was picking up a piece of grilled meat, a piercing alarm blared sudden and shrill inside his mind. His hand trembled, nearly dropping the meat between his chopsticks onto the table. Instinctively, he whipped his head toward Xianglin at his side. To his surprise, Xianglin was resting her chin in her hands, gazing at him with open, unguarded adoration. The instant she realized she'd been caught, her cheeks flushed crimson. She hurriedly averted her gaze, pretending to look elsewhere, and in her embarrassment, spilled Kimamaro's juice sitting nearby. She doesn't look possessed in the slightest. Just as this suspicion sprouted in Myanmar's mind, another thought pierced through like a shard of ice. Could it be Hinata? An uneasy feeling swept over him. He shot to his feet at once. You all go ahead and eat. I have something urgent to take care of outside. Myanmar. Ino glanced up at him, her eyes clouded with confusion. There's just something I suddenly have to handle. Myanmar calmed Ino with a swift but gentle reassurance, then turned to Naruto and added in a rush, Naruto, if I don't come back, remember to pay the bill. Before the sentence was finished, he had already turned and strode briskly out of the barbecue shop. Naruto stood there, stone still and dazed, taking several seconds before it all finally registered. He fumbled for his frog-shaped wallet and peered inside. The meager coins rattling at the bottom drew all the color from his face, which instantly sagged into despair. Sasuke, sitting next to him, cast a sidelong glance with his trademark derisive scoff. Yet, quick as a flash, he slipped his own wallet into Naruto's hand, then immediately turned away, feigning deep fascination with the scenery outside, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Naruto stared at the wallet that had appeared in his grasp, stunned for a heartbeat. When he looked up at Sasuke's carefully aloof profile, an overwhelming warmth filled his chest. True brother. Meanwhile, Myanmar was hurrying toward the Hyuga clan residence, but at the street corner, he turned straight into a furious Hanabi Hyuga, heading right for him. He paused for a moment, noticing her cheeks puffed out and her white eyes rounded in a glare. Had he done something to annoy her lately? I was just looking for you. Hanabi skidded to a stop, planting her fists on her hips and glaring up at Myanmar with all the authority she could muster. Looking for me? Myanmar grew even more puzzled, but then something seemed to dawn on him. His expression suddenly changed, turning grave as he quickly crouched down to meet her gaze, his voice urgent. Did something happen to Hinata? Hanabi hadn't expected that his first reaction would be genuine concern for her older sister. She froze for a second, the flames of righteous anger flickering inside her heart dimmed just a little, as though doused by a splash of cold water. No, that's not it. She quickly shook her head, dismissing her moment of hesitation, and pointed a tiny accusing finger at Minma. I'm here to settle things with you. I'm officially challenging you. Minma was momentarily speechless. Reaching out, he gently ruffled her soft hair. Stop making trouble, Hanabi. Tell me, what's going on with Hinata? Let go. She smacked his hand away, cheeks puffed out in indignation. This is totally fine. It's me. I'm the one who wants to challenge you. With that, she hopped back a step and assumed the classic Hyuga gentle fist opening stance. Her pure white eyes were already activated, the chakra lines faintly pronounced along her face, a picture of unshakable confidence. Don't underestimate me. I'm really strong now, you know. Relief flooded through Minma as he realized Hinata was safe. He looked at the earnest, adorable little girl before him and couldn't help but smile, his voice gentle. I have something urgent. I need to find your sister right away. If you want to challenge me, we'll do it next time, promise. But before he'd even finished speaking, he moved almost imperceptibly, vanishing from where he'd just been, leaving behind nothing but a fleeting whisper of air. Hanabi blinked in surprise, and in that instant, her target had disappeared. She stood there blankly, then stomped her foot in frustration. Sneaky, he ran off again. Determined not to let him get away, she spun around and dashed toward the direction of the Hyuga estate. Meanwhile, Minma had only just crossed 2 streets and was preparing to move even faster toward the Hyuga compound when another figure came rushing toward him from the opposite direction, her face filled with panic. Temari's blonde hair was a tangled mess, a few strands plastered her forehead with sweat as she struggled to catch her breath. The instant she looked up and saw Minma, it was as if she'd glimpsed salvation in her darkest moment. Her eyes lit up, burning with desperate hope and fervent pleading. What happened? Minma rushed forward and, seeing how frantic she was, immediately understood that it must be about Gaara. His heart clenched with worry. Hurry, come with me right now. Temari didn't have time for explanations. She seized his wrist in an iron grip and, without looking back, dragged him along at full speed. Her voice was thin and trembling with anxiety. You're too slow. Let me handle this. Without a moment's hesitation, Minma shifted into sensory mode. In an instant, he locked onto Gaara's location. This time, he took the lead, pulling Temari along as they sped toward where Gaara was. Under the moonlit night, in the quiet woods beyond the edge of the village, Gaara was close to losing control, nearly transformed by his tailed beast. He hunched forward in agony, one hand clutching his splitting forehead, the other braced against the earth for support. Tears mingled with the dust on his face, streaming down without restraint as he let out a heart-wrenching roar at the cold, distant figure before him. Why? Why must you force me like this? Standing across from him, Raza remained utterly silent from beginning to end, gazing at his own son with a calm, almost appraising look, as if he were merely observing the results of a tool being put to the test, watching as Gaara was slowly devoured by that violent chakra. For a long time, there was only the echo of Gaara's hoarse screams fading among the trees. Only then did Raza finally speak, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. I merely wanted to confirm whether you possess the qualifications to be a proper weapon. He paused slightly, his eyes sweeping over Gaara's pain-twisted face, and a clear note of disappointment flickered within them. It seems you remain nothing more than another failure. Those 3 words, another failure, stabbed into Gaara's already shattered heart like the coldest of blades. Once he believed he had touched a fleeting ray of light, the brief warmth given by his uncle Yashimaru. But it was the very man before him, the one called Father, who had forced Yashimaru to attempt to kill him, crushing that fragile light with his own hands. You have never truly been loved by anyone. Yashimaru's final words rang out once again in Gaara's mind, sharp and inescapable, like a curse. His chest seized in a suffocating, piercing ache, deeper even than the clawing pain of Shikaku's grip. That turbulent chakra within his body could no longer be contained. It erupted in an overwhelming surge. Behind him, the mouth of his gorge sprang open on its own, and sand poured out in a wild torrent, moving like shadowy, living shapes. They gathered and twisted, gradually forming grotesque tails of chakra that radiated a chilling, terrifying presence. Raza watched in silence, his face still utterly expressionless, as if merely assessing the upper limits of a weapon's output. If you're never able to control Shikaku's power, then the future of Tsunade is bleak. His voice was icy, reporting the fact as though it concerned someone else entirely, not his own son. Around Gaara, clouds of sand swirled in a frenzy, mirroring the chaos within his heart. Yet his scream suddenly subsided into an uncanny calm. Bloodshot eyes, with the whites slowly overtaken by a beastly glare, stared fixedly at Raza. He asked, each word loaded with weight. To you, what am I really? As his words fell, the sand at his command slithered forward like venomous snakes, silently encircling and closing in on Raza. Raza drew in a deep breath, closing his eyes for a moment, almost as if he had settled on some final decision. When he opened them again, only the coldest calculation remained. You are nothing more than a weapon meant to serve the village. The moment those words dropped, a dazzling, heavy wave of golden sand rose and hovered behind him. Glistening with an icy shine, it intercepted and collided, blow for blow, against the furious tide of sand raging from Gaara's side. The final thread of warmth between father and son was utterly severed. The last glimmer of light in Gaara's eyes faded into total darkness. He unleashed a howl laden with despair and fury, and sand surged up around him, roaring as if a colossal black wave, crashing down to engulf Raza with overwhelming force. And just as this tide of sand was about to swallow Raza whole, the dazzling gold sand behind him erupted in a brilliant blaze, transforming into an even more powerful, even heavier golden tsunami. With absolute might, it surged forward, pushing the sand back in a ferocious counterattack. Sand and gold, two forces born from the same origin, yet fundamentally different, tangled and collided wildly in the air, clashing in a desperate battle. The forest echoed with the grating sounds of friction and collision, sharp enough to set one's teeth on edge. In the end, Gaara's power could not withstand the seasoned experience and superior chakra of the fourth Kazekage. The sea of sand faltered, then was mercilessly overwhelmed and imprisoned by the cold, relentless gold. As Raza's pitiless golden sand prepared to consume and seal Gaara completely. Suddenly, a golden blur burst forth like the first light of dawn, appearing before Gaara in an instant. His movements were imperceptible. Only a chilly, dispassionate glance flickered from his eyes. With a thunderous impact, the unyielding golden cage, just about to snap shut, shattered as though struck by an immense, invisible force. In a heartbeat, it broke apart into its most basic chakra particles, dispersing into the wind. "It's you." Raza's pupils narrowed in alarm. In that instant, he recognized the blonde youth. Minma. Gaara stared in stunned silence at the back shielding him, as if this solitary figure had blocked out all the storm and despair, sheltering the sky above him. A violent tremor seized his heart. His dried eyes grew hot once more. "Father." Temari, stumbling into the scene, froze at the sight of the stark confrontation before her. Her heart felt torn in two. On one side stood their cold, unyielding father. On the other, her tormented, desperate younger brother. Caught between them, Temari was flooded with helplessness and anguish unlike anything she'd known. "This is none of your concern." Raza shot his daughter a brief, indifferent glance before locking his gaze on Minma, sharp and oppressive as a hawk's. His voice was frigid, note-heavy with authority. "This is the private affair of the Land of Wind. Young master of the Hokage's house, don't you think you're overstepping? I couldn't care less for your family matters." Minma replied calmly, meeting Raza's gaze without wavering. Though he spoke quietly, every word rang with absolute conviction, echoing clearly through the woods. "But Gaara is my friend. If my friend is in trouble, I will never stand by and do nothing." Gaara's pupils contracted with shock, as if struck by lightning. A friend, fighting for him. An inexpressible warmth surged within, shattering the frozen walls around his heart, leaving him breathless. Raza narrowed his golden eyes slightly, grains of gold levitating around him in chilling silence. He could not deny the remarkable talent of a young man before him. Yet to Raza, this youth was still far too green. In his view, Minma's current influence likely depended more on the legendary name of his father, Minato Namikaze, and the vast power of the Hidden Leaf than on any merit of his own. "Gaara is my son." Raza's voice was cold, seeking to assert the undeniable bond of blood and the authority that entailed. But before he could finish, Minma interrupted him with calm indifference. "Do you even deserve that title?" Those words, sharp and venomous, struck straight into the part of Raza's heart he least wished to touch, like poisoned Simban needles striking home with brutal precision. "What did you say?" The fourth Kazekage, usually so composed and menacing, lost control of his emotions for the first time. A vein throbbed at his temple, and his voice rose with agitation. "What could you possibly understand? You know nothing. What right do you have to judge me? No need to get so worked up." Minma merely offered a faint smile, one that, in Raza's eyes, was laced with disdain and biting scorn, wounding his pride even more than open insults ever could. "To be honest, you're not even on the same level as the fourth Mizukage, Yagura." Minma's words sliced cold and clear. At least he chose to shoulder the burden of tailed beast himself, rather than forcing it upon his own child, treating him as nothing but a weapon. Raza's face darkened instantly, his composure shattering. He roared at Minma in fury. You were born in the wealthy land of fire, raised in the mighty Hidden Leaf Village. You've had everything handed to you since birth. You can't possibly understand the suffering of the land of wind. He flung his arms in wild gestures, as if trying to hurl out every ounce of pent-up grievance. Our home is nothing but endless desert. We have no fertile land, no abundant resources. Our people are trapped in poverty. Even the very survival of the Sand Village is a struggle. The missions the feudal lord assigns are always snatched away by you in the leaf. What choice did I ever have? So you're raging at me for your own helplessness. How does that help anything? Minma's eyes narrowed, his voice still as calm as a still lake, but possessing a force that cut straight through all pretense. And yet, none of this was ever my doing. You insolent brat. Raza's reason was overtaken completely by his fury. With a furious bellow, the hovering gold sand around him whipped into countless razor-sharp spikes, transforming into a raging golden swarm, sweeping toward Minma in a deadly tempest. Minma, watch out! Gaara cried out instinctively, pouring every last grain of sand he could muster into a great shield before Minma. But before Raza's wrath, Gaara's defense was fragile. The sand wall was torn and crushed by the onslaught of golden sand in an instant. Yet faced with this sudden and lethal onslaught, Minma's expression remained unchanged. Chakra surged from him in a furious gale, rising like a tempest from stillness, hurling sand and dust skyward. He didn't even bother with hand signs. Simply and decisively, he threw a single punch straight into the roaring flood of gold sand. A deafening boom resounded. A punch charged with chakra, compressed and refined to the limit, tore free from his fist like a bolt of lightning through the heavens, in a blink smashing the massive wave of golden sand before him to splinters and dust. The force of the punch did not diminish in the slightest, landing squarely on Raza's chest with full power. A guttural cry escaped Raza. Utterly unprepared for the terrifying strength of his opponent, Raza's body was sent hurtling backward like a kite with its string abruptly cut, crashing through dozens of thick trees before finally slamming to the ground. A large mouthful of blood burst from his lips. He struggled to lift his head. His eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. So this was the true strength of Minma Uzumaki, far deeper and more unfathomable than any rumor had ever suggested. Even before Raza had a chance to catch his breath, Minma's cold, impassive voice rang out again. Wood-style, adamantine binding trees. In the next instant, several colossal wooden trunks, exuding immense vitality and as solid as steel, erupted from the earth. Like living titans, they writhed forth and coiled tightly around Raza, locking him in place so that he could not move an inch. Minma's tone dropped, his eyes filled with an icy finality as he gazed down at the immobilized Raza from above. He spoke slowly. Taking your life is as easy as turning my hand. When Raza saw the unmasked contempt in the eyes of the blonde youth, a fierce wave of humiliation clenched at his heart. Forcing a cold, bitter laugh, Raza struggled to maintain the last shreds of his dignity as Kazekage. I am, after all, the leader of a village. Do you think I fear death? If you dare strike me down, you'll be igniting war between our two nations. It's not war. Minma's voice remained calm, yet carried a chilling, absolute confidence. This is nothing more than one-sided annihilation. As his words faded, Minma's hands flew together in a swift seal, his voice ringing clear. Wood-style, wooden golem jutsu. The earth erupted with thunderous force, quaking and splitting open. Out of the ground burst a colossal figure, the wooden golem rising nearly 100 meters into the sky. Minma stood, unshaken atop the monster's head. But what truly inspired dread was the gigantic wooden dragon coiled about the golem's neck. Its savage maw lowered with an earth-shaking roar that sent sound waves rippling through the forest, making every nearby tree tremble. The vast shadow of the golem enveloped Raza completely. He stared upward and, for the first time in his life, truly understood what it meant to be small and to feel utter despair. Against such overwhelming might, he realized, painfully clear in his mind, that even if he sacrificed everything and called upon Shikaku's full power, victory was beyond hope. What is this? Temari, too, was utterly stunned by this miracle-like creation, disbelief flooding her eyes. She remembered her earlier, rash thoughts of perishing together with the enemy. Now, looking back, she found the notion laughably foolish. But a far deeper terror took hold in her heart, the fear that Minma might truly take her father's life. Minma, please don't do it, she cried from the depths of her soul, her voice reaching out desperately toward the giant's head. Minma seemed not to hear. Instead, his gaze shifted toward the silent, downcast Gaara, recognizing the kindness that lay deep within that gentle heart. With a faint sigh, his voice became as grave as a judge delivering a verdict as he slowly addressed Raza. In my eyes, you are nothing but a hopeless fool, not even worth my effort. He paid no heed to how Raza felt at that moment, and continued in a calm tone, one that was enough to shatter all of his adversary's pride. I'm fully capable of ensuring that you are no longer the Kazekage. Then, I can support Gaara's rise to power and, in turn, gain control over the Land of Wind. As for you, in the end, you'll be just another grain of forgotten, worthless sand, lost to all. These words pierced Raza's heart like the coldest, sharpest kunai. Harsh as they were, he knew in his despair that the young man spoke the truth. Against this overwhelming power, and with the price the Land of Fire was willing to offer, it was all too likely that the feudal lord and the village elders would make the choice that best served their interests. Realizing this, an unprecedented sense of helplessness swept over Raza. At last, the proud leader bowed his head, deeply and utterly subdued. Minma, Temari stared, lost in a whirlwind of emotions, at the young man atop the colossal wooden figure, so distant and godlike in her eyes. She then glanced at her brother Gaara, now silent, his fate subtly but inexorably altered. For a moment, 1,000 words crowded her heart, yet she could not find even one to speak aloud. But I will not do that. Minma's voice rang out, clear as day. The massive wooden construct dissolved into countless points of light, and with effortless grace, he landed before Gaara. His gaze, steady and piercing, was fixed on Raza. Gaara is my friend. I will never force him to do anything he doesn't want to. He paused, his voice as irrevocable as a final judgment. As a Kazekage, I see you as a failure. And as a father, you are nothing short of a complete disaster. Perhaps the only thing you've ever contributed is refining a bit more gold dust for the village of Tsunade. These relentless words made Raza clench his jaw, his face darkening as he struggled in vain to find a rebuttal. You insist that Gaara must shoulder all of this, yet you've never once asked him if he wished to. You never even cared about how he felt. Blindly, you called this his destiny. Minma's words were relentless, each one landing with precision and force, battering the last fragile defenses of Raza's soul. And what about your own destiny? Have you ever truly understood yourself? With those words, the cold mask of Kazekage shattered, a knife driven through the deepest layers of Raza's pride and confusion. My mother, Kushina Uzumaki, was once the Jinchuriki of the Ninetails. She too suffered the fear and prejudice of her village. Minma's voice softened as he spoke of his family, a gentle smile curving his lips. But she never gave in to fate. Together with my father, she fought with all her might against what was said to be inevitable. In my eyes, my father is a true hero. He became Hokage for the sake of those he loved, ensured that Naruto, who, like me, was a Jinchuriki, would no longer suffer rejection, and allowed my brother and me to grow up in a world filled with sunlight, not shadows. His gaze grew sharp once again, cutting right to the heart of Raza. But you, as the Kazekage, personally forged a childhood for Gaara that was filled with nothing but pain and loneliness. I simply cannot understand this, nor can I accept it. With that, he no longer looked at the man, who sat there silently, seemingly aged in an instant. He turned away and gently patted Gaara's shoulder, already wet with tears, his voice returning to its earlier warmth. As I've said, if you're in trouble, come to me. No one can force you to do anything you're unwilling to do. Thank you. Gaara wiped at the endless stream of tears with all his might. His voice was choked, yet carried a resolve never before seen. I will do my best to become Kazekage. That's something I want to do for myself. But really, it's just for you, my friend. He quietly added this most important vow in his heart. And you'll have my unwavering support. Minma smiled and nodded, his gentle eyes lingering on Temari, who was also holding back tears. With a silent thought, the hard wooden restraints holding Raza slid away without a sound. From here on, I'll leave the rest to you. Minma spoke softly to Temari. This seemingly strong girl had spent so many years shouldering a fragile family, always striving to hold their broken home together. Thank you, Minma. Temari quickly wiped the tears from her face, nodding deeply, her eyes full of sincere gratitude. Farewell. If you ever run into trouble, don't hesitate to come find me. As he finished, Minma pulled out a flying thunder god kunai and gently placed it in Temari's hand. The next moment, his figure dissolved into the breeze, silent, unseen, disappearing without a trace. Temari helped her brother to his feet, staring in a daze at the spot where Minma had vanished. In her palm, the kunai seemed to retain a trace of his warmth, bringing with it a reassuring strength. Let's go, sister. It took quite some time before Gaara emerged from his tangle of emotions and spoke, his voice quiet as he addressed Temari. Yes. Temari took one last look at their father, slumped on the ground, his proud figure now cloaked in sorrow and silence. She bit her lip, then helped her brother and turned toward home. Was I truly so wrong? Raza watched as his daughter and son leaned on one another, their figures growing distant, and for the first time, his eyes clouded with doubt and confusion. The conviction he had always relied on, his belief in absolute correctness, seemed on the verge of quietly crumbling apart. Father, Kazekage-sama. After a long while, Kankuro, Maki, and the others finally rushed to the scene in a hurry. Kankuro looked around, only to find his father standing alone amid the wreckage. His sister and younger brother were nowhere to be seen. His heart tightened with worry, and he quickly asked, Temari and Gaara, where are they? They've already headed back, Raza interrupted, his voice carrying a hint of exhaustion that was not easily detected. What happened here? Kankuro surveyed the forest around them, clearly ravaged as if by some tremendous force, silent evidence of a fierce battle. His anxiety grew. Yet, seeing his father unharmed, he reasoned that his sister and brother must also be safe, and his tightly wound worry began to ease, if only a little. It's over now, Raza replied, shaking his head. He paused in silence, then spoke to his son. Go and catch up with your sister and the others. I'll return a bit later. For once, he hesitated, rare uncertainty in his tone. He added, keep Temari safe, and Gaara as well. Understood. Kankuro was startled for a moment. Though confused by his father's odd demeanor, he didn't ask further. He turned at once and hurried off in the direction Temari had gone. Raza watched Kankuro's retreating figure, his gaze painfully complicated. It was as if he was speaking to the silent Maki at his side, or perhaps questioning himself. Was I truly wrong all along? Maki remained wordless. He sensed keenly that the Kazekage seemed different now. The man who was once stubborn, never looking back, never doubting himself. Now, he radiated an unfamiliar sense of confusion and self-reflection. Inwardly, Maki sighed. What kind of event, or what sort of person, could make you examine yourself so deeply, Kazekage-sama? Unbidden, the image surfaced in his mind, a blond boy, the only one who could ever change Gaara, Naruto Uzumaki. Inside the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze quietly set down the detailed report the Umbu had delivered. The report described not only the confrontation between Naruto and Raza, but also Naruto's candid words about family, responsibility, and fate. Minato leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and released a deep, lingering sigh. When he opened them again, those vivid blue eyes shimmered with tears. The words in the report seemed to hold warmth, soothing his heart as a father. So, this is how I truly live in my child's heart. Unbidden, he recalled that night of the ninetails rampage, the night he nearly decided to seal half of the beast within his newborn son. A tardy yet piercing sense of guilt seized him. He also remembered the question Naruto had once asked him, if back then he and Kushina had really died, leaving their two tiny children behind, what kind of suffering would they have faced? Just imagining it made his heart ache so much it was as if he couldn't breathe. I'm afraid he would end up like that boy named Gaara, living in endless torment, Minato murmured to himself, his voice thick with lingering fear and compassion. In that moment, his resolve to protect his family, to create a world where children could smile in peace, grew even stronger. He sat upright at once, grabbed a pen, and after only a moment's thought, began to write a secret letter in a smooth, steady hand. When he was sure everything was in order, he sealed the letter with care and handed it to the ANBU standing nearby. His expression solemn as he gave his instructions. Make sure this is delivered personally into the hands of the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Yes. The ANBU took the letter with gravity, bowed in acknowledgement, and vanished in an instant. Elsewhere, Mima arrived back home. What was I planning to do again? He wondered, rubbing his temples as he struggled to recall. The exhaustion weighing on him was simply too much, and he surrendered to it, falling into bed and sleeping soundly until golden sunlight poured through his window the next morning. As he came downstairs, he was surprised to see Tsunade sitting in the living room. Today, unusually, she was dressed in the full standard Jonin flak jacket. Yet despite the formal uniform, it looked strangely out of place on her, accentuating her impressive figure rather than minimizing it, making her presence all the more striking. Aunt Tsunade, is there an urgent mission? Mima gave her a once-over and asked curiously. He had lost count of how many times he'd heard her complain about how tight and uncomfortable the uniform was. She would never wear it unless absolutely necessary. For her to be dressed like this today, something important must be happening. There's no mission, Tsunade replied, a clear note of impatience on her face as she tugged absently at her constricting collar. Today is the day you officially become a Chunin. In a little while, you need to attend the commendation ceremony at the Hokage Tower. Dress properly for the occasion. And me, don't forget me. Naruto was already fully dressed, bouncing with excitement beside them. He, too, had received the news about his promotion to Chunin, and was so worked up he hadn't slept a wink all night. He was sporting a pair of spectacular dark circles under his eyes, but his energy was off the charts. Hurry up and get yourself ready. Whatever you do, don't be late today, Kushina said, having already prepared a hot breakfast, which she set in front of Minma, her tone both gentle and insistent. Got it, Minma replied, savoring his breakfast with unhurried composure. He glanced at Naruto, who was so excited he could hardly sit still, and asked, Kakashi's still on leave, right? Who's filling in as squad leader for Team 7 these days? Captain Yamato, Naruto answered, but the moment he mentioned Yamato, a visible shudder ran through him, and he couldn't help but grumble. But Captain Yamato is kind of scary. Oh, it's Tenzo, Minma recalled, picturing the former Yinbyu squad captain. The ninja's skilled inward style. He was more than capable of temporarily leading Team 7. Before long, under Tsunade's increasingly impatient prodding, Minma was nearly dragged out the door by her. That form-fitting Jonin flak jacket made it hard for Tsunade to even catch her breath. If it weren't for Minma's Chunin promotion ceremony, she wouldn't have put on that torturous outfit for anything in the world. Kushina, we're heading out first, Tsunade called back as they left. Thank you so much, Kushina replied, beaming. With Tsunade personally escorting Minma, she was completely at ease. If it had been Jiraiya-sensei taking them, now that would have been a real cause for concern. Arriving at the Hokage building, Minma discovered that besides himself, Naruto, and Kimimaro, Sasuke was also among those being promoted to Chunin. More surprising still, he spotted Ino standing in line as well. Catching the astonishment in his eyes, Ino winked at him playfully. She had been just as surprised when she received news of her own promotion. But the thought of being promoted alongside Minma, any hint of surprise was instantly replaced by excitement and delight. Minato cleared his throat and, as usual, read the prepared script aloud. He followed with a few words of encouragement and expectation for the new Chunin. With that, the ceremony wrapped up simply and swiftly. Compared to Naruto's unbridled excitement and Sasuke's proud, as it should be expression, Minma remained rather unconcerned. To him, Chunin was but a small, insignificant new starting point. Kimimaro felt much the same about the so-called title. For him, existing meant staying by Minma's side, and that was all that mattered. Ino's joy, on the other hand, stemmed almost entirely from sharing this moment with Minma. She hadn't even waited for her mentor Asuma to finish his encouragement before hurrying to Minma's side. Her eyes saw no one else as she leaned in to whisper softly just to him. Oh, come on. Asuma watched his student putting friendship before her teacher with a helpless sigh. He took a slow drag on his cigarette, shaking his head. I'm heading home. Next time, no matter what, you'll never get me to wear this torturous outfit again. Tsunade grumbled, already heading home as fast as she could. The tight flak jacket was utterly intolerable to her. Minma, Ino, cheeks tinged pink and a hint of shyness in her voice, made a gentle invitation. Shall we go grab a bite to eat later? Sure, sounds good. Minma considered for a moment. Since there was nothing urgent, he nodded with a smile. The afternoon sun shone just right. Minma had just finished training with Ino, and now he strolled home alone. Suddenly, a piercing sound ripped through the calm. The whistling split of something flying through the air. A kunai knife shot toward him at incredible speed, swift and precise. Minma frowned slightly, but his posture did not budge in the slightest. With an air of nonchalance, he simply lifted his hand and caught the oncoming weapon between his index and middle fingers, steady as could be. He cast his gaze toward the trees at his side, his tone calm and measured. Is this your way of saying hello when we meet again? Perched gracefully on the branch of a large tree nearby stood a tall, elegant woman with striking violet hair. Her features were radiant, her smile dazzling, lips bright as cherry blossoms, and at that moment she gazed at him with a captivating grin. You gal, big sis. A rare smile crept on Minma's face. Slowly, he opened his arms, teasing her with gentle affection. It's been so long. Did you start missing me? But Yugao did not leap into his embrace as he had imagined. Instead, she floated down lightly from the branch, landing before him. She bit her lower lip, pouted a little, and gave a playful huff. Some people almost forgot I even existed, didn't they? How could I? Minma retorted instantly. He stepped in closer, his eyes soft and full of feeling, voice low and tender. You have no idea how hard it's been for me while you were gone. Every day, I kept wondering. He gently took her hand, his fingertips drawing slow, delicate circles on the back of hers, his words growing even softer. Have you been eating well? Did you catch a cold? Was there even a single moment you thought of me? Yu Gao had never received such direct and sweet affection before. Whatever little grievance lingered in her heart vanished without a trace. She gazed at the young man standing so near, her brilliant eyes brimming with fondness, as if her world was now filled with nothing but him. Standing at nearly 1.70 meters, she was even a bit taller than Tsunade. When she held Minma in her arms, it was as if a gentle big sister was embracing her beloved younger brother. Minma lost himself in her unique scent. She did not possess the astonishing curves of Tsunade, but her warmth and softness were just as enchanting, an irresistible comfort he would never tire of. He breathed in her subtle fragrance greedily, surrendering to the gentle haven she offered. Suddenly, Yu Gao's cheeks blossomed with a rosy blush. She softly pushed him away and gave his shoulder a playful thump, whispering with feigned annoyance, "You're thinking naughty thoughts again, aren't you?" "I can't help it." Minma managed an embarrassed smile, protesting mischievously, "It's your fault for being so enchanting. I just can't control myself." "Humph." Yu Gao turned her face away with a lovely, pouty huff. Even so, the hint of pride in her upturned lips and the sparkle in her eyes betrayed her true, delighted feelings. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come on, let's go home. Tonight, I'll cook for you myself." As Minma spoke, he simply took her hand in his, leading her naturally toward her house. Though Yu Gao remained silent, she made no move to break free, allowing her fingers to rest warmly within his grasp. Yet whenever she walked down the street, she couldn't help but tilt her head ever so slightly, eyes nervously darting around, afraid of bumping into anyone she knew. The cautious, faintly bashful look on her face was such a charming contrast to her usual cool, composed demeanor as an ANBU ninja. Harboring a flutter of anxious anticipation in her chest, she finally arrived at the calm and quiet courtyard of her own home. She gently pushed open the gate, as if letting out a soft sigh of relief. Then, turning to Minma, she said, "Why don't you tidy up the house a little? I'll go out and buy some groceries." "Okay." Minma strolled inside with easy familiarity, as if he'd returned to his own place. Just before turning away, he grinned and reminded her, "Oh, and don't forget to pick up that—" "I know." A blush instantly blossomed across Yu Gao's cheeks. She bit down gently on her lower lip and replied in a voice as soft as a whispering breeze before hurrying off, her retreating figure radiating a flustered, endearing charm. Left inside, Minma set to work cleaning up. Yu Gao lived alone, and while she'd been away on assignment, a thin layer of dust had settled over the furniture. With careful attention, he wiped everything down, restoring order and warmth to the once chilly, quiet space. Before long, Yu Gao returned, her arms full with a heavy bag of groceries. At the entrance, she swapped her shoes for an adorable pair of house slippers, revealing dainty, fair toes, round and cute. With an easy grace, she stepped forward like the gentlest of wives, taking the mop from Minma's hands and murmuring, "I'll take care of the rest. You should start cooking." I'm a little hungry." "All right, it'll be ready in no time." Minma nodded, tied on an apron, and headed for the kitchen. Soon enough, delicious sounds from the stove filled the air, and savory aromas drifted throughout the small home. The two of them sat across from each other, the dining table aglow with warmth. Yu Gao watched the boy opposite her as he carefully served rice in her bowl, her eyes so gentle, so full of affection, they seemed to glisten. The happiness and quiet contentment in her gaze threatened to spill over at any moment. With small, delicate bites, she sampled his cooking and in a soft voice began to share the amusing moments and little stories she'd gathered on her mission. Unusual local customs she'd seen, or the adorable animals she'd met along the road. Minma, in turn, laughed as he recounted stories from the Chunin exams, Naruto's latest blunder, or the way Shikamaru inevitably grumbled about everything being too troublesome, but ended up helping anyway. Of course, he intentionally glossed over any of his run-ins with Ino and her friends. Right now, he wanted to show Yu Gao only his lightest, warmest side. Bathed in gentle lamplight, surrounded by the delicious scent of home-cooked food, the little house was filled with a kind of simple, unwavering warmth. There were no skirmishes of a shinobi world tonight, no ANBU missions hanging over them. Only two pairs of eyes meeting, sharing a wordless, flowing current of trust and tenderness in the cozy air. After dinner, Minma made no move at all to leave. He moved closer to Yu Gao, kicking off his slippers before sinking lazily into the couch. Then, almost instinctively, he let his head rest in her firm, rounded lap, letting out a long, satisfied sigh. "You really are something." Yu Gao lowered her gaze, half amused and half exasperated, shooting him a reproachful look. But in the end, she could only sigh, helplessly. Her slender fingers came to rest gently on his temples, massaging them with a tender, indulgent touch, the very picture of someone who's both resigned and doting. Outside, the sky was slowly deepening into indigo, and night was quietly falling. Yugogo turned away, her cheeks faintly flushed, and asked softly, "It's getting late. Aren't you going home?" "This is my home too, you know." Myanmar blinked, answering with a tone of unwavering confidence. Before the words had even faded, he suddenly sat up and with an air of gentle dominance, pressed Yugogo back onto the plush sofa. He braced his arms on either side of her, his gaze smoldering as he looked straight into her eyes, which now shimmered with uncertainty. Seeing the flicker of panic in her eyes and the instinctive turn of her head, his heart stirred. Leaning in, he brought his lips close to her sensitive ear and in a low, magnetic voice, whispered, "There's a saying, you know, one day apart feels like 3 years. I've missed you." His breath, hot at her neck, sent shivers all through her body. Yugogo's heart thundered in her chest. Her hands rested against his chest, but there was no strength in her resistance. If anything, she seemed torn, caught between refusing and wanting. Her voice quivered, half reproach and half coy. "Where did you even learn to talk like that?" "Read it in a book," Myanmar replied with a soft laugh. Then, without warning, his warm lips found her delicate earlobe, catching it gently. A sharp tremor ran through Yugogo, a rush of tingling heat spreading over her skin. She struggled to hold back the sound, rising in her throat, but still the faintest, most alluring whimper slipped out, soft and irresistible. Enchanted by her helpless reaction, the fire in Myanmar's eyes blazed brighter. He could take it no longer. Lowering his head, he claimed her inviting lips. At first, Yugogo tried to dodge him with a hesitant retreat, but she couldn't withstand his gentle, insistent advance for long. When he finally drew her tongue into his kiss, she couldn't stifle the sweet cry that escaped her lips, any last trace of restraint melting away. He drank her in, hungry for her warmth, while she could only surrender to the heat between them, until, after a long moment, their lips parted, reluctantly, as though neither wanted to let the other go. A teasing silver thread lingered between the corners of their mouths. Yugogo was left breathless, her hands weakly pressing at his shoulders, her eyes dazed, her voice unsteady and a little flustered. "Wait, let me. I need to get ready." "Perfect. I need to shower myself." Myanmar's voice was full of teasing promise, and before she could react, he scooped her effortlessly into his arms. As Yen let out a short gasp of surprise, he gathered her into his arms and strode steadily towards the bathroom. "Wait, I forgot to grab something." Suddenly recalling what she'd brought back just now, Yan's cheeks blushed crimson. She reached out, intending to pick up that bag of items. But Mima was faster. With a low chuckle, he effortlessly swept her up at the waist, not giving her any chance to protest, and headed straight inside. Let me go, I can do it myself." Yen squirmed in his embrace, struggling just a little. Minma laughed softly, a warm gleam flickering in his eyes. Instead of stopping, he only drew her closer into his arms, holding her more lightly. "Why wait? It's getting late." His warm breath brushed past her ear as his other hand loosened the collar of his own shirt with quiet ease. With a gentle nudge of his foot, the door swung shut behind them, sealing off her unfinished words in a world veiled by steam. "No, really? I can manage by myself." She was shielded against the cool wall, her voice gentle, fingers resting lightly against his solid chest. "Let those who can do more." His voice was low yet soft, filled with an undeniable tenderness. His fingers deftly adjusted her clothes, and damp fabric slipped off to the side. With one hand, he turned the faucet, sending a warm cascade of water tumbling down and soaking his golden hair. He drew her into his warmth, not with hesitance now, but with an irresistible affection that made her heart flutter. She could only nestle against him, offering a quiet response. Gentle streams of water rained down from above, while rising steam gradually filled the room, drawing a misty curtain over the glass door. Through its haze, only the vaguest outline of two figures could be seen, leaning into each other in close company. The sound of water melded softly into the tranquil, intimate air. After a long while, the rush of water faded. He reached for a large bath towel and wrapped her gently, lifting her up and carrying her towards the resting area. Relaxed, she nestled in his arms, her own hands loose and unresisting. All she could feel was the soothing care in his steady steps. No sooner had he laid her atop something soft than his warm body moved closer still, eyes tender as if to envelop her entirely. "Yen, how about we talk through the night till dawn?" He whispered near her ear, his tone full of gentle anticipation. feeling his familiar closeness. Yu Yan's gaze dipped away, shy and flustered, her reply a soft murmur. And no, that would be too exhausting. It's fine. He laughed low, a rumble in his chest as he pressed her hand to his heart. If you get too tired, feel free to bite me. Haven't you noticed how quick I recover? You insatiable beast. Her eyes flashed with a mix of mock annoyance and reluctant affection. But in the end, it melted into a sigh of indulgence as she tipped her head back and bit gently at his neck. It was nearly noon the next day before Minma finally woke. Yu Yan had already gotten up and was busy in the kitchen. The delicious aroma of food drifted through the air. He sat up, and his fingertips, almost instinctively, brushed against the 3 distinct love bites on his neck. A soft sigh escaped his lips. I really shouldn't have told her about that method. That was careless of me. At this thought, a wave of worry washed over him. How was he supposed to get through the days ahead? If every one of them got this close and decided to leave a few marks, even the strongest body might not be able to withstand it. Unless I bring Xianglin along? An astonishing idea suddenly flashed through his mind. After all, Xianglin's healing ability was extraordinary. But if he really did that, he touched his neck again without thinking, a shiver running down his spine. He hurriedly banished such a dangerous thought from his mind. Shaking off these tangled musings, he put on the neat clothes Yu Yan had prepared for him and strode briskly out of the bedroom. You're up. Yu Yan was just setting breakfast on the table. When she saw him emerge, there was an amused, knowing look in her eyes. By now, she showed not a hint of fear in front of him. After all, having such an efficient blood replenishment supply was just too convenient. Myanmar nodded with feigned indifference, pointedly ignoring the hint of smug challenge in her gaze. He quickly finished up his breakfast, set down his utensils, and his tone took on a more formal note. I might have to head out on a mission soon. Pausing, he looked at Yu Yan. After a moment's hesitation, he added, You should consider quitting your job in the ANBU. Why? Yu Yan's eyes filled with confusion, but then something seemed to occur to her and her expression shifted. Tension crept into her voice as she gazed at him. Is it that you don't want me by your side anymore? As she spoke, her eyes went glossy, tears threatening to spill, her face a picture of wounded vulnerability. Seeing this, Myanmar hastily explained, Don't get the wrong idea. I just don't want you to be so overworked. The ANBU assignments are too dangerous, and... His voice softened. He looked at her, his gaze warm and gentle. I just want you to stay with me, safe? In a ninja's world, can you really say what is or isn't dangerous? Hearing his explanation, Yu Yan instantly relaxed. A tender smile curved her lips, her brows arching in relief. She leaned her cheek into her hand, watching him with sparkling eyes. I don't ask for much. As long as I can stay by your side like this, I'm perfectly content. In that case, Myanmar said firmly, clear resolve in his voice, from now on, your only task is to protect me. You don't need to take on any others. I'll talk to my father about this myself, he added, leaving no room for doubt. Oh, a sly glint flashed in Yu Yan's eyes, and the corners of her lips curled in a teasing, playful smile. She deliberately drew out her words in a coy tone. So, how does young Master Myanmar plan to explain it to Lord Hokage? Are you going to say? She leaned forward slightly, her voice lowered to a soft and teasing murmur. Dearest father, could you specially assign this beautiful kunoichi as my personal bodyguard? A couple of muffled coughs escaped him. Minma had just lifted his teacup when her sudden teasing caught him off guard, making him cough lightly. He shot the mischievous woman a mildly reproachful glance. There's no need to make it so complicated. Any random excuse will do. Father's not the type to interrogate too much. His father's temperament was different from his mother's. When it came to his own decisions, his father usually offered support and trust. But if it were his mother, things would hardly be so simple. In her heart, both he and Naruto would always be the children needing her constant care and attention. Minma lingered with Yugao a while longer before finally heading home. As he neared the door, he slowed his steps almost unconsciously, pausing to carefully sense who was inside. Sure enough, his mother was home, but his younger brother Naruto was not. This might be a bit tricky, he murmured to himself. If Naruto were here, at least he could help me run some interference and draw Mom's attention away. After all, spending the night out was bound to raise his mother's suspicions. Minma, why are you just standing there at the door, looking lost? Just as he was floundering for a plan, a familiar voice called out behind him. Karen. She approached, holding some groceries she'd just bought, her face brimming with curiosity. Perfect. It's Karen. Minma's eyes lit up as if he'd been thrown a lifeline. He quickly tugged her aside, lowering his voice and speaking in an urgent whisper. Karen, do me a favor. If Mom asks where I was last night, you have to say I was out on an emergency mission, okay? Karen was momentarily bewildered by his out-of-the-blue request, but soon clicked. Minma hadn't come home last night, had he? She immediately pressed him, worry flickering in her eyes. Then where were you last night, really? All of a sudden, a dreadful suspicion struck her. Her expression shifted instantly, becoming unusually grave. She seized Minma's collar with uncharacteristic force, leaned in close, and sniffed him intently. No scent of another woman. With a subtle sense of relief, or perhaps greater confusion, she muttered to herself, "What goes on in that little head of yours all day long?" Though Minma felt some guilt, he kept his composure flawlessly. After all, he'd already erased every trace of evidence, so he had nothing to fear from her little inspection. Feigning indignation, he gave Karen a light tap on the forehead. "I'm only worried about you, you know." Karen pouted, her complaint short-lived as her curiosity took over once again. She beamed up at him, clinging to his arm. "So where did you go last night, then?" It's a long story." Minma let out a sigh, and the lines he'd prepared long in advance slipped smoothly from his lips. His expression was right on cue. "Last night, while I was practicing the summoning technique, I don't know how it happened, but I was suddenly reverse summoned to a truly mysterious realm." His tone grew heavy, as though he was still shaken by the experience. That place was teeming with gigantic summoned beasts, every last one of them fierce and terrifying, monsters beyond imagination. "What?" Sure enough, Xianglin was completely drawn in, unable to hide her anxiety. She pressed him urgently. "And then? Are you hurt?" "I discovered the largest and most fearsome beast, a leader among monsters." Minma continued, painting the scene with grand gestures and a grave expression. "I had to fight her fiercely for a day and a night. Only after tremendous effort did I find a chance to defeat her and escape. But to keep everyone from worrying, you must promise to keep this a secret." "I will. I promise." Xianglin seemed to believe every word. So long as Minma wasn't with another girl, nothing else really mattered to her. She nodded vigorously, and her eyes even shone with admiration for this brave warrior side of Minma. With Xianglin covering for him, Minma finally made it past his mother's scrutiny without a hitch. In Kushina's eyes, obedient Xianglin would never lie. That afternoon, Minma set out for Orochimaru's base, planning to check in on Kakashi and bring him back for some rest. No sooner had he stepped inside than he saw Orochimaru, for once, looking thoroughly irritated in front of his lab bench, all his usual experiments seemingly forgotten for the moment. Minma paused in surprise, curiosity piqued. "Now this is rare," he mused aloud. "What on earth could put that look on your face, as if you just swallowed something truly unpleasant?" Orochimaru, hearing him, shot a disgruntled glance his way. The frustration in his golden, serpent-like eyes was unmistakable, and his voice grew even hoarser. "It's because of the trouble you've brought me. What's it got to do with me?" Minma was even more at a loss, racking his brain for anything he might have done to offend Orochimaru lately. "It's Jiraiya." Orochimaru exhaled in exasperation, his tone a tangled knot of irritation and resignation. "That fool's gone off the deep end for some reason. These days, he clings to me like a piece of stubborn gum I can't shake off." "Well, that..." Minma let out an awkward laugh, quickly steering the conversation elsewhere. "Let's not talk about that now. How is Kakashi doing?" "His eye is nearly fully healed. With a bit of rest, he'll be as good as new." Orochimaru had regained his usual composure as he replied. "Thanks, I appreciate it." Minma nodded, then recalled another pressing issue and asked, "By the way, do you have any way now to break the Hyuga clan's cage-bird seal?" "The technical side of it isn't all that difficult." Orochimaru shook his head, his tone even and calm. "All you need to do is bring the person here." However, he habitually ran his tongue over his lips, then added a chilling fact. "The operation only has a 50% chance of success. If it fails, it will result in immediate brain death." Minma narrowed his eyes slightly, weighing the situation in silence for a moment. "A 50% risk? That's an awfully steep wager. Is there any way to increase the odds of success?" "It's difficult." Orochimaru shook his head ever so slightly. "The brain is the most intricate and complex part of the human body, and, especially with this sort of jutsu that penetrates so deeply, the risk of catastrophic failure is always present." "I understand." Minma nodded. "Before I make any decision, I need to hear what he thinks about it himself." With that, he turned and headed to the medical ward to fetch Kakashi, who was still recuperating. "How are you feeling?" At Kakashi's front door, Minma asked as he escorted him home. Give me a few more days of rest, and I should make a full recovery." Kakashi opened the door, which hadn't been touched in quite a while, his tone as calm as ever. A fine layer of dust had settled in the living room, lending the place a rather chilly, lonely air. Minma glanced around and couldn't help but think to himself, Living alone must get pretty lonely for Kakashi. Maybe it's time he found someone to share his days with. Has losing the Sharingan affected you much? Minma continued, his tone gentle. Kakashi was silent for a moment, then made his way into the kitchen, poured himself a glass of water, and set it to heat over the stove. Only then did he slowly settle into a seat, speaking softly. It's true, there's some effects, but in a way it's a relief too. He sat lightly on a stool, his gaze distant, lost in the flicker of the fire on the stove. But I believe in your strength, Kakashi. Even without the Sharingan, you'll definitely show everyone your true abilities. Minma spoke earnestly. Kakashi gave a small nod, choosing not to reply. Minma took a seat across from him. He hesitated, but eventually spoke up. Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi lifted his head, curiosity in his eyes. Have you ever thought of finding a girlfriend? As Minma spoke, he gestured to the quiet, empty house around them. It's awfully silent here. Maybe it's time for a lady of the house. Kakashi was caught off guard for a moment, then gave a helpless smile. You sound just like my sensei's wife, always pestering me about marriage. He got up and brewed tea for them both, then slouched back in his chair, saying, It's not something I've thought much about. Maybe someday, but not now. All right, as long as you know what you want. Minma nodded, then remembered what he came to say. By the way, you have a month off. Captain Yamato will be leading Team 7 for now, so you can rest easy. Yamato? Kakashi's expression turned puzzled. You mean Brother Tenzo? Minma explained. Oh, it was him. Kakashi smiled and nodded. That puts my mind at ease. Well then, have a good rest. I've got other things to take care of. Minma set down his teacup and stood to take his leave. Kakashi accompanied Minma to the door. He watched Minma's figure drift into the distance, then gently closed the door. The room returned to its usual quiet, interrupted only by the gentle bubbling of the kettle over the fire. Minma headed to the Hyuga clan compound in search of Niji. Young Master Minma, are you here to see Lady Hinata? A Hyuga clan guard greeted him with a respectful bow. Minma paused for a moment at the question. Since he was here, it was only proper to see Hinata. He nodded. Yes, I'd appreciate your guidance. You're too courteous. The guard smiled and bowed even lower, then led him toward the family's training grounds. As soon as they entered, Minma caught sight of Hanabi's petite figure diligently sparring with Hinata, while Hayashi stood to the side, silently watching his daughters with focused eyes. Uncle Hayashi. Minma approached at a measured pace and offered a gentle greeting, careful not to disturb the two sisters mid-training. Minma, what brings you here today? Hayashi turned at the sound, his usually stern face breaking into a kindly smile. I came to pay my respects, and I also have something to discuss with Niji. Minma replied with a warm smile, and as he spoke, he produced a thoughtfully prepared gift from his portable storage and offered it to Hayashi with both hands. There's no need to bring gifts when you visit. Hayashi accepted with a beaming grin, his manner growing even more welcoming. Come, let's sit inside. As he beckoned Minma into the living room, he also instructed a clan member nearby to fetch Niji. In truth, Hinata had sensed Minma's arrival long before, and the realization made her heart flutter, her movements faltering ever so slightly. Hanabi, ever perceptive, seized upon her sister's lapse. With a light tap, she sent Hinata to the ground. Cease. Are you okay? Hanabi looked startled, but immediately rushed over to help her sister up. I'm fine. Hinata shook her head, but her gaze was irresistibly drawn toward the living room, her eyes following that all-too-familiar figure. Hanabi noticed her sister acting oddly and followed her gaze, only to spot that annoying guy chatting and laughing with their father in the living room, while Hinata's eyes remained glued to him. Hanabi puffed out her cheeks in indignation, let out a disgruntled huff, and was about to stalk off, out of sight, out of mind. But when she saw her sister hesitate and then quietly make her way toward the living room, Hanabi's eyes flickered with mischief. Instantly, she changed her mind, tiptoeing over to the doorway and pressing an ear to the wood, ready to eavesdrop. Hanabi, what are you doing here? Hanabi, who had been holding her breath and eavesdropping, was so startled by the sudden voice that she nearly jumped. She turned around quickly, only to see that it was her cousin Niji. Relieved, she let out a small sigh and said, half blaming him, Niji, you nearly scared me to death. Why aren't you going inside? What are you doing hiding here? Niji frowned slightly, a note of puzzlement in his tone. It's nothing, really. Hanabi's cheeks flushed a rosy pink. Embarrassed, she stuck out her tongue and, looking very much like a startled little rabbit, scampered away in a hurry. There's just no dealing with her. Watching his younger cousin dash off, Niji shook his head with resignation and made his way into the living room. First, he bowed respectfully to Hayashi, who was seated at the head of the room. Then, slipping easily into a seat next to Minma, he glanced at him, silently asking what had brought him there. I have something to discuss with you. Come out with me in a bit. Noticing Niji's arrival, Minma put down his teacup and spoke. All right. Niji nodded simply, not bothering with extra words. The group exchanged a few more polite words. Minma's gaze, seemingly by chance, swept across Hinata, who sat quietly to the side. He noticed her cheeks were flushed, her eyes clear and gentle. Whenever their eyes happened to meet, she would duck her head shyly, a faint blush spreading across her face. This sight eased some of his worries. Silently, he asked himself, System, is there something wrong with you? Who exactly is this saintess of the clan supposed to be? The system was silent, offering no reply whatsoever. Minma felt a loss for words. Sensing the time had come, he stood up and took his leave. Uncle Hayashi, I have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave for today and come visit you again sometime soon. All right, take care. Give my regards to your parents. Hayashi replied, his eyes lingering, only for a fleeting moment, on his eldest daughter, who remained quietly composed. Something stirred in his heart, and he added, Hinata, why don't you see Minma out? Yes, father. Hinata replied softly, standing up and silently following behind Minma and Niji. Once outside the Hyuga estate, Minma turned to look at Hinata, who kept her head bowed. His tone became unusually gentle. Hinata, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Hearing this, Hinata lifted her head slightly, her pearly eyes filled with shyness and the faintest hint of expectation. She gave a small shake of her head. Her voice was soft as a whisper. No, I'm free tomorrow. Then I'll come find you tomorrow, Minma said, smiling at her. Hinata lowered her gaze again, bashful and glowing with happiness. Her hands lightly touched the doorframe. She stood there quietly, gazing at the retreating figures of Minma and Niji, eyes transfixed on the direction they'd gone long after they had disappeared from view. She remained in place, lost in a sweet reverie, reluctant to leave. When they reached a secluded, tree-shaded path, Niji stopped and turned to Minma, waiting expectantly for what he would say next. I found a way to break the caged bird seal. Minma spoke calmly, his voice not loud, yet every word reached Niji's ears with perfect clarity. What? At those words, Niji's pupils shrank sharply, and his heart pounded out of control, thundering in his chest. He could barely contain the turmoil raging within him. His voice, taut with disbelief and anxiety, grew hoarse. Are you telling the truth? Yes. Minma gave a definite nod, then let out a slight sigh, his tone growing grave. However, Niji's heart tightened abruptly. He pressed urgently. However, what? The chance of success is only 50%. Minma met his eyes, speaking each word with deliberate care. If it fails, the result is brain death. He truly hoped Niji wouldn't take such a risk, but this was a choice of destiny, and the decision had to be Niji's alone. I see. Niji slowly bowed his head, and a forgotten memory surged from deep within. He remembered sitting beside his father as a child, watching young Hinata spar with Uncle Hayashi in the courtyard. In those innocent years, he had once pointed at his own forehead and asked his father why he bore that mark, while his sister did not. He would never forget the moment when a fierce, suppressed agony and murderous intent suddenly flashed across his father's face. It had terrified him completely. Later, after witnessing his uncle unleash the cursed seal and seeing his own father clutch his head in agony, Niji finally understood. People truly were born into different fates. Some shackles are forged at the very moment of birth. But now, here's to the chance to break that destiny. Niji drew in a deep breath, then snapped his head up, his gaze fiercely resolute as he stared straight at Minma. I've decided. I want to try. Are you sure about this? Minma's brow lifted slightly, seeking confirmation. I've never been more certain. There was no hesitation in Niji's reply. Very well. Minma respected his choice, then asked, should you discuss this first with your uncle Hisashi? No need. Niji shook his head firmly. If my father knew, he would absolutely try to stop me. Minma understood, and gently laid a hand on Niji's shoulder. In the next instant, the world around them blurred and twisted, and suddenly, they stood in Orochimaru's base, surrounded by devices and scrolls. So you've arrived? Orochimaru seemed unsurprised by their appearance. He set down the test tube in his hand with care, looking over Niji with interest as a gravelly smile played on his lips. The Hyuga clan's prodigy? Now, this is interesting. Let's get started. Remove the cursed seal from him. I'll be right here, watching. Minma skipped further pleasantries, getting straight to the matter. Oh, do you not trust me, Minma-kun? Orochimaru chuckled softly, then turned to retrieve an ancient-looking scroll from a display case, carefully unfurling it. It's not a matter of trust. Minma shook his head and explained in a calm, even tone. If something unexpected happens to him, I can still try to save him. And if I can't bring him back, at least I can use the reanimation jutsu. There's always a way to work things out in the end. Niji stood off to the side, listening to Minma discuss his afterlife arrangements so matter-of-factly, and couldn't help but feel at a loss for words. Am I really so disposable in your eyes? And that so-called reanimation jutsu. Just the name alone sounds anything but proper. Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle smile, but he said nothing more. Both he and Minma had mastered this forbidden technique, and together they had made many improvements to it. However, Minma had strictly prohibited its use, reserving it only for the most desperate circumstances. Come with me, Orochimaru said. With the scroll in hand, Orochimaru led the two of them into another laboratory. The room was unusually empty, with only a few candles simmering in the corners, their flickering glow casting restless shadows. In the center of the room, an intricate and sophisticated array was carved into the floor. Orochimaru carefully placed the scroll at the focus point of the array. Then he turned to Niji and instructed, "Sit in the center of the formation and remain perfectly still." "Understood," Niji replied. There was nothing left to hesitate over. Drawing a deep breath, Niji stepped slowly into the heart of the formation and sat down cross-legged. He then raised his hand and, with determination, untied the forehead protector, revealing the blue curse mark beneath. "Are you ready? We'll begin now," Orochimaru said. He wet his lips, and seeing Niji poised in the center, Orochimaru formed seals with both hands, gradually channeling chakra into the array beneath his feet. Instantly, a ghostly green light surged from the scroll like a living river, coursing rapidly through the intricate patterns carved on the ground before converging in several radiant streams toward Niji at the center. The moment the light touched his body, an indescribable agony exploded through Niji's mind, as if countless red-hot needles were stabbing straight into the depths of his soul. He involuntarily let out a muffled groan, his body convulsing violently, and for a split second, it felt as though he might lose consciousness right there.